Chapter 168. Ascending to the 8th layer, Lu Chang'e departed, while Tang Tian lifted the encirclement around Wang Gang, allowing them to return to the Tengyun Chamber of Commerce. Thus, the turmoil induced by Du Yuanqing's demise came to a definitive conclusion. At least within the Qinghua sect, no further disturbances would arise. The external upheavals would similarly fail to disrupt the internal dynamics of the sect. Tang Tian communicated Lu Chang'e's name to Mo Xiao Xiao, deliberately omitting the connection to Yun Kong. After a moment of silence, she seemed to grasp something, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts, expressing her gratitude before ending the communication. Tang Tian sat alone beneath the old locust tree, finishing an entire pot of fragrant tea. He could once again anticipate a period of tranquil cultivation. The affairs of the southern peak were in the capable hands of Li Hong, while the matters of the 6th peak were directly overseen by Qi Yuan. The external forces had largely stabilized, requiring no further intervention. Following the resolution of the final shareholdings in the Tengyun Chamber, it had transformed into Tang Tian's private asset, with the voting rights securely in his possession. As for the other 4 major chambers, he instructed Wang Gang to continue delving deeper, striving to secure additional voting rights before the decisive moment arrived. Moreover, there were the 2 lists recently presented by Lu Chang'e. The list of elders could be entrusted to Li Hong, as having leverage in hand would make the task manageable and provide him with a valuable opportunity for growth. The list of disciples, however, would be handed over to Qi Yuan, a much simpler task. Upon making these considerations, Tang Tian returned to his main residence. Yet, that afternoon, Qi Yuan conveyed an urgent message, stating that a significant influx of elite disciples wished to join the 6th peak, specifically requesting his personal reception. Uncertain of the circumstances, he hurried to inquire further. Tang Tian reassured him that there was no cause for concern, instructing him to proceed with the normal acceptance process. Subsequently, he dispatched the Lan sisters to carry out his orders, assisting Qi Yuan in settling these disciples. After several days of such commotion, Zijou Courtyard was left with only Tang Tian and a small companion. He found joy in this solitude, for he was indeed at a pivotal moment, poised on the brink of transcending into the realms of the immortal. Once all matters were resolved, he secluded himself in the meditation chamber, embarking on his first true retreat. With the mysterious ancient jade in hand, an immense influx of primordial spiritual energy surged into his dantian, swiftly enhancing his cultivation. 3 days later, he reached the 5th layer of ascension. On the 11th day, he attained the 6th layer. By the 24th day, he had ascended to the 7th layer. On the 40th day, he achieved the 8th layer. Had it not been for the imminent 100 sects battle, Tang Tian might have directly shattered the final shackles, transcending into the realm of the immortals. Alas, given his current standing, his presence was indeed vital for this grand event. Thus, upon reaching the 8th layer of ascension, Tang Tian chose to emerge from his retreat. At this moment, a significant portion of the spiritual energy within his dantian had been entirely transformed into celestial power. If he were to engage in combat with the 3 Xianxian now, it would undoubtedly not be as arduous and chaotic, requiring self-detonation merely to inflict effective damage upon them. Under circumstances where all means were employed, he could likely suppress them swiftly and attain victory. His rate of growth, not to mention others, even astonished Tang Tian himself, feeling almost otherworldly. While others at the Ascension realm typically endured a long wait, he felt as though he had taken flight like a rocket, soaring rapidly. After indulging in a moment of pride, Tang Tian left the meditation chamber and returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Not long after his exit, he spotted a small white figure darting out from the void, racing towards the kitchen. It was Xiao. Upon noticing Tang Tian in the courtyard, Xiao immediately halted and flew over. "Old Tang, you finally emerged," Xiao exclaimed, clutching a pile of unknown ingredients, with remnants of some treat lingering at the corner of its mouth. Ever since arriving at the purple bamboo courtyard, this little one had only behaved for 3 days before scampering off to play. Being the spirit of the world, there was no one here capable of containing it. However, before it ventured out, Tang Tian had admonished it to refrain from reckless behavior. Seeing the look Tang Tian gave it, Xiao quickly replied, "I gave them money, but the person asked for a couple of silver coins, and not knowing what silver was, I tossed them a stone." Tang Tian rubbed his nose. All the items Xiao held were merely mundane objects, indeed worth around a couple of silver coins in the mortal realm. Yet, The so-called stone it had thrown was a top-grade spirit jade. One could only wonder whether allowing a mortal to possess such a precious gem was a blessing or a curse. I'll have Li Hong provide you with some different currencies another day, Tang Tian said, but do be cautious. Do not roam about carelessly, for this world harbors many unknown dangers. Moreover, I will soon be heading to another location, where there may be entities beyond the rules. You must not cultivate a habit of being reckless. Xiao nodded earnestly, indicating that it understood, before darting swiftly into the kitchen. This little creature was indeed honing its culinary skills. Shaking his head, Tang Tian took out a communication jade talisman to inform Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters that he had emerged. Moments later, the three of them arrived in succession at the purple bamboo courtyard. We congratulate you on your emergence, young master, they exclaimed in unison. Tang Tian waved his hand, inviting them to sit at the blue stone table. Observing his three subordinates, he noted that after more than a month of training, each had undergone varying degrees of transformation. Li Hong had grown more composed, and during this period, he had interacted with more influential figures, skillfully managing them, which caused the aura of a mere commoner around him to gradually dissipate, replaced by the demeanor of one belonging to the upper echelons. The changes in the Lan Yu sisters were even more pronounced. Originally, their personalities were rather quiet and reserved, yet after their trials on the sixth peak, the timidity that once characterized them has dissipated, and their every gesture now exudes a greater poise. Although they remain reticent, the transformation is undeniably evident. It seems imperative to encourage them to engage in more activities. Let us discuss the recent circumstances within the sect, remarked Tang Tian. The three nodded in agreement and began to recount the significant events that transpired during his month-long seclusion. Firstly, they spoke of the consolidation of the southern peak. With the assistance of Yin Ku, Li Hong successfully took over the influence of all honorary disciples at the southern peak, albeit with a few minor setbacks, which they adeptly resolved with decisive measures. As for the elder roster, it yielded no significant surprises. Many of those individuals harbored vulnerabilities that were quite perilous. Whoever holds such leverage can firmly maintain control over them. This assembly of elders has now become staunch supporters of Tang Tian. Furthermore, under the leadership of Qi Yuan, the entire sixth peak has aligned itself with Tang Tian. Many who had long since retreated from the limelight were drawn out by Qi Yuan, publicly affirming their support for Tang Tian. Presently, within the sect, Tang Tian's influence has overwhelmingly eclipsed that of Lu Chang'e. Chapter 169. The Global Trade Association. It can be said that, following a series of events, the battlefield within the sect has been decisively secured by Tang Tian. Externally, the forces left behind by Mo Xiaoxiao have also been successfully acquired by him. Upon sensing the shifting tides, Dongfeng Jingheng expressed his goodwill towards Tang Tian, indicating that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would align himself with Tang Tian in the future. Thus, the external battlefield is now also tilted in Tang Tian's favor. As for contributions to the sect, they are beyond discussion. Consequently, Tang Tian has now gained a significant lead over Lu Chang'e, positioning himself within reach of that coveted position. Tang Tian silently savored a sip of tea. It was entirely unexpected for him to arrive at this juncture. He had never intended to vie for that position, yet somehow found himself here. Initially, he had planned to ascend to that rank, believing it would enable him to suppress both Han Hai and Lu Chang'e, thereby rescuing Gu Xiaoxue from his clutches. However, now that Gu Xiaoxue is safe, the significance of that position has diminished for Tang Tian. Furthermore, as he intends to genuinely step into the world after entering the Tianfu, being burdened with too many ties may not be advantageous. Thus, as for that position, perhaps it is best to defer that decision for the time being. Regardless, while still within the Qingyue sect, possessing power is preferable to lacking it. What is the status of the 100 sects battle? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong responded, the candidates have all been finalized. This year, a total of 1,237 disciples from Qingyue sect will participate in the 100 sects battle. The disciples are divided into 3 teams, one led by the young sect master, another by Lu Chang'e, and the last by yourself. The young sect master's team is the largest, comprising nearly half, totaling 514 members. Lu Chang'e's team is the smallest, with 351 members. Lastly, the disciples under your direct supervision number 372. Tang Tian nodded. It was evident that the number of disciples directly managed by him was the greatest. Additionally, He had previously allocated around 100 elite disciples for himself. It appears that this calculated distribution was intentional, placing him slightly ahead of Lu Chang'e without creating an excessive gap, thus maintaining both parties on a relatively even footing. Continue, Tang Tian commanded. Li Hong nodded and continued. The official commencement of the 100 Sects battle is scheduled for 8 days from now. We will depart in 3 days, utilizing the Great Domain Transmission Array to reach the Imperial City, arriving 5 days in advance. Accommodations and other arrangements have already been made by the sect. We merely need to be present. Tang Tian acknowledged with a sound of agreement. The Great Domain Transmission Array is an exceedingly precious construct, one that only array masters of the Celestial King level and above can establish. It allows for vast distances to be traversed, and each affiliated sect under Tianfu possesses one. Such a level of teleportation array is only activated for matters of utmost importance. Is there anything we need to do? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong chuckled and replied, essentially, there isn't much to address. It merely involves arranging favorable cultivation conditions for the disciples once we arrive in the Imperial City. I estimate that it can be accomplished with a maximum of 100 billion spirit jade. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging that this indeed was not a considerable sum, hardly even a fraction. At this point, his wealth had become exceedingly abundant, with transactions commencing at hundreds of billions, with no upper limit. 100 billion spirit jade had lost its allure. Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Tang Tian had begun to feel a slight aversion towards spending money, particularly when it came to minor expenditures. Unless substantial deals were presented, they failed to pique his interest. After a casual conversation, Tang Tian entrusted all matters to Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters, allowing them to attend to their tasks. He then retrieved a communication jade talisman to contact Wang Gang. How are the affairs of the Merchant Association progressing? Tang Tian asked. Wang Gang responded. We are back on track. After this rebirth, the Merchant Association is now as solid as a fortress, with everyone fully committed. The previous operations have largely stabilized, and we are exploring possibilities for external expansion. Tang Tian acknowledged with a sound and inquired, how is the contact with the other associations? Wang Gang replied, quite well. Due to the continuous expansion of the Tianfu's influence, nearly all associations find themselves in a similar predicament, merely holding on. Through my interactions, many shareholders have expressed interest in selling their stakes. Roughly, each association has about 10% of their equity that we can confidently secure. Preliminary estimates suggest that acquiring the 4 associations combined would require around 70,000 pieces of innate Dao Jade. One piece of innate Dao Jade can be exchanged for 100 million consumption points, totaling 7 trillion consumption points. After acquiring the Tengyun Merchant Association and exchanging for the Divine Son of Destiny and the Eternal Saint Body, as well as cultivating several 100,000 different levels of techniques, Tang Tian currently possesses over 50 trillion consumption points. If he could secure all of this, it would exceed 100 trillion. Both Dao-level talent and Dao-level physique are valued at 100 trillion consumption points. However, Tang Tian did not wish to proceed as he had previously, extracting bit by bit. If he were to act, he would aim for something grand. You mentioned that you were exploring the possibility of external expansion? Tang Tian asked. Wang Gang affirmed, indeed. Presently, the situation of other associations is not favorable, with many industries operating at a loss or lying dormant. Once we have thoroughly stabilized and sufficient liquidity, we can begin to acquire those industries at minimal cost. This would allow us to gradually extend our sphere of influence. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, let us not complicate matters. Since the desire for expansion is present, let us expedite the process and seize every opportunity that comes our way. There is no need to fret over financial matters. As long as you manage the operations effectively, everything will fall into place. Wang Gang, sitting across from me, appeared momentarily stunned before he inquired, young master, do you mean, much like the previous acquisition of equity in the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce? Tang Tian responded affirmatively. Indeed, proceed with it. Furthermore, do not confine your focus solely to the 4 chambers previously mentioned. Within the realm of Tianfu, there are numerous chambers of commerce. Engage with them all. Acquire as many as possible, and ideally, strive to reclaim them all. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. I will handle it. The Tang Tian of today is no longer the feeble individual who tread cautiously in all endeavors. In matters of consumption, one may act with abandon. Wang Gang remained silent for an extended period. After a significant pause, he finally swallowed hard and remarked, "Young master, you intend to establish an unprecedented superchamber of commerce. If successful, it may well mean that a substantial portion of the trade routes across the realm would be under your dominion. I believe the name Tingyu no longer carries the weight to embody such an entity." Tang Tian chuckled softly. "Is that so? Then let us adopt a new name. We shall call it Tianxiatong." Chapter 170. Arrival at the Imperial City. A brand new commercial guild has emerged, replacing the Tingyun. Under the supreme command of Tang Tian, the newly established Tianxia Commerce Guild swiftly commenced its expansion, heralding the dawn of a formidable trading consortium. The responsibility of this expansion rested on Wang Gang, allowing Tang Tian to focus solely on ensuring the availability of funds. In the days that followed, he continued to solidify his rapidly advancing cultivation. Soon, the time to depart for the Imperial City arrived. Atop the peak of Qingyue Gate, the Grand Elder presided over a pre-competition rally, gathering the senior members of the sect to inspire over 1,000 disciples participating in the 100 Gates battle. This time, besides Yun Kong, Tang Tian, and Lu Chang'e as the leading figures heading to the Imperial City, many high-ranking combatants would accompany them, including Qi Yuan, the master of the Sixth Peak. Standing at the summit, Tang Tian and Qi Yuan found little interest in the Grand Elder's address. "Old Jin, you are truly basking in glory now," Qi Yuan remarked with a low chuckle. "Half of the sect is supporting you, and most of the younger disciples regard you as a paragon of ascendance. To stand at the pinnacle in just a year is indeed unprecedented. Yet, your humility is a double-edged sword. Otherwise, the acclaim would be even louder." Tang Tian absent-mindedly touched his nose. "It is but a hollow reputation. Power is what truly matters," Qi Yuan retorted, his lips curling. "This is not mere fame. It is tangible authority and quite beneficial. Otherwise, I wouldn't have strived so hard for the position of vice sect master. However, you are correct. For young cultivators, strength is paramount. It's a pity that many of them do not grasp this truth, their resolve wavering, often indulging in trivial pursuits." Suddenly, he shifted the topic. "By the way, have you seen that little girl of yours lately? How is she faring?" Qi Yuan was inquiring about Gu Xiaoxue. Tang Tian scanned the crowd of 1,000 disciples below, quickly locating Gu Xiaoxue. She stood quietly, attentively listening to the Grand Elder's words, oblivious to Tang Tian's gaze. "No," he replied. "However, she should manage well through the 100 Gates battle. I can already tell that Gu Xiaoxue has broken through to the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. The Lan Yu sisters are likewise advancing. With their abilities, they should navigate the challenges with relative ease." "Really?" Qi Yuan expressed surprise. "With Hanhai before you, she must not even dare to utter a word. Why haven't you brought her back?" Tang Tian shook his head. "Xiaoxue has her own path to traverse. Interfering forcibly may not yield favorable outcomes. Let her grow on her own." Qi Yuan shrugged, ultimately choosing to say no more. The two then resumed their discussion about the development of the Sixth Peak. However, what Tang Tian failed to notice was that, after he shifted his gaze, Gu Xiaoxue turned to look at him, her eyes reflecting an enigmatic expression that was difficult to articulate. After a while, the Grand Elder's pre-competition exhortation finally came to an end. He then turned around, seemingly conveying some information to an unseen presence. Soon, several radiant beams of light shot forth from the rear of the sect master's hall, coalescing in the sky to form a magnificent pattern. Moments later, a colossal portal manifested itself in the heavens above the crowd. Waves of spatial fluctuations cascaded downwards. This must be the so-called Grand Regional Teleportation Array. Observing the brilliant pillars of light activating the teleportation array, Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. He could sense an extraordinarily potent celestial energy emanating from those beams. The level was undoubtedly high. Indeed, within the Qingyue sect, formidable beings beyond the realm of immortals have been vigilantly guarding this place. Let us depart. With Yun Kong's resonant command, over 1,000 individuals began to move in an orderly fashion. First were the higher-ups, leading the charge as they flew into the portal. Following them was Yun Kong, accompanied by several hundred participating disciples, surging forward. Next was Tang Tian, who, with his hands clasped behind his back, glided over, closely trailed by Li Hong, Yin Ku, and the Lan sisters. Subsequently, his own disciples followed in a grand procession, entering the vast portal. Upon stepping through, Tang Tian immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This was the inevitable backlash of long-distance teleportation. The impact was greater on those with weaker strength and less resolute wills. However, almost instantaneously, he acclimated to the sensation of rapidly traversing space. After several breaths, a bright light appeared before him. In the next moment, he found himself on an exceptionally spacious platform. Not a scratch, boomed Qi Yuan's voice from ahead. Tang Tian smirked disdainfully. Did he really think such trivialities would cause him to lose composure? He was far from it. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the other disciples were all pale and unsteady on their feet. Some, unable to endure, collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Fortunately, as cultivators, they promptly dealt with their own mess, preventing the exit from becoming unbearable. Moments later, Lu Chang'e arrived as well, seemingly unaffected, fanning himself with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, he had been here multiple times before. Looking into the distance, Tang Tian realized they were standing on an immensely large platform, likely capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands. Aside from the teleportation array they had arrived through, there were several other portals, with a few young cultivators appearing on the platform. Presumably, those were individuals from other affiliated sections. Gazing into the distance, a colossal city, far larger than the already impressive Guli city, stood majestically amid the mountains. Indeed, the mountains themselves seemed to be enveloped by this grand metropolis. Radiant beams of light pierced the heavens, as if to illuminate the entire world. Before us lies the imperial city, spoke Yun Kong. Today marked Tang Tian's first encounter with Yun Kong after returning to Qingwe sect. Their meeting felt untouched by past events, both retaining their original demeanor. Our accommodations have been arranged. Let us proceed to rest and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings of the imperial city, Yun Kong suggested. Thus, the members of Qingwe sect set forth. After traversing a formidable array of barriers, they arrived at a vibrant peak teeming with life. Nestled within the mountains and waters were various pavilions and towers, shrouded in ethereal mist, resembling a realm of immortals. They had secured a vast garden to serve as the temporary abode for the disciples of Qingwe sect. Upon arrival, the elders of the sect began to allocate residences and share pertinent information. As the team leader, Tang Tian felt no need to partake in these discussions. Therefore, he concocted an excuse to depart from the peak and soared towards the heart of the imperial city. Having finally reached a more bustling locale, it would be remiss not to explore its wonders. Xiao had been eagerly urging him, proclaiming the abundance of delectable cuisines awaiting them. Subsequently, the two began to wander through the vibrant streets of the imperial city. Chapter 171. Encounter with Prince Yu. This place is magnificent. It far surpasses that so-called Lioli city. Little Xian, with a mysterious seven-colored fish in hand, had an oil-slicked mouth. The splendor of the imperial city and its culinary delights are indeed incomparable to Lioli city. Just a single long food street is sufficient to occupy them for an entire day. Moreover, there are various shops offering cultivation resources. Upon seeing them, Tang Tian's collector's impulse surged, and he swept through the stores, acquiring a plethora of remarkable treasures. Unbeknownst to them, they had meandered until the afternoon. Upon arriving at another alley, the vibrant lights instantly captivated little Xian. What is this place? Why are there so many women standing at the entrance? Oh, what unique attire. Just a few strips of cloth wrapped around their bodies. I haven't seen such a costume elsewhere. Little Xian, filled with curiosity, was eager to investigate further. Tang Tian quickly restrained him, saying, "Not here. The depths of this place are unfathomable for someone as naive as you. Let us instead explore the night market stalls." With that, he turned and led little Xian away. It was preposterous. A place like the Flower Street was not suitable for someone so inexperienced. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure. It was a young man clad in a flowing white robe, elegantly holding a folding fan. The youth exuded a gentle demeanor, his face adorned with a scholarly smile, as he embraced 4 or 5 of the aforementioned charming figures. Laughing as they entered a pink courtyard, Tang Tian couldn't help but stroke his chin, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. How could he be here? This young man was none other than Wang Ziyu, the first honorary disciple Tang Tian had met at Qingwe sect. Back then, they had attended numerous gatherings together, and he had gleaned much information about Qingwe sect from him. Yet, after the 5 Peaks Exchange Conference, they had not crossed paths again. In the time that followed, Tang Tian had attempted to reach out to Wang Ziyu, but it was as if he had vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. Subsequent events, such as the core disciple selection and the tumultuous aftermath of Du Yuanqing's death, had yielded no news of Wang Ziyu. To unexpectedly encounter him here was truly astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian decided to approach him. After all, he was an old friend. "Hey, what are you doing?" Little Xin queried, puzzled. "Didn't you say I wouldn't be able to handle it and suggested we seek out the night market stalls?" Tang Tian chuckled. "That's your limitation. My hands are large. It's effortless for me to grasp." He continued, "Come, let me show you a broader world." With that, he led little Xian toward the courtyard that Wang Ziyu had just entered. As he approached, a few graceful women gathered around him, engaging in flirtatious banter with charming gestures and measured words that were exceedingly pleasant to hear, indicating they had undergone specialized training. Tang Tian made no effort to decline. After all, it was their profession. He casually selected two of the women and proceeded into the courtyard. This courtyard was expansive, adorned with a pleasing aesthetic. Yet the most striking feature was the lighting. The soft pink glow was infused with an enchanting quality that stirred the most primal desires within one's heart, making it perfectly suited for such an establishment. Throughout the courtyard, individual private rooms had been constructed, each surrounded by highly confidential formations, ensuring that guests indulging in pleasure would remain undisturbed. As he walked further, he found himself in a spacious open garden at the center of the courtyard. There stood a moderately sized stage where several youthful women were performing, singing, and dancing. The surrounding guests, captivated by the melodies and the graceful movements on stage, were attended by beautiful companions, raising their cups in delightful revelry. It was here that Tang Tian spotted Wang Ziyu, who had just entered. "You may leave," he gestured to the two women, then approached Wang Ziyu. At that moment, Wang Ziyu was intently watching the dancers, completely oblivious to Tang Tian's approach. "The dance lacks finesse," he remarked. "The lighting is a bit dim. The costumes could stand to be more revealing." Tang Tian smirked inwardly, cleared his throat twice, and spoke up. "I thought I would never see you again." "Wang Ziyu," he called. Hearing his name, Wang Ziyu turned, and upon seeing Tang Tian beside him, he was momentarily stunned. After a pause, he leapt to his feet, nearly toppling the woman who was massaging his shoulders. "What the hell, Tang brother? What are you doing here?" Wang Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. Tang Tian chuckled. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Why have you left the sect for the Imperial City? Still playing hide and seek? I almost thought you had kicked the bucket," he teased. Wang Ziyu blinked, then quickly retorted, "Nonsense. I'm doing just fine. And have you forgotten who I am?" He grinned. "I'm a connoisseur of merriment. Wherever there's fun, you'll find me. The grand tournament is about to commence, and I certainly can't miss such a splendid opportunity to witness the festivities." Having regained his composure, he gestured for Tang Tian to sit and converse. They settled across from each other. "Why are you alone? Did you not bring a few beauties with you?" Wang Ziyu asked with a playful grin. "I must say, the women here are quite captivating, far surpassing those from our sect. Shall I share a couple with you?" Tang Tian raised his hand, declining his friend's generous offer. Now, he no longer needs to don such a fade. However, Wang Ziyu appeared quite astonished, seemingly perplexed by Tang Tian's sudden change in demeanor. "You seem rather familiar with this place," Tang Tian remarked. Wang Ziyu poured a glass of wine for Tang Tian and replied, "It's been over a month since I arrived. To say the least, I am fairly acquainted with this region." With that, he presented the wine glass before Tang Tian. They clinked their glasses, after which Tang Tian inquired, "When did you depart from the sect? Why didn't you give me a heads up? Moreover, why was there a complete cessation of communication?" Wang Ziyu poured another glass of wine and answered, "I left right after the Five Peaks exchange. Unfortunately, the Imperial City is quite distant. Unlike you, who can simply utilize a teleportation array, my journey requires over half a year on foot. I attempted to find you before I left, but you seemed quite occupied at that time, so I chose not to disturb you and set off alone." As for communication, Wang Ziyu shook his head. "The journey was perilous, necessitating some special measures to sever my ties with the outside world. As I ventured further away, the range of my messaging talismans became insufficient. I assure you, I did not intentionally go missing." Tang Tian fell silent and raised his glass to Wang Ziyu once more. This explanation was riddled with inconsistencies. Yet, everyone harbors their own secrets and hidden cards, and as fellow cultivators, Tang Tian naturally refrained from prying too deeply. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that an ordinary disciple, having traversed thousands of miles from Qinghua sect to the imperial city in Scaith, is certainly not to be underestimated. Chapter 172. The astonished Prince Yu. The unexpected reunion between Tang Tian and Prince Yu in such a place left Tang Tian rather astonished. He had always sensed that this individual was enigmatic, seemingly privy to all knowledge. Now, it appeared that he was indeed not an ordinary person. By the way, have our sect's members arrived? Prince Yu inquired. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Of course, I came here with them. I certainly did not spend half a year wandering aimlessly. Taking a sip of his drink, Prince Yu chuckled. It seems you have cultivated your own entourage. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had this opportunity. He mischievously asked. How is that little girl? Have you two progressed in your relationship? Tang Tian grimaced. No, it remains the same as before. During your absence, other matters have transpired within the sect. Regardless, this time, the 100 Gates War should pose no problem for me. Prince Yu immediately smiled. Such confidence. It appears you have acclimated well within the sect. Have you perhaps secured the favor of Miss Mo? Tang Tian savored his drink, smiling but remaining silent. He was uncertain of how much Prince Yu truly understood about the recent events in the sect. By the way, who is leading us this time? Prince Yu continued. Miss Mo should be here as well, along with Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng. Tang Tian regarded him calmly before gently shaking his head. This time, we are still led by the young sect master. As for the prominent young masters, only Lu Chang'e has come. Prince Yu was taken aback. How can this be? In previous instances, at least 4 or 5 of the 5 great young masters and 2 esteemed young ladies would have attended. And now, at such a crucial moment for vying for that position, can they really entrust him to come alone? His expression was one of sheer astonishment. Tang Tian observed him quietly for a moment, realizing that Prince Yu's reaction was genuine, prompting him to slowly say, You truly do not know what has transpired in the sect during this time? Prince Yu shook his head, furrowing his brow as he asked, What has happened? From the looks of it, it seems significant events have unfolded. Tang Tian nodded gently. Roughly so. Our previous 5 young masters and 2 esteemed young ladies. Jing Heng's influence has waned, unable to uphold the status of a young master. Du Yuanqing and Guan Meng have suffered tragic fates, their families utterly shattered. Mo Xiaoxiao and Qin Siyu have both been eliminated and returned to Yunding Tianfu. As for Tian Yangsheng, he has also perished, falling to an unknown enemy, leaving behind a lingering mystery. With each revelation from Tang Tian, Prince Yu's mouth and eyes widened in disbelief. Until the very end, he stood there, utterly dazed, as if turned to stone. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly sprang to his feet, inadvertently toppling the 2 enchanting women beside him to the ground. Yet at that moment, he was entirely oblivious to their presence. What the hell? Brother Tang, you must be jesting. This is not something to be trifled with. Even Tian Yangsheng has perished? I am well aware of his true identity. Wang Ziyu was completely taken aback, his emotions surging as he bellowed, capturing the attention of those nearby. Tang Tian raised a hand to calm him, urging him to take a seat before continuing. He then spoke softly, I would never jest about such matters. As I mentioned earlier, while you were away, significant events transpired within the sect. The most monumental of these was the catastrophic upheaval following Du Yuanqing's death. Subsequently, Tang Tian recounted the events surrounding Du Yuanqing to Wang Ziyu, from his demise to the incrimination of Mo Xiaoxiao. Finally, he mentioned that Tian Yangsheng had encountered an unknown assailant, resulting in his tragic death on the spot. Upon hearing this, Wang Ziyu was struck with horror, remaining speechless for a considerable time. In truth, I have long suspected that there were others manipulating this affair from the shadows. Unfortunately, I have yet to uncover any direct evidence. Do you believe there is a possibility of such? Tang Tian inquired, deliberately observing Wang Ziyu's reaction. However, at that moment, Wang Ziyu's expression was peculiar, his face a canvas of conflicting emotions. What is the matter with you? Tang Tian furrowed his brow and asked. Wang Ziyu lifted his gaze, bewildered, before suddenly slamming his palm onto the table, causing the cups to rattle. What the hell? So many thrilling events have transpired within the sect. And I have completely missed them all. What a loss of amusement. Why did I leave the sect, hastening to witness the 100 Sects War? The happenings within the sect are far more captivating than that battle. He lamented, as if he had missed out on a fortune of 5 million innate Dao Jade. Tang Tian shook his head in disbelief. This fellow, upon hearing such momentous news, could only think of his own misfortune in missing out on a spectacle. Truly a person whose nature is steeped in the pursuit of amusement. Did he not worry that he might also meet a tragic end amidst this fierce conflict? After a considerable time of brooding, Wang Ziyu gradually calmed himself. Alas, this decision was truly a grave error. I suspect I will regret it until my dying day. He sighed deeply before asking, so, does that mean that the eldest son of the sect is now left with only Lu Chang'e? Has he not then secured his final position? Tang Tian shook his head. Not at all. His hopes were indeed substantial, yet he was not the most hopeful among them. In truth, the individual with the most hope at present is I. Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Tang Tian with an expression of incredulity. Brother Tang, surely you comprehend what I am alluding to. Tang Tian smiled and nodded. Subsequently, he chose to reveal no further secrets, stating, in this conflict, due to a series of fortuitous events, I have reaped considerable advantages. Now, a substantial portion of the internal faction within our sect is under my control. Wang Ziyu was utterly astonished. This revelation seemed even more astonishing than the conflict Tang Tian had mentioned. When he departed, Tang Tian had merely begun to emerge, standing in stark contrast to those prominent young masters. Yet, within a mere half-year, he had surged ahead of them all, becoming the one who ultimately triumphed. Wang Ziyu found it difficult to accept. However, he was aware that Tang Tian would not deceive him concerning such matters. After a prolonged silence, he endeavored to compose his emotions and inquired, so, our sect's leaders this time are the young sect master, Lu Chang'e, and you? Tang Tian nodded with a smile. Wang Ziyu continued, in other words, you are entirely capable of bringing others through the great domain transmission array to the imperial city? Tang Tian affirmed this. Wang Ziyu closed his eyes, then rose once more, turning his back to Tang Tian as he walked towards the bamboo grove behind him. I believe. I should take a moment to gather my thoughts. Chapter 173. The Dragon Gate of Tianfu. The words spoken by Tang Tian had an immense impact on Wang Ziyu. To him, these revelations were akin to tales from a fantastical realm. He could scarcely fathom the monumental changes that had transpired in such a brief span of merely half a year since departing from his sect. However, after the initial shock, elation quickly took its place. Then, does this mean, Brother Tang, that I can now lean on you for support? Wang Ziyu chuckled heartily, then added with a hint of concern, you won't forget our close bond now that you've achieved success, will you? Let us not overlook how intimately connected we were, sharing everything as if we were inseparable. Tang Tian swiftly interjected, what nonsense are you spouting? If I wished to sever ties, I would not have sought you out in this bustling district. However, should you vanish without a word again, our paths may not cross for a while. Wang Ziyu chuckled again, assuring that he would not let that happen, for following Tang Tian promised a wealth of enjoyment. After their heartfelt reunion, the two indulged in a drink, watching the graceful dancers on stage while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Wang Ziyu, having been in the imperial city for over a month, had become quite familiar with its layout. He shared numerous intriguing locales with Tang Tian that could be explored in the coming days. He then briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding other affiliated sections. It was undeniable that this fellow possessed an enigmatic source of information, as if he were privy to all matters. This was true within the Qingwei sect, and remained so upon his arrival in the imperial city. Under the banner of Yunding Tianfu, there existed a total of 129 affiliated sects, varying in size. Most had been established around the same time as Qingwei sect, while some were more youthful and others considerably ancient. The sects that consistently occupied the top 10 positions in the rankings of affiliated sects were predominantly among the earliest established. Notable examples included the Baidi sect, Ziyang sect, and Tianlong sect, all of which boasted formidable strength and profound heritage, nurturing prodigies in abundance. Moreover, each of these sects possessed their exclusive pathways, allowing their most exceptional talents to ascend to Tianfu without engaging in the grueling 100-sect competition. Thus, for them, this competition served merely as a platform for second-tier elites. Nonetheless, these sects maintained their positions in the top 10 for years, with few able to challenge their standings. Should any sect unexpectedly surge in prominence and secure a top 10 spot in the 100-sect competition, it would garner the attention of Tianfu, opening a specialized pathway and receiving preferential resources for cultivation. Presently, The number of sects possessing such qualifications did not exceed 30, as Wang Ziyu noted. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. This notion had indeed been expressed to him earlier by Qi Yuan. How shall I put it? It is a principle that fosters healthy competition. With the establishment of exclusive channels, the most formidable affiliated sects would no longer monopolize the top 10 positions consistently. After all, the disciples of the second tier will inevitably experience fluctuations in strength. Consequently, the weaker sects would gain opportunities to vie for a place in the top 10, igniting their aspirations for diligent effort. In terms of management, Yunding Tianfu has performed commendably, as evidenced by numerous details. Qingyue sect astonished everyone by securing the 28th rank in the previous 100 sects battle. This time, one can only assume that the young sect master's ambitions will soar even higher, remarked Wang Ziyu. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the position that promised special qualifications. Yunkong's objective this time is the top 10. Ever since the conclusion of the last 100 sects battle, this has become his unwavering goal, and he has been relentlessly striving towards it. He has expanded his territory, recruited more talents, and utilized abundant resources to cultivate the most exceptional prodigies, among other extensive preparations. There is indeed hope. Moreover, last year, Tang Tian covered a significant portion of the sect's construction expenses with a saturated investment. The progress of the disciples of Qingyue sect is evident to the naked eye. The aspirations are not trivial, Wang Ziyu remarked. However, he quickly added with a smile, saying, regardless, the advancement of the sect is always a positive development. The stronger the sect, the greater the power and status one acquires upon securing that position. Tang Tian shook his head, stating, until the final outcome is revealed. It is difficult to say. Do not underestimate Lu Chang's capabilities. He is adept at scheming. He refrained from disclosing to Wang Ziyu that the incident involving Du Yuanqing was secretly orchestrated by Yunkong and Du Yuanqing, only lingering on the point of Mo Xiaoxiao, enforcing the charges. You should have no issues dealing with him, Wang Ziyu remarked with a grin. By the way, I have heard that upon securing that position, one can also opt to develop within Tianfu. Do you plan to go? Tang Tian took a sip of his drink and replied, regardless of whether I obtain that position or not, I intend to go to Tianfu. I do not wish to confine myself to a small place forever. Wang Ziyu raised his thumb, ambitious. Yet, once one enters Tianfu, everything must commence anew. At that point, the attributes of the sect will be diminished. Even if you hold the position of the second in command of Qingyue sect, its significance will not be substantial. In Yunding Tianfu, only strength, cultivation talent, and potential matter. Tang Tian shrugged indifferently. From beginning to end, his desire for that identity has not been great. It is dispensable, even something he has considered relinquishing. Furthermore, upon entering Tianfu, he originally intended to completely step back from the world. By the way, there is something else. Wang Ziyu suddenly inquired, are you familiar with the Longmen of Yunding Tianfu? Tang Tian was taken aback and shook his head, for he had indeed never heard of it. Wang Ziyu elaborated, within the Tianfu, there exists a Longmen. Anyone who aspires to become an official disciple of the Tianfu through conventional means must pass through this Longmen. It serves as a crucible to assess one's comprehensive strength and innate talent. The more exceptional your performance, the more attention you will garner from the Tianfu. However, one must possess at least the talent of a congenital child to succeed. He chuckled and added, Brother Tang, you should keep a close watch on that little girl. She might just be the key to unlocking greater resources for you in the future. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian instinctively rubbed his nose. Is there really such a thing? He pondered. It sounded promising. Given his current talent and physique, he was confident that his performance would not be lacking. If he could secure attention right from the onset, it would save him a considerable amount of effort and time. After all, the Tianfu was vast, and even someone with formidable strength needed to invest significant effort to make a mark. He certainly did not wish to commence his journey through the Yunding Tianfu as an object of scorn. The guise of a pig eating a tiger was not his style. When he chose to emerge, he would do so with resounding brilliance, radiating magnificence. But for now, he would wait and see. Chapter 174. The commencement of the 100 Gates battle. Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu engaged in conversation until the late hours of the night before departing from the bustling alley of fireworks. A few enchanting ladies observed them with curious glances, seemingly perplexed by the sight of these robust young men, who, instead of indulging in frivolity, had spent such an extended period engaged in earnest discussion. It was indeed a puzzling spectacle. Upon their departure, Tang Tian escorted Wang Ziyu to the encampment of the Qingyue sect, an authority he possessed. In the days that followed, Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu enjoyed leisurely explorations of the imperial city, occasionally accompanied by Qi Yuan, delighting in the vibrant surroundings. The arrangements for the 100 Gates battle were deftly managed by Yun Kong, while trivial matters were handled by Li Hong, alleviating Tang Tian of undue concern. As for Lu Chang's earlier mention of other sects' foolish young masters seeking trouble, Tang Tian paid them no heed. What concern was it of his? Let Lu Chang'a deal with the headaches. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had swiftly passed. With the approach of the 100 Gates battle, the imperial city became palpably animated. Over 100 formidable sects had brought forth tens of thousands of elite practitioners, and cultivators from within or near the city flocked to witness the spectacle. Such an event was a rarity, occurring only once every 5 years. The thought of countless talents competing on the same stage was enough to invigorate the spirit. As throngs of cultivators flooded into the imperial city, the atmosphere brimmed with excitement and jubilation. Under such circumstances, the 100 Gates battle was poised to commence. Before dawn, the members of the Qingyue sect gathered, each brimming with vitality and fervor, fully prepared for the impending event. Subsequently, with a grand gesture from Yun Kong, the group officially set forth towards the battlefield. They arrived at a vast and open valley, expansive in scope. At the valley's base lay a level grassland, surrounded by gently sloping hills, offering an excellent vantage point. Akin to a colossal arena, this was the designated site for the 100 Gates battle. Upon the Qingyue sect's arrival, the sun had just begun to peak above the horizon, yet many had already arrived at the summit of the valley. The overseers of the 100 Gates battle, the administrators of the White Emperor City, had long since delineated the respective areas for each sect. Following their guidance, Tang Tian found a position relatively close to the center, where seating had been prepared specifically for the members of the Qingyue sect. Once seated, Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings and noted that nearly half of the sects had already arrived, quietly seated, regulating their breaths and gathering their strength. Above them, the perimeter of the valley was already teeming with cultivators from distant lands, likely having awaited this moment for several days. After all, this was a grand gathering of all sects under the auspices of Yunding Tianfu, and few would wish to miss such a rare opportunity. Each sect hurriedly adjusted their states in preparation. The day's events would eliminate more than half of the participants. One must not let external factors lead to the forfeiture of this singular opportunity, for regrets would come too late. Yin Kong spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the participating disciples promptly endeavored to calm their minds. The grandeur of the scene was unprecedented, even for them. To claim they felt no anxiety or excitement would be a falsehood. It was only natural, unless one possessed unwavering confidence in their own abilities. "Are you all right?" Tang Tian inquired, glancing at the Lan Yu sisters beside him. They nodded, their expressions revealing no trace of tension as they softly assured him, "Rest assured, young master. We shall exert ourselves to the utmost, and will not disappoint the training you have bestowed upon us." Their cultivation was on the brink of a breakthrough to the late stage of the out-of-body realm, with a solid foundation that promised no unforeseen mishaps. As for Li Hong, his mid-stage fusion cultivation had been thoroughly stabilized. The trials of the 10,000 Beasts Tower following the 100 Gate battle posed little challenge. Noticing their steady state, Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement and turned back. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze from behind him, landing upon himself. Upon turning, a familiar little head came into view, Gu Xiaoshui. However, as soon as she caught his eye, she lowered her head, lost in thought. Tang Tian shook his head slightly. Ever since her departure from Qingyue sect, every encounter with her seemed to reveal a distracted demeanor, as if she were not fully present. What could be amiss? Furrowing his brow, he contemplated whether to inquire about her state, as this was a critical moment, and she must not falter in showcasing her true capabilities. Just then, Qi Yuan's voice broke through his reverie. "The disciples of Xiang's sect have arrived." Tang Tian refocused, following the direction indicated by Qi Yuan. In the center of the valley, a considerable group of disciples clad in Xiang sect attire advanced slowly. Their numbers were not particularly large, even fewer than those from Qingyue sect. Yet, despite their small contingent, the aura they exuded was overwhelmingly powerful. Even from a distance, one could feel the daunting pressure they emanated, a sensation palpable to ordinary disciples. Indeed formidable, Tang Tian nodded. In the heart of the valley, several other sects stood, their strength comparable to that of Xiang's sect. Among them, some individuals appeared even more daunting than those from Xiang. This assembly represented a perennial presence within the top 10 of the sect rankings. Their resources far surpassed those of Qinghua's sect, and this was merely their second-tier disciples. The most elite had already entered the cloud-top celestial mansion through special channels. Despite their fewer numbers, should 3 of them be eliminated in this first round of eliminations, it would be considered underperformance, Qi Yuan remarked. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the rules of the 100-gate battle dictated random matchups and a point-based system. Each individual's initial score is set to 0. A victory in battle earns 1 point, while a defeat deducts 1 point. And a draw results in neither gaining nor losing points. Upon reaching a score of 2 points, one qualifies for promotion. In essence, securing 2 consecutive victories is sufficient for advancement. However, should fortune not favor you and you encounter a stronger opponent, you may continue to challenge. If your capabilities are adequate, accumulating the necessary points for promotion is certainly achievable. Given the comprehensive prowess of the disciples from the Xiang sect, it is highly improbable that any shocking upsets will occur on the first day. As for the Qinghua sect, it is estimated that only about a quarter of their disciples will be eliminated. After all, this is merely the first round of eliminations, and there remains approximately half a month ahead. Tang Tian reflected upon the schedule. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar gaze directed towards him. Reluctantly turning around, he met Gu Xiaoshua's eyes. Just as she prepared to avert her gaze, Tang Tian gestured for her to come over. You should come here. Speak to me directly. He genuinely wished to prevent this girl from faltering at a crucial moment. Today's grand event is attended by the representatives of Yunding Tianfu, and performing well could yield certain benefits. Upon hearing Tang Tian's unexpected summons, Gu Xiaoxue appeared taken aback. Her gaze was somewhat awkward, yet after a brief struggle, she slowly rose and obediently approached Tang Tian. Go ahead, what is the matter? Tang Tian inquired. Chapter 175 Farewell to Xiaoxue. This marked the first formal encounter between Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue after their parting at the Zijou courtyard. In the presence of Tang Tian, Gu Xiaoxue exhibited a palpable awkwardness, lowering her head as if she were a child who had erred. What could possibly be the matter? In such a state, how could you possibly engage in the impending battle without being easily overwhelmed? Tang Tian remarked with exasperation. After surveying their surroundings, he waved his hand to establish a soundproof barrier, ensuring their conversation remained private. Now, speak freely, he encouraged. Whatever troubles you, I shall assist in resolving. Gu Xiaoxue lifted her gaze to meet Tang Tian's, taking a deep breath before speaking softly, her voice barely above a whisper. That day, I did not truly choose to follow Elder Han Hai. I genuinely wished to remain by your side. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and let out a chuckle. I am aware, he replied. Did you not say you would handle these matters on your own? Otherwise, I would not have permitted Han Hai to take you away so easily. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. Indeed, that day I suddenly comprehended many things, leading me to believe that it was more appropriate for me to address this situation myself. However, upon returning, I sensed that my actions were somewhat impulsive, perhaps even hasty. I feared you might misunderstand. Tang Tian could not help but chuckle at her. This girl appeared to have matured, yet after their reunion, she still retained that naive demeanor. Is this the reason for your slow progress in cultivation? After all this time, you remain only at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. Meanwhile, Lan Yu and LV Zhu are on the verge of breaking through to the late stage, he teased. Gu Xiaoxue shyly touched her nose. That is part of it, but not entirely. After leaving the Zijou courtyard, or perhaps after departing from you, I have felt as if something is missing. Even when using the innate Dao Jade for cultivation, I no longer experience that intimate connection with the principles of the Dao. How peculiar, Tang Tian pondered, momentarily bewildered. What an odd situation this was. He was neither a rare treasure nor a divine artifact. Could it be that he possessed some unique ability to aid others in their cultivation? Was there something about him that set him apart from others? Shaking his head, he concluded that it was likely an issue rooted within Gu Xiaoxue herself. Do not dwell on such trivialities. I placed my trust in you, which is why I allowed you to accompany Han Hai back. Had I known you would feel this way upon your return, I would have firmly refused to let him take you, Tang Tian stated. Gu Xiaoxue gazed at Tang Tian. You truly do not hold any resentment towards me? Tang Tian, feeling somewhat speechless internally, nonetheless offered her an affirmative answer once more. Upon confirming Tang Tian's sentiments, Gu Xiaoxue let out a long sigh of relief, her entire demeanor relaxing as a long-lost smile graced her face once again. She was still that adorably foolish girl. Yet, Tang Tian had an unsettling feeling that this girl was concealing something from him. "What is troubling you?" he inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "Is anyone still making things difficult for you after returning, Han Hai?" he asked. Since Gu Xiaoxue's departure, Tang Tian had been vigilant, observing her closely. Yet he had not noticed any signs of malice from others. Had he perhaps overlooked something? Gu Xiaoxue shook her head, smiling as she replied, "No one is making things difficult for me. I have been in seclusion. Although I am no longer your disciple and cannot contribute to your ascension to the heavenly realm, I will not neglect my own cultivation." Tang Tian nodded. "That is indeed correct. Strength is our most formidable safeguard. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not let it wane. However, your demeanor." Suddenly, Tang Tian recalled something. After Gu Xiaoxue's return, she had visited the Black Prison, seemingly to see her former senior sister, Luodania. Could it be because of Luodania? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, then chuckled. "I knew you would never simply cast me off to Elder Han Hai. No wonder I always felt as though someone was watching me from the shadows." Tang Tian grimaced. "Do not divert the topic. Is it truly because of Luodania? What did she say to you? Be cautious. Her mental state seems somewhat unstable." Gu Xiaoxue sighed softly. "I understand. She has been striving desperately, hoping to regain Elder Han Hai's favor. However, Elder Han Hai personally sent her to the Black Prison for 3 years. I spoke with her at length, learning of her struggles. It became evident that she is ensnared in the whirlpool of her own stubbornness, unable to extricate herself." Tang Tian frowned slightly. "Do you still wish to save her? Foolish kindness is not a virtue, especially in this increasingly ruthless world." Yet, Gu Xiaoxue shook her head. "Her situation allows for no path but self-rescue. My visit was merely to seek understanding of other matters. We conversed extensively, and through her accounts, my comprehension of Elder Han Hai deepened significantly. In the end, as I was leaving, she gifted me a protective talisman." As she spoke, Gu Xiaoxue opened her palm, revealing a beautiful jade pendant before Tang Tian. However, he immediately furrowed his brow, for although the talisman appeared crystal clear, it concealed a sinister aura within. This malevolent essence was deeply hidden, yet the wickedness it harbored sent chills down one's spine. "What is this?" "Let me see it," Tang Tian said, extending his hand to take the pendant. Yet, Gu Xiaoxue preempted him, withdrawing the pendant. "I am aware," Gu Xiaoxue softly spoke. "The moment she gifted me the talisman, I sensed the enigma it concealed. It was then that I began to perceive more than before." Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that Gu Xiaoxue was indeed aware of the jade pendant's dubious nature. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. Gu Xiaoxue paused, then suddenly broke into a smile, her eyes forming crescent shapes. "Did you not say you trust me? Then allow me to handle this matter myself. Previously, I was merely concerned that you might blame me for my departure at that time. However, I have come to understand that there are still those who stand by my side in this world." In that moment, she appeared to revert to her former innocent self. Tang Tian could not help but mutter, "Silly dear." Yet he understood that this girl had indeed undergone a transformation. Perhaps it was only in his presence that she revealed her past self. As long as you are aware of your own heart, there is no need for further unwarranted thoughts. Focus on performing well in the 100 Doors battle. You are one of the individuals that I and Lao Chi have brought forth. Do not bring us disgrace, Tang Tian admonished. Gu Xiaoxue waved her small fists enthusiastically. "Rest assured, I will perform admirably and leave them searching for their teeth." Chapter 176. The battle commences as the sun ascends high in the sky. The much-anticipated 100 Gates battle finally unfolds with the entrance of the host, the White Emperor sect. Over 100 sects, comprising nearly 200,000 participants, gather for this grand competition. However, only the most formidable among them, a mere 10,000, will earn the coveted qualification to enter the celestial abode of Cloud Summit. With a promotion rate of 1 in 20, the competition is undeniably fierce. Under the auspices of the White Emperor sect, each participant is assigned a unique number, paving the way for a random drawing to arrange the duels. The battleground is set in the valley below, where hundreds of arenas stand ready for combat. Once the match begins, all battles will commence simultaneously. Within a single day, nearly half of the contestants, amounting to 100,000, will be eliminated, showcasing the intensity of the contest. The rules of the competition are straightforward. The celestial abode of Cloud Summit seeks to identify true talent, thus disallowing the use of any external aids. Every participant must engage in close combat, exerting their utmost effort. Soon, the resonant chime of a long bell signals the official start of the drawing. The results are almost instantaneous, inscribed upon the nameplates of each contestant. Both Lan Yu and Lu Zhu draw opponents of lesser rank and strength. However, Gu Xiaoxue's fortune takes a turn for the worse as she faces a formidable adversary from the top 10 sects in her very first match. A daunting challenge indeed. Yet, she appears remarkably at ease, a light-hearted grin adorning her face, leaving others to wonder what thoughts occupy her mind. Focus. Don't falter in your first match. Tang Tian cannot help but remark. I won T. I am filled with confidence. Gu Xiaoxue exclaims, her spirit unyielding. Tang Tian shrugs, deciding to leave her to her own devices, trusting his own judgment. Moments later, the battles commence. Lu Zhu is among the first to step onto the stage. Her aura calm as she ascends the arena at the foot of the Qinghua sect. In contests between higher and lower rank participants, the latter must compete on the elevated platforms, granting an advantage to the more prestigious sections. This aspect also tests one's mindset. Overcoming an opponent on their home ground can significantly bolster self-confidence. Before long, a young disciple clad in azure robes approaches the arena from the opposite side, standing face-to-face with Lu Zhu. This disciple, though merely a single minor realm below Lu Zhu, possesses a comparable level of cultivation. Yet, his demeanor betrays his anxiety, with nervousness etched across his visage as he gazes at the assembled disciples of the Qinghua sect. Senior sister, please instruct me, he stammers, his words faltering under the pressure. With the announcer's declaration, the battle officially begins. The young disciple swiftly unsheaths a long saber, assuming a standard combat stance, as if preparing for a formidable challenge. Tang Tian shook his head. This disciple evidently lacked sufficient practical experience. As he immediately initiated the prelude to a duel, it seemed that his sect did not place much emphasis on combat skills. There was no way he could withstand 3 moves from Elzhu. However, the reality proved that Tang Tian had overestimated him. Elzhu's cultivation level surpassed his, and her realm was leagues ahead. Moreover, she had undergone rigorous training under Qi Yuan, showcasing exceptional combat abilities that far exceeded those of this fledgling practitioner. In a mere exchange, he was sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily onto the ground. Elzhu effortlessly clinched her first victory. Is she truly this formidable? Wang Ziyu, observing the spectacle, had astonishment etched across his face. Brother Tang, how have you cultivated her? She seems like a completely different person. Wang Ziyu had previously encountered Elzhu, and the magnitude of her transformation left him momentarily in disbelief. Tang Tian chuckled softly and replied, previously, I had them all specially trained under Master Qi. I believe you understand the implications of that. Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, stealing a glance at Qi Yuan from the other side, before giving Tang Tian a thumbs up. Impressive indeed. Master Qi was not one to easily open his heart to others. The fact that Tang Tian could call him a brother was almost more surreal than attaining his current position. He marveled. Tang Tian shrugged, neither affirming nor denying the sentiment. Perhaps it was merely a fortunate coincidence. Elzhu swiftly secured a point, and shortly after, it was Lan Yu's turn. Lan Yu faced an opponent even weaker than Elzhu's, merely at the transformation realm, and effortlessly triumphed after a single exchange. The 2 lightning-fast victories compelled Yun Kong and Lu Chang'e to glance over towards Tang Tian. The Lan Yu sisters could be regarded as the fastest combat resolvers among all the initiates of Qinghua sect. It was evident that Tang Tian was no ordinary mentor to cultivate them to such excellence. However, Tang Tian paid little heed to the attitudes of others. Once Gu Xiaoxue's battle commenced, he took Wang Ziyu and made their way to the location of the Blackthorn sect. The Blackthorn sect, ranked 9th among sects, was also one of the elder sects established in the early days, although it was slightly weaker compared to Xiang's sect. Nevertheless, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. It remained a dominant presence among ordinary sections. As Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu arrived, Gu Xiaoxue was just stepping onto the stage. Her opponent was a youth clad in black attire, exuding a chilling aura. Upon their ascent to the platform, The disciples of the Blackthorn sect began to murmur about Gu Xiaoxue. Is this little girl even 20 years old? Let me check. Oh my. It appears she is only 16, a disciple from Qinghua sect. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. How amusing it is that a mere 16-year-old has chosen to partake in the 100 Schools tournament. Could she not wait for the next edition? Haha, who knows? Perhaps she possesses a certain confidence. Indeed, let us not forget that Qinghua sect has boldly proclaimed their ambition to secure a position among the top 10. Someone remarked with a chuckle. Yet, soon after, a look of disdain crossed the faces of others. Each edition has its share of those who make grand proclamations. How many have actually succeeded? I surmise that Qinghua sect must be quite desperate, resorting to sending a 16-year-old girl merely to fill their ranks. Though her cultivation level is commendable, being in the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, she could never hope to rival Brother Yan, who is nearing perfection in the same realm. Haha, with aspirations like these, Qinghua sect's desire to break into the top 10 is akin to a fool's errand. Some scoffed derisively. Shortly thereafter, someone cautioned him that members of Qinghua sect were observing from behind, urging him to temper his words. However, the youthful spirit is not so easily quelled. He maintained his stance, and even turned to glare provocatively at Tang Tian. Quite audacious, Tang Tian remarked with a smile, unfazed by the exchange. Such verbal skirmishes are commonplace, encountered wherever one may go. It is only natural. Those from established sects often exhibit such arrogance. What can one do when they are indeed formidable? Wang Ziyu chimed in before shifting the conversation, inquiring, "What do you think of Brother Yan? He certainly seems formidable." Tang Tian paused for a moment before responding softly. "Let us observe for now." Meanwhile, the battle on the arena had already commenced. Chapter 177. Ascending the 9th layer under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The battle atop the arena commenced in earnest. The fiery brother from the Blackthorn sect, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of the young maiden before him, maintained his stance with arms crossed, exhibiting no intention of defense even after the official announcement of the duel began. How could Gu Xiaoxue let such a splendid opportunity slip by? In an instant, her sword was unsheathed, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth, sweeping towards her opponent. True to her nature, she initiated with her most lethal strike, a chilling intent to kill permeating the entire arena. Goodness, how formidable! Gasped the disciples of the Blackthorn sect, utterly astonished by Gu Xiaoxue's performance, which exceeded their expectations. The fiery brother was equally taken aback. It was only when he sensed the nearly tangible murderous intent that he swiftly realized his opponent was not as weak as he had presumed. In the face of Gu Xiaoxue's fierce onslaught, he hastily retaliated, narrowly blocking her initial attack. However, the advantage had already been seized by Gu Xiaoxue. Her assaults cascaded upon him like a torrential downpour, relentless and unyielding. Forced into a defensive position, the fiery brother could only retreat repeatedly, striving to fend off each of Gu Xiaoxue's strikes, with scarcely a moment to breathe. As time elapsed, her attacks grew increasingly fierce, and he began to struggle to keep up, finding himself in perilous situations time and again, looking quite beleaguered. Ultimately, he let out a roar, opting for a strategy of trading injury for injury to unleash a devastating blow, hoping to turn the tide. Yet, the seasoned Gu Xiaoxue was well prepared for such a maneuver. As he launched a powerful punch, the air crackled with intensity, and a terrifying force swept across the arena. Had he been confronting an ordinary practitioner at the out-of-body realm, they would surely have succumbed to the wrath of his furious strike. Unfortunately for him, he struck nothing but air. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Xiaoxue breached his most vulnerable defense. By the time the fiery brother realized his miscalculation, it was far too late. A delicate sword rested against his neck, its chill eliciting a shiver down his spine. "I concede, esteemed brother," Gu Xiaoxue said with a gentle smile, her demeanor betraying no sign of exertion, appearing rather at ease. The fiery brother gritted his teeth, his face suffused with indignation. Had he not underestimated his opponent's strength from the outset, he would not have found himself at such a disadvantage after their initial encounter. At the very least, he believed they were evenly matched. Alas, there are no second chances. With the blade poised at his throat, he was left with no choice but to surrender. Victory goes to Gu Xiaoxue of the Qinghua sect, the arena host declared, announcing the outcome of this fierce contest. A cacophony of disbelief erupted among the disciples of the Blackthorn sect. They could scarcely fathom that their fiery brother had been bested by a mere 16-year-old girl in the span of a single battle. It must be noted that even among the disciples of the Blackthorn sect, Brother Yin stands out as one of the foremost figures. His defeat has inevitably stirred a sense of unease within them. Could it be that the Qinghua sect truly has the potential to infiltrate the top 10 ranks? The expressions of the Blackthorn sect members varied greatly. In stark contrast, however, Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu appeared remarkably at ease. Is this all there is? Wang Ziyu openly mocked, having expected the venerable sect to possess greater prowess. A disciple from the Blackthorn sect turned to glare at him, yet found himself powerless to retaliate given their defeat. Let us depart. After witnessing Gu Xiaoshue's battle, Tang Tian felt reassured. Although her cultivation may not match that of the Lan Yu sisters, her foundational skills are exceptionally profound, her comprehension of the Tao remarkably deep, and her combat experience seemingly superior. In fact, her overall strength surpasses that of the Lan Yu sisters. It seems likely that they will navigate the 100 sect battle without significant issues. A moment later, the two returned to their position in the Qinghua sect. After conversing with Li Hong, they discovered that the Qinghua sect had already experienced its first loss. Some unfortunate souls had drawn opponents of overwhelming strength, suffering devastating defeats. Others had even been overwhelmed by disciples from lesser sects, primarily due to their own underperformance. Observing Yun Kong's displeased expression, it seemed he would soon face a reprimand. The battles continued with fervor, lasting throughout the morning. Only as noon approached did the first round finally conclude. The second round would pit victors against victors and losers against losers. In the victors group, winning just one more match would secure enough points to advance to the second stage of elimination tomorrow. The others, however, would need to continue their struggles. The draw for this round resulted in the Lan Yu sisters facing formidable opponents, while Gu Xiaoxue seemed to have drawn the short straw again, facing a disciple from a top 10 sect. Yet, this opponent appeared rather ordinary, lacking the strength of Brother Yin from their previous encounter. After an intense battle, the three emerged victorious, earning their second point and successfully advancing. Numerous battles lay ahead, becoming increasingly intense as everyone fought with all their might for the slim chance of advancement. However, after observing for a while, Tang Tian gradually lost interest. He entrusted Qi Yuan with oversight and, accompanied by Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters, returned to their encampment at the Qinghua sect. Gu Xiaoxue, being a pure disciple, was not under his purview. Upon returning, Tang Tian instructed the Lan Yu sisters to analyze their gains and losses in preparation for the next match. He also urged Li Hong to diligently enhance his strength, providing him with several Lioli beads as assistance. Following the 100 sect battle, he realized he had some time to further his own cultivation within the Myriad Demon Trial Tower. After arranging matters with several subordinates, Tang Tian retreated to his quarters. Having indulged for 5 days, it was time to resume his training. Allowing his pet to explore, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation. The enigmatic ancient jade unleashed its full potential, as an abundance of primordial spiritual energy surged continuously into Tang Tian's being, leading to a steady enhancement of his cultivation. He was nearing the critical threshold of the 9th layer of ascension. Consequently, over the following days, Tang Tian refrained from attending any elimination matches, choosing instead to immerse himself in solitary meditation within his residence. At last, after 5 days, as all the spiritual energy within him transformed into celestial power, his dantian expanded to the limits of the mortal realm. Presently, his dantian was nearly entirely composed of celestial energy. Should he undergo this transformation once more, the remaining spiritual energy in his dantian would completely convert into celestial power, achieving the pinnacle of ascension, commonly referred to as the half-step immortal. Subsequently, by gradually refining his body, he would complete the ultimate process of transcending mortality to become a true immortal. Tang Tian exhaled deeply, gazing into the distance. That day was finally approaching. Chapter 178. The 5th day after breaking through to the 9th layer of transformation, Tang Tian once again arrived at the valley where the grand competition was held. It is essential to balance work and rest, and the spiritual energy required to achieve complete transformation is nearly equivalent to the cumulative total of the previous 9 layers. It cannot be accomplished in a single day. Taking a moment to rest is prudent. Upon reaching the valley, Tang Tian located the position of the Qinghua sect. The area above the valley was still teeming with spectators. Such a gathering of talents competing on the same stage is a rare spectacle, and practitioners would not miss the opportunity to observe. However, the number of disciples participating in the 100 Sects tournament had already diminished significantly. Over 90,000 participants were eliminated during the first day's knockout rounds. Approximately 1/5 of the Qingyue sect's members had been eliminated, and even the Heiji sect and Ziyang sect suffered losses. From the second day until now, the competition remained in the knockout stage, albeit with slight modifications to the format. Most notably, the elimination ratio had decreased. On the second day, 30,000 participants were eliminated. On the third and fourth days, 20,000 each. Today, it was anticipated that around 10,000 would be eliminated, leaving only the final 20,000 to advance to the next round. By the time Tang Tian arrived, the day's battles were nearing their conclusion. "Tang brother," Wang Ziyu called out as he spotted Tang Tian approaching from a distance. Moments later, Tang Tian sat down beside him. "How are things going?" he inquired. Wang Ziyu replied with enthusiasm, "Absolutely exhilarating. Not to mention the several platforms right beneath us, which have seen no less than 100 participants carried away. They truly were carried off. The battles were fierce, limbs severed, the platforms stained with blood." That fellow Wang Ziyu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Tang Tian felt a sense of dismay. Perhaps this is the joy of those who revel in such chaos, a sentiment he found difficult to comprehend. "How is the performance of the Qingyue sect?" Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu pondered briefly before responding, "Fairly standard. Our stronger elites have encountered little trouble, with over a dozen remaining unbeaten thus far. However, those at the lower tier are somewhat dismal. Nearly half have been eliminated, and a significant number are struggling on the brink of elimination. At most, half will succeed in advancing." Tang Tian nodded. Half, which amounts to over 600 individuals, could only be considered barely acceptable. The Qingyue sect's objective this time was to secure a position within the top 10. Based on past experiences, a minimum of 300 individuals must successfully advance to contend for the top spots, and the pinnacle of talent must be exceptionally distinguished. Nevertheless, Tang Tian was not overly concerned. Yun Kong had made extensive preparations for this day, ensuring that the most elite disciples had been undergoing rigorous secret training, resulting in formidable strength. To speak of facts, even the formidable Lan Yu and Lu Zhu experienced a couple of defeats during the 5-day competition. Conversely, the disciples from the Pure sect boast an astonishing record of over 10 consecutive victories. Among all the individuals Tang Tian knows, only the girl Gu Xiaoxue remains undefeated thus far. Following the conclusion of today's battles, the upcoming promotion rounds promised to be even more exhilarating. Wang Ziyu continued, stating that the final 20,000 participants would be divided into 20 groups of 1,000 each to engage in internal scoring battles. The top 300 from each group would secure direct advancement to Yunding Tianfu, while the bottom 300 would face immediate elimination. The 400 in the middle tier would then compete against the equivalent tier from other groups until the complete list of promotions is determined. "The ensuing clashes are bound to intensify," he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Tang Tian shrugged. Indeed, under such a competitive framework, the further one progresses, the scarcer the opportunities become. Everyone would exert themselves to the utmost, refusing to yield until the very last moment. The intensity of the battles would likely rival that of life and death struggles. Even now, both sides were fighting as if their lives depended on it. Tang Tian witnessed 2 disciples on the stage, blood splattering as they fought fiercely. Both possessed equal strength and battled until they collapsed, exhausted, resulting in a draw. However, the brutal consequences of such relentless effort meant they could not participate in subsequent fights. Elimination had become inevitable. "Is there anything else?" Tang Tian inquired after observing the clashes for a while. "Certainly," Wang Ziyu replied with a smile. "Everyone aspires to secure a position in the top 10, and the established sects are unwilling to relinquish their standing easily. When factions meet on the battlefield, genuine animosity inevitably arises. Occasionally, the conflict escalates to the point where entire sects become embroiled. Over the past few days, I have witnessed several confrontations between sects, with some resorting to outright brawls, ultimately resulting in the expulsion of the instigators by the Bai sect for reflection." Tang Tian smirked. "Indeed, where there are people, there are disputes, and even among those under the same banner of Tianfu, such conflicts are unavoidable. The Qingyu sect has also faced its share of provocations, yet they have been quelled by the young sect master. Wang Ziyu leaned in closer and whispered, "This fellow appears quite amiable, but when angered, he truly means business." Even managing to push back against the Heiji sect without anyone being able to counter him. In the end, those sects had no choice but to send some young masters to create trouble for our sect. However, Lu Chang'e is not one to be underestimated. Those young masters are no match for him and are treated like children in his presence, which is utterly hilarious. Observing Wang Ziyu's cheerful demeanor, Tang Tian mused to himself that indeed, numerous amusing events had transpired in recent days. By the way, Wang Ziyu suddenly mentioned, "The people from Yunding Tianfu have also arrived." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the matter at hand. "What brings them here?" he inquired. Wang Ziyu curled his lip and replied, "Just checking on the potential candidates for the future. Sometimes they come early to scout for individuals of interest in the Hundred Gates War. They likely wish to prepare in advance, as these individuals will eventually head to the heavenly capital." Tang Tian understood. The internal dynamics of the heavenly capital were exceedingly intricate, and naturally, people aspired to recruit exceptional talents under their banner, wanting to gain prior insights into the promising candidates. "Very well," he said, and then engaged in casual conversation while observing the competition below. After a while, a notification resonated within the depths of his mind. "Transaction completed. You have acquired innate Dao Jade, 23, for 111. You have obtained consumption points, 23, 411 billion. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. It seemed that Wang Gang's expansion efforts had already commenced. Chapter 179. The excited kitten before us stands an unremarkable ordinary dwelling, nestled in a remarkably tranquil street. Suddenly, with a creak, the wooden door swings open, and a youthful figure, handsome as jade, emerges. It is Wang Gang. Following closely behind him is an elderly gentleman, his hair and beard as white as snow, a celestial powerhouse from the Tingyun Commerce Association. Together, they stride towards the serene outskirts of the small village. After a brief moment, the elder speaks, "President, might we be acting a tad too hastily?" Wang Gang glances at him and inquires, "What do you mean?" The elder furrows his brow. "That is a sum of 80,000 innate Dao Jade. To simply cast it aside, acquiring only a fraction of shares from other associations, seems imprudent. With such substantial capital, I believe we should first assimilate some of their external enterprises, progressing gradually. This approach would yield better results while incurring lesser overall costs. Securing a few shares offers scant advantage." Wang Gang pauses, then replies softly, "I comprehend your perspective. However, this is the arrangement of the young master." The elder's brow deepens further. "I recognize it is the young master's idea, but I do not wish to offend him. Yet, he may not fully grasp the intricacies of commercial operations. Should we not, at an opportune moment, endeavor to elucidate matters for him, potentially altering some of his notions? I fear that the Tingyun Commerce Association may be taking overly ambitious strides, which could lead to complications and jeopardize our foundation." At this, Wang Gang abruptly halts. Turning to face him, "Elder Huang, you should understand that without young Master Tang, our association would have disbanded long ago." He locks eyes with Elder Huang. The elder, taken aback, quickly responds, "I certainly grasp this matter. However, precisely for this reason, should we not strive to enhance our operations, ensuring the Tingyun Commerce Association flourishes? Achieving profitability swiftly would also provide an account to young Master Tang." Observing the earnestness in Elder Huang's demeanor, Wang Gang exhales softly, speaking gently, "Elder Huang, you have yet to grasp one essential truth. The current association belongs solely to young Master Tang. It is his personal property. Thus, whatever notions he proposes, we must adhere to his wishes. Do you understand?" Elder Huang's forehead creases. "Are we to follow his decisions without question, even if they are flawed?" Wang Gang shakes his head, "Certainly not. Every decision, with its merits and demerits, must be clearly articulated to the young master. It is our duty. However, Elder Huang, you must remember what I am about to say." The elder instantly adopts a solemn demeanor, listening intently. Wang Gang ponders his words before continuing. Young Master Tang is an extraordinary individual. His ideas are unprecedented, unparalleled. It can be said that this individual has transcended the realm of comprehension for ordinary people. Thus, we cannot presume to interpret the intentions of the young master from a common perspective. I have long discussed with him the pros and cons of the expansion of the Chamber of Commerce, and our current actions are the result of his careful deliberation. As for why he has chosen this course of action, Huang Lao, I believe you understand better than I do that certain matters should not be subject to casual speculation. Huang Lao's gaze sharpened instantly. Indeed, how can the decisions of those in power be casually interpreted or interfered with? Upon reflection, the mere presence of such thoughts reveals that I have yet to fully detach myself from my previous role as a decision-maker. However, the entire Chamber of Commerce now belongs to Tang Tian as his private property. Observing Huang Lao's reaction, Wang Gang realized he had come to terms with this reality. In fact, situations akin to Huang Lao's are quite common within the chamber. Since Tang Tian has rarely made an appearance, it appears as though the decisions are still being made by their group. Wang Gang could not allow this situation to persist. Otherwise, should Tang Tian become displeased, the chamber could face an irretrievable collapse. Today's awakening of Huang Lao marks the beginning of internal reform. Huang Lao, you have devoted your life to the chamber, and I know your deep-seated feelings for it, Wang Gang continued. Yet it is precisely for this reason that we must exercise greater caution to ensure the chamber's continued existence. Of course, I recognize your good intentions. However, it cannot be overstated that we must not underestimate our new president. His capabilities and financial resources far exceed our expectations. Therefore, do not fret that our current actions may lead to unforeseen complications. I can assure you that the 80,000 innate Dao Jade is merely the beginning. Huang Lao was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. 80,000 Dao Jade is just the beginning? Wang Gang smiled and nodded. I also have several tens of thousands of Dao Jade and liquid assets, all provided by the young master. Moreover, he has expressed that financial issues are not an obstacle. Huang Lao's mouth fell open, rendered speechless. Having spent the majority of his life in the chamber, he understood better than anyone the terrifying potential embedded in the notion that finances are not a problem. Wang Gang smiled again and turned to continue on his path. Therefore, let us not overthink matters. Instead, let us focus earnestly on our tasks. Our forthcoming mission is to strive for expansion with all our might. Additionally, remember to refrain from referring to the Tengyun Chamber of Commerce in the future. We are now known as Tianxiatong. Huang Lao watched Wang Gang's retreating figure, took a deep breath, and ultimately nodded to himself, setting forth with resolute steps to follow. In the imperial city, at the competition site, Tang Tian observed the sudden increase of 160,000 innate Dao Jade in the system, knowing that Wang Gang had already commenced their endeavors. Before departing from Qingwei Gate, he entrusted all his hundreds of thousands of Jade tokens to Wang Gang, facilitating the subsequent expansion efforts. The development of the Merchant Association undoubtedly necessitated financial resources. One cannot simply halt progress due to personal absence. Having expended 80,000 Jade tokens so swiftly, he pondered whether the remaining tokens would suffice. Tang Tian stroked his chin, contemplating whether to send additional Jade tokens back. The quicker the Merchant Association expanded, the greater the potential rewards he could reap, making it rather essential. After some deliberation, he resolved to wait a while longer. The distance to the imperial city was simply too great. Even a typical celestial being would likely require around a month to return. By that time, he would have already utilized the Great Domain Transmission Array, unless he could enlist the aid of someone above the Golden Immortal level. It seemed prudent to let things unfold naturally. After all, his reward points had already surpassed 10 trillion, sufficient to exchange for a Dao-level talent or physique. With this thought in mind, Tang Tian rose and departed the valley, returning to his residence. After setting up the array outside, he prepared to make his exchange. However, at that moment, a small figure suddenly emerged from the void. As the essence of the world, it was impervious to arrays of a lower rule level. Old Tang, the little one exclaimed with great excitement, immediately rushing toward him and tugging at his arm, urging him to follow. Quick, quick, quick! I've discovered an incredible place. Absolutely exhilarating. My heavens, I can hardly move after seeing it. I just want to embrace it. Just thinking about that scene makes me nearly faint. Come with me. It tugged eagerly at Tang Tian. With a perplexed expression, he regarded the extraordinarily animated creature, noticing its body radiated a palpable warmth, even displaying a hint of pink on its skin, clearly a sign of overstimulation. What on earth had it seen? Chapter 180. Celestial Surveillance. As twilight descended, the vast city of eternal night illuminated with countless lights, resembling an unending celebration. Under some insistence, Tang Tian found himself in a bustling area of the main city. Upon his arrival, he exhaled softly, for this place did not seem to harbor any dubious undertones. A magnificent edifice loomed at the heart of the city, resplendent under the purplish glow, exuding both opulence and authority. Gazing upwards, he beheld 3 bold characters inscribed on a grand plaque, Celestial Surveillance. What manner of place is this? Tang Tian inquired. A most peculiar and treasure-laden domain. Ah, you'll soon discover it for yourself, replied Xiao, tugging him along into the building of Celestial Surveillance. Once inside, the interior's design diverged from Tang Tian's expectations. He had envisioned a vibrant locale where the affluent indulged in revelries. Yet the Celestial Surveillance was a series of identical chambers, tightly packed together, devoid of even a garden for leisure. This aesthetic starkly contrasted with the lively exterior. Even more curiously, the narrow streets were eerily vacant. Occasionally, a passerby would hurry by, swiftly disappearing around a corner. Could this be a hub for clandestine dealings? Tang Tian pondered aloud. Xiao chuckled. I see you are unfamiliar with the world. Follow me, and I shall broaden your horizons. With that, Xiao transformed into a sun-kissed youth and led the way. Tang Tian, unable to discern the nature of Zhao's riddle, followed closely. They soon arrived at a relatively larger structure, resembling the reception area of Celestial Surveillance. Xiao approached a staff member and engaged in a few casual exchanges before returning with 2 white jade plates. Come, let us find ourselves a room, Xiao said, offering one of the plates to Tang Tian. Upon receiving it, Tang Tian sensed a distinct spatial fluctuation emanating from the plate. This phenomenon was extraordinary, seemingly harboring an array of formations designed to capture one's consciousness, a combination he had never encountered before. It felt as though it could transport an individual's thoughts to another location. Recalling the desolate streets outside, a conjecture began to form in Tang Tian's mind. Could it be that this was the medium through which everyone communicated? Here we are. Let us enter, Xiao announced as he guided Tang Tian to their designated room. The chamber was modest, akin to a small bedroom. Its decor was strikingly simplistic. No bed, merely a few comfortable chairs and a table, atop which lay some delectable spiritual fruits. Enough with the suspense. What on earth is going on? Speak up, Tang Tian inquired as he settled down. Xiao chuckled softly, brandishing a jade plate in his hand, and declared, This is it. I stumbled upon this place by mere chance and decided to explore. I never imagined that humans could be so ingenious as to create an illusory realm in such a manner. You should try probing into the jade plate with your consciousness. An illusory realm? Tang Tian, somewhat skeptical, pondered whether the world Xiao described aligned with his own understanding. Let us see, he resolved. He retrieved the jade plate and extended a thread of his consciousness into it. Upon entry, the formations within the plate were instantly activated, guiding Tang Tian into a space shrouded in white mist. This was, in fact, a minuscule interior of the jade plate, appearing less confined through the lens of his consciousness. Amidst the mist stood a grand door of white jade, and before it loomed a remarkably majestic puppet lion, its eyes gleaming with a spark of intelligence. Esteemed guest, welcome to the Celestial Patrol Realm, the puppet lion articulated. Tang Tian refrained from responding, recognizing that while the lion possessed a modicum of wisdom, it was still far from being a true sentient being, merely a puppet. After a brief pause, the lion continued, You are about to enter the Celestial Patrol Realm. Please select a suitable identity for your forthcoming journey. As it spoke, several words representing various identities emanated from the lion's eyes. Middle-aged cultivator, young cultivator, elderly cultivator, dandy, young maiden, enchanting woman, and more, over a dozen identities, each embodying a distinct persona. Tang Tian, taken aback by this array of choices, mused, What is this? I need to select an identity? Are we about to embark on an adventure? In a moment of disorientation, he experienced an odd sensation of being transported back in time, a notion both absurd and bewildering. After a while, Tang Tian gradually regained his composure. What happens if I choose an identity? He pondered. After some reflection, he opted for that of a young male cultivator. Upon confirming his choice, a veil of white mist suddenly enveloped him, completely shrouding his form. He could distinctly feel the white mist restructuring the external appearance of his consciousness according to a preordained design. In merely a few breaths, the mist dissipated, revealing a transformed Tang Tian. His height had slightly diminished, His physique remained the same, yet his facial features and attire had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Notably, although the mist had vanished, it had left an invisible barrier around him, obstructing any probing of his consciousness. It could be said that even the most familiar of individuals would be utterly unable to recognize him now. This is rather intriguing, he mused. Tang Tian gently stroked his chin, contemplating the jade plate before him. At first glance, it appeared rather unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, it was adorned with no fewer than 1,000 intricate high-level formations, the precision and complexity of which left even him feeling a sense of awe. When combined, these formations possessed a myriad of diverse functions, and preliminary estimations suggested there could be at least 10,000 variations. What lay before him, however, was likely only about 1% of its potential. Thus, the remaining functionalities surely awaited him beyond this grand portal. With a newfound curiosity, Tang Tian resolved to uncover the true nature of this enigma. After firmly determining his choice of identity, he stepped forward and pushed open the imposing door before him. Chapter 181. The abandoned remnants. The grand white jade gate appeared to be immensely weighty, yet it yielded effortlessly to Tang Tian's push as he entered. A blinding flash of white light enveloped him, revealing a novel and extraordinary realm. This place was, astonishingly, a city suspended in the sky. Alternatively, it could be described as an architectural ensemble comprising numerous floating islands. As he gazed around, he observed several floating islands, not far apart, hovering in the boundless void, each varying in size. The island beneath Tang Tian's feet was relatively petite. However, it resembled a small city, adorned with an array of peculiar and diverse structures. Bustling streets teemed with people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yet, a dissonance lingered. The number of identical faces among the populace was strikingly excessive. A mere glance revealed numerous male cultivators bearing an uncanny resemblance to himself, alongside many middle-aged practitioners and youthful maidens. Tang Tian surmised that this phenomenon stemmed from the limited selection of predefined identities, resulting in a plethora of identical appearances. However, contemplating from another perspective, such a system could effectively safeguard each individual's true identity. What a remarkable virtual world this is. Tang Tian couldn't help but marvel. At that moment, a captivating woman suddenly leaped in front of Tang Tian. "Young master," she exclaimed, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Tang Tian cast a sidelong glance at her. Such antics could only belong to Xiao. "I must ask, why did you choose such an appearance? It hardly aligns with your personality," he remarked. Xiao's avatar was curvaceous, exuding an air of sultriness, yet one could hardly imagine a sultry beauty bending at the knees, hands tucked away, and wearing a smirk that bordered on the impudent. The essence of allure was utterly lost. "Is that so? I find it quite delightful," Xiao replied, tugging at her garments, nearly revealing a vast expanse of fair skin. Fortunately, it seemed that the Celestial Patrol had established certain rules that prevented the exposure of inappropriate areas. After several futile attempts, Xiao surrendered and inquired, "Let us set aside appearances for now. What do you think of this place? Isn't it eye-opening?" Tang Tian gazed into the distance, where each structure appeared strikingly lifelike, even allowing him to feel a gentle breeze caressing his face. Yet, he was acutely aware that all of this was mere illusion. "Indeed, it is quite impressive. I never anticipated encountering such a spectacle within the realm of cultivation," Tang Tian responded earnestly, nodding in agreement. The existence of a virtual world in the cultivation realm was something he had neither heard of nor witnessed before. Xiao chuckled gleefully, evidently pleased with Tang Tian's reaction. "You have yet to see even more astonishing wonders. The primary function here is trading. You will encounter an abundance of treasures, delicacies, materials, and so much more. It's truly a cornucopia. Whatever you wish to buy, you shall find." The novel narrates. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as he inquired, "Isn't this a virtual world? How can one sell goods here? If I make a purchase, what method will I use to pay?" With a gentle smile, Xiao explained, "Do not forget about that jade plate. It possesses a teleportation function. If both parties reach an agreement, the Celestial Patrol will notarize the transaction, creating a certificate for the exchange. Once you leave this place, you can utilize that jade plate to conduct transactions in the real world. I have acquired numerous items through this method. It is remarkably convenient." Listening to Zhao's explanation, Tang Tian was rendered speechless. They have even devised online transactions? Moreover, With the jade plate for teleportation, the need for transportation is entirely eliminated. This is simply astounding. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the boundless ingenuity of humanity, which can conceive of such innovations. As long as there exists a common need, the inventions produced will undoubtedly bear striking similarities. Furthermore, coming from another world, Tang Tian was acutely aware of the immense potential of such a creation. Trading is merely a fundamental function. If further refined, one could incorporate chatting, making friends, entertainment, cultivation, and more. Anything existent in this world could be transposed. Even that which does not exist in reality could be conjured within the virtual realm. The extent of imagination dictates the vastness of the virtual world. However, the realization of these aspirations hinges upon first comprehending the operational mechanics of this virtual environment. Presently, Tang Tian's focus was not on this. He would address it when the opportunity arose. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Tang Tian nodded in admiration. But he quickly shifted the conversation, asking, "But is that all? Surely, you wouldn't be so excited over this alone?" When Xiao first approached him, it seemed as though she had encountered a group of stunningly beautiful beings. It was simply outrageous. That could not possibly be the reason for her exuberance. With a mischievous smile, Xiao replied, "Come, I shall take you to another place. I have heard it belongs to the true celestial abode." With that, Xiao seized Tang Tian's hand and sped towards the center of the floating island. Along the way, she regaled him with tales about the surrounding floating islands. It turned out that the island beneath their feet was the celestial patrol within the imperial city. Anyone entering through the imperial city would arrive at this floating island. As for the other floating islands, they represented various divisions of the celestial patrol. Among these numerous islands, one stood out. Its area is significantly surpassing that of the others by several fold, indicating that the scale of that division exceeded even that of the imperial city. It was the Celestial Patrol Division near the Celestial Abode. Even though Tang Tian and his companions hailed from a distant imperial city, under the unique rules of this virtual world, they were able to enter the floating island of the Celestial Abode Division and engage in transactions there. This method of transcending space is indeed a remarkably formidable technique. Tang Tian speculated that behind the celestial observation realm, there must exist entities surpassing even the celestial kings, personally overseeing the operations. Perhaps there are even higher powers at play. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to conceive such extraordinary inventions. After traversing the teleportation array at the heart of the Imperial City floating island, Tang Tian and Xiao arrived at the floating island belonging to the Celestial Abode. Subsequently, Xiao guided Tang Tian to a magnificent and imposing structure. This edifice was known as the Hall of Remnant Paths. Upon entering, Xiao pulled Tang Tian along to the innermost depths of the hall. Before them stood rows of towering display cases, each housing a fragmentary celestial artifact or divine weapon. The dense force of rules surged forth to greet them. "This is it," Xiao exclaimed, unable to tear its gaze away from the remnants, eyes sparkling with excitement. Almost drooling in anticipation, Tang Tian furrowed his brow as he examined their descriptions. After a moment, he finally comprehended the purpose of the Hall of Remnant Paths. It was dedicated to the sale of these incomplete celestial artifacts. Most of these remnants had lost their original functions and could no longer serve as weapons, standing in stark contrast to the damaged blade from the celestial nurturing. However, they still retained a notable essence of the force of rules, which could be utilized for comprehending the principles of the celestial path. If one could indeed glean insights from them, it would be an endeavor of great value. Thus, their prices were correspondingly steep. A celestial king's weapon, reduced to a mere third of its original form, was astonishingly priced at 7 pieces of innate Dao jade. Tang Tian was taken aback. This price was indeed rather exorbitant. No wonder so many items had yet to be sold. Yet for him, price was entirely inconsequential. However, his thoughts were met with a different interpretation in Zhao's ears. "Please. No," it implored. "These items are immensely nourishing for me. Old Tang. Oh no, brother Tang, my dear brother, please get me some. Pretty please." Zhao's emotions were clearly written across its face, revealing its earnest plea. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle at its amusing demeanor. It turned out that Xiao was so excited because of these treasures. Naturally, he would not refuse such a request. After learning that Xiao needed these rule-infused items to grow, Tang Tian had previously promised to seek out similar treasures whenever possible. This was not only for Zhao's benefit, but also for his own, as Zhao's advancement would also elevate the mysterious ancient jade in his possession. Perhaps, at a certain level, the energies produced by the jade would transcend spiritual power and transform into pure celestial energy. Why not seize such an opportunity? Very well, as you wish. Chapter 182. Decisive and efficient within the Hall of the Remnants. The crowd was sparse. Even when someone entered, they would shake their heads in dismay upon seeing the prices of the damaged weapons and promptly take their leave. Indeed, the costs of these remnants were rather steep. Though they had once belonged to the extraordinary, they were now severely impaired, having lost all practical worth and retaining only their value for scholarly study, a consideration seldom entertained by the average cultivator. Tang Tian lingered there for quite some time, observing the absence of any transactions, not even casual negotiations on price. The attendant behind the counter slumped dejectedly, evidently accustomed to such a lack of business. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian spoke up, addressing the shopkeeper. "Do you sell the items here?" The attendant, initially bewildered, lifted his head to gaze at Tang Tian. Suddenly, as if a light had dawned upon him, he sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "Yes, of course we do." In his eagerness, he leaped from behind the counter but stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. It was clear that they had not conducted business in some time, otherwise, he would not have been so animated. "Dear customer, which item has caught your eye?" The attendant approached Tang Tian, a youthful cultivator, rubbing his hands together and wearing a broad smile. Tang Tian gestured towards the large display cabinet beside him, inquiring, "How much for this item?" Peering over, the attendant's gaze fell upon a shattered royal weapon, and a look of discomfort crossed his face. "Dear customer, the price we have set is the price you must pay. This is the rule of the Hall of the Remnants, and I cannot alter it. Therefore, the price stands as it is." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the attendant had misunderstood his intention. He was not merely inquiring about that singular damaged royal weapon. However, from what he heard, he grasped why other shops bustled with activity while this one remained eerily quiet. How could one expect to conduct business when prices could not be negotiated? "You have misunderstood," Tang Tian said gently. "I am aware of the prices and find them acceptable. What I wish to know is the total cost for everything within this entire display cabinet." The attendant was momentarily stunned, staring wide-eyed at Tang Tian, struggling to comprehend his words. "You wish to acquire everything in this cabinet? There are over 100 items here. Can you truly manage that? Are you jesting, dear customer?" Tang Tian chuckled softly. "I assure you, I am not here to jest. If it is possible, I would like to purchase every item in your establishment in one fell swoop." He found no need to sift through the items. He simply wished to acquire the entire shop. However, these words nearly caused the clerk's eyes to bulge in disbelief. He found himself at a loss for words, as such a situation had never occurred before. Since its inception, the Residual Path Pavilion had been fortunate to sell 3 to 5 items in a single day, which was already considered quite remarkable. To buy out the entire inventory? He had never even dared to dream of such an outcome. The clerk felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, momentarily struggling to grasp how to continue the conversation. Observing his bewilderment, Tang Tian felt a twinge of disdain. Was this truly the establishment within the Celestial Summit? It hardly lived up to his expectations. Just a few tens of thousands of innate Dao Jades had left him so astonished, it was utterly incongruous with his vision of the Celestial Summit. Noticing the clerk's prolonged silence, Tang Tian gently cleared his throat and inquired, "Is there a problem?" The clerk, jolted back to reality by the prompt, hurriedly replied, "Oh no, nothing at all. I merely did not anticipate the magnitude of your request. Such a substantial order cannot be decided unilaterally. Perhaps you would be willing to wait a moment while I fetch our manager?" Tang Tian nodded in agreement. In a flurry, the clerk hastily arranged chairs and tables for Tang Tian and his companion before vanishing behind the counter. Before long, a flash of light heralded the arrival of 2 figures at the back of the counter. One was the previous clerk, while the other was a young cultivator strikingly similar to Tang Tian himself. It was hard not to critique the establishment. Everything seemed commendable. Yet the lack of character customization was glaring. Surely, they could have incorporated at least some facial features or attire options. Lost in such thoughts, the young man approached Tang Tian. "Greetings, I am Cui Shuriying, the manager of the Residual Path Pavilion. May I inquire whether you wish to purchase all of our residual weapons?" The manager introduced himself right away. indicating that his identity within the Celestial Summit was likely no secret. Indeed, please calculate the price, Tang Tian replied directly. Cui Shiying paused momentarily, then smiled. Would you like me to provide an introduction to these items? Among them are a few remnants of celestial sovereigns, each holding significant potential. They may aid you in your future enlightenment. The demeanor of Cui Shiying was a stark contrast to that of the earlier clerk. His calmness and composure suggested a man seasoned by experience, aligning more closely with Tang Tian's expectations of the summit. However, regarding his suggestion, Tang Tian shook his head. No need. I find them intriguing and simply wish to acquire them for amusement. Just tell me the price. Cui Shiying was momentarily taken aback. It was a rarity to encounter someone willing to spend tens of thousands of innate Dao Jades for mere play. Yet, as he assessed Tang Tian's demeanor, he searched his memory but could not identify anyone who matched this enigmatic figure. Could he be a discreet, mysterious tycoon? Of course, he responded. As he spoke, Cui Shiying retrieved a jade talisman from his pocket and handed it to Tang Tian. The information regarding all the treasures within the Remnant Dao Hall is contained within this talisman. You may examine it. Each item is meticulously catalogued. Collectively, they amount to 24,376 pieces of innate Dao Jade. He announced the price. Tang Tian nodded, finding it to be quite reasonable. Such establishments typically do not engage in petty tricks for minor profits. Very well, I shall purchase it, Tang Tian declared, stowing away the talisman. Cui Shiying was taken aback. Nearly 25,000 pieces of innate Dao Jade is no trivial sum. He had already devised numerous strategies, intending to maximize profits from their sale. Yet, the swift acceptance from Tang Tian left him feeling somewhat disarmed, a sense of emptiness creeping in. Nonetheless, he relished this sensation. Are you certain? Cui Shiying inquired. If so, we may proceed to draft an agreement. Tang Tian affirmed his decision with certainty. Subsequently, under the auspices of the Celestial Patrol, they formulated a straightforward transaction agreement. Once they departed from the Celestial Patrol, they would be able to conduct the transaction in the physical realm using the Jade Plate. After finalizing these arrangements, Tang Tian turned to Cui Shiying and asked once more, do you have any other items of a similar nature? Chapter 183. Approaching full-level Cui Shiying found himself in a state of bewilderment. As the steward of the Residual Path Hall, his foremost desire was to sell as many items from the store as possible. However, due to exorbitant pricing and rigid regulations, the hall's profitability had always been lackluster. Despite his relentless efforts, the impact was minimal, leading him to ultimately adopt a more resigned attitude. Yet today, an attendant from the Celestial Patrol unexpectedly approached him, claiming that someone wished to purchase all the items in the store in one fell swoop. Initially, Cui Shiying thought the attendant was pulling his leg. However, upon further reflection, he concluded that unless the attendant had consumed an excessive amount of counterfeit liquor, such self-sabotaging behavior was unlikely. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Cui Shiying made his way to the Celestial Patrol. To his astonishment, there truly was someone intent on acquiring every single item in the store, executing the transaction with such decisiveness that there was no room for haggling. It was akin to buying a cotton candy on the street. Individuals with such audacity were rare, even in the Tianfu region. Moreover, this individual inquired whether there were additional items available. Indeed, there are, Cui Shiying responded. Our Residual Path Hall specializes in collecting discarded divine weapons, and our inventory is extensive. What you see here is likely less than 1/20th of our total stock. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. It was evident that the consumption level in Yunding Tianfu was remarkably high. A relatively obscure Residual Path Hall possessed such a substantial inventory. Then please bring out more, Tang Tian said. I am in a particularly good mood today and wish to purchase more of these items. Cui Shiying fell silent, reflecting on how someone could casually part with tens of thousands of innate Dao Jade while he, during his most euphoric moments, had only ever managed to divide a single piece of Dao Jade to gift to his favored female celestial. Of course, this was also somewhat a reflection of his frugal nature. Are you in a hurry? Cui Shiying inquired. Tang Tian nodded. Yes, I am. It would be best if we could proceed immediately. The night is long, and dreams are plentiful. Furthermore, I am not well acquainted with the Celestial Patrol and prefer not to engage in numerous large transactions here. However, Cui Shiying shook his head. That may be beyond my capabilities. Although the goods in the Celestial Patrol are mere ethereal projections, they must undergo rigorous inspection and transformation. To ensure authenticity, the patrol requires that every detail of each item be meticulously displayed. This process takes time. For this store to be restocked, it would likely take at least a month. Tang Tian frowned at this revelation. A month? He would have already departed from the Imperial City by then, and his next entry into the Celestial Patrol remained uncertain. It appeared that further dealings were not feasible. Very well. Tang Tian spoke. Let us proceed in this manner for now. Please make your preparations. And once I depart from the Celestial Patrol realm, I shall consider the trade. With that, Tang Tian rose from his seat, ready to exit the Hall of Remnants. Noticing the hint of disappointment on his face, Cui Shiying contemplated briefly and hurriedly followed after him. Esteemed guest, please hold on. Cui Shiying interjected as he stepped in front of Tang Tian. Tang Tian inquired, is there something else? Cui Shiying replied with a smile. Your presence in our Hall of Remnants surely signifies some divine orchestration. I believe there will be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, did you not say that your goods are currently unavailable? Moreover, I do not anticipate returning to the Celestial Patrol realm anytime soon. Cui Shiying chuckled. While the Celestial Patrol realm may be off limits, the material world remains accessible. Although I am unaware of your exact origins, I have a strong feeling that our paths will cross again. Therefore, I propose this. Upon our transaction, I shall present you with a golden token from the Hall of Remnants. With this token, you may freely enter any Hall of Remnants, and should you choose to trade, you will receive considerable discounts. What do you think? Tang Tian regarded Cui Shiying in silence for a moment. It was evident that this individual was offering him the golden token as a means to establish a connection for future dealings. Such talk of destiny and fate seemed rather fanciful. However, considering that the Hall of Remnants was affiliated with the Cloud Summit Pavilion, it was likely that their paths would intersect again. Establishing a connection now could prove beneficial. Moreover, from Cui Shiying's words, it appeared that the Hall of Remnants was not merely a marketplace, as indicated by his mention of entry with the golden token. After a moment's reflection, Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Very well. Cui Shiying's face lit up with a smile as he graciously stepped aside, personally escorting Tang Tian and Xiao out of the Hall of Remnants. Once outside, Xiao could hardly contain her excitement, urging Tang Tian to hasten back for the transaction, as if starved for the experience. However, Tang Tian, having made the effort to enter, was not inclined to depart so swiftly. Ignoring Zhao's discontented gaze, he began to explore the floating island belonging to the Cloud Summit Pavilion. The area was significantly larger than that of the Imperial City, brimming with various shops, many of which rivaled the Hall of Remnants in strength. Tang Tian was unreserved, purchasing anything that caught his eye. After a thorough exploration, he had signed over a dozen agreements, with the total amount exceeding 100,000 jade. Should he complete all transactions upon his return, his consumption points would surpass 20 trillion. With his Dao-level talent and physique now eligible for simultaneous redemption, he was quite pleased. In a buoyant mood, he strolled back to the floating island of the Imperial City before exiting the Celestial Patrol realm. In a blink, he found himself back in his small room. Of course, his true self had never left. It was merely the fragment of his consciousness that had returned. After examining his surroundings and finding nothing out of the ordinary, Tang Tian produced a white jade plate and, in accordance with the signed agreement, began the transactions one by one. Extracting a sufficient amount of primordial Dao jade, he activated the array inscribed upon the jade plate and placed the jade within. Instantly, a powerful force of spatial energy began to flicker, and moments later, the Dao jade vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar Shumi ring. Upon probing into the Shumi ring with his divine consciousness, he discovered the items he had purchased, lying perfectly intact within. Their quantity, quality, and other attributes were identical to those he had observed in the Celestial Patrol realm. What a clever design! If the underlying principles could be comprehended and applied more extensively, it might potentially spark a virtual revolution within the realm of cultivation. Tang Tian sighed once more, resolving that if the opportunity arose, he would thoroughly research this Celestial Patrol realm. Subsequently, he commenced rapid transactions. In the span of merely half a stick of incense, all transactions were completed. The primordial Dao jade within the system had increased by over 100,000, nearing the significant threshold of 300,000. Meanwhile, his consumption points had also reached over 200,000. Unable to resist the urge, he opened the system's exchange list, only to find that there were merely two options remaining in the lists for talent and physique. Son of Heaven, 10 trillion consumption points. Son of Chaos, 100 trillion consumption points. Primordial Holy Body Tao Embryo, 10 trillion consumption points. Chaos Body, 100 trillion consumption points. This meant that his talents and physique were nearing their maximum potential. Chapter 184. Supreme Celestial Techniques. Upon completing all transactions, Tang Tian swiftly departed from the Celestial Patrol realm with Xiao. With over 100,000 innate Tao Jade pieces at stake, one could never guarantee that no one would be tempted by greed. This was not the Qinghua sect, where laws were sufficiently robust to deter malevolent acts. Though Tang Tian himself was unperturbed, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. By the time he returned to the Qinghua sect's residence, night had fallen. Xiao remained exceedingly exuberant, chattering incessantly and urging Tang Tian to bestow upon it the remnants imbued with the power of rules. Naturally, Tang Tian intended to comply, but he was apprehensive about the safety of their surroundings. Upon returning, he presented the filled Shumi ring to Xiao, unable to contain its elation. Xiao immediately swallowed the entire ring. As the spirit of the world, it possessed an extraordinary capacity for digestion. Soon, the numerous remnants dissolved rapidly within its form, unleashing a plethora of rule powers that nourished Xiao's being. This was a veritable boon tailored specifically for it. The remnants were plentiful, totaling several hundred pieces, including numerous remnants of celestial sovereign caliber that Tang Tian had acquired. Before long, Xiao began to undergo a peculiar transformation. Its body flickered between solidity and emptiness, swelling slightly. Its small face taut with strain, as if enduring some monumental change, appearing quite uncomfortable. "Are you all right?" Tang Tian inquired with concern. Xiao gazed at him, opening its mouth. "I am not." Not yet. It could not complete a single coherent sentence before its eyes rolled back, collapsing into the void. A faint snore soon followed. Tang Tian realized that it had fallen into slumber. Generally, such beings entering sleep often indicated a forthcoming ascension. Xiao was already on the brink of advancement, and under the stimulation of abundant primary world rules, it had finally embarked upon its path of elevation. The duration of this process was unpredictable. To prevent any unforeseen events during this phase, Tang Tian pondered for a moment before placing Xiao into his peculiar egg space. This realm was entirely isolated from the primary world, ensuring that no matter the commotion, chaos would be avoided. Having completed these arrangements, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, reflecting on the bounties he had garnered from the Celestial Patrol realm that day. First and foremost, there was a significant collection of cultivation resources, rare materials, and treasures of the earth and sky. The items he procured were of exceptionally high grade and quality, all classified as treasures surpassing celestial grade. However, their utility for him was somewhat limited, as his cultivation did not heavily rely on resources. As long as he possessed sufficient spiritual and celestial energy, he was adequately equipped. Gazing at the mountain of various treasures amassed in his spatial realm, Tang Tian contemplated that upon his return, he would simply consign them all to the merchant guild. Rather than allowing them to languish in his possession, it would be far more beneficial to contribute to the guild's growth. As a commercial association, it is impossible to rely solely on spiritual jade for operations. At the very least, tangible goods are essential. Moreover, the association has become his private asset, and its further development can only be beneficial. After careful consideration, Tang Tian decided to retain a few top-tier treasures while consolidating the remaining resources, intending to hand them over to Wang Gang for management upon his return. Among the remnants purchased from the Hall of Ruins, there were still some ordinary celestial artifacts devoid of rule power, which Tang Tian included in the collection as they might prove useful for trade. While sorting through these items, Tang Tian stumbled upon an exquisite box. Upon opening it, he discovered a token and a jade talisman inside. The token was the golden emblem of the Hall of Ruins, granting him access to any branch of the hall in the future. The jade talisman, surprisingly, was a personal communication talisman belonging to Cui Shiying. After inspecting it for a moment, Tang Tian realized it was a one-way communication talisman, meaning that only he could initiate contact with Cui Shiying, while she could not reach out to him at will. This arrangement effectively placed the initiative of communication into Tang Tian's hands, a thoughtful gesture indeed. He shook his head, recalling that no mention of this item was made during their transaction, indicating an intention to continue their business relationship. After confirming there were no issues with the Jade Talisman, he decided to keep it, knowing that as fellow merchants, opportunities for collaboration might arise unexpectedly. Once he had organized all his belongings, Tang Tian turned his gaze to another shimi ring. Inside, dozens of exquisite jade slips sparkled, each emanating an infinite aura of the Tao. These were several high-grade celestial techniques. Celestial techniques are esoteric methods that can only be cultivated by formidable beings in the celestial realm. Previously, Tang Tian had encountered such techniques, and when Wang Gang was compiling his skill set, he had managed to acquire a few celestial techniques. However, those were predominantly low-grade, with a scant few mid-grade techniques, and he had never even glimpsed a high-grade technique. He had long harbored a suspicion that his stagnation after mastering the myriad paths was due to a lack of access to higher-quality methodologies. While he had amassed a solid foundation, he had yet to encounter an opportunity that could catalyze the transformation of his myriad paths. Today, he intended to experiment and see if high-grade celestial techniques could propel this core capability to new heights. Without hesitation, Tang Tian opened the system's exchange list. The cost for a single enlightenment of a high-grade celestial technique was an astronomical 1 trillion consumption points. The price was indeed steep, observing his mere 26 trillion in savings. He contemplated and decided to first enhance one celestial technique to a greater mastery. With his eyes closed, he randomly selected a celestial technique in exchange for 5 enlightenment chances of the high-grade technique, launching into the endeavor. At the entry-level stage, there was no discernible anomaly. Upon reaching the proficient stage, the starry sea formed by the myriad paths seemed to tremble slightly, hinting at a subtle connection with this celestial technique. At the mastery stage, that connection quickly became apparent, resonating harmoniously with the starry sea of myriad paths. Finally, at the minor accomplishment stage, in the vast expanse of the myriad laws, a radiant manifestation suddenly emerged from within Tang Tian. Centered around him, it swiftly expanded, as if he were ensconced in the heart of the celestial firmament. The starry sea flickered with brilliance, seemingly exuberantly welcoming this nascent star poised to ascend. Tang Tian exhaled gently, channeling his final epiphany into this moment, the realm of great completion. As he fully comprehended the exalted celestial arts, the starry sea erupted in resplendent light. A dazzling radiance burst forth from Tang Tian, illuminating every star within the celestial expanse. In a fleeting moment, the light began to coalesce and ascend. As it detached from Tang Tian's being, it transformed into a striking star, rising majestically from the center of the starry sea. Ultimately, it came to rest above the celestial ocean, its brilliance nearly eclipsing the entirety of the starry realm, rendering all other stars beneath it somewhat dim by comparison. With its emergence, the starry sea, long held in a state of stagnation, finally resumed its halted journey, progressing slowly along the path ahead. Tang Tian could distinctly sense that the path of myriad laws was growing increasingly formidable. Like the new star, it too embarked upon the path of ascension. Regrettably, after traversing only about 1/10 of the journey, it came to a halt once more, descending into silence. Once the scene returned to its original state, Tang Tian mentally calculated the situation. Approximately 10 exalted celestial arts would enable the path of myriad laws to complete this final stage, reaching the realm of minor completion. In total, this amounted to around 500 trillion consumption points and 500,000 innate Tao Jades. It was manageable, the pressure not overly burdensome. Chapter 185. The enigmatic black hole. Following this experiment, Tang Tian has confirmed that the supreme celestial arts are indeed the cornerstone of the myriad paths. In other words, to facilitate the continuous ascension of the myriad paths, one must seek out higher-tier techniques and persist in their cultivation. Above the supreme celestial arts lie the extraordinary celestial arts and the ultimate imperial techniques. Beyond that, there may exist even more extraordinary entities. Tang Tian cannot predict the terrifying extent to which the ultimate form of the myriad paths will reach. However, such matters cannot be rushed. He must advance step by step. To transcend the minor realm of the myriad paths, it is essential to cultivate the 9 supreme celestial arts to their fullest potential. This means that he requires an additional 45 insights, equating to 45 trillion consumption points. His current savings are insufficient. Nevertheless, this is a trivial concern. He is accumulating consumption points at a commendable pace. The Merchant Association has already commenced the assimilation of other guilds. Within the sphere of influence of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion, there are over 30 guilds that stand on par with the Ascending Cloud Guild. Each guild holds a value exceeding 100,000 innate Dao Jade, with the strongest reaching several hundred thousand. Should he manage to absorb them all, he could amass several hundred trillion consumption points. Not only would this facilitate the minor accomplishment of the myriad paths, but he could also exchange for the Child of Chaos and the Chaos Body, simultaneously elevating his talent and physique to their zenith. Moreover, upon entering the Heavenly Mansion, opportunities for consumption abound. A remnant Dao Hall boasts such profound depths that one need not worry about a lack of avenues for expenditure. Achieving mastery is not an unattainable prospect. After some contemplation, Tang Tian's gaze settled on the remaining 21 trillion consumption points. He then accessed the system's list of talents and physique, directly selecting the option to exchange. Child of Heaven, 10 trillion consumption points. Innate Sacred Body Dao Fetus, 10 trillion consumption points. Upon completion of the exchange, the familiar sensation resurfaced. Tang Tian closed his eyes, yet he could vividly perceive the myriad things of the world, as if the entire universe were gently beckoning to him. Countless heavenly Dao laws swirled around his body, enveloping his soul. Each law, even with but a fleeting glance, exuded an endless power of destruction. If any one of them were to be unleashed, it would possess the capacity to annihilate the heavens and earth. However, as these laws encircled Tang Tian, they appeared remarkably gentle and transparent. They seemed to fully open their hearts to him, presenting everything without reservation. In this moment, Tang Tian's understanding of the world became astonishingly clear. It was as though he had completely merged with the universe, becoming one with it, freely wandering amidst the heavenly Dao laws. This sensation was unprecedented, an overwhelming comfort and bliss. As for the phrase Child of Heaven, Tang Tian finally gained a lucid understanding of its profound significance. Having acquired this extraordinary talent, one could assert that from this moment forth, while studying martial arts and celestial techniques, he could comprehend them with remarkable swiftness, even without expending points to exchange for enlightenment opportunities. The creation of his own techniques would come effortlessly, as if they were an extension of his own being. This represented a significant enhancement to his combat prowess. At this juncture, Tang Tian had completely regained consciousness, yet he was reluctant to return to reality so swiftly. Instead, he continued to traverse the myriad laws of the celestial realm. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he suddenly sensed an unsettling presence. Startled, he raised his gaze, only to be astonished by the sight of a dark mass silently suspended above the shimmering laws of the celestial realm. It resembled a silent black hole, devoid of any aura or disturbance, quietly consuming everything in its vicinity. Tang Tian was rendered momentarily speechless. After all, this was a domain governed by celestial laws. How could such an entity exist here? What peculiar phenomenon was this? As he gazed at the ominous void, a chill ran down his spine. Was the celestial law of this world in disarray? Tang Tian's heart raced with uncertainty, and he felt compelled to approach and ascertain the nature of this enigma. However, as he made the slightest movement, an irresistible force seized him, and in the next instant his consciousness was abruptly yanked back from the realm of laws, returning to reality. Tang Tian's eyes flew open, revealing a profound astonishment. That black hole was undoubtedly problematic. The laws of a world should be entirely pure, with nothing extraneous to exist alongside them. Yet this black hole was silently devouring the surrounding laws. What was even more alarming to Tang Tian was the fact that the celestial law seemed to exhibit no response. Was it unaware of this anomaly, or was it powerless to intervene? He could not discern the truth, but he understood that either possibility was far from reassuring. What could it be? Tang Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation, but with his current knowledge, he could not fathom the answer. He attempted to re-enter the realm of laws to investigate further, but found himself unable to do so. Such a phenomenon had only occurred when he had recently acquired his talent. Did it mean he would need to wait until he exchanged for the final talent to delve deeper into this mystery? Tang Tian fell into silence. The eerie black hole instilled an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Even now, back in reality, he could still feel its ominous presence, unsettling him. Yet, He realized he was powerless to fully comprehend it at this moment. After a prolonged silence, he sighed softly. Very well. When he exchanged for the final talent, he should be able to remain in the realm of laws for a longer duration. At that time, he would take a closer look at what this truly was. Tang Tian was struck by a profound sensation. The force that had just compelled him to be forcibly extracted from the realm of laws seemed to emanate from the very essence of the heavenly Tao itself. It was likely that the heavenly Tao was engaged in self-preservation. Once he successfully exchanged for the chaos body, such occurrences might cease to manifest. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian momentarily relegated this matter to the recesses of his mind. When the opportunity arose, he was determined to unravel the true nature of that enigmatic black hole. After calming his tumultuous emotions, Tang Tian began to appraise the fruits of his recent exchange. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the ascension stage. Moreover, the innate sacred body was incessantly transforming his physique, almost at a rate perceptible to the naked eye, transcending the mortal realm towards immortality. At this pace, it was likely that upon his return to Qinghua sect, he would shatter the constraints of the mortal realm and officially step into the realm of the immortal. With unparalleled talent, an extraordinary constitution, and the cultivation of an immortal, entering the celestial paradise of Yunding was destined to be Tang Tian's true beginning. Chapter 186. The final ranking battle. In the ensuing period, Tang Tian scarcely ventured to the site of the 100-gate battle. He found himself amidst a pivotal transformation, on the cusp of transcending into immortality. Although all conditions for his ascension were met, allowing him to progress smoothly without further cultivation, he recognized that diligent practice could hasten his advancement. After all, strength remains paramount. Thus, Tang Tian abstained from leisurely outings, choosing instead to remain at the residence of Qinghua sect, striving earnestly to ascend to the realm of true immortals. Each day, upon his return, Li Hong would report on the developments of the 100-gate battle. During the advancement phase, the Lan Yu sisters maintained their exceptional performance, securing a place in the upper bracket and locking in their qualification for the Tianfu. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue continued her formidable streak, advancing triumphantly with an unblemished record, emerging as one of the most dazzling new stars of this 100-gate battle. Additionally, Qinghua sect as a whole exhibited commendable prowess, with approximately half of its disciples successfully qualifying for the Tianfu. All disciples would subsequently engage in the final ranking battle following the 10,000 Demons Trial Tower. This segment represents the pinnacle of the event, wherein the disciples of Qinghua sect would exert every ounce of effort to vie for a position within the top 10 of the sect's rankings. 15 days later, the advancement phase concluded, and the 10,000 disciples eligible for the Yunding Tianfu were all selected. Throughout the 10,000 Demons Trial Tower, Tang Tian again refrained from spectating. Li Hong had now reached the late stage of integration and was among the elite participants in the trial. There was little chance of any unforeseen mishaps. Indeed, Li Hong demonstrated remarkable consistency, advancing steadily to achieve an excellent performance, ultimately qualifying for the Tianfu. That day, upon his return, Li Hong knelt before Tang Tian, overwhelmed with emotion. Without Tang Tian's guidance, he would have never attained his current level, let alone shine at Qinghua sect, much less gain entry into the Yunding Tianfu. It was evident that Tang Tian had been his rebuilder on the path of cultivation, hence his exuberance was entirely understandable. The 10,000 Demons Trial Tower spanned 5 days, and upon its conclusion, all disciples who qualified for the Tianfu were confirmed. Thanks to the outstanding performances of Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters, Tang Tian also secured a place in the Tianfu. Of course, even if some individuals faltered, with his current status and influence, gaining entry into the Tianfu would pose no challenge. Nevertheless, obtaining this qualification through rightful means felt considerably more gratifying. Over the course of 20 days of battle, some individuals attained all they desired, reveling in euphoria. Yet, many others departed in sorrow, having lost what could possibly be their sole opportunity for advancement in this lifetime. Such is the nature of reality. Some rejoice while others weep, and each person's fate can diverge dramatically due to seemingly minor changes. Following the conclusion of the advancement phase, that very night, Yun Kong convened another mobilization meeting. This time, only one final objective remained: ascend to the top 10 of the sect rankings. The Grand Assembly has yet to conclude, yet Tang Tian has heard from Li Hong that Yun Kong delivered a passionate oration during the event, brimming with fervor and vitality, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, almost as if he were a different person. However, Tang Tian mused inwardly that perhaps this was the true essence of Yun Kong. A prodigy, after all, must surely possess a period of youthful exuberance. Years of holding the position of the young sect master may have tempered his character, yet deep within, Yun Kong is undoubtedly not one to concede easily. What he desires, he will undoubtedly strive to obtain. The mobilization assembly proved to be exceedingly successful, invigorating the disciples of Qingyue sect as if they had been energized by a potent elixir, igniting their fighting spirit for the final days of combat. Perhaps influenced by this atmosphere, the Lan Yu sisters simultaneously broke through to the late stage of the out-of-body realm. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue finally reached the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, her progress impossible for anyone to overlook. Aside from them, numerous other disciples of Qingyue sect also achieved breakthroughs at the last moment, as if the very heavens themselves were aiding Qingyue sect. In such an atmosphere, the final ranking battle soon commenced with fervor. The 10,000 disciples participating in the conflict had emerged from a pool of hundreds of thousands, representing the elite among elites. Their clashes were, naturally, far superior to previous encounters. Moreover, the significance of the ranking battle surpassed that of any sect. Right from the outset, all parties unleashed their true power, leaving no room for restraint or the preservation of strength, as they recklessly unleashed their ultimate techniques upon one another. Almost every match witnessed someone being carried off the stage. Fortunately, the White Emperor sect's strength and profound foundation allowed them to avert fatal injuries just in time, while other wounds were quickly stabilized, preventing any damage to their roots. However, this situation also led to a more reckless attitude among the combatants. Scalding blood drenched the arena, reminiscent of the flames of youth. Amidst the frenzied exchanges, the number of participants dwindled, drawing ever closer to the moment of finalizing the sect rankings. On the eve of the decisive battle, as was customary, Li Hong visited Tang Tian's residence to report on the day's combat outcomes. Only 300 contestants remained. However, of the disciples from our sect, only 13 are left. The majority of sects have already been eliminated, rendering them incapable of contending for a top 10 position. As for Qingyue sect, our overall performance has been commendable, with a significant possibility of breaking into the top 10, albeit still lacking complete assurance. At present, 3 other sects stand as obstacles on our path forward, Li Hong remarked. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Although he had not been present, he was aware of the fundamental circumstances. In summary, Qingyue sect possesses the potential for a top 10 position, marking them as a minor contender. Yun Kong has proven to be quite formidable, nurturing numerous exceptional elites who have demonstrated impressive prowess in the great battles. Coupled with the outstanding performances of Gu Xiaoxue and the Lan Yu sisters, they are merely one final push away from securing a place in the top 10. How are Lan Yu and the others faring now? Tang Tian inquired. They are beginning to find it somewhat strenuous, Li Hong replied. Among the final 300 participants, nearly all are disciples at the mid-transcendent stage or above, each a paragon of excellence with formidable strength. Some extraordinary individuals have even entered the fusion stage. Both Lan Yu and Lu Zhu have encountered a series of setbacks, and based on their overall performance, they are likely ranked between 50 and 100. Tang Tian nodded, as this was within his expectations. The world's elite are not all mere pretenders. Some are truly exceptional beings of unparalleled strength. The fact that the Lan Yu sisters have evolved to their current state within a year is indeed a small miracle. And what of Xiaoxue? Tang Tian asked. Chapter 187. The arrival of the celestial being. How did Xiaoxue perform? Tang Tian inquired of Li Hong. Li Hong immediately chuckled, replying, Xiaoxue is truly a remarkable individual capable of creating miracles. In today's battle, she faced some of the most formidable geniuses, one in the early stages of fusion and another in the mid-stages. Yet, with her mid-stage out-of-body strength and her extraordinary comprehension of the Tao, she managed to triumph over the early-stage genius. Subsequently, in her confrontation with the mid-stage opponent, she exerted all her effort, engaging in a fierce battle that spanned hundreds of rounds, ultimately resulting in a draw. She is merely 16 years old. Such a performance has made her one of the brightest stars in the Hundred Schools War. Tang Tian smiled, stroking his chin, reflecting on how this girl could truly bring surprises. Initially, he had thought she would only be slightly stronger than the Lan Yu sisters. but he had anticipated her extraordinary prowess. Could it be, as she claimed, that everything around her flourished in her presence? He dismissed the notion, shaking his head, attributing it instead to her remarkably peculiar talent. "That's wonderful," Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Li Hong responded, "My lord, you may not be aware, but there are countless individuals closely monitoring her progress. Even the dignitaries from the Yunding Tianfu have been inquiring about Xiaoxue. They have sought out Yin Kong, seemingly wishing to draw Xiaoxue to their side in advance, but for reasons unknown, they were ultimately unsuccessful. Xiaoxue has truly soared to new heights." Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. It was only natural for an exceptional individual to attract attention. He anticipated that when he eventually emerged from seclusion, the scrutiny would likely intensify. Indeed, Tang Tian agreed, offering his praise. Afterward, he and Li Hong discussed various other matters. Throughout the course of the Hundred Schools War, the overall performance of the Qinghua sect's disciples was outstanding, with the pure disciples standing out the most. Among the final 13, aside from the Lan Yu sisters and Lu Zhu, nearly all were pure disciples. However, due to the presence of the Lan Yu sisters, the disciples led by Tang Tian also achieved commendable results, effectively overpowering Lu Chang's group. In essence, once again, Lu Chang'e faced defeat in nurturing exceptional disciples. Moreover, Tang Tian had commenced acquiring shares in 4 additional merchant associations, successfully securing their voting rights. Thus, it appeared that, barring any unforeseen events, his victory was all but assured. The position of the sect's second-in-command was within reach. However, Tang Tian was acutely aware of Lu Chang'e's cunning. With the entire situation turning against him, should Lu Chang'e become desperate, it was anyone's guess what schemes he might devise. Therefore, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Upon returning, he intended to solidify his current advantages and maintain a close watch until victory was ultimately secured. At that point, this matter could finally reach its conclusion. After a brief conversation, Li Hong took his leave. Tang Tian sat in silence for a while, soon entering a state of cultivation once more. This evening, he was poised to make his final push towards the immortal realm. However, before he could commence his practice, a knock echoed at the door. Who could possibly be visiting him at such a late hour? With a sense of curiosity, Tang Tian opened the door. 2 figures stood outside. One was an elder from the Qinghua sect, who had arrived with a large entourage and was responsible for the daily arrangements of the sect, holding a relatively high position. If memory served correctly, his name was Yin Qi. The other figure was unfamiliar, a youthful countenance suggesting he was in the prime of his life. Yet, the aura he exuded stirred something within Tang Tian. He had encountered this presence before. This stranger was indeed a golden immortal. The youth bore an expressionless face, gazing down at Tang Tian with an air of superiority, his entire being radiating nobility. What was his background? Tang Tian turned to Yin Qi and inquired, "Elder Yin, is there something you need at this late hour?" Yin Qi hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at the youth beside him before responding, "Young Master Tang, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such an hour. Allow me to introduce this individual." However, before he could finish, the young man stepped forward, declaring, "I am Zhang Ku, a representative of the Dosheng Pavilion of Yunding Tianfu." Still maintaining his stoic demeanor, he continued to look down at Tang Tian, stating, "You must be Tang Tian. I have heard that you are an honorary disciple of the Qinghua sect." The emphasis he placed on honorary disciple caused Tang Tian to furrow his brow slightly. This individual seemed to harbor ill intentions. As he pondered how to respond, Yin Qi coughed lightly to draw attention, reminding, "Lord Zhang, young Master Tang is the esteemed heir of our Qinghua sect." Zhang let out a dismissive snort. "Isn't he still just an honorary disciple? I have grown weary of you lesser sects. Your strength is lacking. Yet you parade around with grand titles that serve no purpose. It is truly absurd to assign a remarkable genius to serve as a guardian and guest for an honorary disciple. Such arrangements are more likely to hinder than help." The unexpected reprimand caused Yin Qi's expression to darken. Although the Qinghua sect was a subordinate sect, there was no overt hierarchical relationship with those from Yunding Tianfu. Zhang Ku's words were excessively condescending. However, he was a golden immortal, and despite his discomfort, Yin Qi could not openly express his displeasure. Tang Tian, sensing the underlying motives of Zhang Ku's visit, inquired with a hardened tone, "What is it that you want?" Exhibiting no intention of inviting Zhang Ku inside, Zhang Ku cast a casual glance at Tang Tian before asking, What is your relationship with Gu Xiaoxue? Tang Tian felt a stir within, realizing that the visitor had indeed come for this matter. What does our relationship concern you? Just state your purpose directly. The visitor, exuding an unfriendly aura, prompted Tang Tian to respond with equal firmness. Upon hearing this reply, Zhang Ke furrowed his brow, fixing a cold gaze upon Tang Tian. A hint of the golden immortal-s aura subtly revealing itself. Yet, regrettably for Zhang Ke, Tang Tian was wholly unimpressed by such intimidation. Seeing that his veiled threat bore no fruit, Zhang Ke snorted and declared, Gu Xiaoxue possesses extraordinary talent, and our Dosheng Pavilion has set its sights on her. We wish for her to serve within the pavilion upon entering the heavenly mansion. Tang Tian crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, Then you should discuss this with Xiaoxue and the young sect master. Why come to me, a mere honorary disciple? Zhang Ke's expression darkened. At that moment, Yan Qi interjected. Lord Zhang has already consulted with the young sect master and Xiaoxue. The young sect master stated that everything would follow Xiaoxue's wishes. Xiaoxue has expressed that although she has terminated her contractual relationship with you, she intends to stay with you moving forward. Having been rebuffed twice consecutively, Zhang Ke specifically requested me to accompany him to seek you out. After Yan Qi's words, Zhang Ke's countenance grew even grimmer. Meanwhile, Tang Tian felt a surge of amusement within. These elders were seasoned in the art of manipulation. If you refused to play along, they would find ways to ensnare you. After all, the truth was on his side, and there was little Zhang Ke could do about it. Speak. What conditions will allow Gu Xiaoxue to be left in peace? Zhang Ke asked in a low voice. Observing his barely contained fury, Tang Tian smiled readily. As you say, Xiaoxue is a prodigy of our Qinghua sect. Her fate is not something I, a humble honorary disciple, can dictate. Moreover, her current status is that of a true disciple, and the one who manages true disciples is the young sect master. Thus, it would be wise for you to seek him first. Tang Tian deftly transformed the conversation into an endless loop. If one wished to entice her, they could remain trapped within this cycle. Zhang Ke, though proud, was no fool. He quickly grasped Tang Tian's true stance, and a wave of anger began to rise within him. Chapter 188. Ascending to Immortality. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Zhang Ke exclaimed, struggling to contain his rising anger. The aura of a golden immortal subtly pressed down upon, yet remained unfazed, maintaining an air of indifference. What brings about such a statement? He replied coolly, I have provided my answer to your inquiry, and indeed, the facts stand as they are. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely your own affair. Even if you hail from Tianfu, one cannot unjustly tarnish another's reputation. Irrespective of his willingness to allow Gu Xiaoxue to be recruited by the Dosheng Pavilion, the demeanor he exhibited today left no room for negotiation. At this juncture, Yan Qi interjected, attempting to mediate. Young Master Tang, Lord Zhang did not mean it in that way. Xiaoxue has indeed informed us that she intends to rejoin you as your disciple and serve under your command, which is why we came to seek your counsel. However, you are correct. Under the current circumstances, you cannot dictate Xiaoxue's choices. Lord Zhang, what is your perspective on this? Although Yan Qi aimed to smooth things over, he ultimately redirected the dilemma back to Zhang Ke. The situation stood as it was. It was up to Zhang Ke to decide. Zhang Ke sensed the deliberate targeting from the two. Nonetheless, did not exhibit any outrageous behavior, even as Yan Qi continued with his sardonic mediation. Despite his simmering anger, Zhang Ke found it difficult to express his ire. After a moment of silence, Zhang Ke spoke in a low voice. I will report this matter truthfully to the Dosheng Pavilion upon my return. Do not naively believe that you can retain a talent like Gu Xiaoxue through dubious means. Perhaps such tactics might work for lower-tier sects like Qinghua sect, but will not be swayed by such antics. Titles of honorary disciples and wealthy patrons hold no weight here. Values only one's strength and potential. This is the fundamental truth of the cultivation realm. If you possess the capability, venture to Tianfu yourself. Once you pass through the Long Men, you will realize that everything you currently take pride in will vanish. With that, Zhang Ke let out a cold scoff and turned away, leaving without even acknowledging Yan Qi. And Yan Qi stood together, watching Zhang Ke's figure gradually fade into the distance. After a brief moment, Yan Qi sighed softly and remarked, Young Master Tang, it seems you have offended him this time. Responded with a curious, oh, is he quite formidable? And Yan Qi shook his head, Zhang Ku is not particularly significant. He cannot stir much trouble. However, one must not underestimate the Dosheng Pavilion. It is a mid-tier power within Tianfu. One must not underestimate the mid-tier. The Cloud Summit is a gathering of formidable individuals. Even if one merely occupies a mid-level position, it is far beyond the reach of our Qinghua sect. Tang Tian remained silent, not denying Yan Qi's assertion. Setting aside political and power dynamics, a mere Zhang Ku, possessing golden immortal cultivation, would be sufficient for the Qinghua sect to contend with. If the Fighting Saint Pavilion is indeed so powerful, why does Elder Yan still speak in such a manner? Tang Tian jested. Yan Qi paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, responding, no matter how strong the Fighting Saint Pavilion may be, it is merely one faction within the Tianfu. Although our Qinghua sect may be weaker, we are still an affiliated sect of the Tianfu. The two parties are unrelated, existing on equal footing. In the absence of sufficient justification, the Fighting Saint Pavilion cannot impose upon us. They act with such arrogance, as if we are their subordinates. What nonsense! Listening to Yan Qi's complaints, Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, otherwise, Zhang Ku would not have had to retreat after encountering several setbacks, leaving with nothing but empty threats. However, as Yan Qi continued, I have no particular concerns, but if you wish to venture into the Tianfu, you should exercise caution. Although Zhang Ku may be unimpressive, his observations hold some truth. The Cloud Summit values only an individual's talent and potential. Compared to your time in the Qinghua sect, the potency of Ling Yu will be significantly diminished. You must prepare yourself mentally. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging that he would remain vigilant. Yet, he refrained from expressing that the dynamics within the Tianfu were precisely what he preferred. It was time for the world to recognize what true genius entails. If that's the case, with Xiao Xue's talent, she will undoubtedly garner much admiration upon reaching the Tianfu, won't she? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. Yan Qi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not necessarily. We are well aware of Xiao Xue's innate gifts. She is a child of destiny. This talent is indeed among the elite within our Qinghua sect. However, amidst the plethora of prodigies in the Tianfu, it may not shine as brightly, merely ranking as elite level. Zhang Ku and the Fighting Saint Pavilion's interest in Xiao Xue does not stem from her talent, but rather from her remarkable performance during the 100 Sects battle. It was truly exceptional. She managed to contend evenly with a mid-stage fusion practitioner, despite her own mid-stage emergence, a rarity even within the Tianfu. Furthermore, at only 16 years of age, she has attracted even greater attention. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging that Xiao Xue's talent was indeed perplexing. Even he could not fully comprehend the situation. Her level of genius could only be truly understood through closer interaction. Enough of this. Let us speak no more. Yan Qi waved his hand and remarked, regardless of the schemes the Dosheng Pavilion may wish to employ in the future, they must operate within the rules of the Tianfu. Our Qinghua sect is not to be underestimated. We possess our own influence within the Tianfu, sufficient to safeguard the rights of newly inducted disciples. So there is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, young Master Tang, tomorrow marks the final day of the 100 Sect War. A day of utmost significance that will determine our sect's ultimate ranking. Surely, you will not choose to be absent? Yan Qi inquired with a smile. Tang Tian returned the smile and replied, of course not. I have no desire to miss my opportunity to return home due to my own shortcomings. I shall certainly attend tomorrow. Yan Qi nodded, engaged in some light conversation, and then bid farewell with a respectful gesture. Tang Tian returned to his modest meditation chamber and settled down in a cross-legged position. The arrival of Zhang Ku had been an unforeseen event, and the inexplicable enmity that had arisen was equally unexpected. However, Tang Tian did not allow it to trouble him. Once Zhang Ku presumed that Tang Tian's resources were limited to merely spiritual jade, he ceased to warrant any further consideration. Soon, Tang Tian entered a state of cultivation. It was not until the following morning that he slowly opened his eyes. A flash of golden light flickered in his gaze. After enduring the final night's tribulation, he had at last completed the entire process of transcending the mundane and ascending to divinity. He had now truly become an immortal. Chapter 189. The Battle of the Monstrous. As the morning sun cast its golden rays over the battlefield of the 100 Doors competition, the valley teemed with an even greater throng than before. Today marked the final day of this grand contest. where the last 300 survivors from a pool of hundreds of thousands of elite disciples would engage in the ultimate ranking battle. After more than 20 days, Tang Tian returned to witness the climactic conclusion. "Tang brother, you have finally decided to grace us with your presence," Wang Ziyu remarked as he leaned in closer upon Tang Tian's arrival. "I had some matters to attend to," Tang Tian replied with a smile. Wang Ziyu smirked before quickly donning a cheerful expression, exclaiming, "The recent battles have been nothing short of spectacular. If only you had been here. You would surely regret missing it. The current batch of elite disciples has surpassed my expectations, each one fiercer than the last. And the intensity of their clashes is truly exhilarating. You wouldn't believe it, that fellow." Wang Ziyu rambled on, recounting the myriad of exciting scenes that had unfolded in recent days, each tale igniting a sense of fervor within Tang Tian. "Your little Shui has truly defied the odds," he continued. "Many speculate that her talents are far deeper than they appear on the surface, suggesting there must be more profound reasons behind her prowess. Some even believe she could potentially break into the top 10, achieving an unprecedented level of excellence." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Such high praise? The disciples' top 10 is a different realm from that of the sect's top 10. For instance, the 10th rank on the sect leaderboard may not even include a disciple among the top 20. Typically, the positions within the top 20 are dominated by a few of the most formidable sects, such as the Baidi sect and the Ziyang sect. Each of their disciples is, without exception, a top-tier genius above the level of fusion. This pattern has persisted throughout the history of the 100 Doors competition. If Xiao Shui were indeed able to enter the top 10 with her current level of cultivation, it would be a historic achievement. Yet, in Tang Tian's view, while there exists a possibility, it remains rather slim. True top-tier elites are not mere frivolous individuals. They possess commendable qualities that set them apart. Let her own fate unfold. Tang Tian mused. Amidst their banter, the final day of the ranking battle for the 100 Doors competition commenced. The 300 contestants were divided into 3 groups for a round-robin format. Victors would advance, while the defeated would continue to battle until the rankings between 100 and 300 were solidified. Each participant fought numerous matches, but with over 100 platforms available. The progress was remarkably swift. After a series of thrilling contests, the victors from the 3 groups were determined. Gu Xiaoxue maintained her formidable stance and successfully advanced, while Lan Yu and LV Zhu both secured their places within the top 150. The performances of the 2 women were equally remarkable, capturing the attention of many, though not as sensational as Gu Xiaoxue's. Additionally, among the other 10 competitors from Qinghua sect, 6 fell short and entered the losers bracket, while 4 successfully advanced. Although the ratio may seem modest, it is considered quite commendable in comparison to the competitors from Qinghua sect, and victory appeared almost assured. The ranking battles in the losers bracket continued until noon before concluding entirely. In the afternoon, the battles in the winners bracket commenced, presenting an even more intense confrontation. Those who had progressed thus far were no ordinary prodigies, each possessing their unique skills. Furthermore, most of the remaining disciples had already attained the fusion realm. The matches for Lan Yu and El Zhu grew increasingly arduous, with more frequent defeats. Ultimately, El Zhu ranked 87th, while her sister Lan Yu secured the 79th position. This was quite impressive. Unbeknownst to others, the true strength of the sisters emerged when they united, easily overcoming those in the mid-fusion stage. "Well done," praised Tang Tian upon their return, subsequently infusing them with pure essence of life, allowing their recent injuries to heal instantaneously. Both were elated, not only due to their personal growth, but also because of Tang Tian's acknowledgement. Since Tang Tian's strength had vastly outstripped theirs, they had struggled to find ways to repay him. Thus, making a small contribution alleviated their feelings of inadequacy. Tang Tian understood their sentiments, as Li Hong shared a similar mindset. However, he could not afford to halt his progress to wait for his subordinates. Although their current contributions seemed limited, he knew that there would come a time when he would need capable individuals. Nurturing a few loyal subordinates was not a disadvantage. After a month of intense battles, their gains were undoubtedly substantial. Upon their return, a rapid phase of improvement was expected. Back at the arena, the final ranking battles were nearing their conclusion. At this moment, Yun Kong wore a smile, his demeanor becoming noticeably relaxed. Thanks to the collective efforts of the Qinghua sect disciples, along with the stellar performances of Gu Xiaoxue, Lan Yu, and El Zhu, the top 10 positions for Qinghua sect had been secured. The only remaining anticipation was whether Gu Xiaoxue could make history by breaking into the top 10. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Xiaoxue's most crucial battle finally commenced. Should she triumph over her opponent, she would successfully enter the top 10. Her adversary happened to be a formidable prodigy from the host by D sect, currently in the mid-fusion stage. Judging by his age, he appeared to be quite young, likely not yet 20, making him a remarkable talent. The clash between the two prodigies instantly captivated countless onlookers. With the announcer's declaration, this pivotal battle commenced at last. Gu Xiaoxue, as always, unleashed her most formidable stance, entering into a state of frenzy. However, her opponent was equally formidable, and after such an extensive period of combat, the spectators had long since discerned Xiaoxue's tactics. He remained unflustered, deftly countering each of Xiaoxue's lethal strikes. The exchange between them was intense, and for a time, it was impossible to ascertain who would ultimately emerge victorious. As time progressed, the disciples of the White Emperor sect began to retaliate. Both combatants unleashed a flurry of attacks, each infused with a heart-stopping power, creating a spectacle of remarkable brilliance. As they battled to the very end, both sides revealed nearly all of their techniques, even resorting to some personal treasures permissible by the rules, casting them into the fray. Tang Tian watched with delight. Indeed, the essence of combat lay in the overwhelming firepower. Yet, when Gu Xiaoxue produced a particular item, Tang Tian's gaze sharpened. It was the Lodenya, the personal amulet gifted to him. Chapter 190. Xiaoxue's plan. Amidst a plethora of treasures, a small talisman appeared on the battlefield between the two contenders. It appeared rather unremarkable, drawing little attention from those present. However, Tang Tian was acutely aware that an insidious force lurked within its depths. What was her intention? A month prior, upon discovering the troubling talisman, Tang Tian had sought to assist Xiaoxue in purging the malevolence contained within. Yet, Xiaoxue had intervened, asserting her understanding of its nature and urging Tang Tian to place her trust in her. At such a critical juncture, casting aside the talisman could only lead to one outcome: defeat. Furrowing his brow, Tang Tian contemplated employing measures to avert this calamity, but after some reflection, he chose to relinquish his efforts. Having resolved to trust Xiaoxue, he would see through her intentions and determine the purpose she sought to achieve with this object. The fierce battle raged on, with neither combatant able to gain a definitive upper hand, their strengths too closely matched. However, at that moment, Tang Tian's suspicions were confirmed. Shortly after Xiaoxue utilized the talisman, it split open, releasing a barely perceptible wave of dark energy that surged back towards her, swiftly amalgamating with her being. Yun Kong, seated nearby, suddenly rose, furrowing his brow as he fixated on Xiaoxue above the arena. Tang Tian could hardly believe his eyes. Had he truly witnessed this? Even Qi Yuan seemed oblivious to the anomaly unfolding before them. The events transpired with alarming rapidity, as the crowd remained bewildered by Yun Kong's sudden agitation. Xiaoxue began to falter. Her spiritual technique appeared to waver, and her complexion soured. Although she quickly regained her composure, the brief lapse allowed her opponent to seize the moment, unleashing a terrifying onslaught. Xiaoxue endeavored to defend herself, but the slightest miscalculation proved catastrophic, and she was struck head-on, propelled from the arena like a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground. Crimson blood stained the air. Before anyone could react, two figures soared from the Qinghua sect's position, hastening to Xiaoxue's side. One was Tang Tian, while the other was none other than Yun Kong. By this time, Xiaoxue had managed to rise. Her injuries were not life-threatening, yet they were grievous. Her pallid visage bore witness to the blood that stained her lips and garments. Tang Tian initially considered using his life essence to heal Xiaoxue's wounds, but hesitated, choosing not to act hastily. Yun Kong cast a glance at Tang Tian before turning his attention to Xiaoxue, gently inquiring, "Xiaoxue, what transpired just now?" Without waiting for her to recover fully, he reached out, placing a finger upon her shoulder. This is an exploration of Xiaoxue's specific situation. Soon, he withdrew his hand, his brow tightly furrowed. As his gaze shifted, he seemed to grasp certain truths. "Xiaoxue, do you realize that if you enter the top 10, even if you later ascend to the Cloud Summit, you will attract the attention of the upper echelons?" Yun Kong inquired. Xiaoxue glanced at Tang Tian and then slowly smiled. "That is of no consequence. Tang Tian had once informed her that to deal with malevolence, one must embody greater malevolence to instill fear in those with ill intentions. Some matters, I believe, are more suited for me to handle independently. Yun Kong frowned and turned to Tang Tian. Is this how you taught her? Tang Tian instinctively touched his nose. In his recollection, it seemed he had indeed imparted such words to Xiaoxue. However, that was during their initial meeting, and it had merely been a casual remark. He never anticipated that she would remember it to this day. How surprising. Indeed. I also advised her not to be excessively naive and to be resolute when necessary. Tang Tian chose to shoulder the blame. Yun Kong was momentarily speechless, observing Tang Tian's nonchalant demeanor. He then glanced at Gu Xiaoxue and finally let out a long sigh. Very well. If this is your decision, then so be it. Upon returning, I will initiate an investigation regarding this incident. You must be cautious. With that, Yun Kong turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Tian couldn't help but reflect on how astutely clever the man was. It was no wonder he had single-handedly propelled the Qingyue sect to remarkable advancements over the past 2 decades. Now, he firmly believed that Yun Kong was undoubtedly the true mastermind behind the Du Yuanqing incident. After Yun Kong left, Tang Tian looked at the frail Xiaoxue and helplessly remarked, "Must it be this way? If left to me, handling her would be effortless." Following the recent events, Tang Tian had come to understand that Gu Xiaoxue's motives lay with Luodania. This woman had repeatedly harmed Gu Xiaoxue, and the once innocent girl was no longer naive. She was ready to retaliate. Yet, with Luodania imprisoned in the dark abyss, Xiaoxue alone lacked the strength to confront her. However, after today's critical defeat, with Yun Kong launching an investigation, it was inevitable that the talisman gifted to Xiaoxue by Luodania would be uncovered. At that point, there would be considerable room for maneuvering. "Please don't be angry," Gu Xiaoxue timidly said. "I merely wish to personally bring closure to this chapter. Allow me this one indulgence, and I promise that such occurrences will not repeat." Tang Tian couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoxue's actions indeed appeared somewhat impulsive and immature. However, how should one articulate it? To resolve a deep-seated emotional entanglement, allowing the individual involved to navigate their own path remains the most fitting approach. "Very well," he replied. "Do you possess confidence?" inquired Tang Tian. Gu Xiaoxue smiled and nodded. Tang Tian, with a resigned shake of his head, summoned a vital essence, healing all her wounds completely. Yet, just as they were about to depart, Gu Xiaoxue's adversary, a talented individual from the White Emperor sect, approached them. "You did not exert your full strength, did you?" he remarked to Gu Xiaoxue. Without waiting for her response, he continued, "There is no need to deny it. I can sense it. I harbor a disdain for such hollow victories. In the near future, we shall all converge at the Cloud Summit, and I hope that by then, we can engage in a true battle to determine a genuine victor. Remember, my name is Gong Xiefeng." With that, Gong Xiefeng turned and walked away. Tang Tian watched him depart, and then turned to Gu Xiaoxue, only to find her gazing back at him. "Do not look at me," he said. "This is a consequence of your own making. You stirred this situation, deal with it yourself." With that, Tang Tian strolled away leisurely. Gu Xiaoxue secretly smiled behind him and quickly followed suit. Chapter 191. An unexpected turn with the unforeseen defeat of Xiaoxue. The 100 sects battle for Qingyue sect has drawn to a conclusive end. It is truly regrettable that Xiaoxue was mere moments away from achieving a historic miracle. However, for the Qingyue sect, this conclusion is nearly perfect. The final rankings have been revealed. Qingyue sect has boldly secured a position within the top 10, usurping the 9th place originally held by Heji sect. Meanwhile, Heji sect has even failed to maintain the 10th position, descending to 11th place. Yet, for such a venerable sect, this predicament is merely transitory. A few exceptional talents from the first tier could easily reclaim a place within the top 10. Regardless, it is undeniable that Qingyue sect has shown the brightest in this iteration of the 100 sects battle. The elite disciples have performed remarkably, propelling the sect into the top 10, with figures like Gu Xiaoxue, who nearly wrought a miracle, making a significant impression. In the future, Qingyue sect is sure to garner more attention from Yunding Tianfu, with resources inclined towards its favor, heralding a prosperous development ahead. This outcome, seemingly the result of a month's toil, is in fact the culmination of decades of collective endeavor by all members of Qingyue sect. Thus, joy abounds. And Yun Kong has assured everyone that upon their return to the sect, There will be recognition and rewards for all. With that, the 100 sects battle has officially concluded. The Great Domain's teleportation array has finally reopened. Under Yun Kong's leadership, all members of Qinghua sect have returned to their home. Oh, and there is also one stowaway among them, Wang Ziyu, who had arrived early in the imperial city to witness the spectacle. Given Tang Tian's current standing, there was no issue in bringing someone along, especially since Wang Ziyu is an honorary disciple of Qinghua sect. The Grand Elder, Li Tianhua, had received advance notice and was already waiting at the teleportation array with numerous high-ranking members of the sect. He promptly conveyed this joyous news to the entire sect. In the following days, Qinghua sect was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. The elevation of the sect's status is intimately connected to each individual. Unless external forces infiltrate, no one would dare to dampen the spirits at such a time. The celebrations persisted for several days, maintaining their fervor, and are likely to continue even longer. However, amidst the revelry, there are subtle storms brewing. Upon his return, Yun Kong immediately initiated an investigation into the circumstances surrounding Gu Xiaoshue's unexpected defeat. As Tang Tian had surmised, they quickly discovered that the talisman bestowed upon Gu Xiaoshue by Luodania was the sole cause of her failure. According to the rules of Qinghua sect, the authority rests entirely with Xiaoshue. This time, she chose not to show mercy, opting for the most extreme method of resolution, a life-or-death duel. There were no objections to this course of action. Even Han Hai chose to remain silent, refraining from voicing any opinions. This was an exceedingly pivotal battle, one that would determine the trajectory of future developments. For cultivators, such a severance of fate is akin to a matter of life and death. A struggle for survival is, indeed, a justifiable endeavor. Thus, Luodania was released from the depths of the Black Prison. 3 days later, the two encountered each other on the life and death arena, where Luodania's cultivation surpassed that of Xiaoshue. However, the disparity in their combat prowess was substantial. Xiaoshue held nothing back, vanquishing Luodania beneath her blade. Some may argue that Luodania was also a tragic figure, driven by circumstances beyond her control. Yet, no justification can legitimize the act of inflicting harm upon another. In slaying Luodania, Xiaoshue not only extinguished her foe, but also irrevocably severed ties with her former self. From this day forth, she would no longer conceal her grievances or selectively forget transgressions, but instead, embrace her benevolent side. From now on, she would confront the world head-on, accepting all that comes her way and making her own decisions. At this moment, she had truly matured. Following Luodania's demise, Xiaoshue formally requested to depart from Han Hai. Han Hai had initially brought Xiaoshue back to the Qinghua sect with the intention of ensuring she achieved a commendable reputation in the 100 sects battle, thereby solidifying his standing within the sect. Now that this goal had been accomplished, Xiaoshue, not being Han Hai's direct disciple, possessed the freedom to leave. Perhaps Han Hai himself recognized that his actions over the years had been misguided, for he did not oppose Xiaoshue's proposal, even bestowing upon her numerous cultivation resources. Although Xiaoshue declined these offerings, such gestures conveyed a message of goodwill. It is also possible that Han Hai, wary of Tang Tian's rising influence, chose to avoid further antagonizing him. Regardless, Gu Xiaoshue found herself once again by Tang Tian's side. Upon her return, she sought to re-establish a contract as a guest disciple with Tang Tian, yet he declined her request. Tang Tian no longer needed such agreements to secure his interests. While they could maintain a similar relationship, a formal contract was unnecessary. Thus, Gu Xiaoshue rejoined the Zizhu courtyard, collaborating with Li Hong and the Lan sisters to assist Tang Tian in managing affairs pertaining to the 6th peak and the southern peak. Meanwhile, Tang Tian continued his quiet cultivation, awaiting the arrival of a fateful day. In a secluded abode atop the main peak, Han Hai sighed deeply, astonished by Xiaoshue's remarkable talent. Lu Chang'e turned to him, offering a gentle smile and asking, "What is this, regretting your choices?" Han Hai glanced at him and replied, "Indeed. Had I known of her exceptional abilities, I would have taken her as my direct disciple long ago, disregarding Tang Tian altogether. However, prior to this revelation, I had not perceived Xiaoshue's true might. She seemed merely a flawed prodigy, not significantly different from an ordinary talent of the 9th ring." Lu Chang'e shrugged. Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate. Han Hai sighed once more, reflecting on the 6 years since he had brought her back to the sect. 6 years. and yet they paled in comparison to the allure of a wealthy disciple of renown. If only I possessed boundless riches, she might not have departed so resolutely. Lu Chang'e paused, shaking his head as he replied, "You still fail to grasp the true reason for Xiaoshue's departure." In truth, he wished to express, "Have you truly lived so long only to become a fool? Have you no awareness of how you have treated her?" Some practitioners indeed become so consumed by their pursuit of cultivation that they remain oblivious to the fundamental aspects of human connection. Upon hearing this, Han Hai was momentarily taken aback, yet he could not comprehend what fault lay within himself. Lu Chang'e chose not to elaborate further. After a moment of silence, Han Hai spoke again. "Young Master Lu, with the current momentum of the Tang dynasty, have we truly lost all hope?" Lu Chang'e gazed at him silently, realizing that after a series of events, Han Hai seemed to have completely lost his confidence, or perhaps even his rationality, daring to express a desire to alter his stance before him. Observing the dejected Han Hai, Lu Chang'e stood quietly for a while before breaking into a smile, saying, "Indeed, we have no hope left. Therefore," he added, "you are of no further use to us." With that, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in his eyes as he swiftly closed his folding fan, striking it towards Han Hai. Chapter 192, the final stage, is there infighting? As he listened to Li Hong's report, Tang Tian felt somewhat bewildered. "Indeed," Li Hong replied. "Just moments ago, a fierce conflict erupted between Han Hai and Lu Chang'e at the residence of the elder Han Hai. Lu Chang'e appeared exceedingly enraged, pursuing Han Hai aggressively. Fortunately, Han Hai had shown remarkable improvement in strength following his seclusion. Otherwise, he would have been gravely harmed. Ultimately, the commotion attracted the attention of the Grand Elder, who managed to temporarily quell the situation. Both individuals are currently undergoing scrutiny in the law enforcement hall. Li Hong's expression was peculiar. Such violent confrontations among the upper echelons were a rare occurrence within the Qinghua sect. Tang Tian also wore a look of confusion. This was unexpected. Based on his understanding of Lu Chang'e, he would never hastily resort to violence, regardless of the circumstances. Moreover, he was confronting a senior elder who was ostensibly his staunch ally, making this behavior even more inexplicable. As for Han Hai, having recently dealt with the situations involving Luodania and Xiaoshue, he likely lacked the inclination for a brawl. What could have transpired? After thoughtful consideration, Tang Tian sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Lu Chang'e's decisions were typically driven by intent. At this current juncture, what objective could he possibly be pursuing? It was clear that the contention revolved around the coveted position. Lu Chang'e genuinely aspired to secure the role of the second-in-command, a pursuit he had dedicated over 2 decades to achieve. However, this ambition was now on the verge of being snatched away by Tang Tian. Following the return from the Hundred Doors War, Tang Tian had almost definitively secured the upper hand, leaving Lu Chang'e with scant opportunities. But would he concede defeat? Tang Tian was confident he would not. Thus, he surmised that in the forthcoming days, Lu Chang'e would undoubtedly devise some stratagem to reclaim his dwindling chances of victory. Upon returning, he instructed Qi Yuan, Li Hong, and Yin Ku to remain vigilant regarding Lu Chang'e. Should he display any unusual behavior, it would warrant serious attention. And would an unprovoked altercation with one's supporter not constitute unusual behavior? Keep a close watch on the outcomes of the law enforcement hall's inquiry. Inform me immediately of any developments. Tang Tian commanded. He could not fathom Lu Chang'e's motives for such actions. However, the unknown was the most formidable adversary. Hence, one must remain ever vigilant. Understood. Li Hong responded respectfully. Given that the site of conflict between Lu Chang'e and Han Hai was atop the main peak and was quickly intervened by Grand Elder Li Tianhua, the results of the inquiry emerged swiftly. Tang Tian soon received Li Hong's reply. Was it Han Hai who suddenly went mad and instigated an attack on Lu Chang'e? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Li Hong nodded, affirming, the outcome is precisely as such. Han Hai acknowledged the situation, expressing that his most cherished junior had taken the life of his beloved disciple and then departed without a backward glance. This incident profoundly affected him, even leading to the emergence of a slight inner demon. Subsequently, while Lu Chang'e was aiding him in confronting this inner turmoil, an unexpected backlash occurred. Thus, the two found themselves, out of sheer necessity, embroiled in conflict. Upon hearing Li Hong's account, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. Could it truly be that Han Hai, that shameless individual, would harbor an inner demon due to the death of Luodania and the departure of Xiaoxue? Such a notion seemed utterly ludicrous to him, one of the most absurd tales he had ever encountered. Does the law enforcement hall believe this? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong, with a hint of resignation, replied, there is no way to disbelieve. Han Hai has taken all the blame upon himself, and Lu Chang'e has tacitly accepted this narrative. Furthermore, their confrontation did not yield any severe consequences, leading the law enforcement hall to issue a mere warning and leave the matter unresolved. Tang Tian remained silent, skeptical that the reality could be so straightforward. Did you notice any other anomalies? He asked again. Li Hong pondered briefly before furrowing his brow. There was indeed something peculiar. Throughout the entire interrogation, Lu Chang'e remained uncharacteristically silent, a silence that felt somewhat eerie, as if he were deliberately suppressing his rage. This state did not go unnoticed by many. Tang Tian frowned slightly. It was rare for anything to provoke Lu Chang'e's ire. However, the clues were scant, and with the law enforcement hall concluding their inquiries, further analysis seemed futile. After some contemplation, Tang Tian instructed Li Hong, in the coming days, keep a close watch on Lu Chang'e. Ensure our people are vigilant as well. We must prevent any uncontrollable incidents from arising. It would be prudent to remind Qi Yuan and some other influential figures to deny Lu Chang'e any opportunities for advantage. Li Hong nodded earnestly, yet soon interjected, young master. To be frank, Lu Chang'e is unlikely to pose any threat to you now. This incident may well have been an unfortunate accident. Is such caution truly necessary? Tang Tian slowly shook his head, exhaling softly. Given the nature of this individual, no level of caution is excessive. I would rather avoid any unfortunate occurrences at the final juncture. Let us proceed as I have suggested. Li Hong accepted his orders and set about his tasks. Tang Tian sat quietly beneath the old locust tree for a spell, ultimately shaking his head. As for the matter regarding the position of the second-in-command, it marked the final issue he would address within the Qinghua sect. As Tang Tian departed from the sect, en route to the celestial realm of Yunding, he initially had no intention of relinquishing his position. However, after considerable reflection, he identified a suitable candidate to assume his role. With less than a month remaining until the final deadline, he fervently hoped that unforeseen circumstances would not arise. Within the sect, figures such as Qi Yuan, Li Hong, and numerous influential leaders were closely monitoring the situation. Moreover, Tang Tian no longer harbored ambitions for further expansion, thus minimizing the likelihood of complications. Externally, the acquisition efforts concerning the 4 other merchant associations had progressed to the second phase, with voting rights effectively secured. Hence, he felt confident regarding the external influence metric. Nevertheless, to avert any potential mishaps, Tang Tian resolved to hasten his pace. Subsequently, he retrieved a communication jade talisman and dispatched a message forthwith. Chapter 193. Advancing the acquisition plan. Early the next morning, a familiar figure arrived at Zizhu Garden. It was Wang Gang. The day prior, Tang Tian had sent him a message urging him to come promptly. After sitting beneath the old locust tree, the two men exchanged minimal pleasantries and swiftly delved into the matter at hand. What is the current progress? How is the deployment of the second phase proceeding? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang pondered briefly before responding. Master, we acquired the peripheral industries of the 4 major chambers of commerce nearly a month ago. Additionally, we successfully secured almost 10% of the shares from each chamber. During this time, we have continued to engage with other shareholders, and it appears that approximately 20% or more within each chamber are likely to be absorbed by us. Tang Tian nodded in affirmation. The rapid infiltration achieved within a month's time was indeed remarkable. However, it was somewhat anticipated. Much like the original Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, all chambers within the realm of Yunding Tianfu faced similar predicaments. As the influence of Tianfu expanded, the chambers found their operational space increasingly constricted. This trend was inevitable, and no one could thwart it. Consequently, many chambers teetered on the brink of collapse, with a significant number of shareholders contemplating escape from this abyss-like quagmire. Tang Tian's financial infusion provided them with a viable exit strategy. Under such circumstances, the swift progress was entirely expected. Does this mean we can officially commence the second phase? Tang Tian asked. Wang Gang nodded, a smile gracing his face. In fact, even if you had not summoned me yesterday, I intended to provide you with a detailed report in the coming days. Should the second phase be completed smoothly, coupled with the achievements of the first phase, your shareholding in those 4 chambers would approximate 30%. This would afford you a substantial voice, ensuring that your ability to vote becomes an unassailable reality. Tang Tian acknowledged this, realizing that the external influence metric would thus be firmly established. How much funding will be required? He inquired. Wang Gang contemplated for a moment before replying. After thorough verification, we estimate that to ensure the successful progression of the second phase, a minimum of 200,000 innate Dao Jade will be necessary. This figure is indeed somewhat substantial. Therefore, we have deliberated multiple times and outlined 3 distinct proposals, each requiring 15,000, 20,000, and 25,000 Dao Jade, respectively. This matter requires your final decision, Master. With that, he produced a jade talisman and respectfully placed it before Tang Tian. Tang Tian took the jade talisman and probed into its essence. Within it, he indeed discovered 3 meticulously detailed plans concerning the second phase of the project, covering every conceivable aspect. It was evident that considerable effort had been invested in this endeavor. However, after casually perusing the contents, he withdrew his consciousness. Old Wang, I believe I once mentioned to you. Tang Tian gazed intently at Wang Gang, his voice measured. That financial matters are not a concern. Wang Gang was momentarily taken aback, sensing a hint of displeasure in Tang Tian's tone. He cleared his throat and replied, "The sum involved this time is exceptionally substantial. Thus, I thought it prudent for you to review it personally." Tang Tian tossed the jade talisman back dismissively. "I hope this is the last time. Henceforth, do not engage in such matters regarding finances. The timeline is my utmost priority. Do you understand?" As Wang Gang received the talisman, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He realized he had indeed made an error in judgment, perhaps underestimating Tang Tian's perspective. To Tang Tian, over 200,000 innate Dao Jade appeared as light as a feather. "Young master, I acknowledge my mistake," Wang Gang admitted candidly. Tang Tian nodded lightly, not genuinely harboring any resentment towards Wang Gang. Subsequently, he extracted 300,000 innate Dao Jade from his system, placing it within the Shumi ring before Wang Gang. "Here are 300,000. Utilize it to expedite the implementation of the second phase of the plan. When the time for the third phase arrives, proceed directly without hesitation. Just inform me. Do not dwell on trivialities. Remember, do not let financial issues hinder our expansion. If funds are insufficient, just let me know, understood?" Hearing Tang Tian's unequivocal tone, Wang Gang swiftly swallowed the words he had intended to voice. He had initially wished to mention that the third phase, being the final phase, might require at least 800,000 innate Dao Jade. However, having learned from past mistakes, he resolutely refrained from speaking up this time. After all, which subordinate would not prefer to be one who focuses solely on their tasks, extending a hand when funds are needed? The crux of the matter lies in ensuring that their master's financial resources are sufficiently robust. Fortunately, their new leader seemed to embody that very strength. "I understand," Wang Gang declared with renewed vigor. Tang Tian nodded, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "In addition to the 4 trading guilds, reach out to the other guilds as well. I can manage the financial aspect, but you will need to devise a strategy for manpower. In summary, my sole requirement is this: ample funds and expedient progress." He was still waiting to accumulate enough consumption points to swiftly elevate the path of all methods to a minor success realm. Wang Gang repeatedly affirmed this. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion about specific details. As their conversation progressed, Tang Tian suddenly recalled another matter. "Have you heard of the Celestial Patrol Realm?" he inquired. Ever since his return from the Celestial Patrol Realm, Tang Tian had been captivated by this peculiar existence. If he could unravel the principles behind their construction of illusory worlds, he would have countless ideas to realize within the cultivation realm. "Yes, I have heard of it," Wang Gang replied. "It was over 30 years ago when I accompanied Elder Huang on a distant journey to the territory of the Night Owl sect. During that time, I visited the Celestial Patrol Realm. From what I understand, it seems to have been established as a new force a little over 60 years ago. It resembles a trading guild, yet its operational model and scope differ significantly from ordinary merchant associations, presenting no conflict with us. Moreover, the goods they trade, in terms of scale and quality, are relatively inferior, so I paid little heed to it." Tang Tian stroked his chin and smiled. "They are not what they used to be. Even the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion is purchasing items from there now, including high-grade immortal techniques. If you have the time and energy, You should pay a visit. You might stumble upon unexpected gains. Wang Gang nodded in astonishment, indicating that he would indeed go. Soon after, their conversation dwindled, and Wang Gang, bearing 300,000 innate Dao crystals, took his leave. Once he departed, Tang Tian pondered, his gaze distant. Now, both within and outside the sect, he possessed absolute advantages. With only a month remaining until the final deadline, he was eager to see what other tricks Lu Chang'e might employ to turn the tide. Chapter 194. A startling transformation. The acquisition plan of the Merchant Association was in full swing. With the substantial backing of Tang Tian, Wang Gang and his associates unleashed their ambitions, launching a vigorous offensive against rival merchant associations. However, despite the aggressive nature of their expansion, those who sold their shares were generally pleased and willing to cooperate. It was abundantly clear to the discerning that aside from the forces under Yunding Tianfu, no external powers could sustain themselves in the long run. Thus, extricating themselves from their predicaments was the wisest course of action. Consequently, many chose to transfer their stakes, aligning perfectly with their desires. In this favorable climate, the expansion of the Merchant Association progressed remarkably smoothly. Almost daily, Tang Tian's system recorded significant influxes of Dao Yu and consumption points. After amassing several 100,000 Dao Yu, Tang Tian sent a substantial amount to Wang Gang. It was believed that before long, the majority of external merchant associations would fall under the ownership of Tianxiaotong. A colossal entity was brewing. Returning our gaze to Qingyue Gate, after the conclusion of the 100-gate battle, Gu Xiaoxue returned to the Zizhu courtyard, collaborating with Li Hong and the Lanyu sisters to manage affairs within the sect. Additionally, their cultivation did not cease. Tang Tian provided them with ample innate Dao Yu and Liuli beads, allowing their cultivation to accelerate at an astonishing pace. Li Hong had reached the latter stages of integration, solidifying his realm, while the Lanyu sisters had broken through to the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, poised to challenge integration. As for Gu Xiaoxue, she found herself once again experiencing an extraordinary rate of advancement. It seemed that being near Tang Tian had rendered her 9 orifices completely unblocked, making cultivation as effortless as drinking water and elevating her realm with remarkable ease. In just over half a month, she caught up to the Lanyu sisters. A few days later, she surpassed them, officially entering the integration stage with a remarkably solid foundation. Regarding this phenomenon, Gu Xiaoxue herself could not articulate a rationale. She merely noted that upon returning to Tang Tian's side, the world appeared to become transparent, and all the principles of heavenly law were within reach. Tang Tian, however, found himself perplexed, as he too could not comprehend the situation. Was it the protagonist's halo? No, such a concept did not exist in this world. Had he not remained steadfast, he might have long been reduced to ashes. Was there another reason? Did he possess any peculiar attributes? After deep contemplation, Tang Tian identified 2 distinct factors within himself. First, his soul originated from another world. Second, he carried a system with him. Beyond these 2 aspects, he bore no other differences from the practitioners in this world. Yet, attributing Gu Xiaoxue's unusual circumstances to these reasons felt utterly implausible. They seemed completely unrelated. After pondering for an extended period, Tang Tian could not ascertain a definitive reason, ultimately attributing it to mere coincidence or perhaps an undiscovered quality inherent in Gu Xiaoxue. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Xiaoxue's rapid development is undeniably a positive outcome. Given Tang Tian's own swift progression, it is impractical for him to constantly seek loyal subordinates whose strengths match his at each new stage. If Xiaoxue proves to be sufficiently capable, he would at least have someone reliable to rely on during exceptional situations. Thus, he resolved to leave matters as they were. The growth of his 4 subordinates posed no significant issues, and the advantageous position he established within the sect remained unchallenged. Following the conflict with Han Hai, Tang Tian had harbored concerns regarding Lu Chang'e's ulterior motives. However, as the decisive moment drew nearer, Lu Chang'e failed to make any moves against him. Instead, internal complications began to arise within Lu Chang'e's circle. The elders and higher-ups who had once supported him in attaining the second-in-command position did so for a singular reason: their belief that Lu Chang'e would ultimately emerge victorious, thereby securing substantial benefits for themselves. Yet now, with Tang Tian's meteoric rise establishing an almost insurmountable advantage in a remarkably short span, those with wavering loyalties inevitably began to falter. The former supporters of Lu Chang'e now exhibited increasingly ambiguous stances. Should Lu Chang'e remain inactive, they might fully shift their allegiance toward Tang Tian. Speculation abounded regarding the reason behind Lu Chang'e's confrontation with Han Hai, with many suggesting it stemmed from such political machinations. In response to these assertions, Lu Chang'e chose to remain silent. As time passed, his chances of triumph dwindled. Perhaps he felt powerless to reverse his fate during this period. Lu Chang'e's temperament deteriorated significantly, and he became prone to bouts of anger. On several occasions, he publicly chastised his subordinates, an occurrence previously unheard of. Many believe that in light of Tang Tian's unexpected ascent, Lu Chang'e found himself truly outmatched. Yet, Tang Tian remained ever vigilant. As the hour drew near, his wariness intensified, leading him to take personal charge of various affairs on his side. He understood that Lu Chang'e was not one to easily concede defeat. However, regardless of his efforts, he could find no signs indicating that Lu Chang'e was preparing to act. The more this uncertainty persisted, the more unease settled within Tang Tian. He felt an inexplicable sense of having overlooked a critical matter. Time continued to march forward, swiftly approaching the eve of the decisive allocation of power. Tang Tian found solace beneath the old locust tree, sipping fragrant tea, each cup calming his mind and spirit. Yet the unsettling feeling that lingered in his heart could not be entirely dispelled, haunting him persistently. What, after all, were Lu Chang'e's intentions? Suddenly, a raindrop fell from the heavens, landing upon Tang Tian's hand. In an instant, torrential rain poured down, pattering incessantly against the leaves of the ancient locust tree. The tree was grand, yet its foliage was not so dense as to be impenetrable. A few drops managed to seep through the gaps between the leaves, cascading downwards. Tang Tian gazed ahead, noticing that only the area close to the trunk remained untouched by rain, maintaining an air of complete dryness. That spot was where Lu Chang'e favored to sit each time she visited the Zijou courtyard. She eschewed benches, preferring instead to lean against the trunk, claiming it offered greater comfort. A rather peculiar preference, indeed. Tang Tian took another sip of fragrant tea, lost in thought as he stared at the dry patch. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, furrowing his brow, and crushed the teacup in his grasp with a mere reflex. A rumble of thunder echoed, and a brilliant flash of lightning split the night sky. Damn it! A fierce glint flashed in Tang Tian's eyes as he discarded the remnants of the cup and strode purposefully towards the door. Just then, the formation outside was breached, and Li Hong rushed in, breathless and alarmed. Upon seeing Tang Tian, he hastened forward, struggling to suppress his shock and fear as he exclaimed, "My lord, it's bad. Master Qi has gone mad and is fighting against the Grand Elder at the main peak. It's a battle for life and death." Another blinding flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Chapter 195. The confrontation. Thunder rumbled ominously, and torrential rain poured down. Brilliant flashes of lightning cleaved the inky night sky. Beneath the luminous illumination, a figure swiftly traversed the heavens, racing toward the summit of the main peak. It was Tang Tian. Moments ago, while beneath the old locust tree, he had gazed at the dry patch of earth at the base of the trunk, which had remained untouched by the rain, prompting a cascade of thoughts. When Lu Chang'e first visited him at the Zijou courtyard, he had declined the invitation to sit upon the bench, instead choosing to sit on the grass beneath the tree. He appeared remarkably at ease, embodying a sense of comfort that seemed to suggest he had entered a space where he felt profoundly at home. Reflecting on Lu Chang'e's demeanor at that moment, it seemed more than mere comfort. It was as if he had returned to an environment steeped in familiarity and tranquility. Why did he exhibit such behavior? Why was the spot he chose perfectly sheltered from the deluge of rain? The answer likely pointed to one significant conclusion. Lu Chang'e may have once lived in the Zijou courtyard. This revelation also elucidated his earlier remark about not wanting to discuss schemes and conspiracies within this courtyard, for it was once his home. The Zijou courtyard had been sealed for over a century, implying that Lu Chang'e resided there more than 100 years ago. Who else inhabited this place during that time? The bamboo forest Taoist. An undeniable intimacy existed between Lu Chang'e and the bamboo forest Taoist. Otherwise, he would not have regarded this place as his own sanctuary. If this were the case, then he must have known the circumstances surrounding the bamboo forest Taoist's demise. He was undoubtedly aware of Qi Yuan's lingering obsession with that incident. which had birthed a significant inner turmoil. The bamboo forest Taoist was a formidable weapon against Qi Yuan. Thus, if Lu Chang'e sought to target Tang Tian, Qi Yuan would be his aim. At last, Tang Tian realized what he had long overlooked. He had kept a vigilant watch on everyone, yet had unconsciously neglected the one responsible for overseeing them all. Qi Yuan, as the leader of the Sixth Peak, a founding elder of Qingyue sect, and an exceptionally formidable figure, seemed beyond Lu Chang'e's reach for an assault. However, armed with the metaphorical sword of the bamboo forest Taoist, the dynamics would shift dramatically. Even if he could not directly undermine Tang Tian's current advantage, it would undoubtedly exert a considerable influence upon him. With such influence, his operational latitude would expand significantly. Tang Tian discerned Lu Chang'e's intentions, but it was already somewhat too late. Qi Yuan's sudden frenzy and his life-or-death struggle with elderly Tianhua indicated that Lu Chang'e had commenced his actions. In that instant, Tang Tian ceased to conceal his true prowess, swiftly navigating through the curtain of rain toward the pinnacle of the main peak. Before long, he reached the summit, where a frenzied battle raged with fervor amidst the downpour. Qi Yuan's eyes blazed crimson, completely unhinged, as he unleashed a torrent of terrifying assaults upon Li Tianhua. A casual strike effortlessly cleared the torrential downpour surrounding them, as a terrifying force swept across the heavens and the earth. Despite possessing only the cultivation of a half-step immortal, he unleashed a power surpassing that of ordinary immortals, a culmination of centuries of relentless battles. Likewise, Li Tianhua was no less formidable, equally a half-step immortal, equally fierce. Yet, when confronted with Qi Yuan's reckless onslaught, he could only resort to defense, his body drenched in blood, unsure whose it was. In addition, 3 other formidable beings from the immortal realm attempted to restrain the frenzied Qi Yuan. However, Qi Yuan had begun to burn his life essence, and even though they were more powerful, they could not safely subdue him in such a short span of time. If the situation continued, it was highly probable that Qi Yuan would meet his end there. Seeing this, Tang Tian furrowed his brow and charged into the heart of the battlefield. Tang Tian. The powerful beings quickly recognized him, and Li Tianhua shouted in alarm. Get out of here. The leader Qi has been completely consumed by his inner demons. He recognizes no one now. Leave quickly, or he will kill you. Li Tianhua's frantic warning distracted him, allowing Qi Yuan to strike him head-on, sending him flying several dozen meters before he barely managed to halt, spitting blood. Fortunately, the immortal beings temporarily restrained Qi Yuan, preventing him from continuing his relentless assault. However, this control was fleeting. Qi Yuan soon broke free, charging once more towards Li Tianhua, enveloped in boundless fury and wrath. Li Tianhua hastily prepared to defend himself, but at that moment, a figure appeared before him. Tang Tian, how could you? Li Tianhua exclaimed in shock and anger. But his words were cut short as Qi Yuan's attack arrived. In his desperation and rage, Tang Tian faced Qi Yuan, extending a single finger. Boom. A terrifying energy instantly cleared the torrential rain within a radius of several miles, even piercing a massive hole through the thick clouds above, revealing a bright moon to all present. Even the formidable Li Tianhua staggered back several steps from the overwhelming force before coming to a halt. He looked on in horror at Tang Tian and Qi Yuan, frozen in place. Tang Tian floated serenely in the sky, effortlessly withstanding Qi Yuan's frenzied assault with just one finger. Moreover, Tang Tian's index finger pressed against Qi Yuan's brow, not only dissipating the attack, but also calming the previously mad Qi Yuan. Although his eyes remained crimson and he had yet to emerge from his madness. Under Tang Tian's influence, he ceased his reckless attacks, and even the burning remnants of his life essence began to extinguish. This, Li Tianhua could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He was aware of Tang Tian's strength and knew he had been concealing his true power, but he could never have imagined that Tang Tian had grown to such an extent. The aura he emanated was unmistakably that of a true immortal. Such a method is something even the long-established celestial realms within the sect cannot achieve. Li Tianhua was momentarily stunned. The scene before him had a more profound impact than Qi Yuan's reckless assault. It was only when Qi Yuan's life force was completely extinguished, and he collapsed into unconsciousness, that Li Tianhua began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Tang Tian, you. Li Tianhua gazed at Tang Tian, uncertain of what to say. Tang Tian cradled the unconscious Qi Yuan, lacking the inclination to explain, and gravely stated, "He has been entirely consumed by his inner demons. I have merely managed to temporarily suppress it. There is always a possibility of resurgence. I need to find a tranquil place to reinforce the barrier." Li Tianhua furrowed his brow as he observed Qi Yuan's condition and suggested, "Come to my place." Subsequently, Tang Tian, along with Qi Yuan, swiftly departed with Li Tianhua. The moonlight bathed the main peak, yet in the distance, thunder roared and torrents of rain poured down. Amidst the deluge, a figure remained steadfastly gazing towards the main peak. Though the distance was not great, no one sensed his presence. Once Tang Tian departed, he unfurled his folding fan and vanished into the vast curtain of rain. Chapter 196. The last night in the study of the Grand Elder, Qi Yuan sat cross-legged on a mat, flanked by Tang Tian and Li Tianhua. Thanks to Tang Tian's efforts, Qi Yuan's condition had stabilized considerably. His life force no longer burned recklessly, and his spirit was no longer in turmoil. However, he had not fully regained his senses. Demonic thoughts had entirely taken possession of his soul and mind, a manifestation of Qi Yuan's own inner obsessions, which could only be conquered by himself. Even the mightiest of outsiders could not restore him from his past. Sigh. Li Tianhua exhaled deeply. For over a century, he had lived engulfed in regret and sorrow. After such a long time, he had finally managed to suppress his obsessions, only to find them breached once more by the demons of his mind. This resurgence was unprecedented. Tang Tian, with a stoic expression, inquired softly, what could have triggered old Qi's sudden descent into these demons, leading him to his current state? Li Tianhua was momentarily taken aback, as if a multitude of memories flooded his mind in an instant. After a long silence, he sighed deeply again. It was the Bamboo Grove Taoist. That is a hurdle Qi Yuan can never overcome. In the past, Qi Yuan had been seduced into vying for the position of deputy sect master within the clan. Those who supported him were largely self-serving individuals. However, the Bamboo Grove Taoist truly believed in his potential to ascend to that role. Li Tianhua spoke slowly, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. At that time, he indeed had a tremendous opportunity, or rather, he was just one step away from success. Yet, soon after, a power struggle erupted, plunging the sect into a horrific war, and Qi Yuan came to realize he had been manipulated. Nevertheless, the Bamboo Grove Taoist still exerted his strength to help stabilize the situation and pave the way for Qi Yuan, urging him to muster the courage to take that final step forward. However, Qi Yuan faltered. His hesitation led to the Bamboo Grove Taoist being besieged by numerous powerful foes, ultimately succumbing to a tragic fate. In his final moments, the Bamboo Grove Taoist even assisted Qi Yuan in extricating himself from significant troubles, allowing him to evade punishment from the heavenly capital. For Qi Yuan, the Bamboo Grove Taoist was not only a cherished friend and mentor, but also a guiding light on his life's journey, a savior of his destiny. Yet, it was this very bond that left him haunted by the demise of the Bamboo Grove Taoist, unable to find peace, and ultimately spiraling into the depths of despair. As Li Tianhua recounted that bygone history, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. The burden of having caused such a tragic end for someone so significant was indeed a heavy one to bear. Without having experienced Qi Yuan's past, it was difficult to comprehend the profound emotions of the individual involved. Perhaps, more than a century ago, Qi Yuan had indeed committed a grave error. Nonetheless, it is not a justification for certain individuals to exploit him to launch their own attacks. Elder, Tang Tian inquired, you must know who orchestrated this matter, correct? Li Tianhua paused momentarily before slowly nodding in affirmation. There were indeed numerous individuals within the sect aware of this incident, and a few who could leverage it to incite the inner demons of Qi Yuan. However, among these individuals, only one had a valid reason to act thus. Lu Chang'e. Tang Tian remained silent. Given the current circumstances, it was rather evident that Lu Chang'e was behind this affair. Yet, judging by Li Tianhua's expression, he seemed unaware that Lu Chang'e was once a resident of the Zizhu courtyard. Will the sect take action? Tang Tian refrained from mentioning Lu Chang'e's background and instead posed this question. With a soft sigh, Li Tianhua replied, after you subdued Qi Yuan, I instructed Yunkong to seek out Lu Chang'e. Unfortunately, our efforts were in vain. I believe that regardless of what objectives he sought to achieve through Qi Yuan, once you revealed your prowess surpassing the realm of immortals, he would understand that all his schemes would prove futile. Given this, I surmise that if you were in his position, You two would not choose to remain within the sect under such unfavorable circumstances. Tang Tian fell silent. The swiftness with which Lu Chang'e had fled was unexpected. Nevertheless, even if the Qingyue sect were to capture him, he undoubtedly possessed myriad methods to extricate himself from culpability. At worst, he would simply be expelled from the Qingyue sect. Let us not forget, he is the master of the Hall of Good and Evil at Yunding Tianfu. Much like Mo Xiao Xiao, even if the charges were substantiated, there would be little anyone could do against him. Yet Tang Tian would not simply let this matter rest. Although his acquaintance with Qi Yuan had not been extensive, he could genuinely feel the sincerity in Qi Yuan's heart. Now, Qi Yuan had succumbed to the abyss of inner demons due to Lu Chang'e. None could predict when he would awaken from such a state. How could Tang Tian reconcile with that? After a moment of silence, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Li Tianhua opened it to reveal a familiar figure stepping inside, none other than the young master, Yin Kong. Subsequently, Li Tianhua cast a glance at Tang Tian before stepping out, leaving them in solitude. Yin Kong advanced and stood beside Tang Tian. Lu Chang'e has likely fled back to the Tianfu. I currently have no means to reach him. He spoke softly. Tang Tian remained taciturn. He understood that Yin Kong and Lu Chang'e had maintained a clandestine collaboration, now that even Yin Kong could not locate Lu Chang'e. It was highly probable that he would not return. After a brief silence, Yin Kong continued, "You must be aware that I have always supported him. The incident involving Du Yuanqing was also a scheme we devised together. Yet this time, he has truly overstepped. Regardless of the circumstances, he ought not to reach out to Chiefing. Following the events of this evening, no one would dare to stand by his side any longer. That position now remains solely yours." Tang Tian remained unresponsive. He had never placed great importance on that position and had already made his decision. Should that position fortuitously fall into his hands, he would bestow it upon another, someone who once aspired to claim it. Yet, that individual now lay in a state of unconsciousness. After a prolonged silence, Tang Tian inquired, "Would the situation have altered had I failed to intercept Qi Yuan today?" Yin Kong furrowed his brow slightly before shaking his head. No. Lu Chang'e had overstepped. This demonstrated that he had largely lost his composure in recent times. No one would choose to support such a person. Yet, his tactics were often unexpected, leaving others unable to predict his subsequent strategies. Tang Tian fell silent once more. Could it be true that Lu Chang'e would indeed lose his composure? Certainly, since the conflict with Han Hai, his behavior seemed to affirm this notion. However, Tang Tian could not bring himself to believe that a schemer who had long danced on the edge of a knife from the shadows would falter in judgment at the critical moment. He must harbor ulterior motives. The two stood in quiet contemplation for a while, refraining from further conversation. By now, it was well into the night, and the tempest outside had ceased at some point unbeknownst to them. When dawn broke, it would be the moment to determine the rightful owner of that position. Tang Tian gazed at the still unconscious Qi Yuan and suddenly turned to leave. "Take care of him for me. I shall find a way to awaken him," Tang Tian declared. Chapter 197. Conversation with Lu Chang'e at the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Not long after Tang Tian returned from the elder's study, the eastern sky began to glow with the first light of dawn. Once daylight broke, all the senior members of the sect would convene to cast their final votes for the second-in-command position. During this process, the candidates were not permitted to enter the assembly. They could only remain in their respective places, awaiting the ultimate outcome. However, Tang Tian had no intention of attending. The candidates were merely himself and Lu Chang'e. Following last night's events, Lu Chang'e had lost all support, and with his current disappearance, the voting outcome seemed predetermined. Yet, Tang Tian felt no joy in this certainty. He sat quietly beneath an old locust tree, a pot of tea and 2 cups beside him, seemingly awaiting someone. Time passed swiftly, and the sun gradually ascended. Bathed in sunlight, the valley, still glistening from the recent rain, rose in thick white mist, resembling a realm of immortals. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared out of thin air in the purple bamboo courtyard. The external formation remained unperturbed. "You did not leave after all," Tang Tian remarked, turning to face the figure, who was indeed Lu Chang'e. "You anticipated my arrival," Lu Chang'e replied calmly, stepping forward to the dry patch beneath the locust tree where he sat down. "How is Qi Yuan? I never expected his inner obsession to reach such a degree." Lu Chang'e continued. Tang Tian did not respond to this inquiry, but countered with a question of his own. What exactly do you intend to do? With a gentle sigh, Lu Chang'e replied, what else could it be? After over 20 years of strategizing and planning, I have aimed for that position. How could I allow you to effortlessly pluck the fruit that rightfully belongs to me? Tang Tian spoke softly. But you are aware that confronting Qi Yuan will lead to the loss of all support within the sect. Lu Chang'e shook his head. Since you uncovered the truth behind the Du Yuanqing incident, their support has ceased to hold significance. No matter how I approach it, defeating you on the battlefield is impossible. Hence, I have turned my gaze toward Qi Yuan. I intend to exploit his inner demons, leverage the emotions between you, and capitalize on your indifference toward that position to reclaim the final stronghold. According to my plan, Qi Yuan would lose half of his life due to the sect's coercion, and I would subsequently find you, using the opportunity to save Qi Yuan as a means to persuade you to relinquish your claim to the position. I am confident you would make the choice I desire. Unfortunately, you have grown so formidable, Lu Chang'e concluded, and as he articulated his scheme, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, if Lu Chang'e's words held true, he might genuinely be willing to forsake that position for Qi Yuan. Yet he always sensed that Lu Chang'e's intentions were far from simple. You haven't entirely failed, have you? Qi Yuan remains in a comatose state. If you truly possess a means of salvation, I would contemplate relinquishing my efforts before the final outcome is revealed, Tang Tian remarked. Lu Chang'e tilted his head towards the heavens and exhaled deeply. Never mind, he sighed. It has lost its significance. Moreover, I find it hard to believe that with your abilities, you cannot discover a way to rescue Qi Yuan. Even if a solution eludes you now, it will surely be found in due time. Tang Tian fell silent. Indeed, no matter how formidable the inner demons, there exists a remedy. Should Qi Yuan remain incapable of liberating himself, he would undoubtedly seek alternative paths. So what brings you here? You must realize that after such actions, I cannot easily allow you to depart, Tang Tian stated. Lu Chang'e lowered his gaze, plucking a tender blade of grass and idly toying with it. He felt somewhat weary. Moreover, after today, I shall take my leave from Qinghua's sect. We have, after all, reached the final stage as adversaries. Though I have been defeated, I feel it necessary to bid you farewell, while also concluding a matter that has lingered unresolved for over a century. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Qi Yuan? Lu Chang'e nodded. He then lifted his gaze to the courtyard ahead and spoke softly. Once, I resided here for a time. It was the happiest period of my life, filled with carefree days of running, playing, and laughter. Grandpa Zhu, who raised me, was my most esteemed kin. When he passed away, it felt as though the sky had fallen upon me. From that moment forth, I vowed that one day, all those responsible for Grandpa Zhu's demise would face due retribution. Lu Chang'e's tone was calm as he recounted those past events. Indeed, he had lived here and shared a close bond with the bamboo forest Taoist. So even without my presence, you would deal with Qi Yuan, wouldn't you? Tang Tian inquired. Lu Chang'e nodded, affirming his assertion. Among those individuals, Qi Yuan is the one I loathe the most. Grandpa Zhu held him in such high regard, supporting him wholeheartedly, even at the cost of becoming ensnared in the whirlpool of power. Yet he, due to his cowardice, chose betrayal. I shall never forgive him. However, last night, witnessing Qi Yuan succumb to his inner demons and spiral into madness, burning away his own life, I suddenly found a semblance of peace. If Grandpa Zhu were to witness this from beyond, I believe he would not wish to see Qi Yuan in such a state. Tang Tian hesitated slightly. Was it possible that Lu Chang'e had also been present on the battlefield last night? However, he did not notice that the few powerful beings within the sect were also unaware. What do you intend to do now? Inquired Tang Tian. Lu Chang'e took a deep breath. Some matters must be relinquished when the time comes. Qi Yuan harbors an obsession. Do I not have one as well? Let the past remain in the past. He has endured suffering for many years and has faced the punishment he was meant to bear. I have come to seek your assistance in completely dissolving his inner demons, allowing him to emerge from the mire of anguish. This was also the wish of Grandfather Zhu, a goal he sought to accomplish. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Does the bamboo forest Taoist know of Qi Yuan's inner demons? Lu Chang'e nodded. Prior to his demise, Grandfather Zhu had anticipated that such events would unfold. Thus, he left behind certain items to help Qi Yuan find peace, urging him not to remain trapped in the occurrences of the past. However, I have concealed these items. Tang Tian frowned immediately. Lu Chang'e shrugged and said, do not react in that manner. Qi Yuan is the primary culprit behind Grandfather Zhu's death. I certainly do not wish for him to have it easy. Were it not for witnessing his state last night, I would have taken these secrets to my grave. Tang Tian fell into silence. Lu Chang'e was also a victim of that incident from years ago. It is indeed difficult for him to evaluate this choice. Regardless, the most pressing concern now is Qi Yuan. If he can truly be liberated from his inner demons, that would suffice. Where are the items? Tang Tian asked. Lu Chang'e glanced at him, but his gaze drifted beyond, landing on a point behind him. Right there, he indicated, pointing to a location not far from the azure stone table. It was the ancient well of the thoughtful spring. Chapter 198. Beneath the well, Lu Chang'e rose from his seat and leisurely approached the ancient well known as Nianquan. The mouth of the well was not particularly high, merely constructed from 2 layers of low stone bricks. From above, one could clearly see a pool of crystal-clear water that reflected the faces of those standing at the edge. When Tang Tian had first moved into the Zijou courtyard, he often engaged in philosophical discussions with Gu Xiaoxue beside the ancient well, where the natural aura of the Nianquan served as a catalyst for their understanding of Taoist principles. However, as their strength grew, the well's significance diminished, and they scarcely paid it any heed thereafter. He never anticipated that there might be something hidden there by Lu Chang'e. You've never been down there, have you? Lu Chang'e inquired. Tang Tian shook his head. It's merely a natural spring. Who would intentionally wander to the bottom of the well? Unless, of course, that person is rather unhinged. I have ventured down, Lu Chang'e replied. In fact, I went quite often. Tang Tian was taken aback. What were you doing there? He couldn't help but ask. Lu Chang'e turned back with a smile. Why, simply indulging in play. I was quite young at the time, full of wild spirit, bouncing about like a little monkey. Yet, Grandpa Zhu did not dissuade me. He merely advised me to be cautious. He recalled a particularly hot summer when, despite the sweltering heat, the spring's naturally cool essence offered a refreshing chill even at the well's mouth. On a whim, he jumped right in and nearly drowned. Looking at the ancient well, Lu Chang'e continued, though I was rescued, I developed a fondness for that invigorating coolness at the bottom. Not long after, I jumped in again and nearly met the same fate. A few days later, it happened for the 3rd time. At that point, Grandpa Zhu could no longer bear it and carved out a small space for me at the bottom, ensuring I wouldn't drown, allowing me to continue my playful escapades. For the following years, the Nianquan ancient well became my own little sanctuary. Listening to Lu Chang'e's tale, Tang Tian was left speechless. He never imagined that the enigmatic Lu Chang'e had such audacious adventures in his past. How reckless. Fortunately, the kind-hearted Zhulin Taoist was there. Had he encountered a more irritable guardian, the consequences could have been dire. Is the item left by Taoist Qi Yuan also down there? Tang Tian asked. Lu Chang'e nodded. After that incident, I departed from Zijou courtyard and journeyed to Yunding Tianfu. However, before I left, I placed that item in my secret base. There are no protective formations there, and the item does not emit any Taoist fluctuations. Thus, unless one personally ventures to the depths of the well, it is virtually impossible for anyone to discover it. Therefore, it must certainly still be there. Tang Tian could not help but fall silent. This method of concealment was indeed quite ingenious. Aside from potential natural deterioration, it would elude the notice of cultivators. Of course, it was also possible that Lu Chang'e was merely too young at the time, compelled to resort to such a means of hiding. Let us go and see, Tang Tian remarked. Lu Chang'e nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 2 of them leaped into the ancient well, one after the other. The well was narrow, yet not particularly deep. In the blink of an eye, they reached the bottom. The air here was indeed refreshingly cool and remarkably tranquil, imbued with an abundance of natural essence. For ordinary individuals or novice cultivators, it was truly an excellent place for meditation. Upon entering the well, Tang Tian immediately noticed a space carved out beside the bottom, neither too large nor too small. This space had been reinforced, thus no weeds had emerged. However, due to the perennial nourishment from the well, it appeared somewhat damp. Nevertheless, the interior remained relatively dry. At the farthest end, there was a small bamboo bed, a bamboo chair, and a collection of items clearly meant for a child's play. Perhaps due to the passage of many years, those toys had, to some extent, succumbed to decay, appearing somewhat worn. One could only wish that memories could decay like these objects over time. Regrettably, as time passes, certain memories often become increasingly vivid, sometimes even awakening one from the depths of night. Lu Chang'e stepped inside and instinctively sat upon the bamboo bed. The bed creaked ominously, nearly collapsing under him. Tang Tian followed suit. Indeed, as Lu Chang'e had described, there was a complete absence of any fluctuation of Taoist energy, resembling a place constructed by mortals. Furthermore, it truly was a site of childhood play, marked by the innocent traces of youth. Observing the peculiar patterns etched on the wall beside the bamboo bed, Tang Tian curiously inquired, "What are these?" Lu Chang'e glanced over and smiled, merely the whimsical imaginings of a child. At the time, Grandpa Bamboo was researching certain formations related to the spirit, which I happened to see. I wished to learn, but he said I was not yet ready to engage with such advanced formations, so I busied myself with my own chaotic scribbles. Tang Tian meticulously examined the patterns, which were indeed a jumble of erratic lines, devoid of any discernible structure, merely the random doodles of a child. "Can you guess where I hid that object?" Suddenly, Lu Chang'e turned his head, smiling as he posed the question. Tang Tian was momentarily speechless upon entering. He had already discovered a concealed compartment within the wall at the head of the bed. Inside that compartment lay a peculiar box, entirely isolated from the outside world. Unless one were blind, how could they possibly remain unaware of it? Observing Tang Tian's expression, Lu Chang'e shook his head in boredom and remarked, "Very well. You must have already discovered it. I thought I was clever, hiding it so discreetly." Tang Tian silently shook his head. Ever since this fellow arrived at Zijou Courtyard, he had seemingly liberated himself, instantly rejuvenating by a century, exhibiting an absurd level of childishness. After Lu Chang'e spoke, he approached the bedside and pressed a concealed switch. A small hidden compartment revealed itself before them. Within this compartment lay an exquisitely crafted antique box. This box was no ordinary object, but rather a rare treasure capable of shielding its contents from scrutiny. Remarkably, even after all these years, it retained its original form, showing no signs of decay. "This is the item left to Qi Yuan by Grandfather Zhu," Lu Chang'e stated, then handed it directly to Tang Tian. Tang Tian accepted the box and, after a careful examination, slowly opened it. A fragment of memory emerged before him, revealing that the key to unraveling Qi Yuan's inner demons was a memory bestowed by the Bamboo Forest Taoist. Chapter 199. Resolving Inner Demons. This is but a fleeting memory, or rather, a final farewell. Upon opening it, Tang Tian finally beheld the visage of the Bamboo Forest Taoist. He was an elderly gentleman with a benevolent demeanor, exuding a gentle and cultured aura, his face perpetually adorned with a soft smile, evoking a sense of warmth and kindness. Tang Tian concealed his presence, ensuring that the Bamboo Forest Taoist within this fragment of memory could not perceive him. After confirming that there were no issues, he carefully closed the small box again. This bond belonged to the Bamboo Forest Taoist and Qi Yuan, and he felt no necessity to delve deeper into it. "Rest assured, there is no cause for concern," Lu Chang'e remarked. "I merely came to revisit this fragment of the past. This is, in fact, the last wish of Grandpa Bamboo." Tang Tian remained silent. The conflict between him and Lu Chang'e was limited to the competition for a certain position, the ownership of which had now been settled. He had no reason to utilize Qi Yuan any further. He meticulously checked once more and indeed found no issues. "If you harbor any doubts, you may bring Qi Yuan here at once. Should any abnormalities arise, you may act against me as you see fit. I can wait here for you, or accompany you," Lu Chang'e proposed. Tang Tian cast a glance at him and replied softly, "No need." He then extended his hand, summoning a subtle wave of spatial energy that manifested within their surroundings. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. It was the still unconscious Qi Yuan. Lu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Qi Yuan's sudden appearance. "Goodness, you can actually bring a living person with you? It seems you possess one astonishing technique after another. I'm beginning to regret opposing you. If you were to be vengeful, even if I helped Qi Yuan escape his inner demons, I would be doomed, wouldn't I? You wouldn't act that way, would you?" His anxious gaze flickered towards Tang Tian, uncertain if his distress was genuine or feigned. Tang Tian chose to ignore him. After erecting a defensive barrier, he prepared to awaken Qi Yuan. The previous night, he had entrusted Yun Kong with watching over Qi Yuan while he returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. However, after Yun Kong and the high-ranking officials attended the assembly, he returned to place Qi Yuan within his own small world. The unique egg-like entity was capable of harboring living beings, ensuring his safety. Once adequately prepared, Tang Tian unleashed a strand of celestial energy, allowing it to enter Qi Yuan's spiritual platform. The consciousness that had been shackled began to awaken rapidly. Yet, at this moment, Qi Yuan's mind remained shrouded in chaos, completely consumed by his inner demons. When he awoke, he would plunge into utter madness, failing to recognize anyone. Tang Tian focused intently, and as soon as Qi Yuan opened his eyes, on the verge of erupting, he swiftly opened the box, presenting the memory fragments left by the bamboo forest Taoist before him. Chun's eyes blazed crimson as he let out a furious roar, preparing once more to burn through his very essence and break free from his shackles. Yet, in the next moment, he appeared to witness an unbelievable scene, as if struck by lightning, leaving him utterly astounded. Simultaneously, a glimmer of clarity pierced through the darkness of his inner demons, re-emerging in his gaze. Old bamboo. Chun's voice was hoarse as he struggled to utter these two words. Subsequently, 2 streams of blood tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. At that moment, Tian once again waved his hand to establish a barrier, isolating all that transpired within from the outside world. One could only observe that the clarity in Chun's eyes grew ever more pronounced, until he ultimately collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The torment of his inner demons gradually dissipated, and reason began to reclaim its rightful place. Tian stood silently outside the barrier, waiting for Chun's mind to fully restore itself before entirely severing the connection between the scene within the barrier and the outer world. Aren't you curious about what kind of message old bamboo left for him? LCHNGG inquired. Tian shook his head. This belongs to his past. With that, he grasped LCHNGG's shoulder and forcibly led him away from the ancient well, leaving the remaining time entirely for Chun. Nevertheless, his attention never wavered from Chun. Once outside, LCHNGG stumbled back a couple of steps, patting his chest as he exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were going to eliminate me." Tian cast him a sidelong glance. "I indeed entertained that notion. You have repeatedly attacked me and attempted to use Chun to coerce me. Each of these actions provides ample justification for my taking your life." LCHNGG instinctively retreated another couple of steps, flustered as he responded, "One must not conduct oneself in such a manner. We were rivals before, of course. I would engage in certain maneuvers against you, but I never intended to take your life. Regarding Chun, my primary motivation was to avenge the grievances of over a century past. Now that I have helped him completely liberate himself from his inner demons, I consider it a form of redemption. You cannot be so cruel as to wish for my demise at this juncture," he exclaimed loudly, observing his insincere performance. Tian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Cease the charade. Your arrival at the ZZH courtyard indicates you possess a means of safe escape. I am aware you are concealing your true strength. However, should you continue to irritate me, I would not hesitate to personally ascertain whether your preparations are sufficient," Tian stated coldly. Sensing the chill in Tian's words, LCHNGG was momentarily taken aback before hastily resuming his facade. "Oh, don't take it too seriously. After a century apart, returning to this courtyard inevitably stirs some excitement, almost as if I have returned to those earlier days," he conceded, stepping forward. This time, he did not sit beneath the old locust tree, but instead faced Tang Tian, seated beside the blue stone table. "You are truly the most enigmatic and intriguing person I have ever encountered. I wish I had met you sooner," Lu Chang'e sighed wistfully. Tang Tian smirked and replied, "It's not as if we hadn't met before. However, during our first encounter, you were already trying to contend with me." Lu Chang'e chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, there were certain fortuitous circumstances at that time. Who could have anticipated that Tang Tian would evolve to this extent in just a year? Perhaps it was simply not meant to be. You have now secured that position. The old master of Qingyue sect is unlikely to return, and Yun Kong still lacks the necessary refinement to become the new sect leader. It can be said that for a considerable duration, you will wield unparalleled authority within the sect, with even the Grand Elder and the esteemed elders of the immortal realm obliged to heed your commands. So, do you still intend to venture to Yending Tianfu? Lu Chang'e inquired. Yet, before Tang Tian could respond, he continued, "You will undoubtedly go. For you, Qingyue sect is ultimately too small. Yending Tianfu is your true stage. Am I correct?" Tang Tian tacitly acknowledged his assertion. He was indeed destined to go to Yunding Tianfu and was practically prepared for it, likely accompanying the disciples who had triumphed in the Hundred Gates battle. I knew it. Lu Chang'e sighed deeply upon receiving confirmation. You are undeniably formidable. However, I must advise you to think it over carefully. The outcome there may not be favorable. Lu Chang'e gazed earnestly into Tang Tian's eyes, his tone grave. Chapter 200. Farewell, why do you say that? Tang Tian inquired, frowning at Lu Chang'e, whose demeanor seemed far from jest. However, Lu Chang'e did not respond to the question directly. Instead, he sighed softly and addressed Tang Tian. Do you believe in retribution? Tang Tian took a slow sip of his tea. The concept of retribution is indeed a complex matter. Many mortals may dismiss it as mere superstition. Yet within the cultivation realm, there exists a similar notion, termed causality. This principle is an edict of the heavenly way. Every cause must yield a corresponding effect. However, causality diverges from retribution in significant ways. Retribution specifically refers to the backlash one faces due to malevolent actions, while causality encompasses both virtuous and wicked deeds. For centuries, the Yunding Tianfu has expanded recklessly, committing countless transgressions, far too numerous to detail. Lu Chang'e remarked, you cannot fathom how many individuals secretly curse its downfall, wishing for its descent into oblivion. Yet, the Tianfu remains blissfully unaware. If this continues, retribution is an inevitable consequence. In response to Lu Chang'e's assertions, Tang Tian shook his head slightly. No one can expand rapidly without incurring transgressions. There will always be obstacles in one's path. Will you cease your progress simply because barriers exist? As long as the overarching situation is sound, that is all that matters, he stated. He found Lu Chang'e's perspective somewhat naive. Setting aside the Tianfu, even he had instigated a bloodbath for the sake of a mere second-in-command position at Qinghua sect, resulting in countless lives lost. To voice such sentiments now seemed hypocritical. Noticing Tang Tian's stance, Lu Chang'e turned to him and asked, do you believe the expansion of the Tianfu is indeed beneficial in the so-called grand scheme? Tang Tian surmised the motivation behind Lu Chang'e's words. From a certain perspective, the tragic demise of Zhulin Daorun was ultimately a byproduct of the Yunding Tianfu's expansion. It was likely this realization that spurred Lu Chang'e's thoughts. Evaluating right from wrong was complex. One could only say that his viewpoint was somewhat limited. I once encountered a set of data, Tang Tian began. Prior to the Qinghua sect's dominion over this region, it was firmly grasped by various families and powerful factions. The conflicts among these forces claimed millions of cultivators' lives annually. The harsh cultivation environment left ordinary practitioners with no opportunity to rise. Even those with considerable talent struggled to realize their potential. But now, under the unified management of the Qinghua sect, the cultivation conditions have improved dramatically, akin to night and day. The population of mid to lower tier cultivators has increased by several multiples compared to the past. Each year, the influx of young cultivators has surged by hundreds of times compared to the past. With a solid foundation laid, the upper echelons of cultivation are flourishing. Those with talent receive ample nurturing and possess sufficient space to thrive, resulting in an increasing number of formidable individuals. The entire realm of cultivation appears to be thriving. Tang Tian gazed at Lu Chang'e and continued, I have ventured to observe areas that have yet to fall under the influence of Yunding Tianfu. Desolate, brutal, dark, and unbearable. This is how I would describe those regions. Perhaps for some minority groups, such an environment is preferable, where the ruthless law of the jungle serves to sift out the most powerful. However, the vast majority would much rather reside in a stable and prosperous environment. I feel the same way. Lu Chang'e found himself momentarily silent in response to Tang Tian's earnestness, surprised by the length of his thoughtful reply. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, you make a valid point. I have also observed the changes occurring in the outside world over the years. Compared to over a century ago, conditions have indeed improved immensely. Nevertheless, there are still those who harbor resentment towards Yunding Tianfu, and their numbers are not insignificant. Retaliation is bound to occur. Tang Tian did not refute this notion. The actions of the Tianfu would inevitably infringe upon the interests of certain groups, a reality that could not be avoided. Yet, in the pursuit of development, how could one fear such obstacles? I believe that for Yunding Tianfu to rise to the pinnacle of the world, it must possess the power to suppress all that opposes it. Moreover, Such matters are beyond the purview of someone like me, a mere novice. Lu Chang'e chuckled. So? You are resolute in your decision to join the Tianfu? Tang Tian shrugged. I am already a disciple under the Tianfu. What reason do I have to abstain? Even if calamities may befall the Tianfu in the future, I feel no inclination to stand idly by, let alone flee in advance. Since his transmigration, he had remained within the Qingyue sect for over a year. Although his cultivation and growth primarily relied on his two systems, the sect had not contributed much assistance. Yet, without the environment and certain conditions provided by the Qingyue sect, his progress would not have been as swift or smooth. It was possible that a single misstep upon his arrival could have led to his untimely demise. Over the past year, he had gradually come to regard himself as part of the Qingyue sect, and to be a part of the Qingyue sect was to be a part of Yunding Tianfu. This response rendered Lu Chang'e once more silent. After a long while, he finally spoke softly. It has been many years since anyone has conversed with me in such a manner. This is what they call a leaf obstructing one's view. I shall forever remember your words. However, I must advise you, if alternative choices exist, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing to the Cloud Peak Heaven. The perils there are exponentially more formidable than those of the Qingyue sect. Tang Tian remained silent. His resolve was not to be swayed by Lu Chang'e's mere utterances. To ascend to the pinnacle of the true world, the towering summit of the Cloud Peak Heaven must be confronted. The two were momentarily at a loss for words. The gentle breeze stirring the air, accompanied only by the rustling leaves of the ancient locust tree. Suddenly, a faint ripple emerged from the Nianchuan ancient well. Qi Yuan had awakened. Tang Tian observed that he had fully recovered. Apart from a slight weakness in his aura, the previous inner demons had been entirely dispelled. Well, my task is complete. Lu Chang'e rose, stretching his limbs languidly. He then cast a lingering glance around the serene environment of the purple bamboo courtyard, ultimately resting his gaze beneath the old locust tree. This place is truly comforting, he remarked with a smile. If ever I find myself nearing the end of my days, I sincerely wish to conclude my life's journey beneath this tree. Tang Tian remained silent, recognizing the genuine fondness Lu Chang'e held for this locale. With all matters clarified, it was time to bid farewell to the past. Lu Chang'e clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Tang Tian. Farewell, Tang Tian. I am quite pleased to have met you at the Qingyue sect. However, I sincerely hope that our paths do not cross again. Tang Tian reciprocated the gesture. Farewell. A smile graced Lu Chang'e's face as he turned and strode away. Observing his retreating figure, Tang Tian sensed a distinct transformation in his aura with each step, growing increasingly obscure until, ultimately, he became indistinguishable. When he regained his senses, Lu Chang'e's silhouette had completely vanished. An intriguing, yet perilous individual. Tang Tian shook his head and proceeded towards the Nianchuan ancient well. Chapter 201. Resolving everything beneath the ancient well of Nianchuan. Qi Yuan sat upon the cold ground, cradling a small box, lost in thought. He appeared remarkably frail, as if the years had aged him considerably more than before. Yet, the madness that once flickered in his eyes had vanished completely, replaced by clarity. The torment that had haunted him for over a century dissipated in that moment. At that juncture, Tang Tian's figure materialized beside Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan turned to glance at him before gradually rising to his feet. How are you faring? Tang Tian inquired softly. Qi Yuan gazed at the open box in his hands and let out a long sigh. He entrusted me with the duty to safeguard the sect and protect everything around me. Tang Tian felt a stirring within. This he must certainly refer to the Bamboo Grove Taoist. It seemed that the legacy left by the Bamboo Grove Taoist was of paramount significance to Qi Yuan. The shadows that once loomed over him had been entirely dispelled. His eyes no longer bore the remnants of that forcibly suppressed madness. Then you should heed his words well, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Qi Yuan nodded, then closed the small box, extending his hand to give Tang Tian's shoulder a hearty pat. Though he struggled to articulate his feelings, gratitude was clearly etched upon his face. All right, as long as you are well, do refrain from losing your mind again. It could frighten someone to death. Even the Grand Elder was gravely injured because of you. Tang Tian chided. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. I told you, that old coot is no match for me. If I truly wanted to confront him, it would be a matter of having him in my grasp. Tang Tian smirked. That's only because Li Tianhua refrained from harming you, merely focusing on defense. In the grand scheme of things, Li Tianhua still holds the upper hand. However, he chose not to expose the truth. After a casual exchange, he and Qi Yuan exited the ancient well of Nianchuan. Before departing, he returned the small box to its original place, leaving everything else untouched. This was a private domain belonging to a certain young man, and it was best to preserve its original state. Upon emerging, the two seated themselves beneath an ancient locust tree. Qi Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his eyes filled with reminiscence. This is actually only my second visit to the purple bamboo courtyard. The first time was when the bamboo elder had just completed the construction of this place, he recounted. Tang Tian poured him a cup of clear tea and then asked, "Do you recall what transpired before you fell into madness?" Qi Yuan savored a sip of tea, contemplating before responding, not quite clearly. "I was in meditation, and somehow, I fell asleep. In my dreams, I encountered the bamboo elder. Upon awakening, I found myself here." Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that Lu Chang's strength was indeed far more complex than it appeared on the surface. It is indeed remarkable that Qi Yuan could unwittingly succumb to his inner demons. Such a feat is not easily achieved by one merely at the ascension stage. What could have transpired? Qi Yuan inquired. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before selectively sharing the events that had unfolded with Qi Yuan. He chose to withhold the fact that Lu Chang'e had once resided here and discreetly concealed the possessions left to him by the Bamboo Grove Taoist. Qi Yuan had just begun to recover from his inner turmoil. There was no need to burden him with additional animosity. He merely mentioned that he had stumbled upon this object by chance while exploring a well. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan let out a gentle sigh. Truly, he is a cunning little fellow. Yet, alas, he has still failed. That position is rightfully yours, Qi Yuan declared. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. As noon approached, he anticipated that the outcome would soon be revealed. However, he had no intention of remaining in that position. Old Bamboo, are you prepared to safeguard this sect? Tang Tian queried. Qi Yuan nodded affirmatively. He was a true sage. Even in death, he harbored no resentment and had alleviated the hatred within me. I shall ensure that the Qinghua sect is well protected in accordance with his wishes. A smile graced Tang Tian's face. Perfect. I have a task I would like you to assist with. Just past midday, Li Hong burst through the door, his expression brimming with excitement. Young master, it has been unanimously approved. You have garnered the support of all the senior members of the sect, as well as the backing of all external forces. It has now been officially confirmed that the position of sect leader is yours. Tang Tian nodded lightly, displaying no signs of exhilaration. This was a matter long since settled. Furthermore, he had just assured Qi Yuan that before departing from the sect, he would hand this position over to him. This was something Qi Yuan had aspired to for over a century, a charge entrusted to him by the Bamboo Grove Taoist on his deathbed. However, prior to that, Tang Tian still had several other matters to attend to. Help me contact Yun Kong. I need to convene a high-level meeting. The construction of the sect requires a complete reevaluation. Additionally, it is time to address certain individuals who are unworthy of their positions, Tang Tian stated. The following day, in his capacity as sect leader, Tang Tian convened a comprehensive meeting of the Qinghua sect's upper echelons. With the sect master absent, he now held the highest status and greatest authority within the Qinghua sect. All peak leaders, senior elders, and key personnel were in attendance. The meeting did not delve into numerous issues, focusing instead on two primary topics: sect development and personnel adjustments. To commence with sect development, Tang Tian presented them with a substantial incentive. You need only to focus on your tasks. I will cover all expenses incurred. Now, with hundreds of thousands of innate Dao Jade at his disposal, he possessed the confidence to make such a declaration. After an intense discussion, the senior executives ultimately devised a comprehensive development plan for the next decade. This marks merely the preliminary phase of the initiative, with subsequent planning to be determined based on actual circumstances. The total investment for this 10-year plan is set at 500,000 innate Taoist Jade. Naturally, it cannot be invested all at once. An initial capital of 200,000 will be allocated, followed by an annual addition of 30,000 Jade. After calculating, Tang Tian felt it was manageable. He was now one step closer to the monumental consumption target of 100 trillion. It is anticipated that he will amass the necessary resources before departing from the Qinghua sect. Once the preliminary direction for the sect's development was established, the next step involved personnel adjustments. This, in truth, was akin to settling Tang Tian's personal grievances. During the competitive process with Lu Chang'e, It was inevitable that some would choose the wrong side, becoming adversaries to Tang Tian. They had, to varying degrees, caused him some trouble. Tang Tian was not like the sage bamboo grove Taoist, indifferent to any enmities. Those deserving of punishment would certainly face consequences. Otherwise, it would be unjust to those who had consistently supported him. Such actions were considered standard procedure, and no one would dare to object. Soon, under the counsel of Yun Kong and the Grand Elder, several high-ranking officials were reassigned from positions of real power to those of nominal authority. Others faced demotion outright. Han Hai experienced the most significant reduction in rank. Tang Tian showed no mercy, relegating him to oversee the dark prison in the back mountain. As long as Han Hai retained any influence within the Qingyue sect, he would forever be unable to rise again. With all matters settled, Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. He continued his cultivation while monitoring the acquisition affairs concerning Wang Gang. The day of his departure from the Qingyue sect was steadily approaching. Chapter 202. The domain of all laws within the confines of the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian and Wang Gang sat at a stone table beneath the venerable old locust tree. It had been over a month since the establishment of the sect's hierarchy. Under Tang Tian's leadership, the sect underwent a profound transformation in this brief span. Firstly, there was a significant alteration in the power structure. Tang Tian decisively removed high-ranking officials, such as Han Hai, effectively distancing them from the center of authority. The remaining and newly appointed leaders naturally rallied around Tang Tian, forming a formidable collective. While this upheaval adversely affected many, resulting in demotions and loss of influence for numerous individuals, the benefits were undeniably evident. Following the consolidation of power, the execution capability of the sect rose to unprecedented heights, enabling swift and effective implementation of orders. Secondly, a new wave of vigorous development swept through the sect. Once Tang Tian secured all funding, an era of expansive growth commenced. Elders and disciples actively engaged in the construction of the sect at every moment. External expansion and management were also progressing vigorously. The entire Qingyue sect thrived in a flourishing atmosphere, all stemming from just two pivotal decisions made by Tang Tian. This exemplified the formidable energy that identity and status can wield, explaining why countless individuals would sacrifice their lives for such power. However, for Tang Tian, the allure of power held little temptation. He remained more focused on enhancing his own strength, for that was the most reliable foundation. With merely half a month remaining before embarking towards the Yunding Heavenly Mansion, Tang Tian resolved to maximize his talents and physique during this period. Aiming to enter the mansion in the most impeccable state, "My lord, the acquisition plan for the third phase has concluded. The 4 merchant associations are now entirely under your name," Wang Gang announced. Tang Tian nodded. Since their last discussion, the acquisition plan had progressed rapidly. In addition to those 4 associations, negotiations with nearby merchant enterprises were also underway. After nearly 2 months of aggressive expansion, expenditures had surpassed 1 million innate Dao Jade. Coupled with investments in the sect's development, Tang Tian's assets had now exceeded 3 million Dao Jade, with consumption points accumulating to over 150 trillion. He was now perilously close to acquiring the final 2 innate talents and physiques. "Continue," Tang Tian instructed. It would be ideal to secure a few more merchant associations within the next half-month. He wished to exchange for both the Child of Chaos and the Chaos Body in one go. However, this directive caused a flicker of concern in Wang Gang's expression. "My lord, that may prove somewhat challenging," he replied. Tang Tian raised his brow slightly. "Are you once again broaching the issue of funding?" Wang Gang quickly shook his head and replied, No. This time it is not a matter of capital." Wiping the sweat from his brow discreetly, he continued, "Our recent activities have indeed been monumental, with an overall expansion surpassing 5-fold. While you have provided the necessary funding, I can find ways to manage our manpower. However, our capabilities are ultimately limited, and our influence insufficient. We can no longer sustain such rapid expansion. Otherwise, numerous issues will undoubtedly arise." Tang Tian stroked his chin, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Expanding too rapidly would inevitably lead to a dilution of power or an imbalance in authority. Merely relying on the celestial level Huang Lao would not suffice to maintain control over everything. After pondering for a while, Tang Tian resolved to exert his full strength once more. "Let us proceed this way." The expansion shall continue, and the swifter, the better. I will temporarily safeguard the Merchant Association under the auspices of the Qinghua sect, and we should be able to absorb 4 or 5 more associations without encountering significant problems, he stated. Wang Gang considered this for a moment and nodded. With the protection of the Qinghua sect, most issues would be effectively mitigated. In the external realm, few would dare to act against the authority of the Qinghua sect. However, unstable factors would certainly still exist. Tang Tian was aware of this potential hazard and remarked, after we absorb 5 more sects, we can pause. Once the situation with the merchant associations here has stabilized completely, you may come to Yunding Tianfu to find me. That place will be our new starting point for the Tianxia Commercial Association. The influence of Yunding Tianfu is exceedingly vast. Even if we wish to continue expanding, we would likely find ourselves outstretched, with good intentions thwarted by limitations. Furthermore, in half a month, I shall depart from Qinghua sect. The opportunities at Tianfu will undoubtedly be more abundant. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two discussed some additional details before Wang Gang took his leave. It was hoped that within the next fortnight, he could amass the final required consumption points. Observing the deposits within the system, Tang Tian rose and returned to his secluded meditation chamber. The current consumption points were sufficient to elevate the path of all methods to a minor achievement. Once seated in a meditative posture, he expended 450,000 consumption points to exchange for 45 instances of profound insight into superior celestial techniques. He then retrieved the superior celestial techniques he had purchased from the celestial patrol realm. Come forth. Let me witness the effects of the minor achievement in the path of all methods. Tang Tian closed his eyes and commenced his enlightenment of the celestial techniques. The boundless sea of stars unfurled once more from his being, as though he were immersed in the depths of the cosmos. Before long, a resplendent star ascended from the starry sea, standing shoulder to shoulder with the previous star. One superior celestial technique had been comprehended to the realm of great achievement. Moments later, a second star rose once again. Subsequently, the third and fourth stars ascended. As an increasing number of celestial bodies emerged, an enigmatic rhythm of the Tao became ever more pronounced, enveloping Tang Tian's being. In a moment of reverie, he felt as though he stood above the very laws of the universe, with everything around him firmly within his grasp. Upon the rise of the 10th star, an inaudible roar resonated, deafening in its intensity. The myriad paths of the Tao intriguingly harmonized with the celestial laws of the external world. The two seemed to complement each other, appearing distinct yet seamlessly intertwined. In this elevated state, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at a wooden table nearby, he pointed with a finger. A miraculous event unfolded. The table, long deceased for over a century, began to rejuvenate at a visibly remarkable pace. In a short span of time, delicate shoots emerged from its surface. Eventually, it even blossomed a pristine white flower. Retracting his finger, Tang Tian pondered deeply. Remarkably, he had not employed any life-related Tao techniques. Rather, he wielded pure rule-based power. This signified that, upon achieving a minor mastery of the myriad paths of the Tao, he had attained the ability to command the rules even at the realm of immortals. However, this mastery was confined to the domain of the myriad paths, roughly within a radius of 50 meters. Within this sphere, beneath the rules, he existed as a divine entity. Even the immortal kings could scarcely gain an advantage, and even the immortal lords would find him a formidable adversary. Truly splendid, Tang Tian mused, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Those 500 trillion consumption points had not been squandered. This domain provided him with immense security. I shall name you the domain of myriad laws. Chapter 203. The awakening of the kitten. The path of myriad laws has reached a preliminary completion, and the realm of all laws has begun to take shape. Tang Tian's hidden cards have ascended to an entirely new echelon. Should any unwitting Xianxian or Jingxian approach him with ill intent at this moment, subduing them would likely require little more than a breath. After further exploring the capabilities of the realm of myriad laws, Tang Tian retracted it back into himself. He now possessed 3 formidable cards. The Celestial Canopy, a devastating strike. The Sacred Phoenix Secret Art, which grants him fearless defiance against death, and the realm of myriad laws, where all within its bounds are rendered insignificant. With these 3 powerful abilities at his disposal, it could be said that Tang Tian could traverse most areas of the cultivation world with ease. He was ready to step into the world without reservations. After a moment of mental restoration, Tang Tian turned his gaze towards the system. With over 100 trillion consumption points, he had enough to exchange for the talent of the child of chaos or the chaotic body. Just as he pondered which to redeem first, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. Tracing its origin, he realized it emanated from the peculiar egg he possessed. Waves of potent natural energy were spilling forth from within. Intrigued, Tang Tian extended his consciousness into the egg. Inside, he found an expansive void, the true essence of nothingness, devoid of any presence, not even chaos itself. Yet, amidst this emptiness, there existed a transparent light dome, radiating a gentle glow. This was a space he had meticulously crafted to serve as a personal sanctuary, capable of housing even life itself. The previous entity, Qiyuan, had been placed within this luminous dome. The slumbering figure of the kitten was also nestled there. Now, after months of deep sleep, the kitten was breathing rapidly, its body pulsating with vibrant light, releasing waves of natural energy into the surroundings. Was it finally awakening? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Since the last time it had consumed a significant amount of rule fragments, the kitten had fallen into a deep slumber without any sign of activity. Today, however, change was in the air. Standing quietly by, Tang Tian observed as the kitten's breathing intensified and the tremors of natural energy quickened. At last, when they reached a critical threshold, transformation commenced. With a sharp crack, the kitten's body resembled fragile porcelain, riddled with countless fine cracks. Then, as if made of substance, natural energy surged forth from these fissures, coalescing above its form. As the natural energy increased, the kitten's body appeared to become transparent, as if hollowed out. Above, the gathering energy began to take shape, still resembling a small feline. A molting? Tang Tian was taken aback. This method of evolution was one he had never before witnessed. Previously, I had only heard whispers of certain mythical beasts ascending in such a manner. Little did I expect that the spirit of a minor world would also opt for this approach. Could it be that, after taking form, it resembles a spirit beast? Tang Tian could not ascertain. The metamorphosis of the small shell transpired swiftly, in the span of merely half a stick of incense. The original entity had entirely transformed into an empty shell, while the new form was fully realized. Moments later, the little one slowly opened its eyes, and their gazes met. "Wow!" it exclaimed suddenly, leaping backward, using its fluffy tail to shield its lower half. "What are you doing here? I haven't even donned my attire," it cried out in alarm. Tang Tian retorted, "You are the manifestation of the world's spirit. Your true essence is merely an unknown ancient jade. Why the pretense of modesty?" He added, "I am merely concerned that your commotion might obliterate this realm." With a slight "oh," the little one surveyed its surroundings, pretending to calculate with its claws, a frown forming on its brow. This doesn't seem right. It has barely been half a year. My ascension should take about a year." Upon saying this, it sniffed the air around it, then darted to Tang Tian's side, inhaling his scent. "What are you doing?" Tang Tian grimaced, pushing its face away. The little one, with its round, sparkling eyes, gazed at Tang Tian, seemingly in a daze. "It seems you have conjured something extraordinary?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Something extraordinary? He pondered. Could it be related to the domain of myriad laws? Indeed, prior to the completion of that domain, the little one exhibited no signs of awakening. Yet shortly after the formation of the domain, it underwent a direct evolution, and it appeared to have completed this ahead of schedule. Reflecting on the manifestation of the domain, it was plausible that this was indeed the cause. Tang Tian stroked his chin contemplatively. "This afternoon, I had a bowl of stir-fried rice noodles and braised chicken rice," he mused, knowing full well he could not divulge the true reason to the little one. Upon hearing this, the little one paused, scratching its head with its tiny paw, looking perplexed as it seemed to genuinely ponder whether there was an intrinsic connection between stir-fried rice noodles, braised chicken rice, and its ascension. Ahem. Tang Tian promptly shifted the topic, inquiring, "How do you feel now?" The little one, being rather innocent, responded with a bright "oh" and quickly dismissed its earlier confusion, exclaiming excitedly, "I feel fantastic. I have become much more powerful and awakened countless memories. My world has expanded significantly, and I can finally grasp the rules within it. If anyone dares to act arrogantly in my realm now, I shall surely defeat them so thoroughly that they won't even recognize their own mother." and I'll toss them out without their trousers. Humph. Oh, I'm not referring to you, of course. Moreover, I have now succeeded in directly transforming the chaotic energy into celestial power. Observe the shard I have presented to you. The narrative unfolds. Tang Tian nodded, subsequently attuning his senses to the ancient jade fragment adorning his wrist. Indeed, what it emanated was no longer mere primordial spiritual energy, but rather a form of celestial power of a significantly higher caliber. Although the quality of this celestial energy remains rather ordinary, it nonetheless represents a monumental leap forward. Having ascended to the realm of immortals for over 2 months, Tang Tian had only managed to traverse a few minor thresholds, reaching the mid-stage of the immortal realm. A principal reason for this stagnation was the insufficient absorption of celestial energy. Relying solely on spiritual energy, his progress was exceedingly slow. This necessity to venture to the cloud pinnacle's celestial abode was thus paramount, for within that sanctuary lay an ample reservoir of celestial energy available for harnessing. However, he has now acquired yet another noteworthy source of celestial power. Indeed, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. The small one chuckled. I have always stated that my advancement would greatly benefit you, and it does not end there. Look over there, take a closer glance. It gestured towards the shell it had shed. Tang Tian turned his gaze. After the departure of its diminutive essence, the shell, once riddled with cracks, had astonishingly restored itself at some point. Its surface gleamed with a mirror-like sheen, resembling an unparalleled treasure. The profound energies exclusive to the spirit of the world, along with a rich aura of nature, enveloped its form. Suddenly, Tang Tian's gaze sharpened. The small shell was levitating in the air. Beneath its base, a speck of impurity had materialized. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a minuscule grain of dust. Pristine, genuine dust. Tang Tian was acutely aware of what a single speck of dust signified in this vast expanse of void. I have promised to assist you in transforming this place into a miniature world. I keep my word, the little one declared with an air of pride. Chapter 204. The return to the law of the black hole. Little Su has awakened. It has successfully ascended, becoming the spirit of a small world, finally possessing the ability to grasp the rudimentary laws. Now, it is even more elusive. Even beings beyond the rules may find it challenging to confront its essence. This offers significant assurance for its journey to the celestial abode. The shell left behind after its ascension resides within Tang Tian's peculiar egg. This shell possesses the power to reshape the cosmos, silently drawing chaotic energy from the void, continuously generating a tangible world. The pace of this creation is commendable. During the brief exchange between Tang Tian and Little, a speck of dust has already transformed into a tiny morsel the size of a thumb. At this rate, a true continent will inevitably emerge. When the time comes to embed the rules within the egg, it will metamorphose into a genuine small world, a modest trump card indeed. Such a small world is not something just anyone can possess. As I continue to grow, the speed of continent formation will accelerate, and the conversion of chaotic energy into celestial power will also intensify. So, Little May lowered her gaze and smiled, looking at Tang Tian. The implication was unmistakably clear. Tang Tian chuckled helplessly, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. I will find you more snacks infused with the power of rules." Little immediately erupted with joy, showering Tang Tian with praise. After a casual chat, they both departed from the peculiar egg space. Returning to the main world, dawn was just breaking. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and decided to take a brief respite, intending to gather 2 trillion consumption points before exchanging for the ultimate talent and physique. He harbored a persistent feeling that the black hole of laws he had glimpsed during his exchange for the Child of Heaven was no ordinary phenomenon. This time, he aimed to be in optimal condition to scrutinize it thoroughly. In the following days, Tang Tian immersed himself in cultivation. Following his ascent, the enigmatic ancient jade on his wrist also advanced. It took root within the chaos, incessantly drawing chaotic energy and converting it into celestial power, which flowed ceaselessly into Tang Tian's being. His cultivation embarked once again on a meteoric rise. In merely 2 days, after a prolonged stagnation in the mid-stage of the celestial realm, he broke through to the late stage. A few weeks later, he successfully entered the perfected realm of celestial beings. A few days passed, and just 2 days before leaving the Qingyue sect, Tang Tian completed his breakthrough, stepping into the ranks of true celestials. If celestial beings represent a preliminary mastery of celestial power, then true celestials possess complete command over it. Ordinary celestial techniques can now genuinely manifest their potency. Tang Tian's conventional methods have become increasingly diverse and enigmatic. Gazing at the distant scenery, he now anticipates with great enthusiasm what the illustrious place of Yunding Tianfu, teeming with talent, will truly be like. Departing from the main residence, Tang Tian stretched languorously. During this period, he had scarcely ventured outside, remaining ensconced in his cultivation chamber. He had gradually transferred all rights concerning the sect to Qi Yuan. Having completely resolved his inner demons, Qi Yuan had performed remarkably well, maintaining order and efficiency. Even more astonishing was the fact that his stagnated cultivation had begun to show signs of movement. Tang Tian had gifted him some innate Dao jade and glass beads, and he believed it would not be long before Qi Yuan could genuinely ascend to the realm of immortals. With the strength of an immortal and a position of authority within the sect, as long as Yunding Tianfu remained intact, no one in Qingyue sect would dare to challenge him. Tang Tian felt a sense of relief. Moreover, Xiao Shui and Li Hong, alongside two others, had made varying degrees of progress under the generous conditions provided by Tang Tian. Just a few days prior, Li Hong had finally broken through to the tribulation stage and successfully navigated the 9th heavenly tribulation. Among all disciples who had ascended to Tianfu through the 10,000 Monsters Trial Tower, he was undoubtedly in a league of his own, far ahead of the others. The sisters Lan Yu had also advanced rapidly, both stepping into the later stages of integration with a solid foundation. As for Gu Xiao Shui, the anomaly, her progress was nothing short of extraordinary. Since returning to Tang Tian's side, she seemed to have activated an extraordinary potential, redefining the very essence of the term genius. It wasn't long after her return that she surpassed Li Hong in cultivation. Now, she had effortlessly overcome 6 heavenly tribulations and had reached the later stage of tribulation. It was likely that she would soon step into the realm of ascension. Truly, her talent was extraordinary. There was something peculiar about this girl. She felt almost like the favored daughter of the heavenly Tao, yet distinctly different. Additionally, there was an ever-present sense of familiarity. Xiao remarked on Gu Xiao Shui's nature. Tang Tian's heart stirred, prompting him to inquire about this feeling. Gu Xiao Shui's behavior was indeed somewhat enigmatic. However, Xiao could not articulate a clear explanation. It was merely an instinctive sensation. The only aspect it could describe was a faint yet pure breath of nature emanating from Gu Xiao Shui. This notion reminded Tang Tian of their first encounter, where she had shown an unusual sensitivity to the ancient well of natural essence in the courtyard. Was it once again the force of nature? And could it only manifest in her presence? Tang Tian observed Gu Xiao Shui and then glanced at Xiao, lost in thought. Perhaps, in the grand tapestry of fate, there truly existed some connection. Yet, due to his current level of power, he could not perceive this connection clearly. Perhaps, as his strength grew, the truth would eventually reveal itself. Shaking his head, Tang Tian chose to temporarily bury this matter deep within his heart. He believed that with his rapid growth, all mysteries would soon dissipate. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Wang Gang's acquisition plan progressed with remarkable audacity. With the protection of the Qingyue sect, their singular aim was clear: to devour as many entities as possible. Over the course of more than half a month, the Tianxia Commerce Association, at a lightning pace, assimilated 5 other trading associations. This once again bestowed upon Tang Tian over 1 million innate Dao Yes. Simultaneously, his consumption points finally surpassed the monumental figure of 200 trillion. Upon returning to his meditation chamber, Tang Tian activated the system, his gaze settling upon the last line of the talent and physique list. Child of Chaos, 100 trillion consumption points. Chaos Body, 100 trillion consumption points. Once prepared, Tang Tian decisively chose to exchange both simultaneously. In an instant, a long-lost sensation swept over him once more. It felt as though the entire cosmos lay within his grasp. Moments later, Tang Tian opened his eyes, finding himself once again immersed in the ocean of the Tao's principles. The endless laws surrounded him, exuding warmth and familiarity, as if they shared a common origin with him. This time, he perceived with greater clarity the disharmony within the realm of laws. Following the guidance of his heart, he ventured forth. Time became an abstract concept as a terrifying black hole loomed before him. Chapter 205. Departure to the heavenly capital in the boundless realm of laws. Tang Tian stood atop the principles, once again confronted by that heart-stopping black hole. The black hole suspended silently, devoid of any aura or fluctuation, relentlessly devouring the surrounding laws. Its power had surpassed the limits of Tang Tian's comprehension. Regardless of the nature of the laws, anything that ventured too near was swiftly consumed. A vast area enveloped around it manifested violent currents of laws. The closer one approached the center, the more chaotic and perilous it became. Even now, Tang Tian could only observe it from a distance, too wary to venture closer. What on earth is this? Tang Tian furrowed his brow. This is the world of laws, a foundational realm at the very core of existence. If turmoil were to erupt here, the repercussions would be profoundly severe, potentially already in motion. It is merely that the region Tang Tian occupied remained unscathed, rendering them oblivious to the impending danger. Yet, the black hole's veracity for the laws was alarming. And one day, the entirety of the world might be engulfed within it. From afar, Tang Tian could distinctly sense the terrifying force emanating from the black hole, utterly unstoppable. The laws surrounding him exhibited a palpable despair. They seemed to beseech Tang Tian for aid, while urging him to flee from that dreadful entity. Tang Tian remained silent. Although his innate talent and physique had reached unparalleled heights, he was still merely a true immortal. Faced with this incomprehensible, unapproachable, and inscrutable black hole, he found himself utterly powerless. Perhaps it would only be after truly transcending to exist above the laws that he would no longer feel so helpless. After a long pause, he sighed softly and turned away. This black hole was far beyond his current capabilities to confront. However, there was a silver lining. Once he became a child of chaos. Possessing the chaos body, he would be able to traverse this realm of laws at will. When he found a solution or discovered pertinent clues, he could return to see if there was a way to resolve it. After all, this was a matter of great consequence for the entire world. He wondered if the most exalted beings in existence were aware of this situation. Departing from the realm of laws, Tang Tian returned to his secluded meditation chamber. After some contemplation, he relegated this matter to the recesses of his mind for the time being. Regardless of what the black hole represented, continuing his cultivation and growth remained paramount. Even if the world were to perish, he must possess the ability to safeguard himself. In such circumstances, finding a place of refuge became increasingly vital. It seemed that attention must be directed towards the crafting of the small worlds within the peculiar egg space. Tang Tian stroked his chin, lost in thought. Early the next morning, within the serene confines of the purple bamboo garden, Tang Tian and Yun Kong sat facing each other. Today marked their departure from Qinghua sect, embarking on a journey to the celestial abode of Yunding. It was also the moment when Tang Tian would officially transfer the leadership of the sect to Qi Yuan. Are you truly willing to relinquish such a hard-earned position? Yun Kong inquired. Even if you are to develop in the celestial abode, possessing this identity certainly has its advantages. Tang Tian responded with a faint smile. Do you believe that sect leader Qi is unfit for this role? Yun Kong paused, then waved his hand with a chuckle. Of course not. However, to speak candidly, it would undoubtedly be more advantageous if you remained in this position. In contrast to Qi Yuan, Tang Tian had one significant advantage. Their financial resources were not on the same level. For a sect, the assurance of financial stability is undeniably beneficial. Tang Tian shook his head. I am not suited for the management of a sect. Rather than wielding authority, I prefer to focus on enhancing my own strength. After overcoming my inner demons, Qi Yuan is indeed a more suitable choice, trust me. Aside from him and Qi Yuan, others were unaware of the instructions left by the Bamboo Grove Taoist for Qi Yuan. Seeing Tang Tian's resolve, Yun Kong ceased his persuasion, and the two completed the final transfer of duties. Once the formalities were concluded, Yun Kong sighed softly, gazing into the distance. This afternoon, you will be departing for the celestial abode. Once, that was my dream destination. Alas, due to various reasons, I must remain here. Tang Tian replied gently. The sect needs you more. Without your guidance, it could never have attained its current prosperity. Yun Kong was an exceptionally capable individual, a born leader. Yet, it was precisely this that led him to forfeit another path destined for cultivators. It cannot be said which path is superior. It is merely the hand of fate. Yun Kong silently observed the horizon, then shook his head with a smile. I was merely reflecting. The celestial abode gathers prodigies. Had I truly gone there, I might have faded into obscurity among the crowd. However, With your talent and strength, young Master Tang, you shall undoubtedly shine, no matter where you are. Even in a place like the celestial abode, your brilliance would be impossible to conceal. Tang Tian shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. At present, he had attained the realm of true immortals. Coupled with being the child of chaos and possessing unparalleled abilities, few could be compared to him in this world. This is not arrogance, but rather an undeniable truth. You will know once you arrive. I am quite eager to encounter those true geniuses, Tang Tian remarked. Yin Kong smiled. It will be soon. Though they would not utilize the grand domain transmission array for this journey to the celestial abode, the speed of the Qingweb battle vessel was remarkable. It was estimated that they would reach the entrance of the celestial abode in just over a month. In due course, you may encounter certain trials, which will serve as a testament to your capabilities within the heavenly realm. Upon truly entering this celestial domain, you will undergo a secondary assessment at the Dragon Gate. This evaluation is designed to gauge the holistic potential of cultivators, taking into account factors such as age, cultivation level, innate talent, and physical constitution. Consequently, the heavenly realm will determine each individual's starting point based on their overall performance, with many exceptional prodigies commencing their meteoric rise from the Dragon Gate. Tang Tian nodded. Recalling that Prince Yu had previously mentioned this matter, he felt a sense of anticipation regarding how he would perform during that time. After engaging in further conversation, Yin Kong took his leave. Tang Tian sat in silence for a moment before activating Wang Gang's communication jade talisman. He was on the verge of departure, having secured both ultimate talent and physique, and it was time to stabilize the frenzied expansion of the Merchant Association. However, Tang Tian advised that once everything was thoroughly secured, they could resume expansion, proceeding with caution and steadiness. Additionally, he intended to bring some core personnel along to the heavenly realm, adopting a dual approach. Tang Tian would not forego this crucial source of consumption points. Beyond talent and physique, he required ample consumption points to exchange for moments of enlightenment, not to mention the even more extraordinary divine artifacts within the system. Having completed these tasks, Tang Tian summoned Li Hong and Xiao Shui, gathered his belongings, and departed from the purple bamboo courtyard. This place had been acquired by Tang Tian, and no one else could enter without his permission. Perhaps one day, he would return here to lead a leisurely life. At noon, after bidding farewell to Qi Yuan, Tang Tian boarded the exclusive war vessel of the Qinghua sect. Shortly thereafter, the vessel ascended gently, racing toward the direction of the celestial realm in the clouds. Chapter 206. The situation in the celestial abode high above the boundless continent. A colossal warship soared through the sky. Standing on the uppermost deck, Tang Tian gazed contemplatively at the magnificent landscapes below. This Qinghua warship measured over 200 meters in length and 50 to 60 meters in width, resembling a floating landmass in the air. Hundreds of disciples from the Qinghua sect, accompanied by several elders and attendants, were comfortably accommodated within, creating a sense of spaciousness. The fierce winds howled around them. However, a transparent protective formation enveloped the ship, ensuring tranquility within despite the tumult outside. Vast stretches of mountains and fields rapidly receded beneath, occasionally revealing a demon king perched atop a peak, roaring at the heavens. After a moment of solitude, an elderly man with a head of white hair approached Tang Tian. They had now reached the outskirts of the Qinghua sect, still nestled within a pristine forest. With your esteemed support, it won't be long before we expand our influence into this territory. Our jurisdiction will multiply several times over, and our ranks will swell with talent, the elder remarked. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. This elder, known as Xian Lao, was the protector accompanying the Qinghua sect on their journey to the celestial abode and one of the few powerful beings in the realm of immortals within the sect. He had been one of those who intervened to prevent Qi Yuan from spiraling into madness. Before long, representatives from the celestial abode will arrive at our sect to establish a direct passage to their realm. They will also bring additional resources to aid in creating superior cultivation grounds. This is a reward for our top 10 achievement in the 100 Sects War, Xian Lao continued. Tang Tian nodded again, then smiled, saying, Xian Lao, I have stepped down from my position and am now merely an ordinary honorary disciple of the sect. Such matters need not be discussed with me. Xian Lao shook his head with a smile. Regardless, your contributions to the sect are undeniably substantial. Without your efforts, Our sect would require decades of accumulation to reach its current pace of development. Your presence is indeed a great fortune for the entire sect. No one shall forget this contribution and kindness. Tang Tian hastily waved his hand. You flatter me, Xian Lao. My actions were motivated by my own purposes. Xian Lao sighed softly. In this world, who does not have their own motives? Yet, individuals like you, who remain detached from fame and fortune, and even with extraordinary strength, continue to care for the sect and contribute selflessly, are truly rare. Sometimes I worry that after reaching the celestial abode, your kindness may lead to misfortune. Tang Tian chuckled and playfully inquired, is the celestial abode truly a place of peril? Xian Lao laughed heartily. Peril may not be certain, but the waters therein are indeed as deep as an abyss. The intricate web of various factions intertwines in a complex manner, where a moment's carelessness could transform one into an instrument of discord. Fortunately, the strength of the Tianfu itself is formidable enough to keep all forces in check. Moreover, they place significant importance on disciples with exceptional personal prowess. If one can attract the attention of the higher echelons, a prosperous existence is almost assured. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. His intention this time is to carve out his own domain relying on his true abilities. He has never been particularly fond of the intrigues of power, and now that he possesses the capability to distance himself from them, he will naturally refrain from engaging actively. What manner of place is Tianfu? Tang Tian inquired. Elder Xian pondered for a moment and replied, for you young individuals, Tianfu is a genuine sanctuary for cultivation, a grand stage where one can truly shine. All the prodigies within a billion-mile radius will converge here, and every individual will have the opportunity to fully showcase their prowess. Passion and challenge abound, along with boundless resources and endless splendor. It can be said that every young person familiar with Tianfu harbors an aspiration to be there. Tang Tian smiled faintly. For a youth imbued with a spirit of adventure, the allure of such a place is indeed captivating. He wondered what position he might attain within the cloud-capped Tianfu, given his current strength and talent. I have heard others say that upon arriving at Tianfu, the identity of one's sect is largely diminished, Tang Tian remarked. Elder Xian nodded but then sighed softly, saying, it cannot be said to be diminished. It is merely not of paramount importance. Tianfu is vast, and the formidable forces within it are as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges, ubiquitous and overwhelming. In comparison to these factions, the disciples of subordinate sects are akin to a minor gang cast into a realm filled with illustrious families, rendering them nearly negligible. Over time, the disciples of subordinate sects will discover alternative paths. Thus, the significance of one's original sect identity is only relevant during the initial entry into Tianfu. Tang Tian's understanding deepened. He had previously thought that upon entering a sect, one would be forcibly dispersed and reassigned. It appears that such occurrences happen quite naturally. However, you need not worry excessively. Elder Xian continued. When you first enter Tianfu, some senior disciples from Qinghua sect will come to assist you. They will help you familiarize yourself with the operations of Tianfu, ensuring you do not inadvertently infringe upon certain laws. Once you are fully acquainted, you will be free to choose your own path. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. This was indeed reassuring, as it meant he would not be wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. Is this the case for other sects as well? Tang Tian inquired further. Elder Xian affirmed. It is generally similar. Aside from the esteemed Baidi Gate and Xiang Gate, which have long operated within the Tianfu and possess a certain degree of status and influence, the other affiliated sects generally find themselves in a similar predicament. Tang Tian, in silent contemplation, gained a foundational understanding of the circumstances within the Tianfu through his conversation with Elder Xian. After a brief pause, he inquired, will the disciples from the other sects also be accompanying us into the Tianfu? I heard from the young sect master that there are additional trials involved. Elder Xian nodded in affirmation, responding, indeed, they should have set out as well. Eventually, we will all converge at the foot of the Tianfu, where we will undergo several trials as an entrance examination to the Tianfu. As he spoke, a faint smile of resignation crossed his lips as he added, on this note, I must offer you a word of caution. In this upcoming 100 sects battle, as we embark upon our inaugural entry into the top 10, we are likely to attract the deliberate ire of certain sects, including some formidable and established factions. Take, for instance, the Heiji Gate. Although they have fallen out of the top 10 this time, they are sending disciples from their second tier. However, The first-tier prodigies will also be present upon entering the Tianfu. If they choose to cause trouble, it may prove to be quite challenging to manage. Though you have ascended to the realm of immortals, it is prudent to remain cautious. Tang Tian was taken aback. The disciples from the first tier of those venerable sects would indeed be entering the Tianfu alongside them. This meant that soon, he would encounter a group of true prodigies. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. I shall exercise caution, Tang Tian replied. Chapter 207. Arrival at the divine capital upon the deck of the vessel. Tang Tian and Elder Xian stood side by side, engaging in a profound discourse regarding the fundamental aspects of the heavenly capital. In conclusion, Tang Tian surmised that, for him, it was essentially a pristine sanctuary for cultivation. Under the formidable deterrence of the heavenly capital's immense power, no faction would dare to extend their malice towards the flourishing young disciples. The stronger and more gifted the disciples were, the less likely they would be targeted. A robust youth equates to a robust sect, thus ensuring a secure future. With this assurance, Tang Tian felt liberated from worries about treachery and deceit, allowing him to focus solely on enhancing his prowess. This was indeed a favorable development, aligning perfectly with his long-standing aspirations. As for Elder Xian's mention of potential trouble from the first-tier geniuses of other sects, Tang Tian dismissed it lightly. Whether they came or not mattered little. If they did, it would offer a splendid opportunity to witness the true caliber of those prodigies. After a leisurely exchange, Elder Xian took his leave. However, before departing, he presented Tang Tian with a delicate jade talisman. This is a token entrusted to me for you, Elder Xian stated before turning to depart. Curious about the talisman's purpose, Tang Tian opened it. Inside was a succinct message. Brother Tang, see you at the heavenly capital. It was the voice of Wang Ziyu. A smile graced Tang Tian's face. This fellow was indeed no ordinary character. After returning from the imperial city, he had once again vanished, indulging in a carefree existence. It turned out he had also ventured to the heavenly capital, not accompanying the main contingent of Qingyue sect, and instead making his way to Yunding heavenly capital alone indicated that his identity was far more complex than it appeared. His arrival at Qingyue sect might harbor ulterior motives. Shaking his head, Tang Tian placed the talisman into his peculiar space. Since his serendipitous encounter with Wang Ziyu in the imperial city, he had sensed that this individual was not simply an ordinary honorary disciple. He had no desire to delve into his true intentions. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. The relationship between gentlemen is as tranquil as water, and his rapport with Wang Ziyu was similarly unencumbered. Each would thrive in their own way. After taking a moment to appreciate the external scenery, Tang Tian turned and returned to his quarters. Over a month had swiftly elapsed. With the unrelenting speed of the Qingyue vessel, they had traversed an indeterminate distance. At that moment, the vessel suddenly trembled, its velocity noticeably diminishing. Shortly thereafter, Li Hong knocked and entered. Young master, we have arrived. In a brief interval, the members of Qingyue sect, led by Elder Xian, disembarked from the Qingyue vessel. Here lies a colossal platform suspended in midair, seemingly designed as a landing space for flying spirit beasts and aerial artifacts. Surrounding the Azure Mountain warship, numerous flying vessels of various sizes continuously descend, and practitioners garbed in diverse attires disembark from above. The arrival of the warship does not attract much attention. After undergoing a series of formalities, the crowd enters a passage constructed with formations. The passage is brief, and they soon emerge into the outside world. Before them unfolds an immense city, its expanse seemingly infinite. As they find themselves at its very heart, surrounded by towering edifices in all directions, rendering the city's edges invisible. The scale of this place surpasses even that of the imperial city by countless magnitudes. The divine capital, Tang Tian recalls the name mentioned by Elder Xian. The divine capital is a grand city located at the foot of the Cloud Summit Heaven's Mansion. Anyone wishing to enter the Heaven's Mansion must first pass through the divine capital. Over the years, it has evidently evolved into a vast gathering hub, even larger than some nations. Countless cultivators and mortals coexist here. Follow me closely, do not lag behind. Elder Xian commands from the front. Subsequently, the group follows Elder Xian and makes their way to a spacious courtyard, which serves as a temporary lodging for the Azure Mountain sect. Thereafter, Elder Xian departs for the divine capital government to handle relevant procedures for entering the Heaven's Mansion. Before leaving, He advises everyone to engage in leisure activities, but not to stray too far, lest they become lost at a critical moment. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian takes a moment to regroup before setting out with Li Hong, Xiao Shui, and 2 others, eager to explore this bustling locale, which surpasses even the imperial city in vibrancy. However, he notices that the other disciples remain stationary, collectively focused on him with an expectant demeanor. Tang Tian furrows his brow and inquires, "What troubles you?" The disciples exchange glances, and then a representative from the core disciples steps forward. Tang Tian recognizes him as Lin Xian, an exceptional member of the core group with commendable strength. During the 100 Sects battle, he ranked just below Xiao Shui, surpassing even the Blue Jade sisters. Yet, before Tang Tian, he appears somewhat bashful and hesitant. "Master, or rather, young Master Tang," Lin Xian stammers. "Elder Xian had previously instructed us to heed your commands in his absence. Therefore, we are awaiting your direction." Tang Tian is taken aback. Although he once held the position of sect leader, he has since stepped down, holding no more distinction than any ordinary honorary disciple. Yet, the demeanor of these disciples suggests that his residual authority still lingers. Indeed, for the ordinary disciples, both the eldest young master and the lord of the sect are figures to whom they must look up with a sense of reverence. There is no need for any elaborate arrangements. Simply heed Elder Xian's words. "They are free to wander as they please," Tang Tian remarked with a hint of resignation. Upon receiving this clear directive, the disciples erupted in cheers, eagerly discussing where to explore. Tang Tian shook his head, dismissing the endearing innocence of these youthful disciples, and departed the estate with Li Hong and the others. Within the divine city, both cultivators and commoners reside together. However, in the area where they settled, it was predominantly inhabited by cultivators. The streets were lined with shops related to cultivation. As he walked along, he observed many young disciples from various sects. It appeared that numerous disciples from other affiliated sects were also arriving in Tianfu. After wandering for a while, Tang Tian arrived at an opulent restaurant. Upon entering a new locale, how could one resist sampling the local delicacies? Xiao Zhao had been chattering in his ear about it. He ordered an extravagant feast and settled by the window, relishing the exquisite dishes while observing the bustling streets outside. It was indeed quite delightful. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice broke through his reverie. "Gu Xiaoxue, it seems you have finally arrived in the divine city." Tang Tian turned to see a young man standing beside them, gazing at Gu Xiaoxue, who was engrossed in discussing culinary techniques. He was none other than the talented genius of the White Emperor sect, Gong Xiefeng, who had faced Gu Xiaoxue in their final battle during the 100 Sects War. Chapter 208. The Demon of Tianfu at long last. "I have found you," chuckled Gong Xiefeng, his demeanor exuding familiarity as he surveyed the sumptuous spread before him. "May I take a seat?" he inquired with a smile directed at Gu Xiaoxue. Tang Tian and his companions were taken aback. This prodigy appeared to be rather different from the aloof persona he had displayed during their previous encounter on the arena. They had presumed him to be somewhat distant. Caught off guard by his request, Gu Xiaoxue instinctively glanced at Tang Tian. "Please, do sit," Tang Tian replied. He believed in the adage that one should not rebuff a smiling face and was curious to discern the purpose behind Gong Xiefeng's visit. Thank you. Gong Xiefeng clasped his hands together in gratitude before seating himself at the edge of the table. He cast a glance around the group, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Tang Tian. "This esteemed brother, you must be Miss Goose Guardian, am I correct?" Gong Xiefeng inquired. Tang Tian smiled faintly, acknowledging the young man's perceptiveness. Within such a brief encounter, he had discerned that Tang Tian was indeed the one in charge at the table. They had previously crossed paths during the 100 Gates battle when Gu Xiaoxue had been injured, and Tang Tian was the first to rush to her aid. It was no wonder that Gong Xiefeng held this belief. Indeed, Tang Tian conceded, "I am Tang Tian. We have only just arrived in the divine capital today, specifically to indulge in the culinary delights here. We've ordered quite a variety, so feel free to partake." Gong Xiefeng grinned, replying, "I shall not hold back, then." With that, he grasped his chopsticks and began to eat without a hint of reservation. "I have been waiting for you for several days," he continued, chewing as he spoke. "Our distance from the divine capital is not great. We arrived 10 days ago. I had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Qingyue sect members. And here I am now. After inquiring with several individuals, I discovered that you were dining here." Tang Tian chuckled softly. What were you waiting for us for? Gong Xiefeng paused momentarily, glancing at Gu Xiaoxue before responding. Did we not have an agreement? If the opportunity arose, we must engage in a fair and just battle. With some time remaining before our journey to Tianfu, I believe this moment is quite opportune. Tang Tian suddenly realized it was indeed for this very purpose. Following Gu Xiaoxue's defeat at the arena, he had sensed that she had not exerted her full strength. Subsequently, he had made a pact to engage in another bout. Initially, he had thought it merely youthful bravado, yet here Gong Xiefeng was, having kept it in mind. However, the growth Gu Xiaoxue had undergone over the past few months was nothing short of extraordinary. The disparity in their current abilities was likely considerable. That battle poses no issue. You won fair and square. Tang Tian gracefully declined his proposal. Gong Xiefeng was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head repeatedly as he said, "Do not mistake me for a fool, my friend. During our last encounter, Miss Gu clearly held back. If we were to truly fight to the end, the outcome would remain uncertain. Although I, Gong Xiefeng, may not possess the most exceptional talents, I adhere to my principles. I would never accept a victory achieved under such circumstances." Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. It seemed this young genius possessed a commendable pride. Yet sometimes, the absence of a definitive outcome can be more advantageous than a decisive one. Earlier, he had assessed Gong Xiefeng's cultivation. In just over 2 months, he had reached the pinnacle of the fusion stage, a mere step away from the tribulation phase. Achieving 2 breakthroughs in such a short span was indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, when compared to Gu Xiaoxue, he fell significantly short. When Gu Xiaoxue was in the mid-exit stage, she could evenly match him, who was in the mid-fusion stage. Now, should they engage in combat, it would be akin to an overwhelming defeat. Perhaps if he brought forth either Lan Yu or Lu Zhu, it might hold some interest. But he decided against it. They had traveled a considerable distance and were feeling somewhat fatigued. He thought it best to defer the matter for another time, believing opportunities would arise. However, Gong Xiefeng was evidently unwilling to let it rest. Noticing Tang Tian's hesitance, he turned his attention directly to Gu Xiaoxue. "Miss Gu, what do you think? Are you truly willing to endure a battle that should not result in failure?" he inquired. Gu Xiaoxue raised her head, gazing at him with confusion, seemingly perplexed as to why Gong Xiefeng was so insistent on this matter. She then pointed her index finger at Tang Tian and replied, "I will listen to him." Gong Xiefeng was momentarily speechless, glancing at the others at the table, only to realize they had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences, which left him astonished. Tang Tian, merely a guardian? How can it be that Gu Xiaoxue, the most outstanding core talent of Qinghua's sect, would heed his words so readily? He found himself compelled to reassess Tang Tian's standing. Sighing, he ultimately decided to temporarily relinquish this challenge. We are all headed to Tianfu, after all. In such an environment, there will undoubtedly be numerous opportunities. However, the longer the wait, the more variables will emerge. My rate of growth is quite rapid. Missing today's chance may mean never again encountering a fair contest. I certainly do not wish to face an opponent far beneath my capabilities. That would be utterly uninteresting. Gong Xiefeng remarked, inadvertently exuding a hint of his formidable fusion stage aura. Unfortunately, none of those present reacted to it. "You seem quite knowledgeable about Tianfu," he noted. Tang Tian shifted the topic. Gong Xiefeng nodded. "It's not too bad. Our Baidi sect frequently communicates with the Tianfu region, so we are aware of some fundamental information. That place is a sacred land for the cultivation of youth, vibrant and splendid beyond words. Talents from all walks of life converge there, and some existences are so extraordinary that they defy imagination." He sighed softly. "Once, I took pride in my performance within the Baidi sect. However, after encountering a few true prodigies from Tianfu, I realized just how far I still have to go. Compared to them, I seem to be worlds apart." Tang Tian smiled and said, "Is it really that exaggerated? I feel you are already among the very best." Gong Xiefeng shook his head. "I assure you, I am not exaggerating. Have you heard of the Longmen of Tianfu?" Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed heard much about the Longmen recently. "You should know that it is a means to assess a disciple's innate talent," Gong Xiefeng continued. "Once we enter Tianfu, each person must pass through the Longmen to gauge their overall strength. Similarly, the formal disciples of Tianfu must also enter the Longmen. Each year, a few remarkably gifted individuals emerge. Immortals at 15, Zhuangxians at 18, and Deluo Jingxians at 20. Those beings are like suns born into this world, while people like us can only gaze up from the ground. Do you still consider me a top talent compared to them? Gong Xiefeng sighed. Tang Tian fell silent. He had previously heard from Qi Yuan about certain extraordinary prodigies within Tianfu that were truly frightening. It appeared to be the case indeed. Yet, why did he feel a flicker of excitement within himself after hearing this? After some reflection, he quickly discovered the answer. Finally, there were peers of comparable strength with whom he could stand on an equal footing. Chapter 209. The Unexpected Incident in a Restaurant. Tang Tian and Gong Xiefeng sat together, indulging in exquisite cuisine while discussing matters pertaining to the heavenly capital. Tang Tian had gained a rough understanding of their upcoming itinerary. They would remain in the Divine City for a period, approximately a month, until all the aspirants from the affiliated sects had gathered before proceeding to the Cloud Summit Heaven. Prior to their entry into the heaven, a brief examination would be conducted for all participants, humorously referred to as the entrance ceremony. Each iteration of this ceremony varied, yet it was widely acknowledged that it was not an easy trial to pass. Generally, the majority of aspirants faced harsh realities during this initiation, as many of the prodigies from the affiliated sects harbored a significant flaw: excessive arrogance, akin to believing that the heavens were theirs to command. One of the purposes of this entrance ceremony was to bring them back to the ground of reality, Gong Xiefeng remarked with a smile. The second purpose of the entrance ceremony was to assess the caliber of the newly inducted disciples. Those who excelled would attract early attention and have a promising future ahead, while those who performed poorly would find themselves relegated to the status of ordinary disciples. After the ceremony concluded, they would return to their respective sects for a period of recuperation before the Dragon Gate assessment. At that time, disciples who advanced through the 100 Doors battle, those who were promoted via special channels, and the disciples of the Cloud Summit Heaven itself would converge for the assessment. It would then become apparent just how vast the disparities among these three groups of disciples truly were, Gong Xiefeng explained. Tang Tian nodded slightly. The three distinct groups of disciples represented different tiers, each enjoying varying levels of resources and cultivation environments. Coupled with the impact of innate talent, it was unsurprising that pronounced gaps would emerge. Nonetheless, within each tier, there would invariably be a small number of exceptionally outstanding individuals capable of transcending their ranks through sheer merit. Once the Dragon Gate assessment concluded, they would officially join the ranks of the heaven. However, not all formal disciples within the heaven were equal. The heaven would categorize each disciple based on their comprehensive performance during the assessment. The majority of those who entered the heaven through the 100 Doors battle would likely be classified as ordinary formal disciples, with perhaps a decent opportunity at best. Only those who demonstrated remarkable prowess would be considered for significant roles as core disciples. Gong Xiefeng added with a smile, "Do not underestimate the core disciples. Achieving such a status within the Cloud Summit Heaven signifies that one has surpassed over 90% of their peers, making them a truly rare existence. A core position, whether in terms of status or resource allocation, is exceedingly prestigious. Beyond this core, there exists an even rarer echelon known as the peak disciple. The standing of a peak disciple is akin to that of a venerable elder, commanding respect wherever they go, unafraid of any adversary. However, ascending to the status of a peak disciple through the Dragon Gate is, for all intents and purposes, nearly impossible. It is likely that only those extraordinary beings, such as a 15-year-old immortal or a 20-year-old Great Luo Golden Immortal, could ever attain such an honor. Frankly, I dare not even dream of that position. To merely secure a core seat would leave me waking from dreams with a smile," remarked Gong Xiefeng. Tang Tian smiled gently in response. "You will undoubtedly succeed. Gong Xiefeng's talent is commendable. Although he has only reached the pinnacle of integration, he is still quite young, merely 18 or 19. This youth will serve as a significant advantage during the Dragon Gate assessments. As for myself, I remain uncertain if I am qualified to ascend to the so-called position of peak disciple. In fact, apart from the peak disciples, there exists an even more esteemed disciple position within the Tianfu." As Gong Xiefeng mysteriously grinned and leaned closer to whisper, "This position is known as the Holy Sun." Just hearing this name, one can surmise the lofty heights it represents. Such individuals are seldom encountered, and I have only caught whispers of their existence by chance. The Holy Sun's position likely emerges from the ranks of peak disciples, with perhaps no more than a handful within the entire Cloud Summit Tianfu. They represent a realm of existence that is beyond our imagination. Tang Tian nodded with a smile. Through his conversation with Gong Xiefeng, he gained a clearer understanding of the Cloud Summit Tianfu, which is truly deserving of its title as a sacred place for cultivation. Core, Peak, Holy Sun. Each tier more formidable than the last, each more extraordinary. This stirred a sense of anticipation within Tang Tian. What position would he ultimately hold among these prodigious individuals? Suddenly, he recalled the question of whether honorary disciples would experience any differential treatment upon entering the Tianfu. Were there any standout individuals among them? He voiced his thoughts. At present, he was merely a pure honorary disciple. Upon hearing this query, Gong Xiefeng's face displayed a look of disdain. Those individuals, merely superficial pretenders, are of little consequence in the esteemed environment of the Cloud Summit Tianfu. Their trifling resources hold no value here. Moreover, the Tianfu adheres to a principle of meritocracy, where power cannot be purchased. Hence, they cannot maintain their FAAD. However, there is no significant differentiation in treatment, as it is deemed unnecessary. Apart from those disciples who hail from the Tianfu faction and are undergoing training within the sect, or certain individuals whose wealth is staggering, the other esteemed disciples are incapable of stirring any significant commotion. They were promptly reduced to their original states. Gong Xiefeng displayed an expression of schadenfreude. However, once he finished speaking, he noticed an unusual glint in the gazes of the others directed towards him. Upon encountering Tang Tian's enigmatic smile, he was momentarily taken aback. Fellow Taoist, you wouldn't happen to be an esteemed disciple at Qinghua sect as well, would you? Gong Xiefeng inquired. Tang Tian smiled brightly. Congratulations, you are correct. Gong Xiefeng suddenly felt embarrassed. It was exceedingly awkward to belittle a group in front of an esteemed disciple. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said, what I just mentioned certainly does not include you, fellow Taoist. As guardian of Miss Gu, with her talent, you undoubtedly will not face such dire circumstances. However, it would be prudent for you to brace yourself mentally, as there are certain individuals within Tianfu who are not particularly amicable towards esteemed disciples. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Though he believed he had little reason to worry about such matters, the two continued their idle chatter, as an array of delectable dishes graced the table. Gu Xiaoxue and the younger one were incessantly conversing, leaving Gong Xiefeng in a state of astonishment. Tang Tian was equally intrigued. The two seemed to possess an innate attraction towards one another, quickly becoming good friends after a short acquaintance. Now, Xiaoxue was even influenced by the younger one, often engaging in antics that elicited both laughter and exasperation. As time flowed steadily, half a day swiftly passed. After indulging in food and drink, just as Tang Tian was preparing to depart, several disciples from Qinghua sect hurriedly rushed in. Young Master Tang, this is dire. We encountered members of Jinding's sect on the street, who deliberately sought to trouble us. Among them are formidable figures from their elite ranks. Even senior brother Lin has been captured, the leading disciple exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Chapter 2:10. Humiliation in person. A few disciples from the Qinghua sect bore expressions of palpable anxiety. Their condition appeared far from ideal, as several bore evident injuries. Clearly the aftermath of a confrontation with the disciples of the Jinding sect. The outcome was all too apparent. The Jinding sect was indeed one of the formidable adversaries that Qinghua sect faced in their quest for a place among the top 10 in the recent 100 Sects War. Although they ultimately fell short, allowing Qinghua sect to claim a top 10 position, they were left just shy of the mark, ranking 12th, closely following the Heiji sect. Moreover, the Jinding sect had previously broken into the top 10 years ago, possessing a dedicated passageway to the Tianfu. This indicated that the contestants they dispatched were merely elite disciples from their second tier. With the arrival of their first-tier elite disciples, should they choose to engage, the disciples of Qinghua sect would undoubtedly stand little chance. Tang Tian had previously heard from Elder Xian that other sects might venture to trouble Qinghua sect. He hadn't anticipated their arrival would be so swift. Scarcely a day had passed. Is Huafeng not present? Tang Tian inquired. Huafeng, like Li Hong, had ascended through the Wanyao trial tower to elevate his sect standing. His achievements surpassed those of Li Hong at that time, and he had reached the pinnacle of the fusion stage, thus outclassing the disciples participating in the 100 Sects War. Upon Tang Tian's question, the leading disciple of Qinghua sect exhibited an awkward demeanor. Senior brother Hu was indeed on site. However, The strength of that disciple from the Jinding sect was overwhelming. Senior brother Huo was defeated in merely 3 exchanges. They trampled upon both senior brother Lin and senior brother Hua, declaring that all disciples of Qinghua sect were worthless, promising to strike down any who dared to oppose them. Master Tang, what should we do? He implored anxiously. Tang Tian fell silent, astonished by their brazen arrogance. Compared to the more subtle manipulations of the likes of Lu Chang'e, he found this overt form of communication among younger cultivators somewhat disconcerting. Where are they now? He asked. As a member of Qinghua sect, he could not idly stand by while others subjected them to such indignities. Sometimes, it was necessary to exhibit a competitive spirit. Just 2 streets over. There are several arenas designated for practitioners to engage in combat, replied the disciple of Qinghua sect. Tang Tian nodded and rose to his feet. He absent-mindedly flicked away the remnants of a fruit he had been consuming, speaking softly, "Then let us proceed." He was eager to discern what kind of prodigies would dare to speak so arrogantly. With that, he prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Gong Xiefeng stood up and quietly addressed Tang Tian. "Dao brother, do you intend to resolve this matter on your own? I believe it would be prudent to inform your sect's elder. I am aware that the Jinding sect has some truly formidable individuals. Relying solely on the words of Miss Gu might not yield significant results." Tang Tian smiled faintly, remarking, "Why trouble the esteemed elder for matters among disciples? Even if we prevent the conflict, it is likely our sect's disciples will become a source of ridicule henceforth. I appreciate your goodwill, but this matter must be resolved by us alone." With that, Tang Tian departed alongside Xiao Shui and Li Hong, following the disciples of Qinghua sect. Gong Xiefeng, unable to intervene, could only shake his head in resignation. What a protector! Are you not merely pushing Miss Gu into the fire? Those few individuals, I have no confidence in overcoming. How can a protector be so impulsive, akin to a young novice? Sighing deeply, Gong Xiefeng hurried to catch up. At a spacious intersection, 4 expansive plazas lay in each cardinal direction. Each plaza housed a grand arena, for in a place of cultivation, how could there be a lack of platforms for combat? Whether for sparring, dueling, seeking vengeance, or life-and-death battles, such contests could unfold upon these stages. At that moment, the Eastern Plaza was teeming with people. Upon closer inspection, most were youths, distinctly grouped and clad in matching sect attire. A discerning eye would recognize these youngsters as disciples of the affiliated sects of Yunding Tianfu. Meanwhile, the arena above was a scene of chaos. Dozens of disciples lay sprawled around the arena, evidently injured, unable to rise. They were all disciples of Qinghua sect. Simultaneously, several disciples of Jinding sect stood arrogantly atop the arena, with some literally trampling on the fallen disciples of Qinghua sect. This level of defeat is profoundly disappointing, each one more inept than the last. Does Qinghua sect truly lack any strong individuals? One disciple from Jinding sect laughed heartily, standing over Lin Xian, a prominent core disciple of Qinghua sect. Hearing the derisive words, Lin Xian's face flushed crimson as he struggled to rise. Yet, the disparity in strength was glaringly vast. No matter how hard he tried, he could not extricate himself. The other Qinghua sect disciples looked on with expressions of indignation. Such a scene was unbearably humiliating. However, despite their fury, they could not intervene. Their opponents were simply too formidable. Stepping in would only result in more of their number being trampled. For now, they could only await reinforcements, trusting that the capable Tang Gongzi, the former esteemed elder, would surely have a solution. As time passed, disciples from other sects outside the arena began to murmur among themselves. Could it be that Qinghua sect has no one left? With this performance, can they truly secure the 9th position in the 100 sect battle? Is it that other sects have not exerted their strength, or have they bribed the organizers? Who truly knows? Regardless of the current circumstances, it is evident that they lack the capability to claim the 9th position. Being trampled and insulted is indeed a disgraceful affair. Some individuals chuckled with schadenfreude. Nonetheless, there are others who understand that the situation is not as dire as it appears. While it is undeniably humiliating, it is, in some respects, rather predictable. Are you aware of who that individual is? The true elite of the Golden Summit sect, a paragon of the first tier, Duan Heng. He is a prodigy who does not even need to participate in the 100 sects war to ascend to the heavenly capital, having already achieved consummation at the tender age of 21. As of now, he may have even begun to confront the heavenly tribulation. And the people of the Qinghua sect are surely no match for him. Some analyzed. However, such individuals are indeed rare. The majority of ordinary sects are entirely oblivious to the existence of the first tier, merely perceiving the Qinghua sect's ninth position as somewhat unmerited. Unless someone from the Qinghua sect can arrive to alter the situation, people awaited in silence, hoping for a potential turn of events. Chapter 211. A single strike after a brief interlude. The disciples of the Qinghua sect still had not ascended the arena. On the platform, Duan Heng of the Jinding sect wore a scornful smile. Not only are they worthless, but they are also a pack of cowards. Such spineless wretches make me feel as though I have sullied my own hands. I suggest you quickly retreat. In the future, when you encounter members of the Jinding sect, bow your heads and act submissively. Furthermore, cease to refer to yourselves as one of the top 10 sects in the 100 sects tournament. With that, he lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Lin Xian's face. However, at that moment, a white dish flew towards him at an astonishing speed from afar. The velocity surpassed that of certain individuals' innate treasures. In the blink of an eye, the dish was already before Duan Heng. His eyes widened in fury as he unleashed his spiritual energy, attempting to shatter the dish. Unfortunately, the dish was imbued with an overwhelmingly powerful force, rendering his spiritual energy and momentum ineffective. He could only watch helplessly as it struck his face. With a resounding crash, the dish shattered into countless fragments. Duan Heng, caught off guard, withdrew his foot and stumbled back several steps. Although he sustained no physical harm, his face burned with humiliation. The damage was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly stinging. Enraged, Duan Heng bellowed, "Who is scheming against me?" The crowd below was equally astonished. Who would dare to assault a disciple of the Jinding sect at such a moment? They scanned their surroundings, seeking the culprit. Just then, a voice echoed. Is this the caliber of the first-tier disciples of the Jinding sect? Unable to fend off even a mere dish, several figures materialized at the foot of the arena, their arrival so discreet that no one noticed their approach. Upon seeing their attire, the crowd quickly realized they were from the Qinghua sect. Reinforcements? Murmured the onlookers. Soon, other disciples of the Qinghua sect gathered below, their gazes drawn toward the newcomers. Young Master Tang, they exclaimed excitedly, rushing over. At last, you have arrived. Lord Tang, the Jinding sect has been utterly arrogant. The disciples lamented. Tang Tian raised his hand gently, signaling that he was already aware of the situation. At that moment, Gong Xiefeng joined them. Observing the disciples of the Qinghua sect, he felt a twinge of curiosity. What manner of protector is Gu Xiaoshua's guardian, that all the disciples of the Qinghua sect regard him with such reverence? Could it be that he is not merely an honorary disciple? Gong Xiefeng contemplated, realizing that his assessment of Tang Tian had been somewhat biased. Perhaps the reality was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. After the arrival of Tang Tian and his companions, the members of the Jinding sect on the arena finally reacted. Duan Heng's face flushed crimson as he shouted, "Who are you? This is a contest among our disciples, and yet you, an elder, resort to ambush. Has the Qinghua sect no shame left?" He instinctively believed that only someone of the elder's caliber could unleash such an attack, for an ordinary disciple could never possess such power. Tang Tian gazed at the arena and remarked nonchalantly, "Young man, do not be overly youthful. I am not an elder of the Qinghua sect, merely an ordinary honorary disciple." Duan Heng was momentarily taken aback. Then why do they address you as sir? Even if you are not an elder, you surely do not belong to our younger generation. He exclaimed loudly. Bullying the weak is hardly a display of skill. Tang Tian couldn't help but smile. This fellow displayed quite a bit of cleverness. After their brief clash earlier, he realized that he was no match for the one who had thrown the plate. Thus, he deliberately chose this approach, hoping to compel Tang Tian to hesitate, fearing his status and refraining from taking action himself. Unfortunately, what Duan Heng did not know was that Tang Tian was actually younger than him by several years. Nonetheless, Tang Tian had no intention of engaging directly. Since arriving here, he had already assessed Duan Heng's cultivation level, merely at the second tier of the tribulation stage. For most disciples, this was an unattainable realm, one they could only look up to. Yet for Tang Tian, it hardly stirred his interest. "You are not worth my personal involvement," Tang Tian said with a faint smile. "Since you believe my participation would constitute bullying the young, I shall yield once more." He then turned to Gu Xiaoshua and inquired deliberately, "Xiaoshua, how old are you this year?" Gu Xiaoshua hesitated slightly before replying, I am about 16 and a half. Tang Tian nodded and then looked back at Duan Hong. What do you think? If you still feel it is inappropriate, I can find someone even younger for you. This remark elicited a wave of suppressed laughter from those around them. He was subtly belittling Duan Hong. If you fear being accused of bullying the young, then let us present you with a 16-and-a-half-year-old girl as your opponent. However, could this young lady truly contend with the formidable Duan Hong? The answer was uncertain. Do not be misled by her youthful appearance. She nearly broke into the top 10 among the disciples. Yes, she was on the brink of making history. As some informed individuals noted, the crowd was astonished, questioning whether this seemingly Na'vi girl was indeed so strong. Yet, could she withstand Duan Hong? After all, he was a prodigy of the first tier. Some expressed skepticism regarding her chances. The one who had truly secured a spot in the top 10, Gong Xiefeng, harbored little confidence in Gu Xiaoxue. He was aware of several exceptionally gifted individuals within the Jinding sect, and Duan Hong was among them. He considered stepping forward to offer advice, but seeing that both Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue remained composed, he ultimately refrained from speaking. Let us see how this unfolds. Listening to Tang Tian's words, Duan Hong's face turned even redder. You better think it over. No matter who it is, I will show no mercy. Just don't regret it later. He snorted. Tang Tian shrugged. Then do your best. After speaking, he gestured to Gu Xiaoxue. Understanding his cue, Gu Xiaoxue handed the fruit platter to Xiao, instructing him not to sneak a bite, and then soared onto the stage. Duan Hong squinted at Gu Xiaoxue before him. You are Gu Xiaoxue, who barely missed the top 10. I've heard of you. However, before he could finish, Gu Xiaoxue waved her hand dismissively. If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much unnecessary talk? I have other matters to attend to. Duan Hong's lips twitched in irritation. The newcomers from Qinghua sect were all infuriating in their own right. Anger surged within him, and a torrent of spiritual power erupted from his being as he entered the tribulation realm. Then prepare to die. Duan Hong clenched his fists, his body enveloped in crackling lightning. It was evident that this attack would be extraordinary. However, before he could strike, an overwhelming force surged toward him. Boom! A tempest of wind erupted above the arena, an inexhaustible energy pouring forth, causing the spectators below to be thrown into disarray, with some of weaker constitution even collapsing to the ground, suffering internal injuries. As the energy storm dissipated, the onlookers hurriedly rose, gazing at the stage, their eyes widening in shock. The once mighty disciples of the Jinding sect now lay scattered on the ground, blood oozing from their bodies, some even unconscious. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue had already descended from the stage, reclaiming the fruit platter from Xiao, and began to nibble on the spirit fruit, appearing utterly unfazed. A profound silence enveloped the arena. What just happened? With a single move, Duan Hong was defeated? Chapter 212. Turning the tide. The battle had come to an abrupt end, or perhaps it could hardly be deemed a genuine confrontation. Almost everyone was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden conclusion. What manner of technique had that 16-and-a-half-year-old girl employed? People exchanged glances, searching for answers in one another's eyes, only to find expressions of sheer confusion mirrored back at them. After a prolonged silence, the commotion erupted. Is this for real? What did I just witness? Be a bit more confident. You saw nothing, for I saw nothing either. Did she truly defeat Duan Hong and the other prodigies of the Jinding sect with a single move? My goodness, Qinghua sect possesses such an extraordinary talent. No wonder they are ranked among the top 10. It is utterly terrifying. Exclamations filled the air, as it became clear to them that Duan Hong's prowess had placed him among the most formidable of all disciples from the affiliated sections. Even if Gu Xiaoxue could stand against him, the outcome would surely have been a fiercely contested spectacle. Yet, none had anticipated that they would not even catch a glimpse of the confrontation before Gu Xiaoxue dispatched Duan Hong and the talents of the Jinding sect in an instant. Seeing them now, lying motionless on the ground, it was reasonable to believe that the strengths of both parties were not on the same level. Meanwhile, below the arena, Gong Xiefeng from the Baidi sect was equally dumbfounded. Having faced Gu Xiaoxue directly before, he had some understanding of her abilities, despite a minor mishap during their encounter. Even if she had grown during that period, she should not have been capable of rivaling Duan Hong. Yet, the reality was that she had effortlessly eliminated him with a single strike. He had previously thought that, given his rate of growth, he would soon leave this young girl far behind. Now it seemed that Tang Tian's reluctance to pit Gu Xiaoxue against him was merely a means of safeguarding his own dignity. Gong Xiefeng stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how Gu Xiaoxue could ascend to such an unattainable height within just 2 months. The disparity was overwhelming. His mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend the situation. In truth, it was not only he. Even the other disciples of the Qingyue sect had not anticipated Gu Xiaoxue's current level of strength. They had known more about her potential. Before the 100 Sects War, Gu Xiaoxue had indeed excelled in her training, yet within a range that was deemed acceptable. However, the present circumstances had far exceeded their understanding. What could have caused such a transformation? The disciples of Qingyue sect collectively shifted their gaze towards Tang Tian. After the conclusion of the 100 Sects War, Gu Xiaoxue had returned to his side. Is it possible that some individuals gradually come to understand that engaging in inexplicable actions alongside someone who defies explanation does not seem so incomprehensible after all? Observing the reactions of those around him, Tang Tian shook his head in resignation. Why do you always commence with your most powerful moves, regardless of the opponent's strength? Are you not concerned about inadvertently causing their demise? Tang Tian inquired. Xiao Shui, casually savoring a spiritual fruit, replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I'm mindful of the timing. He won't perish. Moreover, I gleaned from novels that in combat, one should always give their all from the outset to completely incapacitate the opponent. It also states that those who constantly conceal their trump cards are fools, as they often fail to utilize them in time and meet their end." Tang Tian's expression darkened as he turned to Xiao. "Is this how you have instructed her?" Xiao immediately recoiled, timidly responding, "I understand you are a bit upset, but please try to remain calm. I merely informed her that in the phrase, 'a lion fights a rabbit,' it must exert its full strength." "Indeed," Tang Tian muttered. "These two are both innocent and cunning, and allowing them to remain together may not be the wisest of decisions. There is merit in what the novels suggest. Exerting full strength when confronting even the weakest foes can significantly mitigate the risk of unforeseen failures. However, one cannot always unleash their full potential without regard for their opponent. For instance, Duan Heng is far from being at that level yet. Moreover, maintaining such an approach for an extended period would undoubtedly lead others to discern your complete capabilities, which poses a considerable danger for a cultivator. Remember to assess the strength of your adversary. Ensuring your ability to defeat them is paramount. In competitions like these, it is advisable to moderate the pace of your victory." "Understood," Gu Xiaoxue readily agreed. She now unconditionally heeds Tang Tian's counsel, though it remains uncertain whether this is for better or worse. Shaking his head, Tang Tian glanced towards the arena above. Duan Heng and his companions had indeed suffered greatly, with none able to rise as of yet. Before Gu Xiaoxue took action, Tang Tian had already relocated Lin Xian, Horfeng, and other injured disciples of the Qingyue sect to a secure location. The battle had concluded, and he waved his hand, releasing a dozen strands of life essence to instantly heal their wounds. "Thank you, young Master Tang, and thanks to Junior Sister Gu for her assistance." Lin Xian approached Tang Tian and respectfully bowed. Although he had suffered a crushing defeat, without the timely intervention of Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue, he would have been utterly humiliated, and the Qingyue sect would have shared in that disgrace. Had such a fate befallen him, he would have been utterly ashamed to continue identifying as a disciple of the Qingyue sect. Observing the expressions of Lin Xian and the others, Tang Tian could roughly surmise their thoughts. A mere failure should not disrupt one's resolve. Tang Tian spoke with a slightly somber tone, saying, "If we cannot triumph today, we shall engage him again tomorrow. If tomorrow proves unsuccessful, then we will confront him the day after. Regardless of the outcome, we must not lose the fervor of a cultivator. Do you intend to cower before him from now on?" Lin Xian was suddenly taken aback, then gazed upon Duan Heng, who lay bloodied and unconscious on the arena. He inhaled deeply. "Disciple, I have learned a valuable lesson." He bowed deeply once more. Tang Tian nodded slowly. Such words, brimming with youthful fervor, were perfectly suited for a spirited young man. He then surveyed the arena and instructed, "You shall remain here for now, overseeing them until the disciples of Jinding's sect arrive. We are the victors now, and victors must carry themselves with dignity. Our Qingyue sect is, in principle, very amicable towards other affiliated sections. However, if the Jinding sect dares to trouble you further, do not be afraid. Inform them that if they seek trouble, they should come to me." Lin Xian nodded earnestly, and together with Huafeng, they ascended the arena once more. This time, their identities and roles were those of the victors. The shift in their roles was brought about by Gu Xiaoxue and Tang Tian. Chapter 213. The enigma beside me. Once Lin Xian and the others ascended the arena, Tang Tian prepared to take his leave. He bore no apprehension regarding any difficulties Lin Xian and his companions might face from the Jinding sect. After all, both factions were under the auspices of the Tianfu, and the vicinity of the arena was populated by disciples from various affiliated sections. Should the disciples of the Jinding sect dare to trouble those remaining to attend to Duan Heng from the Qinghua sect, it would only reflect poorly on them, earning them scorn. Moreover, defeating an individual who had already been vanquished once held no merit. If the Jinding sect sought to reclaim their honor, they would inevitably turn their attention toward Tang Tian. Taoist friend Gong, we have other matters to attend to, so we must take our leave, Tang Tian remarked to Gong Xiefeng. His impression of this prodigy from the Baidi sect was rather favorable. What? Are you leaving already? Gong Xiefeng instinctively responded. Tang Tian smiled and replied, Today's conversation has enlightened me on many aspects of the Tianfu, which will prove invaluable. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am confident that even after departing for the Tianfu, our paths shall cross again. Gong Xiefeng forced a smile and cupped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, Let us hope so. Until we meet again. He then offered a respectful gesture toward Gu Xiaoxue. However, in his heart, he believed that the chances of their reunion were slim. A talent like Gu Xiaoxue would undoubtedly attract the attention of the upper echelons of the Tianfu, and the trajectories of their lives would likely diverge increasingly. After bidding farewell to Gong Xiefeng, Tang Tian returned to the Qinghua sect's residence. Before long, Elder Xian returned. Having heard of the events that transpired in the arena, he was equally astonished by Gu Xiaoxue's sudden surge in power. Young Master Tang, you truly have a knack for surprising people, Elder Xian chuckled. He understood that Gu Xiaoxue's transformation was intricately linked to Tang Tian. The ability to facilitate such a metamorphosis in another was even more remarkable than personal strength. In response to Elder Xian's praise, Tang Tian waved his hand and inquired, This incident will not affect the relationship between the Jinding sect and our own, will it? Elder Xian shook his head. Naturally not. As long as it is a standard challenge, there will be no issues. At most, they will dispatch stronger disciples from their sect to reclaim their honor. However, if Xiaoxue can truly dominate Duan Heng, even the most formidable among the Jinding sect may not secure a guaranteed victory. Elder Xian, accustomed to dealings with other sects, was well aware of the elite within those ranks. Yet, the veteran sects that consistently ranked in the top 10 posed a different challenge. Setting aside the Baidi sect and the first-tier elites of the Ziyang sect, even the strongest disciple from the Heiji sect, who had fallen out of the top 10 in this year's 100-sect competition, surpassed what the Jinding sect could offer. If they take action, it is likely to be an arduous battle, Elder Xian remarked with a hint of caution. The Blackthorn sect also poses a significant threat to the Qinghua sect. However, Tang Tian seemed unfazed, chuckling as he said, Victory or defeat matters not. Engaging with other prodigies will only serve to enhance one's own development. As long as you do not blame us for tarnishing the sect's reputation after a loss, we shall be fine. Elder Xian shook his head, saying, Without your involvement, the sect's reputation would have already been trampled upon today. Furthermore, reputation is a fleeting concept. Once we depart from the divine city, no one will retain those memories. True strength is what fundamentally matters. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two refrained from further discussion on this topic. From their vantage point, observing the youthful disciples frolicking was akin to watching children at play. It was hardly significant. They were more concerned about the forthcoming entry into the heavenly mansion. I have gathered all the necessary information. In 24 days, regardless of whether the other affiliated sects have gathered their disciples for the ascendance to the heavenly mansion, we shall proceed there officially. Following that, the customary initiation ceremony will take place. The initiation ceremony holds considerable importance, as the heavenly mansion will assess each disciple's performance therein, which could even influence their subsequent Dragon Gate evaluation. Tang Tian nodded, already aware of this matter. However, this initiation ceremony would differ from those of the past. Elder Xian continued, Due to the expanding influence of the heavenly mansion, the talent acquired each generation has increased significantly. This time, They have imposed an age limit for participation in the initiation ceremony. All candidates must be under the age of 25. This means that many disciples who have ascended through the 10,000 Demons Trial Tower, as well as a majority of honorary disciples, will not qualify. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly came to understand. In any context, selection is based on merit. When the heavenly mansion was newly established, talent was scarce, and the rules were necessarily more lenient. However, now that the abundance of talent is no longer a concern, they will select the most exceptional individuals from the pool. Young prodigies under the age of 25 are the demographic of utmost interest to them. Very well, Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. In fact, on the way here, he had already discussed matters with Li Hong and the Lan sisters. The three of them held little interest in their development within the heavenly mansion. In reality, they had entirely regarded themselves as Tang Tian's subordinates, content to follow him. Thus, Tang Tian had no intention of having them participate in the upcoming initiation ceremony or the Dragon Gate assessments. They would accompany him into the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion in the roles of guards and attendants. It was merely a matter of spending some money. As for Gu Xiaoxua, she was better suited to a more independent approach. She could pursue her own endeavors as she saw fit. Elder Xian remarked, "Then as I proceed to register the names, you shall be listed as Gu Xiaoxua, Lan Yu, and El Zhu." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and replied with a chuckle, "Elder Xian, there is no need to register Lan Yu and El Zhu. They will accompany me into the heavenly mansion. Furthermore, have you perhaps forgotten someone?" Elder Xian paused, then inquired, "Li Hong, who should be older, correct?" Tang Tian helplessly shook his head and pointed to himself, saying, "There is also me." The heavenly mansion does not prohibit all honorary disciples from participating in the assessment, does it? Elder Xian was instantly stunned, even instinctively taking 2 steps back, incredulously stating, "Young Master Tang, you cannot be jesting. You are not yet even 25. Observing the astonishment on Elder Xian's face, Tang Tian couldn't help but touch his nose. It seemed that Elder Xian had not thoroughly reviewed my information. His disciples' details are indeed present within the sect, and quite comprehensive at that. Having resided in the rear mountains for an extended period, Elder Xian likely had not perused it recently. After a brief moment of confusion, he hastily produced a jade talisman, meticulously searching through its contents. A moment later, he regained his composure, and his gaze towards Tang Tian was filled with incredulity. "You are not even 18 yet." His cheeks twitched, unable to fathom that a mere 17-year-old youth possessed power surpassing that of the celestial realm, capable of halting a force that even their combined might could not overcome. Moreover, he had been elected unanimously to the leadership position within the sect. This was simply... Elder Xian found himself at a loss for words. He had often envied the astonishing prodigies that emerged within the heavenly mansion, yet never anticipated that such a prodigy would be right beside him. "I am quite interested in the initiation ceremony. Therefore, I kindly ask you to assist me with my registration as well," Tang Tian said with a smile. Chapter 214. A narrow escape as Gu Xiaoxua triumphed over Duan Heng of the Golden Cauldron sect with a dominating display. The name of the Qingyue sect skyrocketed to prominence in an astonishingly brief period. Those unaware of the circumstances expressed their bewilderment. Wasn't the Qingyue sect ranked 9th in the 100-sect tournament? What merit was there in defeating the 12th-ranked Golden Cauldron sect? However, those privy to the inner workings were left in sheer astonishment. Duan Heng was a paragon of the Golden Cauldron sect, having ascended to the elite ranks of the Tianfu through a unique channel, and even he succumbed to a member of the Qingyue sect. The astonishment deepened when they learned that the vanquisher of Duan Heng was merely a 16-year-old girl. Such a prodigy could rival the celebrated talents of the Baidi sect. Yet, it is said that youth possesses an insatiable appetite for challenge. The more formidable one appears in the eyes of others, the greater the desire to conquer them and prove oneself. Thus, a flurry of challenge letters arrived at the Qingyue sect stronghold, akin to snowflakes falling in abundance. Some even directly obstructed the entrance, vociferously proclaiming their intent. Faced with this situation, Tang Tian boldly chose to accept all challengers, unleashing Gu Xiaoxua, Li Hong, and the Lan sisters to engage in combat. If battle was to be waged, let it be a thrilling one. For the 4 of them, accumulating combat experience would undoubtedly be beneficial. Consequently, for a considerable period, the arena at the crossroads transformed into the Qingyue sect's domain. The 4 fought with unrestrained fervor. accepting challenge after challenge, while Lin Xian, Huafeng, and other talented disciples of the Qingyue sect participated in numerous skirmishes. Regardless of victory or defeat, the fervor of the encounters propelled the Qingyue sect's reputation to unprecedented heights. Elder Xin beamed with delight at the scene, a scenario he had never anticipated prior to arriving in the divine capital. Other disciples of the Qingyue sect walked with pride, their heads held high, basking in the reflected glory. Yet, they were acutely aware that such a remarkable transformation was solely attributable to one individual, Tang Tian. The burgeoning fame of the Qingyue sect and the radiance of Gu Xiaoxue and her companions inevitably attracted the attention of the higher echelons. Observers noted that several factions from the Yunding Tianfu had personally attended to witness the spectacle. Speculation ran rampant that upon entering the Tianfu, these four prodigies would surely be among the first to receive the sect's favor, with potential recruitment occurring even before their official induction. Amidst this lively atmosphere, time sped by swiftly, and soon the eve of their entry into the Tianfu arrived. In his chamber, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, his celestial energy swirling around him, fluctuating between serene stillness and surging power with each breath. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes. Mid-stage true immortal, Tang Tian exhaled softly. Approximately a month had passed since his last breakthrough to true immortal. Even though the mysterious ancient jade on his wrist continuously supplied him with a vast reservoir of celestial energy, he remained aware of the journey ahead. Until today, I have merely transcended a minor threshold. Each progression beyond the realm of the celestial is accompanied by an immense demand for spiritual energy. In an unsuitable cultivation environment, the pace of advancement will be exceedingly slow. It seems imperative to swiftly enter the cloud summit. Additionally, the schedule for nurturing the younger ones must be expedited. Tang Tian pondered silently. After a while, he stepped out of his chamber, just as Xiao Shui and Li Hong returned together. After days of battles, their improvements were quite evident. Li Hong had already reached the second layer of tribulation, while the Lan Yu sisters had also ascended to tribulation. As for Gu Xiao Shui, she had been consuming the glazed orbs like candies, unencumbered, directly breaking through 4 layers to reach the formidable 9th layer of tribulation. This pace, when compared to Tang Tian's earlier progress, was nothing short of astonishing. Her prowess truly positioned her at the forefront among all the talented disciples of the affiliated sects, becoming one of the most dazzling new stars. Tang Tian, upon seeing him emerge, she joyfully dashed over. These days, she had thoroughly enjoyed herself. "Where is Xiao?" Tang Tian inquired. "Not sure, probably out playing. It doesn't like watching fights. It must have gone to some tavern to find food," Xiao Shui replied. Tang Tian silently shook his head. This creature had an insatiable appetite for such indulgences. Fortunately, it had now ascended, and it was likely that even a formidable being above the rules would struggle to discern its true form. In terms of safety, there was a degree of reassurance. However, as they were soon to leave the divine capital, he could not allow it to remain so wild. It was time to call it back. Tomorrow marks our departure for the celestial abode. Prepare well and perform admirably during the initiation ceremony, Tang Tian advised. "Yes, understood," she replied, always compliant with Tang Tian's directives. Subsequently, they exchanged a few casual words before Tang Tian sent them on their way. That evening, Elder Xin knocked on Tang Tian's door. The rules for the initiation ceremony had been established, and the elder wasted no time in getting to the point. The ceremony was named 9 Lives and 1 Death. All participants must traverse 9 towering mountains to successfully pass the initiation. Throughout this journey, there would be no obstacles, no trials, and no banners to contend for. However, the celestial abode had stationed numerous formidable wandering cultivators, known by the codename Hunters, along each mountain. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Hunters?" Elder Xin nodded. "These hunters are all young individuals under the age of 25, yet they are elite disciples within the celestial abode, possessing formidable strength. If participants encounter them, it is likely that the vast majority would be unable to escape. Each participant shall carry 10 tokens, each representing a single life. Following the conclusion of the initiation ceremony, the number of lives remaining signifies the exceptional performance of the disciple. Moreover, both participants and hunters operate independently. Any sign of collaboration will be deemed as a voluntary forfeiture." Tang Tian nodded, recognizing the gravity of this trial, aptly named 9 deaths and 1 life. He surmised that the hunters dispatched by the Tianfu sect likely also engage in a competitive dynamic. The more lives one claims, the higher the rating achieved. Thus, both disciples from affiliated sects and those from Tianfu are subjected to corresponding assessments, yielding a dual benefit. When does it commence? Tang Tian inquired. Tomorrow morning, replied Elder Xian. However, we must depart early for the martial arena in the divine capital. We will utilize the teleportation array there to reach the trial site directly. Tang Tian nodded. Feeling the anticipation, the time for action had finally arrived. Chapter 2:15. The commencement ceremony begins. Time swiftly passes. On the following day, before dawn's light graced the sky, all disciples of Qingyue sect had gathered in the courtyard, poised for the commencement. Disciples under the age of 25 were fully equipped and ready for action, while others ascending to higher ranks would converge with these initiates via a different path. Li Hong and the Lan sisters were among them, entering the Tianfu in the capacity of attendants to Tang Tian. Before the gathered disciples stood Elder Xian, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the elite of the sect with a smile of satisfaction. After today, you shall step into Tianfu and ascend to a grander stage. I wish you a smooth journey and a brilliant future. Without excessive sentimentality, the foremost duty of the affiliated sects is to cultivate and deliver more exceptional talents to Tianfu. Before long, under Elder Xian's guidance, the disciples of Qingyue sect arrived at an expansive martial arts arena. Tang Tian was present as well, albeit in the role of an honorary disciple. This morning, devoid of mist, the vastness of the arena remained elusive to the naked eye. Upon their arrival, several disciples from other affiliated sects had already gathered there beforehand. Subsequently, Elder Xian and the other elders of Qingyue sect departed, leaving only the spirited youths within the arena. Look, the people from Qingyue sect have arrived. Their appearance instantly drew the attention of many. The name of Qingyue sect had resonated loudly during their time in the divine capital. Why haven't we seen Senior Brother Li, or those formidable twin sisters? Someone in the crowd voiced their confusion upon not spotting Li Hong and the Lan sisters. Surely they must be over 25. With their prowess, if they were still young, what would that mean for the rest of us? Well, I suppose you might as well sever your tendons right now. Look, the mightiest Gu Xiaoxue is still here. At least that indicates she is as youthful as we are. The crowd buzzed with lively chatter, and in the absence of elder supervision, these exuberant youths soon became quite animated. Some even engaged in impromptu duels. However, the Tianfu seemed indifferent to such occurrences. Regardless of the commotion, no authority stepped in to impose order. The disciples of Qingyue sect remained composed. Although Elder Xian was absent, Tang Tian stood among them. His esteem surpassed that of Elder Xian, and none dared to cause trouble under his watchful gaze. Observing the unity of Qingyue sect, the disciples from other sects refrained from instigating conflict. As time progressed, the sun gradually ascended. Suddenly, a towering figure materialized in the sky, catching even Tang Tian off guard. It was a middle-aged man, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the throngs of disciples below with an air of tranquility. A nebulous aura enveloped his form. Above the celestial king, Tang Tian instantly assessed the strength of the middle-aged man before him. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable presence, at least of the celestial king caliber. There was an indistinct yet palpable essence of rules emanating from him. Sit down, the middle-aged man uttered slowly. With his words, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, an almost insurmountable force pressing down upon their shoulders. Weak-kneed, many collapsed to the ground. Among the thousands of disciples, fewer than 100 remained standing, most of whom gritted their teeth, perspiring profusely, clearly struggling to maintain their stance. Tang Tian too felt this force. This was the power of the celestial realm. Though not overwhelming, it was sufficient to incapacitate the majority of disciples still in the out-of-body fusion stage. Even Gu Xiaoxue, who was on the verge of stepping into the ascendant realm, appeared to be struggling. Tang Tian, Gu Xiaoxue glanced at him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Do not rush, let us wait." It was evident that the man was restraining his strength, likely wishing to gauge the overall capability of the current disciples. Moments later, several more disciples succumbed to the pressure and fell. However, Tang Tian noticed a slight relaxation in the middle-aged man's expression. "Please, take your seats," he commanded once more. Immediately, an even more formidable force descended, surpassing the realm of celestial beings. This was undoubtedly true immortal power. Gu Xiaoxue could no longer withstand it and sank to the ground. The remaining disciples who had been holding on followed suit, collapsing as well. Seeing this, Tang Tian too relinquished his resolve and settled down cross-legged. Upon doing so, the pressure that had weighed upon him vanished as if it had never existed. It was evident that this being, above the celestial king, was exceedingly adept at controlling celestial energy. He could suppress thousands simultaneously while precisely tailoring his force to each individual's posture. After all, some seated could be higher than others standing. Yet, why did he desire for everyone to sit? Was it to emphasize his noble status? Tang Tian awaited in silence. However, the individual was not as mundane as Tang Tian had envisioned. Once all were seated, the middle-aged man spoke slowly. You are likely aware of the rules governing this entrance trial. Perform well, for each subsequent step will influence your future within the heavenly abode. Those who ascend through the celestial path to the heavenly abode, please rise. The celestial path was a unique passage prepared by the heavenly abode for its affiliated sects, and those who ascended through it were the so-called first-tier disciples. As his words resonated, figures began to stand one after another. Tang Tian cast a brief glance and noted that most of those who managed to stand under the pressure exerted by the middle-aged man were indeed from this group. Truly remarkable. Moments later, hundreds of disciples rose to their feet. They could be considered the strongest cohort among this session of Tianfu disciples. Subsequently, with a grand gesture, the middle-aged man sent forth countless golden rays that descended upon these disciples. Before long, 9 radiant golden stars appeared above their heads. These were the innate creation pills, which also represented the 9 lives you would possess during this initiation ceremony. After passing the trial, these innate creation pills would rightfully belong to you. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, adding, of course, the prerequisite is that you manage to keep them. Upon hearing these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd below. The innate creation pills were truly high-quality elixirs, even more precious than the innate Tao Jade, imbued with boundless transformative power. Securing even one could pave a smooth path for one's future cultivation. Even Tang Tian was somewhat taken aback, recalling that he himself possessed one. Acquired for 20 pieces of Tao Jade. The middle-aged man's recent display, however, had cast forth several thousand innate creation pills. The grandeur of Tianfu was indeed astonishing. Chapter 216. Entering the 9 ridges once all the innate transformation pills were distributed. The middle-aged man instructed the group of disciples to take their seats, and then spoke again. Those who have passed the 100 gates battle, please stand up. In an instant, with a resounding clamor, 10,000 disciples rose in unison, their anticipation palpable as they wondered what the middle-aged man would present this time. Not long passed before the middle-aged man waved his hand, and countless silver rays of light cascaded from the sky, hovering above the heads of all the disciples. 9 silver stars floated serenely. The postnatal transformation pills. Tang Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. The quality of these pills was evidently inferior to the previous ones, yet they remained exceedingly precious, valued similarly to an innate Tao Jade. However, in light of the earlier comparison, the reaction this time was not as fervent. Some disciples even displayed unmistakable expressions of dissatisfaction. Tang Tian speculated that the middle-aged man had intentionally orchestrated this scenario to provoke the competitive spirit within the disciples. Indeed, after distributing the postnatal transformation pills, the middle-aged man smiled meaningfully and remarked, "Within the Cloud Summit Celestial Mansion, treasures of all kinds exist. However, the prerequisite is that you must be exceptional in your own right. The more outstanding your performance, the better the rewards you can obtain. Status, position, cultivation resources, all are within reach. If you fall short, you can only watch as others claim those precious items. Remember, strength is the sole criterion for evaluation in the Cloud Summit Celestial Mansion." Upon hearing this, the disciples below stirred noticeably. They were all young and proud geniuses, each unwilling to concede to the others. Their gazes sparkled with a fierce determination. Tang Tian could not help but think that if this middle-aged man were placed in modern society, he would undoubtedly excel as an exceptional lecturer, capable of persuading others with mere words. A moment later, the middle-aged man instructed all the disciples who had ascended through the 100 gates battle to sit down before continuing. "Honorary disciples, please stand." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian rose. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that there were quite a few honorary disciples, and the distinctions among them were quite evident. Nearly all adorned themselves with valuable possessions that showcased their wealth. However, their cultivation levels left much to be desired. Tang Tian even spotted some who were merely at the nascent soul stage, clearly having leveraged family wealth to attain their honorary status. Observing the significantly inferior caliber of the honorary disciples, the middle-aged man reined in his earlier smile. When he caught sight of Tang Tian, he momentarily hesitated. For Tang Tian was the only honorary disciple who had managed to remain standing during the initial release of pressure. Yet, this pause lasted only an instant before he averted his gaze. With a wave, a multitude of purple rays descended from the heavens. This light appeared even more brilliant than the initial golden glow. However, upon landing, Tang Tian discovered that it consisted solely of 9 purple markers, utterly devoid of any practical use. Such differential treatment is rather conspicuous. Nonetheless, it once again underscores the rules inherent within the Cloud Summit. Power reigns supreme. Naturally, Tang Tian is indifferent to the so-called innate creation pills, for he possesses several hundred of them in his possession, far more than he could ever consume. 9 violet stars swirl above his head, and he surveys them with keen interest. These entities are entirely formed from formations and the essence of life. They serve as both markers and protective talismans that can safeguard one's life. When faced with a life-threatening crisis, they can erupt to shield the user, unleashing the full force of life energy to heal injuries. Under such conditions, both ascenders and hunters can proceed with abandon. Moreover, Tang Tian discovered that the 9 markers are, in fact, distinct from one another. Reflecting on the rules of the initiation ceremony, he began to comprehend their significance. The 9 markers correspond to 9 lives, each belonging to a different ridge. This implies that within each ridge, one could only lose the corresponding marker, while the other 8 lives remain unaffected. Thus, it alleviates the plight of any unfortunate souls who might otherwise lose their lives shortly after entering. However, this rule also suggests that there are likely multiple hunters present. After all markers were distributed, the middle-aged man spoke. The duration of this initiation ceremony is limited to 2 hours. Plan your time wisely. Once the time expires, if you have not departed from the 9 ridges, all lives and rewards will be forfeited. Do your best. With that, the middle-aged man slowly raised his hand. A colossal formation rose from the surroundings, enveloping all the disciples participating in the initiation. Subsequently, the power of space surged violently. A resounding boom echoed as dazzling light erupted. Akin to a sun, when the radiance dissipated, the middle-aged man and all participants had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, beneath a towering cliff, hundreds of young cultivators gathered. The aura emanating from this group was significantly more potent than that of the disciples from the affiliated sects participating in the initiation. The cliff behind them soared into the heavens, its summit obscured from view. Before them stood a figure of enigmatic presence, an elder with hair as white as snow. This initiation ceremony serves as a test for you, the elder intoned slowly. As hunters, your objective is to impede their safe passage. I can now reveal that each of them possesses at least one acquired creation pill. Whatever you manage to obtain will belong solely to you. As his words fell, the disciples below erupted into a clamor. Is this not akin to a free gift of celestial elixir? The so-called geniuses from the affiliated sects are little more than a jest. Some scoff, believing that with their own prowess, they could easily overcome their opponents. Quite so. I have heard that many of them are still at the out-of-body stage, and I truly wonder what the heavenly mansion seeks to accomplish with such individuals. Yet, one must not be so dismissive. Without them, how could we showcase our own strength? Many share this sentiment, entirely disregarding the aspirations of the recent inductees. However, there are those who exercise caution. It is wise to remain vigilant, for those in possession of the innate transformation pill do possess a degree of strength. Should one inadvertently falter, it would lead to a most embarrassing predicament. They appear to exercise prudence, yet in truth, they still do not regard the inductees as their equals. In the face of such circumstances, the elder in the sky merely observes in silence, uttering no further words. After all, they are all prodigies. Who among them lacks a measure of pride? It is only the harshness of reality that can bring them to clarity. Let us depart, he declared. Guard your own mountains, lest we tarnish the reputation of our heavenly mansion. With that, the elder waved his hand, and hundreds of elite disciples vanished from sight. Chapter 217. crushing opponents with ease in a lush jungle that obscured the sky. A flash of light illuminated the figure of Tang Tian as he emerged amidst the dense foliage. Surveying his surroundings, he found no trace of any disciples, indicating that this so-called Nine Ridges was indeed more expansive than he had anticipated. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, completely shrouding the heavens above, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain his bearings, let alone discern a precise direction for advancement. He could only proceed cautiously, inching forward through the wilderness. This predicament undoubtedly heightened the challenge of successfully navigating the trials ahead. Nevertheless, for Tang Tian, these obstacles posed no significant concern. With his formidable spiritual sense, he swiftly grasped the nature of his present environment. He found himself positioned in the central region of the first ridge. Heading west would return him to the original starting point. The eastern path, however, was the correct route, where the ridges stretched endlessly, nearly vanishing into the horizon. Should someone mistakenly choose the wrong direction and exhaust their energy, only to find themselves back at the beginning, they would likely face despair. One could only wonder where the Tianfu managed to discover such a locale, and how they had nearly eradicated all the ferocious beasts within, designating it as the venue for this initiation ceremony. This fact alone attested to the might of the Cloud Summit Tianfu. Having identified his direction, Tang Tian set forth towards the east. His pace was deliberate, as he wished to observe the prowess of the hunters dispatched by the Tianfu. Fortune appeared to favor him, for after traversing the first ridge and entering the territory of the second, he encountered no hunters in pursuit of their quarry. Could it be that the hunters sent by the Tianfu were too few in number to commence their hunts? With this question lingering in his mind, Tang Tian continued onward. However, he did not travel far before a young cultivator clad in a robe adorned with auspicious clouds suddenly appeared atop a massive boulder in his path. The manner of the young man's emergence was peculiar. He emitted no discernible fluctuations of Taoist energy. Tang Tian surmised that he had employed some form of nature-related technique. Their eyes met in a moment of silent acknowledgement. Honorary disciple. Upon noticing the 9 purple stars above Tang Tian's head, the young cultivator's brow furrowed in disappointment. To have entered the second ridge in such a short span, I had presumed you to be among the elite of the ascendants. I never imagined you were merely an honorary disciple. His tone was steeped in palpable disillusionment. Are you the hunter? Tang Tian inquired. This young man certainly bore a distinction from the disciples emerging from the affiliated sections. He exuded an innate, regal demeanor that was not born of arrogance, but rather a habit cultivated in an environment of excellence, where every gesture and movement was extraordinary. Such an aura was seldom possessed even by the most exceptional talents of the foremost echelon. Confronted with Tang Tian's inquiry, the hunter gazed down upon him, disdain evident upon his countenance. I possess no desire to engage in discourse with a disciple of renown. The fact that you have traversed the first mountain ridge unscathed suggests that a modicum of fortune still lingers upon you. Alas, it appears your luck has reached its terminus. I have no intention of battling you. You would do well to voluntarily surrender your second life. With that, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not sparing Tang Tian even a glance. This was the first occasion Tang Tian had encountered someone so steeped in arrogance. Have you perhaps overestimated your own confidence? Tang Tian spoke softly. The young hunter's brows furrowed, his cold gaze fixated on Tang Tian. Subsequently, he extended his palm, grasping the air before him. Instantly, dozens of robust vines erupted violently from the depths of the earth, encircling Tang Tian. Each vine bore immense power, faintly infused with celestial energy. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the path this hunter practiced was intertwined with nature. He recalled an earlier encounter during the Flag Capture War, where he had faced a disciple of natural philosophy, harboring thoughts of subterfuge against him. That individual was the first he had engaged in direct confrontation since entering Qinghua's sect. To his astonishment, the first opponent he faced upon arriving at Yunding Heavenly Mansion was yet another disciple of natural philosophy. Was this the hand of fate? However, this adversary was far mightier than the previous one. Each vine exuded formidable celestial energy. Through this revelation, Tang Tian discerned that the hunter's cultivation was at the late stage of transformation. Truly astonishing. A mere hunter encountered at random possessed such formidable strength. Should the other hunters be of similar caliber, it is feared that 99% of the thousands of ascendants would meet their demise, with scarcely a chance to flee. Yet, As for Tang Tian, he remained somewhat inexperienced, unaware of your own mortality. Faced with Tang Tian's noncompliance, the young hunter offered no chance for reprieve, letting out a scoff as he clenched his fingers. In an instant, all the vines surged inward towards Tang Tian. With a resounding crash, the ground where Tang Tian stood was overwhelmed by the vines. However, the young hunter's brow furrowed in sudden concern. He had not witnessed the purple glow that signaled an explosion, nor felt the life force contained within the purple stars. What could this mean? The young hunter's thoughts raced. But suddenly, he felt a chilling presence behind him. Did the heavenly mansion not instruct you to be cautious in battle? Tang Tian's voice resonated slowly behind him. The young hunter was instantly struck with terror, channeling all his strength to retaliate with a punch. Yet, a colossal hand grasped his fist, effortlessly crushing his concentrated blow. Subsequently, Tang Tian seized his fist and thrust it forward, delivering a heavy blow to the hunter's own face. Boom! The aftermath of the explosion created a circular fan of trees around the two individuals. Meanwhile, beneath the towering cliff, several formidable beings from the realm of immortals gathered leisurely. Among them were a middle-aged man responsible for transporting disciples from subsidiary sects and an elderly man tasked with conveying hunters. Before them lay a multitude of images, each depicting a different disciple, some ascending, others hunting. At that moment, the battle in the first mountain range had already commenced. For the vast majority of ascendants, the hunter's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond their capabilities. In a mere encounter, a life could be claimed. Just as Tang Tian had surmised, they had no opportunity to flee. Only those exceptionally gifted disciples and the elite of the first echelon had any hope of survival. "Ah, that young girl is quite impressive," someone remarked, pointing at one of the images with a hint of surprise. Others turned to look. In the image, a petite girl was engaged in a fierce battle with a hunter. It was evident that there was still a disparity in strength between them, yet the girl steadfastly held her ground, showing no signs of defeat. Did she actually enter through the 100 Doors battle? Someone noted, observing the postnatal creation pill above her head. Indeed, she is Gu Xiaoxue from Qinghua sect, one of the most prominent disciples recently in the divine capital, having defeated numerous strong opponents. Someone quickly recognized her. The crowd nodded, as they had all heard that name to varying degrees. Now, witnessing her prowess, it was clear that her reputation was well-deserved. To grow to such heights in a place like Qinghua sect, with proper guidance, achieving the pinnacle of strength is certainly within reach, they remarked. The battle raged on, and after a brief while, the hunter, unable to gain the upper hand, finally decided to retreat. There were plenty of ascendants. He did not wish to waste all his time on such a tough adversary. However, Gu Xiaoxue was not willing to let him go. She pursued him relentlessly, switching between offense and defense, even momentarily gaining the upper hand, much to the amusement of the gathered immortals. Just then, a startled cry erupted. What is happening? Could someone have been defeated so quickly? They were all from Tianfu. The someone they referred to must undoubtedly be one of their released hunters. The crowd was immediately taken aback, turning their gazes towards the unfolding events. Chapter 218. The hunter Mu Jin in the scene depicted. A tall young man effortlessly hoisted another disciple, clad in the garb of the Shangyun sect, as if he were merely lifting a chick. The latter had evidently lost all fighting capability. The young man was, in fact, a hunter dispatched by the Tianfu sect. However, when the onlookers discerned the purple star emblem adorning Tang Tian's head, they exchanged incredulous glances. A disciple of honor? How could this be possible? Someone exclaimed in astonishment, and others mirrored this sense of bewilderment. To them, the cohort of honorary disciples was essentially a mere formality, perhaps within subordinate sects. These honorary disciples could leverage their wealth and influence to attain high status. Yet, within the hallowed grounds of Yunding Tianfu, a place where strength was the sole creed, the reputation of this group was far from illustrious. Indolence, arrogance, and indulgence were often their defining traits. Yet, astonishingly, the first to triumph over a hunter was none other than an honorary disciple. Did you witness the encounter? How did he achieve victory? Someone inquired. The individual who had first noticed the scene furrowed his brow and replied, "I did not pay close attention. I merely observed that a battle had erupted. But by the time I turned my gaze, the confrontation had already concluded. It seemed as though he had vanquished the hunter in an instant." The crowd was once again taken aback. The hunter's defeat was within the realm of their expectations. After all, Among the aspirants were formidable individuals, and some hunters were relatively weaker. However, the swiftness of the victory was something they had not anticipated. Could it be that he employed some extraordinary means? This possibility was broached, and many nodded sagely in agreement. It must be so. I just conducted a brief inquiry, and this individual is named Tang Tian, a distinguished scion from the Qinghua sect. Moreover, he has previously triumphed over several renowned young masters, securing a position within the sect. Although it remains unclear why he relinquished that position, reaching such heights undoubtedly implies a substantial fortune. It would not be surprising if he possessed some powerful artifacts. As news of Tang Tian's background spread, the crowd began to grasp the reality. I thought he was truly formidable, but it turns out he relied on financial prowess. Some remarked, shaking their heads, their initial intrigue now diminished. Yet, there were dissenters among them. No rule prohibited the use of external possessions. Furthermore, this was a life-and-death battle that could arise at any moment in reality. Was one expected to refrain from utilizing artifacts in such situations? Regardless of the means employed, victory was victory, and there was nothing more to discuss. The crowd buzzed with chatter. However, their attention was quickly diverted by other disciples. It was inevitable. The prejudice against the esteemed disciples was deeply entrenched. Only the one who initially sensed something amiss believed the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Thus, he focused his gaze on Tang Tian, continuing to observe. In the jungle, Tang Tian executed a counterattack, striking his opponent so forcefully that he was left gasping for breath. After a considerable time, he gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Tang Tian so near, he was instantly filled with dread and attempted to distance himself desperately. Yet, to his utter despair, he discovered that his body had been completely immobilized by Tang Tian. "What do you intend to do?" he shouted in panic. Tang Tian turned his head, merely gazing at him in silence. "I warn you, do not act rashly. Otherwise, once we enter the heavenly palace, I will ensure you regret it," the young hunter exclaimed. Nevertheless, Tang Tian remained mute, looking down upon him as though he had transformed into the hunter while the young man had become the prey. Moments later, the young hunter felt a chill creep up his spine, anxiety tightening his nerves. The most critical aspect was that Tang Tian had restricted all his movements. He was incapable of even self-detonation. In this vulnerable state, he could no longer endure and trembled as he said, "Brother, please, don't do this. I'm not into that sort of thing. Once we return to the heavenly palace, I can introduce you to some lovely young ladies." Clearly, he had conjured up some unspeakable thoughts. Tang Tian continued to regard him with indifference, and upon noticing that he had finally shed his pretense, he slowly spoke. "You are one of the hunters this time." The young hunter was taken aback, nodding bitterly in acknowledgement. "What is your name?" Tang Tian inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding the hunters of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace. "Mu Jin," the young hunter replied. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. "Why the stutter?" Mu Jin, feeling awkward, responded, "I'm not stuttering. My surname is Mu, as in wood. My given name is Mu Jin, as in bathe." Tang Tian was momentarily speechless, pondering what level of education could yield such a peculiar name. "Now, tell me about the situation regarding your hunters. You have but this one opportunity. Should you fail to cooperate, I am certain among the thousands of disciples, there are those who would relish the chance to take your place," Tang Tian warned. Mu Jin's scalp tingled with fear, and he quickly assured Tang Tian that he would divulge everything without reservation. Moments later, under Mu Jin's candid revelations, Tang Tian gained a general understanding of the hunters. There were over 500 hunters in total, with each mountain range averaging around 50 individuals assigned to hunt the aspirants of this round. Like the aspirants, they were all young individuals under the age of 25. In contrast, their prowess is overwhelmingly dominant. The weakest among them possesses the initial stage of transformation, while the strongest have ascended to the threshold of becoming immortal beings, merely a step away from the realm of immortals. This realization left Tang Tian somewhat disheartened. Is this truly the extent of the talents within the heavenly mansion? However, Mu Jin swiftly clarified that this arrangement was intentional. Those geniuses above the immortal realm would render the aspirants utterly unparalleled, disrupting the balance and fairness of the competition. Thus, only a select group of disciples at the transformation stage was chosen. These hunters are neither the strongest nor the weakest. The entrance ceremony will significantly influence their future evaluation as peak disciples. The more lives they acquire, the the more precious they become, leading to a superior overall performance. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging that this situation aligned with his assumptions. Yet one matter perplexed him. Does the Heavenly Mansion place complete trust in you? Have they not considered the possibility of your group of hunters encountering failure? During this time, I could have slain you countless times. Why has no one come to your rescue? Tang Tian inquired. Chapter 219. Tang Tian's intentions. Upon hearing Tang Tian's inquiry, Mu Jin offered a bitter smile. The Heavenly Mansion had indeed contemplated such an eventuality. Each hunter bears a talisman, which, upon sensing imminent peril, would transport us away from this place. This, of course, signified elimination. Regrettably, I had yet to utilize it before you seized control of me. Tang Tian's understanding deepened. This was the situation at hand. However, his dominion over Mu Jin's body stemmed from concern regarding any unforeseen abilities he might possess. As an elite from the Heavenly Mansion, who could fathom the extraordinary artifacts he might carry? After a moment's reflection, Tang Tian inquired, if I were to release you now, you wouldn't resort to using that talisman, would you? Mu Jin hesitated momentarily before hastily responding, of course not. To use it would mean my expulsion from the competition. I have no desire to surrender so easily. As long as you refrain from inflicting harm upon me, I shall remain compliant. Tang Tian, rendered speechless, waved his hand to lift the restrictions binding Mu Jin. Both were present for the task at hand, devoid of any animosity, and as future disciples of the Heavenly Mansion, it was unnecessary to pursue absolute annihilation. With the constraints lifted, Mu Jin promptly rose, dusting off the dirt from his attire, and bowed respectfully towards Tang Tian. Thank you. My brother, you are formidable. I scarcely grasped how I was bested. I suspect even the most powerful hunters would struggle against you, Mu Jin remarked with admiration. Tang Tian refrained from comment. Among the hunters, the strongest were but half-step immortals, while he had already reached the mid-stage of true immortality. Coupled with his array of skills, it was akin to a dimensional assault. Yet, this revelation diminished Tang Tian's interest. He had initially yearned to witness the true prodigies of the Heavenly Mansion. Alas, it was not to be. What are your plans moving forward? Tang Tian casually inquired. Mu Jin replied, to continue hunting, of course. At this juncture, I suspect many aspirants have already traversed the first mountain ridge and reached the second. With over 50 hunters, I find myself in a competitive position with them. However, he sighed, the significance of my actions may now be diminished. My defeat at your hands has likely been observed from outside. Regardless of my subsequent performance, my reputation will undoubtedly take a hit. He shook his head, his face clouded with despondency. Such ill fortune. He never anticipated that his first quarry would turn the tables on him so decisively. Yet, upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt a flicker of intrigue. Are you suggesting that the events occurring here are visible to the outside world? He queried. Mu Jin nodded, affirming, indeed. A multitude of elders from the Heavenly Mansion, perhaps numbering in the hundreds, are specifically monitoring the performances of all disciples during this initiation ceremony. Virtually everyone's actions will be captured on screen. My defeat has undoubtedly been recorded. At this revelation, Tang Tian instinctively stroked his chin. If there were spectators, the scenario had suddenly become quite intriguing. Perhaps it is time to indulge in something rather unconventional. The disciples of the affiliated sects, how shall I say, are predominantly more impoverished compared to those from the heavenly capital. Whether it be the innate or acquired creation pills, they represent a significant resource for cultivation. As a member of an affiliated sect, I might orchestrate a scheme that allows them to undergo trials while also reaping greater rewards. In doing so, I could also alleviate my own boredom. With this thought, Tang Tian turned his gaze towards Mu Jin. Where are the other hunters? He inquired. Mu Jin hesitated before replying. They are scattered randomly across the various mountain ridges. What do you intend to do? Tang Tian stroked his chin and candidly replied. I wish to ensure that the other aspirants can retain a few more creation pills. Mu Jin was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the essence of Tang Tian's intention, his eyes widening in surprise. You can't be serious, brother. Are you suggesting we actively hunt down other hunters? Tang Tian smiled faintly. Of course not. However, before Mu Jin could relax, Tang Tian continued, I propose something more straightforward. If we clear several mountain ridges before the other aspirants arrive, then each person will inevitably secure at least a few creation pills. Upon hearing this, Mu Jin was left dumbfounded. Clear the mountain ridges? And multiple ones at that? Who do you think you are? He instinctively wanted to retort angrily. Yet recalling his earlier helplessness, he swallowed the words back down. Think carefully, brother. You're aiming far too high, Mu Jin cautioned. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. There is no explicit prohibition against such actions. This implies that it falls within the realm of possibility. Moreover, I find your lofty, disdainful demeanor rather unappealing. Mu Jin felt a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, he had initially displayed such arrogance upon their first encounter. Very well, let us proceed, Tang Tian said. Our meeting is fortuitous, so I shall not see you out. I also do not intend to disturb the second mountain ridge. Do your best. Until we meet again. With that, Tang Tian vanished without a trace. Mu Jin stood in a daze, contemplating the spot where Tang Tian had just been, when a chill suddenly coursed through him. Could he truly have gone to clear the other mountains? Yet, it might not be such a bad thing. The more who are eliminated, the more I stand to gain. I never anticipated such a formidable and terrifying individual to emerge among this cohort of aspirants. I wonder what kind of sparks he might ignite when encountering the extraordinary talents within the heavenly capital. After a considerable time, the rustling of leaves interrupted Mu Jin's reverie. Turning his head, he noticed an aspirant stealthily advancing forward. Mu Jin shook her head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts that clouded her mind, and swiftly approached the ascendant before her. You all. She hesitated, realizing that they would soon be comrades. Surrender the creation pill, and I shall spare you. Outside, beneath the sheer cliffs, countless disparate images floated into view, as over 100 formidable individuals gathered, conversing while observing the unfolding scenes. Among them, one person remained fixated on a particular image, his gaze unwavering. The image depicted Tang Tian, who was steadily advancing deeper into the interior. Upon reaching the summit of the second ridge, he encountered a young disciple at the mid-stage of feather transformation. Yet this time, he did not grant the other even a moment to speak, nor did he allow him to notice. With a mere flick of his hand, he triggered the so-called protective mechanism, thereby eliminating him from the competition. The individual who had been observing the scene widened his eyes in astonishment. At last, he witnessed how Tang Tian executed his move. He had directly eliminated a hunter. He exclaimed loudly, then turned to the others, eager to relay what he had witnessed. However, upon hearing this, the others displayed little interest. Certain powerful ascendants among them had already exerted their strength, similarly eliminating several capable hunters, drawing their attention away to those elite competitors. Lo Su, do not pay him too much mind. After all, he is merely an honorary disciple, lacking any substantial prospects. Advised one. Another added mockingly, let him watch. He seeks to demonstrate his discerning eye, hoping to uncover a prodigious talent beneath our very noses. Laughter erupted among the crowd. In the long history of the heavenly mansion, the number of geniuses emerging from the ranks of honorary disciples could be counted on one hand. Such encounters were exceedingly rare. Even those who refrained from ridicule chose not to focus on Lo Su and Tang Tian any further. Faced with this indifference, Lo Su clenched his fists in quiet determination. He had always been a maverick, often subject to scorn, yet this time he felt an intense premonition. Tang Tian was destined for greatness. As he observed Tang Tian advancing into the third mountain range, Lo Su decisively placed the image before himself, immersing his attention wholly upon it. Chapter 220. Clearing the mountain ridges, the third mountain range. Tang Tian effortlessly eliminated a hunter and ventured inside. Half an hour had elapsed since the initiation ceremony began. At this moment, several aspirants had already infiltrated the depths of the third mountain range. As he extended his consciousness, Tang Tian witnessed numerous skirmishes between hunters and aspirants along the way. Some were utterly crushed, their lives extinguished within the realm of the third mountain. Others engaged in evenly matched battles, unable to determine a victor. Ultimately, the hunters chose to abandon their pursuit rather than waste time. Consequently, the aspirants preserved their lives. There were also those adept at stealth, cautiously navigating forward, meticulously avoiding detection by the hunters. Each individual was exerting every effort to safeguard their lives. How arduous this is, Tang Tian mused, noting that merely a few creation pills could stir their emotions so profoundly. After observing these hunters from the Tianfu, he discerned that the disparity between aspirants and hunters was not as immense as it appeared at first glance. A comprehensive analysis revealed that the hunters were only marginally stronger than the top-tier aspirants. The primary reason for this difference in capabilities stemmed from the issues of resources and cultivation environments. The innate creation pills were, in the eyes of aspirants, akin to divine objects. Yet to the hunters, they were merely superior cultivation materials, having long grown accustomed to such items. With this in mind, Tang Tian felt an even greater necessity to clear several mountain ranges to benefit all aspirants. He resolved to locate a few mountain ranges that had yet to be reached by the aspirants. Accelerating his pace, he encountered his first hunter just before exiting the third mountain range. With a flick of his hand, he dispatched the hunter from the competition and entered the fourth mountain range. Outside, Luo Su once again witnessed Tang Tian eliminate an opponent in a manner completely oblivious to the latter, expelling him from the contest. However, this time, he glanced around at the others and chose not to disclose the incident. Since their biases were so deeply entrenched, they could wait to be proven wrong. Yet, he was somewhat perplexed by Tang Tian's rapid pace and what his intentions might be. Luo Su continued to observe. Meanwhile, in another area at the base of the cliff, this was the entrance for hunters to the 9 ridges, as well as the return point for those who had been eliminated. At this moment, over a dozen unfortunate souls had been expelled from the 9 ridges. Alas, how unfortunate I am to have encountered such a formidable opponent, lamented a hunter in the early stages of transformation. With their late-stage transformation prowess, they rank among the top 5 among over 10,000 aspirants. My luck is simply abysmal. What you experienced was a rare occurrence. My misfortune is truly profound, he retorted. Upon entry, I encountered an formidable adversary, and despite my relentless efforts, I could not vanquish him. Just as I was about to concede, I stumbled upon another opponent, whose cultivation was merely at the peak of the tribulation stage, yet possessed an alarming strength. Most notably, she was utterly unhinged, relentlessly pursuing me in combat. Alas, I also encountered another hunter at the initial stage of ascension, who bore an expression of utter despondency. Their premature exit ensured that they would inevitably be relegated to the lowest ranks upon evaluation. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the majority of the eliminated hunters were at the initial stage of ascension, representing the weakest cohort among the hunters. The sole hunter eliminated from the mid-stage of ascension stood solemnly to the side, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a radiant light flickered, and another figure appeared seemingly out of thin air. Upon his arrival, the other hunters were momentarily struck dumb. Brother Feng, how could you have been eliminated as well? The hunters gazed in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. For Brother Feng was a being of half-step to immortality. His presence at this initiation ceremony was intended to serve as a formidable benchmark, testing which of the aspirants were less fortunate. Yet, to their astonishment, he too had been ousted. Brother Feng, what transpired? Who possesses such formidable power? The eliminated hunters inquired in unison. However, Brother Feng wore a furrowed brow. I do not know. I did not even catch a glimpse of my assailant. My defenses were triggered instantaneously. Their strength far surpasses mine, he replied gravely. The crowd fell into stunned silence. If someone was truly beyond his capabilities, that could only signify the presence of a genuine celestial being. Could it be possible that among the aspirants, there existed an entity beyond the realm of immortals? Such a notion seemed implausible, for aside from the Yunding Tianfu, celestial energy was exceedingly scarce elsewhere. Even with extraordinary talent, it was exceedingly challenging to transcend to the immortal realm before the age of 25. Could it be that this individual had encountered some extraordinary fortuity? As the hunters pondered with uncertainty, the previously silent mid-stage ascension hunter stepped forward. My circumstances mirror those of Brother Feng. I too failed to discern who eliminated me, he murmured. The crowd was once again taken aback. This enigmatic figure had evidently faced the assailant more than once. At that moment, another burst of light illuminated the scene, and a late-stage ascension powerhouse appeared before them. His face a portrait of astonishment. Tang Tian had effortlessly dealt with several hunters he encountered along the way, traversing the 4th mountain range and directly arriving at the 5th ridge. Here, no trace of any aspirants could be seen. After contemplating the pace at which the aspirants had arrived, Tang Tian slowly nodded. Yes, it is about time. He then gazed skyward, fully extending his divine sense. His immense consciousness swiftly enveloped nearly half of the 5th ridge. Dozens of formidable figures materialized within his mind. Let us commence with you. At times, fortune serves as a measure of one's prowess. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon your ill fate for being allocated here. Tang Tian offered a faint smile before vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared behind a hunter, effortlessly dispatching him beyond the mountain ridges. Outside, Luo Su fixated on the unfolding scene before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. Since the moment Tang Tian encountered Mu Jin, he had been observing intently. He witnessed Tang Tian swiftly traverse the second, third, and fourth mountain ridges, entering the fifth with remarkable agility. Along the way, he casually eliminated several hunters. Yet upon reaching the fifth ridge, Tang Tian came to a halt. What could he possibly intend to do? Luo Su pondered, perplexed by Tang Tian's purpose. However, the subsequent events soon provided clarity. Tang Tian's figure glided through the fifth mountain ridge like a specter, elusive and unpredictable. It appeared he had employed some method to pinpoint the locations of all the hunters, as each time he manifested, he precisely eliminated one. Not a single individual was spared. As the number of hunters dwindled within the fifth ridge, an expression of horror gradually emerged in Luo Su's eyes. This man seemed intent on clearing the entire mountain range. Luo Su's heart thundered in disbelief. Chapter 221. The cauldron boiled over in the outside world, beneath the cliff. An unexpected turn of events left everyone in a state of shock. Following the elimination of Senior Brother Feng, the radiant light, symbolizing the hunter's exit, flickered incessantly. Strangely, all those who had been eliminated emerged with bewildered expressions, and upon inquiry, it became apparent that none of them were aware of who had eliminated them. What is happening? I was assigned to the fifth ridge. Has someone already ascended so quickly? A person expressed his confusion. However, after he spoke, others widened their eyes and exchanged glances. For it turned out that all those swiftly eliminated during this period had been assigned to the fifth ridge. I belong to the fourth ridge, Senior Brother Feng stated solemnly. I am from the third ridge, chimed in the first hunter eliminated by Tang Tian. The crowd fell silent, then began to analyze the situation. If this incident was indeed orchestrated by a single individual, that person must have swiftly traversed the first four ridges, dispatching the hunters encountered along the way, ultimately arriving at the fifth ridge to commence a massacre. Impossible. Someone immediately retorted loudly. An ascendant could not possess such power. Their killing speed is too rapid. Indeed, even if they were a transcendent being, they should not be so overwhelmingly strong. There must be some mistake. The crowd quickly concurred. This unfolding situation naturally captured the attention of the onlookers among the transcendent beings. They too were perplexed, as at that moment, the ascendants had merely begun to engage with the fourth ridge. Based on their current performance, even the strongest among them seemed merely comparable to top-tier hunters, rendering such outrageous feats impossible. Could it be that something truly amiss was occurring within the 9 ridges? The transcendent beings engaged in serious discussions, unaware that Luo Su was seated quietly in a corner, observing the anxious and urgent demeanor of others while discreetly concealing a certain image. How amusing, let them fret. They should not have underestimated others, Luo Su mused inwardly. Yet, as he gazed at the ethereal figure of Tang Tian, resembling the Grim Reaper, he could not help but shiver. Initially, he had merely perceived Tang Tian as someone with genuine talent, not just a mere buffoon. However, he had anticipated that Tang Tian would exhibit such ferocity. From his actions, it was evident he aimed to clear the entire fifth ridge single-handedly. Although Luo Su still struggled to comprehend Tang Tian's ultimate purpose, he was acutely aware that this image absolutely must not be seen by others. Why had these transcendent beings come here? One of their significant objectives was to scout for promising talents to recruit in advance. Luo Su shared this intention as well. Should I choose to broadcast this scene, Tang Tian would undoubtedly become the most sought-after figure. Human nature is inherently selfish. Given the current circumstances, Luo Su has gained a certain advantage and will undoubtedly strive to win Tang Tian over to his side. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Su produced a communication jade talisman. Hall Master, urgent. I have discovered an unparalleled prodigy. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Tang Tian bid farewell to the last hunter among the fifth mountain range. His efficiency was commendable. He afforded them no opportunity to retaliate, not even granting them a glimpse of his face. This was not intentional malice on Tang Tian's part. He merely wished to avoid unnecessary chatter. After all, The scene he created was visible to those outside. How naive to underestimate us ascenders. A faint smile appeared on Tang Tian's lips. Being looked down upon and treated differently was, after all, somewhat disconcerting. His motivations for such actions, aside from providing some benefits to fellow ascenders, were also to assert his dignity. He aimed to demonstrate to those in the heavenly realm that disciples from subordinate sects are not to be easily humiliated. After calculating the time, Tang Tian turned and soared toward the 6th mountain range. If he were to act, he would do so on a grander scale. On the periphery of the 4th mountain range, two figures darted swiftly through the forest, their formidable presence sending everything in their path flying. The individual in front was surrounded by several luminous golden stars, clearly a member of the foremost echelon of ascenders. The figure behind was a hunter, who was evidently at a disadvantage, desperately fleeing. The hunter relentlessly pursued, nearly catching up several times, only for the ascender to deftly evade him with agile movements. Yet, despite this, danger loomed at every turn, as capture seemed imminent. Fortunately, just as the hunter was about to seize his prey, the ascender pushed forward with all his might. Crossing the boundary between the 4th and 5th mountain ranges, the hunter could not cross regions and was left with no choice but to halt. Watching the ascender escape, he scoffed coldly, "Consider yourself fortunate. You slipped past while I was occupied with another. Otherwise, your life would be forfeit." However, the ascender was no pushover either. Both were young prodigies of the same age, who could claim superiority. He smirked disdainfully, saying, "A loss is a loss. What is the point of bravado? Using carelessness as an excuse. If it were a true life and death battle, I have 10 ways to make you suffer greatly." The hunter grunted dismissively and replied sternly, "Do not be too pleased with yourself. In your current state, you won't survive even a short while in the 5th mountain range." The ascender laughed heartily. "That concerns you not. Their ability to kill me has no bearing on your inability to do so. Furthermore, you merely benefit from a favorable cultivation environment. In my territory, you would not even make it into the 1st echelon." The hunter's expression darkened profoundly. "I will remember you," he declared. "Once you enter the heavenly realm, our paths shall surely cross." The ascendant retorted disdainfully, "I shall remember you as well. When that time comes, I will exact my revenge for this affront." Both were proud and talented individuals, unwilling to concede to one another. After exchanging their fierce words, the hunter returned to the 4th mountain ridge, while the ascendant paused momentarily before cautiously continuing onward. The individual had not been wrong. In his current state, encountering any hunter would likely result in his demise. Yet, after traversing for quite some time, he encountered not a single hunter. What could be the reason? Had fortune favored him? The ascendant was bewildered but maintained a vigilant demeanor as he proceeded slowly. To his astonishment, upon reaching the edge of the 6th mountain ridge, he still had not glimpsed a single hunter. The unprecedented ease of his journey left him somewhat dazed. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Regardless, preserving a primordial creation pill was undoubtedly a positive outcome. Steeling his resolve, he advanced once more. Unbeknownst to him, chaos had erupted in the outside world. Observing the flickering lights and the inexplicable elimination of hunters, the onlookers were utterly taken aback. Heavens, what on earth is happening? Chapter 222. The celestial fairy. With the light flickering incessantly, an increasing number of hunters were inexplicably eliminated. After a brief count, the assembled crowd was horrified to discover that every single hunter within the 5th mountain range had been slaughtered. Moreover, the interval between these events was alarmingly brief, as hunters from the 6th mountain range began to appear in droves as well. This is untenable. There must be a grave issue within the 9 ranges. Could it be that the area has not been thoroughly cleansed? Surely, there must be a malevolent force lurking within. We must conduct an immediate inspection. The protective measures for the disciples are far from sufficient to safeguard their lives. Should any mishap occur, the consequences would be unfathomable. The eliminated hunters cried out in distress. Even the formidable beings from the outside realm were taken aback with trepidation. For in the images displayed, they could find no indication of what had precipitated this calamity. Even when the focus was fixed upon the hunters of the 6th peak, they were merely seen being instantaneously vanquished by an unseen force, leaving no trace of any other presence. We must report this to the higher authorities. If an unforeseen event has indeed transpired, no one can assume the burden of responsibility. One individual remarked. At this moment, All the candidates from the affiliated sects and numerous young elites of the Tianfu were inside, although no grievous bloodshed had yet occurred. Should such a tragedy unfold, it would be a monumental disaster. The middle-aged celestial king responsible for transmitting the candidates and the elderly figure overseeing the hunters exchanged a glance, ultimately deciding to relay this matter to their superiors. The 9 ranges were designated specifically as a trial ground for the disciples. Even they, at this juncture, were powerless to intervene. They could only await intervention from the prominent figures within the Tianfu. However, after a brief wait, the response from the higher-ups left both men momentarily stunned. Everything is normal. This terse statement prompted them to exchange bewildered glances. This trial ground had been constructed by that very prominent figure. If they asserted that all was well, then there must be no issues. Yet, if all was indeed well, how could it be that these hunters were inexplicably eliminated? A glance exchanged between them revealed a shared understanding. Within this cohort of disciples, there exists a prodigy. Did you notice anything unusual while distributing the creation pills to those disciples? The elder inquired softly. However, after some contemplation, the middle-aged man shook his head. No. More than 100 individuals had withstood the initial pressure, yet during the second onslaught, they all surrendered their resistance. The elder narrowed his eyes and stated, I require a list. Do not feign ignorance with me. You surely have someone in mind, even if you remain uncertain. Only the 2 of us are privy to this matter at present. Let us not wait until it becomes impossible to conceal and everyone begins to investigate. That would serve neither of our interests. The middle-aged man remained silent for a moment. In the end, he chose to compromise, providing the elder with an extensive list. This list comprised the first echelon of prodigies who had acquired the innate transformation pill. Only among this select group was there a possibility of encountering those capable of retaliating against hunters. However, he remained cautious. During his initial release of pressure, a few individuals who had attained the acquired transformation pill, along with a handful of honorary disciples, did not succumb immediately. If that individual indeed hailed from these 2 factions, it could only indicate an extraordinary coincidence. Subsequently, they urged the others to remain patient while awaiting a response from above. Meanwhile, the 2 of them quietly began their search within the imagery. The intricate web of the Tianfu forces meant that everyone sought to recruit outstanding performers from the current cohort of 10,000 newly initiated disciples ahead of time. Concurrently, atop a towering peak in the Yunding Tianfu, lay a paradise reminiscent of a mythical realm, enveloped in ethereal mist, a true sanctuary of the immortals. At the center of the summit was a medium-sized celestial pond, bordered by several elegant pavilions. At that moment, a few figures leisurely sat within one of the pavilions, savoring tea. The faint aura emanating from them was formidable enough to instill trepidation. A tall, graceful young man, seemingly having just concluded a communication, took a sip of tea and remarked with a smile, among this year's promoted disciples, there exists a particularly intriguing individual. His talent and strength are likely not inferior to those who have just ascended the immortal cloud platform. Upon hearing this, the other individuals present in the pavilion raised their eyebrows in surprise. Is he truly that remarkable? Qilong questioned. You aren't mistaken, are you? The immortal cloud platform is tantamount to being a candidate for the Holy Sun. Their disbelief at the young man's assertion was palpable. The immortal cloud platform was a term only accessible to the upper echelons of the Tianfu. It represented a status that, while lacking tangible power, held significance surpassing that of the peak disciples. Ascending the immortal cloud platform indicated a promising future to potentially become the true Holy Sun of the Tianfu. Only the most gifted and exceptional disciples qualified for this prestigious position. This year, a mere 4 disciples within the entire Tianfu had successfully ascended the immortal cloud platform, each an extraordinarily formidable entity. And now, it seemed that a promoted individual from an affiliated sect could also attain such a status? I seldom err in my judgments. Qilong chuckled, stating, the hunters positioned in the Jiuling have had their identities reversed, and they are now being hunted themselves. Moreover, the hunters have no means of retaliation, not even a glimpse of his face. One individual nearby furrowed his brow and remarked, I recall that the hunter's strength is restricted to below the immortal realm. If that is indeed the case, there are certainly numerous individuals within the Tianfu capable of such feats. To assert that this disciple can rival those on the immortal cloud platform may be somewhat hasty. Qilong shook her head. Indeed, This disciple's cultivation level is merely at the mid-stage of true immortal. However, his prowess transcends this limitation. I can only divulge so much. To speak further would risk revealing too much information about him. The others nodded in agreement. It is a tenet of the Yun Ding Tian Fu to safeguard the privacy of the disciples, aimed at ensuring their personal safety. After all, for a cultivator, privacy and hidden strengths are directly tied to their very existence. Since you hold such high regard for him, why not recruit him? One person suggested with a smile. Qilon waved her hand dismissively. The few young ones under my tutelage already give me enough headaches. Adding another would likely turn my hair gray from worry. And Qilon gestured subtly towards a nearby pavilion. I have no desire to compete with her for talent at this critical juncture. The others turned their gaze, their eyes resting upon a woman of exquisite figure and striking beauty. Fairy Ling Luo? One remarked. Oh no, she should now be addressed as Sovereign Ling Luo. Chapter 223. The anticipation of Tang Tian. Are you suggesting that the disciple you mentioned hails from the Qinghua sect? The others quickly grasped Qilan's implication. Qilon nodded slightly. Indeed. At this juncture, she was in dire need of a sufficiently remarkable talent to contend for a person at such a critical moment. TSK, I would rather not incur that misfortune. When she goes mad, she recognizes no one. The others also nodded in agreement, evidently having witnessed the madness of the Ling Luo fairy firsthand. The Qinghua sect truly is a place that repeatedly creates miracles. A century ago, Lu Ming single-handedly challenged the elite of Tianfu. Had it not been for an unforeseen incident, he would surely have ascended to the pinnacle of the heavens. Then there was the Ling Luo fairy, who, 25 years ago, stood unrivaled, achieving the miraculous feat of becoming a saint within 5 years. Remarkably, her zenith has not yet concluded, and yet another prodigy emerges. Is this a realm where deities fall? As one recounted the events of the past, they expressed their astonishment. Qilon smiled and remarked, who knows? This world is replete with inexplicable phenomena. In any case, those who emerge from the Qinghua sect are all formidable individuals. Huang Daoxing has also kept the Ling Luo fairy firmly suppressed. Were it not for their internal discord, they would undoubtedly have established their dominance in Tianfu long ago. The others nodded gravely in agreement. However, after a brief discussion, they shifted their conversation to other topics, no longer dwelling on the talented disciple. For beings of their stature, exceptional disciples are perpetually in abundance, each possessing a few under their command. A particularly tricky genius was not within the scope of their concerns. Meanwhile, in another pavilion, a different conversation unfolded. Fairy, a refined young man, inquired, shall we go observe this year's candidates for ascension? The Ling Luo fairy paused momentarily before responding softly. What of Huang Daoxing? Her voice was gentle and soothing. There was no response, but I suspect he will not be attending. As you know, he has always looked down upon us disciples who have ascended from subordinate sections. He is now preparing to sever all ties with the Qinghua sect. The young man sighed deeply. The Ling Luo fairy's hand hesitated slightly as she continued. He has always been a part of Tianfu. Although he ventured through the Qinghua sect, he has never shared the same sense of identity as we do. His choice to sever ties is, therefore, quite understandable. However, what he ought not to do is to disparage us while benefiting from the resources and connections provided by the Qinghua sect, even going so far as to oppress those who have ascended from the sect. I shall not permit such occurrences to continue. The young man pursed his lips and nodded in agreement. This was also the reason he chose to follow the celestial maiden of Ling Luo. Although they had arrived in the heavenly capital, it was highly likely they would never return to Qinghua sect. Yet, Qinghua sect would always remain their shared route. What shall we do? Should we head towards the initiation ceremony? The youth inquired. The celestial maiden of Ling Luo nodded. Since Huang Daoxing is unwilling to intervene, we shall take it upon ourselves. We cannot allow our fellow disciples to endure hardship upon their arrival. The youth nodded in agreement, but then offered a wry smile. In truth, following us may not guarantee a better experience than others. Huang Daoxing will undoubtedly exert his full efforts to suppress us, and our current resources are far from sufficient to challenge his authority. The celestial maiden sighed softly. Regardless, we must fulfill our responsibilities. As for Huang Daoxing, we shall strive to do our utmost. The youth nodded again, preparing to take his leave. However, as he was about to depart, the celestial maiden called out to him once more. By the way, a month ago, Yinkong provided me with a list of exceptionally talented disciples from this promotion. Once you arrive, pay close attention to them. There is also a distinguished disciple named Tang Tian, who possesses formidable strength and wealth. Yin Kong advised me to treat him with utmost courtesy upon meeting. The youth paused, momentarily taken aback by the mention of a distinguished disciple. Nonetheless, given the celestial maiden's instruction, he would certainly keep it in mind. After bowing respectfully, he turned to leave. As he watched the youth's figure fade away, the celestial maiden sighed gently. Qinghua sect. I shall protect you with all my strength. Juling. Tang Tian stepped onto the final mountain ridge, finding himself utterly alone. After clearing the fifth ridge, he felt it insufficient and believed he should provide more benefits to the promoted disciples. Thus, he pressed forward, eliminating all hunters from the sixth ridge. Then, feeling emboldened, he decided to escalate his efforts. Consequently, he swept through the seventh and eighth ridges with ease. This way, even the weakest of the promoted disciples would secure at least 4 creation pills. Most importantly, Tang Tian gazed at the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. His reckless actions must surely have caught the attention of those outside, causing at least a minor stir. This event would mark the first step of his radiant journey in the heavenly capital. After standing quietly for a moment, Tang Tian took a step back, leaving the area of the ninth ridge. That should suffice. Leaving some challenges behind is quite commendable. The gap between the promoted disciples and the prodigies of the heavenly capital must be acknowledged. Tang Tian resolved to cease his reckless actions, preserving the last hunter of the mountain range. He chose to await the arrival of the majority of the ascendants before concluding this initiation ceremony alongside them. He was eager to witness the reactions of those outside once he departed. In the external world, Luo Su cradled Tang Tian's image closely to his chest. Until now, he had not permitted anyone to glimpse Tang Tian's deeds within the 9 ridges. Although some had speculated about the emergence of a mysterious prodigy among the ascendants, responsible for this astonishing array of feats, no one had yet directed their suspicions towards Tang Tian. Following Luo Su's report, their associates had been hastily making their way over. His current objective was to delay the revelation of Tang Tian's identity for as long as possible. Luo Su safeguarded the image, keenly observing Tang Tian's every move. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind him, exuding an air of calm. Luo Su, what are you doing? The newcomer was none other than the middle-aged celestial king responsible for transporting the ascendants. Chapter 224 Departure from Jiuling Lord Qinjian. The sudden voice at his ear startled Luo Su. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield the image in his embrace. Yet, such a gesture could hardly escape the keen eyes of the middle-aged immortal king. What is that? Qinjian inquired. Luo Su's body tensed. He did not wish for others to uncover what Tang Tian had done. However, facing one of the 2 overseers of the current initiation ceremony, he understood that further concealment was futile. After pondering for a moment, Luo Su revealed the image of Tang Tian. Lord Shun, I am observing a rather unusual disciple. He is merely an honorary disciple, yet he is blessed with fortune and has remained undiscovered by the hunters. Now, he has safely reached the edge of the 8th mountain range. Luo Su fabricated a flimsy excuse. Naturally, Qinjian did not find his words convincing. After casting a glance at him, he turned his attention to the scene depicted in the image. A young cultivator lounged beneath a great tree, enjoying the breeze and basking in the sun while casually munching on sunflower seeds. Above him, 9 purple stars twinkled brightly. Qinjian immediately recognized Tang Tian, for he was the only honorary disciple who had managed to remain steady during Qinjian's initial release of pressure. Earlier, he had surveyed all the first-tier disciples, but had not found one capable of eliminating all the hunters across 4 mountain ranges. Given this perspective, Tang Tian might indeed be the most likely candidate. Observing Tang Tian's current position, which had already left the other aspirants far behind, Qinjian felt increasingly assured of his conjecture. Luo Su, Qinjian began, if I recall correctly. You belong to the Good 9 Hall of the Hall of Good and Evil, do you not? Luo Su was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, forcing a smile as he replied, Lord Chun, you truly have an astute insight into all matters. Qinjian chuckled lightly, then suddenly shifted his tone, stating, your leader, Lu, should be on his way, I presume? Luo Su's body stiffened, instinctively wishing to conceal his reaction. However, he quickly realized that since Qinjian had deduced this, he must have also surmised that Tang Tian was the one who had caused the commotion. My apologies, Lord Chun. I must strive to find exceptional talents for the Hall of Good and Evil. It is indeed the purpose for which they have brought me here, Luo Su admitted, lowering his posture and speaking candidly. Chun Jian let out a soft hum, remarking, "So, it is indeed Tang Tian who has eliminated so many hunters' disciples?" Luo Su nodded. By now, further pretense was utterly pointless. Moreover, his objective had been achieved. In the impending competition among disciples, they had already gained a significant advantage. Thus, he chose to be forthright. Although Chun Jian's power and status surpassed his own, with the Hall of Good and Evil backing him, Luo Su did not feel intimidated. Originally, he was known as Tang Tian. Luo Su inquired, "My Lord Chun, shall I release the footage now?" Chun Jian gazed at Luo Su, offering no response. After a brief pause, he gently patted Luo Su's shoulder. "Let us keep this under wraps for the moment. Beyond dueling, there lies the CNT. During this period, we shall each prepare ourselves. Once the entrance ceremony concludes, we will rely on our own abilities to determine Tang Tian's fate," Chun Jian articulated. Luo Su nodded with a smile, fully aware that Chun Jian's intentions mirrored his own. Both sought to gain an advantage. Hence the desire to prevent the rapid dissemination of this news. Regrettably, he now faced an additional competitor. Having reached a private accord, Chun Jian prepared to depart. With everyone searching for Tang Tian, lingering in one spot for too long would surely raise suspicions among others. Yet, just as he turned to leave, a familiar face appeared before him. "Tang Tian, my Lord Chun, this name does not appear on the list you provided me," the newcomer, an elderly Xian Wang, remarked. Observing the knowing glint in the elder's eyes, Chun Jian let out a silent sigh. This old fellow truly was a persistent specter. "Lord Peng, let us not speak of this. Had I known earlier, I would not have sought him out at this time," Chun Jian replied. The elder Xian Wang stroked his beard and inquired, "So it is confirmed that it is indeed him?" Chun Jian nodded. "Currently, only you, I, and this esteemed Taoist from the Shanjiu Tang are privy to this matter. So, you comprehend the implication of my words." The Peng Xian Wang glanced at Luo Su beside him, stating, "The Shan Tang, they are not to be underestimated. Very well, let us proceed in this manner. We shall refrain from interference and observe which faction ultimately claims this genius." With that, he turned and departed. Chun Jian, too, did not linger, casting a cautionary glance at Luo Su before soaring away. Watching their figures fade, Luo Su managed a bittersweet smile. They were both formidable opponents, and their regard for Tang Tian suggested that he might be of even greater value than he had initially presumed. "I must inform the Hall Master to prepare additional contingencies, lest they easily snatch him away," Luo Su pondered, relaying another message to their Hall Master. Subsequently, he concealed the footage and awaited the conclusion of the dueling trial. Time flew swiftly. After Tang Tian cleared 4 mountain ridges, the advancement of the aspirants experienced a significant leap. Within a mere hour, some had reached the edge of the 8th mountain ridge. Tang Tian noted that those who arrived first were predominantly core disciples from the top tier. There remained a discernible gap in strength. The 4 consecutive mountain ridges bore no signs of hunters, who appeared equally perplexed. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the life-preserving elixirs they carried were undeniably effective. Even in the face of misfortune, should they lose a life to hunters, a minimum of 4 lives were safeguarded. What was there to fear? Without further contemplation, the ascendants boldly ventured into the final ridge. However, shortly after their entrance, Tang Tian heard the sounds of fierce combat. The 9th ridge had not been cleared. It served as the final trial for the ascendants. In life, one must never allow the comforts of the present to blind one's vision. Listening to the distant echoes of battle, Tang Tian straightened up and stretched languidly, preparing to move. His pace was not swift, yet he skillfully evaded all hunters within the 9th ridge. Before long, he arrived at the edge of the 9th ridge. Outside, a luminous portal hovered quietly, serving as a passage to the outside world. Tang Tian could already envision the bustling scenes that awaited him beyond the threshold. He was fully prepared to embrace the attention of the multitude. With a subtle smile, he took a step forward. Chapter 225. A failed display of bravado. After a brief moment of dizziness, Tang Tian traversed through the fabric of space and emerged from the passage. The cacophony of the outside world immediately enveloped his ears. As he stepped forth, he sensed countless gazes fixated upon him. Was this the moment? A subtle smile graced Tang Tian's lips as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him stood an imposing cliff, towering majestically into the clouds. Below, a vast expanse of flat terrain stretched out. Soon, he noticed hundreds of hunters congregated, their eyes glued to the ethereal portal. Additionally, over 100 formidable beings of the immortal realm directed their attention toward him. If Mu Jin's words held any truth, Tang Tian surmised that these powerful entities were indeed the spectators of the Nine Ridges trial. Hence, they must have witnessed his actions. Tang Tian stood silently, awaiting the crowd's reaction. However, to his astonishment, their gazes lingered on him only briefly before shifting away, their expressions tinged with disappointment. A prestigious disciple? He mused, surprised to find himself among the first to emerge. Perhaps luck was on his side. He had not even lost a life, likely encountering no hunters while traversing the 9 ridges. It was conceivable that after evading the first 4 ridges, survival would become a relatively straightforward endeavor amidst the throng of ascenders flooding into the 9th ridge. Forget him. Let us diligently seek out that freak who managed to eliminate all the hunters from the 4 ridges. I must see who this person is. The crowd murmured. Tang Tian remained rooted in place, listening to their conversations, his mind swirling with perplexity. What was happening? Wasn't the so-called freak standing right before them? What more were they searching for? Stunned, Tang Tian found the scene before him starkly contrasting with his expectations. Where was the promised spotlight? Scanning the area, he realized the crowd's attention had long since drifted away from him. He fell silent, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. After finally feeling a spark of excitement, a childish desire to engage, he had not anticipated such a complete defeat. Clearly, he was ill-suited for such grand spectacles. Shaking his head, Tang Tian prepared to take his leave. Yet, just as he took a few steps, a figure emerged swiftly from the crowd, approaching him with purpose. It was a young man who appeared to be of a tender age, but the aura he subtly emanated indicated he had already attained the golden, immortal cultivation. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, preparing to inquire about the young man's intentions. However, before he could utter a word, the young man seized his arm. "Come with me," the youth whispered, tugging him aside. Tang Tian, bewildered, wondered who this was. Did they know each other? Was there an attempt at abducting promising youth in broad daylight? Tang Tian stabilized his form, effortlessly neutralizing the power of his opponent. "Who are you?" he inquired. The young man hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Although his pull had been casual, he was still a golden immortal in cultivation. Even if he was not specifically a body cultivator, his physical strength was already extraordinary. The fact that Tang Tian could dissipate his force astonished him, indicating that this individual was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, the young man replied, "My name is Luo Su, and I am the overseer of this initiation ceremony. I have witnessed all your actions within the 9 ridges." Tang Tian blinked in surprise. You saw it. He had assumed that Mu Jin had misled him and that no one had been paying attention to the events inside the 9 ridges. Luo Su nodded solemnly and continued, "What you did was rather excessive. The hunters you eliminated are now searching for you. You must follow me quickly to avoid their notice. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly lead to significant trouble." With that, he grasped Tang Tian's arm once more, attempting to pull him away from the crowd. This time, he exerted a portion of his strength. However, to his astonishment, Tang Tian effortlessly broke free again. "Is that so?" Tang Tian remarked with intrigue. Upon exiting the passage, he had sensed some unusual occurrences. Now, with Luo Su's urgent demeanor and nonsensical remarks, he began to piece together the situation. It appeared that his actions in the 9 ridges had been deliberately concealed from others. Were those hunters indeed waiting for him, eager to cause him trouble? Tang Tian pondered aloud. Luo Su nodded earnestly, "Yes. This initiation ceremony is pivotal for their futures. Having been directly eliminated by you, they have not even had the chance to ascend, and they will undoubtedly harbor resentment. Therefore, it is crucial that no one learns it was you who caused this." His tone was grave. Unfortunately for Luo Su, Tang Tian was no naive child to be easily swayed by mere words. Although he was a newcomer and not entirely familiar with the circumstances in Tianfu, he was resolute that it could not be as simple as Luo Su suggested. "I see," Tang Tian replied with a slight smile. "Then it is fortuitous. As cultivators, we should not fear challenges. If they seek to confront me, then let them come. I shall inform them myself that it was I who eliminated them." With that declaration, Tang Tian turned to return to the passage. Luo Su, in a state of alarm, rushed forward to intercept him, attempting to hinder his next move. Yet, Tang Tian seemed determined, intent on facing the hunters directly. Luo Su sought to block him without attracting undue attention. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, he had no choice but to reveal all the facts. It was the two elders who instructed me to do so. They wished to prevent others from learning about your information too early. Hence I was sent to stabilize the situation, said Rosu. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was left utterly speechless. No wonder no one recognized him. It turned out this fellow had obscured his presence. What an astonishing maneuver. And yet, he still wished to recruit him? Are you one of them? Tang Tian inquired. Rosu laughed awkwardly, neither confirming nor denying the implication. Tang Tian understood that even if he were not, this individual would surely refrain from disclosing the truth. Furthermore, when it came time for recruitment, he would likely remain in the shadows. Lu Chang'e was indeed correct. The waters of Tianfu were profoundly deep. Even a casual encounter with someone seemed to require 1,000 layers of vigilance. I will take charge of my own affairs. Should a similar situation arise again, do not blame me for severing ties, Tang Tian remarked coolly before turning to leave. Just when he attempted to put on an air of superiority, these individuals had thwarted his efforts. What a thoroughly tiresome bunch. However, he did not feel the need to rush forward and reveal his identity. That would be far too juvenile. Having arrived in Tianfu, he knew that future opportunities would abound. Subsequently, Tang Tian casually sought a place to await the appearance of other aspirants. Amidst the crowd, Rosu's gaze lingered on Tang Tian for a moment before gradually fading from sight. Chapter 226. The influence of Tianfu. As time progressed, the aspirants began to emerge from the passage. The first group to appear largely consisted of the foremost talents from the first tier. Many were quickly recognized, having showcased notable brilliance during the dueling trials, with some even managing to topple formidable hunters single-handedly. A number of administrators gathered around them, engaging in eager conversation, seemingly eager to extend an olive branch. Even if they could not recruit them immediately, they sought to establish a cordial rapport. Observing this scenario, Tang Tian couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, this was the very scene he had anticipated before his emergence. Regrettably, it had all been marred by that fellow named Luo Su. Should he encounter him again within Tianfu, he would certainly settle the score. The accolades belonged to others. Tang Tian stood aside, content in his solitude, patiently awaiting the arrival of Gu Xiaoxue. At that moment, a figure quietly approached from behind him. Tang Tian sensed his presence. You emerged as well? He inquired first, then turned to face him. The individual was none other than Mu Jin, the first hunter he had encountered in dueling. Feeling the calm gaze of Tang Tian, Mu Jin's body involuntarily stiffened for a moment before he spoke. I came out after all the aspirants passed the second mountain ridge. He stepped closer to Tang Tian, glancing at the other hunters before whispering, Brother, are you aware that the hunters from the fourth mountain ridge have been cleared out? Mu Jin cautiously asked. Tang Tian smiled. What do you think? Mu Jin scratched the back of his head. I reckon that apart from you, brother, no one else could accomplish such a feat. However, it seems some information has been intentionally concealed. To this day, the true culprit has not been found. Tang Tian nodded slightly. I know. It's quite distressing, he remarked. Upon hearing Tang Tian acknowledge the situation, Mu Jin exclaimed, It truly is you, brother. But he quickly scanned the surroundings and lowered his voice. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I will not divulge this matter. Tang Tian cast him a casual glance, wishing to convey that there was no need for such secrecy. Speak freely if one wished. Reputation is not inherently a negative thing. Nevertheless, since Mu Jin had taken the initiative to mention it, so be it. Suit yourself, Tang Tian replied. Mu Jin nodded, then sighed softly, saying, I never imagined that within this cohort of aspirants, a genius like you would emerge. I feel you are entirely capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies in Tianfu. Hearing this, Tang Tian's heart stirred slightly. Regarding the hunters present at the initiation ceremony, Tang Tian felt a twinge of disappointment regarding their prowess. He had long been curious about the true capabilities of the distinguished talents within the heavenly mansion. Are those prodigies truly formidable? Tang Tian inquired. Mu Jin nodded earnestly. Indeed, they are exceptionally strong. Their innate gifts are on an entirely different level compared to us. In comparison, I feel like a mere chick, utterly powerless. Their strengths surpass the celestial realm, encompassing immortals, true immortals, and even profound immortals. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. This was more like it. Engaging with individuals of considerably lesser strength proved rather tedious. Are they numerous? He asked again. Mumu Jin replied, quite a few indeed. Although these geniuses are rare, the heavenly mansion is replete with talent. The main estate is teeming with formidable figures, each more astonishing than the last. Additionally, several powerful factions boast numerous top-tier prodigies, such as the Tai Alliance, the Xianyu Pool, the War God Hall, the Ling Shao Valley, the Mu clan, the Han clan, and the Mo clan, among others. Their strength is formidable, their foundations deep, and their resources abundant, making it easy for them to cultivate a cadre of exceptional talents. Tang Tian nodded lightly, recognizing several familiar names among the factions Mumu Jin mentioned. Their renown suggested they were indeed formidable. Furthermore, there are several factions formed by your affiliated sects, which are also not to be underestimated, Mumu Jin continued. The most representative among them are the Baidi Palace, the Ziyang Hall, and the Xianyun Tower. I trust you've heard of these names? Tang Tian acknowledged with a hum. These names were quite familiar. They represented the three most powerful among the over 100 affiliated sections. He had even had some interactions with the Baidi sect and the Ziyang sect. After listening, Tang Tian couldn't help but sigh lightly. Truly, the heavenly mansion was remarkable. Even a handful of its factions possessed strength rivaling the most potent affiliated sections. With their presence, he believed his boredom would soon dissipate. Subsequently, Tang Tian conversed with Mumu Jin about various other matters. For instance, the aforementioned top-tier prodigies were essentially candidates for the peak discipleship. In due course, they would all enter the Dragon Gate, and based on their comprehensive performance within, the positions for peak disciples would be determined. After undergoing certain trials, they could become true peak disciples. At this juncture, Mumu Jin's face radiated with anticipation. Yet, given his current standing, achieving the peak seemed a rather distant hope. At best, he might attain the status of a commendable core disciple. However, even as a core disciple, one would still stand tall among the multitude within the heavenly mansion. Subsequently, they engaged in a discussion regarding the forthcoming procedures. Tang Tian learned from Mumu Jin that the initiation ceremony had not yet genuinely concluded. Following the dueling trials, there remained a trial known as the Ascending Immortal Steps. And only upon successfully ascending would one be considered to have truly entered the celestial abode. This marks a path toward immortality. With a smile, Mumu Jin remarked that it is also referred to as the path of creation. Even within the celestial realm, one could attain significant rewards during the ascent of the immortal steps. This represents the first transformation for those who ascend upon arriving at the abode. Tang Tian nodded, succinctly summarizing that it essentially serves as a means of imparting some benefits. Further discussions would ensue in due time. As time gradually elapsed, an increasing number of ascendants emerged from the passageway. Finally, after another brilliant flash, Gu Xiaoshui's figure appeared before the crowd. Upon her emergence, the administrators outside immediately became animated, eagerly gathering around in an attempt to establish rapport. It seemed that Gu Xiaoshui had performed commendably during the dueling trials, as evidenced by the 8 postnatal creation pills still hovering above her head. However, in the face of such attention, Gu Xiaoshui appeared somewhat unaccustomed. She stood on her tiptoes, anxiously peering through the crowd, seemingly in search of something. Upon spotting Tang Tian, her eyes brightened instantly. "Excuse me, could you please let me through?" "Thank you." Gu Xiaoshui navigated through the throng, making her way toward Tang Tian. Chapter 227. Ascending the Immortal Ladder Beneath the Precipice. As the number of aspirants increased, the urgency of the administrators in their search for Tang Tian gradually diminished. This was primarily due to the difficulty in locating him, as no traces had been discovered in the previous scenes. Moreover, apart from Tang Tian, there were indeed numerous other prodigies worthy of their attention and persuasion. Particularly, besides the disciples from the Baidi and Ziyang sects, who had entered the Tianfu with pre-existing labels, there remained ample opportunity to recruit talented individuals from other sects into their own ranks. Thus, when Gu Xiaoxua made her appearance, they immediately converged upon her. This exceptionally gifted girl, despite her tender age of merely 16, swiftly became their focal point. Yet, much to their astonishment, she exhibited no interest whatsoever in their overtures or displays of goodwill. It was only when she pushed through the crowd and joyfully dashed away that the onlookers realized this remarkable young woman had perhaps already been claimed by another, who had acted so swiftly. Curiosity piqued, they turned to observe. However, upon discerning the direction in which Gu Xiaoxue was headed, they were instantly struck dumb. Wasn't that the esteemed disciple? What is happening? Confusion washed over the crowd. Despite their generous offers, they found themselves outmatched by a mere honorary disciple. Soon, someone unearthed the details. The information revealed that Gu Xiaoxue had once served as a guest of honor for an esteemed disciple at the Qinghua sect, and their relationship was notably solid. That esteemed disciple was none other than Tang Tian. It seemed he was indeed the one. As this revelation sank in, the collective gaze of the crowd shifted from bewilderment to indignation. In an instant, they conjured an imagined tale of romantic entanglement, a naive girl from a small sect, beguiled by a charming and affluent youth, easily swayed into becoming his guest. The young man, with his seasoned charm, had effortlessly captured the heart of this talented girl who, despite her immense potential, had already devoted herself entirely to him. From that moment on, though the narrative was somewhat cliché, it was a scene easily envisioned by many. What a pity, they lamented, recognizing the lost potential now bound to an honorary disciple. Just look at Tang Tian. He was undoubtedly a notorious playboy. Expressions of regret were etched across their faces. Indeed, the information indicated that Tang Tian had two other guests, both breathtakingly beautiful. And they were twins. One could only surmise that Gu Xiaoxue might be led astray under his influence. What a waste of talent. The more they spoke, the angrier they became, with some even preparing to confront him. Tang Tian, sensing the brewing tension, pondered how to navigate the situation when suddenly, a figure emerged before him, blocking those intent on causing trouble. The fate of all disciples rests solely upon their own desires. Have you forgotten? The individual who has arrived is none other than the celestial king responsible for the ascension of candidates. Tang Tian has already learned his name from Mu Jin, Chun Jian. Here, Chun Jian still exudes a certain authority. Upon his appearance, although those present displayed reluctance, they ultimately retreated. Subsequently, Chun Jian turned to Tang Tian, offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement, speaking little, before soaring into the sky. Tang Tian stroked his chin, pondering. This individual is acutely aware of his true capabilities. His actions likely serve purposes beyond mere maintenance of order. Is he attempting to curry favor? Recalling Luo Su's remarks, Tang Tian sensed a disparity between Luo Su and Chun Jian. They seemed to belong to different paths. How vexing. At this moment, I find myself most averse to schemes and conspiracies. Recruitment, huh? Little does Chun Jian know that in Tang Tian's mind, he has already been marked with a significant cross. The same applies to another elder celestial king, surnamed Peng. Yet, the true nature of the forces behind Luo Su remains a mystery. Otherwise, not only would I mark them, but I would also have to keep a record. Shaking his head, Tang Tian cast aside his tangled thoughts and turned his attention to Gu Xiaoxue. How do you feel? Have you encountered those hunters? He gently ruffled her somewhat disheveled hair. I have indeed encountered them. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, stating, those hunters are incredibly formidable. On the first mountain ridge, I faced one and fought for a long time without achieving victory. Eventually, he seemed to have urgent matters to attend to and fled. Despite my attempts to pursue him, I had to give up in the end. Then, on the second mountain ridge, I came across 3 hunters in succession. 2 of them ended in a stalemate, while I managed to defeat a weaker one, sending him away in a flash of light. The third and fourth ridges were similar. There were ties, defeats, and instances where I had to retreat. However, from the 5th to the 8th ridges, I did not encounter a single hunter, as if they had all evaporated. I thought perhaps there were no hunters left in the subsequent ridges, but on the very last ridge, I encountered someone lurking in the shadows who ambushed me. I was careless and failed to evade. In the end, I lost a life. Gu Xiaoxue pouted, clearly dissatisfied with her performance. However, she remained oblivious to Mu Jin, who was wide-eyed in astonishment. Most of her battles ended in draws, and she had eliminated several hunters. Ultimately, she had only faltered due to an ambush. Was she yet another prodigy? He instinctively glanced at Tang Tian, then back at Gu Xiaoxue, swallowing hard. Indeed, exceptional individuals tend to congregate. However, upon listening to her, Tang Tian merely brushed her hair once more and smiled, saying, just pay more attention in the future. Don't fall prey to carelessness again. His demeanor suggested that he had anticipated this outcome. Mu Jin let out a quiet sigh, having hoped to impress the current candidates for promotion. Yet, it seemed that each of them was more formidable than the last. After Tang Tian conversed with Gu Xiao Shui for a while, he approached and whispered, "My friend, would you be interested in joining the faction I belong to?" Tang Tian glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Do you also have recruitment duties?" Mu Jin quickly shook his head, stating, "I have no interest in such matters. I simply believe that if you were to join our Luyun court, it would certainly be quite entertaining. Luyun court has several candidates for peak disciples, and they are unbearably arrogant. If you were to join them, you might be able to teach them a valuable lesson." Tang Tian could not help but feel speechless. This fellow certainly possessed a penchant for amusement. Perhaps they would discuss it further later. After some time, all the candidates for promotion emerged from the 9 ridges. Thanks to Tang Tian, even the least fortunate among them had secured for creation pills. This could be seen as a small contribution to their collective effort. Moments later, under the guidance of Chun Xian Wang and Peng Xian Wang, everyone prepared to enter the final stage, the ascending immortal steps. Chapter 228, Rebuilding the Foundation. This is a moment of destiny. Chun Jian stood before all the aspirants, briefly explaining the rules and circumstances of ascending the celestial ladder. The ladder consists of 999 steps. Within the first 900 steps, every 10 steps represent a re-examination of each minor realm within the mortal domain: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, out-of-body, fusion, tribulation crossing, and ascension. Every realm can undergo a second refinement, becoming even more stable. The final 99 steps, however, signify a breakthrough of potential. Should one succeed in reaching and surpassing a certain number of steps, the benefits for future cultivation in the celestial realm will be immeasurable. Yet, despite the numerous advantages, the challenges are equally daunting. The celestial ladder tests the disciples' foundational cultivation and their comprehension of the Tao, assessing whether their grasp is sufficiently solid. Only disciples with a profound foundation stand a chance of traversing further up the ladder, reaping more tangible rewards. The time allotted for ascending the celestial ladder is 2 hours. When the time concludes, all participants will be teleported away. Seize this rare opportunity to refine your realms, Chun Jian encouraged with a smile. With a grand gesture, the aura of the celestial king surged, dispersing the clouds that loomed overhead. Radiance poured down, revealing a resplendent golden ladder that pierced the heavens, its end obscured from view. "Let us begin." With a gentle snap of his fingers, the golden ladder blazed with brilliance, enveloping all the aspirants within its glow. In the next moment, they vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Gazing at the ladder above, the Peng clan celestial king remarked with a slow smile, "I wonder if anyone will conquer the final 99 steps this time." Chun Jian shook his head. "It's hard to say. Indeed, there were several promising candidates this time. But to traverse 900 steps within 2 hours remains a formidable challenge. However, regarding Tang Tian, it's uncertain." The Peng clan celestial king turned to him. "Do you believe he can reach the end?" This is not merely a matter of strength. The celestial ladder primarily evaluates the foundational cultivation and one's understanding of the heavenly Tao. While Tang Tian possesses formidable strength, this aspect may not necessarily align. Chun Jian smiled faintly. "I not only believe he can reach the end, but I also feel he can successfully ascend to the peak." The Peng clan celestial king was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Aside from those few on the celestial cloud platform, no one dares to claim they could ascend to the top. He's merely a disciple from a subsidiary sect. Are you certain he possesses such capability? Chun Jian cast a glance at him, softly sighing. "I have just discovered that Tang Tian's true age is merely 17. Do you think someone with such strength at this age would have a weak foundation?" Upon finishing his words, he did not linger any longer and turned to depart. The Wang family immortal king stood in a daze for a moment, and after a brief pause, he suddenly struck his chest in frustration. "Damn it, I forgot some preparations." He hoped it was not too late. Subsequently, he too hastily left. After a sensation of traversing through space, Tang Tian found himself on the celestial ladder. From his previous vantage point below, the ladder did not appear particularly wide, each step seemingly accommodating no more than 4 or 5 individuals. He had pondered how the multitude of ascenders would simultaneously ascend the ladder. However, upon arriving at this location, he realized that his concerns were unfounded. The ladder seemed to possess a space of its own, with each ascender existing within a distinct, individual realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that he was utterly alone. It appeared that the extent of one's gains depended solely on the individual ascender. Understanding this, Tang Tian began to scrutinize the wondrous celestial ladder. He currently stood upon the first step. A faint essence of the Tao emanated from beneath his feet, enveloping his body, dantian, and spirit within the same realm. In such circumstances, the act of cultivation seemed to become extraordinarily transparent. Tang Tian could easily discern that this level of the ladder corresponded to the first stage of qi cultivation, the very threshold into the world of cultivation for mortals. Interesting, Tang Tian mused, stroking his chin. Influenced by the ladder, the transformative process between mortals and cultivators at this initial stage appeared laid bare before him, entirely revealed. By referencing his own cultivation journey against this backdrop, he swiftly identified several minor flaws he had previously overlooked. With the ladder's assistance, he could address these shortcomings one by one, thus solidifying his foundational practice. It merely depended on how much he could uncover. No wonder the disciples of the heavenly mansion were so formidable. Possessing such extraordinary assets, it would be quite challenging to foster a weakling. The starting point of heavenly mansion disciples and those of affiliated sects was simply not on the same plane. Tang Tian reflected quietly. Although the performances of Chun Jian and his companions suggested that the opportunity to ascend the celestial ladder was quite precious, he believed there must be other similar treasures within the heavenly mansion. Indeed, it was a perfect opportunity to meticulously sort through his previous realms. Though he had reached an astonishing level of comprehension regarding the heavenly path, his initial cultivation, constrained by talent and experience, had not allowed him to refine each realm to its utmost limit. There were still areas that required rectification. Previously, he had not paid much heed to these details. But now, with this opportunity at hand, he would make the most of it. In contemplation, Tang Tian began to examine his cultivation progress in the qi refining stage. With his current perspective, he quickly identified numerous dissonances from his past. Certainly, the primary reason lies in the fact that the initial 3 layers of qi cultivation were merely the result of superficial tinkering. After meticulously repairing them, Tang Tian felt that his path of cultivation had indeed become slightly more refined. Not bad, he mused with a faint smile as he ascended to the second tier, representing the second layer of qi cultivation, this foundational realm. He also discerned certain flaws and swiftly rectified them before advancing to the third tier. Meanwhile, on a high platform shrouded in ethereal mist, a colossal stone tablet stood majestically at its center. Countless golden specks, densely clustered at the base of the tablet, writhed slowly. At that moment, several formidable beings from the realm of immortals stood before the stone tablet. The pace of progress in the initial stages is generally similar for everyone. One of them remarked. After all, these are merely the preliminary realms. Even with imperfections, they can be swiftly remedied. Typically, discrepancies begin to manifest only after reaching the divine transformation stage. It will likely take around half an hour. Another agreed with a nod. Then let us wait for a while. I have just received instructions from above, indicating that several significant figures are suddenly en route here, though the reason remains unclear. Let us prepare to welcome them. Subsequently, the group departed from the high platform, leaving 2 individuals behind to engage in casual conversation. Unbeknownst to them, a solitary golden speck had begun to separate from the main group, accelerating rapidly. Chapter 229. Infiltrated within, here lies the stage of the out-of-body realm. Tang Tian confidently ascended the steps ahead. Prior to this moment, he had successfully traversed through the stages of qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. Throughout this journey, he had identified and rectified numerous minor flaws that had lingered from his earlier cultivation, thus achieving a more complete path. His cultivation journey, indeed, diverged significantly from that of the average practitioner. Typically, as cultivators ascend through realms, the oversight of imperfections becomes increasingly pronounced. The higher the realm, the more complex the challenges, and the understanding required of the Tao grows exponentially. In the pursuit of elevated mastery, many are inevitably prone to overlook essential details. However, Tang Tian's experience was quite the opposite. His innate talents advanced at a pace far superior to his cultivation levels, leading to a greater accumulation of initial flaws. Moreover, with the existence of myriad paths, by the time he entered the out-of-body phase, his comprehension of the heavenly principles had already far surpassed his own cultivation level. Consequently, each realm he entered post-out-of-body was nearly flawless. Indeed, this was the case. As the melodic essence of the celestial ladder wafted through the air, Tang Tian discerned merely 2 or 3 negligible imperfections, which he swiftly rectified in an instant. It appeared that those with greater innate abilities tread a more direct path in their cultivation. Tang Tian couldn't help but reflect on this. Perhaps this was what they referred to as fortune. Some individuals are born standing at heights that ordinary people might strive for their entire lives, yet never attain. Fortunately, he was among those some. Gazing upon the seemingly endless celestial ladder, Tang Tian pressed onward. With each step he took, he began to sense a subtle pressure emanating from the essence of the ladder. This pressure had been present from the moment he first ascended, albeit so faint that he had instinctively overlooked it. Only upon reaching the level corresponding to the out-of-body realm did he perceive it clearly. Was this a form of trial? Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. This pressure could hinder one's ascent, yet if one could endure it, it would serve to temper both spirit and body, a rare opportunity for youthful practitioners. Regrettably, this level of pressure proved ineffective against Tang Tian. Onward, he urged himself, hastening his pace. Upon entering the steps corresponding to the integration realm, the essence above reflected none of his flaws. This signified that his integration realm had reached perfection. Thus, Tang Tian decided to accelerate, soaring up the celestial ladder like a meteor, with the cliffs and clouds retreating swiftly beside him. After approximately the duration of a burning incense stick, Tang Tian transcended the first 900 steps of the celestial ladder, arriving at the threshold of a magnificent transformation, a half-step into the realm of immortals. Remarkably, this achievement occurred merely a quarter of an hour after he had embarked on the celestial ascent. With another step forward, Tang Tian suddenly broke through the thick clouds, revealing a breathtaking vista. The golden sun hung high in the sky, casting its resplendent light upon the boundless sea of clouds below. This ethereal expanse seemed infinite, rendering the ground invisible and leaving him uncertain of his current location. The only constant presence was the towering cliffs that accompanied him. Looking upwards, the cliffs and the celestial ladder soared into the heavens, their summit shrouded in an exceptionally radiant aura. Could it be that the peak was the legendary abode of the celestial beings? A sudden conjecture sparked within Tang Tian's mind. It seemed plausible, for Mu Jin had previously mentioned that formal disciples of the celestial realm must undertake the ascent of the celestial ladder at least once. Perhaps the ladder resided within the celestial sanctuary itself. After a brief moment, Tang Tian redirected his gaze. Beyond the 900 steps, the remaining 99 levels were said to be the realms of potential enhancement, as described by Chen Jian. He was curious about how this enhancement was achieved. With a heart full of anticipation, Tang Tian took a decisive step forward. Upon reaching the 901st step, he was immediately enveloped by an immense force descending from above, shrouding his entire being. This oppressive pressure rivaled that of an ordinary immortal. Alongside this force, wisps of transformative energy emanated from the celestial ladder, permeating Tang Tian's body. So this is how it works. As he absorbed the surrounding transformative power, clarity washed over him. The process of enhancement was remarkably simple. It utilized the overwhelming pressure to place the cultivator's body in a state of extreme tension. In such a state, the transformative energy could penetrate deep within the cultivator's physique, thereby amplifying their potential. Indeed, it was quite extraordinary. However, regrettably, its effect on Tang Tian was minimal. After numerous exchanges, his physique had reached an unprecedented level, surpassing even that of a mere chaotic body. This minuscule amount of transformative energy was akin to a single drop of water in the ocean, incapable of stirring any significant waves. What a pity, he mused, shaking his head in a semblance of lament. Yet, had anyone else overheard this sentiment, they would likely have bled from the mouth in disbelief, subsequently inscribing King of Versailles upon the ground with their blood. With the principles clarified, Tang Tian lost interest in lingering here. Rather than waste time, he decided to ascend further to see if the true celestial abode awaited him. Resolute, he straightened his posture, quickening his pace as he climbed higher. The pressure above him, at most, only reached the level of an earthly immortal, which posed no hindrance to Tang Tian whatsoever. Moments later, he ascended the entire 999 steps of the celestial staircase, soaring into the resplendent divine radiance above. In an instant, a rich aura of immortality enveloped him, a sight rarely witnessed in other realms. The celestial energy here was as abundant as the spiritual force found in the trial grounds of the Qinghua sect. Indeed, this was a true sanctuary of the immortals. Traversing a brief expanse of ethereal void, the scene shifted, and Tang Tian discovered himself upon a vast platform. Behind him lay the mist-laden void, while before him stood a colossal stone tablet, the only other feature in sight. Tang Tian felt a surge of confusion. Had he wandered into the wrong place? In such a significant venue for the entrance trials, how could there be not a single soul in sight? With a mind full of questions, he took a few steps forward. Soon, at a short distance from the stone tablet, he finally spotted two figures engaged in casual conversation. Observing their presence, he discerned they were powerful beings of the immortal realm. After a moment's contemplation, he approached them and inquired, "May I ask if this is the location for the entrance ceremony?" Upon hearing his voice, the two turned their heads, their brows slightly furrowing. Which faction did this early arrival belong to? It seemed they were not eager to recruit anyone just yet. One of them cast an irritated glance in his direction and replied, "The entrance ceremony has not yet concluded. The overseer has gone out on business. You may as well find a place to wait." After speaking, he glanced at the nearby stone tablet and noticed that all the luminous points were still clustered together, predominantly lingering around the golden core and nascent soul realms. Subsequently, he resumed his idle chatter with his companion. Observing their demeanor and attitude, Tang Tian unconsciously touched his nose. Had he inadvertently infiltrated the inner sanctum of the heavenly mansion? Chapter 230. The search for Tang Tian upon the lofty platform. Tang Tian stood alone in quiet contemplation for a considerable duration before others began to arrive in succession. From their exchanges, he discerned that these individuals were predominantly affiliated with internal factions of the heavenly mansion. Some sought to attract promising talents, while others were merely spectators, eager to witness the caliber of this cohort of aspirants and to identify any noteworthy contenders. All gathered around the enormous stone tablet. Driven by curiosity, Tang Tian approached to discern their activities. After a while, he grasped that the stone tablet served as a projection of the celestial ladder. The myriad of luminous points upon its surface represented each disciple ascending the ladder, with their respective positions indicating their current standings within the ascent. At this moment, more than half an hour had elapsed since the commencement of the ascent. The majority of the aspirants had already reached the realms of the Yuan Ying and Huashan. Notably, some luminous points had distinctly detached from the main group, beginning to forge ahead. Tang Tian understood that the Huashan realm functioned as a pivotal demarcation among prodigies. Those with a solid foundation and heightened comprehension would naturally lead the pack. The quality of the new disciples this year appeared commendable. Suddenly, a voice beside him broke his reverie. Tang Tian glanced at the speaker, who seemed to have arrived early and belonged to the spectator category. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, "What was the standard of previous new disciples?" The individual turned to assess Tang Tian and smiled. "Is this your first time attending the initiation ceremony?" Tang Tian nodded in affirmation. "That explains it," the man replied with a grin. "The heavenly mansion is currently undergoing rapid development, with each 5-year initiation ceremony witnessing significant enhancements. However, this particular occasion has seen a remarkable elevation. It has only been a little over half an hour. Yet observe above, there are over 1,000 disciples in the Huashan realm, with quite a few even in the out-of-body realm. In contrast, during the previous session at this juncture, there were barely a few hundred combined above the Huashan." Tang Tian acknowledged this with a thoughtful "oh," recognizing the evident improvement. Yet, the man sighed softly afterward. Alas, while there are many exceptional disciples, none possess that extraordinary brilliance that sets them apart from the crowd. He continued, "I have heard that over 20 years ago, a new disciple ascended to the Yuhua realm. Remarkably, she then traversed the final 99 steps of the celestial ladder in less than half an hour, leaving her peers far behind. At that time, even the upper echelons of the heavenly mansion were stirred." Tang Tian could not help but raise an eyebrow. He had just traversed the entire journey. To successfully reach the summit within an hour, with cultivation beneath the realm of immortals, truly marked him as a rare genius. "Impressive," Tang Tian remarked with admiration. The individual chuckled. Who could argue otherwise? Such a level of genius is comparable to the prodigies within the heavenly mansion, a height unattainable by ordinary individuals. After speaking, he turned to Tang Tian and said, "You seem quite young. You must have recently ascended to immortality, am I right? My name is Guan Yu. May I ask yours? Tang Tian paused for a moment before responding truthfully. I am Tang Tian. Upon hearing this name, Guan Yu slightly furrowed his brow. Tang Tian. It sounded somewhat familiar. After a brief contemplation, Guan Yu suddenly clapped his hands together and exclaimed, Oh, I remember. Among this cohort of new disciples, there is indeed one named Tang Tian. Tang Tian was taken aback. You know of him? He was astonished by how suddenly he had gained notoriety, as if his name was known to all he encountered. Guan Yu nodded and said, I've heard some rumors. Right after the Nine Ridge trial concluded, news emerged that within this batch of new disciples, there exists an exceptionally extraordinary individual. This disciple single-handedly eliminated over 100 hunters, earning commendations even from certain esteemed figures above. They say he is a peerless talent, rivaling the top disciples of the heavenly mansion. Many have come specifically to investigate this matter. Feeling flattered by the praise, Tang Tian instinctively touched his nose and said, Is it really that exaggerated? Guan Yu's expression changed. No, not in the slightest. Just look around. In previous times, there were never this many people gathered at this hour. Moreover, more individuals are on their way, including some high-ranking members of various factions. Their purpose is likely you. Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings. During the time he had spent ascending the high platform, nearly 100 people had indeed arrived. Were they all here for him? While pondering this, Guan Yu spoke again. I truly did not expect you to share the name Tang Tian. Which faction do you belong to? Tang Tian paused before replying honestly, I am a new disciple, having ascended from the immortal ladder. Currently, I do not belong to any faction. Guan Yu was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Tang Tian before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! Young brother, you are quite the comedian. Are you suggesting that you are the Tang Tian everyone is searching for? Do not jest. If you were that Tang Tian, I would be the lord of the heavenly mansion. He continued to laugh heartily, slapping Tang Tian's shoulder in amusement. Evidently, he believed that Tang Tian was merely jesting with him. Tang Tian shook his head, opting not to provide further clarification. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest upon his own rapid ascent on the celestial ladder. Subsequently, the two engaged in a casual conversation. Guan Yu was a formal disciple of the main mansion, independent of any other factions. His role within the Tianfu was akin to that of a pure disciple in the Qinghua sect. However, whether one was a pure disciple or a formal disciple affiliated with other powers, the Tianfu treated all equally, judging solely by strength rather than status. This stood in stark contrast to the practices of the Qinghua sect, indicating that the Tianfu harbored a profound confidence in its own strength, free from concerns of power imbalances. Yet, this time, Tang Tian was not inclined to join any faction. Instead, he aspired to be a purely independent disciple of the main mansion. His sole desire was for freedom. He had grown weary of the disputes among factions. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals ascended the high platform, including some who had surpassed the status of celestial kings, personally gracing this place with their presence. The gaps between the luminous points on the stone tablet widened, and some had already approached the threshold of transcending tribulations. Come, let us witness whether the true Tang Tian aligns with the rumors surrounding him. Guan Yu remarked with a smile. Very well, Tang Tian nodded, moving closer to the stone tablet. However, I doubt you will be able to find it, Tang Tian added. Chapter 231. A hot potato. As the realms ascended higher, the disparity among the luminous points on the stone tablet became increasingly pronounced. The attention of the crowd began to converge on the few radiant points at the pinnacle. At this moment, 7 or 8 of these points had already entered the realm of tribulation. Could Tang Tian be one of them? Curiosity rippled through the spectators. However, many furrowed their brows, appearing somewhat disheartened. Even Guan Yu was no exception. Something feels amiss, Guan Yu remarked. What do you mean? Tang Tian inquired. Guan Yu frowned slightly, stating, If Tang Tian were indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest, he would undoubtedly stand out as unparalleled. Even if he did not take the lead initially, he would have rapidly ascended in the subsequent realms. Yet, observe now, the top contenders are nearly on the same level. If Tang Tian merely possesses this degree of capability, then it hardly warrants such widespread attention. Tang Tian touched his nose and pondered. Is it possible he has already emerged? Guan Yu shook his head resolutely. That is utterly impossible. The exit of the celestial ladder is right here. He cannot simply vanish. No matter how great his abilities, he cannot conceal his whereabouts before so many eyes. Let us wait a little longer. The images of the top disciples should be released soon, and then we shall know for certain. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. But do you even know what Tang Tian looks like? Guan Yu explained. When the images are revealed, the information will naturally accompany them, so there is no need for concern. Tang Tian understood at last. It was no wonder he had stood here so long without anyone discovering his true identity. Moments later, just as Guan Yu had predicted, under the orchestrations of the overseers, several images appeared above the stone tablet. Each image featured a disciple ascending the celestial ladder. By simply gazing at the images, one could glean basic information about each disciple. The crowd hurriedly turned their attention to the visuals. Bai Di sect, Ziyang sect, Xianyun sect. Oh, even Xinyu sect? Guan Yu scrutinized the images, perusing their information. Tang Tian did the same. The disciples showcased were predominantly the most exceptional individuals from the top-ranking affiliated sections. He also spotted Gu Xiaoshui, who was performing admirably, currently occupying second place among all disciples, with only a narrow margin separating her from the top contender. However, after viewing all the images, Guan Yu let out a long sigh. There truly is no Tang Tian. He hasn't even made it into the top 10? The expression on Guan Yu's face was one of regret, tinged with a sense of being deceived. Tang Tian longed to reveal to him that the person he sought was, in fact, right beside him. However, he understood that under preconceived notions, such statements would only provoke the other party's displeasure. It is quite normal. In this world, sometimes even what one sees may not be the truth. Tang Tian could only express it this way. Guan Yu sighed again. It's rather dull. He had anticipated witnessing the rise of an extraordinary talent. Nevertheless, the individuals depicted in the scene were quite impressive in their own right. Xiao Ruizai, along with Gu Xiaoshui from the Qinghua sect, would undoubtedly qualify as elites even within the Tianfu, and perhaps they might one day achieve the status of peak disciples. Xiao Ruizai, a genius hailing from the Baidi sect, currently occupied the top position. Just these two? Tang Tian inquired. Guan Yu glanced at him and replied, more or less. Attaining the pinnacle position was no simple feat among the more than 10,000 new disciples. After a period of training and honing in the Tianfu, it was estimated that no more than a handful would truly reach the summit. Tang Tian couldn't help but be astonished. If the competition for the peak position was so fierce, then the quest for the Sun's position would undoubtedly be even more arduous. Should this become his aspiration, the adversaries he encountered would certainly be of exceptional caliber. As time passed, the number of disciples showcased by the overseers increased significantly. Any disciple who could reach the crossing tribulation realm would be revealed. Yet, regardless of how many were displayed, no one could uncover any information about Tang Tian. Many began to shake their heads, feeling deceived. This information, seemingly originating from an unknown source, must surely be fabricated. Consequently, it wasn't long before individuals began to depart. Soon, nearly half of the attendees had left the elevated platform. Tang Tian couldn't help but marvel at the fact that these individuals had come specifically to seek him out. It was indeed quite tedious. After the departure of the casual onlookers, those remaining were primarily individuals seeking to recruit talent. Under Guan Yu's introduction, Tang Tian encountered representatives from the Baidi sect, also known as the Baidi Palace, who had come to welcome their genius. Additionally, there were those from the Ziyang Palace, Xianyun Tower, and other affiliated sects that had established their own factions. Moreover, other forces were also present, awaiting the proceedings. Tang Tian even heard mention of the Hall of Good and Evil. The master of the Hall of Good 9, Lady Bai Nuyi, had personally arrived. Guan Yu expressed his astonishment. Tang Tian also took a moment to observe her. If he remembered correctly, Lu Chang'e was also a master of the Hall of Good and Evil. However, in comparison to this Lady Bai Nuyi from the Hall of Good 9, Lu Chang'e's prowess seemed to pale in insignificance. Perhaps their responsibilities differed. Subsequently, Tang Tian was surprised to see individuals from the Qinghua sect. One was a scholarly young man, while the other was a stern-looking middle-aged man. They appeared to be at odds with one another. The Qinghua sect, though not particularly strong, was quite renowned. Guan Yu remarked, within their ranks, discord reigns, dividing them into two factions, perpetually embroiled in conflict. One faction, led by the esteemed Dao Shengxianzun, champions a progressive ideology, aspiring to relinquish their identity as disciples of Qinghua sect and fully assimilate into the Tianfu. Conversely, the other faction, under the leadership of Ling Luo Xianzun, embodies a conservative stance. As a native disciple of Qinghua sect, she yearns to establish a distinct power akin to that of Baidi men. The clash of their differing philosophies breeds relentless strife. It seems today they have converged to vie for disciples. Upon hearing Guan Yu's words, Tang Tian could not help but feel exasperated. Their inherent weakness was compounded by internal strife. It was no wonder Elder Xian had previously cautioned him that upon entering Tianfu, he would be a disciple of Tianfu. He should not place all his hopes on the former disciples. If he were indeed to become embroiled in such disputes, focusing on his cultivation would be a formidable challenge. However, he had just caught wind of a name that seemed somewhat familiar. Ling Luoxianzun? Tang Tian inquired. Guan Yu nodded. Indeed, she is a figure of legend. The very one I mentioned earlier, whose remarkable talents have stirred the upper echelons of Tianfu. Previously, she was revered as Ling Luoxianzi. Within a mere 2 decades, she ascended from the realm of immortals to the esteemed status of Xianzun. Had it not been for her deep ties to Qinghua sect and the mundane affairs that entangled her, she might have secured a place among the holy sons. After listening, Tang Tian quietly gazed into his storage space. In the corner lay a delicate white silk scarf, quietly resting. If memory served him correctly when he procured it, it was known as the intimate ice silkworm scarf worn by Ling Luoxianzi for several years. Moments later, Tang Tian discreetly retrieved it. With a flick of his fingers, the scarf vanished into the void. Who knows if Ling Luoxianzi could sense its presence through some means? After all, she was now a Xianzun. It would be prudent to rid himself of this troublesome burden sooner rather than later. Chapter 232. The preparation for seizing opportunities as time progresses. The journey up the immortal stairway swiftly approaches its final phase. At this moment, the few individuals at the summit have completed the entire ascent through the mundane realm and are now stepping towards the last 99 steps. Although the inexplicable disappearance of Tang Tian has diminished some of the anticipation, the fervor remains intact amidst the competition among several prodigies. Discussions abound regarding who might reach the pinnacle. Undoubtedly, it is Qiao Rui Kai of the Baidi sect who is favored to prevail. From the very beginning, he has maintained a lead, now surpassing the second competitor by a considerable margin of several steps, rendering any chance of pursuit nearly impossible, as someone remarked. Many concurred, having witnessed Qiao Rui Kai's undeniable prowess throughout this endeavor. However, dissenting opinions linger. It is uncertain until the very end what the outcome may be. Each new cohort of disciples ascending the immortal stairway invariably reveals a few unexpected talents. The disciples from the Ziyang sect and Xianyun Tower have also demonstrated commendable abilities, consistently trailing closely behind. I believe they possess the potential to challenge Qiao Rui Kai's position. Beneath him, there are another 5 or 6 gifted individuals, their standings not too far apart. Should one of them experience a sudden surge of strength, surpassing him is indeed plausible. Interestingly, Gu Xiaoshui, who initially positioned herself closest to Qiao Rui Kai, has increasingly fallen behind. Yet, the spectators maintain a degree of leniency towards her, with only the cultivation level of a great perfection in tribulation. Her slowdown in the final phase is entirely reasonable. Her achievements at this stage are commendable enough to earn her respect. Moreover, let us not forget that she is merely a little over 16 years of age, and her future holds great promise. The attention on Gu Xiaoshui remains high, not solely due to her exceptional performance, but also because she does not belong to the Baidi sect, a faction inherently strong within the heavenly capital. The likelihood of successfully recruiting her is significantly greater than that of Qiao Rui Kai. Meanwhile, the 2 factions from the Qingyu sect have directed their gaze predominantly towards Gu Xiaoshui, seemingly preparing to seize her away. Tang Tian's focus is also drawn to Xiaoshui, yet, unlike the others, he is particularly attuned to her condition. Upon reaching the final 99 steps, Gu Xiaoshui's pace noticeably decelerated. Many assumed this was indicative of her limits, but Tang Tian understood otherwise. He observed her during her ascent, where she simultaneously produced numerous glass beads. The significance of these beads is known only to a select few. They represent a substantial reservoir of pure spiritual energy. Under what circumstances would one necessitate such a vast amount of energy? The answer is singular, a breakthrough. Gu Xiaoshui aims to utilize the insights and pressures contained within the immortal stairway during this ascent to transcend to the ethereal realm. What a diligent young woman she is, seizing even this opportunity. Tang Tian chuckled softly. After a period of time, only about the duration of an incense stick remained until the conclusion of the ascension ladder. Unless a miracle occurred, Xiao Ruizai was destined to secure the top position in this entrance ceremony. However, at that moment, a radiant glow burst forth from among the myriad of scenes. The powerful beings of the celestial realm outside immediately took notice of this anomaly, and upon gazing in that direction, they exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Xiaoxue had actually broken through on the ascension ladder. Indeed, the ladder possessed the ability to enhance potential, and many individuals gained insights after completing their ascent, allowing them to break through their current realms. Yet, those who could directly achieve a breakthrough while on the ladder were exceedingly rare. The pressure there was overwhelming. And having reached the final stage, one had to expend all their energy to withstand the omnipresent majesty of the heavenly Tao. The only explanation for choosing to break through in such a place was that the individual was remarkably adept. We have indeed underestimated her. Once she transcended into the ethereal realm, she stood on the same level as Xiao Ruizai. Could she create a miracle? Amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, Gu Xiaoxue swiftly completed her breakthrough, officially entering the ethereal realm. Subsequently, she gazed towards the summit of the ladder and steadily ascended. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Her progress was remarkably steady, although it appeared to be akin to an ordinary person's pace on stairs. Yet, as time dwindled, the others seemed almost frozen in place. The crowd watched in awe as Gu Xiaoxue climbed higher, surpassing several disciples, challenging the pinnacle where Xiao Ruizai stood. Almost there, just 9 levels remaining. The spectators were filled with anticipation. The phenomenon of a latecomer surpassing others was always a captivating tale. They hoped that Gu Xiaoxue could achieve a last-minute reversal. As the time drew near, the distance between Gu Xiaoxue and Xiao Ruizai's steps gradually diminished. Ultimately, at the final moment, she reached a height that aligned perfectly with Xiao Ruizai. Splendid. Someone cheered. Although she did not truly surpass him, she had undeniably proven herself a rare genius. Laughter erupted among the crowd. This entrance ceremony had finally showcased a surprising spectacle. While no one would underestimate Xiao Ruizai's prowess, the thrill of a comeback always excited the onlookers. With that, the entrance ceremony came to a close, and all disciples were soon to appear on the high platform. The crowd gathered eagerly at the exit of the ascension ladder, as those who had performed outstandingly would be the first to arrive here. They needed to prepare themselves for a scramble. Observing this scene, Tang Tian also prepared to join. Do you wish to join the fray? Guan Yu inquired. Tang Tian nodded, noting the fierce demeanor of the crowd. If he did not intervene, it was likely that Xiaoxue would be torn to pieces the moment she emerged. However, Guan Yu was taken aback and said, "Did you not claim to be unaffiliated with any faction?" Tang Tian paused for a moment, then replied with a smile. "I am merely vying for myself." Guan Yu shook his head. The first batch that emerged are all prodigies. How can you compete with them? Who is your target? After contemplating for a while, Tang Tian resolved to uphold his sincerity and candidly stated, "It is Gu Xiaoxue." Guan Yu was once again stunned, then burst into laughter. "Have you lost your mind? Gu Xiaoxue? Did you not witness her earlier performance? Numerous powerful factions have already set their sights on her. What gives you the confidence to contend with them?" Guan Yu shook his head repeatedly, convinced that Tang Tian was clearly not in his right mind. Observing his expression, Tang Tian touched his nose and chuckled. "I still hold that confidence. Gu Xiaoxue is destined to be mine." Hearing Tang Tian's resolute tone, Guan Yu's expression turned cold, and he shook his head. "You must truly be mad. If she were to be with you, then Ling Luo Xinzuan would surely be with me." Tang Tian merely smiled and chose not to elaborate further as he walked towards the entrance of the celestial ladder. Watching his retreating figure, Guan Yu sighed softly and ultimately stepped forward to follow him. Young people are often prone to impulsiveness. I must keep an eye on him to ensure he does not offend those formidable figures. Chapter 233. The invitation from Jing Wenxing atop the high platform. Near the entrance of the celestial staircase, a throng of people had gathered, and fortunately, the spaciousness of the exit prevented an overwhelming crowd. Nevertheless, those stationed at the forefront were still a select few celestial kings who had personally come to this place, prompting others to show them due respect. Even the 2 representatives from Qingyue sect had to stand a bit further back. At this moment, Tang Tian also arrived. Rather than intruding upon the front lines, he chose to remain at the periphery. Guan Yu felt a slight relief. It was fortunate that he was not an utterly oblivious newcomer. While waiting, Tang Tian suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he discovered that it belonged to a refined young man from Qinghua sect, affiliated with the forces of Fairy Lingluo. From Guanyu, he learned that his name was Jing Wenxing. The other individual, representing the Huangdaxing faction, was a middle-aged man named Tian Yu. As their eyes met, Jing Wenxing furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly puzzled. Yet, soon after, a gentle ripple emanated from the entrance of the celestial staircase, prompting him to turn away, for the new disciples were about to ascend. Sure enough, moments later, a radiant light flashed, and over 100 figures materialized before the crowd. These disciples were those who had been at the forefront of the celestial staircase. Immediately, people stirred, hastening towards their predetermined targets, whether to receive, recruit, or engage in conversation. When Gu Xiaoxue appeared, the celestial kings promptly approached her. Xiaoxue, now that you have just arrived, do you have any plans? One of them asked with a friendly smile. Another chimed in more assertively, Xiaoxue, come to our Yufeng Hall. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Subsequently, others followed suit. Don't listen to him. Come to our Menulu, where you will find companions just like yourself. No unpleasant men in sight. Huh, spare me. Your place is completely out of balance. Xiaoxue, come to our Yanyuan Pavilion. You will undoubtedly find the best opportunities there. You might as well give up. Considering the foundation of Yanyuan Pavilion, you would only hinder the young lady. Xiaoxue, come to our Huntiangfu. This is truly where you ought to be. In their fervent competition for talent, the esteemed figures set aside their dignity and extended olive branches. Even the peak celestial king Bai Nuyi from Shanjimen commented from the sidelines. Did you see that? Guanyu remarked. So many celestial kings have their sights set on Gu Xiaoxue. You have no chance whatsoever. You must face reality. Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is that so? Guanyu retorted loudly, indeed. I do not know what you were like before. But now that you have officially become a disciple of the Tianfu, you must shed your previous demeanor and proceed with caution. In the realm of Tianfu, one thing is abundantly clear. There is no shortage of formidable figures. If you doubt this, one need only test it for themselves and see if they can wrest Gu Xiaoxue from the clutches of those esteemed individuals. Tang Tian remained silent, observing Gu Xiaoxue as she was courted by the throng, appearing bewildered and at a loss. He resolved to intervene and rescue her. Clearing his throat, he called out, Xiaoxue. His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of the crowd. Guanyu was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether Tang Tian was serious about his claim. Meanwhile, Xiaoxue heard his voice and, peering through the crowd, her face lit up with joy. Their eyes met, and Tang Tian offered a slight smile, gesturing for her to come over. Come here. Guanyu felt a sense of foreboding. This was hardly an act of soliciting her presence, but rather an affront to the others, especially since no conditions were laid out. However, what transpired next left him utterly stunned. As soon as Tang Tian finished speaking, Gu Xiaoxue deftly maneuvered through the crowd and rushed into his embrace. I've been looking for you. When did you arrive? She exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. Everyone stood in shock. What was happening? Who was this unfamiliar young man? Despite the generous offers presented by numerous celestial kings, Gu Xiaoxue did not so much as blink, showing no interest whatsoever. Yet, with just a simple wave from this young man, she eagerly approached him. The crowd found themselves at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Guanyu stood frozen in disbelief. To his astonishment, it turned out that Tang Tian had not been exaggerating after all. Even the celestial kings who had earlier extended their olive branches appeared momentarily dumbfounded. They had researched Gu Xiaoxue's background and were aware that she had no ties to Tianfu, which was why they sought to recruit her. Yet now, it seemed the situation was not as they had envisioned. Someone had indeed beaten them to the chase. No wonder Gu Xiaoxue had remained indifferent to their offers. This is quite the indiscretion, one mused. We must investigate this young man's background upon our return. The celestial kings, after all, valued their reputations. If Gu Xiaoxue were indeed unattached, they could compete for her favor. However, if she had already been claimed by another, they could not afford to disregard their status and forcibly take her. That would only serve to make them a laughingstock. Shaking their heads, the celestial kings dispersed, each seeking out their remaining targets. After reuniting with Gu Xiaoxue, Tang Tian did not linger, leading her away from the crowd. Did you know? I've broken through to the feathered transformation realm. Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed joyfully during their walk. Tang Tian smiled and nodded. I saw it. You performed admirably. Having received praise from Tang Tian, Gu Xiaoxue felt an even greater sense of joy. At that moment, Guan Yu approached from behind, his expression a mixture of curiosity and disbelief as he gazed at the two. Brother, how on earth did you manage that? Surely you have some influence behind you? Guan Yu inquired. Tang Tian could only smile helplessly. Not at all. I merely. Before he could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind them. Tang Tian. Tang Tian turned around to find a refined young man standing there, none other than Jing Wenxing, a member of the Ling Luo Fairies faction. Is there something you need? Tang Tian asked. Jing Wenxing furrowed his brow and glanced at Gu Xiaoxue before continuing. You are Tang Tian from Qinghua sect? Tang Tian nodded. In fact, he had already surmised during their brief eye contact that this individual had recognized him. However, upon receiving confirmation, Jing Wenxing's frown deepened. But why are you here ahead of schedule? I remember seeing you quite some time ago. What is the explanation for this? Tang Tian chose not to respond, sensing that Jing Wenxing's demeanor held a hint of condescension. Noticing Tang Tian's silence, Jing Wenxing seemed to reconsider his approach, suddenly softening his tone. Oh, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. We are, in fact, fellow disciples. I entered the Tianfu decades ago. You must be unfamiliar with the circumstances here at Tianfu, having just arrived. Come with me. I will take you to the Qinghua sect's outpost. Jing Wenxing extended an invitation. Had Tang Tian been unaware of the underlying tensions, he might have accepted the offer to explore. However, he had already learned from Guan Yu that the internal dynamics of Qinghua sect were far from harmonious, rife with conflict. Moreover, Jing Wenxing's omission of these details suggested he sought to draw Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue into their fold under false pretenses of camaraderie. This was something Tang Tian found quite distasteful. I apologize, he replied directly, but I have no interest in that. Chapter 234. The mischievous little Shui. Tang Tian's rejection was remarkably direct, prompting a slight frown from Jing Wenxing, who appeared taken aback by the unexpected response. After a brief pause, he spoke. Tang Tian, I have heard that during your time at the Qinghua sect, you were quite the young master. When I departed from the sect, such a position did not exist. I was merely an esteemed disciple. I am unaware of your standing within the Qinghua sect, but the Tianfu is different. Without a sufficiently powerful force to back you, relying solely on external factors will yield you nothing of substance. Life here will be quite arduous. Jing Wenxing remarked blandly. Tang Tian chuckled softly and replied, which faction's disciples are the most numerous in Tianfu? Jing Wenxing was momentarily taken aback, but before he could respond, Guan Yu interjected, that would undoubtedly be the main house. The disciples from the main house constitute over 70% of all formal disciples. Tang Tian regarded Jing Wenxing, his tone laced with subtle mockery. So, does that imply that the disciples from this 70% lead exceedingly difficult lives? Misleading others is not accomplished in such a manner. Jing Wenxing had evidently underestimated this 17-year-old youth, despite being new to Tianfu and still unfamiliar with its dynamics. Tang Tian understood that the scenario Jing Wenxing described was utterly implausible. This was Yunding Tianfu, where the main house reigned as the sole true deity. Noticing the sarcasm in Tang Tian's tone, Jing Wenxing realized he may have misjudged the young man. Yet, regardless of his talents, Tang Tian was merely a disciple who had recently ascended from a subordinate sect, akin to a country bumpkin. He could not regard Tang Tian as his equal. If you believe that, I can only say you are exceedingly naive, Jing Wenxing remarked. I recognize your talent and strength, but in a place like Tianfu, geniuses are in abundance. How will you compete against those who possess both talent and resources, as well as connections? Only by garnering sufficient support can you attain more of what you desire. Do you understand? Tang Tian remained silent, disliking Jing Wenxing's condescending tone. This man, having been in Tianfu for decades, spoke to him as if from a position of superiority. While simple advice might have sufficed, it was evident he harbored ulterior motives. How I choose to compete is of no concern to you. On my journey here, an elder from the sect advised me that upon arriving at Tianfu, I would become a formal disciple and should no longer dwell on my past identity. Thus, I have no desire to join any faction. Do you understand? Tang Tian stated bluntly. Jing Wenxing narrowed his eyes, feeling he had already been quite courteous. However, this young man was utterly ungrateful. Just as he was about to retort, another voice echoed from behind him. Ha ha, well said. As everyone gathered in Tianfu, clinging to past identities seemed utterly futile. A tall, middle-aged man appeared before the group. He was Tian Yu, an individual affiliated with the Huang Daoxing faction. Ignoring Jing Wenxing beside him, he turned his gaze to Tang Tian and chuckled. So, you are Tang Tian? Quite the surprise. Many have been searching for you, yet you arrived so quietly. You were absolutely correct. Now that we are in Tianfu, we should not be shackled by our former identities. We ought to pursue our desires freely. What do you say? Would you be interested in joining us? Tian Yu extended an olive branch, yet Tang Tian resolutely declined. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I am here solely to cultivate and have no intention of aligning with any faction, Tang Tian replied firmly. Tian Yu waved his hand dismissively. You've misunderstood. We are not a faction. We are merely a gathering of like-minded individuals who refuse to be constrained by societal norms. No one will interfere with your decisions. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be as Tian Yu described? He had assumed that Huang Daoxing's group was in deliberate opposition to Lingluo Xianzi, seeking to carve out their own path. However, after some contemplation, he still shook his head in refusal. I think I will pass. Given your commitment to such principles, I trust you will respect my own choices. Despite Tian Yu's assurances, Tang Tian was acutely aware that should conflicts arise with Lingluo Xianzi's side after joining, it would be impossible to remain uninvolved. Such entanglements were troublesome. Upon receiving another rejection, Tian Yu displayed little reaction, merely shrugging it off. However, he swiftly shifted his focus, bending slightly and approaching Gu Xiaoxue with a grin reminiscent of an affectionate uncle. Then, Dear Xiaoxue, would you care to join us? I believe you are even more formidable than Tang Tian, he suggested. Gu Xiaoxue instinctively tightened her grip on Tang Tian's arm and softly responded. Wherever Uncle Tang Tian goes, I shall follow. Tian Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Tang Tian in surprise, clearly not anticipating such a close bond between them. Nevertheless, he did not relent. After pondering for a moment, he produced a resplendent stone from his pocket and said, Xiaoxue, do you know what this is? It's called the primordial Dao Jade, an incredibly precious cultivation treasure. If you come with me, I can provide you with 10 identical ones every month. What do you think? Tian Yu inquired with a smile. As Gu Xiaoxue beheld the primordial Dao Jade, she blinked and replied, I think I might already have one. She then retrieved a seemingly ordinary package from her shumi ring. Upon opening it, a dazzling light flickered before everyone. Tian Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Within that parcel lay an astonishing abundance of primordial Dao Jades, surely numbering in the hundreds. Tang Tian would provide me with a small portion each month, allowing me the liberty to use them at my discretion. However, I cannot utilize such a vast quantity. These are merely the ones I have accumulated over time, remarked Gu Xiaoxue. Tian Yu could not help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Primordial Dao Jades, used at will? Do you consider this to be mere spiritual jade? Yet, gazing upon such a multitude of Dao Jades contained within an unremarkable parcel, he was compelled to believe that perhaps, for them, these treasures were not regarded as particularly precious. At the very least, they could have been housed in a more exquisite box. It was not only he who felt this way. Beside him, Jing Wenxing also shuddered. When he departed from Qinghua sect, the sect had yet to enter an era of rapid development. In those days, a single primordial Dao Jade could drive the disciples of the entire sect into a frenzy. He had only learned of such divine artifacts upon entering the heavenly mansion. And now, had Dao Jades become so commonplace within Qinghua sect? The two men stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Tang Tian rolled his eyes inwardly. How could Gu Xiaoxue, having been by his side for so long, be unaware of the value of primordial Dao Jades? She was deliberately flaunting her wealth before Tian Yu. Such a cunning display had never been seen before. From whom had she learned this? A white cat appeared in his mind's eye. Chapter 235. By Nua E. In a dazzling array of light, Tian Yu awkwardly withdrew his hand. The nearly 1,000 pieces of innate Dao Jade were still beyond his casual reach. It appears that your financial resources are remarkably substantial, Tian Yu remarked with a smile as he straightened his posture. Beside him, Jing Wenxing let out a soft snort and said, Tang Tian is the esteemed young master of the sect. Do you truly think you can sway him with just one piece of innate Dao Jade? You underestimate him greatly. Tian Yu paused in surprise and inquired, what is a young master? Is there such a position within the sect? Jing Wenqing turned away, offering no explanation. Observing Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue, he realized that it was futile to entice them today. Nevertheless, they were merely newly promoted disciples of the heavenly mansion. Although they possessed talent, it was uncertain what they would ultimately become. Presently, what the sect lacked was not potential disciples, but individuals of formidable strength or significant background. Moreover, his primary purpose for visiting today was not to recruit talent, but to guide those from Qinghua sect who were willing to follow them. Tang Tian, since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not press you further. However, should you reconsider in the future, you are always welcome to return. Your former status will serve as your final assurance. With that, Jing Wenqing turned and departed. Tang Tian watched him leave in silence. How to put it? Perhaps he genuinely had the best interests of the Qinghua sect disciples at heart. Yet, his condescending demeanor was rather off-putting. I shall take my leave as well, he thought, needing to compete with that fellow for talent. Tian Yu smiled at Tang Tian and remarked, "You are quite intriguing. I shall remember you. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance, as it is my personal commitment to you. Just be prepared. My help is rarely offered without cost." With a wink at Gu Xiaoxue, he turned to leave. Once they had both departed, Gu Xiaoxue finally put away the innate Dao Jade and flashed a grin at Tang Tian. Tang Tian, with a resigned expression, said, "In the future, try to maintain a more composed demeanor. Do not let her influence you." Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback. Are you referring to what just happened? I was merely following your example. Tang Tian, when did I ever act so ostentatiously? After sharing a light-hearted moment, Tang Tian turned to Gu Xiaoxue and said, "Allow me to introduce our senior brother, Guan Yu. He is also favored by the esteemed Ling Luo Xianzun and is the master of the heavenly mansion." Guan Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved his hands, saying, No, do not heed his wild claims. I am merely a formal disciple who entered the sect a few years earlier than you." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Tang Tian and, in incredulous tones, exclaimed, "You are indeed that Tang Tian. But how is it that you ascended from the celestial ladder so early? I recall it was merely about half an hour, perhaps. Did no one else notice your presence?" Guan Yu's face was suffused with disbelief. For this matter was indeed so peculiar that it seemed too far-fetched to be believed by anyone if spoken aloud. "Well, I am unsure myself. As I wandered, I simply found myself here. Perhaps there was an issue with the celestial ladder." Tang Tian deemed it pointless to disclose the truth to him, as it would only necessitate further explanations, a troublesome affair. Before Guan Yu could ponder deeply, Tang Tian continued, "I must venture out to gather. Would you care to join me?" Brother Guan. Prior to ascending the celestial ladder, Chun Jian had already informed them that once the event concluded, they were to assemble outside for unified arrangements regarding their accommodations and the like. Of course, this did not apply to those who already had a place to stay. Disciples who had not allied with other factions would be uniformly arranged to become formal disciples of the Tianfu Master's residence. "I'm not in a hurry. Someone has entrusted me with a task, and I must wait a while longer," Guan Yu replied. Indeed, those who arrived here possessed their own intentions, not mere seekers of amusement. However, if you enter the Master's residence, it is likely we shall meet again soon. At that time, you and the newly initiated disciples from this year will temporarily reside in the Wangyue Cave Heaven, where I will be responsible for assisting in management," Guan Yu added. Tang Tian nodded. It appeared that the Wangyue Cave Heaven would serve as his initial point within the Tianfu. Then, "Fare thee well," Tang Tian said, bowing respectfully. Guan Yu reciprocated the gesture, and the two parted ways. Subsequently, Tang Tian, accompanied by Gu Xiaoxue, made his way toward the exterior of the high platform. However, before he had traversed a considerable distance, another figure appeared before him, none other than Bai Nuyi, the leader of the Shanjutang. Tang Tian sighed lightly. What was destined to occur had indeed arrived. At least 3 individuals were aware of the actions he had taken during the Jilling trial, and these individuals would inevitably seek him out. "I truly apologize, but I do not wish to join any faction at present," Tang Tian feigned ignorance, speaking politely. Yet, the reality seemed to diverge from his expectations. "Tang Tian," Bai Nuyi's voice was soft, her smile gentle. "In truth, this is our second meeting." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He meticulously searched his memory, but could find no trace of Bai Nuyi's visage. "Could you be mistaken?" he inquired. Bai Nuyi replied softly, "Do you remember the 100-Gate War? In the courtyard of Yanhua Alley in Baidi City. That night, I was not far across from you. Tang Tian was utterly astonished. Yanhua Ali by Nui? He found it impossible to connect these two names. Tang Tian was at a loss for words. Should he directly inquire, as a peak celestial sovereign, why are you found in such an establishment, entertaining patrons? Sensing Tang Tian's astonishment, Bai Nua elucidated. That place is not merely a haven for men's indulgences. It is also a venue for musical enjoyment, featuring the most unique melodies of Bai Di City. I was dispatched by the Tianfu to oversee the proceedings of the 100 Sects War. You may not have heard of me, but I have certainly heard your name on more than one occasion. Tang Tian was taken aback, realizing that Bai Nua he was among those sent by Tianfu at that time, perhaps even the leader of the contingent. How could you have heard of me? I did not participate in the 100 Sects War, Tang Tian remarked. Bai Nua cast a glance at Gu Xiaoshui and replied. Xiaoshui's performance back then was exceptionally remarkable, naturally prompting inquiries into her background. Your presence as a significant figure in her journey was quite notable. Furthermore, there were those who sought to recruit Xiaoshui and specifically sought you out. Following their failure, their assessment of you in my presence was rather unfavorable. Tang Tian paused, recalling the events of that day. He indeed had an unpleasant encounter with that individual. Zhang Ku from Dosheng Pavilion was known for his petty nature. Upon learning of your impending arrival at Tianfu, he had been eagerly awaiting your presence. Bai Nua remarked. Chapter 236. The Moonlit Cave. Prior to arriving at the heavenly capital, Tang Tian had already engaged with several factions. The Mo family, where Mo Xiaoxiao resided. The War God Temple, where Tian Yangsheng was located, and the Good and Evil Hall, associated with Lu Chang'e. Additionally, during his time in the Imperial City, he encountered Zhang Ku from the Fighting Saint Pavilion and Shui Shuriying from the Remnant Path Palace. Among these factions, the Mo family and the Remnant Path Palace could be considered allies, while the War God Temple and the Fighting Saint Pavilion were decidedly adversarial. As for the Good and Evil Hall, after clarifying matters with Lu Chang'e, there was not much significant connection left. When he was in the Imperial City, he had not treated Zhang Ku with any semblance of respect. And Zhang Ku had made it abundantly clear that if Tang Tian dared to venture into the cloud-top heavenly capital, he would certainly make him regret it. Tang Tian had long been mentally prepared for such retribution. However, he never anticipated that this information would be divulged by Bai Nua. What was her ulterior motive? Had she sought him out solely to convey this message? Tang Tian inquired cautiously. Bai Nua smiled gently and replied, not entirely. I received word that among this year's new disciples, a remarkably talented genius has emerged. I wish to explore the possibility of recruiting him to our Good Nine Hall. Initially, I did not think much of it, but after receiving your information, I suddenly realized you are the very Tang Tian from before. It feels rather extraordinary. Tang Tian fell silent, pondering the notion of extraordinary as an insufficient reason. Yet, we are not well acquainted. Why share this with me? He asked directly. In response, Bai Nua maintained a subtle smile and said, there are indeed some reasons. Perhaps in the near future, we shall cross paths again. However, I cannot disclose the specifics just yet. Once that individual is willing to make an appearance, you will surely understand. Tang Tian was taken aback. That individual? Who might it be? Lu Chang'e? Or? He found himself unable to ascertain who she referred to. Yet it was evident that Bai Nua had no intention of elaborating further. You will soon be heading to the Moonlit Cave. Zhang Ku will undoubtedly catch wind of this, so it would be prudent to prepare yourself mentally. Until we meet again, she said, preparing to depart. Just as she turned away, she glanced back and added, by the way, there are others who wish to recruit you as well. Knowing your reluctance to join other factions, I took the liberty of intercepting them on your behalf. However, I have brought their conditions for you. You may review them and contact them if you find any suitable. With that, Bai Nua handed Tang Tian a small jade talisman before gracefully departing. Watching her silhouette fade, Tang Tian shook his head slightly. The woman exuded an aura that suggested she was not easily underestimated. Thus, it would be prudent for him to minimize contact with her in the future. Gently caressing the jade talisman in his hand, Tang Tian ultimately resolved to examine it. Upon delving into his consciousness, a series of messages materialized before his eyes. Indeed, as Bai Nua had indicated, they were merely conditions aimed at enticing him. Their factions boasted considerable influence within the heavenly mansion, and the incentives they proffered were exceedingly tempting. Core positions, prioritized cultivation candidates, a plethora of resources, and extensive networks, all indicative of their earnest intentions. Alas, Tang Tian felt no inclination towards any of it. Prior to his arrival at the heavenly mansion, he had resolved to embrace the role of a pure disciple. "Let us depart and gather," he declared, stowing the jade talisman away as he led Gu Xiaoxue away from the elevated platform. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a spacious clearing in the outside world. By this time, a few disciples had already gathered. Those able to reach this place at this stage possessed a certain level of strength, but had chosen not to accept any overtures for various reasons. Upon the appearance of Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue, a flicker of surprise crossed the faces of the onlookers, yet none approached them, opting instead to maintain their own peace. Solitude, it seemed, was a common affliction among geniuses. As time passed, additional new disciples began to arrive in dribs and drabs. These newcomers lacked the strength to qualify for the solicitations from the various factions and had no fixed destinations. The majority hailed from the lesser-ranked disciples of the numerous affiliated sects, and they appeared far more animated, clustering together to engage in lively discussions. Marveling at the markedly different cultivation environment of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion compared to the outside world. After a while, a large group of figures approached from another direction. Tang Tian focused his gaze and recognized them as those who had previously been unable to partake in the entrance trials. This group comprised disciples who either entered via the 10,000 Beasts Trial Tower or were honorary disciples over the age of 25. Lacking eligibility for the entrance trials, they had entered directly. Among them were Li Hong and the Lanyu sisters. Once they landed, Tang Tian swiftly spotted them and beckoned them over. "Where is Elder Xian?" Tang Tian inquired. "Elder Xian left us after guiding us to a teleportation array," Li Hong replied. "We waited there for a while until someone from the Heavenly Mansion arrived to activate the array. Subsequently, we made our way here. How about you, sir?" Tang Tian nodded slightly. "It has been quite smooth for me as well." He then recounted the general proceedings of the entrance ceremony and the plans that lay ahead to Li Hong and the others. "First, we must establish our footing. We shall address subsequent matters as circumstances dictate." His purpose for coming to the Heavenly Mansion extended beyond mere cultivation. He also aimed to initiate the establishment of the Global Commerce Association. However, he acknowledged that stability was needed in Wang Gang's situation before he could extricate himself. "We shall wait until everything is settled before proceeding," he concluded. As the conversation flowed, more and more disciples gathered. Once everyone had arrived, Chun Jian appeared before the assembly. "From this day forth, you shall officially be disciples of the Tianfu," he proclaimed, gazing down upon them. "You will soon make your way to the Wangyue Cave, where there will be dedicated individuals to receive and accommodate you. The Wangyue Cave is an excellent place for cultivation. Seize this opportunity to thoroughly consolidate the gains you have made on the celestial ladder, striving to break through several small realms. In approximately a month, the Longmen trial will commence, and following its conclusion, Tianfu will assign you based on your overall performance during this period. Work hard, children. Tianfu is abundant in miracles. Each of you possesses the potential to create your own. Remember to remain true to your hearts." After imparting this sage advice, Chun Jian subtly cast a glance at Tang Tian. Noticing Tang Tian's lack of response, he shook his head in mild regret before sweeping his hand. "Now follow me." Chapter 237. It turns out the money is insufficient. Under the guidance of Chun Jian, thousands of new disciples entered the celestial realm with great fervor. After navigating through a series of mist-shrouded peaks, the true visage of the heavenly domain unveiled itself before their eyes. It was a sight unlike any they had ever witnessed. Mountains and waters, beings and objects, even the heavens and the earth, interwove in a harmonious tapestry, resembling a scene from a dream. The purest spiritual energy mingled with the rich essence of immortality, enveloping them in a wave of vitality. Even a mere breath ignited a stirring within their cultivation. Here lay the authentic sanctuary of the celestial beings. Ascending through the clouds and surpassing the endless pavilions below, a colossal mountain range emerged prominently. The mountain was lofty yet gentle, surrounded by a serene landscape where countless spirit beasts resided. As Chun Jian led all the disciples to the summit, they discovered that the apex was, astonishingly, a vast crater. Within this crater, a smaller mountain stood, adorned with numerous buildings of various sizes, bustling with young practitioners. This was the moon-viewing cave heaven. Chun Jian spoke. Every night, an abundance of moonlight cascades from the heavens, illuminating the cave. This moonlight aids in cultivation, facilitating your breakthroughs in realms. The specifics will be shared with you in due course. As his words faded, several figures soared upward from below, landing before Qinjian. After a brief exchange, he took flight, and all the new disciples followed the few administrators descending towards the mountain below. To an outside observer, the moon-viewing cave heaven appeared merely as a grand and peculiar mountain. However, once inside, the vastness of the space became evident. The mountain within the cavern was by no means smaller than the main peak of the Qinghua sect, capable of accommodating over 1 million disciples with ease. Moreover, the spiritual and celestial energies within were even more concentrated, resembling a small secret realm. Furthermore, Tang Tian sensed an unusual aura. Is that the moonlight? Through the vision of his soul, Tang Tian observed that the entire mountain and the surrounding cliffs sparkled with faint glimmers of light, accompanied by the shimmering radiance. A gentle Tao rhythm gradually emanated. This rhythm could directly influence the depths of a living being's soul, making cultivation in such an environment remarkably effective. Tang Tian sighed softly, recognizing the grandeur of the Cloud Summit heavenly domain. Were it located in the outside world, such a place would undoubtedly rival the former Liuli secret realm. Yet here, it merely served as a transitional space for new disciples. Tang Tian, this place feels so comfortable, remarked Gu Xiaoxue in awe. He would surely love it here. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. For the young, the moonlight, a celestial essence imbued with the profound rhythms of the universe, serves as an exquisite medium for cultivation. If it were to catch sight of it, one could imagine it leaping with joy. However, this is not the opportune moment to reveal it. Its existence is, after all, exceedingly unique. During the initiation trials, there are undoubtedly more formidable entities observing. If it were to be carelessly unleashed, it might attract unwarranted attention. It is prudent to refrain from such risks. Once they have settled in and ensured the surrounding environment poses no threat, only then should it be released. Accompanied by the overseers, the group arrived at the base of the mountain peak. Here, the accommodations were more abundant, and many disciples looked up at the new arrivals in the sky. Some gazed with curiosity, while others exhibited unabashed provocation. You will reside here from now on. Forget your previous identities. Henceforth, you are all official disciples of the heavenly mansion. The overseer continued, we will now allocate your quarters. Where you are assigned is where you will stay. Should you desire a more favorable location, it will depend on your capabilities. His smile was laden with meaning. Subsequently, they began to disperse the group of new disciples, each overseer taking a cluster of them to different directions. During this process, more overseers arrived to escort additional individuals. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, a young man ascended from below. After conversing with the overseer ahead, he took away over 100 new disciples, including Tang Tian. They swiftly arrived at a cluster of buildings, which housed numerous disciples and many vacant quarters. They soon halted in a spacious plaza. I am the overseer of this area, Wen Xiao. You may simply call me Overseer One. He appeared quite affable and spoke. You will reside here for a brief period of 2 days, until the Dragon Gate opens. It is not a lengthy stay, thus, do not be picky about your respective abodes. Whatever arrangements I make, you shall accept. Now, step forward one by one to collect your keys to the dwellings. As he finished speaking, several individuals promptly approached. Wen Xiao then handed a jade token to one of them, presumably the key to the dwelling. Most complied, taking the token and departing. However, there were some who sought to exploit the situation. Among them was a disciple, likely entering under the guise of a prestigious disciple, who, with a sycophantic grin, skillfully presented some high-quality spirit jade to Overseer One, hoping to secure a more favorable accommodation. Yet, this tactic, which had proven effective in subordinate sects, fell flat before Wen Xiao. The previously gentle overseer Wen instantly adopted a stern demeanor. He brusquely pushed aside the spirit jade in the disciple's hand and declared in a deep voice, refrain from harboring such crooked intentions. Such tactics are unwelcome in the heavenly mansion. After being reprimanded, the disciple wore an awkward expression and ultimately tucked away his spirit jade, scurrying off with the talisman in hand. Observing this, Tang Tian could not help but touch his nose. Could it be that money also loses its efficacy one day? Moments later, he approached. Wen Xiao treated him no differently and handed him a small talisman. As Tang Tian received the talisman, he took a moment to examine it. He soon realized that this talisman was not merely a key, but also a marker. The location marked was that of his cave dwelling. Simultaneously, he noticed that this cave was quite small, barely accommodating a single person. Yet, he had a total of 5 individuals in his company. After some contemplation, he resolved to make an attempt for more. When manager, he began, when I entered, I brought along 3 attendants and a companion, totaling 5 individuals. Could you arrange for us a larger cave dwelling? When Shio glanced at him and replied curtly, what is assigned is what you receive. Cultivation does not necessitate attendance. Do you think the heavenly mansion is a place for indulgence? His tone was far from pleasant, evidently regarding Tang Tian as one of those young masters who only sought pleasure. However, Tang Tian was not one to concede easily. After a moment's thought, he opened his palm, revealing a dazzling array of crystal stones before Wen Xiao. The crystals had been concealed using spatial techniques, visible only to Wen Xiao. My situation is rather unique. I implore you, when manager, Tang Tian stated. Upon witnessing Tang Tian's actions, Wen Xiao furrowed his brow. Yet, just as he prepared to chastise him, he discovered that what Tang Tian held was not spirit jade, but rather hundreds of innate Dao jades. Wen Xiao fell silent for a moment, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. However, he soon made up his mind. This shall be a one-time exception. With that, he produced another talisman and discreetly handed it to Tang Tian. Tang Tian smiled slightly, not even glancing at it as he accepted the talisman and then offered the innate Dao jades to Wen Xiao. Wen Xiao promptly received them, murmuring, "You are Tang Tian, correct? If there are further matters, simply seek me out." Now next, with the talisman in hand, Tang Tian returned to the crowd. Observing the previously reprimanded disciple, he grasped a fundamental truth. The heavenly mansion does not abide by such norms, unless, of course, the remuneration is substantial enough. Chapter 238. The accommodation for over 100 new disciples was swiftly arranged. Wen Xiao stood before all the disciples and spoke in a gentle tone. You may each seek out your respective abodes. For the next month and a half, this will be your home. The rules here are largely akin to those of your sect, so I shall refrain from elaborating. However, be forewarned. The competition here may prove to be more intense than you initially anticipated. Whether you can live the life you desire hinges upon your own capabilities. Furthermore, remember that while I oversee matters here, my responsibilities are limited to basic arrangements. Unless it is of utmost importance, please refrain from disturbing me. The disciples below listened intently. Yet Tang Tian could not help but stroke his chin, recalling that Wen Xiao had not conveyed such sentiments to him earlier. In each area, there exists a designated place for cultivation, Wen Xiao continued, gesturing towards a nearby hillside. There, a white open-air platform radiated a gentle glow. That was the moon viewing platform. Each night, when the moon ascended above the cave, a cascade of moonlight would shower the platform. Other areas had similar spots, but the enchantment on the moon viewing platform gathered the most moonlight. However, its capacity was limited, and whether you could ascend it would depend entirely on your own efforts. With that, Wen Xiao waved his hand, signaling the end of the reception. He then rose gracefully into the air, departing into the distance. Once he had left, the new disciples exhaled in relief, fatigue evident after a long day. Due to the forced dispersion of all new disciples, few were familiar with one another. They gathered in small clusters to converse, while some solitary individuals began searching for their own abodes. Tang Tian, unfamiliar with them, did not linger. After consulting his jade token to ascertain the location of his dwelling, he, along with Gu Xiaoxue and the others, took flight. Wen Xiao had chosen a dwelling positioned higher up. It was a 2-story building with a courtyard built against the mountainside, boasting 6 rooms, ample space for Tang Tian and his companions. From the entrance of the courtyard, the moon viewing platform was clearly visible, just a short walk away. The surrounding flora was vibrant, complemented by a small waterfall, creating a delightful environment. Clearly, the 100 pieces of Dao jade were well worth the expenditure. Let us go? After a day of upheaval, we should rest well, Tang Tian said with a smile. He then activated the array surrounding the entrance of his abode, preparing to enter his new sanctuary. Just then, an unfriendly voice echoed from nearby. Are you new disciples from the outside world? Tang Tian paused momentarily, turning his head to observe 6 young boys swaggering toward him. They crossed their arms, surveying him with an air of condescension. What merits do you? A group from a lower sect, possessed to claim such a vast cave abode? The leader of the group scoffed disdainfully. Tang Tian scanned their forms with his spiritual sense. Noting that they were all at the fusion realm, the strongest among them barely achieving the peak of fusion. Li Hong, Tang Tian gestured subtly to his companion, then disregarded the group entirely, activating the formation to enter the courtyard. "Hey, did I permit you to leave?" A voice filled with indignation called out from behind him. Yet soon after, amidst the sound of thuds, they were rendered utterly silent, unable even to utter a cry. Moments later, Li Hong entered from outside. "I trust no fatalities occurred." When Xiao mentioned that the rules of the Tianfu are akin to ours, forbidding harm among fellow disciples. "I hope you did not attract trouble upon your arrival," Tang Tian remarked. Li Hong chuckled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I exercised restraint. I merely taught them a lesson." "Is this the caliber of disciples in the Tianfu? I had assumed they would vastly surpass us," Li Hong expressed in confusion. Having not participated in the initiation ceremony, he was unaware of the true prowess of the more capable disciples in the Tianfu. Everywhere has its disparities in disciple strength. They are likely just ordinary formal disciples. The more exceptional ones, like the hunters we encountered during the 9 Ridge trials, possess at least the strength of the initial stage of ascendance. Furthermore, there are certainly more formidable disciples, many of whom are in their 20s, surpassing the immortal realm. The top-tier disciples might even reach the levels of profound immortal or golden immortal. Do not underestimate the Tianfu merely because you encountered a few weaker disciples, Tang Tian advised. Upon hearing this, Li Hong instantly became solemn. Having easily dealt with a few Tianfu disciples, he had indeed developed a sense of contempt. Such an attitude was a grave misstep, particularly in an unfamiliar territory. "I understand," Li Hong nodded earnestly. Tang Tian acknowledged him with a hum, wishing to prevent his subordinate from inviting unnecessary troubles through arrogance. He had brought these subordinates to resolve issues, not to create them. However, it was clear that within this area, the strength of the Tianfu disciples was somewhat lacking. This was likely a consideration for the affiliated sect's disciples, who were also mostly at the fusion realm, making them suitably placed here. Yet, there must be more powerful disciples as well. Moreover, it was evident that the mountain within this Moonwatch cave heaven had a hierarchy, as he could see cave abodes at the mountainside and even near the peak during his descent. At this moment, they had essentially reached the foot of the mountain. There remained matters to clarify, but for now, it was prudent to take a moment to rest. The day had been filled with numerous endeavors. I, along with Li Hong, would occupy the lower quarters, while the 3 of you would reside in the rooms above. It was best to take a good break and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Tang Tian casually arranged accommodations for everyone before ascending to the attic, instinctively entering the room on the left. From the outside, the attic appeared modest in size. Yet upon entering, one discovered a veritable paradise within. Built into the mountainside, it ingeniously utilized the terrain to carve out a substantial space. Within, there were a bedroom, a living area, a tranquil meditation room, and even an alchemy chamber, everything one could desire. Quite impressive, Tang Tian mused as he surveyed the surroundings before retreating to the bedroom, sinking into the softness of the bed. With the presence of the mysterious ancient jade, he found that he no longer needed to select specific times or locations for his cultivation. He could practice at any moment and in any place. The distinction now lay in the fact that previously, he could only absorb the celestial energy released by the jade. However, the environment around him was now saturated with similar celestial energy, making the process of cultivation considerably more effortless than before. Moreover, everything here was imbued with a gentle moonlight, a celestial phenomenon that facilitated a smoother cultivation experience. After lying there for a while, Tang Tian flicked his finger lightly. A flash of light illuminated the room, and a small figure materialized within. It was none other than the little one, who had been confined for an entire day. Chapter 239. Moonlit Peak, have we arrived? It felt as though I had just drifted into slumber. Upon emerging from my rest, I rubbed my bleary eyes, appearing still ensnared in the embrace of sleep. Observing my state, Tang Tian remarked dryly, "The initiation ceremony lasts but a day. Who told you to slumber?" I yawned widely, my long tongue lolling as I replied, "Did you not instruct me to remain within until the surroundings were deemed safe?" I anticipated a lengthy wait, hence I prepared for a nap. Tang Tian shook his head. "During the entrance trial, surely there are influential figures within Tianfu keeping watch. I feared they might discover your presence. But now, it is undoubtedly safe." Those eminent beings are unlikely to be so idle as to spy on their disciples daily. I blinked, finally emerging fully awake. All right then. Suddenly, my ears perked up, and I wrinkled my nose. Huh, the ambience here. Tang Tian chuckled. At last, you perceive it. As a spirit of the world, your sense of smell has been rather dulled. Your existence is unique, innately sensitive to the rules. Thus, you would inevitably sense the presence of lunar essence. Only now, fully awake, have you discerned it. Joy was unabashedly reflected in my eyes. What a splendid place, I exclaimed. I feel as though everything here is imbued with the power of rules. Though scarce, it is undeniably present. If only I could consume it all. As I spoke, I fixated on the corner of the bed and promptly began to nibble at it. Tang Tian swiftly intervened, saying, not to that extent. This lunar essence descends nightly. There will be ample opportunities for you to absorb it. If you devour my dwelling, we shall be left to sleep on the streets. Through gentle persuasion, Tang Tian managed to restrain my excitement. However, in a moment of distraction, I took a hearty bite out of the table corner. Tang Tian mused that if truly freed, I might attempt to devour the entirety of the moonlit cave. Do not deceive me. Is there truly a more exhilarating spectacle tonight? I inquired eagerly. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively, assuring me there was no falsehood in his words. Subsequently, I calmed down slightly and sought my own amusement. Do not stray from this courtyard, Tang Tian cautioned. Originally, he had no intention of confining my movements. However, witnessing my reaction made him genuinely apprehensive about the potential chaos I might unleash outside. Financial reparations were trivial. Inciting the attention of those influential figures would bring true peril. Thus, it was wiser to keep me close for the time being. Sighing, he hoped that after the lunar essence graced us tonight, I would remain composed. Tang Tian felt a sense of helplessness within. Time swiftly passed, and by the time they arrived at the moon-viewing cave, it was already afternoon. Moreover, due to the unique topography of this place, dusk fell rather quickly. However, illuminated by moonlight and various gemstones, the interior remained remarkably bright. The gentle radiance was exceedingly comforting. There should still be over an hour before the moonlight descended. Just then, a knock echoed from his door. Upon opening it, he found Li Hong standing outside. What is it? Tang Tian inquired. With a smile, Li Hong replied, Young master, I, along with the sisters Lan Yu, have gathered some information regarding the moon-viewing cave and the moon-viewing platform and would like to report it to you. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to address these matters the following day, but to his surprise, Li Hong and the others had already prepared in advance. All right, come in, he said. It was quite pleasant not to have to attend to such trivial matters himself. Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters had indeed been well trained. Soon, the two settled in the living room. Under Li Hong's narration, Tang Tian gained a general understanding of the layout within the moon-viewing cave. In truth, the moon-viewing cave was not open year-round. Its doors opened only for a brief span of 2 months each year. The intended audience for this haven was primarily the newly inducted disciples of the Tianfu, those who had recently obtained their official status. The purpose of its opening was to allow these new disciples to thoroughly develop their potential before entering the Dragon Gate, enabling them to elevate their overall strength to an optimal state. Quite considerate indeed, Tang Tian mused. It was essential to recognize that each disciple came from diverse backgrounds and environments. Some may possess considerable talent, yet fail to fully realize their potential due to various external circumstances. The existence of the moon-viewing cave was meant to bridge this gap. Li Hong chuckled, stating, according to their accounts, the Tianfu treats all disciples equally. It provides a fair and just environment for everyone. How far one can go ultimately depends on individual effort and fortune. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging that this could indeed foster a relatively equitable competitive atmosphere. However, he mused, inequity would always persist and could never be entirely eradicated. The incident with bribing Wen Xiu illustrated that those with profound backgrounds would invariably maintain a distinct advantage. Currently, the total number of new disciples in the Tianfu was approximately 170,000. The standard for becoming an official disciple was being under 25 years of age and possessing a cultivation level above the fusion realm. At this point, Li Hong could not help but exclaim in astonishment. With hundreds of affiliated sects combined, excluding those who entered the Tianfu through special channels, each 5-year session of the 100 sects competition had only about 10,000 participants. Yet, within the Tianfu, more than 100,000 newcomers emerged each year. No wonder the Heavenly Mansion boasts so many exceptionally gifted disciples. It is also understandable that esteemed sects like the White Emperor sect and the Purple Sun sect, after centuries of cultivation, have only managed to establish a foothold within the Heavenly Mansion. In comparison to this colossal entity, the affiliated sects appear utterly insignificant. Returning to the Moonwatch Cave Heaven, Tang Tian remarked. Li Hong nodded and elaborated. The mountain within the Moonwatch Cave Heaven is known as Moonwatch Peak. Although it is nominally undivided, it actually comprises 9 distinct levels. We currently find ourselves at the very base of Moonwatch Peak. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is each level different?" Li Hong paused before responding. "Indeed, it is. Due to the unique essence of the moonlight, the closer one approaches the summit of Moonwatch Peak, the denser the moonlight becomes, and the greater the power it harbors. Thus, the disciples have organically stratified themselves, with the more formidable disciples gravitating towards the peak. However, this is not a result of oppression among disciples of varying strengths, but rather due to the inherent pressure of the moonlight itself. For instance, a disciple at the fusion realm who forcibly ascends to an upper level may not only fail to gain any advantage, but could also find themselves overwhelmed by the celestial might, resulting in a backlash against their vital energy. Consequently, disciples of each realm generally remain in their most suitable positions. The 9 levels of stratification are privately established by the disciples, and the Heavenly Mansion does not impede one's ascent to higher positions. Tang Tian could not help but stroke his chin in contemplation. So, this is indeed the case. Chapter 240, A Fiery Temper. Through Li Hong's narration, Tang Tian gained a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding the Wangyue Cave Heaven. In summary, to absorb a greater amount of moonlight, one must strive to ascend the Wangyue Peak. However, this pursuit comes with the necessity of enduring the formidable pressure exerted by the heavens and earth accompanying the moonlight. As for the situation of the Wangyue platform, it is quite similar. Each level and area contains its own Wangyue platform. The higher the platform, the more moonlight it can gather. At this moment, there remains more than half an hour until the moonlight officially descends. Tang Tian's objective certainly does not lie in remaining within this realm of fusion. Nevertheless, before climbing the Wangyue Peak, he decided to first visit the Wangyue platform to ascertain its nature. Let us inform Xiao Xue and the others. We shall head to the Wangyue platform in advance. Tang Tian proposed. Li Hong nodded and suggested, "Young master, perhaps we should bring along a guide. The situation on Wangyue Peak is rather intricate, and as newcomers, I worry we might overlook certain details. Having a guide would be quite beneficial." After contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian acquiesced to the suggestion. Shortly thereafter, the 5 of them exited the courtyard. Outside, a familiar figure stood nervously, exhibiting signs of anxiety and unease. It was the young disciple who had initially provoked them upon their arrival earlier that afternoon. Tang Tian couldn't help but smile and inquired, "Is this our guide?" Li Hong affirmed, "Indeed. His name is Lu Shi, and he has just become an official disciple of the Tianfu this year. He is quite lively and possesses extensive knowledge about this area." With that, he gestured for Lu Shi to approach. Lu Shi hurriedly stepped forward, bowed to Tang Tian, and nervously stammered, "Greetings, young Master Tang." His demeanor was markedly different from their first encounter that afternoon. It seemed Li Hong had a knack for training. "Do not be anxious. I have no intention of mistreating you. Fulfill your duties as a guide, and I shall ensure you are well compensated," Tang Tian remarked calmly. Lu Shi quickly expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, under Lu Shi's guidance, the group made their way toward the Wangyue platform. Along the path, Tang Tian observed numerous disciples also heading in the same direction. From Lu Shi, he learned that typically, individuals arrive well in advance to secure their positions, lest they be usurped by others. To occupy a spot on the Wangyue platform, one must displace those already present. Consequently, minor skirmishes often occur each evening. "Does this mean we must contend with others to practice?" Tang Tian inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. Lu Shi nodded, "Indeed. No one is willing to relinquish their position easily. However, given your prowess, young Master Tang, there should be no significant issues. Nevertheless," he suddenly glanced around, then lowered his voice to say, "There is a senior brother managing the Wangyue platform in secret. His name is Huang Biao, and he possesses at least the strength of someone in the late stage of tribulation. Yet, he has chosen to remain here. Moreover, He seems to have some connection with the steward, and coupled with his formidable power, no one can challenge his position. Senior Brother Huang has established a rule. If one wishes to contest a position on the Wanghua platform, they must notify him in advance. After Lu Shi finished speaking, Tang Tian fell silent. It sounded rather reminiscent of a class monitor. However, this was a monitor with considerable authority. Nevertheless, being in a new environment, it would be prudent to adhere to their regulations. All right, then I shall inform him beforehand, Tang Tian said. Lu Shi nodded, but soon furrowed his brow and whispered, Young Master Tang, Senior Brother Huang Biao. His temper is quite poor, extremely poor. He has a volatile disposition. I often witness some disciples being severely reprimanded for their disrespectful words. Thus, I suggest we exercise caution when we meet him later. After all, he is backing. Tang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. Did it really have to involve such theatrics? Well, he would address it when the time came. As long as the other party did not go too far, he preferred to adhere to the rules and conduct matters in a straightforward manner. The cave dwelling where Tang Tian resided was not far from the Wanghua platform. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the platform. From a distance, it appeared unremarkable, but standing before it, the Wanghua platform was indeed quite expansive, capable of accommodating at least 1,000 individuals. The total number of disciples in this area was around 2,000, thus most disciples could find their own place here. At this moment, many disciples had already arrived early, and those on the periphery were warily observing others, particularly newcomers like Tang Tian. This was because the closer one was to the interior of the platform. The more moonlight one could absorb. Conversely, those further out received significantly less. As such, the disciples on the outskirts were generally those who had just qualified to ascend the platform, making them more susceptible to challenges. However, Tang Tian had no interest in challenging them. Or rather, he was merely there to observe the situation and had no intention of vying for a position. After some contemplation, he prepared to make his way inward. Just then, a group of individuals, whose auras were distinctly stronger than those of the other disciples, emerged from the Wanghua platform. At the forefront was a robust man, his face thick with muscle, exuding an intimidating presence. Young Master Tang, that is Senior Brother Huang Biao. He seems to be approaching us. Lu Shi exclaimed in alarm, his body tensing up. It seemed that Huang Biao indeed held considerable sway in this place. Under the watchful gaze of Tang Tian, Huang Biao, accompanied by a group of individuals, indeed came to a halt before them, just as Lu Shi had predicted. Observing the aggressive demeanor of the opposing party, Li Hong stepped forward, poised to engage in negotiations. However, to everyone's astonishment, the heavily built Huang Biao suddenly broke into a smile and clasped his hands in greeting towards Tang Tian. You must be Tang Tian, young Master Tang. I am Huang Biao, and I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time, he said, his tone exceedingly amiable. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Lu Shi beside him. Is this the person you described as having a notoriously bad temper and a volatile disposition? He doesn't appear to fit that description at all. At that moment, Lu Shi was utterly dumbfounded. Akin to a family pet, a large yellow dog, transforming unexpectedly into a breathtakingly beautiful woman, insisting on bearing 8 children for him. Observing the benevolent Huang Biao, Tang Tian stroked his chin and inquired, You have been waiting for me? Huang Biao replied with a smile, Indeed. I have prepared 5 positions for you in advance, right in the center of the Wanghua platform. Would you care to accompany me to take a look? Tang Tian could not help but be astonished. They had even made such preparations? Sensing Tang Tian's surprise, Huang Biao continued, Manager Wen has prior commitments this evening, so he entrusted me with the responsibility of maintaining order in his stead. Upon hearing the name of Manager Wen, Tang Tian suddenly understood. It was indeed the power of wealth at play. Yet this realization pleased him. At the very least, he had paid for their services, and they were genuinely assisting him. Very well, let us go and take a look, Tang Tian responded with a smile. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Tang Tian, along with Huang Biao and his entourage, made their way towards the interior of the Wanghua platform. Chapter 241. Ascending the Moonwatch Peak under the guidance of Huang Biao. Tang Tian ascended to the Moonwatch platform. Upon arrival, he immediately sensed a distinct difference between this place and other areas of the Moonwatch cave. The white platform beneath his feet was crafted from an exceptionally unique material that naturally possessed the ability to condense spiritual and celestial energies. Additionally, A faint aura of order permeated the air, indicating that it was likely the key to absorbing the moonlight. The residual moonlight in this locale was over tenfold that of the outside world. If a small creature were to be released here, it would likely revel in the abundance of energy. Furthermore, intricate and advanced large-scale formations were arranged around the periphery of the Moonwatch platform. These formations not only enhanced the platform's efficacy, but also possessed the capability to purify one's mind, allowing for a greater focus during cultivation. Tang Tian could not help but marvel at the profound heritage of such a formidable force. Such a treasured location, even if acquired by others, could not replicate the Moonwatch platform as an effective cultivation site, nor could they fully harness the moonlight. As they ventured deeper into the Moonwatch platform, the essence of the moonlight became increasingly potent. Upon reaching the central position, this essence peaked, and one could even faintly sense the pressure of the heavens and earth. Young Master Tang, the spots prepared for you are right here. Huang Biao indicated a few vacant spaces nearby. These positions were all situated within the central circle of the Moonwatch platform. The disciples who had already arrived in the vicinity possessed strength at least at the peak of the fusion stage, with several even at the tribulation stage. According to Lu Shi, some of the tribulation stage disciples were reluctant or lacked the strength to compete on the upper level, thus opting to remain in the area designated for the fusion stage disciples. Upon Tang Tian and his companions' arrival, curious glances were directed their way. However, perhaps due to Huang Biao's presence, none approached to engage or instigate conflict. Thoughtful of you, Tang Tian acknowledged with a nod of gratitude. The arrangements made by Wen Xiu were indeed commendable, and it seemed that the value of the 100 Dao Yu was greater than he had anticipated. The moonlight will not descend for a while. You may prepare here in the meantime. This position carries quite a bit of pressure. Be mentally prepared, Huang Biao advised. However, Tang Tian shook his head. I truly appreciate your consideration, but I do not intend to cultivate here today. He smiled, gesturing toward the upper positions. Huang Biao was momentarily taken aback. Young Master Tang, the upper level is beyond the jurisdiction of Manager 1, and the competition there is exceedingly fierce. Otherwise, Huang Biao gestured toward the surrounding tribulation stage disciples and shrugged. We wouldn't need to mingle in the fusion area of the Moonwatch platform. Tang Tian smiled and replied, I understand your intent. However, my decision is resolute. You may proceed with the arrangements for this location. I have received your heartfelt sentiments. Please convey my gratitude to the person in charge of the cultural affairs. Huang Biao fell silent at once. However, seeing Tang Tian's determination, he had no choice but to relent. Very well then. I shall reserve your places. Feel free to return whenever you wish, Huang Biao stated. Tang Tian expressed his thanks once more and then departed the area with Li Hong and the others. Lu Shi, the guide, accompanied them as he was familiar with the path leading to the upper levels. Once Tang Tian and his companions had left, Huang Biao stood quietly for a moment before shaking his head. Encountering obstacles can be beneficial. When he meets those individuals, he will surely understand that his title of genius in the lower sects amounts to little. After speaking, he noticed the surrounding disciples fixating on the empty spots he had left behind. Instantly, his expression darkened. What are you staring at? Are you tired of living? He barked. Still watching? Not satisfied? Do you wish to spar with me? Come on then. After leaving the Wangyue platform under Lu Shi's guidance, Tang Tian embarked on the journey to the upper levels. Throughout the journey, Lu Shi wore a peculiar expression, frequently glancing over his shoulder at Tang Tian. Tang Tian, feeling exasperated, remarked, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Shi's body trembled slightly. Then he hesitantly responded, young Master Tang. Are you perhaps a relative of the person in charge of the cultural affairs? I've never seen Brother Huang in such a manner before. Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. Are the disciples of Tianfu this straightforward? They dare to inquire about such matters openly. Don't ask what you shouldn't, Tang Tian replied curtly. Lu Shi acknowledged this with an "oh" and quickly turned back. However, he soon spoke again. Young Master Tang, do you truly wish to ascend to the upper levels? The individuals there possess formidable strength. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. How strong? Lu Shi replied. At the very least, they are in the tribulation transcendent stage, and those closer to the center may even include powerful beings at the ascension level. Are you confident in your abilities? Tang Tian paused for a moment. Li Hong and the Lan sisters were both in the tribulation transcendent stage now, but given their strength, securing a position should not pose a significant challenge. It would certainly be better than the lower levels. Let us proceed, Tang Tian declared. Lu Shi nodded, but after a brief moment, he asked, but, given your strength, why did you come here with those disciples from the lower affiliated sects? I have heard others say that powerful new disciples are usually recruited by those factions in advance. Tang Tian chuckled. You seem quite knowledgeable. My situation is rather unique. Consider it that they overlooked me. By the way, how are the disciples who came along with me faring? Lu Shi grimaced, quite poorly. Those individuals all believed themselves to be geniuses and were exceedingly arrogant. Then, everything was settled. They were unaware that the geniuses of the affiliated sects were inconsequential here. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, and then immediately donned a cheerful expression. Of course, you are not included. You are a true genius. Tang Tian merely hummed softly, disregarding the remark. His earlier inquiry had been casual. The other disciples from the affiliated sects were of no concern to him. Now that he had arrived at this place, he would observe their respective fortunes. In idle conversation, the group ascended further. Soon, another moon viewing platform came into view, comparable in size to the one in the fusion area. However, the number of disciples here was considerable, nearly crowding the space above. Some individuals were even engaged in friendly exchanges. Tang Tian strode directly over. The unfamiliar faces instantly aroused the vigilance of some disciples on the periphery. Step aside. This is not a place for you. One nearby individual shouted angrily. Tang Tian halted in his tracks. Li Hong, you, along with Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, should cultivate here. Li Hong responded respectfully. He then turned his gaze towards the disciple who had spoken earlier. This is troublesome. Please make way. Chapter 242. An acquaintance once more suddenly. The battle erupted with a resounding boom. However, it was as fleeting as it was fierce. The disciples, all at the initial stage of tribulation, stood no chance against Li Hong and were swiftly dispatched beyond the moonlit platform. Such a decisive and unceremonious conflict immediately drew the attention of other disciples, particularly those in close proximity, who furrowed their brows in concern. Their own abilities were closely matched with that of the recently defeated disciple, and should Li Hong choose to challenge them, they feared they might share a similar fate. Where had these unfamiliar yet formidable individuals emerged from so suddenly? Curiosity stirred among the onlookers, for after a fortnight of contention, the dynamics of this region had largely settled. The identities of these newcomers raised suspicions. Amidst the varied thoughts of the crowd, Tang Tian remained unfazed by their speculations. What do you think? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong pondered briefly before responding. We should be able to advance further. They are only marginally stronger than the tribulation masters from the outside world. Having battled with the talents from the affiliated sects in the divine capital, he possessed a clear understanding of his own standing. Very well, let us proceed. Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, you two may begin as well, Tang Tian commanded. Understood. At Tang Tian's directive, Li Hong, Lan Yu, and Lu Zhu commenced their methodical challenges, steadily advancing deeper into the moonlit platform. In terms of genuine combat prowess, the Lan Yu sisters surpassed even Li Hong by a measure. The disciples surrounding the platform were no match for their combined strength. Their momentum surged, and within a mere quarter of an hour, they reached the threshold between the initial and mid-stages of tribulation. It was only here that they began to feel the weight of pressure, as there remained many capable disciples within the heavenly mansion. After vanquishing yet another disciple, Tang Tian assessed the time and decided to allow Li Hong to cultivate at this juncture, while the Lan Yu sisters could delve a bit further. However, just then, a group of powerful disciples descended rapidly from the skies, landing around Tang Tian and his companions. Leading them was a tall, serious-looking young man, who scrutinized the scene before him with a furrowed brow. Stop, he commanded suddenly, his voice ringing out. Tang Tian turned to glance at him, realizing he was a disciple of the Ascendant Realm. Could he be akin to Huang Biao? The young man soon provided clarity. My name is Jiang Qingyun, and I am responsible for maintaining order on this moonlit platform. What are you doing? Jiang Qingyun asked coldly, surveying the group before locking his gaze onto Tang Tian. This individual possessed a keen sense of perception, quickly discerning that Tang Tian was the leader among them. We are contending for our positions on the platform, Tang Tian replied. Jiang Qingyun furrowed his brow and remarked, however, I have heard that only those three are engaged in battle, while the two of you have not lifted a finger from the beginning. He disregarded Lu Shi, who stood beside him, listening to Jiang Qingyun's inquiries. Tang Tian stroked his chin and questioned, what is inappropriate about that? Jiang Qingyun retorted sharply. It is certainly inappropriate. According to the rules of Wanhua platform, one must personally contend for the position they desire. If I am not mistaken, those three should be your subordinates, correct? Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Jiang Qingyun scoffed. Then if I am not mistaken, you intend for them to secure a favorable position on your behalf. This statement caused Tang Tian to ponder, as he had been perplexed regarding Jiang Qingyun's sudden confrontation. It appeared he had mistakenly assumed that Li Hong and the others were vying for positions on his account. Observing Jiang Qingyun's unwavering conviction, Tang Tian smiled and replied, "You have indeed misjudged. They are contending for their own positions, with no relation to anyone else." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyun raised an eyebrow, clearly displaying disbelief. "Then why did you come in here? The moonlight is about to descend. Instead of preparing for your cultivation, you choose to come here? You clearly harbor ulterior motives," he bellowed. Tang Tian fell silent. This fellow, who appeared outwardly composed, spoke like a naive youth, exuding a rather foolish air. "Why do you concern yourself with me? I merely entered to observe the commotion alongside the villagers," Tang Tian replied curtly. Jiang Qingyun glared. "You came to watch the excitement at Wanhua platform? Then I insist you leave at once, retreat beyond the confines of the platform. Lest you be overwhelmed by the moonlight's pressure and suffer injury. The blame will ultimately fall upon me. Hurry, exit now." With that, Jiang Qingyun stepped forward, compelling Tang Tian to retreat. Lu Shi, already intimidated, quickly stepped back. However, Gu Xiaoxue stood resolutely before Tang Tian, never forgetting her role as his protector. "Must you be so aggressive?" she chimed, her voice clear and bright. In previous encounters, her youthful demeanor would naturally temper the anger of those around her. Yet, Jiang Qingyun reacted in stark contrast, his fury intensifying. He positioned himself directly before Gu Xiaoxue, looking down at her with ire, exclaiming, "Are you pointing your finger at me? Do you wish to challenge me?" As his words echoed, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens, and a heavy aura descended, enveloping everyone in a profound sense of pressure. Jiang Qingyun's imposing presence proved to be remarkably formidable. Indeed, it is not so. The impending arrival of the moonlight heralds a significant moment. Nevertheless, the pressure exerted by Jiang Qingyun is undeniably palpable. The disciples surrounding them turned their gazes, relishing this conflict that bore no relevance to them. Under such strain, beads of cold sweat began to form on Lu Shi's forehead. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and whispered behind him, "Young Master Tang, perhaps we should reconsider. If we attract the attention of the steward here, we are certain to face repercussions. The steward of Wanhua Peak has a notoriously foul temper." Tang Tian could not help but feel speechless. Why did Lu Shi perceive everyone in such a negative light? Indeed, there was no necessity to linger here any longer. However, to withdraw in such a manner seemed rather foolish, and it was conceivable that Li Hong and the others might encounter difficulties. How should this situation be navigated? Yet, as Tang Tian pondered, a deep voice resonated from afar. "The moonlight is about to descend. What are you still doing here?" As the words fell, a figure emerged before the crowd. The steward. The surrounding disciples gasped, promptly averting their eyes, unwilling to continue spectating. Meanwhile, Lu Shi's body stiffened abruptly. This is disastrous. The steward has truly arrived. However, just as he was consumed by anxiety, contemplating an escape, the steward unexpectedly called out Tang Tian's name. "Tang Tian, what brings you here?" Tang Tian, upon recognizing the individual, could not help but smile. What a coincidence, Guan Daoyu. This person was none other than Guan Yu, with whom he had exchanged words earlier at the exit of the celestial ladder. Witnessing their familiarity left Lu Shi utterly astonished. Wasn't Tang Tian merely a newly promoted disciple from an affiliated sect? How could he possibly be surrounded by acquaintances? Chapter 243. Ascending the path. Upon realizing that the steward here was none other than Guan Yu, Tang Tian felt an immediate sense of relief. He was untroubled by those who were aggressive, but rather wary of someone as obstinate as Jiang Qingyun. For, to speak candidly, Jiang was indeed maintaining order at Wanhua platform. I had previously mentioned that we would undoubtedly cross paths, yet I had not anticipated our encounter would occur this very evening, in such a place as Wanhua platform. "I intended to inquire about you in a couple of days," Guan Yu remarked with a smile. Tang Tian returned the gesture. "I too did not foresee that you were the steward here." Guan Yu nodded. "Perhaps this is fate. By the way, what transpired earlier?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment before recounting the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's expression darkened, and he glared at Jiang Qingyun. Your duty is to maintain order, not to wield your authority with arrogance. Apologize to young Master Tang at once. Guan Yu bellowed. Jiang Qingyun, taken aback, replied with confusion. But they are suspected of breaking the rules, aren't they? Moreover, with the moonlight soon to descend, it is only reasonable for me to remove these unruly individuals. If anything were to happen here, wouldn't I be held responsible? Guan Yu, his teeth clenched and veins visibly throbbing, retorted, You foolish simpleton, how dare you argue with me? I swear I will make you regret it. As he prepared to take action, Tang Tian quickly intervened, grasping his arm. Enough, enough, there is no need for that. Jiang Daoist is merely fulfilling his responsibilities, he advised, preventing Guan Yu from escalating the situation. In truth, Tang Tian understood that Guan Yu was intentionally behaving this way. While others might be oblivious, Guan Yu, having been to the immortal ladder, was acutely aware of Tang Tian's true capabilities. Even without being recruited, he was not someone a mere steward could offend, let alone Jiang Qingyun. Guan Yu was employing this method to shield Jiang Qingyun. However, Tang Tian bore no real malice towards him. After pulling Guan Yu aside, he smiled and remarked, The disciple you have chosen is rather intriguing. I trust he will manage the order quite effectively. Guan Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's merely nonsense. Finding someone to manage things would make my life much easier. Besides, I wish to give him something to do. After all, he is my nephew. Guan Yu cast Tang Tian a knowing glance, which immediately enlightened Tang Tian to the underlying nepotism. Yet, upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyun rushed forward. Third uncle. Is it appropriate to say such things? Guan Yu. Tang Tian. In a fit of exasperation, Guan Yu delivered a swift kick that sent Jiang Qingyun flying. Subsequently unleashing a torrent of curses, Get the hell out of here. Return to your cave and refrain from cultivation today. Only when you have discerned your mistakes should you emerge. Guan Yu's fury was palpable. Tang Tian sighed in resignation. Brother Guan, let it be. After a brief interlude, Tang Tian departed from Wangyue platform with Xiao Shui, Lu Shi, and Guan Yu. As they were leaving, Guan Yu insisted on arranging a better place for Li Hong and the others, but Tang Tian politely declined. The essence of moonlight should be embraced in proportion to its power. The moonlight was about to descend. Young Master Tang, do you intend to ascend further? Guan Yu inquired. Tang Tian nodded. His plan for the evening was to assess the conditions of Wangyue Peak while ensuring Xiao Shui and the others were settled. Whether he cultivated or not was of little consequence. He did not mind sacrificing one evening. Do you know the path and circumstances ahead? Guan Yu asked. Tang Tian gestured towards Lu Shi, saying, I have a guide. Lu Shi was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. No, young Master Tang. I only have some understanding of the 8th and 9th levels. Beyond that, as you know, my strength is modest, and I lack the qualifications to venture further. He said awkwardly. He had assumed that Tang Tian's group would only explore the realms of the tribulation stage. Who could have imagined that Tang Tian would be so formidable? Even the steward here treated him with great respect. Indeed, disciples of the 9th level possess limited knowledge of what lies above, Guan Yu remarked. In that case, I shall accompany you. It will also serve to keep my inept nephew company. He was somewhat concerned that Tang Tian might harbor resentment towards Jiang Qingyun after the earlier incident. Tang Tian accepted this gesture of goodwill without reluctance. He then instructed Lu Shi to return to the 9th level while he, along with Xiao Shui and Guan Yu, continued their ascent. The journey was not lengthy, and moments before the moonlight's arrival, they reached the Wangyue platform on the 7th level. This was the training ground for disciples of the ascension stage. However, to Tang Tian's surprise, it was not as competitive for prime positions as the 8th and 9th levels. Moonlight had begun to descend, yet many spots on the platform remained unoccupied. Disciples who reached ascension before the age of 25 were already regarded as key talents in the Tianfu, and they were afforded ample resources. Guan Yu explained with a smile. Tang Tian nodded, and then led Gu Xiaoshui upward. Just then, brilliant moonlight beamed down from above. Accompanied by an overwhelming aura, countless strands of moonlight gently cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the entire Wangyue platform in an ethereal ambience. Tang Tian took a moment to absorb the atmosphere. Moonlight was indeed an extraordinary divine essence. It differed from celestial energy, yet complemented it perfectly. In such an environment, Cultivation will unfold effortlessly, like a smooth path ahead. Xiaoxue, you may cultivate here, Tang Tian remarked. All right, Gu Xiaoxue replied, nodding in agreement as she found a suitable spot to sit cross-legged on the ground. Guan Yu, observing Tang Tian, smiled gently and inquired, Young Master Tang, are you still intent on ascending? Tang Tian nodded. Indeed, the cultivation surroundings here were the finest he had ever encountered. Yet, for him at present, it remained far from sufficient. He felt a twinge of curiosity about the pinnacle of Yaya Peak and wondered what it truly held. How long will the moonlight last? Tang Tian asked. Guan Yu responded, approximately 2 hours. Typically, the power of the moonlight reaches its zenith after half an hour, then persists for another hour before gradually waning. Tang Tian acknowledged with a sound of understanding. Then let us hasten and continue our ascent. Guan Yu nodded in agreement. However, a sense of trepidation quietly stirred within him upon hearing Tang Tian's words. Half an hour. Was there truly a need to rush? Just how formidable was this fellow's true strength? Under the luminous glow of the moonlight, the two figures vanished into the hazy embrace of the night. Chapter 244. The celestial rankings bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight. Two figures ascended slowly upon Wangyue Peak. Young Master Tang, are you aware? Your exploits have become the talk of the town, Guan Yu suddenly remarked. Tang Tian paused momentarily, inquiring, what exploits? Turning his head, Guan Yu smiled and replied, surely. It pertains to the 9 Ridges trials. Initially, I was perplexed by the attention you garnered from such prominent figures. However, upon the revelation of events, I discovered the magnitude of your undertaking, clearing 4 mountain ridges and evading the gaze of over 200 hunters. Young Master Tang, how did you achieve such a feat? Tang Tian suddenly comprehended, so it was this matter. He understood that it was futile to conceal the events, yet he had not anticipated the news would spread so swiftly. He had assumed that his actions would be witnessed by the outside world, hence he acted with decisive force to eliminate the hunters. He never imagined it would culminate in such a manner. Consider it my concern for their potential retaliation, Tang Tian casually remarked. Guan Yu chuckled in response. Then you may rest assured. To defeat others openly and fairly is not something that can be used against you, unless one wishes to become a laughingstock in the entire Tianfu. However, this incident has certainly captured the attention of those elite talents. Many are eager to witness the prowess of this year's newcomer champion. Tang Tian rubbed his nose thoughtfully. A champion, was it? The title resonated with prominence, almost provoking. Nevertheless, having chosen this path, he had long prepared himself mentally and even felt a tinge of anticipation for a contest with the genuine prodigies of Tianfu. I am here. If they wish to see, let them come, he stated nonchalantly. Guan Yu was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Young Master Tang, your confidence is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder that even some of the esteemed figures above hold you in high regard. Tang Tian shook his head. As cultivators, we speak not of fear. If one lacks the courage to accept challenges, it would be better to return home and tend to the fields. I merely hope that those who come forth possess the qualifications worthy of my engagement. He was acutely aware that his dialogue with Guan Yu would inevitably be disseminated. Thus maintaining a semblance of arrogance was prudent. After all, he had come to Tianfu with the intent to assert himself. Guan Yu gazed at Tang Tian for a moment, then remarked, there will surely be challengers. In Tianfu, there is no shortage of battles. They unfold at every moment. Furthermore, there are already those who wish to include you in this year's disciple rankings. If you truly make it onto the list, it is certain that challengers will seek you out. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. The celestial rankings? Guan Yu nodded. Indeed. It is a list designated for each year's newly inducted disciples. Those who can secure a place on the list are all exceptionally talented individuals. Tang Tian suddenly realized that similar rankings existed within the Qinghua sect. However, at that time, he held the title of honorary disciple, which did not afford him any connection to them. Now, as a genuine disciple entering the Tianfu, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to engage with them. How many individuals are on the list? Tang Tian inquired. Guan Yu responded. The Earth ranking comprises 1,000 individuals, while the Heaven ranking is limited to a mere 100 slots. Tang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. He had anticipated the list to be something extraordinarily rare, yet it turned out to accommodate so many. Seemingly perceiving Tang Tian's thoughts, Guan Yu remarked, do not underestimate this list. Those who make it onto the Earth ranking are, at the very least, disciples above the immortal realm. Even ordinary immortals may not gain entry. Only those who have transcended to the true immortal level can firmly secure their positions. As for the heaven ranking, its very name signifies its power. Only those who have reached the celestial immortal cultivation can hope to be included. Tang Tian stroked his chin, musing that such criteria indeed indicated the presence of formidable strength. Perhaps, due to the sheer number of disciples in Tianfu, a greater number of individuals were ranked. However, he pondered, surely no one is aware of my true capabilities yet? How could anyone consider placing me on such a list? Guan Yu chuckled, there must be other reasons at play. I suspect that the esteemed figure who has given you a favorable assessment possesses an extraordinary status. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. This indeed seemed the only plausible explanation. A person wielding such significant influence would undoubtedly be more than a mere immortal king. The immortal sovereign. The only immortal sovereign he had encountered or learned about could only be the true power behind the entrance trials. Tang Tian made some educated guesses. Yet these matters were of little consequence. He would inevitably come into contact with that individual in due time. As they engaged in casual conversation, the pair ascended to the 6th level of Wangyue Peak. This realm belonged to the disciples of the immortal realm. Upon arriving, Tang Tian sensed an abrupt increase in the pressure of the moonlight overhead, transporting him to an entirely new domain. In the lower 3 tiers, disciples in the tribulation phase had the opportunity to cultivate in the area of the ascendant realm, but disciples of the ascendant realm could never ascend here. Should they attempt to do so, they would undoubtedly suffer devastating repercussions from the cosmic pressure. The Wangyue platform in this vicinity was considerably more spacious, allowing them to find a suitable spot with ease. Young Master Tang, do you wish to ascend further? Guan Yu cautiously inquired. Tang Tian stood in quiet contemplation for a moment before ultimately nodding. Let us proceed, he replied nonchalantly. Observing Tang Tian's composed demeanor, Guan Yu felt a sudden chill. Was the moonlight of the immortal realm insufficient? It seemed that even without the endorsement of that esteemed figure, Tang Tian's prowess was already sufficient to merit a place on the earth ranking. Very well, follow me, Guan Yu said. Moments later, they ascended into the realm of the true immortals. The moonlight here was even more intense. However, simultaneously, the pressure of the heavens and earth grew increasingly formidable. Upon arriving at the moon-gazing platform, Tang Tian noticed that the number of disciples had significantly dwindled. On the vast expanse of the platform, there were only a handful of figures, basking in the ethereal glow of the moonlight. Disciples who had reached the level beyond true immortal were rare in the heavenly capital, coveted by all major factions. Many possessed cultivation environments superior to that of the Moon Cave, hence they opted not to come here. Guan Yu explained, then turned to Tang Tian and inquired, what do you think of this place? Tang Tian silently absorbed the atmosphere for a moment. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of true immortal, the environment here was sufficient for his fundamental training. Yet, bolstered by the presence of the Chaos Child and the Chaos Body, he could withstand far greater heavenly pressure. There was still ample room for ascension. Let us continue upward, Tang Tian declared. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu stood utterly astonished in place. Chapter 245. Ascending to the Moonwatch Peak upon learning of Tang Tian's actions in the 9 ridges. Guan Yu realized that Tang Tian's prowess must surely transcend the realm of immortals. Coupled with the commendation from a certain esteemed figure, even his premature placement on the earthly rankings did not strike him as particularly outrageous. Nevertheless, he remained unconvinced that Tang Tian could be compared to the true prodigies within the heavenly mansion, given the stark disparity in their cultivation environments. While it was conceivable that Tang Tian might gradually catch up during his future cultivation, it was certainly not the present moment. However, the events that had just unfolded shattered his previous assumptions entirely. The lunar radiance of the immortal realm could not satisfy Tang Tian, and even the lunar brilliance of the true immortal realm failed to impede his ascent. Had Tang Tian already attained a level beyond the profound immortals in such a barren cultivation environment? A sense of absurdity welled up within Guan Yu. Young Master Tang, are you certain you wish to proceed further? The pressure up there is no trifling matter, Guan Yu asked, somewhat dazed. Observing his expression, Tang Tian smiled and replied, are you curious about my true cultivation level? He had long sensed that Guan Yu had been subtly inquiring about his capabilities, but deemed it rather impolite to address it directly. Caught in the act, Guan Yu offered an awkward smile and confessed, I am indeed a bit curious. After all, It is quite challenging to make progress in the immortal realm from such a place. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging that is indeed true. The greatest flaw of the outside world is the difficulty in finding a location abundant in celestial energy. However, I have acquired certain fortuitous opportunities, and my current cultivation has reached the true immortal realm. He candidly disclosed his cultivation status to Guan Yu, feeling no need to conceal the truth, as it would inevitably be uncovered in due course. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu inhaled deeply. As expected, Tang Tian had surpassed the initial immortal realm. Yet, this revelation alleviated much of the absurdity he felt within. After all, the true immortal realm was still within the realm of human comprehension. Then why do you still wish to ascend? Is this not an ideal place for true immortal cultivation? Guan Yu inquired, puzzled. Tang Tian elucidated. Today marks my first day in the heavenly mansion, and I am quite curious about the Moonwatch Peak. This evening, I do not intend to commence my cultivation yet. Rather, I wish to familiarize myself with this locale. Thus, I desire to ascend further and explore. Guan Yu nodded, finding this reasoning quite plausible. It was natural to harbor curiosity upon arriving at a new place. However, you must prepare yourself psychologically. The conditions above differ vastly from those below, Guan Yu warned earnestly. The true immortal region is the final area that possesses the Moonwatch platform. As one ascends, the pressure of the heavens and earth grows immensely formidable in all regions. Should you sense an impending crisis, it is imperative to retreat without delay. The potential for minor injuries pales in comparison to the irrevocable damage one might incur, which could lead to unending regret. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, expressing, I shall remain vigilant. My primary intention is to observe the nature of the higher tiers. Guan Yu smirked. It is not advisable to explore haphazardly. Furthermore, the classification of tiers is merely a human construct. Strictly speaking, Mount Wangyue does not possess a definitive 9 layers. The pressure intensifies as one ascends. If you truly wish to continue your climb, you must heed this warning. Tang Tian acknowledged his understanding, yet discerned an underlying implication in Guan Yu's words. Are you not planning to accompany me further? He inquired with a smile. Guan Yu shook his head resolutely. I am but a true immortal, and I already feel considerable pressure here. I have no desire to further invite hardship upon myself. However, take my communication jade talisman. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, shatter it, and I shall find a way to reach you. Tang Tian clasped his hands in gratitude. I appreciate it, Brother Guan. Moments later, equipped with Guan Yu's jade talisman, Tang Tian embarked upon his solitary journey. With each step upward, the pressure of the heavens and earth escalated at a visibly tangible rate. Yet, Tang Tian's physique had attained an extraordinary peak. The overwhelming pressure that rendered even the Xian immortal unable to advance could not impede his progress. Time passed, and the moon in the sky gradually approached its zenith. The moonlight cascading from Mount Wangyue reached an unparalleled intensity, with countless beams descending, infusing the air with an ethereal essence that permeated his being. Even without entering a meditative state, accompanied by a surge of celestial energy, Tang Tian's cultivation steadily progressed. Should he continue to cultivate in such an environment, he surmised he would soon ascend to the next realm. Nevertheless, this place had yet to unveil Tang Tian's limits. With measured steps, he pressed onward. Shortly thereafter, as he traversed a dense thicket, he suddenly emerged into a vast, open expanse. The moonlight bathed the area in a pristine glow, as if the very essence of the moon had enveloped the landscape in a gentle mist. Turning to gaze back, he found himself nearly level with the entrance to Wangyue Cave. Have I reached the summit? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. The pressure here had reached its zenith. Even with the chaotic body, he felt an overwhelming weight, as though moving through a mire. He surmised that only those above the golden immortal realm would be able to cultivate here with any semblance of normalcy. Alternatively, akin to him, possessing some extraordinary physique or innate gifts. Should there be any disciples, they would undoubtedly belong to the most elite echelon of the heavenly mansion. This shall suffice, Tang Tian declared, gazing at the moon that had ascended to its zenith, resolving to conclude his exploration for the night. Otherwise, it would merely devolve into aimless wandering. Selecting a suitable spot, he settled into a cross-legged position. Subsequently, he released Xiao. Upon being freed, Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, its countenance radiating sheer ecstasy. For it, this was indeed an exceptional environment for growth. Remain close to me while you cultivate, Do not wander off. Refrain from indiscriminate nibbling, as formidable beings may very well inhabit this place, Tang Tian instructed. Thereafter, he immersed himself in focused meditation, initiating his cultivation. Countless moonbeams surged into his being like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, Tang Tian unsealed the ancient jade, allowing torrents of celestial energy to merge with the ambient spiritual forces. Flooding into his dantian, his cultivation progressed at an astonishingly visible pace. However, unbeknownst to the engrossed Tang Tian, his glorious exploits during the Nine Ridges trial, along with pertinent information about him, had begun to sweep through the heavenly mansion like a tempest. Chapter 246. What can you do to me? In the days that followed, Tang Tian devoted his daylight hours to serene cultivation within his cave dwelling, while at night, he ascended to the summit of Wangyue Peak to harness the ethereal moonlight for his training. The efficacy of the moonlight surpassed his expectations, enabling the celestial energy that flowed into him to swiftly become an integral part of his being. Consequently, as long as he absorbed the celestial energy at a rapid pace, his cultivation speed would escalate dramatically. With his chaos body, Tang Tian resembled an insatiable abyss, capable of absorbing celestial energy from both the surrounding environment and the mysterious ancient jade without reservation. As a result, his cultivation experienced a meteoric rise. In merely 4 days since his arrival at Wangyue Cave Heaven, he successfully advanced beyond the late-stage true immortal realm, swiftly progressing towards the pinnacle of true immortal perfection. Simultaneously, his name and exploits began to circulate widely within the heavenly prefecture. Have you heard? Among the new outer disciples this year, an extraordinary figure has emerged, single-handedly eliminating over 200 elite disciples during the entrance trials. No way. Is he really that formidable? I thought the talents from the outside were on a completely different level, utterly incapable of putting up a fight. This time is an exception. I even heard that a prominent figure from the higher echelons of the heavenly prefecture has expressed admiration for him. Moreover, news from Wangyue Cave Heaven has confirmed that Tang Tian has reached the true immortal realm, making his entry into the heavenly rankings nearly a foregone conclusion. The disciples of the heavenly prefecture engaged in animated discussions, although some expressed skepticism about the news. An outer newcomer king? Please, spare me. A new one emerges every 5 years. How many are truly formidable? They are just riding on empty fame. The conditions outside cannot possibly nurture any exceptional talents. I wager he is at best a mid-tier disciple, and the higher he is lauded, the more devastatingly he will fall. Haha, whether he is a horse or a mule. Let us take him out for a walk, and we will surely find out. Despite the varied opinions among the disciples, a few days later, Tang Tian indeed entered the Earth rankings, and his position was not insignificant, landing him among the top 600. This rank already signified a considerable mastery in the true immortal realm. Witnessing this, the disciples became even more intrigued by Tang Tian, eager to ascertain whether he truly possessed the merit to earn such a ranking. As the fervor surrounding an event escalates, there are always those who take the initiative to test the waters. On the 10th day of his time in Wangyue Cave Heaven, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. After 10 days of relentless cultivation, he had finally reached the stage of true immortal perfection, just a step away from entering the celestial immortal realm. Feeling the surging celestial energy within him, Tang Tian smiled faintly. Indeed, his decision to join the heavenly prefecture had proven to be the right one. Had he remained at Qingyue sect, he would never have encountered a cultivation environment akin to that of Wangyue Cave Heaven. Merely relying on the mystical ancient jades bestowed celestial power, it seems quite challenging to even break through to the later stage of true immortal. Standing at the pinnacle, it may forever remain an elusive dream. Not bad, Tang Tian mused, thoroughly pleased with his current pace of cultivation. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Li Hong suddenly knocked on his door. Upon opening it, Tang Tian noticed Li Hong's serious expression as he spoke. Young master, a group of disciples has suddenly arrived outside, clamoring to challenge you. Their strength is formidable. I estimate they possess powers surpassing the immortal realm. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, confirming that they had indeed come. Previously, Guan Yu had warned him that someone would come to test his mettle. It appears that moment has finally arrived. Right outside the cave? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong nodded. Yes, there are about a dozen of them. Many other disciples have gathered around as well. It's not just from our area, but it seems some from the upper echelons have also descended. I have already informed Elder One, and they are on their way. Tang Tian responded with a slight hum. Smiling, very well, let us proceed. I wish to see for myself the true caliber of the elites from Tianfu. After saying this, he rose and walked outside with Li Hong. Outside Tang Tian's cave, a group of young disciples stood, radiating powerful auras, arms crossed, projecting an air of invincibility. Surrounding the cave were disciples from Tianfu, all drawn to witness the unfolding spectacle. Over time, they had heard of Tang Tian's exploits and were curious to ascertain whether he truly possessed sufficient strength. Meanwhile, the Lan Yu sisters stood guard at the entrance, subtly confronting the group of talented youths. What is your master doing? Why does he not come out? Is he afraid? A young man sneered, looking down at the two. Lan Yu frowned slightly and replied coldly, You intrude uninvited and disturb my master's cultivation. One might say your conduct is quite questionable. Does Tianfu teach only cultivation and neglect the virtue of morality? They were unperturbed by verbal sparring. The young man scoffed, What does it matter how Tianfu is? It is not for you, a country bumpkin, to speak of. He continued, If you are unconvinced, why not engage me in a duel? Even if I were to bind your hands and feet, you would only be left to endure my blows. Lan Yu chuckled, We hail from the esteemed sect of Tianfu. Yet you dare to label us as country bumpkins? Do you believe that the hundreds of sects under Tianfu are unworthy of being its disciples? She elevated the discourse, forcing the adversary into a corner. The youth found himself at a loss for words. Their private monikers were never intended for such public declaration. However, at that moment, another disciple stepped forward and spoke softly, We certainly did not mean any offense. Our intention today was not to provoke a quarrel. Previously, we heard whispers of an individual exerting their dominance here, mercilessly oppressing fellow disciples and unjustly claiming the moon viewing platform. Thus, we have come to seek justice. This provocateur has found what appears to be a justifiable pretext for his actions. Lan Yu paused, contemplating how to retaliate. Just then, a voice resonated through the air. Isn't Tianfu a realm where might reigns supreme? Why do you insist on fabricating excuses? Tang Tian's figure emerged before the crowd. Listening to his words, the earlier speaker felt a surge of indignation. It was clearly your servant who inquired about our reasoning, and now you accuse us of lacking decorum despite having no grounds. Now that I have presented a reason, you decry me for being overly verbose. Have you exhausted all your words? I merely wish to inquire if what I stated earlier holds any truth. The individual spoke in a deep tone. Tang Tian responded with a faint smile, Indeed. I am the tyrant here. I do oppress my fellow disciples. I do seize the moon viewing platform. What can you do about it? His tone was nothing short of audacious. Chapter 247. Even true immortals have their differences, what audacity. Tang Tian's unparalleled arrogance ignited a fervor among the onlookers. They had witnessed arrogance before, but never to such an extreme. You wish to find an excuse to accuse me and create trouble? Very well, all your words ring true. I did all of that. What can you possibly do to me? Tang Tian's demeanor at this moment could be encapsulated in 4 words, utterly dismissive. If there were a significant disparity in strength between them, perhaps his words could be reluctantly tolerated. However, the opponent was also a genius disciple from the realm of immortals, and there were many of them. What prowess did Tang Tian possess to act so brazenly before these individuals? After being retorted, the faces of the dozen or so disciples darkened considerably. Tang Tian, do you still believe you are in that insignificant place called Qinghua sect, where you can flaunt your power at will? This is Tianfu, and it is not your domain to run rampant. One person shouted angrily. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled nonchalantly. I understand everything you say, yet I choose to be unruly. What can you do about it? With that, he casually seated himself, while Li Hong promptly provided a soft chair for him. Subsequently, Tang Tian crossed his legs and poured himself a jug of fine liquor, leisurely serving himself. His demeanor completely disregarded the presence of those around him. Incredible. His calmness does not seem feigned. Does he truly possess sufficient strength? I am thoroughly impressed. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to sit down and drink. My legs would be trembling with anxiety. What are those geniuses doing? Surely they are not intimidated? People whispered among themselves. Feeling the weight of the gazes around them, the Tianfu geniuses were utterly infuriated. They gritted their teeth, glaring fiercely at Tang Tian. Then, the young man who had spoken first stepped forward. Tang Tian, I feel it is necessary to bring you back to reality. Even if you possess the strength of a true immortal, what does it matter? I will demonstrate to you that the true immortals of Tianfu are on an entirely different level compared to your kind from the far reaches. True immortals indeed have their disparities, he shouted furiously. Tang Tian casually glanced at him. Wouldn't it have been better to say this sooner? You're just rambling. State your name. As my first defeated opponent in Tianfu, you deserve to have your name remembered. Veins bulged on the young man's forehead. This fellow is insufferably arrogant. His words are utterly infuriating. Humph, then listen closely. My name is Fan Daji. I am ranked 923 on the Earth rankings. Fan Daji bellowed. With that, an overwhelming aura erupted, sweeping through the surroundings. He had indeed reached the level of a true immortal. Yet, Tang Tian's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. In the early stages of true immortality, the challenge posed to him was utterly negligible. However, for the average disciples, this realm remained an unattainable pinnacle. My goodness, does it truly commence with such intensity? I had anticipated that the highest level one might reach would be that of an immortal. Yet here we have a master from the Earth ranking making a personal appearance. The situation is dire, as Tang Tian has recently garnered overwhelming acclaim, particularly after single-handedly eliminating over 100 disciples of the Heavenly Mansion, leading many prodigies to conspire to diminish his reputation. This is a true immortal of the Earth ranking. Can Tang Tian maintain such composure in the face of this? All eyes turned towards him. What they did not expect was that Tang Tian exhibited not the slightest reaction. He remained leisurely seated in his soft chair, pouring wine with hands that betrayed no tremor. Ah, very well, I have taken note. Come forth and unleash your strongest technique. If you can compel me to rise from this chair, I shall concede your victory. A friendly reminder, you have but a single opportunity to strike, Tang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Upon the conclusion of his words, an enveloping silence fell over the crowd, or perhaps they had merely grown numb. If Tang Tian's previous bravado had momentarily unsettled them, this declaration had transcended their capacity for comprehension. The opponent was a master of the Earth ranking, sharing the same realm of true immortality. How could he speak so calmly? Haha, splendid, splendid. Fan Daji's fury erupted into laughter, his hair bristling with indignation. You are indeed audacious. However, those who are bold often pay a price. With that, he unleashed his might. A torrent of celestial energy surged around him, compressing rapidly as he clenched his fist, culminating in a concentrated force upon his knuckles. Then, with a ferocious roar, he charged at Tang Tian, enveloped in unparalleled authority. In the next moment, a colossal fist shimmering with golden light loomed before Tang Tian. Indeed, a prodigy of the Earth ranking is extraordinary. Tang Tian had previously engaged with the profound immortals of the War God Hall. Though their abilities were formidable, they had evidently reached their level through years of relentless effort. In contrast, the young Fan Daji, barely in his 20s, possessed such prowess, a testament to his exceptional talent. Should he cultivate to the realm of profound immortality, he would undoubtedly surpass those from the War God Hall in strength. If Tang Tian were a mere ordinary true immortal from the outside world, he would surely be no match for Fan Daji. Yet, regrettably for Fan Daji, Tang Tian was anything but ordinary. The strike unleashed by Fan Daji, in his eyes, resembled a child's play, weak and riddled with flaws. Observing Fan Daji's contorted visage, Tang Tian leisurely lifted his wine cup, preemptively countering the golden fist. Boom! The resounding roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A terrifying surge of celestial energy erupted from the point of collision between the two combatants. Some disciples who had ventured too close were instantly destabilized, staggering back several paces before collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Mount Wangyue had withstood the relentless refinement of the moon's radiance over the years, allowing it to endure the aftermath of the fierce battle. Otherwise, a cataclysmic scene would have undoubtedly ensued. As the thunderous clash subsided, onlookers hurriedly turned their gaze towards the battlefield, only to find themselves momentarily frozen in astonishment. Before them knelt Fan Daji, who moments ago had succumbed to a frenzied state. His radiant golden aura now entirely extinguished. His face was ashen, and he found himself on his knees before Tang Tian. The arm he had intended for attack hung limply, its sleeve completely torn away, revealing a strong limb marred by intricate fissures from which blood oozed and dripped onto the ground. In stark contrast, Tang Tian remained composed, his expression unchanged, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He slowly withdrew his hand, the very hand that had directly clashed with Fan Daji. The latter's arm had been rendered useless, yet not a single drop of wine had been spilled from Tang Tian's cup. He leisurely savored his drink before remarking, "You are quite right. Even among true immortals, there exists disparity." He then cast his gaze upon the other disciples who had accompanied Fan Daji. Who else dares to challenge? Chapter 248. Taking the initiative. What transpired just now? My heavens! Was the formidable Earth-ranking expert, Fan Daji, truly vanquished in a single strike by Tang Tian? After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. This is utterly preposterous. Although Fan Daji possessed only the early-stage true immortal cultivation, his position on the Earth ranking surely signifies he is no weakling. Even if Tang Tian were somewhat stronger, it seems improbable that he would be rendered utterly defenseless in Fan Daji's presence. What on earth is going on? I initially believed that Tang Tian's ranking beyond 600 was somewhat inflated. Yet, it is now evident that he possesses the prowess befitting such a rank. Furthermore, it is highly likely that he is capable of far more. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their expressions shifting from mere spectatorship to sheer astonishment. Could it be that a new disciple from the outside world possesses such formidable strength? In response to the throng's reaction, Tang Tian remained unfazed, calmly seated in his plush chair, leisurely savoring his wine. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? He surveyed those across from him. Meanwhile, Fan Daji's companions were engulfed in profound shock. They had arrived with little regard for Tang Tian, as historically no disciple entering the heavenly mansion from the outside had ever displayed such brilliance from the outset. Even the illustrious Ling Luo, decades prior, garnered attention only after the Dragon Gate trial, subsequently soaring to greatness. This was a limitation imposed by the external environment, seemingly unavoidable. However, Tang Tian appeared to defy this widely held belief. In the entrance trial, he single-handedly eliminated over 100 heavenly mansion disciples, and now, with but a single move, he had rendered the Earth-ranking expert, Fan Daji, utterly incapacitated. His strength seemed fathomless, akin to an abyss, eluding comprehension. Faced with Tang Tian's inquiry, the crowd momentarily stood in stunned silence, their confidence in victory evaporating, rendering them hesitant to advance. Observing the indecisive disciples, Tang Tian let out a soft sigh. I had assumed that the disciples of the heavenly mansion were the most exceptional talents in the world. Yet, what a disappointment it is to see such a lack of courage to challenge. What right do they have to call themselves strong? His words dripped with derision. All were ambitious youths, and upon hearing Tang Tian's remarks, their anger swiftly eclipsed their fear. A young man leaped forth from the crowd. He appeared somewhat younger than Fan Daji, yet his aura was undeniably more powerful. Tang Tian, do not let your victory inflate your pride, the youth exclaimed vehemently. Tang Tian merely smiled lightly and replied, "What words are these? I emerged victorious in the recent battle. If I am not to be proud, who then should bask in pride?" The young man's expression darkened. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, for Tang Tian's reasoning was indeed sound, albeit slightly lacking in martial decorum. In a moment of exasperation, he could only let out a cold snort. "You may have defeated Brother Fan. Yet that does not guarantee your victory over others." "I am." The youth was about to proclaim his name, but Tang Tian raised his hand, interrupting his self-introduction. "I shall only remember the name of the first vanquished opponent. The rest hold no interest for me," Tang Tian stated indifferently. The youth clenched his teeth in frustration. This fellow was utterly arrogant, infuriating, and detestable. "You possess such confidence that you can defeat me?" he bellowed, his inner fury and strength reaching a peak, ready to erupt at any moment. Yet Tang Tian remained unfazed, casually inquiring, "So, are you challenging me now?" "Of course," the youth shouted vehemently. Tang Tian nodded before asking, "Shall we commence now?" The youth's gaze turned icy. "Certainly." Tang Tian then asked, "Do you require me to allow you a free strike?" "Not at all," the youth retorted. "Then, shall I count down?" The youth, nearly beside himself with rage, shouted, "No need for that either." His eyes blazed with a fury that seemed capable of consuming Tang Tian whole. However, just as his words fell, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. Boom. The weight of the pressure was overwhelming. The youth barely managed to take a heavy step forward before stabilizing himself, avoiding a direct collapse to the ground. Yet, he felt exceedingly uncomfortable, as though he were bearing an invisible mountain upon his shoulders. Within mere moments, his face flushed crimson, and his knees and other joints creaked ominously, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. What's happening? Some spectators were bewildered by the scene. However, those disciples descending from the summit of Wangyue Peak discerned the underlying cause. It was Tang Tian who had made his move. He exerted a dreadful force upon his opponent, a kind of intangible pressure that, based on my conjecture, was likely related to geomagnetism. After all, they were geniuses, and they quickly deduced the technique Tang Tian employed. Indeed, it was the power of geomagnetism, also referred to as gravity. The moment the youth declared he did not need a countdown, Tang Tian had altered the gravity in the vicinity, amplifying it a full 10,000 times. Whoever said that the protagonist could only be forced to retaliate? This time, Tang Tian chose to take the initiative. The geomagnetic force was colorless and formless, so subtle that even the fluctuations of spiritual energy were difficult to detect. It was truly an essential skill for anyone navigating the martial world. However, to Tang Tian's slight surprise, his opponent reacted swiftly and managed to withstand the overwhelming pressure of the 10,000-fold gravity. It appeared that the talents of Tianfu had some merit after all. Regrettably, Tang Tian's purpose today was to establish his dominance. Slowly caressing the wine cup in his hand, he increased the geomagnetic force on the youth once more, amplifying it another 10,000 times. In that moment, he could no longer bear it. With a resounding crash, the young man knelt upon both knees. Accompanied by the cracking sound of bones, the ground, reinforced by the moonlight, yielded beneath him, creating two shallow depressions, while the earth itself reverberated ominously. The pent-up fury and strength of the youth manifested as a mouthful of blood, splattering upon the ground. Everyone, once again, was rendered speechless. The recent defeat of Fan Daji had already left them in utter shock, and now, this spectacle sent chills down their spines. Had Tang Tian not held back, their opponent would have had no opportunity to strike at all. After a prolonged silence, someone murmured, "If I recall correctly, this young man is named Li Fei, a formidable warrior ranked 743 on the Earth list, true immortal late stage." The crowd was momentarily stunned. To render a true immortal late-stage expert utterly defenseless. Could it be that Tang Tian's cultivation was at the celestial immortal level? The individual shook his head and chuckled ruefully. Even if he was not a celestial immortal, he undoubtedly possessed the combat prowess of one. Truly, he was a prodigy, even more terrifying than that figure from over 20 years ago. The divine land, it seemed, was poised for a transformation. The people erupted in astonishment. Yet, Tang Tian remained composed, his demeanor unperturbed. Next, he set his sights on the remaining challengers. Chapter 249, He is so handsome. Who is next? Come on. Tang Tian gazed at the remaining companions of Fan Daji. Just moments ago, each of them had boasted with fervor. However, after Tang Tian effortlessly vanquished two of their number, they fell silent, instinctively retreating a couple of steps at the mere sight of him. Li Fei was already the strongest among them, and with his defeat, who among them could muster the courage to challenge Tang Tian further? Observing their wavering resolve, Tang Tian had no intention of letting them off the hook so easily. Did they think they could come and go as they pleased? Such opportunities are scarce in this world. If you choose to challenge me, you must be prepared to face the consequences of failure. Tang Tian gradually composed himself, intending to detain this group. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance. "Stop!" A tall figure descended before the assembly. It was Wen Xiao, the overseer of this region. Upon his arrival, Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Was his timing so impeccable? If memory serves, Li Hong had mentioned that he had already informed Wen Xiao when these individuals entered the cave. Wen Xiao's location was not far from here. Even if he had taken some time for a meal or a skirmish, he should have arrived sooner. Yet, he chose to appear only now, as the disciples of Tianfu found themselves at a disadvantage. It seems Wen Xiao's allegiance is indeed open to debate. As Wen Xiao landed, he surveyed the two opposing factions and the two Tianfu disciples kneeling on the ground, his brow furrowing in disapproval. He then addressed the Tianfu disciples sternly. "What is the meaning of this? Wangyue Cave is a place for cultivation. Who permitted you to disturb your fellow disciples?" Several disciples, caught off guard, quickly offered their apologies to Wen Xiao. Although their cultivation levels might be comparable, Wen Xiao was the authority in this area, and his presence commanded a certain respect. However, it was evident that Wen Xiao directed his ire at them first, likely seeking a way to defuse the situation. Tang Tian sighed softly, conceding for the moment. He rose from his seat and said, "There is no need for you to pursue this matter, Supervisor Wen. Mutual exchanges and sparring amongst disciples are also forms of cultivation. I have always welcomed such friendly interactions." Upon hearing this, Wen Xiu's expression softened a bit. Master Tang's magnanimity is truly commendable. He then turned to the others, admonishing them in a raised voice. "You should express your gratitude to Master Tang. Do you not realize your own limitations?" The group fell silent. Yet they appeared relieved as they repeatedly thanked Tang Tian. Internally, Tang Tian mused, "Indeed, Wen Xiu's biases are quite apparent. He had previously refrained from appearing, likely wishing to assess his true capabilities. However, one cannot entirely blame him. After all, he is a native of Tianfu and naturally inclined to favor its disciples." Nevertheless, Tang Tian would not simply accept this hidden affront. As soon as Wen Xiu's words fell, Fan Daji and Li Fei attempted to seize the moment to slip away. With a sweeping gesture, Tang Tian summoned an invisible force that descended upon them, pinning them firmly to the ground, rendering their situation even more unbearable than before. Observing this, Wen Xiu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Young Master Tang, what is the meaning of this?" Tang Tian chuckled softly. "Since they have chosen to challenge, they must also bear the consequences of failure. If faced with a true adversary, it would not suffice merely to compel them to kneel. My slight reprimand serves to instill in them a lasting lesson, so they may not find themselves regretting their actions in the future. What do you think, Manager Wen?" He locked eyes with Wen Xiu, asserting, "I have granted you face. Thus, you must afford me the same in return." Wen Xiu regarded Tang Tian quietly for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "Young Master Tang speaks the truth. In comparison to losing one's life, this is hardly significant. I believe from this day forth, they will deeply understand one fundamental truth. Arrogance must be matched with ability. Without sufficient strength, the more one boasts, the greater the risk of becoming a laughingstock." With that, he turned to Tang Tian and remarked, "Your prowess, young Master Tang, has truly exceeded our expectations. However, Tianfu boasts numerous prodigies. The likes of Fan Daji are but a mere shadow compared to the true top-tier talents. Do you possess sufficient confidence to triumph over them?" Tang Tian narrowed his eyes, pondering whether this was a challenge. Such audacity from someone who had taken his money yet remained so ungracious was indeed irksome. "Oh," he mused, "I have often heard it said that the world's true geniuses reside within the confines of Yunding Tianfu. Yet upon my arrival here, I have found not a single worthy opponent. If, as Manager Wen suggests, there are many exceptional talents I have yet to encounter, I would be most delighted. I eagerly anticipate meeting a genuine rival. However, from what I can see, the so-called Tianfu elites are rather unimpressive." Their gazes locked, the tension in the air became palpable. Although Tang Tian struggled to comprehend why Wen Xiu was so fiercely protective, he resolved not to grant any satisfaction to his adversary. As for whether his words might offend the entire Tianfu disciple community, he remained indifferent. Regardless, those individuals never regarded him as a true peer, constantly referring to him as a lower sect or country bumpkin, which irked him considerably. What of offending them? I came to Tianfu to revel in my prowess, not to engage in frivolous romance with such individuals. Young Master Tang, indeed, exhibits remarkable audacity. Wen Xiu remarked coldly, "I believe someone will undoubtedly hear your words and subsequently challenge you." Soon enough, Tang Tian replied with a slight smile, "And that would be splendid. However, I reiterate, those who seek to challenge me must be prepared to face defeat. I ask for nothing more. If they lose, they shall kneel outside my abode for a day. Let it commence with the two of them." Wen Xiu's gaze was frigid, yet in the end, he chose silence, snorting disdainfully before turning away. Thus, the inaugural challenge directed at Tang Tian culminated with Fan Daji and Li Fei's defeat, compelling them to kneel outside Tang Tian's dwelling. The onlookers erupted in fervor. Most did not share Wen Xiu's peculiar obsession. They merely approached to witness the spectacle unfold. However, Tang Tian's capabilities surpassed all expectations, defying the very heavens. His strength was undoubtedly far beyond that of the 600th rank. Even celestial beings would likely reconsider their own prowess before confronting him. Yet, his brazen confidence in challenging all Tianfu elites was audacious. But what of it? If one is dissatisfied, let them make a move. Indeed, Tang Tian's fearless and haughty spirit is the exemplar we ought to venerate. One must admit, his arrogant demeanor, dismissive of all, is strikingly charismatic. Amidst the fervent discussions, every detail of this challenge, including Tang Tian's words and demeanor, swiftly spread throughout Wang Yue cave heaven. Chapter 250. I said nothing, young master. Do you think we were a bit too ostentatious just now? Upon returning to the cave, Li Hong remarked with a wry smile. Tang Tian glanced at him and replied, Do you share the same sentiment? Li Hong nodded earnestly, saying, We have only just arrived in the heavenly mansion and are not particularly familiar with the circumstances here. What you mentioned earlier could be perceived as an affront to all the disciples of the heavenly mansion. Is this truly without consequence? Upon hearing this, Tang Tian let out a gentle sigh. In truth, this matter is beyond our control. Have you not noticed that since our arrival at the moonlit cave, neither Lu Shi nor Huang Biao, nor even Wen Xiao, the steward of the heavenly mansion, have treated us as disciples of the heavenly mansion? They refer to us collectively as lower sects or outsiders. Thus, should we emerge victorious in this battle, we will inevitably become the focal point of attention for the majority of the heavenly mansion's disciples. They will certainly challenge me to assert their superior status. In light of this, is there any need for me to feign civility with them? Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Li Hong suddenly realized. At first glance, Tang Tian did indeed appear somewhat arrogant. However, upon deeper reflection, it was evident that he was correct, regardless of his demeanor. As long as he remains undefeated within the heavenly mansion, there will always be those who view him as an eyesore. This was not merely a matter of stance, but rather the result of a long-standing habit. But if that is the case, you may never find peace in the future, Li Hong remarked bitterly. Yet, Tang Tian seemed unfazed, chuckling as he responded, What is there to worry about? If they wish to challenge me, let them come. Dissatisfied? I shall defeat each one of them in turn. His tone was calm, yet the content was undeniably domineering. Even Li Hong was taken aback. Having grown accustomed to Tang Tian's composure, which belied his age, he found it somewhat disconcerting to witness such sudden assertiveness. Nevertheless, he held steadfast in his belief that whatever Tang Tian proclaimed, he would undoubtedly accomplish. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they prepared to part ways. At that moment, Guan Yu entered from outside. Young master, there is a steward here to see you, claiming to be your friend. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. A steward? A friend? In the moonlit peak, he recognized only two stewards. Wen Xiao was certainly not returning, leaving only one person, Guan Yu. What could this fellow possibly want from him? After contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian instructed Lan Yu to invite him in. Moments later, Guan Yu entered the parlor alongside Lan Yu. Young master Tang Tian. Upon entering, Guan Yu smiled and remarked, When I received the news, I was still attending to matters outside. However, your swiftness in resolving the conflict is rather astonishing. By the time I arrived, the venue had already dispersed. Should such an incident arise again, do ensure to notify me in advance. I derive immense pleasure from witnessing those arrogant, prodigious disciples being subdued. Tang Tian stroked his chin, noticing that Guan Yu appeared even more delighted than himself. He invited Guan Yu to take a seat, and then chuckled softly. Indeed, it concluded rather swiftly. Had it not been for Manager Wen's intervention, you would have witnessed the ensuing events. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Wen Xiao, that individual, always eager to meddle, would inevitably overstep and face repercussions. It seemed that Guan Yu harbored a marked disdain for Wen Xiao. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, The manager oversees this region. It's only natural for him to maintain order, is it not? Guan Yu snorted dismissively and retorted, Natural, my foot. Within the heavenly mansion, challenges among disciples occur as frequently as the rising sun, happening almost incessantly. Where was he when others were involved? Even the higher-ups of the mansion encourage such conduct, provided it does not escalate to fatality. As for this Wen Xiao, just be cautious when dealing with him in the future. He has a tendency to strike unexpectedly. Tang Tian remained silent, savoring his tea. Guan Yu was taken aback and asked, Have you already fallen victim to his schemes? Tang Tian chuckled and shook his head. Not quite. It appears that the manager is somewhat displeased with my public defeat of those disciples from the mansion, leading to a rather uncomfortable exchange between us. Guan Yu placed a hand on his forehead and sighed deeply. I knew it. It was hardly surprising that this crooked individual would instigate such occurrences. Subsequently, through Guan Yu's explanation, Tang Tian gained a clearer understanding of Wen Xiao's character. The heavenly mansion was vast, surpassing even 100 Qingyue sects in size, with its population exceeding that of Qingyue by several magnitudes. Within such a colossal framework, conflicts, both overt and covert, were inevitable. Disputes existed among individuals, factions, and even between regions. The structure of Yunding Heavenly Mansion could be delineated into 10 major areas, each encompassing a varying number of smaller sections. Previously, Qi Yuan had mentioned that he resided in the Yinming subdivision of the southeast area. However, within these 10 major regions, the 2 central areas and the 8 peripheral ones exhibited certain gaps. It is rather tedious to speak of, for when the Tianfu was first established, it comprised merely 2 central regions, while the 8 external districts gradually came into being later on. Thus, some individuals from the central regions possess an inexplicable sense of superiority by virtue of their origins. They often refer to themselves as the orthodox of Tianfu, adopting a disdainful demeanor towards all others. Wen Xiu is one such individual from the central regions. Despite his lackluster abilities, he consistently pretends to be more than he is. He looks down upon someone like me, hailing from the external 8 districts, let alone you, a disciple from an affiliated sect of the outside world. The one you defeated, Li Fei, is also a disciple from the central regions. Thus, he is bound to harbor resentment towards you, Guan Yu remarked. Tang Tian, upon hearing this, felt somewhat at a loss. He never imagined that a place like Tianfu would indulge in such trivialities of the mundane world. So, does that imply that apart from those like Wen Xiu, who arrogantly consider themselves orthodox, others do not harbor any particular animosity towards external disciples? Tang Tian inquired. Guan Yu chuckled. Of course. How should I put it? The Tianfu is vast, and the number of disciples is immense. For the external disciples, whom they see only once every 5 years, the prevailing sentiment is largely one of curiosity. Unless someone were to brazenly issue a challenge to all Tianfu disciples, I doubt even a fool under the influence of counterfeit wine would dare to utter such words. He laughed heartily. However, as the laughter subsided, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Tang Tian quietly sipped his tea, while Li Hong beside him lowered his head, wearing a peculiar expression. Suddenly, Guan Yu's countenance changed, and he asked in a hushed tone, "Young Master Tang, you haven't said anything inappropriate, have you?" Tang Tian scratched his nose. Not really. I merely stated that there isn't a single capable disciple among the Tianfu. Chapter 251. A reckless pursuit. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Guan Yu was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly sprang to his feet, nearly toppling the chair beneath him. What the hell? Did you truly say that? Guan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Tian gestured for him to calm down, smiling as he replied, I said it. It was not your assertion. Why the agitation? Observing Tang Tian's composed demeanor, Guan Yu resumed his seat, leaning closer and speaking urgently. My dear young Master Tang, did you genuinely utter those words? This places you in direct opposition to all the disciples of Tianfu. They will undoubtedly challenge you relentlessly, refusing to relent until you are vanquished. Tang Tian responded with a faint smile, posing a counter-question. Even if I hadn't uttered that phrase, would they have spared me? Guan Yu found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, Tang Tian's name had begun to gain considerable notoriety within Tianfu. As long as he remained undefeated, challengers would inevitably flock to him, regardless of his demeanor. This outcome was unalterable. Yet, Guan Yu still felt a sense of unease regarding the situation. While that may be true, you are essentially placing yourself on the pyre, he remarked. Tang Tian paused for a moment before abruptly shifting the conversation, inquiring, what might the higher-ups of Tianfu think about this matter? Guan Yu hesitated, reflecting before responding. The higher-ups likely will not harbor any particularly unique opinions. Perhaps they would even find it quite delightful. Tianfu has always encouraged legitimate competition among disciples. They tend to favor those with flamboyant personalities over the more conventional or stoic ones. Such spirited individuals often ignite the competitive spirit in others. In a relatively fair environment, this kind of rivalry benefits the entirety of Tianfu. After listening, Tang Tian shrugged. Then that settles it. Since the higher-ups support it, what is there to fear? I've made my declaration. Anyone who disagrees can come find me, he said with a smile. Observing his nonchalant attitude, Guan Yu sighed in resignation. Young Master Tang, you still do not grasp my meaning. While some provocation is acceptable, your words have truly stirred a hornet's nest. You are utterly unaware of the formidable beast you are about to confront. He elaborated, the T&D rankings, as I have previously mentioned to you. However, the top 1,000 on the Earth rankings, especially those in the upper echelons, are not even in the same league as someone like Li Fei. Within the top 200, it is already the realm of celestial beings. Li Fei would be swiftly eliminated in their presence. As for the top 100 on the heaven rankings, it goes without saying that each is a paragon among men, a genius among geniuses. Immortal beings are ubiquitous. I have even heard that there are several golden immortals. Moreover, on the heavenly ranking, there exist even more formidable entities. Do you truly possess the confidence to vanquish them all? Tang Tian remained silent. He had initially believed that the Earth ranking comprised true immortals, while the heavenly ranking was filled with celestial immortals. However, it now appeared that he had underestimated the significance of this celestial hierarchy. Yet, that only adds to the intrigue. If all of them were merely akin to Li Fei, he would once again find himself disillusioned by the so-called prodigies of the heavenly mansion. Another crucial point that should not be overlooked was articulated by Guan Yu. The so-called heavenly ranking consists solely of individuals who have only just become formal disciples of the heavenly mansion within this year. Each year, there are equally astonishing beings emerging. The strength of such individuals would undoubtedly be even more terrifying than what I have described. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. The heavenly mansion, having stood for a millennium, harbors an immeasurable reservoir of power. Take, for instance, Fairy Ling Luo, who, in a mere year, ascended to the rank of a mortal sovereign, positioning herself among the pinnacle of strength in this world. He believed that within the heavenly mansion, there certainly existed beings even more extraordinary than Fairy Ling Luo. Nevertheless, upon hearing all this, Tang Tian felt no trepidation, only exhilaration. Finally, he could encounter peers who stood on the same level as himself. Since arriving in this world, he had, to be candid, far outpaced his contemporaries, spending his days among a cadre of aged individuals, which had become rather lonely. However, that would certainly no longer be the case. Li Fei was merely the beginning. The future promised to be even more thrilling. Observing the taciturn Tang Tian, Guan Yu assumed he had finally conveyed the gravity of the situation and spoke. Now do you comprehend the seriousness of the matter? In my opinion, it would be prudent for you to clarify that you do not harbor any malice towards all disciples of the heavenly mansion. If you are concerned about your reputation, you may relay this through my words. At least then, those prodigious individuals will not direct their gaze towards you. Guan Yu urged Tang Tian. Unfortunately, the reality was vastly different from what he had envisioned. Upon learning that the higher-ups of the heavenly mansion would harbor no ill feelings regarding the matter, Tang Tian was devoid of any reservations. Prodigies? They should fear not coming forth. I indeed have certain sentiments I wish to convey through Brother Guan, Tang Tian declared. Guan Yu nodded vigorously. Speak freely. Tang Tian mused for a moment before continuing. What I previously stated about the heavenly mansion disciples being incapable of fighting was, in fact, somewhat biased. In my view, it is not that they cannot fight. Rather, they simply do not know how to fight at all. Each one of them has been pampered and accustomed to a life of ease, holding themselves in high esteem, rife with flaws. They are utterly oblivious to what true combat entails. I merely wish to convey to them that their so-called tactics in the battle of life and death are nothing more than mere displays, utterly devoid of efficacy. If one were to encapsulate this sentiment in a single phrase, it would be 2 words, feeble fowl. Should the opportunity arise, I shall enlighten them on what it truly means to be a formidable warrior. Tang Tian calmly articulated these tempestuous words. As his voice faded, Guan Yu abruptly rose, eyes wide in disbelief. Yet, in truth, Tang Tian spoke from the depths of his heart. Although the prowess of those elite geniuses remains uncertain, it is evident from the dueling trial and the recent encounter that the techniques employed by the disciples of Tianfu are predominantly superficial. Their practical experience, particularly in life and death confrontations, is woefully scant. Perhaps this is the very reason why the higher-ups of Tianfu encourage challenges among their disciples. Thus, Tang Tian resolved to seize this occasion to rectify the ethos among the Tianfu disciples. Having decided to embrace boldness, he would pursue it to the fullest. I implore you, Tang Tian stated earnestly. Guan Yu gazed at Tang Tian for a considerable time before letting out a long sigh. You truly are mad. However, I am certain that if you can indeed fulfill your promises, the higher-ups of Tianfu will undoubtedly hold you in high regard. Chapter 252 Reactions from all sides. The news of Tang Tian's consecutive victories over two formidable opponents on the Earth ranking spread like wildfire throughout Tianfu. What? Fan Daji and Li Fei both felt him? Some questioned in disbelief. It's not merely a defeat, but a complete rout. Fan Daji could not withstand even a single strike from Tang Tian and collapsed onto the ground. Li Fei fared even worse. He didn't even have the opportunity to retaliate, as their strengths were not even on the same plane. The astonishment among the crowd grew. Was it not said that disciples of Tianfu were invincible among their peers? How could this newcomer from outside possess such extraordinary prowess? Do you doubt it? Then inquire with Fan Daji and Li Fei. They should still be kneeling outside Tang Tian's cave dwelling, their bones broken and utterly defeated. Given this context, Tang Tian's ranking of over 600 on the Earth ranking seems quite justified. What level of cultivation does he possess, and what skills does he wield? As more information circulated, the disciples became increasingly intrigued by Tang Tian. Soon, some began to unearth specific details. I was present at the scene. Tang Tian was likely at the true immortal stage, at least in the late true immortal phase. His abilities were presumably related to the Earth magnetic force, which he controlled with an exceptional finesse, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Li Fei succumbed to this very tactic. The discussions intensified. Previously, when Tang Tian was placed on the Earth ranking, many paid little heed. Yet now, with his achievements laid bare, a re-evaluation became unavoidable. This newcomer from the outside world truly appeared to be unlike those before him. However, as discussions continued, accounts of Tang Tian's performance and certain remarks he made were disseminated by some well-meaning individuals. Particularly, his assertion that no Tianfu disciple was competent enough sent shockwaves through the realm. Goodness, how audacious! How dare he? It seems he is indeed just a country bumpkin from outside, believing that defeating two lesser-ranked opponents renders him invincible. This will surely provoke the ire of the top-tier prodigies. Retribution is inevitable. No need to wait. I have already seen disciples from the upper echelons of the Earth ranking preparing to teach him a lesson in humility. The crowd eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Yet, the subsequent news ignited a near riot among the masses. Living in luxury? Arrogance? A host of bad habits? Completely ignorant of what true combat entails. If the previous statement was akin to a punch to their pride, this one was like a herd of wild boars trampling mercilessly over them. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. What kind of audacity does he possess to so brazenly belittle the disciples of Tianfu? I can hardly contain my anticipation of witnessing him being thoroughly subdued. Even the esteemed experts from the neighboring Tianbang are incensed. Tang Tian has truly overstepped his bounds. The disciples of Tianfu are in an uproar. I have encountered arrogance before, yet never have I witnessed such unrestrained hubris. A newcomer from the outside world dares to issue such proclamations against all the disciples of Tianfu? No matter his strength, it is insufficient. Within Tianfu, there is no strongest, only those who are stronger. They seem to foresee the moment of Tang Tian's defeat and humiliation. However, there exists a faction that appears quite exhilarated. Goodness, how impressive. I would gladly call him a model for our generation. I truly admire his audacity. Even if you granted me 100 times the courage, I would not dare to publicly challenge everyone. I believe Tang Tian does have a point. Some of our disciples have indeed grown accustomed to a life of comfort. Just the other day, during a brawl, someone attempted to strike a pose at me, and I promptly sent him tumbling into the ditch with a single kick. I hope he does not fall too swiftly, otherwise I shall miss out on much amusement. Among this crowd, most possess a penchant for entertainment, while others, equally youthful and impulsive, greatly admire Tang Tian's resolve. Regardless, this matter has erupted into a focal point of public interest. Everyone is eager to discover just how long Tang Tian can maintain such a haughty demeanor. Even the higher-ups of Tianfu have been drawn to this spectacle. Yet, as Guan Yu remarked, their assessment of the situation differs markedly from that of the ordinary disciples. They do not lean towards either side and have even expressed approval of Tang Tian's audacity. The vastness of Tianfu can easily foster a rigid atmosphere, and Tang Tian's emergence is akin to a boulder dropped into stagnant waters, invigorating the environment significantly. However, the higher-ups also caution that such arrogance must be backed by sufficient capital, otherwise it risks becoming a source of ridicule. Thus, in the span of just a few days, the name Tang Tian has spread throughout all of Tianfu. Inevitably, Those who have previously crossed paths with him have caught wind of this development. In an elegant garden, the ethereal Ling Luo sits beneath a pavilion, accompanied by Jing Wenxing, who once engaged in a brief exchange with Tang Tian. Did Tang Tian truly say that? Ling Luo inquires softly. Jing Wenxing nods affirmatively. Indeed, he is utterly beyond the pale. Thank goodness we did not recruit him back then, with his reckless disregard for limits. Who knows how much trouble he could have caused us? Since the previous invitation was declined, Jing Wenxing has harbored resentment towards Tang Tian. More critically, upon his return, Ling Luo had chided him over this matter, deepening his grievances. Now, upon hearing such news, he finds a quiet satisfaction within. The fairy of Lingro furrowed her brow slightly. The information given to me by Yun Kong does not align with this. He informed me that Tang Tian is an exceedingly composed individual. Establishing a cordial relationship with him would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Jing Wenxing shook his head in response. People can change. I suspect that after defeating numerous disciples of the Tianfu during the initiation ceremony, Tang Tian has become rather arrogant. After all, he is merely 17. He likely possesses the typical flaws of youth. The fairy of Lingro remained silent, as she knew Yun Kong well enough to understand that he would not jest about such matters. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared indeed quite different. How could a mature and steady individual act provocatively towards all the Tianfu disciples? Such behavior is undeniably unwise. Ultimately, she let out a soft sigh. Very well. First, ensure that our newly arrived disciples at Qingyue sect are settled, and do not allow Huang Daoxing to interfere. As for Tang Tian, since he is unwilling to join us, we shall leave him be. Let us not meddle in this commotion. Each person has their own destiny. Jing Wenxing nodded earnestly before taking his leave. The fairy of Lingro sat in quiet contemplation for a moment. Suddenly, her communication jade talisman emitted a sound. Upon opening it, the ethereal figure of a handsome young man appeared before her. The fairy of Lingro gazed at him and inquired softly, "What is the matter?" "Ziyu, my friend." Chapter 253. Ascension to Celestial Immortality. In the central region of Tianfu, atop a majestic peak, a heavy stone door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a flowing black gown, who stepped forth with grace. Outside, a young man had been eagerly awaiting her arrival. "Xiao Xiao, why did you emerge from seclusion so swiftly?" he inquired. If Tang Tian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the youth as Mo Jun, the elder brother of Mo Xiao Xiao. The provisions prepared by the family should at least elevate your cultivation to the golden immortal realm. Shouldn't they? Why the haste? Mo Jun remarked. Mo Xiao Xiao shook her head, responding, "I have lingered in stagnation for too long. A rapid breakthrough may not necessarily be beneficial. For now, the Xian immortal stage suffices. Furthermore, given the passage of time, the ascendants of Qingyue sect should have arrived by now." Mo Jun couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. "You still have Tang Tian on your mind? Those matters can be entrusted to others. Your foremost priority is to swiftly enhance your cultivation, so the family can allocate you an appropriate position." Furrowing her brow, Mo Xiao Xiao retorted, "How can that be? Since I promised Tang Tian to arrange his entry into Tianfu, I shall not go back on my word. That is my principle." Observing his sister's unwavering resolve, Mo Jun sighed in resignation. "I know you are a person of your word. However, regarding Tang Tian's affairs, you may not be able to manage them as you wish." Mo Xiao Xiao paused, taken aback, and asked, "Why is that?" Mo Jun shook his head and recounted everything Tang Tian had accomplished since entering Tianfu. Mo Xiao Xiao was left speechless, her gaze fixed on her brother's eyes, incredulity etched upon her face. "He possesses such formidable strength?" "Indeed," Mo Jun affirmed. "We were initially prepared to find him in Wangyue Dantian. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Now, the entire Tianfu is eager to see him falter. Our intervention at this juncture would not be prudent." After a moment of silence, Mo Xiao Xiao's mind raced with myriad thoughts. In Qingyue sect, certain seemingly illogical occurrences began to reveal their connections. At length, she spoke, "The more dire the situation, the less I can remain a passive observer. With Tang Tian drawing such attention, there are those who may soon become restless. Though his strength is somewhat unexpected, he remains powerless against such colossal forces. He has aided me, and this time, I must extend my assistance to him." With that, Mo Xiao Xiao descended the mountain. Seeing he could not dissuade her, Mo Jun sighed and hurried to follow. Within a grand edifice, a young man toyed with a bead in his hand, a cruel smile gracing his lips. If Tang Tian were here, he would recognize him as Zhang Ku from the Dosheng Pavilion, the very individual he had encountered in Baidi City. Truly, one cannot escape fate without inciting it. I had been pondering how to find a suitable reason to deal with you, and unexpectedly, you presented yourself. Indeed, your arrogance is well known. However, this time, you are truly courting your own demise. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Zhang Ku's mouth. How foolish to have declined the offers of others and opted to enter the main residence alone. I shall ensure you comprehend that, in the presence of the Dosheng Pavilion, your pride is utterly inconsequential. Moments later, Zhang Ku produced a communication jade talisman. Young master Yu, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Yes, that audacious fellow. Very well, I shall await your return. Upon concluding the communication, Zhang Ku's smile deepened, though the atmosphere around him grew increasingly frigid. Tang Tian, brace yourself. I shall repay your previous humiliation with interest. In the Wangyue cave, Tang Tian's name had become a topic of fervent discussion outside. Yet, as the protagonist of the events, Tang Tian felt little of this commotion. He continued his daytime meditation and absorbed the moonlight atop the Wangyue peak at night. However, changes were indeed afoot. The area outside his cave had transformed into a bustling marketplace, with numerous disciples lingering daily, seemingly awaiting a grand spectacle. And indeed, a spectacle unfolded. The day after Tang Tian defeated Fan Daji and Li Fei, several other formidable experts from the Earth rankings sought to challenge him. Though they were slightly stronger than Li Fei, their superiority was hardly apparent. Consequently, their fate mirrored that of Li Fei, ending with them kneeling outside Tang Tian's cave. In the following days, various challengers arrived, having thoroughly prepared themselves with methods purportedly effective against the geomagnetic force. While one cannot say their efforts were entirely in vain, it can only be concluded that they bore no fruit. Tang Tian, a master of myriad techniques, could not possibly be limited to a single geomagnetic force. Moreover, his proficiency in the Tao far surpassed that of his peers. Even if they had discovered methods to counter the geomagnetic force, they were utterly incapable of breaking through it. Without exception, they all faced defeat. On the most crowded day, over 20 individuals knelt outside his cave. This prompted Tang Tian to reflect on the disciples of the Tianfu. They were indeed commendable. At the very least, their tenacity was worthy of praise. Days passed, and finally, a more formidable opponent arrived to challenge him. This was a disciple brought by Wen Xiao, ranked among the top 100 in the Earth ranking, already having reached the celestial immortal realm and possessed considerable strength. I bear no desire to bully you, but your arrogance is simply intolerable. You must learn to maintain an attitude of humility and a heart of reverence when facing the disciples of Tianfu. The celestial immortal disciple held himself in high esteem, completely disregarding Tang Tian. When Xiao stood nearby, continuously sneering, eager to witness Tang Tian's downfall. Yet, moments later, a disciple of the celestial realm found himself kneeling before the entrance of Tang Tian's cave dwelling. Possessing a chaotic body, Tang Tian was unmatched. Even when employing merely ordinary methods, no ordinary celestial could stand against him. To him, this celestial disciple bore little distinction from Fan Daji. I must express my apologies. Your kneeling presence before me makes it exceedingly difficult to maintain a sense of reverence, Tang Tian remarked. If you wish for us disciples from the outside world to exhibit humility, you must demonstrate sufficient strength. Otherwise, you risk becoming a mere jest. What say you, Manager Wen? Tang Tian spoke languidly. Manager Wen, infuriated, swept his sleeves and departed. The estimation of Tang Tian's power among the crowd escalated once more, catapulting him into the upper echelons of the Earth rankings. Following this confrontation, tranquility returned to the cave's exterior for several days. The swift annihilation of a celestial was no trivial matter. Any who contemplated approaching again would need to carefully assess their own capabilities. Thus, Tang Tian resumed his ordinary cultivation routine. A few days later, atop the moonlit peak, enveloped by the ethereal light of the moon, an overwhelming aura surged from Tang Tian, inciting a significant tempest of moonlight. After a brief interval, he gradually opened his eyes. After more than half a month of cultivation, he had successfully broken through and officially entered the celestial realm. However, just as Tang Tian reveled in the joy of his newfound strength, a voice resonated from behind him. Who are you? Chapter 254. The young girl Luo Shi. The sudden sound startled Tang Tian slightly. Although he had been engrossed in his cultivation, the ability of another to appear so close without him noticing was certainly not to be underestimated. Tang Tian rose to his feet and turned to look. Before him stood a young girl, petite in stature, reminiscent of Gu Xiaoxue. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, presenting a stark contrast to the typical appearance of female cultivators. She appeared as if she were a teenager lost in the depths of sorrow. "Who are you?" The girl inquired again, her voice laced with confusion. It seemed unusual for Tang Tian to be here. There was a tone in her words that suggested a sense of superiority from her long-standing position. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian countered, "I believe I have never seen you before either." "Who are you then?" The girl blinked in surprise. "Do you not recognize me?" "I am Luo Shi," she declared. Tang Tian was taken aback. Luo Shi? Who might that be? How could he possibly know her? However, her tone implied that not recognizing her was quite an atypical occurrence. Could she be some renowned figure from Tianfu? "I'm afraid I've never heard of you," he replied, shaking his head apologetically. Luo Shi merely responded with an "oh" and did not exhibit any significant reaction. After a brief pause, she continued, "Now that you know my name, what is yours?" Tang Tian was momentarily stunned by her innocence. After pondering for a moment, he replied honestly, "My name is Tang Tian." Upon hearing this, Luo Shi furrowed her brow slightly. "Tang Tian, I believe I've heard that name before." "Ah, yes. I've heard that a particularly arrogant disciple from the outside world has come, also named Tang Tian. Many people wish to deal with him. How is it that you share the same name?" Tang Tian felt a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Had his name spread so widely? Nevertheless, there was no need for concealment. Noticing Luo Shi's curiosity, he smiled gently. "Is it possible that I am indeed the very arrogant disciple you speak of?" Luo Shi's eyebrows shot up, her expression becoming even more incredulous. "You are that Tang Tian? But how is it that you can stand atop Wanhua Peak?" Tang Tian fell silent momentarily, pondering her cryptic way of speaking. "Why wouldn't I be able to ascend Wanhua Peak?" he queried. Luo Shi contemplated for a moment before responding. "They say your cultivation is only at the true immortal realm, and your overall strength ranks merely on the earth ranking. With such power, it would be impossible to withstand the celestial pressure at the peak. Could it be that you utilized some sort of immortal artifact to counteract that pressure?" She appeared genuinely perplexed. However, Tang Tian discerned something more profound within her words. Only those of the true immortal realm could be ranked among the earthly talents. These two statements unequivocally indicated that Luo Shi's prowess was indeed far superior to those on the earthly rankings. As for the celestial geniuses of the heavenly rankings, Tang Tian felt that was highly probable. Within the moonlit peak, aside from the overseer, there were only the newly recognized disciples of this year. Luo Shi's ascension to the pinnacle of Moonlit Peak was sufficient evidence of her extraordinary nature. Faced with her inquiry, Tang Tian found himself at a loss for an explanation. So he responded in kind, "You may consider it that way." Upon hearing this, Luo Shi immediately furrowed her brow. "But if you proceed in such a manner, it would be counterproductive. The essence of moonlight lies not in its abundance, but in the optimal environment for cultivation, which yields the best results. Thus, your forceful ascent here offers little benefit." Tang Tian fell into silence. He had initially anticipated that, upon recognizing him, Luo Shi, as a disciple of the heavenly mansion, would feel compelled to discipline him. He had even braced himself for a confrontation. Yet, who could have foreseen that she paid little heed to his words? Instead, she earnestly offered guidance on cultivation matters, as if assisting a novice disciple. Having grown accustomed to the haughty demeanor of the heavenly mansion disciples, Tang Tian found himself rather unaccustomed to this interaction. Nevertheless, he could not divulge his true circumstances to Luo Shi and merely replied, "It's nothing. My cultivation method is rather unique. I feel no discomfort here." Luo Shi acknowledged this with a simple "oh" and ceased her persuasion. She understood the boundaries and recognized some matters were not to be casually inquired about. Subsequently, the two lapsed into a prolonged silence. This quietude rendered Tang Tian somewhat uneasy. The moonlight continued to flow, and he wished to cultivate a bit longer. Ultimately, he broke the silence, asking, "Do you have any other matters to attend to?" Luo Shi shook her head. "I merely sensed some activity, so I came to investigate, and upon finding you unfamiliar, I inquired." Tang Tian, exasperated, retorted, "Don't you need to cultivate? If you approach a stranger merely to ask their name, wouldn't that waste precious time?" He was genuinely baffled by the thought process of this young woman. However, upon hearing his words, Luoshi tilted her head and replied, "But I know everyone else at the peak. Did you not realize that there are only 7 of us cultivating here?" Tang Tian was taken aback. No wonder Luoshi had asked who he was right away. After all this time, there were only 7 individuals at the summit of Moonlit Peak. Reflecting on it, it made sense, based on his own experience of reaching the peak. Only those with the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal could withstand the terrifying pressure of heaven and earth here. Even those gifted with extraordinary physiques would require at least the cultivation of a Golden Immortal or a Mystic Immortal to endure. Unless one has reached a pinnacle in every aspect, the presence of 7 individuals cannot be deemed excessive, yet it is not so sparse as to be remarkable. Very well. I merely came here to cultivate and am unaware of these matters, Tang Tian remarked. Luoshi nodded in acknowledgement and said, "In truth, among this year's new disciples, many have the potential to ascend to the summit of Wangyue Peak. However, they all possess superior places for cultivation, hence their absence. The same applies to us 7. Our sect has provided us with alternative locations for our practice. Nonetheless, we all wish to tempt fate, hoping to receive the Moon Fairy's enlightenment on the night of the full moon. Should we succeed, it would be more valuable than any other cultivation ground." Tang Tian fell silent once more. Very well, yet another unfamiliar term. Upholding the commendable principle of inquiring when in doubt, Tang Tian asked, "What is the night of the full moon, and who is this Moon Fairy?" Luoshi regarded Tang Tian quietly for a moment. "Indeed, you have just arrived from the outside world to Tianfu, so it is only natural you are unaware. Allow me to explain." With that, Luoshi began to elucidate patiently. Chapter 255, The Legend of the Moon Fairy. As Luoshi narrated, Tang Tian gradually comprehended the meaning of the night of the full moon and the Moon Fairy. The so-called night of the full moon refers to a day during the 2 months when the Wangyue Cave is accessible, marked by the most intense lunar radiance. On this night, the bright moon is at its fullest, enveloping the entire Wangyue Cave in endless moonlight. Most importantly, the lunar essence on this night becomes exceptionally gentle. Devoid of any celestial pressure, it is merely a pure essence of energy. Every disciple, regardless of their location, will be able to partake in this baptism of moonlight and attain their utmost transformation. At that time, an ethereal celestial palace will manifest atop Wangyue Peak, teeming with boundless opportunities for fortune, likely yielding many unexpected rewards. However, entrance to the celestial palace comes with prerequisites. Only those disciples who have cultivated for an extended period at the peak will be chosen. Others may not even sense the palace's presence, an extraordinary phenomenon. If you persist in your cultivation at the peak, you too should be selected by the celestial palace when the night of the full moon arrives. It is a truly wondrous place, and you must seize this rare opportunity. Tang Tian nodded, though he was puzzled, and inquired, "If such a miraculous place exists, why have only 7 individuals come here? Do the others not value it?" Luoshi smiled and nodded in affirmation. Tang Tian was taken aback. Once again, he deeply felt the disparity between the outer disciples and those from the heavenly mansion. They were simply incomparable. If the Wangyue Cave were to exist in the outside world, even the lowest tiers would incite tremendous upheaval. Blood would surely flow in the struggle for such territory. The cultivation environment at the pinnacle of Wangyue Peak was an unattainable dream for them. As for the lunar palace that Luoshi spoke of, it was an existence beyond even imagination. Yet, despite this, the most elite disciples of the heavenly mansion seemed to look down upon it. This was simply, Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. No wonder the heavenly mansion was teeming with prodigies. As such an extraordinary cultivation environment could elevate even those with mediocre talents. Let us speak of the Moon Fairy. Tang Tian decided to shift away from this lamentable topic. Luoshi agreed with a soft and continued, "The Moon Fairy is a legendary figure. It is said that those fortunate enough to receive her enlightenment will find their future path in cultivation to be smooth and unimpeded, even surpassing the Celestial Emperor." Tang Tian felt somewhat dazed. The Celestial Emperor represented the pinnacle of authority within the Yunding Heavenly Mansion. Surpassing the Celestial Emperor? Was such a thing even conceivable? However, if that were the case, another question arose. Did the disciples of the Heavenly Mansion truly disregard those above the Celestial Emperor? Tang Tian asked. Luoshi smiled and shook her head, "Certainly not. Above the Immortal Emperor, lies the pinnacle of aspiration for all, a coveted opportunity that none wish to forfeit. Yet, as I have mentioned, the enlightenment bestowed by the moon immortal is merely a fable, lacking definitive evidence of her existence. Some assert that she is but a fleeting vision. Consequently, the majority of disciples choose a path of prudence, while only 7 of us dare to pursue that enchanting dream. With your inclusion, we become 8. Tang Tian was struck with realization. It was merely a legend. It seemed rather presumptuous that you all would dare to seek something so elusive, especially if even the immortal emperor looks down upon it. He found himself perplexed by the steadfastness of Luo Shi and her companions. The heavenly mansion has stood for over a millennium. If the moon immortal has not manifested in all these years, does it not imply her non-existence? To linger here for a myth that may not hold truth seems rather unwise. Tang Tian echoed Luo Shi's earlier sentiments. However, Luo Shi hesitated for a moment before stating, "It is not entirely accurate to say she has never appeared. Over a century ago, following the descent of the Moon Palace, some sensed an extraordinarily unique aura. According to the disciples of that time, it emanated a regal presence that transcended the entire realm, rendering one unable to gaze directly upon it, compelling a respectful submission. This sensation of submission arose from the depths of the soul, a spontaneous act unbound by personal will. Such a formidable presence could only belong to the legendary Moon Immortal." Tang Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Yet, that does not substantiate the Moon Immortal's existence, does it?" Luo Shi shook her head, replying, "But someone did receive enlightenment." At that moment, the unknown entity in the sky cast a fleeting glance and selected a certain fortunate disciple. Subsequently, she bestowed upon him a divine artifact. With that artifact, he ascended rapidly, standing proud above others, achieving the miraculous status of a saint's son within 5 years. Even when scrutinizing the annals of the heavenly mansion, he remains one of the most formidable saints. As she spoke, Luo Shi smiled and added, "Since that year, the moon-gazing cave has become exceedingly vibrant. Nearly every disciple capable of reaching the summit of moon-gazing peak chooses to come here for cultivation. Everyone yearns for the same fortune as that individual. Alas, the moon immortal has not reappeared since. The fervor of the people has gradually waned, and now most regard her as mere legend." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. An appearance once in a millennium, especially under such ambiguous circumstances, is bound to foster skepticism. Who was that disciple who received the moon immortal's enlightenment? What fortune did he attain? Tang Tian inquired. Luo Shi pondered for a moment, then turned to Tang Tian with a smile, saying, "Interestingly, that person, much like you, also seemed to have come from the outside world. However, his circumstances are rather unique. After residing in Tianfu for several years, he eventually entered the Wangyue Dantian for cultivation. His name is Lu Ming, and the divine artifact he acquired is said to be a fan that radiates moonlight." Tang Tian uttered a soft exclamation. With a mere casual glance, the tossing of a fan could elevate a disciple to become one of the most formidable saints in the annals of Tianfu. If this moon fairy truly exists, she must undoubtedly be an entity beyond imagination. What has become of Lu Ming now? Tang Tian inquired with curiosity. Luo Shi shook her head. "I do not know. It is said that some unforeseen event occurred, leading to his mysterious disappearance. Nevertheless, this has not diminished his standing within Tianfu. Even now, many regard him as a paragon of inspiration." Tang Tian nodded. In truth, he was indifferent to Lu Ming. His focus lay solely on his own path, yearning to attain the pinnacle he has always aspired to. Beyond the realm of the immortal emperor? Tang Tian lifted his gaze to the resplendent moon in the sky. His ambitions extend far beyond this. Chapter 256, The Pinnacle of the Celestial Rankings at Mount Wangyue. Luo Shi recounted numerous tales about Wangyue Cave and shared some amusing anecdotes from the celestial realm with Tang Tian. To his surprise, despite her seemingly melancholic and rebellious demeanor, she possessed a warm heart. Indeed, one should never judge a person by their appearance. The Moon Palace is expected to manifest a few days before the closure of Wangyue Cave. You must not miss it. For opportunities are unpredictable. Perhaps the next one will be yours, she remarked with a smile. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude. By the way, there is one more thing, Luo Shi continued. While you are cultivating at the peak, it is best not to wander about. The other 6 individuals up here have heard rumors about you. Some are quite combative, and should they discover your presence, it could lead to unnecessary troubles. Tang Tian chuckled. But when the Moon Palace descends, we will inevitably meet, won't we? One cannot escape their fate. Luo Shi smiled back. I shall be there as well. I will intervene. I do not appreciate people fighting in my presence. We are all disciples of the same sect. Harmonious cultivation is far more beneficial. Tang Tian remained silent, holding a differing perspective on the matter. Without conflict, cultivation would lose its significance, unless one could create a world of tranquility, which was an impossibility. Nonetheless, Luo Shi's words deepened his curiosity about her identity. If she could manage the other 6 talented disciples, her status among the new recruits must be quite substantial. It would be wise to inquire further upon returning. After some light conversation, Luo Shi departed from the sacred space dedicated to Tang Tian's cultivation. The moonlight would linger for a while longer, allowing Tang Tian to solidify his celestial realm. Only after the moonlight had completely faded did he leave the summit of Mount Wanyue. Upon returning to his cave, he found Li Hong and the others had already arrived, bearing good news. Gu Xiaoxue had successfully broken through that very evening, officially ascending to the realm of immortals. According to Li Hong, her breakthrough had nearly siphoned the celestial energy and moonlight from half of Wanyue platform. Such an extraordinary display had prompted many supervisors to come and witness it firsthand. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaoxue's pace of cultivation had always been a mystery. When she was near him, it was as though she had taken flight on a rocket, even surpassing his own rate of progress. Yet, after parting ways, she seemed to revert to her ordinary self, possessing some talent, but nothing exceptional. It was indeed perplexing. However, Tang Tian could not pinpoint the cause of this phenomenon and decided to set the matter aside for the time being, awaiting clarity in the future. In addition, Li Hong and the sisters Lan Yu have been making commendable progress in their cultivation, and it is anticipated that they will break through to the feathered transformation realm before departing from the moonlit cave. However, they have now begun to acclimate to their identities. With cultivation taking a secondary role, their primary task is to assist Tang Tian. Throughout this period, they have been diligently gathering information to ascertain the general conditions of the Cloud Summit Paradise, lest they wander in ignorance. Upon reflecting on this, Tang Tian recalled the young girl he encountered at the pinnacle of the moonlit cave. By the way, could you help me inquire about someone? She appears to be quite young, with long, cascading hair and an air of melancholy about her. Her name is Luo Shi, he stated. Upon hearing this name, Li Hong's brow furrowed slightly. He then retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and, after a brief search, conjured an ethereal image. Is this Luo Shi? Li Hong inquired. Tang Tian focused intently and was instantly taken aback. It was indeed the very Luo Shi he had just encountered. The image, crafted by an unknown hand, portrayed her not merely as melancholic, but rather as someone utterly devoid of hope. Indeed, that is her. How do you possess her likeness? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong replied. As you are aware, Lan Yu and I have been diligently collecting information about the paradise. We began with key details, such as the history of the paradise, significant events, its general layout, and high-level information, which also includes details about the talents listed on the celestial and terrestrial rankings. After all, each of them may challenge you at any moment. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging the necessity of this information. The complexities within the paradise are profound, and wandering aimlessly like a headless fly could lead to unforeseen circumstances. It is imperative to clarify certain crucial matters. However, Tang Tian could not afford to sacrifice his cultivation time for this endeavor. Thus, the utility of his subordinates becomes evident. Li Hong and the others can alleviate many trivial troubles for him. Then, this Luo Shi must be a talent on the celestial ranking, correct? Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Li Hong nodded, though his expression was somewhat peculiar. He spoke slowly. She is indeed a formidable figure on the celestial ranking, and her renown within the paradise is substantial, because she holds the top position on the celestial ranking, without any dispute. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. He had suspected Luo Shi was strong, but he had not anticipated her to be the strongest. The first on the celestial ranking? It is no wonder she appeared surprised at his claim of not knowing her. Furthermore, her calm declaration, "I will stop them," now revealed her genuine strength. Have you encountered Luo Shi? Li Hong inquired. Tang Tian nodded and proceeded to recount the events that transpired at the summit of Wanyue. Upon hearing this, Li Hong expressed his astonishment, remarking on the discrepancies in information. It was indeed said by others that Luo, she possessed a rather reclusive and eccentric disposition, prompting most to keep their distance. Yet, according to your account, she appears to be a remarkably warm-hearted individual. Tang Tian smiled in agreement. Given Luo Shi's elevated status, it is rare for anyone to genuinely engage with her, making such misinterpretations quite understandable. What might her capabilities be? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong shook his head, stating, no one truly knows. Regardless, when she first appeared before the crowd, she ascended to the top of the heavenly rankings with ease. All who dared to challenge her position met with unequivocal failure, often in a rather devastating manner. Some speculate that she arrived with a mission, intent on keeping others beneath her in the rankings. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Is there someone even stronger among the heavenly rankings? Li Hong nodded. There should be. Though information is scarce, it may also be due to my limited exposure to higher tiers. However, it is certain that Luo Shi holds a substantial lead over the second-ranked individual. Tang Tian fell silent, contemplating. Indeed, the realm of Tianfu is teeming with hidden talents. One cannot help but wonder when he might attain access to such elevated levels. Chapter 257. The arrival of Zhang Ku after a night of rest. The following morning, Tang Tian prepared a lavish feast for Gu Xiaoxua, celebrating her successful entry into the realm of immortals. Indeed, it was a meticulously arranged table. The dishes were prepared by Gu Xiaoxua herself. He merely set the plates. It was a delightful spread, for dishes and a soup. All summing up to a simple truth. Home-cooked meals are truly delightful. Once they finished breakfast, everyone busied themselves with their own affairs. However, before they could step outside, a sudden commotion erupted, as if a throng had gathered outside. Moments later, Li Hong entered, his expression slightly grave. Young master, someone has come to challenge you again, he announced. Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. It has been peaceful for several days. It was only a matter of time before someone prepared to come forth. Who is it this time? A contender from the Earth ranking, or perhaps from the Celestial ranking? Since his last victory over the Celestial being brought by Wen Xiao, who ranked among the top 100 of the Earth ranking, challenges had subsided for a while. Having witnessed the Celestial's dismal defeat, kneeling in front of Tang Tian's abode, others were compelled to carefully assess their own capabilities before daring to challenge him. In addition to the top contenders of the Earth ranking, there were also renowned talents from the Celestial ranking. A defeat for them would carry significant repercussions. Therefore, unless one possessed unwavering confidence in their ability to vanquish Tang Tian, they would refrain from recklessly engaging him. The arrival of a challenger today suggested that they were indeed well prepared. It is someone from the Celestial ranking, Li Hong continued, and he holds a remarkably high position, currently ranked 11th. His name is Huan Xiu, known to the outside world as Young Master Yu. His strength has surpassed the Xianxian realm, and he is likely in the mid-stage of Xianxian, with his Dao techniques being exceptionally refined. Moreover, he appears to possess a formidable physique, causing considerable distress to anyone who has crossed blades with him. Tang Tian's interest was piqued. While it was gratifying to triumph over lesser foes, excessive victories could become monotonous. A mid-stage Xianxian opponent with profound skills and a unique physique, surely such a contender would not lack the ability to counterattack. However, Li Hong seemed somewhat apprehensive. What troubles you? Tang Tian inquired. Furrowing his brows, Li Hong replied, I cannot shake the feeling that I might be overthinking this. Young Master Yu hails from a powerful faction in the heavenly capital, the Dosheng Pavilion, Tang Tian interjected, raising an eyebrow. He recalled the name with some familiarity. During his time in Baidi City, he had encountered an envoy from the heavenly capital with whom he had some unpleasantness. That envoy belonged to the Dosheng Pavilion. Furthermore, after arriving in the heavenly capital, Bai Nuyi had also mentioned that Zhang Ku was likely devising a plan to deal with him. It was highly probable that this was indeed the case. Tang Tian remarked. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, being ranked 11th on the heavenly list does not warrant a personal challenge from him. It bears little significance, as Tang Tian has merely triumphed over the top 100 of the Earth list. Even if Young Master Yu were to defeat him, such a victory would scarcely enhance his reputation. Should he inadvertently suffer defeat, he would plummet into the abyss. No matter, this is fortuitous. If it truly is that Zhang Ku, I can finally settle the grievances from that time. Just because he looks upon me with disdain, does he presume I hold him in high regard? Tang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Li Hong sighed softly, expressing his concern that he might exploit this situation to achieve other ambitions. While the heavenly mansion generally upholds decorum, there will always be those who defy the rules. The more formidable the power, the more pronounced this tendency becomes. Tang Tian shook his head and rose to his feet. Since we have chosen this path, we shall inevitably encounter such events. If not now, then later. We shall meet challenges as they come and obstacles as they arise. Let us proceed to meet this legendary young master Yu. With that, Tang Tian strode outward. Meanwhile, outside Tang Tian's cave, a group of individuals clad in dark crimson attire stood at the entrance, exuding an imposing presence. In other directions, disciples of the Wangyue cave were gathered, reveling in the spectacle of witnessing others challenge Tang Tian. Who is it that has come this time? They seem to have quite the entourage, remarked some newly arrived disciples, still unaware of the unfolding situation. However, the individual he addressed turned pale and gestured for silence. Have you lost your senses? Upon closer inspection of their garments and insignias, the disciples stared in astonishment. Goodness, the Dosheng Pavilion? They are so averse to Tang Tian that they have come in a group. Who is the challenger? Let me see. My heavens, it's young Master Yu. He exclaimed in disbelief, his expression fraught with astonishment. The reactions of the other disciples mirrored his own. Young Master Yu is here to challenge Tang Tian? What game is this? He is a prodigy ranked 11th on the heavenly list. Isn't it a bit premature? I pondered that Tang Tian would need to defeat several more powerful figures on the heavenly list before such a confrontation could occur. Who knows? Perhaps Tang Tian's earlier comment provoked him. This is disastrous. There will surely be no more entertainment after this. No matter how strong Tang Tian is, he cannot possibly match young Master Yu. People murmured among themselves, refraining from speaking loudly, transforming their discourse into hushed whispers. The arrival of young Master Yu astonished them. Yet hardly anyone believed that Tang Tian could secure another victory. When Xiu had also arrived, concealing himself amidst the crowd, observing the members of the Dosheng Pavilion, a hint of a vindictive smile crept across his lips. At last, someone was poised to deal with this arrogant individual. Amidst the ongoing murmurs, the entrance of the cave gradually swung open, revealing Tang Tian's silhouette as he stepped outside. Upon his emergence, he immediately beheld a group of extraordinary individuals. Notably, at the forefront of the crowd stood a familiar figure, Zhang Ku. Indeed, he had come. Tang Tian, it has been quite a while, Zhang Ku initiated, his voice carrying an air of familiarity. The crowd's Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile. It appeared that this esteemed gentleman was surrounded by acquaintances even within the Tianfu. Ah, it is Lord Zhang. You are exceedingly courteous. Our rapport is not particularly profound, yet you have gone to such lengths to welcome me. I am truly flattered, Tang Tian remarked with a subtle smile, displaying no signs of tension. Zhang Ke let out a cold snort, retorting, Tang Tian, I initially thought you were merely youthful and reckless. However, I did not expect you to be so utterly ignorant and fearless. To arrive at the Tianfu and still exhibit such arrogance. Who has bestowed upon you such audacity? Tang Tian responded with a gentle smile. I too wish to maintain a low profile, yet my capabilities do not permit it. Speaking of which, I am quite relieved that I did not allow Xiao Shui to accompany you to the Dosheng Pavilion earlier. Your ensemble appears rather unimpressive. Instantly, Zhang Ke's countenance darkened. Chapter 258, Tang Tian versus Young Master Yua. Truly, Tang Tian is remarkable. Facing the formidable members of the Dosheng Pavilion, and even the illustrious young Master Yu, ranked 11th on the heavenly ranking, he dares to utter taunts? I previously found him somewhat displeasing, yet now I am beginning to admire him. If only for his sheer audacity, which is indeed commendable. I can only wonder if he possesses the strength to match his bravado. I sincerely hope he does. Otherwise, where shall we find such amusement in the future? The disciples murmured softly. Previously, when confronting the earth-ranking genius, his arrogance was somewhat understandable. But today, he stands before the powerful Dosheng Pavilion with such composure. What confidence does he truly possess? In response to Tang Tian's provocation, Zhang Ke's expression darkened instantly, reminiscent of that fateful night in the imperial city. However, today is different. This is Tianfu, his home ground. Tang Tian, you are truly courting death. Today, I shall strip away your facade, obliterate your pride, and render you a laughingstock for all. Zhang Ke declared coldly. Tang Tian patted his chest, feigning fear. Oh, you truly frighten me. Yet why the delay? Come, let us battle. His tone was flippant, showing utter disregard for Zhang Ke's threats. His deliberate actions only elicited laughter from the surrounding disciples. Instead of becoming the butt of their jokes, it seemed he had attracted their ridicule instead. Zhang Ku's face was as cold as ice. With an intense sense of pride, he glared at Tang Tian, his gaze as if it could devour him whole. I sincerely hope that shortly, you will still have the audacity to flaunt your bravado before me, Zhang Ku said in a low voice. He then gestured to the side. A tall and graceful young man stepped forth from the crowd of the Dosheng Pavilion. His appearance was striking, with fair skin and the quintessential look of a refined young master from a wealthy family. Yet, what truly commanded attention was the aura he exuded, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. It was evident that he was not to be trifled with. This individual was none other than young Master Yu, who had come today to challenge Tang Tian. With young Master Yu by his side, Zhang Ku regained his confidence and provocatively asked Tang Tian, "Dare you engage in a wager with me?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "What kind of wager?" Zhang Ku smiled and replied, "A mere duel lacks excitement. Let us add a bit of spice to the affair." Tang Tian stroked his chin, pondering what scheme this fellow was plotting. However, since he seemed unsatisfied with mere humiliation, he decided to listen. "Very well, speak your terms," Tang Tian said. Zhang Ku grinned. "What I detest most is desiring something yet being unable to obtain it. If we triumph over you today, you must acquiesce to the request I made in the imperial city." Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you referring to Gu Xiaoxue?" Zhang Ku nodded, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, it's her. I am well aware of the close bond you share, and I know you wouldn't want to part with her. But rest assured, should she arrive at the Dosheng Pavilion, I will ensure she is well taken care of." Observing Zhang Ku's demeanor, Tang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. To an uninformed observer, Zhang Ku's proposition might seem altruistic, considering the Dosheng Pavilion is a renowned power within the Tianfu, with many aspiring to enter but unable to find the way. However, Tang Tian was acutely aware that this was a vengeful individual. If Xiaoxue were indeed brought into the Dosheng Pavilion by him, he could easily surmise the treatment she would endure. Zhang Ku would undoubtedly exploit her to torment him. Hence, this was a treacherously cunning wager. Yet, did he truly believe he would prevail? And if he were to lose? Tang Tian inquired calmly. Zhang Ku burst into laughter, waving his hand grandly. "If I lose, you may do as you please. Be it celestial artifacts, celestial techniques, or innate Dao Jade, I can fulfill your desires, provided you can defeat our young Master Yu with your true strength." He was rather astute, evidently wary of any underhanded ploys Tang Tian might employ in combat, and his words effectively precluded such actions. However, perhaps due to his excessive prattling, even young Master Yu slightly frowned. "Zhang, I will not be defeated by him. Let us commence swiftly. I have other matters to attend to afterward," he stated coolly. Zhang Ku readily acquiesced. Subsequently, young Master Yu stepped forth from the crowd, facing Tang Tian directly. Their gazes locked, and Tang Tian discerned a palpable disdain in Yu's eyes. "I had no desire to engage. Fighting you is rather beneath me. Yet, I owe him a debt of gratitude. Thus, it seems your misfortune has arrived," young Master Yu remarked casually. This statement appeared more as an explanation to the onlookers than a genuine consideration of Tang Tian. Unfazed, Tang Tian chuckled softly. "The cost of that favor seems rather steep. Shall I signal the beginning?" Young Master Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "No need. Employ whatever methods you possess right away." Tang Tian fell silent, feeling an urge to dispatch him instantly. However, having encountered a top talent from Tianfu, he was intrigued to witness the extent of his capabilities. After a brief silence, Tang Tian initiated the assault. He refrained from utilizing any other techniques, opting instead for the geomagnetic force he had previously employed against Li Fei. This time, however, he unleashed a gravitational force 100,000 times greater. Under the sheer power, even the surrounding space began to distort, leaving the onlookers in silent awe. Alas, were it me, I would likely be crushed into a mere sheet of paper in an instant, someone exclaimed. However, when they turned to Lord Yu, they found him seemingly untouched, still standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. An invisible barrier appeared to encircle his form, effectively shielding him from the forces of the Earth's magnetism. "If this is the extent of your capabilities, then we may declare this battle concluded," Lord Yu remarked nonchalantly. Tang Tian remained silent, intensifying the gravitational force yet again, pressing down upon Lord Yu. Unfortunately, it bore no effect whatsoever. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lord Yu's eyes as he sighed gently. It appears you have overstated your prowess. Thus, let us bring this to an end. With that, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted instantaneously, manifesting in the sky as a colossal azure dragon, roaring as it charged towards Tang Tian. The might of this attack was magnitudes more powerful than the full-force strike executed by Fan Daji earlier. Could Tang Tian withstand such an onslaught? Chapter 259. The Unrestrained Titan. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the moonlit cavern. With a mere flick of his hand, young Master Yu unleashed an unfathomable force. The sheer magnitude of his power would likely leave even an ordinary immortal struggling to withstand it. What of Tang Tian? He appeared to be at the pinnacle of the true immortal realm. Could he possibly endure such a level of might? Would he not be obliterated in an instant? The crowd turned their gazes toward Tang Tian's position. Moments later, the dust began to settle, revealing Tang Tian standing before them. He had taken a few steps back, his arms raised protectively in front of him, seemingly unscathed by any grave injury. Remarkably, he had withstood the attack. It appeared he had broken through to the celestial, immortal realm. No wonder. However, one could not overlook the substantial crater, 1.5 meters deep, that marred the ground beneath him. Truly, young Master Yu was formidable, capable of reshaping the terrain of Moonlit Peak with a mere gesture. Tang Tian held his own, defying expectations that the battle would conclude swiftly. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, realizing that Tang Tian possessed the ability to counterattack against young Master Yu. This promised to be an enthralling spectacle. As they conversed, Tang Tian lowered his arms, feeling a slight tingling sensation. Indeed, young Master Yu's attack was fearsome. It nearly equaled the encounter he had with that golden immortal, truly deserving of the title of genius. Yet, it was worth noting that Tang Tian had employed nothing but his physical form to withstand the blow, eager to test the true strength of his chaotic body. The result was gratifying. On one hand, the resilience of his chaotic body proved ample. Young Master Yu's caliber of attack could hardly breach his defenses, leaving him with only a mild sensation of numbness in his arm. Coupled with the regenerative capabilities of his divine phoenix body, the impact was negligible. On the other hand, he had finally encountered an opponent who could compel him to exert himself. Quite impressive, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Young Master Yu furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly taken aback by Tang Tian's ability to effortlessly absorb his onslaught. Moreover, he keenly sensed that Tang Tian had not employed any magical techniques during the encounter. Nevertheless, he bore no signs of anxiety. So, this is your hidden strength, young Master Yu remarked coolly. Tang Tian shrugged, replying, you should be cautious moving forward. Don't allow this battle to become too mundane. In a rare display, young Master Yu offered a faint smile, responding, rest assured, I will ensure it is exceedingly entertaining. The two locked eyes. In the next moment, Tang Tian surged forward, leaping from the ground with a resounding boom, almost instantly closing the distance to young Master Yu. A fist the size of a sandbag was hurled directly toward his face. In this clash, Tang Tian intended to rely solely on his physical prowess and martial skills. Confronted with this sudden assault, young Master Yu remained unperturbed. He extended his slender fingers, swiftly intercepting Tang Tian's fist. However, he soon furrowed his brow. The strength of Tang Tian exceeded his expectations. A thunderous sound resonated as young Master Yu staggered back several paces, barely mitigating Tang Tian's force. Yet beneath him, several deep impressions marred the ground. A faint stinging sensation emanated from his palm, making him realize he had underestimated Tang Tian's prowess. This power was now on par with his own. Before he could recalibrate, Tang Tian unleashed his next strike, followed by a relentless barrage akin to a torrential downpour. With each impact, young Master Yu responded with remarkable agility, countering Tang Tian's every assault. The ferocious energy erupted with each clash, both figures darting through the air like phantoms, leaving a dizzying array of afterimages that bewildered onlookers. Goodness, how astonishing! They gasped. Was Tang Tian's secret weapon his physical prowess? He could keep pace with young Master Yu's speed, continuously pressing the advantage. This was undoubtedly the most astonishing spectacle they had ever witnessed. Even Zhang Ke lost his previous composure, his fists clenched tightly, fearful of any unforeseen complications. However, at that moment, following a tremendous collision, Tang Tian and young Master Yu's forms abruptly separated. The crowd observed as Tang Tian's movements suddenly slowed, as if ensnared in a treacherous mire. Meanwhile, young Master Yu hovered in the air, performing an intricate hand seal that emanated shimmering waves of transparent energy, enveloping the very space Tang Tian occupied. Spatial power. Someone exclaimed in awe. This was one of young Master Yu's most formidable techniques. He had previously employed this power to ensnare two golden immortal experts, one of his most illustrious feats. Could Tang Tian possibly escape from such an overwhelming maneuver? Concern rippled through the crowd for Tang Tian. Amidst the quagmire, Tang Tian acutely sensed the terrifying nature of this technique. The very fabric of space around him had altered, pressing down upon him from all directions. Every inch of his skin endured an excruciating force of oppression. Under this weight, even breathing became a monumental challenge. Every movement required his utmost strength. Young Master Yu's mastery of spatial manipulation had reached an exalted level. Do not struggle, you cannot escape. Did you think I was merely toying with you? During our skirmish, I meticulously established all the nodes. Young Master Yu spoke calmly. Indeed, you possess remarkable strength. You could easily secure a position among the top 50 on the heavenly ranking. Alas, you have encountered me. At that moment, he was filled with confidence. For the manipulation of spatial power was the most effective method against physical cultivators. Observing his self-assured demeanor, Tang Tian shook his head. You see, you people have no true understanding of combat. You have restrained me, yet choose not to maintain your advantage or secure victory, instead standing idly by and chattering away. I must say, even my 16-year-old Xiaoxue comprehends this principle better than you do. With that, a faint black light flickered across Tang Tian's body. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he calmly stepped out from the area controlled by young Master Yu, unscathed and unaffected. Still feeling confident? He teased, crossing his arms over his chest. After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted in chaos. What was happening? He just walked out? Even a golden immortal could not break free. How did he accomplish this? Could it be that he possessed some extraordinary constitution? Some, by chance, began to grasp the truth. Let us not forget, aside from his chaotic body, Tang Tian possessed several other remarkable physiques. For instance, the celestial overlord body. At the perfected stage, the celestial overlord body is reputed to be impervious to myriad techniques. In simpler terms, I, the overlord body, am immune to control. While young Master Yu's methods might serve as a decisive trump card against ordinary physical cultivators, they held no sway over Tang Tian. In response to Tang Tian's mockery, young Master Yu's expression darkened slightly. It seemed he was preparing to get serious. Chapter 260. Supreme Celestial Artifact under the suppression of young Master Yu's spatial power. Tang Tian emerged with remarkable composure. Such a display prompted young Master Yu to adopt a serious demeanor. He slowly opened his palm, revealing a jade bottle of azure hue, which materialized within his grasp. This was young Master Yu's fateful celestial artifact. Instantly, some recognized its significance. It was a formidable supreme celestial artifact, and young Master Yu was indeed earnest this time. The fact that Tang Tian had compelled him to unveil his fateful artifact was nothing short of impressive. In the annals of history, he could very well be the most extraordinary disciple from the outer realm. What a pity it was, had he not encountered young Master Yu. He could have certainly achieved even more dazzling feats. Alas, with the azure bottle's emergence, even golden immortals would retreat from its brilliance. For Tang Tian, this was where his journey would conclude. Once the azure jade bottle appeared before the crowd, nearly everyone ceased to regard Tang Tian favorably. After all, it was a supreme celestial artifact, an entity imbued with the power of rules. Even though young Master Yu had yet to fully harness its might, it was beyond the capability of any celestial immortal to withstand. In a state of bare hands, even those at the pinnacle of golden immortal would suffer greatly. Furthermore, they did not believe that Tang Tian, hailing from the external world, could summon a similarly powerful supreme celestial artifact. Their assumptions proved correct. At that moment, Tang Tian did not possess a complete supreme celestial artifact. The previous flawed ones had been consumed as snacks by Xiao Gu. He had received a few mid-grade celestial artifacts in the past, but he had no intention of employing them today. He wished only to ascertain the extent of his pure physical strength. To be defeated beneath the jade bottle would be a source of pride in itself. Young Master Yu's gaze remained indifferent as he elevated the jade bottle. The vessel ascended rapidly into the air, and moments later, it was suspended directly above the battlefield, slowly rotating. As it came to a halt, Tang Tian sensed that the space beneath the bottle had been entirely locked down, akin to a fearsome killing formation. Waves of rule power cascaded from above. While they did not directly inflict harm, they had altered certain regulations within this space. It could be said that the battlefield had entirely fallen under young Master Yu's control. "Let it end," he declared. As his words echoed, young Master Yu gradually extended a palm. This gesture was remarkably unremarkable, devoid of any fluctuations of Taoist laws. Yet, before Tang Tian, an immense phantom palm imprint coalesced from thin air, hurtling toward him, while simultaneously employing the power of rules to imprison the surrounding space. Rendering evasion impossible, only a direct confrontation remained. Confronted with this palm imprint, imbued with the power of rules, Tang Tian clenched his fists, channeling all his strength. Advancing rather than retreating, in the blink of an eye, he reached its forefront and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The deafening sound of collision resonated once more. However, this time, Tang Tian's figure rebounded like a cannonball, retreating a significant distance before barely managing to regain his footing. Pain surged from his fist, the immense recoil rendering his entire right arm numb, akin to the sensation of an electric shock. Yet, the colossal hand from the void seemed utterly unscathed, continuing its relentless advance towards Tang Tian. "Quite impressive," Tang Tian remarked, shaking off the discomfort and instantaneously restoring himself with the prowess of the phoenix body, a grin spreading across his face. This was more like it. Merely relying on raw physical strength to overpower the opponent would be rather mundane. "Very well," he declared. "Allow me to witness the true might of your superior celestial artifact." With renewed determination, Tang Tian clenched his fist once more, unleashing his full power. The celestial titan physique, the eternal saint body, the chaos body, he summoned them all. His massive fist radiated with brilliance, shimmering in hues of black and gold. A mere glance enough to instill trepidation in the hearts of onlookers. A terrifying force was brewing rapidly. As the power reached its zenith, Tang Tian let out a fierce shout and charged toward the palm imprint. He unleashed a punch that stirred the very heavens and earth. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion erupted within the Moonwatch cavern. Observers watched as Tang Tian was once again sent reeling, retreating even further than before. Just as they assumed Tang Tian had reached his limit, an ominous cracking sound echoed, sending chills down their spines. To their astonishment, the indomitable void palm imprint began to fissure, fractures spreading across its surface until, in an instant, it shattered completely. Tang Tian had obliterated it with a single punch. What? The onlooking disciples gaped, their expressions betraying disbelief. That was a superior celestial artifact. In the absence of comparable items, one could only evade its power, having no means of counteraction. Yet, what had Tang Tian accomplished? He had dismantled its manifestation solely with his fist. This shattered their foundational understanding of cultivation. Moreover, even young Master Yu furrowed his brow, astonished. He had anticipated the battle would conclude the moment the silent jade bottle was produced. Yet, Tang Tian had delivered an unexpected blow. Was this the extent of a superior celestial artifact? It seemed rather underwhelming. "Perhaps your abilities are insufficient to fully harness its power?" Tang Tian chuckled lightly. "Young Master Yu snorted dismissively. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? That was merely a trivial feat. Let us see how you cope from here on." With that, he extended his massive hand, forcefully grasping in Tang Tian's direction. In the next moment, several colossal void fists materialized from all directions, hurtling toward Tang Tian with a ferocity several times greater than the previous palm imprint. However, Tang Tian exhibited no signs of anxiety. Rather, he appeared exhilarated. "Huh, what a splendid moment." He let out a hearty laugh, then surged forward, charging headlong into the void's fists. In the next instant, Tang Tian collided directly with them. Each resounding impact reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that left many feeling their blood surge within them. It was nearly unimaginable what terrifying force Tang Tian was enduring at the epicenter of this battle. Is this the essence of physical cultivation? Some spectators gasped in awe, murmuring to themselves. Accompanied by the thunderous roars, the colossal fists of the void met their inevitable fate, utterly obliterated by Tang Tian. Young Master Yu furrowed his brow. conjuring an array of techniques that rained down upon Tang Tian like a torrential downpour. Yet, with each passing moment, Tang Tian grew increasingly ferocious, a radiant glow of black and gold enveloping his form. Regardless of how formidable young Master Yu's methods appeared, none could inflict harm upon Tang Tian. This state of affairs persisted for a while until, suddenly, Tang Tian's figure darted past all obstructions, racing toward the serene jade bottle suspended in the sky. He aimed to resolve all matters in one fell swoop. Young Master Yu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly reacted. Channeling all his celestial energy, his sleeves billowed wildly. Soon, a towering mountain radiating a verdant glow materialized from the base of the serene jade bottle, descending with great force toward Tang Tian below. Boom! This marked the fiercest collision since the onset of battle. Some disciples, lacking sufficient strength, were directly struck by the residual waves, spurting blood and sustaining internal injuries. Amidst the deafening clamor, a delicate sound of shattering resonated clearly. Young Master Yu's complexion paled instantly, a faint trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 261. The conclusion of battle. After a violent tremor shook the earth, the onlookers finally regained their footing, staring in astonishment at the epicenter of the battlefield. They stood transfixed. Young Master Yu was injured. One voice cried out, breaking the silence in shock. In the midst of the chaos, young Master Yu's lips were pale, a streak of crimson blood staining the corner of his mouth, a sight that was utterly startling. Everyone was left in disbelief. They had never anticipated that Tang Tian could inflict harm upon young Master Yu. How had he managed to accomplish such a feat? Their gazes shifted towards the suspended in the sky. The azure jade bottle continued to spin gracefully in the air, but amidst its radiance, the spectators keenly discerned a fine crack appearing at the edge of the bottle's base. My goodness! Tang Tian shattered a high-grade immortal artifact. The crowd stood in stunned silence. That crack was far more chilling than the blood at young Master Yu's lips. However, it was not long before some astute individuals began to notice inconsistencies. No, it was not the artifact itself that was damaged, but rather the outer shell that young Master Yu had formed while refining it into his life-bound artifact. This was also the reason why he suffered backlash after the crack appeared. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd slowly exhaled in relief. I knew it. For a celestial being to shatter a high-grade immortal artifact was simply outrageous. Though it was not the main body, it still retained a portion of its original power. If even that could be destroyed, I cannot fathom the sheer magnitude of power Tang Tian wielded in that moment. But where was Tang Tian? The crowd turned their attention to the spot where he had previously stood, only to find his absence. Shifting their perspective downward, they beheld a deep pit gouged into the earth. The formidable terrain of the which even a golden immortal would find difficult to alter, had been directly ravaged. Was Tang Tian all right? The people gazed anxiously at the pit. That mountain had inspired fear just by its mere presence. Could Tang Tian possibly remain unscathed beneath such overwhelming force? Yet, just as uncertainty enveloped the crowd, a familiar voice emerged from the depths of the pit. What a hell of a day! The high-grade immortal artifact was indeed extraordinary. In the next moment, Tang Tian's figure materialized before everyone, unchanged from his previous appearance, radiating a subtle glow. Remarkably, he seemed completely unharmed. I am truly impressed. After this battle, Tang Tian's name shall undoubtedly ascend to become one of the brightest stars in the realm of Tianfu. The crowd erupted in admiration. Tang Tian's performance had far surpassed their expectations, reaching an unattainable pinnacle. If, prior to this, many had harbored disdain for Tang Tian's arrogance, eager to witness his downfall, now most had relinquished such thoughts. For a true powerhouse, they could only harbor admiration. Reflecting on it, if I possessed such formidable power, I would have undoubtedly descended into boundless arrogance. What a pity, remarked Tang Tian to young Master Yu. Following their earlier clash, he had already summoned his strength to its utmost limit. Yet, even so, he was repelled, resulting in several broken fingers. Should young Master Yu manage to fully harness the power of the silent jade bottle, it was entirely possible that Tang Tian would not be able to break through it by sheer brute force. The prodigies of the heavenly rankings indeed possess remarkable abilities. However, to young Master Yu, these words were laced with profound sarcasm. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? His countenance darkened, his tone chilling. Tang Tian grinned widely. If this is the extent of your prowess, then our battle can come to a close. Young Master Yu fixed him with a frosty glare, a peculiar aura gradually emanating from his being. This move was intended for the peak battle, but today, you have compelled me to unveil it. I shall make you understand the dire consequences of provoking my wrath. With that, young Master Yu swiftly lunged forward, confronting Tang Tian head-on. This marked his first proactive assault. Observing his actions, the onlookers were perplexed. How could young Master Yu, whose strongest abilities lay in Dao techniques, choose to engage in direct confrontation with a physical cultivator like Tang Tian? Was this not akin to wielding one's weaknesses against another's strengths? Yet, the unfolding situation left no room for contemplation. In the blink of an eye, young Master Yu stood before Tang Tian, delivering a powerful punch. Tang Tian, albeit puzzled by Yu's intentions, adhered to the principle of responding to change with steadfastness. He did not retreat, but opted for direct confrontation. Easily evading young Master Yu's fist, he retaliated with a strike aimed at his chest. However, to his astonishment, his fist seemed to penetrate the air, passing straight through young Master Yu's torso. A chilling sensation coursed through his hand. Young Master Yu gazed at Tang Tian, a strange smile gracing his lips. Indeed, what a pity. The last thing I fear is a physical cultivator. Upon uttering these words, his visage abruptly contorted, his entire form swiftly dissolving like snowflakes, ultimately transforming into a shadow that melded into Tang Tian's very being. This was the shadow body. Some recognized the essence of this technique. An immortal-level physique, the shadow body. Rumors had circulated about young Master Yu possessing an extraordinarily potent physique, and indeed, they proved true. It was disastrous. Tang Tian, a physical cultivator, had no means to contend with such an intangible entity. What a shame, had it not been for the shadow body. Tang Tian might have truly triumphed over young Master Yu. The crowd, filled with regret, lamented, though they yearned to witness Tang Tian's downfall. The notion of an underdog overcoming a stronger foe would have ignited even greater excitement. Regrettably, it seems that this is indeed the end. Tang Tian stood still. When relying solely on physical strength, he found himself utterly powerless against the existence of the shadow body. It was intangible, rendering any attempts to strike futile, no matter how formidable one might be. Moreover, Tang Tian sensed that this shadow body possessed an exceptionally terrifying ability, corruption. As it enveloped him, an intensely frigid force seeped into his being. This power swiftly eroded his own strength, transferring it into the shadows, thereby growing ever stronger. In this exchange of decline and growth, defeat was merely a matter of time. Before long, the shadow of Yu Gongzi had surged exponentially, resembling a demon from the shadow realm, its colossal form blotting out the sun and encircling Tang Tian. A chilling, low laughter echoed, sending shivers down his spine. Tang Tian sighed softly. Although he possessed the divine phoenix body and was immune to the corruption, able to consume as much as he wished, provided he did not overindulge, the battle had lost its significance. His objectives had already been met. He had tested the strength of his body and gained a preliminary understanding of the top talents of Tianfu. Thus, it was time to conclude. Observing the gigantic, ghostly visage conjured by Yu Gongzi's shadows, Tang Tian slowly raised his hand. Chapter 262. Internal Strife. It is over. Observing the shadow cast by young Master Yu swiftly expanding and encircling Tang Tian, the onlookers shook their heads in lamentation. Alas, a single misstep in strategy. The fates had conspired against them. Had it not been for the shadow body, or had he possessed another celestial physique, Tang Tian might have indeed triumphed over young Master Yu. Such is the nature of combat in the cultivation realm. One can never predict the dreadful arsenal of one's opponent. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. After this battle, Tang Tian would undoubtedly ascend into the ranks of the heavenly list, and his position would be far from insignificant. The spectators gazed at the chilling shadow on the battlefield, awaiting the conclusion of the clash. Simultaneously, Zhang Ke finally exhaled in relief. The intensity of the earlier skirmish had rendered him drenched in perspiration. He initially presumed that this would be an overwhelming one-sided affair, with Tang Tian's pride trampled mercilessly beneath young Master Yu's heel. Yet, who could have foreseen that Tang Tian had grown to such formidable heights? Fortunately, victory had ultimately favored his side. With triumph secured, Gu Xiaoxue would soon become his possession. A sinister smile crept upon Zhang Ke's lips. He was determined to make Tang Tian understand the grave error of crossing him. Suddenly, the immense shadow began to retract. The crowd collectively steadied themselves, realizing that this fierce battle had finally reached its end. However, when the shadow dissipated completely, the scene on the battlefield rendered everyone speechless. Tang Tian stood there, unscathed, his demeanor unchanged, not a single mark of injury upon him. Meanwhile, the victor they had presumed, young Master Yu, now knelt before Tang Tian, his expression fraught with disbelief and trepidation. The cavern surrounding them fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the drop of a pin could be distinctly heard. What transpired? Wasn't young Master Yu in a position of overwhelming advantage? Hadn't his shadow body completely subdued Tang Tian? Hadn't victory already been assured? What on earth was happening? Heaven help us. What had occurred? Finally, someone broke the silence with an exclamation. Following that, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Young Master Yu had been defeated? Even with the shadow body in play, how could he have lost? This was incomprehensible, utterly unfathomable. How had Tang Tian achieved this? Heaven above, please awaken me from this dream. The disciples erupted in confusion. They could not fathom why a seemingly inescapable defeat had transformed into a resounding victory. Could it be that Tang Tian had yet to reveal all of his capabilities? In truth, young Master Yu was most qualified to ponder this question. Just moments ago, while utilizing the shadow body to corrupt Tang Tian's form, he had felt certain of his impending victory. Yet, upon seeing Tang Tian raise his right hand, he realized, to his utter dismay, that he had been gravely mistaken. From the very onset of the battle, Tang Tian had not unleashed his utmost strength. You are not a physical cultivator at all. Young Master Yu spoke with a bitter expression, his voice hoarse. Tang Tian, with an indifferent gaze, replied in a measured tone. When did I ever claim to be a physical cultivator? That judgment was entirely your own. In the absence of a comprehensive understanding of his opponent, you presumptuously concluded his capabilities. What gives you the confidence? Young Master Yu slowly lowered his head. Indeed, it was a judgment he had made about Tang Tian. But why? After much contemplation, he discerned two words: arrogance. Before engaging in battle with Tang Tian, he had always believed that Tang Tian's greatest strength lay in his mastery over geomagnetic forces. It was only after their confrontation that he realized Tang Tian's formidable physique, leading him to conclude that he was a powerful physical cultivator. Yet, who said Tang Tian could not possess even greater talents? No one. It was merely his instinctual belief that someone from the external cultivation world, possessing exceptional control over geomagnetism and a remarkably strong body, was already at the pinnacle. This was a misjudgment born from a long-standing arrogant mindset. I previously stated that most disciples of the heavenly mansion have no true understanding of combat. Many were unconvinced, believing I was speaking nonsense. So now, what is your perspective? Tang Tian spoke leisurely. Young Master Yu's expression shifted, becoming extremely complex. Ultimately, he sighed deeply. I have lost. This time, he genuinely conceded. Tang Tian nodded. He and young Master Yu had no deep-seated enmity. Awakening the other was, in itself, a commendable outcome. However, the punishment that must be borne still stood. According to my rules, the defeated shall kneel outside my abode for an entire day. I do not wish to exert effort in restraining you. It is up to you to decide. But if you attempt to flee, I will certainly find a way to exact this punishment later. Tang Tian stated. Young Master Yu remained silent, making no further moves. He bowed his noble head and knelt before Tang Tian's dwelling, seemingly accepting this punishment. Tang Tian inwardly nodded. This fellow was merely somewhat arrogant, yet he was fundamentally a decent person. If he could grow from this setback, it would undoubtedly have a positive impact on his future path. However, while young Master Yu accepted it, there were others who could not. Tang Tian. A furious shout erupted from the front. Zhang Ku, his face flushed with anger, approached Tang Tian with others from the Fighting Saint Pavilion, looking at him with a mix of humiliation and rage. Perhaps it was anger used to mask their own shame and defeat. Enough. This battle may be deemed a victory for you, but young master, you must not kneel here. If you dare to do so, you will be opposing the entire Fighting Saint Pavilion. Zhang Ku admonished sternly. Observing Zhang Ku's furious demeanor, Tang Tian suddenly smiled. I have yet to seek you out, and yet you have come to me uninvited. Zhang Ku was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, what do you mean? Tang Tian replied with a smile. Did you not previously assert that if I emerged victorious, you would acquiesce to anything I asked? So be it. I possess an abundance of celestial artifacts, divine techniques, and Taoist jade. I have no need for yours. Since you are unwilling to kneel here on behalf of young Master Yu, you shall take his place. However, I require you to remain in this position until the waning moon cave is sealed. Zhang Ke clenched his teeth tightly, his face flushed with indignation. His pride was exceedingly strong. The prospect of kneeling before Tang Tian's abode, enduring such humiliation until the cave's closure, was akin to a death sentence. You must be dreaming. Zhang Ke bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, following his refusal, another golden immortal from the Dosheng Pavilion turned his gaze upon him. Captain Zhang, I believe it would be prudent for you to acquiesce to his request. Young Master Yu represents the reputation of our Dosheng Pavilion, and we cannot afford to tarnish it here. This situation arose because of you, so you ought to resolve it. Zhang Ke was instantly rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that a colleague would forsake him at this critical moment for the sake of reputation. Tang Tian, with a smile playing upon his lips, refrained from elaborating further. He understood the concerns of this golden immortal from the Dosheng Pavilion. Indeed, if young Master Yu truly embodied the pavilion's honor, that far outweighed Zhang Ke's individual disgrace. Yet, would Zhang Ke truly comply? Chapter 263. The sudden arrival of the immortal sovereign, let it be as such. Observing Zhang Ke's prolonged silence, the golden immortal made a decision on his behalf. He then addressed Tang Tian, stating, "We shall proceed as you suggested. We will use him to exchange for young Master Yu. You need not overly concern yourself with offending the Dosheng Pavilion in this matter. As long as the confrontation between you and young Master Yu is fair and just, we shall not raise further objections. The Dosheng Pavilion has always adhered to the regulations of the Tianfu." Tang Tian smiled gently and replied, "No problem. This was the condition I had proposed." The golden immortal nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude to Tang Tian with a respectful gesture. Subsequently, he personally assisted young Master Yu to his feet. Young Master Yu remained exceedingly weak. Gazing at Tang Tian, he spoke softly, "Thank you for this invaluable lesson. You are correct. The majority of the prodigies within the Tianfu, like myself, have been blinded by arrogance. I eagerly await the moment of your reform." With that, he bowed deeply to Tang Tian before departing, supported by the golden immortal. The others from the Dosheng Pavilion followed suit, leaving Zhang Ke standing alone in a daze. Observing Zhang Ke's bewildered state, Tang Tian chuckled. "Did you not often extol the virtues of joining a faction? Where is your faction now?" Zhang Ke's mind buzzed with confusion. The organization he had once taken pride in had forsaken him. His most cherished sense of pride had been thoroughly trampled by the very Tang Tian he had scorned. In that instant, he felt as though the entire world had come crashing down around him. "I have no desire to say more," Tang Tian stated coolly. The two faced each other, awaiting the final resolution of their long-standing conflict. The surrounding onlookers also waited in silence, eager to witness the grand culmination of a supernova's emergence. During this period of anticipation, some disciples finally arrived, including Guan Yu, who had been delayed for various reasons. By the time he arrived, the members of the Dosheng Pavilion had already departed. He located Lu Shi amidst the crowd and inquired about the battle's outcome. Lu Shi, with a perplexed expression, replied, "The situation is rather complicated and somewhat strange." To summarize it succinctly, Tang Tian began unfavorably. The situation for Tang Tian appeared dire. Tang Tian made frequent blunders. The defeat of Tang Tian seemed inevitable. Yet, ultimately, Tang Tian achieved victory. "Guan Yu, would you care to listen to what you were saying?" However, upon questioning others, he found their responses largely consistent. With a sigh, Guan Yu realized that Tang Tian had firmly ascended to the pinnacle stage of the Tianfu, and the swiftness and manner of his ascent were unparalleled in history. After a brief wait, the atmosphere shifted. Following a tumultuous internal struggle, Zhang Ke suddenly broke into laughter. "Tang Tian, I concede that your strength has surpassed my expectations. However, do not ever presume that I would kneel before you." He rejected the notion. In that moment, he cast aside everything: power, reputation, and rules. Let them all be damned. His pride was his final bastion. Confronted with the suddenly resolute Zhang Ke, Tang Tian shook his head. "You have misunderstood one thing. I am not negotiating with you any longer. Today, you shall kneel, whether you wish to or not." Nevertheless, Tang Tian stood even firmer in his resolve. "Haraha!" Zhang Ke suddenly erupted in laughter, and then the aura of a celestial being surged forth. He gazed at Tang Tian, his eyes brimming with boundless hatred. "What if you are a genius? Without growth, you remain merely a celestial being. After death, who will remember your past glories? With that, a celestial sword materialized in his hand. An amalgamation of unrestrained hatred and murderous intent surged toward Tang Tian. This is it. Zhang Ke has lost his mind. Guan Yu shouted in alarm. The others were equally taken aback by his sudden move. Yet, there was no recourse. Tang Tian was too close, and even the strongest outside could not intervene in time. All they could do was watch helplessly as the celestial sword lunged toward Tang Tian's heart. However, what went unnoticed was Tang Tian's unflappable demeanor. As the sword approached, he raised his hand. A profound aura of Tao resonated outward. Boom! Tang Tian unleashed the way of all laws. The boundless power of rules collided head-on with Zhang Ke. The celestial energy disintegrated as if it were mere paper, and the formidable sword shattered into countless fragments. The sound of bones cracking sent shivers down the listeners' spines. The way of all laws obliterated everything Zhang Ke had, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood and be sent hurtling away like a cannonball, ultimately collapsing to the ground, his life uncertain. All were left in stunned silence once more. The scene was infinitely more terrifying than when Tang Tian had defeated young Master Yu. That was a true celestial being. Moreover, Zhang Ke had been in the celestial realm for at least a decade. Yet, such a formidable warrior was sent flying by a single move from Tang Tian. His fate unknown. This level of power had utterly transcended their comprehension. If their initial shock at Tang Tian's defeat of young Master Yu had been profound, now, that astonishment was coupled with a deep-seated fear. What manner of terrifying primordial beast is he? Young Master Yu's defeat was not unjust. After a long while, someone trembled and uttered those words. To annihilate a celestial being in an instant, even the top contenders on the celestial rankings might not achieve such a feat. Enough said. Aside from the most enigmatic Luo Shi, I cannot fathom anyone capable of such a terrifying act. Moreover, let us not forget, he is merely a celestial being. Unlike the previous uproar, this time they seemed somewhat hesitant to speak. They could only gaze from afar at the composed Tang Tian. In this moment, Tang Tian ascended to an entirely different echelon, a summit that felt utterly unattainable. Observing the fallen Zhang Ke, Tang Tian slowly retracted his hand, having not dealt a fatal blow. Zhang Ke had sought to torment him through Gu Xiaoxua. Thus, he would return the favor in kind. Is your pride not your utmost concern? Then I shall shatter it completely. Tang Tian was never one to be trifled with. He simply adhered to his principles. After withdrawing, he intended to step forward and bring this all to a close. However, at that moment, he abruptly halted. He sensed a terrifying aura approaching, imbued with murderous intent, directed straight at him. Indeed, you possess the capability to slay a golden immortal. Tang Tian. A resounding voice echoed above all, followed by a figure manifesting from thin air, obscuring the sun in the sky. Though his face remained obscured, Tang Tian could discern that this being exuded an aura far more formidable than that of the previous immortal king, Qinjian, an immortal sovereign. Upon the appearance of this immortal sovereign, several other figures emerged in the heavens, encircling Tang Tian completely. Each individual bore a black long spear upon their back, instilling a chilling dread within. A singular name flashed across Tang Tian's mind, the Hall of War Gods. Chapter 264. The unexpected visitor. A dozen formidable warriors from the War God Temple encircled Tang Tian, each emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. It was evident that each one of them was at least of the great Luo Golden immortal level. The middle-aged man standing at the apex of the group exuded an aura that sent shivers down the spine. He was an immortal sovereign, the pinnacle of combat power in this world. When they first appeared, everyone was taken aback. The War God Temple was a highly ranked force within the Tianfu. Why had they come specifically to this place? The astonishment intensified when it became clear that their target was none other than Tang Tian. How could an outsider, who had just entered the Tianfu, have offended such a colossal entity? Moreover, their apparent concern was underscored by the fact that even an immortal sovereign had personally taken action. What could possibly have transpired? Glancing at the immortal sovereign of the War God Temple, Tang Tian quickly deduced their intentions. His enmity with the War God Temple stemmed from a singular incident involving Tian Yangsheng. Initially, Tian Yangsheng had enlisted the aid of a golden immortal and several mystic immortals from the War God Temple to eliminate him outside the Qingwei Gate. Unfortunately for Tian Yangsheng, he had underestimated Tang Tian's strength, resulting in the obliteration of himself and his accomplices. Even the protective talisman gifted by the immortal sovereign was consumed entirely, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, the war god temple descended upon Qingwei Gate, seeking the true culprit behind Tian Yangsheng's demise. They had once suspected Tang Tian of being responsible. However, the manner in which Tang Tian executed the deed was so meticulous that they could never find direct evidence linking him to the crime. At that time, Tang Tian was merely at the Ascension realm, making the notion of him killing a golden immortal utterly absurd. Consequently, the matter was suppressed by the higher-ups of Qingwei Gate. Now, however, Tang Tian had arrived at the Yunding Tianfu and had just demonstrated unmatched combat prowess, effortlessly incapacitating the golden immortal Zhang Ku. While the other disciples may not grasp how Tang Tian accomplished such feats, the warriors from the War God Temple, being celestial sovereigns, certainly sense the formidable power of the rules within Tang Tian's recent display. Their choice to confront him at this moment likely indicated their intention to label him as the perpetrator. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Tian discreetly signaled to Li Hong, advising him not to stray too far. Should a conflict arise, he intended to draw his subordinates into his small world for safety. As for himself, he chuckled inwardly. An immortal sovereign was not yet capable of taking his life. Nevertheless, Tang Tian was not inclined to sever ties with them just yet, as long as the matter did not escalate beyond reason. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent for a brief, while before responding coolly, "I am Tian Yuan. Tian Yangsheng is my child. Do you recall him?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, noting the directness of the man's approach. "Indeed, I remember. Tian Yangsheng is a prominent young master from our Qingwei sect. However, my interactions with him have been rather superficial. I have merely heard that he mysteriously vanished some time ago, and no one has been able to trace his whereabouts." The words spoken by Tang Tian are merely the announcements issued by the higher echelons of the Qingwei sect, devoid of any apparent inconsistencies. Yet, the esteemed Tian Yuan Xianzuan clearly does not place credence in Tang Tian's assertions. "I shall grant you but a single opportunity. Did you, or did you not, slay Tian Yangsheng?" The tone of Tian Yuan Xianzuan was indifferent. Tang Tian found himself momentarily speechless. This individual offered no opportunity for evasive arguments. For someone of such stature, once a conclusion is drawn, it remains unshakable by any subsequent developments. At this moment, he has undoubtedly concluded that Tang Tian is the perpetrator behind Tian Yangsheng's demise. Tang Tian's mind raced with thoughts. To admit guilt would mean the premature end of his journey in the Yunding Tianfu. Given the disposition of the War God Temple, it was certain they would not let him off lightly. Conversely, to deny the accusation would likely not spare him from dire consequences, judging by Tian Yuan Xianzuan's demeanor. Who could predict what actions he might take? After much contemplation, Tang Tian resolved to maintain his defiance. After all, there was no concrete evidence against him. If things escalated, he could still resort to desperate measures. Even if he could not address the threat immediately, time was on his side. He would wait until he reached an invincible state and demonstrate to Tian Yuan Xianzuan just how many eyes the king of horses truly possesses. "I truly do not comprehend your words," Tang Tian stated calmly, offering no further elaboration, simply denying the allegations. Tian Yuan Xianzuan regarded him with an icy glare, a murderous intent that chilled to the bone. "What a pity," he remarked. "You have forsaken the only chance you had to survive. Do you truly believe I cannot uncover the evidence of your crime? A man may lie, but the soul cannot conceal the truth. Once you arrive at the War God Temple, you shall regret relinquishing this opportunity for life." With that, he gestured to the other formidable warriors of the War God Temple to apprehend Tang Tian on the spot. Several long spears emerged, their terrifying might bearing down upon him. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Was he truly destined to reach this point? Yet, he found himself with no viable options, as the opposition was overwhelmingly powerful and domineering. The onlooking disciples grew increasingly anxious. They had just witnessed the rise of an extraordinary talent, and now they might soon bear witness to his imminent fall. The might of the War God Temple was indeed formidable. Regardless of Tang Tian's capabilities, no miracle could be expected to unfold now. All they could do was watch helplessly as the assailants slowly approached Tang Tian. "Stop!" Suddenly, a voice rang out amidst the crowd. Tang Tian turned to look. utterly taken aback. The voice that rang out was not from anyone else, but rather from Wen Xiao, the steward of Wangyue Peak, who had always viewed himself with disdain and had covertly opposed him. Wen Xiao's complexion appeared somewhat pale, as if he had resolved to make a significant decision. He stood before Tang Tian and respectfully bowed to the celestial lord in the sky, before speaking, "My esteemed celestial lord. Although I am unaware of the grievances that exist between you and Tang Tian, this is Wangyue Cave Heaven, and I am the steward of this domain. Unless you possess the approval of the heavenly mansion, according to the rules, I cannot permit you to take Tang Tian away at will." As he spoke, his resolve gradually solidified, and his voice resonated with conviction. Observing Wen Xiao's silhouette, Tang Tian found himself momentarily speechless. This individual was indeed complex, or perhaps had reached an extraordinary level of obstinacy. Regardless of anything else, he adhered strictly to the principles. In his eyes, the heavenly mansion was paramount. Even if one was a celestial lord, adherence to the rules was imperative. Tang Tian could not help but feel a twinge of admiration for his courage. Even the celestial lord was momentarily perplexed by this boldness. How ridiculous, he scoffed. No one has dared to speak of rules in my presence within the heavenly mansion. Get lost. With that, he casually waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck fiercely against Wen Xiao's face, sending him flying and filling the air with the acrid scent of scorched flesh. It was evident that he had sustained serious injury. After this display, he waved his hand once more, signaling the warriors of the god of War Hall to seize Tang Tian. However, at that moment, another voice erupted from the crowd, far more audacious than Wen Xiao's prior declaration, completely disregarding the rules of the heavenly mansion. The god of War Hall truly wielded immense power. Subsequently, a group emerged from the rear of the crowd. Chapter 265. The final outcome, it is the people from the Mo family. The appearance of this group elicited another round of astonished gasps from the crowd. They are one of the oldest families in Tianfu, formidable enough to rival the War God Hall. It seems they are here to stand guard for Tang Tian. What an extraordinary figure Tang Tian must be. Not only does he have a history with the War God Hall, but he also shares a close connection with the Mo family. Did he not just arrive from the outside world? It dawned on me that within the sect he belongs to, there are disciples sent for training from both the War God Hall and the Mo family. They must have forged ties during that time. Soon, someone unearthed some details about Tang Tian. However, upon learning more, their astonishment only deepened. The fact that Tang Tian managed to seize the final spot from these individuals is simply astonishing. In the midst of their conversation, the members of the Mo family had already approached Tang Tian. At the forefront stood his old acquaintance, Mo Xiao Xiao, accompanied by her brother, Mo Jun. Additionally, there were Chun Xiao, Yin Ku, and even the prodigy Nie Wu Shuang, whom he encountered during the flag-raising contest, standing behind her. Beside Mo Xiao Xiao was a short middle-aged man, appearing to be an ordinary mortal, yet Tang Tian instinctively sensed that this individual was far from simple. "Tang brother," Mo Xiao Xiao greeted with a cupped fist and a smile as she stood before him. "I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you upon your arrival in Tianfu. I was delayed due to my closed-door training." Tang Tian quickly assured her that it was no trouble at all. Had she not appeared today, he might have forgotten about it entirely. He was surprised to learn that she had kept it in mind all along. Moreover, if he recalled correctly, when she left Qinghua's sect, she had only reached the feather transformation realm, yet the aura she now exuded astonished him. He wondered how she had accomplished such a feat. "Though I was delayed by a few days, I'm glad I made it in time. Allow me to address the immediate matter at hand. We can reminisce later," Mo Xiao Xiao stated. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Were it not for the pressing circumstance, he too would prefer to avoid a confrontation with the War God Hall so soon after arriving in Tianfu, having barely interacted with most affairs. It would be a pity to leave at this juncture. After exchanging a few brief words with Tang Tian, Mo Xiao Xiao and the members of the Mo family turned their attention to the individuals from the War God Hall. Is this how the War God Hall operates? Arbitrarily detaining a disciple of Tianfu without any evidence? Mo Xiao Xiao directly addressed Tianyuan Xianzuan, speaking as if the War God Hall were of no consequence. Tianyuan Xianzuan remained silent for a moment, choosing not to respond to Mo Xiao Xiao's remarks. Instead, he directed his gaze toward the short, middle-aged man beside her. "Mo family's fifth," he said coldly. "Are you certain you wish to wade into these murky waters?" The middle-aged man chuckled and said, My daughter merely wishes to uphold the rules of the heavenly capital. Did you not just assert that no one dares to speak of rules in your presence? Tian Yuan. Such statements should not be made lightly. The regulations of the heavenly capital have always been impartial. If you have forgotten, allow me to elucidate them for you. With that, he produced an enormous tome, over 2 feet thick, and began to leaf through it in front of the esteemed Tian Yuan. Upon witnessing this action, Tian Yuan let out a faint snort. You cannot protect him. The one who killed my son, even if he hides at the ends of the earth. I will drag him out and flay him alive. Tang Tian, remember this. After uttering his words, he swept away in a flourish of his sleeves, followed by the others from the war god hall, retreating swiftly. The abrupt turn of events unfolded rapidly and concluded just as swiftly. Such formidable characters were never one for idle chatter. As the members of the war god hall departed, the middle-aged man known as the fifth of the Mo family turned to Tang Tian, a gleeful smile playing upon his lips. Young man, you seem to have landed yourself in quite a predicament. Mo Xiao shot him a disapproving glance, signaling him to refrain from such unhelpful remarks. However, Tang Tian remained unfazed, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior, for your timely intervention. I have yet to inquire. Before he could finish, Mo Xiao interjected. He is my fifth uncle. You may address him as such. Those from the outside sometimes refer to him as the fifth celestial sovereign. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he was a formidable being of sovereign caliber. No wonder he dared to show no deference to Tian Yuan. Thank you, fifth celestial sovereign, Tang Tian expressed once more. The fifth celestial sovereign waved him off and wandered away, appearing somewhat nonchalant. Do not mind him. He is simply like that, Mo Xiao remarked with a smile. Now, let us speak of you. Upon exiting my seclusion, I was astounded to hear of your exploits. When at Qinghua sect, I had no inkling of your extraordinary talent. Tang Tian chuckled, glancing at the still gathering crowd, and invited, shall we converse in my cave dwelling? He then led the members of the Mo family into his abode, leaving the still unconscious Zhang Ku to be handled by Li Hong and ensuring that when Xiao, who had unwittingly stepped in to maintain order and received a strike from the lightning whip, was well cared for, as he had gotten involved due to Tang Tian's situation. Once Tang Tian and the Mo family vanished into the array of his cave dwelling, the surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy. My head is spinning. Could someone assist me? What in the world did I just witness today? The 11th-ranked young Master Yu engaged in a fierce battle with Tang Tian and met a devastating defeat. Tang Tian employed methods beyond comprehension, instantly obliterating the golden immortal expert Zhang Ku. Then, the celestial sovereign of the war god hall suddenly appeared. Seemingly intent on taking Tang Tian away, there appears to be a deep-seated enmity between them. At last, the formidable figures from the Mo family made a sudden visit, adopting an exceedingly assertive stance to safeguard Tang Tian, thereby forging an apparent bond between the two parties. This is simply, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for words. Each event, when considered individually, was sufficient to incite a considerable uproar. Moreover, each revelation was more astonishing than the last. Yet, all these occurrences converged upon a single individual within a mere span of half a day. And astonishingly, this individual was merely a newly inducted disciple from the outside world. How could this not drive people to frenzy? A change is upon us. We had once sought counsel from Tang Tian, questioning his origins from the outside world, his strength being uncertain and lacking any formidable background. However, he has now unequivocally demonstrated his prowess, rivaling even the most elite disciples. Furthermore, the Mo family, one of the most powerful factions within the heavenly mansion, stands firmly behind him. Tang Tian is destined to become one of the most formidable prodigies among the current disciples. The crowd marveled at the rapidity of this transformation, which was both swift and profoundly shocking. From this day forth, no one would dare to underestimate Tang Tian due to his origins. His status is poised for an irrevocable transformation. Chapter 266. The recruitment of the Mo family in the cavernous dwelling. Tang Tian and Mo Xiao, among others, took their seats in the living room. Miss Mo, I cannot express enough gratitude for your assistance today. Had you not intervened, I fear I would have faced dire consequences. Tang Tian reiterated his thanks to Mo Xiao. She waved her hand dismissively and smiled, saying, "Oh, come now, you seem hardly perturbed. I trust that even without my help, you possess the capability to resolve this matter." Tang Tian promptly shook his head. You overestimate me. The opponent is a celestial sovereign. No matter my resources, I cannot escape his grasp. Upon entering the heavenly realm, I would likely be reduced to my original form. This statement was not a lie. Given his current strength, when confronted by a celestial sovereign, his utmost ability would be mere self-preservation. Engaging directly was still premature. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they turned to the crux of the matter. The heavenly sovereign has already deemed me the murderer of Tianyang Sheng and is intent on eliminating me swiftly. Will your public intervention today cause any repercussions with the War God Hall? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiao shook her head. There will be no issues. The Mo family and the War God Hall have no significant ties, and frequent conflicts occur between us. This incident is not substantial enough for them to misdirect their ire towards me, unless you truly did kill Tianyang Sheng. Brother Tang, you did not actually commit that act, did you? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a discreet glance at Mo Jun beside Mo Xiao, before chuckling and responding. How could that be? At the time of that incident, I had just entered the Ascendant Realm. I lacked the capability to slay a member of the War God Hall. Mo Xiao nodded. That is reassuring. With our involvement, the War God Hall cannot circumvent the regulations of their sect. As long as they cannot uncover definitive evidence, there will be no issues. It seemed she was hinting at something, and Tang Tian discerned that she might have surmised the truth of the situation. She was cautioning him to ensure that the War God Hall did not find direct evidence. Rest assured, I have never been there, Tang Tian assured. At that time, he had managed to cover his tracks impeccably, erasing all traces linked to him and even fabricating alibis elsewhere. Essentially, there was nothing to be found. However, in the realm of cultivation, one could never be certain that they would not uncover some clue through unknown means. Regardless, investigations require time, and Tang Tian was precisely in need of time. If he could continue his growth for a while longer, no celestial sovereign or War God Hall would pose a threat. Very well, Mo Xiao shrugged. I, too, find that notion preposterous. Even the most foolish of the celestial beings from the heavenly nurturing and the War God Temple would not miss the opportunity to convey messages to the outside world. She then altered her tone. However, Brother Tang, regardless of the truth, the celestial sovereign of the heavenly Yuan has already identified you as the culprit. Your subsequent life in the heavenly capital may not be as pleasant as you hope. While major upheavals are unlikely, those subtle machinations will be incessantly troublesome. Tang Tian stroked his chin and inquired, such as? Mo Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, in numerous ways. For instance, mundane inconveniences or deliberately inciting discord. Competing for resources and opportunities, all designed to make your life difficult. The War God Temple is indeed a formidable force, and its internal prodigies are plentiful. Given the strength and potential you have displayed, it is certain that you will intersect with them in the future. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Such occurrences were indeed unavoidable. With the influence of the War God Temple, creating obstacles for him would be remarkably effortless. Nevertheless, as long as the celestial sovereign does not personally intervene, even if a celestial king were to engage, he would possess a degree of confidence in navigating the situation. He would confront challenges as they arise. For the path of cultivation is inherently fraught with adversity. Tang Tian chuckled. Mo Xiao smiled back and remarked, you seem quite unfazed. However, in the long run, this will inevitably affect your cultivation. I have a suggestion. Why not accompany me to the Mo clan? There, I assure you, you will not face any interference from the War God Temple. Moreover, some of our clan's cultivation sanctuaries surpass the environment of the Moonwatching Cave. How about it? Tang Tian paused momentarily, surprised that Mo Xiao would use this situation to recruit him. Yet, it was not unexpected. This was her typical approach. Unfortunately, Tang Tian had his own aspirations. It certainly sounded appealing. He replied, however, at this stage, I still intend to cultivate within the Moonwatching Cave. I have heard a tantalizing rumor. He found an excuse to politely decline Mo Xiao's invitation. Mo Xiao was taken aback and asked, are you referring to the Moon Fairy? Tang Tian nodded. Mo Xiao immediately laughed. Brother Tang, that is merely a legend. No one has ever truly encountered the Moon Fairy. Tang Tian responded. Is it not said that someone named Lu Ming once received enlightenment from the Moon Fairy? Mo Xiao was momentarily stunned and shook her head. That too is just a rumor. A century ago, Lu Ming indeed received some extraordinary fortune in the Celestial Palace. However, Whether it was the moon fairy who descended remains shrouded in numerous doubts. Not to mention, many claim that the moon fairy bestowed upon Lu Ming a fan radiating moonlight. Yet, there are no records of such a fan in any accounts of his. Having spoken, she let out a gentle sigh. However, since you, Brother Tang, have already made your decision, I shall choose to respect your choice. Yet, you must remain vigilant against the machinations of the war god hall within the Tianfu. She was a perceptive individual, having discerned Tang Tian's refusal of her intentions. Tang Tian nodded, replying, I will be cautious. I shall never forget the assistance you provided me today. Indeed, the appearance of Mo Xiao had alleviated a significant dilemma for him, and he had etched this favor into his heart. Mo Xiao waved her hand dismissively, stating, this was something I had promised you. There is no need to dwell on it. However, there exists another path that could spare you from the disturbances of the War God Hall. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, inquiring what path. Mo Xiao smiled and replied, the Dragon Gate. The so-called heavenly and earthly rankings were merely constructs devised by the disciples themselves. For new disciples, the only source of substantial benefit was the Dragon Gate. If you can achieve an outstanding performance in the Dragon Gate trials, garnering the attention of the higher-ups in Tianfu, then the War God Hall will be unable to impose any significant trouble upon you. Tang Tian suddenly realized. He had already heard of the Dragon Gate trials from Wang Ziyu during his time in the Imperial City, and since arriving in Tianfu, he had encountered countless discussions about it. Many asserted that the Dragon Gate was the true beginning after entering Tianfu. What kind of performance would attract the attention of the higher-ups in Tianfu? Tang Tian asked. Mo Xiao gazed at him and replied thoughtfully, it is quite difficult. Extremely difficult. Chapter 267. The operation of the Dragon Gate. Under the narration of Mo Xiao, Tang Tian gained a clearer understanding of the Dragon Gate. In essence, the Dragon Gate serves as a divine artifact that assesses the comprehensive potential of cultivators. It provides a lucid evaluation of one's talent, physique, foundational cultivation, and even comprehension of the Tao, thereby determining how far one may advance on the path of cultivation in the future. For disciples, this can be quite harsh. However, for a superpower like Tianfu, it is indispensable. With established criteria, they can tailor different training approaches according to the varying performances of their disciples, thus preventing resource wastage and ensuring that no hidden prodigies are overlooked. Although some discrepancies may still arise through this method, after all, cultivation is a personal endeavor, and some may squander their innate gifts while others may flourish through diligence. The overall benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Tianfu allocates future paths based on the diverse performances of each individual. Among the ordinary formal disciples alone, there are over a dozen different ranks, each of which is further categorized into numerous detailed classifications based on specific strengths, such as alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formations, among others. The peak disciples follow a similar pattern, albeit with fewer classifications than the ordinary formal disciples. Mo Xiao remarked. Tang Tian nodded, recognizing that this system bears a resemblance to the class and specialization divisions in his past life. Some may perceive this method as unfair, yet it undeniably represents a highly scientific approach to talent cultivation. How are the disciples' performances evaluated? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiao replied with a smile. Everything is managed autonomously by the Dragon Gate. It manifests different phenomena based on each disciple's overall condition. The specifics are as follows. Above the Dragon Gate, on both the left and right sides, there are 9 celestial lanterns suspended. Each lantern features thousands of distinct slots that encompass all aspects of the cultivation realm. When a cultivator enters the Dragon Gate, the slots illuminate, with varying brightness representing the potential in that specific area. The 9 celestial lanterns above signify the comprehensive performance of the cultivator. The more lanterns that are lit, the deeper the cultivator's overall potential. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian inexplicably conjured the term intelligent brain in his mind. This operational method bears a striking resemblance to intelligent systems in the technological realm. Yet, it is worth noting that while individual strength in the cultivation world is vastly magnified, leading to a neglect of technological knowledge, it does not imply a lack of progress. Throughout the annals of history, there have always been those who endeavor to innovate. For instance, the celestial realm he encountered previously is a manifestation of virtual reality achieved through the mastery of intricate formations. Tang Tian remains preoccupied with this, contemplating how to acquire their core technology and subsequently create some intriguing innovations of his own. To capture the attention of the higher echelons, one must illuminate a few celestial lamps, he inquired once more. Mo Xiaoxiao gazed at Tang Tian and replied languidly, "It requires more than merely lighting celestial lamps. If we were to use cultivation talent as a metaphor for the celestial lamps, it generally follows this pattern. A single ring of talent can illuminate one celestial lamp. Thus, possessing a 9-ring talent would allow one to illuminate all 9 lamps. However, at the pinnacle of the Dragon Gate, there hangs an ancient celestial bell, often referred to as the Dragon Gate Bell or the Chaos Bell." Mo Xiaoxiao continued, "If one's potential is exceptionally outstanding, one may proceed further and ring the Chaos Bell. A single chime signifies that the disciple's talent is at least that of a prodigy. 3 chimes correspond to a child of destiny, 6 chimes to a holy child of destiny, and 9 chimes indicate the level of a divine child of destiny." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian could not help but stroke his chin. Is it really that simple? He mused, having previously anticipated a more convoluted process. He had already exchanged for the talent of a divine child of destiny long ago, and even possessed the talents of the child of heavenly principles and the ultimate chaos child. Ringing the bell? That seemed exceedingly easy. Noticing Tang Tian's apparent ease, Mo Xiaoxiao continued, "However, to attract widespread attention from the higher-ups of the celestial manor, ringing the bell 9 times is still somewhat lacking. Only by achieving a further breakthrough and producing a sustained resonance can one capture the gaze of such exalted beings." Tang Tian nodded, still exhibiting no particularly strong reaction. Mo Xiaoxiao slightly furrowed her brow and remarked, "You may not grasp the significance of this. While there are several instances of 9 chimes each year, those capable of producing a sustained resonance may not emerge for a decade. Disciples with that level of potential, barring any significant upheavals, are destined to take the final step and ascend to become an emperor." Tang Tian touched his nose, reflecting, "After the divine child of destiny, isn't it merely the child of heavenly principles? At that level, one is assured to become an immortal emperor?" He suddenly felt a sense of misunderstanding regarding talent. Before arriving at the celestial manor, he had presumed that individuals with the ultimate chaos child talent were commonplace. However, upon reflection, it likely stemmed from the rapidity of his own acquisition of talent. Furthermore, he had always been engaged in battles against opponents far exceeding his cultivation level, leading to a lack of clear self-awareness regarding his own talents. Indeed, since he had exchanged for the Chaos Child and the Chaos Physique, it seemed that no practitioner of the same level had posed a challenge to him. As formidable as young Master Yu is, had he not possessed the shadow body, his sheer physical strength alone could have easily overpowered him. When he triumphed over young Master Yu, he did so without resorting to the myriad ways of the Tao. He relied solely on ordinary Taoist techniques. Should he unleash his full potential, he could scarcely fathom the heights he might reach. "I see," spoke Tang Tian. Observing his calm demeanor, Mo Xiaoxiao began to doubt whether she had adequately conveyed her explanations. Perhaps it was only through direct experience at Longmen that one could truly grasp the profundity of these matters. In any case, should you genuinely attain such a level, not even the war god Hall, let alone the lord of the manor, would dare to treat you lightly, Mo Xiaoxiao declared. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude with a bow. Regardless, the time was not far off. He would soon discover what awaited him and whether he could indeed make the bells resonate for eternity. Subsequently, the two engaged in extensive discussions regarding the heavenly mansion. Mo Xiaoxiao assured him that, henceforth, the doors of the Mo family would always remain open to him for any matters. Tang Tian reciprocated her goodwill, acknowledging her sincerity. After some time, Mo Xiaoxiao and the members of the Mo family took their leave from Tang Tian's abode. Chapter 268. The Contradictory Individual Above the Clouds. The members of the Mo family departed from the Wangyue cave and headed towards their familial abode. Along the way, Mo Jun stealthily approached Mo Xiaoxiao and whispered with a chuckle, "Third sister, I never expected you to be capable of deceit as well." Mo Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. "When have I ever lied?" Mo Jun gazed at her and replied, "You just informed Tang Tian that only when the bell tolls continuously will the higher-ups in Tianfu cast their gaze upon him. However, the truth is that as long as the bell tolls 9 times, he will be prioritized for cultivation. This would also resolve the troubles posed by the god of war Hall. Why did you deceive him?" Mo Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment before responding. "I merely wished to keep him from danger." Whether it is the continuous tolling of the bell or the 9 tolls, both are exceedingly difficult to achieve. Should he fail, the schemes from the god of war Hall will be relentless. I cannot constantly watch over him. Mo Jun smiled knowingly. Is it not because you harbor feelings for him? In an instant, Mo Xiao Zhao's body stiffened, and she turned to look at Mo Jun, second brother. You should know that I have no interest in matters between men and women. In my future endeavors, romantic entanglements will only serve as obstacles in my path. Mo Jun shook his head. I was merely jesting. Why are you so agitated? I must say, I can see that you wish to exaggerate your words to persuade Tang Tian to join our Mo family. Is that truly necessary? Despite his outstanding performance, he is merely an unformed genius. For someone of his caliber to enter the core of our Mo family, it will ultimately depend on our willingness to accept him. Did you not lower your stance a bit too much with your previous actions? The Mo family is one of the oldest families in Tianfu, having endured through the ages. Its profound heritage is astonishing, to the extent that even the main lineage must show deference in their presence. Tang Tian's refusal left Mo Jun feeling somewhat displeased. However, Mo Xiao shook her head, saying, You don't understand. Tang Tian is not an ordinary genius. I sense that he will play a crucial role for our family in the future. Mo Jun raised an eyebrow. A sense? Acting on mere intuition is not your style. Mo Xiao replied, I have never acted impulsively in my life. Yet, my feelings towards Tang Tian are unusually strong. I firmly believe that this time, it is undoubtedly the right decision. Mo Jun pursed his lips and fell silent. His sister has always been resolute in her opinions. He merely offered some thoughts, and he would not interfere with her decisions on how to proceed. In the days to come, the family will likely entrust you with certain matters. You will undoubtedly be quite busy. As for Tang Tian, I will keep an eye on him. You may focus on managing the affairs of the family for now. Rest assured, I guarantee that not a single hair on him will be harmed, Mo Jun stated. Mo Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding in gratitude. Mutual respect, independence, and assistance. This is the essence of their lineage, the enduring strength of the Mo family. In the moon viewing cave, within Tang Tian's dwelling, he sat in quiet contemplation after bidding farewell to the Mo family. Reflecting on his experiences since arriving at Tianfu, he found himself quite convinced of its management. They excelled in safeguarding ordinary disciples, ensuring their well-being. Even forces of the caliber of the Fighting Saint Pavilion adhered to Tianfu's regulations when resolving grievances. The War God Palace was an exception, of course. After all, Tang Tian had slain the beloved son of the heavenly origin immortal sovereign. Nevertheless, even in the face of this, after the Mo family intervened, they chose to temporarily retreat, refraining from further aggression. This entire scenario underscored the formidable deterrent power that the main estate of Tianfu wielded over its affiliated forces. Without sufficient strength, such feats would be unattainable. For Tang Tian, this was indeed fortuitous, as he lacked any substantial backing. The Mo family served merely as a support, far from constituting a real power behind him. In comparison to the colossal War God Palace, he was but a vulnerable entity, yet existing within a society governed by sound laws. Such a disadvantaged group could reap considerable benefits. If all went smoothly, following the Longmen trial, he would no longer need to worry about the threat posed by the War God Palace. Surely, there would be no issues. Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, Li Hong entered, respectfully announcing, Young Master, Wen Xiu has awakened. Tang Tian lifted his gaze. When the heavenly origin immortal sovereign had attempted to seize him forcefully, it was Wen Xiu who inexplicably intervened to uphold order, only to be struck by a lightning whip, rendering him unconscious. Tang Tian had instructed Li Hong to care for him in the dwelling, and now, after the passing of half a day, he had finally regained consciousness. Let us go see, Tang Tian said as he rose. Despite their previous minor frictions, it was commendable that Wen Xiu had stood up in such a dire situation. Thus, he felt it was right to acknowledge his actions. A moment later, Tang Tian and Li Hong arrived at the guest room of the dwelling. Indeed, Wen Xiu was awake. Sitting on the edge of the bed, his complexion was rather poor, as he had faced the wrath of an immortal sovereign, who had merely wielded a casual punishment that nearly cost him his life. Even now, the charred marks remained glaringly apparent. Scorched from his left cheek to his chest, an indication of the power infused with the loss. It would likely take no less than 6 months for him to fully recover. You are awake, Tang Tian spoke. Wen Xiu glanced up at him. then quickly lowered his gaze, his expression dark and brooding. Tang Tian couldn't help but smile and remarked, "Surely, we do not harbor any deep-seated enmity. At least I have somewhat aided in your healing. It is not as if you are to judge me by my appearance, is it?" Wen Xiao fell into a contemplative silence before softly uttering, "It has nothing to do with you. I simply cannot comprehend why they dare to disregard the rules of the Tianfu. No matter how formidable one may be, they are still under the governance of the main residence. To willfully contravene the rules, do they aspire to incite rebellion?" His voice was laced with indignation. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. This fellow, at times, possessed an endearing stubbornness. Perhaps it was the result of having lived within the Tianfu for so long. He seemed to have forgotten that in the realm of cultivation, strength is eternally revered. For someone like him, Tang Tian was uncertain how to offer solace and finally remarked, "I truly appreciate your willingness to stand up for me during that time." When Xiao waved his hand dismissively, "I did not stand up for you. I merely upheld the rules of the Tianfu." Tang Tian shook his head, regardless. "You acted in that manner." As he spoke, he produced a small storage ring and placed it before Wen Xiao. "A token of my gratitude, though it is but a humble offering." Wen Xiao narrowed his eyes at the storage ring before him. "Do not presume that a mere trinket will absolve you of my scrutiny. Your previous actions and words have already depleted any goodwill I may have harbored for you. Take it away. Even if I were to face destitution, I would not accept anything from you." Tang Tian remained silent, merely opening the storage ring for him to see. After a moment of silence, Wen Xiao accepted the storage ring and departed the guest room without a backward glance. "I shall not trouble you again." Tang Tian sighed. What a person filled with contradictions. Li Hong echoed his sentiment. Chapter 269. The Celestial Cloud Platform. After bidding farewell to Wen Xiao, Tang Tian let out a long sigh. He was not afraid of ruthless enemies, but individuals like Wen Xiao were quite a headache. If one were to say he was wrong, it would not be a significant error. Conversely, if he were deemed right, he would still inexplicably harbor disdain. It was quite bothersome. However, this trouble would soon dissipate, and the price paid was merely a small amount of Dao Jade. To Tang Tian, money was the least valuable commodity. "All right, let us return to our own affairs," Tang Tian declared. While attending to his tasks, he reminded himself not to neglect his cultivation. It was always advantageous to be stronger. During this period, Gu Xiaoxuan made rapid progress, while Li Hong and the Lan sisters lagged behind due to their information-gathering endeavors. They had completely embraced their roles as subordinates. Nonetheless, all were still young, and it was best not to miss out on opportunities for cultivation. "I understand," Li Hong replied respectfully. In the following period, Tang Tian resumed his tranquil cultivation routine. Ever since his victory over young Master Yu, no disciple dared to challenge him again. In fact, the number of onlookers outside his cave dwelling had significantly dwindled. Perhaps this was the intimidation that came with strength. When one was an ordinary genius, people might approach to witness some thrilling tales. However, when one became excessively powerful, others would merely keep their distance. Although the Wangyue cave had calmed down, the Heavenly Palace became increasingly lively. The news of Tang Tian's triumph over young Master Yu reverberated like an earthquake among the new disciples. His ranking soared, ultimately placing him second on the heavenly ranking, second only to the enigmatic maiden, Luo Shi. The speed of this ascent was nothing short of astonishing. Yet no one voiced any objections. Who could contest such achievements? Unless one could effortlessly defeat a golden immortal, it was hard to argue otherwise. Tang Tian's name shone brilliantly throughout the Heavenly Palace. Even Luo Shi had heard of this event and made a special trip to the location where Tang Tian was cultivating. "I heard you effortlessly defeated young Master Yu, and then swiftly vanquished the golden immortal Zhang Ke from the Fighting Sage Pavilion?" Curiosity sparkled in Luo Shi's eyes, partially obscured by her bangs. Tang Tian nodded, smiling. "It wasn't he that exaggerated. I merely overcame them in battle." Luo Shi blinked. "Would you like to have a match with me?" Her voice carried an unmistakable excitement. Tang Tian replied, "No, thank you. We have no enmity between us, and besides, having fought so much recently, I feel a bit fatigued." The background of Luo Shi is shrouded in mystery. Li Hong had inquired for quite some time, but could not uncover any specific information. He certainly did not wish to engage in a senseless brawl with her. Upon hearing Tang Tian's refusal, a distinct flicker of disappointment crossed Luo Shi's eyes. "Are you certain you do not wish to fight me? If you manage to defeat me, there would be numerous advantages," she urged. Tang Tian, piqued by curiosity, inquired, "What advantages?" Luo, she responded, "If you can best me, you would ascend to the pinnacle of the heavenly rankings. From there, you would be granted the opportunity to ascend to the immortal cloud platform." Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence, puzzled by the unfamiliar terminology. What is the immortal cloud platform? Seemingly accustomed to Tang Tian's lack of knowledge, Luo, she elucidated. It is an institution established by the heavenly manor. Only the most exceptional disciples are eligible to cultivate within the immortal cloud platform. Its positions are exceedingly coveted, with only a handful available each year, including a few for new disciples. Moreover, among the peak disciples, a select few are also chosen. All resources of the heavenly manor are unreservedly accessible to the disciples of the immortal cloud platform, and many refer to them as the candidates for the Saint Sons. Tang Tian's understanding deepened. Now it made sense. He had initially believed that within the heavenly manor, there were only formal disciples, core disciples, peak disciples, and the Saint Sons. He had not anticipated the existence of candidates for the Saint Sons between the peak disciples and the Saint Sons. Was it due to the sheer number of individuals that such a classification was necessary? So, defeating you would grant me entry to the immortal cloud platform? He asked again. Luo, she nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the most opportune moment to enter the immortal cloud platform is right after becoming a formal disciple. The manor will initially designate a few based on their strength, and each year's heavenly rankings first place will also be selected. If you defeat me, you would become the first in the heavenly rankings, thus naturally possessing the qualification to enter the immortal cloud platform. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. But if that happens, wouldn't you lose your qualification? Why would you seek to fight me? He found himself struggling to comprehend Luo Shi's reasoning. However, Luo Shi soon provided her explanation. Oh, because I have already been designated. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Luo Shi continued. This year, there are quite a few designated individuals, and with my inclusion, there are a total of 4. Consequently, the heavenly manor has intentionally placed me at the top of the heavenly rankings to block other disciples from reaching the summit, thereby preserving a slot. However, should someone manage to defeat me through their own prowess, the manor would acknowledge that as well. I believe you have a chance. Tang Tian rubbed his nose thoughtfully. No wonder Li Hong had previously discovered that Luo Shi's ascent to the heavenly rankings might be part of a task. After all this time, it turned out to be just that. Moreover, this incident underscored the elevated status of the immortal cloud platform. Most individuals were entirely unaware of its existence. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Tang Tian ultimately decided to let it go. His current priority remains to safely traverse the Dragon Gate and address the threat posed by the War God Hall. As for the immortal cloud platform, that can be discussed later. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, entry is assured. Perhaps it is best to refrain. I do not possess the confidence to defeat you. Tang Tian reiterated with resolve. Luo Shi was momentarily taken aback and responded, not necessarily. I am merely a pinnacle golden immortal myself. The fact that you can effortlessly vanquish Zhang Ku, a mid-stage golden immortal, indicates that you certainly have the potential to overcome me. Tang Tian, a pinnacle golden immortal, and merely that. This individual truly possesses an extraordinary level of strength. If a confrontation were to occur, without employing the path of all methods, I would likely stand no chance of victory. It is possible I would even be compelled to unleash the domain of all methods. There is no pressing need for such matters. I currently wish to focus on my cultivation. Tang Tian reiterated once more. Disappointment flickered across Luo Shi's face. Very well. Then, I shall encourage you, and I will refrain from disturbing you further. If an opportunity arises in the future, we must certainly engage in battle. It has been quite some time since I have encountered a worthy opponent. Tang Tian felt overwhelmed. This girl spoke with an innocent yet audacious confidence. Are there not 3 other designated individuals? You could seek them out, Tang Tian suggested. Luo Shi shook her head. They are not capable. The senior disciple will not spar with me, so I have no choice but to test my mettle against you. Fear not. Concentrate on your cultivation. I believe opportunities will present themselves in due course. By the way, when entering the Immortal Palace, it would be wise for you to absorb as much moonlight as possible, as this may increase your chances of encountering the Moon Immortal. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Is this experience? Luo Shi shook her head. No, this is metaphysics. Tang Tian. He had long since lost count of how many times he had been rendered speechless during his exchanges with this girl. You, a pinnacle golden immortal, actually believe in such metaphysics. In any case, prior to the arrival at the immortal palace, it is best to bathe, change clothes, and groom oneself, ensuring that all aspects are optimized. Perhaps the next one favored by the moon immortal will be you, Luo, she stated. Observing her earnest demeanor, Tang Tian could only nod in agreement. Very well. Chapter 270. The Descent of the Celestial Palace. A month swiftly elapsed. During this period, Tang Tian encountered no further challenges from any disciples. The defeat of young Master Yu had effectively discouraged all challengers. Moreover, those stronger than young Master Yu were unlikely to engage lightly. They would rather devote their time to diligent cultivation. Thus, Tang Tian immersed himself in a serene regimen of practice. The area atop Wangyue Peak became his exclusive sanctuary for cultivation. Each night, he would ascend to this place to absorb the moonlight. As the lunar radiance grew increasingly potent, his cultivation speed accelerated correspondingly. As the closing moments of Wangyue Cave Heaven approached, he had experienced consecutive breakthroughs, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Now only one step away from officially entering the profound immortal realm. This would represent yet another significant enhancement for him. At this juncture, even he was uncertain as to the limits of his own power. Aside from Tang Tian, the progress of Gu Xiaoxue and Li Hong was equally apparent. After becoming an immortal, Xiaoxue maintained a remarkably peculiar pace of advancement. In less than a month, she directly broke through the immortal realm, attaining the true immortal status. Closely trailing Tang Tian, this rate of growth was enough to leave even Tang Tian somewhat astounded. He, the son of chaos, endowed with the chaotic body and a host of extraordinary gifts such as the mysterious ancient jade, had only achieved his current status through a plethora of fortuitous elements. Yet, what was the source of Xiaoxue's ascendancy? Did she truly bear some unique essence that bestowed upon her unprecedented fortune? However, that theory seemed implausible. In comparison to her, Li Hong and the Lan sisters appeared rather ordinary, having only just managed to reach the feathering realm. Tang Tian found himself perplexed. The enigmatic circumstances surrounding Gu Xiaoxue represented the second most bizarre phenomenon he had encountered, surpassed only by the black hole. Nevertheless, when it came to reaping the greatest benefits from Wangyue Cave Heaven, neither Gu Xiaoxue nor Tang Tian held the title. Instead, it was the unassuming spirit of the small world, Xiao. The heavenly laws contained within the moonlight were an unparalleled nourishment for it. Especially upon learning that Wangyue Cave Heaven would only be open for a brief 2 months, Xiao cast aside its playful indulgences, choosing to remain with Tang Tian daily, devouring the vast celestial radiance with fervor. Indeed, it was a relentless consumption. The quantity of moonlight it absorbed was at least 100-fold greater than that of Tang Tian. Were it not for the boundless moonlight atop Wangyue Peak, it would have monopolized the bounty entirely. Under such conditions, Zhao's growth was astonishingly rapid. Tang Tian could feel the mystical ancient jade on his wrist daily, transmitting celestial energy, with both the quantity and quality exhibiting marked enhancement. The ancient jade was, in essence, Zhao's true form. This phenomenon signified that each of Zhao's iterations would undergo significant evolution. Tang Tian was rather pleased with such an outcome. On one hand, the mysterious ancient jade was proving to be exceptionally beneficial, promising him greater rewards. On the other hand, he genuinely felt joy for Xiao, who, despite appearing carefree, seemed to carry the weight of burdensome worries, fretting over various concerns. Moreover, without this jade, his cultivation would certainly not have reached its current level so swiftly. Regardless of the motivation, Tang Tian ardently hoped for its rapid growth. Unfortunately, the time until the closure of the Wangyue Cave was approaching swiftly. Now, he could only seize the final moments to strive for more lunar essence. Atop Wangyue Peak, Tang Tian, as usual, was quietly immersed in his cultivation within his territory. Since their last fruitless confrontation, Luo, she had not returned. The other prodigies at the peak had also never made an appearance. In the absence of distractions, Tang Tian was able to fully devote himself to his practice. However, at that moment, an unusual aura began to descend from the heavens, enveloping the entire summit of Wangyue Peak. Tang Tian immediately sensed this anomaly, opened his eyes, and gazed towards the sky. The bright moon hung high, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. In a moment of dazed perception, he seemed to glimpse an ancient palace floating gently amidst the shimmering moonlight. An immortal palace? Tang Tian felt a surge of excitement. Over a month ago, he had learned of the Immortal Palace from Luo Shi. This was an event destined for all disciples of the Wangyue Cave. On the night of the full moon, the Immortal Palace descended. Previously, Tang Tian had pondered when exactly the full moon night would occur. But now he understood that it was unmistakably evident. The moon in the sky was not only astonishingly bright, exceeding its usual luminosity by more than tenfold, but it had also grown significantly in size, with its surface details faintly visible. The palace was concealed within those markings, flickering in and out of view. Furthermore, Tang Tian sensed that with each wave of the peculiar aura washing over him, the oppressive force emanating from the lunar essence was rapidly diminishing. At this very moment, the quality and quantity of the lunar essence were also swiftly increasing. For all disciples of the Wangyue Cave, this was indeed a remarkable boon. Xiao would surely be exceedingly thrilled, Tang Tian mused as he basked in the rich lunar essence. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a small figure sprang forth from the void. It was Xiao. Before Tang Tian could greet it, Xiao dove into his embrace. Trembling all over. "What's wrong?" Tang Tian asked in surprise. Xiao, scratching at Tang Tian's clothing, urgently exclaimed, "Quick, let me into your little world. I can sense a truly terrifying entity approaching us." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then, he glanced up at the increasingly discernible celestial palace and inquired, "Are you referring to that thing? It's merely an illusory palace." Little Quick shook his head vigorously. "I cannot ascertain what it is, but it is undoubtedly exceedingly frightening. Every fragment of my current and past memories, even the deepest recesses of my soul, are fervently warning me to flee from this place. You must let me in, or I may truly meet my demise." In a state of utmost panic, Little Quick even resorted to pleading. Observing this display, Tang Tian finally comprehended the depth of Little Quick's fear. Without further delay, he waved his hand and enveloped him within his peculiar egg-like space. A realm entirely isolated from the world outside, where no one could perceive its existence. Yet, even in that sanctuary, Tang Tian distinctly observed Little Quick curling up in a dark corner, trembling incessantly. Furrowing his brows, Tang Tian gazed at the seemingly encroaching celestial palace. What on earth could that thing be? Chapter 271. Choosing the Celestial Gate of the Moonlit Cave. The majestic moon hung high in the sky, illuminating every corner of the cave as brightly as day. The once omnipresent pressure of the heavens had vanished, leaving only the rich moonlight cascading across the expanse. All disciples within the moonlit cave, engaged in their cultivation, spread their arms wide to embrace the descending moonlight. This was a rare opportunity for transformation, as breakthroughs occurred almost incessantly, creating a veritable feast of cultivation. However, a gentle barrier of light surrounded the summit of Moonlit Peak, preventing anyone from ascending to its pinnacle at this moment. This confirmed Luo Shi's words. When the celestial palace descends, only those who have long remained at the peak for cultivation are deemed worthy to enter. At this moment, Tang Tian stood on the ground, gazing up at the resplendent moon above. His slight display of panic caused him to furrow his brow. Could it be that the celestial palace truly existed? Or was the moon fairy indeed real? Otherwise, such phenomena could not be explained. Observing the now vividly clear and seemingly tangible celestial palace, Tang Tian took a step forward, making his way to the very center of the peak. Luo Shi had previously mentioned that the site of the celestial palace's descent was at the center of the summit. He was determined to uncover the nature of this entity that had so terrified Xiaojing. The terrain at the summit of Moonlit Peak was relatively flat, though not overly expansive. Before long, Tang Tian's eyes brightened as a pristine platform appeared before him. This platform resembled the moonlit platforms constructed below, yet he could sense that the materials used were different. The platform before him was naturally formed, exuding an endless aura of Tao. Tang Tian deduced that the moonlit platforms below were likely modeled after this one. Upon his arrival, several figures had already gathered here, presumably other talented individuals who had long cultivated at the peak. As soon as they noticed Tang Tian's presence, their brows furrowed and their gazes converged upon him, lacking any semblance of goodwill. Moreover, two individuals with obscure auras exchanged glances and seemed to inch closer. Sensing the rising tension, Tang Tian prepared himself for a confrontation. Whether out of concern for his identity or fear that his presence might diminish their chances of receiving the Moon Fairy's blessings, he was ready to eliminate them should they harbor any intentions of aggression. However, Just as the atmosphere thickened, a diminutive figure landed beside Tang Tian. Settle down. I do not appreciate fighting in my presence. If you wish to brawl, you must first contend with me. The newcomer was none other than Luo Shi. Upon hearing her words, Tang Tian couldn't help but smirk. Had this individual not approached her with the intent to provoke a confrontation, he might have genuinely believed her to be a person of tranquility and peace. However, Tang Tian has now come to understand that Luo Shi does not despise others fighting in her presence. Rather, she merely disapproves of being excluded from such altercations. Nevertheless, her presence commands considerable respect. Upon her arrival, the disciples who sought to instigate discord immediately settled down, even taking a step back. Evidently, the first of the heavenly rankings possesses significant deterrent power. Noticing the retreat of several individuals, Luo Shi turned to Tang Tian and inquired, "What brings you here so late? I was concerned you might have forgotten. I even went out of my way to find you." Tang Tian smiled and replied, "I was engrossed in my training, which delayed me for a while. By the way, I had no idea there was a moon viewing platform here. Why did you not inform me earlier?" He deftly redirected the conversation. Luo Shi responded with an "oh," then elaborated, "This moon viewing platform is of no practical use. Typically, it is surrounded by a formidable barrier, rendering entry impossible. It is only when the celestial palace descends that the barrier is lifted." Tang Tian frowned slightly. Not even the higher-ups of the heavenly mansion can access it? Such an unusual place, and they show no interest? This location lies within the heavenly mansion, a site designated for nurturing new disciples. Do they not fear the emergence of unforeseen circumstances? Luo Shi shook her head and said, "I cannot say for certain. I have heard that the higher-ups attempted to investigate, but they discovered that if they forcibly breached the barrier, the entire moon viewing cave would be obliterated. Moreover, there are numerous mysterious aspects to this place, and they seem to have deemed it relatively harmless, which is why they have not pursued it further. I have never heard of any issues arising from the moon viewing cave." Tang Tian realized, so that is how it is. However, this also indicates that the heavenly mansion is indeed unaware of the true nature of this place. At least, it appears so on the surface. Such slight apprehension may indeed have its reasons. As time slowly passed, after a brief wait, a sudden wave of energy surged around the moon viewing platform. Although it was invisible, Tang Tian could discern that the barrier had vanished. "Let us proceed. We can enter now. The celestial palace is about to descend," Luo Shi announced. Meanwhile, the other 6 disciples had already soared up to the moon viewing platform. Tang Tian and Luo Shi quickly followed suit. Upon their arrival on the moon viewing platform, Tang Tian felt a peculiar aura permeating the surrounding space. This essence imparted an overwhelmingly sacred sensation, simultaneously lofty and ethereal, akin to an otherworldly celestial being untouched by the mundane world. It was untouchable, unprofane, and could only be revered in worship. This was the first time Tang Tian had encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. As the 8 individuals who resided atop the peak for their cultivation ascended the moon-gazing platform, the luminous moon in the sky suddenly dimmed. Tang Tian gazed upward, and at that moment, the celestial palace, suspended high above the moon, descended with a resounding thud. Hum! Resonated the sound of the Tao, inaudible yet perceptible to the soul. In the next instant, the surroundings of Tang Tian transformed entirely. Indeed, they found themselves within a grand palace, albeit situated in an open garden. Surrounding the garden were towering walls, reaching heights of over 100 meters, encasing the 8 of them within. Beneath these imposing walls, hundreds of identical portals stood in neat alignment, each emitting a soft, pure moonlight. What could this signify? Tang Tian questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. Luo Shi pondered for a moment before responding. The manner in which the celestial palace descends varies each year. However, from what I gather, this scenario appears to be one of fortuitous nature. It seems we may receive the blessings of the celestial palace without any trials. We merely need to select a portal, open it, and walk through. Tang Tian was taken aback. Is it truly that simple? How does one choose? He gazed at the hundreds of identical celestial gates and inquired once more. Yet, Luo Shi shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. There is no standard. It is purely a matter of luck. However, in such situations, my usual approach is to close off all perceptions, shut my eyes, and walk based on instinct. Whichever I encounter, I will choose the one opposite it. If you are uncertain about how to proceed, you may try this method as well. Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. This fellow, engaging in esoteric practices once more. Chapter 272. The Moon Fairy. As Tang Tian engaged in conversation with Luo Shi, the other 6 disciples had already commenced their selection of celestial gates. Some appeared nonchalant, casually choosing a gate and stepping inside. Others were more meticulous, consulting their 5 elements divination. There were even a few who produced a bagua array, shaking their heads and mumbling incantations, an utterly ridiculous sight. I am also ready to enter, Luo Shi remarked. Hurry and make your choice. The celestial palace will only descend for a single hour. The fortune one can acquire depends solely on one's own fate. Remarkably, she then closed her eyes, shutting off all her senses, and proceeded to walk forward guided solely by intuition. It was not until she bumped her head against a wall that she opened her eyes and decisively chose the celestial gate directly in front of her. Once opened, a brilliant radiance burst forth. Without hesitation, Luo Shi vanished into the boundless celestial light. How perplexing! Tang Tian shook his head in disbelief. Having attained immortality, one still indulges in such mysticism. It is not merely childish, it is utterly naive. After his moment of critique, he too closed his eyes, shutting off his senses, and blindly chose a direction, stepping forward. Well, regardless of its foolishness, it might indeed prove useful. Not long after, he found himself colliding with a wall. Upon opening his eyes, a celestial gate stood before him. With a more mature mindset than Luo Shi's, Tang Tian did not retreat, but rather resolutely chose the gate before him. He had always held a strong belief in his luck. Taking a deep breath, he raised his right hand and slowly pushed open the celestial gate. The door was not heavy and easily cracked open. An intense light momentarily blinded him, as this celestial glow enveloped him in a powerful aura of rules, isolating him from the outside world and rendering him unable to discern his current situation. Yet, just as swiftly as it arrived, it vanished. In the blink of an eye, the celestial radiance had entirely dissipated, and the scenery before him had transformed. To Tang Tian's astonishment, he found himself in what appeared to be a bedroom. The space was modest, adorned with simple, antique wooden furniture. To his right stood a remarkably comfortable-looking bed, draped with white curtains suspended on either side. Beside the jade pillow lay an exquisitely beautiful jade hairpin. Although it seemed ordinary, it emanated a gentle moonlight, instilling a sense of peace and calm. A boudoir? A preposterous thought surged within Tang Tian. Had he not entered a celestial gate? How had he inexplicably arrived in a woman's private chamber? Where was the legendary fortune? Could it be that his fate lay within this boudoir? Tang Tian found himself momentarily speechless. Just as he pondered, a calm voice emerged from behind him. You have finally arrived. Tang Tian was instantly taken aback, as he had distinctly perceived no presence in the room moments ago. The emergence of this voice had elicited no discernible disturbance. It is worth noting that he had activated his perception of the myriad laws, a heightened awareness that would even allow him to sense the arrival of an immortal being. Abruptly, Tang Tian turned around, only to find himself momentarily stunned. The speaker was a woman clad in a flowing white garment. Her beauty was not immediately striking. At first glance, she appeared quite ordinary. However, the longer his gaze lingered upon her visage, the more he found her increasingly flawless, devoid of even the slightest imperfection. Eventually, even Tang Tian, whose heart was as resolute as steel, felt an involuntary urge to avert his eyes. He hastily shifted his gaze elsewhere. The woman's hair cascaded like a waterfall, with about half of it casually pinned up, lacking any embellishment. Recalling the jade hairpin he had seen earlier on the bedside, a thought surged within him. Could this chamber truly belong to her? What troubles you? She inquired, observing Tang Tian's dazed expression. With a gentle smile, she extended her delicate hand, inviting him to sit. Please, make yourself comfortable. This is my domain, and no one shall disturb us. Her voice was soft and soothing, imbued with a warmth that seemed to possess a magical ability to ease one's spirit. It was not only her presence that evoked such feelings. Even the peculiar chamber itself gave Tang Tian a sense of uncanny familiarity. If one were to encapsulate it in a single phrase, it would be a sense of déjà vu. Yet, how could he possibly recognize the private quarters of a stranger? With a heart laden with curiosity, Tang Tian stepped forward and seated himself across from the enigmatic woman. She then gestured as if to grasp something from the ether, producing a wine jug, followed by 2 cups that seemed to materialize from nowhere. A silvery divine brew flowed into the cups, which she then offered to Tang Tian. I sense that you harbor many questions, she began, but fret not. We shall address them one by one. We have ample time. Tang Tian lifted the cup, scrutinizing the elixir for a moment. The silvery drink was exquisitely pure, exuding a faint, enchanting aroma that was utterly captivating. Merely inhaling its fragrance enveloped him in a profound sense of comfort. Furthermore, it felt as though his very constitution had undergone a purifying transformation, rendering him more translucent than before. It is important to note that his current physique had already surpassed the chaotic body, reaching an unfathomable realm. Thus, whatever had the power to enhance his being must undoubtedly be an extraordinary divine artifact. Rest assured, this wine is of my own brewing, she remarked with a smile. Tang Tian did not decline, but instead took a delicate sip. The divine brew entered his mouth, instantly transforming into a refreshing current that coursed through his body, melding into every fiber of his being. He was immediately enveloped in an overwhelming sense of ease, as if every corner of his being was indulged in unparalleled comfort. Throughout this experience, his essence became increasingly lucid, as though undergoing a profound refinement. Moreover, it seemed as though the very essence of the soul had undergone a sublime transformation, rendering all paths distinctly perceptible. Moments later, Tang Tian exhaled softly. The woman smiled gently and remarked, "This wine is exceedingly rare. Those who have savored it are fewer than the fingers on one hand. Now, you may pose your inquiries. I shall endeavor to unravel the mysteries that dwell within your heart." Tang Tian caressed the wine glass in his hand, refraining from further tasting. After a brief silence, he slowly inquired, "What is the name of this wine?" The woman paused slightly, then responded with a smile, "I anticipated that you would first inquire about my identity." Tang Tian chuckled softly, placing the wine glass down. "As for your identity, I possess a notion in my heart, yet I cannot be certain." The woman beamed, lifted her wine glass, and drank it in one gulp. "Your conjecture is indeed correct. My identity is what you refer to as the Moon Fairy." Tang Tian fell into a profound silence. Chapter 273. Am I not myself? Confronted with the candid admission of the Moon Fairy, Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. Prior to his arrival at the Celestial Palace, he had engaged in numerous discussions with Luo Shi regarding the palace and the Moon Fairy. The so-called fortunes varied each year. Some would encounter abundant cultivation resources. Others might stumble upon rare celestial treasures, and some would be bestowed with significant opportunities, allowing their cultivation journeys to progress smoothly. Yet, never before had anyone encountered a living being. Thus, when Tang Tian beheld this woman for the first time, an astonishing conjecture arose within him. Could she truly be the legendary Moon Fairy? He dared not affirm this notion, for the contrast was too stark. In Luo Shi's narratives, the Moon Fairy was a legend, an untouchable and irreverent being, worthy only of veneration. Such an existence, with a mere glance, could elevate an ordinary genius to the pinnacle of cultivation. It was said that Lu Ming, blessed by her grace, overcame trials to become one of the most formidable saints in the history of Yunding Tianfu. Consequently, the Moon Fairy status in Tang Tian's mind was elevated beyond measure, surpassing even that of the Celestial Emperor. Yet, what was the reality? Upon opening the door, he found himself directly entering the Moon Fairy's private chamber. The fabled Moon Fairy sat there in casual attire, patiently awaiting his arrival. This was simply beyond description. Thus, even though he had internally confirmed her identity, he refrained from voicing it. The very act of inquiring seemed nearly impossible, for the situation was absurd beyond belief. Were he to recount today's events to Luo Shi or Mo Xiao Xiao, they would surely deem him afflicted with madness and delusional disorders, requiring a complete exorcism of his soul. What is it? Observing Tang Tian's return to silence, the Moon Fairy could not suppress a chuckle. Tang Tian snapped back to reality, hastily shaking his head and muttering, "It's nothing." In truth, he sensed that the power of the being before him had likely ascended to realms beyond his imagination. In her presence, he felt as though he had reverted to the state of vulnerability he experienced upon first arriving in this world, utterly powerless and at the mercy of others. Strangely, however, he did not feel panic. An inexplicable certainty lingered that she would not harm him. "I am merely curious. Why would a being such as yourself specifically wait for me here?" Tang Tian steadied his thoughts and inquired. The Moon Fairy replied playfully, "At last. You have posed a question of substance. She then poured herself another glass of wine, taking a sip before continuing. In truth, rather than saying I have been waiting for you, it would be more accurate to say, you have sought me out. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before slowly articulating, I am quite certain. I harbor no intention of seeking you out. He had merely heard of the legends surrounding the Moon Fairy and could not confidently ascertain her existence. Entering the celestial palace was merely driven by curiosity to witness its nature. The notion of actively searching was utterly preposterous. Nevertheless, the Moon Fairy's response did not elicit the slightest surprise from her. Indeed, she replied, but can you ascertain who you truly are? In that instant, Tang Tian's body stiffened. Her words, delivered with an air of calmness, struck him with a profound chill that surged from the very depths of his being. His identity was rather straightforward. A humble cultivator from the Qinghua sect. Yet, simultaneously, it was extraordinarily complex, for his soul hailed from another world. This seemingly trivial detail constituted the greatest secret buried deep within Tang Tian's heart, one he could never divulge to anyone, hidden away in the recesses of his mind. Yet the Moon Fairy appeared to possess an inkling of this knowledge, sending a shiver down his spine. What do you mean? Tang Tian inquired, striving to suppress the chill within him, maintaining a facade of calm. The Moon Fairy smiled subtly. Do you not realize? Or perhaps, do you not sense it? So many peculiar occurrences have transpired around you. Do you not feel even a hint of confusion? Tang Tian fell silent. Were there indeed peculiarities? Certainly, there were. To outsiders, he himself was a profound enigma. Yet he understood that the root of his unusual behaviors stemmed solely from the existence of dual systems. As for the anomalies surrounding him, aside from the world spirit Xiao, there was Gu Xiaoxue, whose demeanor was notably distinct. Did the Moon Fairy truly know all these things? This thought instilled a sense of unease within Tang Tian. The system was his greatest trump card. Should it be discerned by others before he amassed sufficient strength, his advantages would vanish. After some contemplation, Tang Tian spoke softly. I am not fond of beating around the bush. If you have something to say, please speak plainly. The Moon Fairy, observing Tang Tian's growing wariness, let out a gentle sigh. Very well, she conceded. I shall speak plainly. Just a moment ago, I perceived the little world spirit beside you. Additionally, I noticed a slender thread connecting you to another young girl. This thread is what we commonly refer to as fate. Tang Tian remained silent. So it was indeed because of Xiao and Gu Xiaoxue? Fate. Gu Xiaoxue's peculiar demeanor manifested in her remarkably swift cultivation when in her own vicinity. Could this be attributed to the so-called fate? What do you truly know? Tang Tian furrowed his brows, finding no pleasure in this cryptic manner of speaking. However, Yu Xian let out a long sigh. I assumed you were already informed, as you sought me out. Yet, it appears you are entirely in the dark. With a hint of remorse in her gaze, she continued, thus, even if I possess certain insights, I am unable to share them with you now. For I am uncertain if the person I am conversing with is genuinely you. Tang Tian fell silent once more, feeling a sense of exasperation. What kind of situation is this? After a series of bewildering statements, you conclude with uncertainty about my identity? He believed that had the individual before him not been Yu Xian, someone he could not afford to offend, he would have surely retaliated with a sharp rebuke. It was nothing short of a jest. Unfortunately, he was aware that he could not contend with her at present. After a prolonged pause, Tang Tian spoke slowly. Then can you tell me how I might uncover those so-called truths that elude me? Observing Tang Tian's growing irritation, Yu Xian smiled gently. Do not be upset. The mere fact that we have crossed paths today signifies that the wheels of destiny have begun to turn. My reluctance to divulge information is not without reason, and you will come to understand in due time. As for your next steps, you are still in the cloud-top paradise, correct? If you seek the ultimate answer, you must first ascend to the pinnacle of the firmament. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. What pinnacle? Chapter 274. Generosity and magnanimity, the pinnacle of the sky. If memory serves, that is how it is referred to in your heavenly paradise. The Moon Fairy explained. You may consider it an entrance. Do not fault me for my reluctance to elaborate. Only upon entering the pinnacle of the sky will you earn the right to comprehend these matters. Otherwise, foreknowledge could spell your doom. Tang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. This individual meandered around the crucial points, creating an exasperating experience. Yet, he found himself powerless. For when confronted with such a formidable entity, he had no choice but to passively acquiesce. Very well. He resolved to inquire further about this so-called pinnacle of the sky upon his return. He had long harbored questions regarding the enigmas surrounding himself and the peculiarities in his vicinity. Given the opportunity to clarify these matters, he would not let it slip away easily. After this exchange, a brief silence enveloped them. Tang Tian took a gentle sip from the cup of celestial brew. A wave of refreshing sensation washed over him, as if every corner of his being rejoiced in unison. If he could indulge in more of this exquisite wine, he was certain his constitution would ascend to new heights. By the way, you have yet to disclose the name of this wine, Tang Tian inquired. The Moon Fairy replied with a smile, "This is a brew I crafted myself, and it bears no name. Most often, it is merely for my own enjoyment." Tang Tian coughed lightly and remarked, "It is indeed quite delightful. So, do you have any surplus?" The Moon Fairy raised an eyebrow slightly. "For what purpose?" Tang Tian rubbed his nose and said, "You see, I traversed mountains and valleys, exerting immense effort to arrive here. My sole hope was to gain some fortuity within the celestial palace. Yet, after our lengthy conversation, I have gleaned nothing. Perhaps." He gestured toward the celestial brew in his cup. Having entered the celestial palace and fortuitously encountered the Moon Fairy, how could he leave without seizing a little advantage? After all, her mere glance could elevate an ordinary genius to become one of the most distinguished disciples of the heavenly paradise. Surely, a small gleaning would prove beneficial. Observing Tang Tian's demeanor, the Moon Fairy couldn't help but chuckle. "Is the immense effort you refer to simply selecting a celestial gate with your eyes closed? Furthermore, this wine is merely a commonplace brew tailored to my own taste. It holds little significance." Faced with the Moon Fairy's revelation, Tang Tian displayed no signs of embarrassment. "After all, making money is not a matter of shame. How fortuitous. I too find this wine remarkably suited to my palate. It seems we are indeed kindred spirits in our appreciation for fine beverages. Alas, I find myself with only this singular opportunity to savor the taste," sighed Tang Tian. Feigning lament, Yu Xian, bemused by his theatrics, shook her head slightly and then extended her hand, conjuring an identical wine jug seemingly from thin air. "I possess but this one jug of wine, hence I can only share half of it with you. Do drink sparingly," she remarked, handing the new jug to Tang Tian. He eagerly accepted the vessel, initially pondering why such a dignified figure as Yu Xian would exhibit such frugality. However, upon opening the jug, that thought was swiftly discarded. Indeed, it contained half a jug of wine, but the internal space of this jug was astonishingly vast. Gazing inside, the silver elixir appeared to be exponentially more abundant than the glassy sea within the lesser Liuli secret realm, resembling a grand expanse of silver ocean. If Tang Tian were to indulge in merely one jug each day, it would take him an eternity, perhaps 100,000 years, to consume it all. He couldn't help but glance at Yu Xian, this approachable celestial being, who proved to be rather generous. Yet, another thought crossed his mind. Could she truly drink? Might she be a glutton? "Thank you, esteemed proprietor. You are remarkably generous," Tang Tian exclaimed joyfully as he tucked the jug into his own little world. Perhaps for an entity like Yu Xian, the silver elixir was akin to mundane items. Yet, for an ordinary cultivator, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure of immense value. Sensing Tang Tian's contemplative thoughts, Yu Xian gently stated, "Resources are ultimately external possessions. Once you reach a certain height, you will naturally possess everything. Do not dwell too much on this. Your primary focus should be on diligent cultivation and enhancing your strength at this stage." To this perspective, Tang Tian shook his head, asserting, no matter how external resources may be, they are undeniably indispensable, especially for those in their formative stages. Only when one is truly devoid of lack can one casually proclaim that money is merely a number. Yu Xian chuckled, choosing not to dispute his reasoning. "You do make a valid point." Her gaze lingered momentarily on the mysterious ancient jade on Tang Tian's wrist. "Then allow me to bestow upon you another gift." With that, Yu Xian extended her delicate fingers once more, and enveloped in moonlight, a crescent-shaped jade pendant materialized in her hand. "This pendant is comparable in effectiveness to the one on your wrist. You will find it useful, and its benefits outweigh those of the half jug of wine I just offered." Tang Tian accepted the jade pendant, feeling its icy chill yet soft texture. Upon contact, he distinctly sensed an immeasurable purity of moonlight emanating from within it, in quantities that seemed boundless. "Ah, this," Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. No wonder the Moon Fairy remarked that its function is akin to that of the mysterious ancient jade. With it, one finds oneself perpetually nourished by the moonlight. This implies that wherever he cultivates, it is as if he resides within the moon-viewing cave. Coupled with the jade's effects, Tang Tian could foresee the astonishing pace of his future cultivation. His gratitude was immense. Such generosity from the Moon Fairy even left the usually thick-skinned Tang Tian feeling somewhat bashful. The Moon Fairy merely smiled gently, expressing, "As long as you are pleased." Her somewhat ambiguous words left Tang Tian perplexed. Perhaps having a sudden epiphany, the Moon Fairy continued, "I have always been rather indifferent, thus I have not accumulated any treasures. The items in this room are all that I possess. If you desire anything, feel free to take it." Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. The extent of the Moon Fairy's generosity surpassed his comprehension. After all, they had only just met. Was it truly necessary for her to be so kind to him? He was not her beloved or anything of the sort. Tang Tian was genuinely baffled by such behavior. Chapter 275. The one who should be rescued faced with the extraordinary generosity of the Moon Fairy, even with his thick skin. Tang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of asking for more. "That's enough," he hastily declared. However, the Moon Fairy gently shook her head, her gaze sweeping the room until it settled on a jade hairpin resting on the bedside. She slowly raised her hand, and the hairpin, glowing with moonlight, floated towards him. "I shall gift you this as well. Though it is merely a personal item, it possesses some defensive capabilities." Tang Tian quickly waved his hands. "No, truly unnecessary. I am quite content as is. Moreover, as a grown man, it would seem somewhat inappropriate for me to carry it." Observing his dilemma, the Moon Fairy chuckled softly. "There is no need for such refusal. After all, you have a little girl by your side, do you not? If it troubles you, it can be given to her. In any case, I doubt I will have any use for such things in the future." With no way to decline further, Tang Tian reluctantly accepted. At that moment, two phrases surfaced in his mind: "To pluck feathers from a passing goose," and "A thief never leaves empty-handed." He felt as if he might as well take the Moon Fairy herself. Moreover, witnessing her current peculiar state, he sensed an unsettling possibility that perhaps such a notion was not entirely far-fetched. He vigorously rubbed his forehead, forcefully suppressing the dangerous thought. "By the way," he interjected, "I heard from others that you once bestowed a folding fan upon someone here at the Cloud Summit. Is there any truth to that?" He deliberately shifted the conversation. The Moon Fairy nodded. "Indeed, that is true. It was over 100 years ago. I happened to pass through this area and, on a whim, decided to take a look. If all goes as expected, she should have long since ascended to the pinnacle of the firmament." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing that the rumors from that time were indeed not unfounded. The Moon Fairy had truly once graced this place, though it appeared to have been merely coincidental. No wonder it had only happened that once over the years. Listening to her account, Tang Tian shook his head. "I don't believe so. I heard that she later encountered some unforeseen circumstances and then vanished without a trace." The Moon Fairy displayed little reaction, her voice soft as she remarked, "That is truly unfortunate. She was quite a remarkable girl." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. A girl? He had heard numerous rumors about Lu Ming and was utterly convinced of the individual's male gender. "Indeed," the Moon Fairy replied, "she was a girl of considerable spirit. Had it been in another era, I would have taken her as my disciple, making her one of my moon envoys." Tang Tian fell silent, firmly convinced that he and the Moon Fairy were speaking of the same person. Yet, it was evident that they were not referring to the same individual at all. A girl. In the vast continuum of history surrounding the Celestial Pavilion, he found no counterpart to his existence. Perhaps it is merely that he has seen too little. Certain secrets remain undisclosed. In the future, he might pay closer attention to matters concerning Lu Ming and the enigmatic girl associated with him. After sharing these thoughts, the two fell into silence. The disparity in their levels rendered any inquiries from Yu Xian unvoiced, and Tang Tian found himself at a loss for conversation. Having finished his drink, Tang Tian rose to take his leave. "Are you truly departing?" Yu Xian's tone bore a hint of reluctance, which made Tang Tian feel increasingly unsettled. He hastily replied, "The duration of the Celestial Pavilion is but 1 hour. Time is swiftly drawing to a close, and I must make haste." Despite their conversation, time had flown by. However, Yu Xian smiled gently, saying, "Do not fret. The Celestial Pavilion is mine. I can extend its duration as I wish." You may remain here until tomorrow if you desire. Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. After all, he had painstakingly found an excuse to leave, and now she seemed intent on keeping him in her chamber. Observing Tang Tian's discomfort, Yu Xian chuckled softly. Very well, I shall not tease you further. Return now, but remember to cultivate diligently and do not become complacent. This world is not as tranquil as it appears. Tang Tian nodded earnestly, then bowed respectfully to Yu Xian before turning towards the door. Wait. Just as Tang Tian was about to push the door open, Yu Xian called out to him once more. Turning back, he noticed Yu Xian gazing at him with an expression of profound complexity. In her bright eyes, there seemed to be an endless affection mingled with profound sorrow. This emotion was laid bare, unmasked and genuine. Yet this time, Tang Tian felt no embarrassment, for he was certain that Yu Xian's gaze was not fixed upon him. After a moment of silent exchange, Yu Xian waved her hand. Go. Tang Tian remained silent, nodded, and then opened the door, vanishing into the ethereal light. Yu Xian continued to watch the spot where he had disappeared, enveloped in silence. After a long while, she let out a deep sigh, a fleeting look of fatigue crossing her face. Subsequently, she snapped her fingers. Moments later, a brilliant golden light erupted within the room. Following this, a young man clad in golden attire with red hair materialized out of thin air. The golden radiance was blinding, overpowering even the moonlight within the room, dividing it into two starkly contrasting realms, one half icy cold, the other searing hot. Upon his arrival, the young man furrowed his brow as he looked at Yu Xian. Where's your Yuxian? The young man inquired in a hushed tone. Yu Xian, holding her wine cup, replied calmly, I have sent him away. The young man's brow furrowed deeper, but soon a thought seemed to strike him, and he quietly asked, he has returned? Yu Xian gently nodded. Then, a faint smile graced her lips. Indeed, the person he trusts most is still me. Observing Yu Xian's demeanor, the young man let out a heavy sigh. So has he succeeded? Yu Xian shook her head. I do not know. Yet, his coming to seek me must have its own reasons. The young man frowned again. And you sent Yu Xian away? You must understand. If he fails, we shall have no more opportunities for a gamble. Yu Xian lifted her gaze, looking steadily at the young man. We have never had a chance. It is only with him that we have a chance. The young man was rendered speechless. Ultimately, he spoke softly. But what if he is still alive? Losing Yu Xian means your time is limited. Do you not wish to see him once more? Yu Xian smiled. I have already seen him. In this life, having met him, and having you as a friend, I have no regrets. The young man fell silent again. Finally, he sighed deeply. Pour me a cup of wine. Let me take my time. Yu Xian smiled and produced a golden wine cup, raising the wine jug to its fullest height. This is the last cup, saved especially for you. The young man's eyes widened. Have you given away all the Bayou liquor? That is something you have accumulated over countless millennia. Yu Xian chuckled. After drinking for so many years, I have grown weary of it. If you wish to drink, go seek that calamity bearer for it. However, do not expect to glean any information from me. With that, she lifted her moonlight cup and clinked it with the young man's golden cup. They exchanged a glance and downed the wine in their cups in unison. Chapter 276. Destiny. The infinite celestial light gradually dissipated. When Tang Tian regained his vision, he found himself back atop the moon viewing peak. At this moment, the celestial palace had vanished, and the barriers surrounding the moon viewing platform had risen anew. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that the other 7 disciples who had entered the celestial palace had also emerged. Their auras fluctuated between brilliance and obscurity, clearly indicating that they had all encountered significant fortunes within the palace. Tang Tian, Luo Shi appeared simultaneously, soaring towards him upon noticing his presence. How is it? She inquired, her excitement palpable. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she had garnered considerable rewards in the celestial palace. Not too bad, Tang Tian replied casually. That is good to hear. Luo Shi did not delve deeper into his experience, but shifted the conversation, saying, this time was rather peculiar. Typically, the duration is only an hour, and I've never heard of any exceptions. Yet this time, it lasted over 2 full hours. Had I known, I would have explored more areas. At her words, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had spent no more than an hour in the Moon Fairy's chamber, yet in reality, 2 hours had elapsed. Could it be that the Moon Fairy's boudoir possessed some unique attributes? Tang Tian pondered, yet soon shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. It was not unusual for someone of the Moon Fairy's caliber to experience anomalous occurrences. Who could say? Perhaps some extraordinary event had transpired. Luoshi nodded in agreement, smiling. Regardless, it's a fortunate matter. Each person only has one chance to enter the Celestial Palace in their lifetime. And we've gained an extra hour compared to others, such a rare opportunity. The only pity is that the Moon Fairy did not descend this time, nor did she bestow any blessings. Perhaps it was merely a rumor after all. She sighed wistfully. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Luo Shi and the others had not sensed the Moon Fairy's presence. Perhaps this was for the better. Had they truly perceived it, it would undoubtedly have sparked a considerable upheaval. Until he clarified certain perplexities, Tang Tian was reluctant to become embroiled in the tumult surrounding the Moon Fairy. By the way, I wish to inquire about something. Tang Tian shifted the topic. What is it? Luo Shi asked. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian inquired. Do you know what the pinnacle of the firmament is? Throughout his journey in the Celestial Palace, he had not only received several gifts from the Moon Fairy, but had also encountered a plethora of enigmas, including the greatest secret he harbored deep within his heart. According to the Moon Fairy, to unravel these mysteries, one must first ascend to the pinnacle of the firmament. Thus, he needed to ascertain what it truly entailed. However, to his surprise, a look of confusion also appeared on Luo Shi's face, a girl renowned for her profound knowledge. Is the pinnacle of the firmament a place? I have never heard of it. Is it located within our Tianfu? Luo Shi inquired. Tang Tian shook his head. I do not know either. Never mind. Perhaps I have simply misremembered. The fact that even Luo Shi is unaware suggests that the pinnacle of the firmament is indeed no ordinary location. I shall ask Mo Xiao about it another day. Being from the Mo family, she might possess some insight into such secrets. All right, Luo Shi replied. The Tianfu is vast, and there are many places I am not well acquainted with. Once we leave the Wangyue cave, I can help you inquire further. By the way, it should only be a few days before the Wangyue cave closes. After that, we will officially enter Longmen. She looked at Tang Tian. Seriousness etched on her face. Are you sure you do not wish to spar with me? After Longmen, the final candidates for the Xianyan platform will be determined. And if you do not seize this opportunity, gaining entry later will be exceedingly challenging. Tang Tian chuckled and waved his hand. Perhaps it is best to forego that. I have no assurance of victory against you. However, I believe there will certainly be opportunities for combat in the future. Luo Shi nodded, somewhat dejected. Very well then. Yet, the privileges of the Xianyan platform are significantly superior to those of other disciples. I fear that our disparities will only grow more pronounced in the future. Tang Tian remained silent. At present, he possessed the mysterious ancient jade and the crescent jade pendant. No matter where he was, his cultivation would not falter. The reasons for not sparring with Luo Shi were twofold. Firstly, there was no necessity. Secondly, his mind was preoccupied. He was more inclined to unravel the enigmas surrounding himself and his circumstances. After exchanging a few more words, Tang Tian found an excuse to continue his cultivation and departed from the center of Wangyue Peak. At that moment, the night of the bright moon had not fully concluded. Yet Tang Tian chose not to pursue further cultivation. Instead, he made his way back to his own cave dwelling. Li Hong and the others had yet to return, so Tang Tian sat quietly in his room, pouring himself a drink. The wine of the Moon Fairy is exquisite. It not only enhances one's constitution, but also calms the mind, sharpening one's thoughts. After consuming a cup of this fine liquor, the details of his previous conversation with the Moon Fairy became vividly clear. A multitude of enigmas and uncertainties filled Tang Tian's mind. However, what troubled him the most was the Moon Fairy's statement. I am uncertain whether the person I am conversing with is truly you. What could she possibly mean? If I am not myself, then who could I be? Could it be that she has discerned that my soul does not belong to this world? Tang Tian could not ascertain, for the Moon Fairy had not provided a definitive explanation. Contemplating deeply, he realized that the only aspect that set him apart from others was the soul from another world that he harbored, along with the system that transcended the rules, which he carried with him at all times. This harbors his deepest secret, a truth he is most reluctant to confront, even shying away from acknowledging its existence. How did he come to be in this world? What is the nature of the system within him? Whenever he reflects upon these two questions, a chilling sensation envelopes him, for he finds himself utterly incapable of providing answers to either. Yet, Yuxian has alluded to these matters, both overtly and covertly. compelling him to abandon his previous disregard and confront these inquiries head-on. What, indeed, is the system? How did he traverse into this realm? These two questions loom like colossal shadows, enveloping Tang Tian in their darkness. Coupled with Yu Xian's remarks, it appears as though an invisible hand has been silently orchestrating events from behind the scenes. In a moment of clarity, Tang Tian suddenly recalls Xiao. Xiao once remarked that its very existence was destined to be that of a tool, exploited by others. The only distinction lies in whether it would be wielded by malevolent or benevolent forces. Does he share a similarly tragic fate as Xiao? Tang Tian remains silent for a protracted period, unable to draw any conclusions, as he has yet to uncover even the slightest trace of the system's existence. Thus, must he too resign himself to fate, much like Xiao? After a long pause, he suddenly slams his fist down heavily upon the table before him. To hell with fate. My destiny shall be dictated solely by me. Whoever dares to interfere should prepare to have their tendons severed. Tang Tian clenches his goblet, downing the divine brew in one swift motion. Chapter 277. The kitten's mission in this world. There exist countless matters beyond clarity. Yet, Tang Tian cannot resign himself to fate like a mere kitten, allowing others to dictate his destiny. Should circumstances unfold as he anticipates, in the final moments, he would undoubtedly resort to the most drastic measures, undeterred by the potential for mutual destruction. Perhaps the Moon Immortal's wine has a soothing effect, as Tang Tian's emotions gradually stabilize. Regardless, for him at this juncture, the enhancement of his strength remains paramount. Only with sufficient power does one earn the right to deliberate on breaking through the constraints. With a deep breath, Tang Tian directed his gaze towards his peculiar egg space. Prior to the arrival of the Celestial Palace, the kitten had cowered within, and even now, it remained curled up in a corner, trembling in fear. Evidently, the appearance of the Moon Immortal had profoundly unsettled it. After consuming another cup of celestial brew, Tang Tian swiftly entered the bizarre egg space. Compared to its initial formation, the environment had undergone significant transformation. The remnants of the last minor ascension continually siphoned energy from the chaos, transmuting it into genuine substance. After such an extended period, a layer of true primordial earth, over 10 meters thick and spanning several dozen meters, had emerged beneath the shell. This was authentic primal soil, which, should the world's regulations be sound, could evolve into a veritable mother of earth, nurturing all living beings. Could it truly become a small world? Tang Tian pondered with a sigh, then maneuvered past various resources piled as high as small mountains, approaching the kitten's south hiding place. Observing its panicked demeanor, he shook his head and reassured, "It's all right now. We are safe. You may come out." Upon hearing his voice, the kitten froze momentarily, then cautiously turned its head. Only after confirming it was indeed Tang Tian did it stammer, "Really? Has that formidable being departed?" Tang Tian affirmed, then inquired, "Did you sense her arrival at that moment?" The kitten, timidly, nodded in response. "Yes, I was diligently cultivating when suddenly, I felt an incredibly terrifying presence fixated upon me. It was utterly horrifying. Never in my memory have I encountered such a fearsome entity. If that being had wished, I would have undoubtedly been captured and boiled for soup, with no room for struggle whatsoever." The kitten's reaction surprised Tang Tian slightly. This creature was not merely a spirit of a small world. It possessed memories from a previous life and had faced beings of immense power, at least those who wielded control over cosmic laws. Even celestial emperors paled in its eyes. Yet, the Moon Immortal had instilled such profound fear. It seemed the Moon Immortal's strength was likely far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Rest assured, that is unlikely. She probably does not have a taste for such things. At most, it would merely serve for brewing. Tang Tian jested, hoping to soothe the child's emotions through this jest. Upon hearing this, the child rolled her eyes dramatically. "How do you know?" she inquired. "Have you actually seen it?" Tang Tian smiled and nodded. The child momentarily froze, her eyes wide with astonishment as she struggled to suppress her shock. "You truly have seen it? How could such a being possibly have encountered you?" "You must not speak carelessly. Such words should not be tossed about lightly." Tang Tian replied with a chuckle. "Do you think I would deceive you with such a tale? Moreover, not only have I seen her, but I also visited her chamber and engaged in a heartfelt conversation for an entire hour. Before departing, she even gifted me several treasures." The child's eyes widened like saucers, her face a canvas of utter disbelief. To her, this revelation seemed more terrifying than the end of the world itself. Chamber? Are you implying that she is a female? The child queried. Tang Tian affirmed with a nod. At least, she appears to be so on the surface. For beings of such celestial caliber as the Moon Fairy, gender has become rather ambiguous. However, one may generally accept appearances as reality. A female, the child contemplated for a moment, yet seemed unable to recall any corresponding existence from her memories. Did she mention me? She asked once more. She made a brief mention, Tang Tian responded. She simply said she had seen you, and there was nothing more. After hearing this, the child's expression shifted repeatedly. Ultimately, her anxiety subsided gradually, and she no longer seemed so apprehensive. Observing her calmness, Tang Tian gently inquired, "What exactly are you, Xiao?" I had not previously delved into this matter out of respect for your privacy. However, it seems I have become entangled in it myself, and thus I wish to understand some specifics. Since the Moon Fairy has mentioned you, it surely indicates a connection, albeit subtle, between you and the mysteries surrounding me. Therefore, it would be prudent to clarify. Faced with Tang Tian's inquiry, the child's gaze flickered, as if engaged in an internal struggle. Finally, she let out a long sigh. Very well. In truth, there was nothing that could not be shared. Subsequently, through the child's narrative, Tang Tian gleaned a general understanding of her origins. She had awakened as a spirit of the world, yet she was not merely that. Upon awakening, she bore a profound mission. My purpose is to await the return of a certain individual. I do not know who he is, but since the moment of my awakening, this has become the sole purpose of my existence. In this world, there exists a formidable group of individuals who seek to exploit me as an instrument for the annihilation of all living beings. Thus, before that person returns, I must conceal myself expertly, ensuring that I remain undetected by those with nefarious intentions. As for my previous existence, the memories are shrouded in obscurity. All I am aware of is that I have encountered an abundance of extraordinary beings, each of whom surpasses even the celestial emperors in strength. Tang Tian listened quietly, noting that these revelations were largely in alignment with his own speculations. His past life must have been an extraordinary one. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to have encountered so many beings of power that eclipsed the celestial emperors. Regarding the so-called wait for someone's return, Tang Tian thoughtfully stroked his chin and slowly remarked, "Is it possible that I am the very person you have been anticipating?" The little creature paused in surprise, then leaped to Tang Tian's side, incessantly sniffing the air. "Are you further confirming this?" Tang Tian inquired, intrigued. The little one, with a serious demeanor, replied, "No. I merely wish to ascertain the origin of your inexplicably distinct aura." Tang Tian, momentarily at a loss for words, playfully grasped its neck and tossed it aside. "The individual I await is a colossal entity, transcending all existence. If they were to return, the very world would tremble. We, with our meager presence, should not presume to associate with such greatness." The little creature wrinkled its nose dismissively. Tang Tian, stroking his chin, suddenly felt a notion arise. "I have a distinct impression that the sister I encountered earlier must have quite the fondness for meaty stews." Chapter 278. The thoughts of Xiao Xue after a brief conversation. Its emotions gradually calmed down. However, when Tang Tian prepared to take it outside, Xiao Xue unexpectedly expressed her reluctance. "Perhaps I should remain here. The outside world is too daunting. Thankfully, that formidable creature has no intention of confronting me this time. Otherwise, I might have been simmered into soup. Besides, I have consumed a considerable amount of moon essence recently, enough to sustain me for quite some time," the novel narrates. Tang Tian was profoundly astonished. "You actually do not wish to venture out? Are you not enticed by the myriad of delicacies awaiting you outside? It is well known that you are the most playful of creatures." It appeared that the Moon Fairy had genuinely frightened her this time. "Well, you are here. Just bring me good things when you come back," the novel continued. "Moreover, I intend to learn from Xiao Xue and prepare my own meals. This little world is beginning to take shape, and I plan to transform it thoroughly. Then, I shall cultivate land within your egg to grow vegetables and become self-sufficient." Tang Tian remarked, "Watch your words." Xiao Xue was resolutely determined to remain within the peculiar space of the egg. At the very least, she wished to fully digest the moon essence she had absorbed during this time before considering venturing outside again. Tang Tian respected her choice and assured her that he would seek out more delicacies to bring her, or perhaps even some lovely female companions. Subsequently, Tang Tian departed from that space, pondering what this extraordinary realm would metamorphose into under Xiao Xue's transformation. Upon returning to his room, his mood had entirely settled. Regardless of what the future held, the present moment was of utmost importance. He needed only to adhere to his own plans and continue his growth. As he observed the sky darkening outside, Tang Tian understood that the night of the full moon had likely drawn to a close. After sitting in silence for a while, he took out a jade talisman to convey a message to Gu Xiaoxue. The moon fairy had mentioned a very special thread of fate connecting him and Gu Xiaoxue. Her unusual performance in cultivation was likely a result of this thread's existence. If any unforeseen changes were to occur in the future, she would undoubtedly be unable to escape their implications. Given this, it would be prudent to discuss matters with her in advance. Moreover, it seemed he had neglected this young girl for quite some time. After waiting for a while, there was a knock at the door, and Tang Tian welcomed Gu Xiaoxue inside. She appeared largely unchanged, still sporting that dazed expression, her eyes reflecting a clear yet foolish innocence. "How have you been lately?" Tang Tian inquired gently, inviting her to take a seat. "Very well," she replied, her vitality exuberant. "I am eating heartily, and my cultivation has been progressing smoothly. The moon tonight is particularly full. I feel that it won't be long before I break through to the mid-stage of true immortal." Gu Xiaoxue rested her chin on her hands, her legs playfully swinging beneath the table. Tang Tian paused momentarily and inquired, "Have you been practicing continuously? Do you not find it dull? If you feel restless, it might be beneficial to venture outside and meet new friends." At present, Gu Xiaoxue's position was somewhat awkward. Although she was nominally Tang Tian's subordinate, the majority of tasks were managed by Li Hong and Lan Yu. The only responsibility left for her was to cultivate. However, Tang Tian's rate of progress was exceedingly rapid. No matter how diligently she practiced, she could not catch up. Consequently, she could not provide any significant support, leading Tang Tian to rarely pay her any attention. Seemingly catching the underlying meaning in Tang Tian's words, Gu Xiaoxue ceased her fidgeting, straightened her posture, and said, "I genuinely wish to assist you in some manner, yet I am uncertain where to begin. Thus, I remain here to cultivate. If you have any tasks for me, please do not hesitate to let me know. I assure you I can accomplish them." Tang Tian, noticing her earnestness, quickly waved his hand. "That is not my intention. What I mean to convey is that with the talent you have exhibited, you are entirely capable of leading a life full of brilliance. You are younger than I am. If you remain by my side perpetually, would that not be a waste of your precious youth? Of course, I do not wish to cast you aside. You can certainly accompany me while also exploring and experiencing different aspects of life. Otherwise, would it not be a disservice to your remarkable talent? Do you not agree?" Listening to Tang Tian's lengthy explanation, Gu Xiaoxue propped her chin up and mumbled, "Just as the stories say, men truly do not understand a woman's heart." Tang Tian was taken aback. "What?" Gu Xiaoxue shot him a glance and replied, "I do not enjoy aimless wandering. I find no boredom in my constant practice. If you wish for me to perform tasks, I am more than willing. In any case," she continued, "wherever you go or whatever you do, just take me along." Tang Tian was left speechless. "Am I to take you with me even when I go to relieve myself? This is absurd." The reason he expressed these thoughts to Gu Xiaoxue was, firstly, because her life was indeed too monotonous. Her days were consumed solely by cultivation or the journey to cultivate, with little interaction with others. Secondly, having heard her past and the so-called mission, Tang Tian was concerned that Gu Xiaoxue might share a similar fate. If that were the case, he believed that it would be better for her to live vibrantly while she remained unaware of her destiny. Unfortunately, Gu Xiaoxue seemed genuinely uninterested. "Very well, if you are unwilling, then so be it," Tang Tian remarked. "Once we pass through the Dragon Gate and officially embark on our life in the heavenly capital, I will make it a point to take you out to broaden your horizons, should the opportunity arise. Additionally," he added, "focus on your cultivation and strive to catch up to me. Consider it my task for you." Ultimately, Tang Tian chose not to elaborate further. The weight of that matter was exceedingly burdensome. If it could be postponed, then so be it. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Gu Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "All right then," she exclaimed, "now I have motivation. Just you wait, I will surely surpass you." Tang Tian smirked, acknowledging that Gu Xiaoxue's pace of cultivation was indeed swifter than his own at that time. However, he was no longer the same person he once was. The challenge of her catching up to him was substantial. Then do your best, he encouraged. By the way, there is one more thing. After speaking, Tang Tian produced a white jade hairpin, the very one gifted to him by Yuxian. She had specifically stated it was meant for a girl with whom he shared a fateful connection. As Gu Xiaoxue took the hairpin, she regarded Tang Tian with suspicion. This hairpin seems somewhat mismatched with my temperament, does it not? It appears to be an accessory more suited for a mature woman. Is it from your ex-girlfriend? Tang Tian retorted with a frown. If you don't want it, just return it. Gu Xiaoxue quickly cradled it in her arms. Not a chance. Since you gifted it to me, it belongs to me now. Although it may not be suitable for me at the moment, in a few years, it will undoubtedly be perfect. Hee, thank you. It's quite beautiful, she beamed. Tang Tian shook his head in exasperation. He had initially intended to inform her of the hairpin's extraordinary provenance, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. After all, it was merely a personal item of Yuxian. Even if it possessed some significance, it likely would not be overly remarkable. Chapter 279. Countdown at Longmen. Within the confines of the room, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue engaged in an extensive conversation. It seemed as though they had returned to the time of their initial acquaintance at Qinghua sect. Back then, Tang Tian was utterly oblivious to the nuances of cultivation, while Gu Xiaoxue bore the dual responsibilities of protector and mentor, guiding him through the threshold of cultivation. It was only later, as Tang Tian's knowledge and experience burgeoned, that he outpaced Gu Xiaoxue significantly. Now, their roles had completely reversed. Tang Tian had become the one imparting wisdom. Your pace of cultivation is remarkably swift, yet your comprehension of the Tao must keep pace as well. Otherwise, you risk becoming nothing more than a hollow vessel of brute strength, Tang Tian asserted. However, Gu Xiaoxue did not seem particularly attentive, her focus captivated entirely by the jade hairpin in her hand. I understand. Got it. Ah, I see. Her somewhat indifferent responses filled Tang Tian with exasperation. Fear not. The world is quite fond of me. My cultivation realm will undoubtedly keep up with my abilities. As for combat, I prefer a straightforward approach. If I can win, I will. If not, I simply concede, Gu Xiaoxue jested. Tang Tian shook his head in bemusement. While her method had its merits, it was ultimately too extreme. Such an approach could easily be discerned by others, leading to inevitable misfortune when targeted. Nevertheless, everyone has their own style. Forcing a change might not necessarily yield positive results. The concept of one move prevailing over all does exist in the realm of cultivation. Perhaps it was best to let her be for now. Considering her youth, they could revisit this matter when she matured. As he savored a cup of fine wine, Tang Tian realized he had developed a fondness for it. Its soothing qualities seemed to calm various emotions within him. Oh, you've taken a liking to wine? Gu Xiaoxue, ever observant, quickly noticed. Tang Tian nodded. This wine is exquisite, smooth and refreshing, and it even enhances one's constitution. Would you care to try some? He poured another cup for Gu Xiaoxue. She lifted the glass, inhaling its aroma before taking a delicate sip. However, she promptly expelled the contents. What is this? It's freezing. My tongue feels numb. Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed in shock. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Freezing? When he had tasted it, it had been nothing but gentle warmth. Where was the chill? Observing Gu Xiaoxue's shivering and the tears welling in her eyes only deepened his astonishment. Is it truly that cold? Has it caused you to cry? Tang Tian inquired. Huh, I'm not crying. Gu Xiaoxue instinctively wiped her eyes, staring in disbelief at the glistening tears on her fingertips. Oh, what on earth is happening? I truly did not weep. Tang Tian was momentarily rendered speechless. The situation was rather perplexing. Could it be that the wine of the moon fairy possessed varying effects depending on the drinker? After a brief silence, Tang Tian reclaimed the cup of wine from Gu Xiaoxue. There must be an issue with the wine, he remarked. Gu Xiaoxue wiped her face repeatedly and asserted. There is definitely a problem. The tears simply will not cease. Moreover, I suddenly feel inexplicably sorrowful, as though a person of great significance is no longer present. Tang Tian remained silent. This was the first time he had directly witnessed Gu Xiaoxue's unusual behavior. The moon fairy had specifically gifted her hairpin to Xiaoxue, perhaps not without reason. Perhaps this wine is unsuitable for women, Tang Tian mused. It's getting late. You should return to rest, he advised. The moon-watching cave will remain open for a few more days. To surpass me, seize every moment you can. He still did not wish to divulge anything about the moon fairy to Gu Xiaoxue. It held little significance. Their current strength was far too feeble, and even if they were informed, it would lead to confusion and distress, offering no viable path forward. He would address it when he ascended to the so-called pinnacle of the firmament. Gu Xiaoxua nodded, wiping her tears as she exited his room. Fortunately, there was no one outside at that moment, or they might have thought Tang Tian had mistreated the young girl. Once Gu Xiaoxua departed, Tang Tian sat in quiet contemplation for a time before reaching out to Mo Xiaoxiao to inquire about the pinnacle of the firmament. Surprisingly, she too had not heard of such a name. However, like Luo Shi, she promised to consult her family elders and assured him that results would soon follow. Subsequently, Tang Tian gathered his thoughts and entered a state of meditation. In the following days, he continued his cultivation. With the crescent moon jade pendant gifted by the moon fairy, his practice felt akin to that enchanting night of the full moon, perhaps even more potent. Before long, Tang Tian took the final step into the realm of celestial beings, officially entering the mystic celestial realm. Remarkably, it had only been a little over 2 months since he arrived at the Cloud Summit. In such a brief period, he had ascended 2 major realms from true celestial to mystic celestial. Such an extraordinary rate of advancement, if spoken of, would surely leave many astounded. Furthermore, with the crescent moon pendant and the mysterious ancient jade, this momentum of breakthrough was bound to continue for quite some time. However, that was a matter for the future. After nearly 2 months of cultivation, the moon-watching cave was finally set to close. Simultaneously, the Dragon Gate trial was imminent. This was the most grand ceremony of the year at the Cloud Summit, a crucial test for every new disciple. Almost all eyes were fixated upon the Dragon Gate. All the disciples were fervently engaged in discussion. One inquired, "How many extraordinary talents capable of resonating 9 chimes do you think will emerge this time?" The response was uncertain, yet it was suggested that at least one would appear each year. "I believe the enigmatic first on the celestial rankings, the young lady Luo Shi, is poised to achieve such a feat," someone replied. However, another scoffed, "Young one, you are still too naive. Look at the past. How many of those who resonated 9 chimes were the first on the celestial rankings? The true prodigies are concealed within the heavenly manner. When they emerge, they will undoubtedly shine with brilliance." The one who was challenged retorted heatedly, "And you consider yourself knowledgeable? If those prodigies are hidden away, how do you claim to know about them? Did you conjure that from thin air? My source is a certain genius from the top of the celestial rankings." According to him, Luo Shi's strength is on an entirely different level compared to the others. If she cannot resonate 9 chimes, then it seems no one in this generation will. The two continued to argue passionately, their faces flushed, and eventually, they even came to blows. Nevertheless, the majority retained a firm belief in the formidable presence of the first on the celestial rankings. Amid the cacophony, someone suddenly posited, "Do you think Tang Tian has the potential to resonate 9 chimes?" This statement was met with a chorus of laughter. "Come now, do you have a misunderstanding about the 9 chimes? I acknowledge that Tang Tian is powerful, indeed. Remarkably so, but even the first on the celestial rankings may not achieve such a milestone. He, as second, is unlikely to do so. The Dragon Gate trial does not merely test combat strength. It assesses a cultivator's overall potential. Tang Tian, ultimately hailing from the outside world, is bound to have a relatively weaker foundation. If he can resonate 6 chimes, that alone would be a miracle. Mark my words, if he resonates 9 chimes, I will stand on my head and defecate. Consider me included." The overwhelming majority remained skeptical of Tang Tian, recalling past precedents. Even the formidable Ling Luo, now revered as Ling Luo Xianzuan, had only resonated 6 chimes in her time. The fundamental reason lay in her origin from the outside world, which left her with a weaker innate foundation. It was only after she rectified her deficiencies that she soared to greatness, ultimately achieving the esteemed position of Xianzuan. In contrast, Tang Tian was merely a new disciple. As the atmosphere thickened, the time for the Dragon Gate to open drew near, and the countdown began. Chapter 280, the special session of the heavenly ranking. In the early morning at the moonlit cave, Tang Tian, Gu Xiaoxua, Li Hong, and Lan Yulu gathered around a stone table. Today marked their final day at the moonlit cave. After today, the cave would be irrevocably sealed until its next opening next year. Simultaneously, today was the day of the Longmen trials. "Is one day sufficient?" Tang Tian inquired. "I heard that there are over 100,000 new disciples this time. Given the multitude of disciples in the heavenly mansion, Even if each individual only took a second to pass through Longmen, it would likely require several days. However, if they failed to pass today, they might not even have a place to stay. Clearly, one day was inadequate. Li Hong chuckled. Under normal circumstances, the Longmen trials last for 10 days. With over 10,000 disciples passing the trials each day, the Heavenly Mansion will provide a resting place for all disciples. Of course, due to the sheer number, these spaces are merely for rest. Any serious cultivation would be nearly impossible. Tang Tian frowned slightly. Isn't it unfair for those entering Longmen on the later days? Aside from the wasted cultivation time, waiting too long could affect one's state. Li Hong shook his head. Generally, it doesn't have much impact. The Longmen trials differ from typical trials. They assess a cultivator's deepest potential, so one's state is not a significant factor. Whether one participates on the first day or the 10th, the results remain unchanged. At most, it's just a few days of wasted cultivation time. However, Li Hong suddenly changed his tone. While the main residence asserts this, many disciples believe that the earlier one enters Longmen, the better the outcome. They refer to this as mysticism. Consequently, most disciples aspire to pass through Longmen as early as possible. This situation leads to a curious phenomenon. Those who pass through Longmen earlier tend to possess greater strength. Tang Tian was taken aback. It appeared that not only was the young girl Luo Shi fond of mysticism, but the disciples of the entire Heavenly Mansion were as well. It made sense. The more formidable individuals would naturally prefer not to squander time on such matters. If he were in their position, he too would opt to enter Longmen on the first day. Does the Heavenly Mansion not intervene? Tang Tian asked. They do, Li Hong responded. I heard that in the past, the Heavenly Mansion did not get involved, which turned the Longmen trials into a grand arena for combat. At that time, the number of new disciples was not as great, so the higher-ups treated it as a trial, which is the origin of the Longmen trials. However, as the number of disciples increased, management became a necessity. At that time, the Tianfu would categorize the disciples based on their general conditions into several groups, continuing the previous style of passing through the Dragon Gate in order of strength. For instance, the first group of disciples would predominantly consist of those ranked on the heavenly list. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. With over 100,000 disciples, it was difficult to envision the chaos that would ensue without some form of management. Dividing them into batches was a much more manageable approach. Moreover, concentrating the stronger individuals would facilitate the higher-ups in selecting outstanding disciples for focused cultivation. Does this mean I am in the first batch? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. At present, he firmly held the second position on the heavenly list. Li Hong smiled and nodded. Indeed, although the specific order was a matter of personal choice, he would undoubtedly be in the first batch. Unfortunately, Xiao Shui had never revealed her strength in public. Otherwise, she would surely rank among the top. After days of cultivation, Gu Xiao Shui had steadily reached the mid-stage of true immortal. Coupled with her unique combat style, entering the Earth list should pose no significant challenge. Regrettably, her prowess remained largely unknown. It's all right, whether I go or not is of little consequence, she remarked, displaying a carefree attitude. You should go, Tang Tian suggested. I am eager to see the extent of your comprehensive potential. Surely, it cannot be limited to just the innate child. He had long been curious about Gu Xiao Shui's true talent, and this would present an excellent opportunity for a deeper assessment. All right then, she acquiesced. This girl was always obedient. Tang Tian nodded and then began discussing other details with them. Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters entered the Tianfu in the capacity of his guards. Thus, they were not required to pass through the Dragon Gate. Nevertheless, their progress in strength was remarkably swift. All three had already entered the feathering realm, and with the infinite supply of Lioli pearls, their growth rate was astonishing. It would not be long before they ascended to immortality. In fact, the disciples who came from the outside world were also advancing rapidly. Li Hong remarked, perhaps the restrictions of the external environment hindered their talents. Upon arriving at Tianfu, their potential was thoroughly unlocked. I heard that Xiao Ruizai from the White Emperor sect has also become a formidable figure in the true immortal realm, much like Xiao Shui. Tang Tian nodded. Xiao Ruizai was a genius who had performed just behind Gu Xiao Shui at that time, and was later directly taken by the White Emperor Palace of Tianfu. His cultivation environment was undoubtedly far superior to that of the Wangwei Cave. It was not surprising that he had reached such heights. If all goes smoothly, he may become a peak disciple after the Dragon Gate trial, Li Hong added. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Will the Dragon Gate trial result in a categorization of the disciples?" Li Hong nodded and remarked, "Within the realm of the Nine Lanterns, unless one possesses exceptional talents, individuals can only become formal disciples of the Heavenly Mansion, albeit with varying ranks. However, those who resonate with the chime of 4 bells, including the 4, are classified as core disciples. As for those who resonate with 5 bells or more, they ascend directly to the status of peak disciples." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly so effortless to attain the rank of a peak disciple? According to what Mo Xiaoxiao previously stated, the resonance of 5 bells does not equate to reaching the level of the celestial prodigy. Such beings must be numerous within the Heavenly Mansion, no? Yet, Li Hong sighed with a wry smile. "My lord, it is indeed no simple feat. What Miss Mo mentioned earlier was merely a metaphor, while the Dragon Gate assesses overall potential. To put it plainly, among each year's new disciples, those who can directly become peak disciples have never exceeded 200. More than half of them are disciples from the heavenly rankings." Tang Tian fell silent. 200 may seem considerable, yet in light of the vast number of disciples in the Heavenly Mansion, it is undeniably a rarity. "Very well. When shall we set forth?" Tang Tian inquired. "Perhaps around noon," Li Hong replied with a smile. "Today is dedicated to the disciples of the heavenly rankings." Chapter 281. The trial begins. Time swiftly passed, and soon it approached noon. Under the command of Wen Xiao, all disciples in the vicinity gathered, numbering no less than 1,000. At that moment, Wen Xiao bore the scar left by the lightning whip of the heavenly Yuanzuan on his face. Such a wound, imbued with the power of rules, would require at least 6 months to heal completely. Amidst the crowd, Wen Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Tang Tian, but quickly averted his gaze. Since their last encounter, he had indeed refrained from troubling Tang Tian, not even appearing before him. He was adept at maintaining his reputation. "Everyone stand by here. Soon, someone will come to escort you. From now on, we shall have no further entanglements," Wen Xiao stated coldly. Perhaps due to the scar on his face, his temper seemed worse than before. However, as he mentioned, once they left the Wangyue cave heaven, it was likely they would never cross paths again, and no one would concern themselves with his fate. After a brief wait, a massive flying ship descended from the sky. Many disciples were already aboard, presumably from other regions. After exchanging a few words with Wen Xiao, the ship's overseer waved his hand, signaling everyone to board. Tang Tian, accompanied by Gu Xiaoxue and others, blended into the crowd and ascended. This time, they were permitted to bring their guards. Once aboard, everyone stood in an orderly manner. However, around Tang Tian, people instinctively created a space, aware of his formidable reputation. Even the ship's overseer could not help but cast a couple of curious glances in his direction. Many were eager to see what evaluation Tang Tian would receive in the Dragon Gate trial. As the ship ascended, it traversed several other regions, collecting more disciples before swiftly rising. It soared above the peak of Wangyue, passing through the entrance of Wangyue Cave Heaven, and then changed course, hastening towards the inner sanctum of the Tianfu. Standing at the edge of the ship, Tang Tian gazed with keen interest at the scenery outside. This was the first time he had witnessed the true Tianfu since his arrival. Below him sprawled a land teeming with rivers and towering peaks. From the sky, numerous buildings harmoniously blended with nature, with countless figures bustling about. Had he not known in advance that Yunding Tianfu was merely a vast sky island, he might have believed he was gazing upon a genuine grand world. As they traversed mountains and valleys, they passed over countless ranges. Suddenly, a continent suspended in the void appeared before all eyes. This land floated miraculously, surrounded by ethereal clouds and radiating celestial brilliance. Large flocks of celestial cranes glided gracefully within the divine clouds. Dozens of colossal waterfalls cascaded from the edges of the floating island, shimmering with iridescent colors under the sunlight. That was the Dragon Island. "The Dragon Gate is situated atop Dragon Island," Li Hong remarked. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it is no surprise that this is one of the most significant locations in the celestial realm, boasting a dedicated void island that exudes grandeur." The ornate vessel continued its journey, traversing a realm of ethereal clouds before ascending to Dragon Island. Shortly thereafter, it reached the very heart of the island, where an immense circular edifice had been erected. Viewed from above, countless seats were meticulously arranged in layers upon the structure, resembling an open-air arena. However, This arena was overwhelmingly vast. Should a battle occur in the central area, it would be nearly impossible to discern the details. "Where's the Dragon Gate?" Tang Tian inquired, surveying his surroundings, yet failing to identify any location that resembled the Dragon Gate. "This is indeed the place," Li Hong replied. "According to the records, the Dragon Gate is a celestial phenomenon. It reveals itself only when the moment is ripe, allowing people to behold its visage." Tang Tian curled his lips in disdain at yet another mystical concept. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that this was the correct location. The ornate vessel descended slowly, and under the guidance of the overseer, everyone disembarked to seek their respective places. "You shall spend the next few days here," the overseer announced, before piloting the vessel away. Gazing at the densely packed seats before him, Tang Tian turned to Li Hong. "Is this what you referred to as a resting area?" Li Hong offered an awkward smile. "It seems to be, indeed." Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. The spectacle he had witnessed along the journey was increasingly grand, yet here at such a pivotal site. The celestial realm had merely provided its disciples with a single chair. It was no wonder that everyone was clamoring to enter the Dragon Gate. Sitting in such a place for a full 10 days would likely lead to severe discomfort. "Perhaps this is intended to temper the disciples' resolve," Li Hong suggested, attempting to provide a feeble justification. Tang Tian merely shrugged, choosing not to comment. Given the capabilities of the celestial realm, creating more comfortable accommodations would undoubtedly be feasible. At the very least, they could have allowed the disciples to come in shifts. Such a rudimentary arrangement likely stemmed from some underlying reason, but it certainly could not be attributed to the cultivation of willpower. With a soft sigh, Tang Tian resigned himself to the situation. After all, he was set to complete the Dragon Gate trial today. Gu Xiaoxue, with her prior performances in the Nine Peaks trial and the Celestial Ladder, would surely not be delayed for long. A bit of patience would see them through. Subsequently, Tang Tian and Li Hong, along with a few others, casually selected an unoccupied seat and settled down. Arriving early, there were still many available spots, allowing them to sit somewhat apart. However, after a short while, several more ornate vessels arrived, disgorging a throng of people who swiftly filled the area. The noise escalated, and Tang Tian could not help but rub his temples in exasperation. The Dragon Gate trial he had envisioned bore no resemblance to the current scene, which resembled a bustling marketplace. "This time, I am determined to strike the chaos bell and become a core disciple." One person laughed heartily. "You must be joking, with your pitiful state. Even lighting 7 lamps would be a strenuous task for you, let alone ringing the bell," another retorted mockingly. The first individual instantly bristled. "Are you questioning my capabilities? Come, let us spar." Another, equally defiant, replied, "I'm ready." Subsequently, the two engaged in a confrontation. However, just as they made contact, a brilliant light flashed, and both vanished simultaneously. A middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, materialized above the crowd. "Fighting is strictly prohibited here. If you wish to brawl, do so below and return afterward," he stated coldly. Instantly, the crowd restrained their behavior. With the administrator's presence, silence enveloped the assembly, contrasting the earlier chaotic clamor of a market. Tang Tian exhaled softly. He too preferred a more tranquil atmosphere. After savoring a cup of moon immortal wine, his spirits began to ease. After a period of quiet anticipation, a figure clad in azure suddenly appeared in the very center of the grand arena. He stood there, embodying an ethereal presence, an inexorable majesty descending upon every heart. The immortal emperor. The profound words surged within Tang Tian's mind. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the sky, several powerful figures arrived, among them a prodigy also hailing from Qinghua sect, the celestial maiden Ling Luo. Beside her stood a young man of striking elegance, perpetually adorned with a subtle smile. "I relish the spectacle," he remarked with a grin. Chapter 282. Conversations in the Sky. The Star River Immortal Emperor, the youngest among the 3 lords, stood majestically on the horizon. Wang Ziyu observed the figure and remarked with a smile, "If my memory serves me right, he should only be in his early hundreds, correct?" The accompanying fairy Ling Luo nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he and Lu Ming belonged to the same era. Wang Ziyu clapped his hands in realization. Right. I recall now. In that era, Lu Ming was unparalleled in brilliance, while the one who consistently remained beneath him was none other than Mu Xinghe. Time flows inexorably. Who could have envisioned that the once resplendent Lu Ming had quietly receded from the stage, while the long-standing second place, Mu Xinghe, continued to thrive? Having become the youngest lord in the history of the Heavenly Mansion decades ago, he sighed wistfully. Fairy Lingluo slightly furrowed her brow. Friend Ziyu, it would be prudent to exercise caution in your words. The Star River Immortal Emperor holds a revered status. As juniors, we should not speak of him lightly. Wang Ziyu laughed heartily. No worries. Beings of such stature do not concern themselves with someone of my insignificance. Fairy Lingluo narrowed her eyes. Friend Ziyu, you are not insignificant. Not only can you freely command the forces of the main mansion's law enforcement hall, but even the head of the foremost family in the Heavenly Mansion shares a close bond with you. I must admit, I had never heard of your remarkable persona before. Wang Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing of great consequence. Merely the legacy of my ancestors, a blessing that casts its shadow upon me. I hold greater admiration for those like you, who ascend to greatness through sheer talent and relentless effort. Suddenly, Wang Ziyu shifted the topic. By the way, I recall that Lu Ming was once affiliated with your Qinghua sect, correct? Fairy Lingluo nodded. Wang Ziyu sighed deeply. Your region is truly extraordinary. First, there was Lu Ming, a figure of unmatched brilliance. Then, there is you, Fairy Lingluo, a paragon of talent. Now, a new star has emerged in Tang Tian, whose impact seems even greater than both of you combined. Indeed, he continued to express his admiration. Fairy Lingluo shook her head. That is merely an illusion. Over the span of 100 years, countless talents have emerged. Not to mention, within the White Emperor sect, there are no fewer than 10 individuals stronger than I. It is only because the Qinghua sect is relatively weaker that such comparisons are made. Moreover, she added, neither Lu Ming nor Tang Tian can be compared to me. Wang Ziyu chuckled. Fairy, there is no need for such undue modesty. Lu Ming is too distant a memory to discuss. As for Tang Tian, while he may currently seem to overshadow your past achievements, I possess some insight into his abilities. Much of his strength is built upon the accumulation of spiritual jade, and his future accomplishments may not necessarily eclipse yours. The ethereal Fairy Lingluo gazed meaningfully at Prince Yu and inquired, So, is this the reason you advised me against engaging with Tang Tian that day? On that day, upon learning of Tang Tian's actions in the Wangyue cave, despite Jing Wenxing's counsel to disregard him, she had still harbored a desire to approach Tang Tian. However, just as she was contemplating this matter, Prince Yu arrived. He explicitly stated that it would be best to avoid any interaction with Tang Tian. Given their existing collaboration, Lingluo ultimately set aside her intentions under Prince Yu's firm declaration. Furthermore, she had later discovered that during his time at Qinghua Gate, Tang Tian had indeed played a significant role. Upon hearing Fairy Lingluo's question, Prince Yu hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. There is some truth to that, but it is not the sole reason. How should I put it? After pondering for a while, he sighed and continued, Tang Tian is an enigma, far too elusive to control. His fluctuations are unpredictable, and even his thoughts remain inscrutable. Engaging deeply with such a person would only introduce greater uncertainty into our plans. Thus, I made this decision. Fairy Lingluo nodded slowly and then looked at Prince Yu, asking, Is Huang Daoxing truly problematic? Prince Yu shook his head, saying, It cannot be definitively established yet. However, once we procure concrete evidence, Tianyu shall undoubtedly become his final destination. At that point, your aspirations will encounter no further obstacles. Fairy Lingluo nodded in agreement, then sighed gently and remarked, Although I did not experience the upheaval at Qinghua Gate over a century ago, I have heard many tales. If there are indeed those who orchestrated this, I believe that punishing the puppeteers behind the scenes would serve as a reckoning for the souls lost. Prince Yu remained silent, but within his seemingly frivolous gaze lay an unfathomable depth. Let us first observe the Longmen trial. Fairy Lingluo concluded this topic, smiling as she addressed him. My friend Ziyu, based on your understanding of Tang Tian, how do you anticipate his ultimate performance? Prince Yu shrugged. How am I to know? As I mentioned, this fellow is perpetually enigmatic. Any outcome is within the realm of possibility. Nevertheless, I suspect he will at least manage to sound the chaos bell. Fairy Lingluo chuckled. Your estimation is remarkably cautious. Given that Tang Tian easily defeated young Master Yu, the position of peak disciple is undoubtedly secure for him. With so many influential forces present, I am confident that the majority are keenly observing this rising star. Prince Yu surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, all the prominent powers from Tianfu had gathered, including those with ties to Tang Tian. The Dosheng Pavilion, the Battle God Palace, and Bai Nui from the Shanjiu Hall were all present. Oh, even the third miss of the Mo family has arrived, he noted. Not far from them, Mo Xiao and the members of the Mo family were quietly awaiting the arrival of Tang Tian, as the Mo family had publicly declared their support for him. Many spoke of the profound bond between the Mo family's third miss and Tang Tian at Qingwei Gate. Indeed, smiled Fairy Lingluo. Wang Ziyu scoffed. Nonsense. Their relationship was, at best, one of collaboration. If there truly were any romantic ties, given Tang Tian's temperament, Mo Xiao would at least be cradling 3 children by now. Fairy Lingluo chuckled softly, but remained silent, for she had long been informed by Yun Kong about the events that transpired between Mo Xiao and Tang Tian. As time passed, more individuals began to gather in the sky. When a group clad in white robes appeared, Wang Ziyu's gaze shifted instantly. The old man from the Xiaoyao family had also arrived. Come, I shall introduce you to him. To establish a foothold in Tianfu, a formidable backing was indispensable. Fairy Lingluo did not decline. Subsequently, she and Wang Ziyu soared towards that direction together. Chapter 283. Entering the Dragon Gate, the figure above the horizon had been present for approximately a quarter of an hour. He remained silent, simply standing there as if engaged in some preparatory ritual. Nevertheless, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the hearts of all disciples below. Even the most unruly among them sat obediently in their seats, hardly daring to breathe. Is this the majesty of the immortal emperor? Tang Tian too felt the weight of a force seemingly pressing upon his very soul. However, his spirit, having undergone numerous purifications and traversed the realm of heavenly laws on several occasions, was formidable. Thus, he remained largely unaffected. As he gazed upon the figure standing between heaven and earth, Tang Tian could not help but feel a sense of awe. This immortal emperor was likely the most powerful cultivator that the majority of the disciples would ever encounter in their lifetimes. Perhaps they were unaware of this truth in the moment, but they would undoubtedly come to understand it in due course. It was akin to the professors encountered during university, who represented the most formidable figures many students would ever meet. Yet, what exactly was he doing there? Tang Tian waited in quiet anticipation. After a while, he suddenly sensed a peculiar shift beneath his feet. Upon closer examination, he was astonished to discover that Dragon Island seemed to have come alive. Indeed, it was a breath of life. A grand will of existence began to rapidly converge towards the center of the arena. In a moment of clarity, Tang Tian thought he could hear the deep rumble of a dragon's roar. What was happening? Was Dragon Island a sentient being? Reality offered him little time for contemplation. As the dragon's roar grew increasingly tangible, a colossal portal materialized before all present. Its location was precisely where the immortal emperor stood, rooted in the heavens. Without origin or anchor, the golden portal radiated a brilliant light, adorned with 9 distinct lanterns that slowly revolved around it. At the pinnacle, an ancient bronze bell hung silently. This portal was the Dragon Gate. Once the Dragon Gate fully manifested, the disciples could no longer contain their excitement. Fortunately, with numerous overseers present, the crowd managed to maintain a degree of restraint, preventing any significant chaos. Moments later, the Dragon Gate was entirely formed. The trial at the Dragon Gate commenced. The immortal emperor finally uttered his first words, but that was all. Having spoken, he vanished into the sky. Subsequently, a tall and graceful figure took his place. This was the immortal Master Lan Ting, whose birth name was Qi Lan, one of the most powerful immortal masters in the celestial court, overseeing nearly all disciples. He was personally responsible for organizing this year's entrance ceremony, the 9 Ridge Trial. Li Hong whispered, "Over the past 2 months, he has accomplished a considerable amount of work, gaining a thorough understanding of the general layout of the Tianfu and many significant figures within it." Observing the Lanting Xianzuan in the sky, Tang Tian nodded gently. Initially, he had surmised that such a crucial event as the initiation ceremony would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable beings. Thus, to be prudent, he had concealed Xiao within the peculiar egg space. It now appeared that this precaution was not unwarranted. The individual capable of wielding such immense power, poised to usurp the position of the Xian Emperor, should not be underestimated. I find solace in witnessing so many disciples of the Tianfu gathered in one place. Lanting Xianzuan commenced his opening remarks. His voice, though soft and gentle, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Moreover, within his tone lay a subtle, yet comforting strength that alleviated the burdens of anxiety previously felt in the presence of the Xian Emperor, dispelling the pressure that had weighed upon them. Many of the anxious disciples gradually found their composure under his soothing voice, a remarkable feat considering there were nearly 200,000 disciples in attendance. Such mastery was indeed astonishing. Lanting Xinzuan's opening remarks were brief. He praised the prowess of this year's disciples and encouraged their bravery. He then stated, "Next, I shall distribute some tokens at random. Those who receive these tokens will be granted the qualification to enter the Longmen today. Once selected, the individuals must adjust their state of mind and shatter the token to gain entry into the Longmen. The rules for entering the Longmen are thus quite straightforward." However, Li Hong quietly remarked, "Though it is said to be random, it has actually been predetermined. Today is exclusively for the disciples of the Tianbang and Dibang." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. This was something most disciples were already aware of. It was an unspoken understanding among them. "Now, I shall begin distributing the tokens," Lanting Xinzuan announced, raising his hand in a gentle wave. In an instant, a burst of golden light erupted, and numerous golden rays emanated from his hand, cascading down like flowers scattered by celestial maidens, each directed towards various locations in the arena below. One of these rays shot straight towards Tang Tian. As the brilliance approached swiftly, Tang Tian reached out to catch it. The sensation was intensely warm, and as he opened his hand, a glowing dragon scale lay quietly within. "Is this the so-called token?" Tang Tian gently stroked the dragon scale, feeling a potent force of spatial energy emanating from it. Although Lanting Xinzuan had released what appeared to be a multitude of tokens, over 1,000, these were still scarce among the nearly 200,000 disciples present. Consequently, when Tang Tian obtained the dragon scale, it immediately attracted the attention of those around him. "Wow, Tang Tian!" exclaimed a nearby disciple, recognizing his face with astonishment. Soon, others turned their gaze towards him, their expressions varying. At this moment, Tang Tian firmly held the second position on the Tianbang, and he was also a new disciple from the outside world. The sum of both elements destined him to be one of the most prominent disciples today. Had it not been for the presence of the overseer, they would have undoubtedly erupted into a cacophony. However, Tang Tian remained remarkably composed, having long since acclimated to such spectacles. At this moment, all tokens had been distributed, and with a gentle smile, the revered Lan Ting declared, "All right. I hereby announce that this year's Longmen trial officially commences." With that, he waved his hand, and his figure vanished. Simultaneously, a plethora of golden lights erupted from various positions in the arena, surging towards the Longmen. Clearly, these disciples had all opted to be the first to enter the Longmen. Yet, there exists an inherent order of precedence. Before long, a figure materialized at the foot of the Longmen, none other than the prodigy ranked 77th on the heavenly list. Ming Kai? The onlookers quickly discerned his identity. Wow, starting off with a formidable contender from the heavenly list, how exhilarating. They were indeed the preordained elite disciples, leaving everyone curious about their forthcoming performances. At the very least, one could expect 5 resounding chimes, which was highly anticipated. The disciples collectively fixed their gaze upon Ming Kai and the Longmen, as he was the #1 contestant, undoubtedly deserving of their attention and respect. Under the scrutiny of all, Ming Kai took a deep breath at the foot of the Longmen. Subsequently, he stepped forward with resolute determination, entering the Longmen. Chapter 284. The Dragon Gate in progress in the sky. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Ming Kai stepped into the Dragon Gate. Tang Tian observed silently, opting not to crush the dragon scales at the outset, but rather to first witness the operational mechanism of the Dragon Gate. From below, the Dragon Gate appeared merely as a colossal, vacant portal. However, upon Ming Kai's entrance, gentle ripples emanated within the gate, and his figure promptly vanished from sight, as though he had traversed into another realm. Shortly after Ming Kai's entry, the 18 lanterns flanking the Dragon Gate began to rotate slowly, casting forth various hues of light. The 9 lanterns on either side, with the left side representing the primary offensive and the right side the auxiliary, illuminated the scene. Li Hong, standing nearby, elucidated that the differing lights symbolized the specialties of the cultivator. Judging by this, it seemed that Ming Kai was a well-rounded disciple in various aspects. Nevertheless, the ultimate assessment would depend on the 9 lanterns above and whether he could strike the Chaos Bell. Tang Tian nodded, recalling that he had previously heard about these circumstances from Mo Xiao. The assessment at the Dragon Gate progressed with remarkable speed. The lights on either side ascended swiftly, culminating in a comprehensive evaluation. Amidst the collective anticipation, the first lantern burst forth with brilliant radiance. Following this, the second, the third without any unforeseen occurrences, Ming Kai, as a formidable contender ranked 77th on the celestial board, illuminated all 9 lanterns, and thereafter, all the light surged into the Chaos Bell. Boom! A resounding chime reverberated across Dragon Island. The sound was remarkably powerful, and one could distinctly observe a ring of translucent ripples emanating outward, reaching the distant horizon. Shortly thereafter, a second chime echoed, followed by a third. Moments later, a fourth chime erupted thunderously in the sky. The crowd began to stir with excitement. Should Ming Kai manage to strike the 5th chime of the Chaos Bell, he would secure a position as a peak disciple, an elevation that most could only dream of attaining in their lifetime. The brilliance continued to coalesce within the Chaos Bell. Tang Tian could vividly see the ancient bronze bell quivering slightly, as if on the verge of an explosive release. However, to the astonishment of the majority, although the Chaos Bell resonated with great vigor, it ultimately failed to ring out. Eventually, as the last remnants of light waned, both the Chaos Bell and the Dragon Gate fell into tranquility. "Oh, what a pity! Just one step shy?" exclaimed the crowd, lamenting the near miss of reaching the pinnacle. Indeed, it was disheartening to witness such a close call, as they had anticipated his ascension to the highest seat. Numerous voices echoed their disappointment. It said that the disciples of this cohort possess formidable strength. How could even a formidable contender ranked 77th on the celestial board falter? Someone queried. Yet, it was swiftly clarified that the matter likely pertained to his age. Ming Kai, now in his 20s, belongs to the older cohort among the current new disciples. Although he has ascended to the heavenly rankings through his own merits, the Dragon Gate trial evaluates comprehensive potential, with age being a crucial factor. Thus, the outcome was, in truth, somewhat foreseeable. It became apparent to the onlookers that age indeed plays a significant role in assessing the potential of younger disciples. Had Ming Kai been a few years younger, he would undoubtedly have struck the 5th chaotic bell. Yet, regrettably, this world does not entertain the notion of what if. Despite the lingering sense of regret, the nostalgia for youth remains profoundly moving. Ming Kai's Dragon Gate trial concludes here. He appears somewhat reluctant, yet he must step away from the Dragon Gate, yielding the stage to other new disciples. The second to approach the Dragon Gate is a robust youth. According to Li Hong, he ranks towards the lower end of the Earth rankings. His courage to be the first to rush forward for the assessment is commendable. As he enters the Dragon Gate, the lights on either side flicker once more. However, unlike Ming Kai, the lights on the left, which signify the main battle, shine brilliantly, while those on the right, representing auxiliary support, remain nearly extinguished, indicating a severe specialization. For cultivators, combat remains paramount, thus his performance draws considerable attention. After a brief interval, the lights above begin to illuminate. Perhaps due to his specialization, the muscular youth takes longer to light up 9 lamps compared to Ming Kai, and the convergence of light is noticeably diminished. Ultimately, he rings the chaotic bell twice, successfully securing a position as a core disciple. Following closely, the third disciple steps into the Dragon Gate, with the resonating bells heralding the official commencement of this year's Dragon Gate trial. Nearly 200,000 disciples await their turn below. Not far from the Dragon Gate, numerous figures hover in the sky, their auras increasingly awe-inspiring. After presiding over the opening ceremony, the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun arrives here, joining other formidable celestial sovereigns, including Ling Luo Xianzi, Wang Ziyu, and Mo Xiao. Observing the 5th disciple entering the Dragon Gate, who successfully strikes the chaotic bell 5 times, a subtle smile graces Lan Ting Xianzun's lips. The overall strength of this cohort of disciples is indeed commendable, he remarks softly. With a larger number, the strongest disciples naturally grow stronger. Moreover, it is not only the disciples from the main estate, the ascendants from external sects are also performing exceptionally well. If memory serves correctly, 5 ascendants from the outside have already entered the heavenly rankings. I believe we should consider shortening the duration of the Hundred Gates battle to prevent exceptionally talented disciples from wasting several years in the outside world, suggests another celestial sovereign. Lanting Xianzun nods in agreement, stating, I have also been contemplating this matter recently. Some of the disciples from external realms are indeed surprising. Take Tang Tian, for instance, who unexpectedly secures the second position on the heavenly ranking, a notion no one had anticipated. He remarked with a smile. The crowd nodded in agreement, most of whom were senior officials responsible for the disciples of their sect, naturally well informed about the recent events. However, at this moment, one individual lightly scoffed, stating, it is merely a matter of opportunism. When Tang Tian defeated young Master Yu, it was evident that he employed an artifact imbued with the power of the rules. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to vanquish him so effortlessly. The onlookers turned their gazes towards him, their thoughts aligning in realization. The speaker was none other than the esteemed Tianyuan Xianzun. He harbored animosity towards Tang Tian. Thus, it was only natural for him to refrain from offering any commendatory words. Primarily, he sought to prevent Tang Tian from leaving a favorable impression among the higher echelons of the heavenly mansion. Yet at this moment, Mo Xiaoxiao and the fifth Xianzun were also present. I was also at the scene of that battle. How is it that I did not observe Tang Tian employing any artifact? After all, he is a Xianzun. It would be prudent for him to speak with greater precision. The fifth Xianzun stated unabashedly. Tianyuan Xianzun narrowed his eyes, preparing to retort. However, Xianzun Lanting waved his hand, timely intervening to halt their dispute. Today, we shall solely focus on the Dragon Gate. Let us discuss other matters afterward. This disciple appears to be from the Xianyun Tai, does he not? Xianzun Lanting remarked. The crowd immediately turned their attention in that direction. At this moment, a young man clad in purple arrived at the foot of the Dragon Gate. Chapter 285. Disciple of the Celestial Cloud Platform, who is this? I have no recollection of him. A young man clad in purple appeared at the foot of the Dragon Gate, eliciting confusion among the gathered disciples. They scoured the ranks of the celestial rankings, but found no match for him. Was it not said that today was reserved for the disciples of the celestial rankings? How could another disciple be present? Who knows? Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Let us observe his performance first. The disciples regarded him with curiosity. However, Tang Tian wore a contemplative expression. In truth, the first day of the Dragon Gate trials was designated for the mightiest among them. Yet, in the minds of many, the celestial rankings were synonymous with the strongest, hence the event was referred to as the Celestial Rankings Showcase. But Tang Tian was aware that beyond the celestial rankings, there existed an even more enigmatic and formidable entity, the Celestial Cloud Platform. According to Luo Shi, this year, 4 individuals from the Celestial Cloud Platform would participate, including herself. Thus, this young man in purple might very well be one of the other 3. Tang Tian focused his mind and intently watched. At this moment, the purple-clad youth had stepped into the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate began its usual operations, but in the next instant, the 18 lanterns on either side erupted with a resplendent glow. What is happening? Is this individual truly that formidable? In every aspect, he is exceptional? This display is even more terrifying than that of the previous Celestial Rankings champion who struck the Chaos Bell 5 times. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Tang Tian felt increasingly convinced of his inner speculation. Surely, this young man is one of the Celestial Cloud Platform's participants. What remarkable feats might he achieve? Tang Tian felt a surge of anticipation. The 9 lanterns flanking the Dragon Gate illuminated swiftly. Moments later, radiant light converged, cascading towards the apex of the Dragon Gate. The first, second, third. In mere breaths, all 9 lanterns had been ignited. Subsequently, a resounding toll echoed through the heavens. Dong! Waves of energy rippled through the void, surging forth with a force exceeding that of the previous entrance by more than 10-fold. Even Tang Tian, seated below, sensed the overwhelming momentum. Indeed, remarkable. Tang Tian stroked his chin, continuing to observe the Chaos Bell. Soon, the second toll resonated in the sky, followed by a third, a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth. In the span of a fleeting moment, the young man in purple had struck the Chaos Bell 6 times, surpassing all prior disciples. Yet, what was most astonishing was the seamless flow between the 6 tolls. The brilliance retained an abundance of energy. Dong! The 7th toll arrived as expected. However, It was not long before the eighth toll erupted once more. Subsequently, all remaining energies surged towards the chaos bell, striving to ring for the ninth time. However, this endeavor took an extended period. Just as the onlookers believed he would dissipate like Ming Kai before him, the ninth toll resonated softly. Dong! The profound sound reverberated through the skies, striking at the hearts of all disciples. The crowd was utterly stunned. This unknown youth had indeed managed to ring the chaos bell 9 times. Previously, some had speculated that such an achievement could only be accomplished by the mysterious girl Luo Shi, ranked first on the heavenly list. Yet, before Luo Shi even made her appearance, someone had surpassed this milestone. This was truly astonishing. People exchanged glances, their shock deepening their reverence for the unfathomable depths of Tianfu. Even Tang Tian nodded gently in acknowledgement. According to Mo Xiao, ringing the bell 9 times signified that this cultivator was at least of the caliber of a chosen one. An entity of this stature should be considered a worthy opponent, Tang Tian mused with a smile. Observing the performance of the young man in purple, his anticipation for Luo Shi grew. For, in her words, the other 3 disciples of the Xianyan platform were certainly no match for her. Just how formidable could this girl become? Tang Tian awaited in quiet anticipation. Meanwhile, in the heavens, the remarkable display of the purple-clad youth sparked discussions among the onlookers. Impressive. A smile graced the face of the immortal Lan Ting, who then turned to a nearby elder with sparse hair and a hunched figure, saying, "Elder Meng, this youth must be a disciple of your residual Dao Hall, correct?" Elder Meng turned and replied softly, "The residual Dao Hall has never prided itself on power. The disciples we cultivate are the disciples of the main hall. Ing Chun's achievements today are inseparable from the main hall's guidance." Lan Ting nodded with a smile, saying, "Though you speak thus, the primary contributions still belong to you. Rest assured, Tianfu will remember every individual or faction that nurtures outstanding talents for us." Elder Meng nodded in silence, understanding the unspoken truths among these cunning old foxes. At that moment, another immortal spoke up with a smile, "Lord Lan, did you not previously mention that Tang Tian also possesses the potential to ascend the Xianyan platform? Do you think he can display an excellence comparable to Ing Chen?" Lan Ting raised an eyebrow slightly, but before he could respond, Tian Yuan Immortal let out a soft snort, stating, "That is utterly impossible. Tang Tian hails from the outside world and undoubtedly possesses significant deficiencies in his foundational aspects. Given a few years to mature, perhaps the outcome would be uncertain. However, at present, he could not possibly ring the chaos bell 9 times. At best, he might reach 6 tolls." It was evident he did not wish for Tang Tian to garner too much positive evaluation at higher echelons. Yet, the 5th Immortal promptly countered, "That may not necessarily be the case. Tang Tian has spent 2 months cultivating in the moonlit cave, successfully rectifying many of his innate shortcomings. Should his talent prove sufficiently exceptional, the prospect of ringing the bells 9 times may not be entirely improbable." However, the celestial master Tian Yuan scoffed, dismissing it as mere folly. In his estimation, Tang Tian would struggle to achieve even 5 chimes, at best securing a position among the core disciples. The 5th celestial master retorted, "That is merely a reflection of your flawed perception. Moreover, esteemed Lord Lan has already expressed his support. Your current efforts to undermine Tang Tian's reputation seem aimed at belittling Lord Qi's judgment." Tian Yuan's brows furrowed in irritation as he snapped, "You." As the two began to bicker once more, the celestial master Lanting intervened with a weary sigh, stating, "The truth of Tang Tian's abilities will reveal itself today. There is no need for such disputes. The heavenly court treats all equally. Should any violations of sect law be discovered, appropriate measures will be taken. However, if he is found to be innocent and performs admirably, what belongs to him cannot be claimed by another. Let us observe in silence for now." Her words served as a gentle reprimand to both Tian Yuan and the 5th celestial master. The latter remained unfazed. Yet Tian Yuan genuinely wished for Tang Tian to remain out of the higher echelon's sight. After the altercation, the assembly fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, a figure caught everyone's attention. Lo Shi has arrived. Tang Tian's eyes brightened as he sat up straight, eager to witness the performance of this enigmatic maiden. Chapter 286. The resounding bell. As the foremost contender on the heavenly rankings, Luo Shi captured the attention of all upon her appearance. Everyone was eager to witness the prowess of this ostensibly new disciple, the strongest among them. How would she compare to the enigmatic youth in purple who came before her? Although Luo, she was diminutive in stature, she displayed no signs of trepidation as she confidently strode into the dragon gate. In the next moment, the 9 lanterns flanking the dragon gate began to rotate slowly. As mere breaths passed, the pace of their rotation quickened. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted forth, illuminating the entire realm like a miniature sun. The spectacle was even more intense than that which had accompanied the purple-clad youth. Goodness, another prodigy. Is this truly the favored child of heaven and earth? It is indeed a monumental feat for an ordinary person to showcase even a couple of remarkable talents. Yet she effortlessly eclipsed all in every conceivable aspect. The disparity was so profound that it left no room for envy among the onlookers. The crowd expressed their awe, while Tang Tian remained relatively unfazed. He had already anticipated that Luo, she would surpass the other 3 from Xianyan platform. Thus, her extraordinary display was not unexpected. As the luminous brilliance continued to radiate, all 9 lanterns by the dragon gate were ignited by her. An endless cascade of light surged toward the apex of the dragon gate. One by one, the celestial lamps illuminated in succession without any surprise. Moments later, a deep bell tolled once more. 1 chime, 2 chimes, 3 chimes. Just like the youth in purple, Luo she struck the chaos bell with no pauses, swiftly reaching the 8th toll. Following this, a resounding dong marked the 9th chime, resonating melodiously. Once again, there was no interruption. Indeed, her strength was evident. Based on her current performance, Luo she appeared even more vigorous than the purple-clad youth. It seemed she still had ample energy to spare. Yet, the chaos bell could only toll a maximum of 9 times. How would one delineate their achievements if they both reached the same milestone? A voice of uncertainty emerged amidst the crowd. Just as the words left his lips, the 10th chime rang out boldly. Then, while the onlookers were momentarily stunned, the 11th chime followed suit. Subsequently, the chaos bell maintained an unyielding rhythm, resonating with a steady dong, dong. The crowd was left utterly speechless. Could such a result truly exist? They had never encountered such a phenomenon before. However, Tang Tian revealed a faint smile. The bell tolled on. Previously, Mo Xiaoxiao had mentioned this very occurrence. Beyond the 9 chimes, an extraordinary performance awaited, known as the continuous tolling of the bell. If one could reach this level, it would signify that Luo Shi's talent was, at the very least, that of a child of the heavenly Tao. No wonder she could so easily assert that the others were no match for her. Tang Tian mused inwardly. Between the divine heir and the son of destiny. Although there exists merely a single tier of difference, Tang Tian, who has simultaneously possessed both celestial realms, is acutely aware that the chasm separating the two is immense, akin to a vast divide. Under conditions that are largely comparable, the son of destiny wields an overwhelming advantage over the innate son. The resounding chimes of the bell are sufficient to capture the attention of the esteemed leaders within the celestial realm. It appears that I should be in good standing as well, mused Tang Tian, stroking his chin. Having observed the situation closely, it is now time for him to take his turn. Meanwhile, in the skies above Long Men, the melodious tolling of the bell resonated incessantly, even causing the high-ranking officials within the celestial realm to lose their composure. I had previously surmised that the disparity between Luo Shi and several others was far greater than it appeared. Now it is evident. How long has it been since the bell tolled like this? One celestial venerable lamented. It must be nearly 30 years, replied another. The one who achieved the continuous tolling of the bell has since ascended to immortality and already reached the pinnacle of the heavens. Celestial Venerable Lanting smiled and remarked, Indeed, I orchestrated his ascension ceremony myself. If nothing unforeseen occurs in the future, I believe Luo Shi will also attain such greatness. The crowd nodded in agreement. In truth, the tolling of the bell 9 times significantly increases the likelihood of entering that realm. The continuous chime is virtually a certainty. By the way, it seems that Luo Shi has always been cultivating independently, correct? I have yet to hear of any forces backing her. One celestial venerable suddenly interjected. As soon as the words were spoken, several individuals displayed varied expressions, and some even began to communicate secretly, issuing commands. If Luo Shi is indeed merely a free practitioner, her value would be immeasurable. Everyone would desire to secure her. However, Upon witnessing their reactions, Celestial Venerable Lanting shook his head and said, "Do not waste your efforts. If you truly wish to recruit her, it would be prudent to inquire with Old Prison first." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Then their gazes converged upon an elderly man clad in white, whose benevolent demeanor resembled that of an ordinary mortal. Yet, within the eyes of nearly all, a sense of trepidation arose. "Ah, so it is a prodigy from the Xiaoyao family," one remarked. "I was wondering how such an exceptionally gifted individual could suddenly appear. If she belongs to the Xiaoyao family, it is not entirely outrageous." They promptly recoiled, refraining from discussing recruitment. Celestial Venerable Lanting inwardly chuckled. As the foremost family within the celestial realm, the Xiaoyao family stands above all other factions. Even the three realm masters must show them a measure of respect. To seek talent from the Xiaoyao family is akin to an elderly lady attempting to squeeze into bed, which is quite amusing indeed. Listening to the crowd, the carefree prisoner spoke softly. Indeed, Luoshi's growth has not significantly relied on her family. She has always cherished her freedom. If you wish to recruit her, feel free to do so. I hold no objections. The crowd hurriedly expressed their reluctance. What a jest! To heed someone else's call and go, one must be weary of their own life. Meanwhile, this commotion drew the attention of others as well. Mo Xiaoxiao was among the throng. Upon hearing a particular term mentioned, she approached the fifth immortal lord and quietly inquired, "Uncle Wu, what is the peak of the firmament?" The fifth immortal lord was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you ask about that?" Mo Xiaoxiao paused before responding. "I am merely curious. Is it akin to the immortal cloud platform?" She refrained from disclosing that Tang Tian had instructed her to inquire. However, the fifth immortal lord shook his head and replied, "It is entirely different. That is a completely new realm, akin to the sects of the outside world in relation to the heavenly capital." Mo Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Could such a place truly exist in this world? She yearned to pursue her questions further, but a voice interrupted her. "Ah, it seems Tang Tian has made a move." Mo Xiaoxiao promptly glanced downward. Indeed, amidst a golden radiance, Tang Tian was unmistakably present. Chapter 287. The Arrival of Tang Tian. Once again, the power of space within the golden corridor, Tang Tian could distinctly perceive a potent force of space. Moments ago, upon witnessing Luoshi achieve the resonant chime of the bell, Tang Tian chose to shatter the golden dragon scale in his grasp. Accompanied by a radiant golden light descending from the heavens, the power of space surged forth, unveiling a passage that drew him within. The manipulation of space had always captivated Tang Tian's interest. During his time at Qinghua sect, he had scarcely encountered such phenomena. The only instances he could recall were the Grand Teleportation Portal and the Celestial Patrol he encountered in the Imperial City. Yet, upon arriving in Tianfu, he had witnessed this phenomenon numerous times. Since that day in the Celestial Patrol realm, when he engaged in a shopping experience that blended the online and offline realms, he had etched this technique into his memory. If he could master the core methods, he would undoubtedly apply them to the Global Commerce Association. Should he truly realize extensive online shopping, the inspirations that would flow to him would be boundless. As he pondered, the Golden Passage reached its conclusion. After a flash of light, Tang Tian found himself in a modest square. The melodious chimes of the bell continued to resonate. Raising his gaze, he beheld the magnificent Dragon Gate looming before him. It appeared that this was the waiting area for entry into the Dragon Gate. Looking around, he noted that there were still a dozen disciples quietly awaiting their turn, all of whom had shattered their dragon scales before him. Upon his emergence, the expressions of the disciples varied, likely recognizing him. However, none approached to engage in conversation at that moment. The singular focus was on the Dragon Gate. The continuous chime created by Luoshi persisted. Tang Tian couldn't help but wonder if he would be compelled to wait until she concluded. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed the return of the previously departed immortal Master Lanting. He produced an unfamiliar artifact, casting forth a beam of celestial light that merged with the Dragon Gate. Moments later, the chimes finally ceased, and the luminescence of the Dragon Gate gradually faded, returning to its customary appearance. Luoshi's figure reemerged, yet she did not return to the waiting area. Instead, she proceeded to another side, presumably towards the disciples who had already completed the Dragon Gate trial. Once the proceedings concluded, the voice of immortal Master Lanting resonated from the heavens. The trial continues. The Dragon Gate trial resumed its course. The next disciple, seemingly a formidable figure on the heavenly ranking, struck the chaotic bell 6 times, which was commendable. Alas, in the shadow of Luo Shi, he appeared rather ordinary. After approximately a stick of incense's duration, all the disciples before Tang Tian completed their assessments. Approaching the Dragon Gate, Tang Tian ascended the golden steps, which resembled a celestial ladder. In the blink of an eye, he stood at the foot of the Dragon Gate. He could not see the scenery outside, yet he was acutely aware that at this moment, all eyes were undoubtedly fixed upon him. What kind of outcome would unfold? Tang Tian exhaled softly and stepped directly into the luminous curtain before him. A wave of potent spatial energy surged around him, and when his vision cleared, he discovered that he had indeed entered the Dragon Gate. To his left and right, 9 colossal lanterns hung, each meticulously divided into numerous distinct sections. Above him, the Chaos Bell loomed, its magnitude far exceeding what he had perceived from the outside, at least 100 times larger. How exactly did it operate? With a heart full of curiosity, Tang Tian cautiously took a step forward. Suddenly, a resonant hum, piercing to the very soul, emanated from directly above. Subsequently, an overwhelming and incomprehensible will descended upon him, enveloping his entire being. This will resembled the supreme consciousness of a realm, akin to a small world spirit. However, unlike the latter, this presence was vastly immense. In its shadow, the small seemed no more significant than a speck of dust in a desert. Yet, it lacked the sentience of the small, appearing instead as a mere embodiment of pure rule. As he pondered, this enigmatic will had already encircled him completely. The colossal lanterns on either side of the Dragon Gate began to rotate, and from each section of the lanterns, beams of light shot forth, piercing through his body. These beams carried with them boundless power of the rules. As he absorbed the essence of the penetrating energy, a dawning realization illuminated Tang Tian's mind. So, this was how it functioned. Meanwhile, in the outside world, under the gaze of countless spectators, Tang Tian stepped into the Dragon Gate. Then, before all witnesses, a gigantic sun erupted forth. Ah, my eyes! What on earth? Did he just explode the Dragon Gate? This is disastrous. Just to see better, I had employed the spirit eye technique, and now I feel as if I am going blind. What do you mean by that? I just utilized divine powers. Blood has already begun to flow from my eyes. The crowd erupted in astonishment. There was no denying that the brilliance Tang Tian unleashed upon entering the Dragon Gate was overwhelmingly intense. If Luo Shi's earlier display resembled a small sun, then Tang Tian had effectively detonated the sun itself, magnifying its brilliance with a lens. No one had anticipated such an uproar. Tang Tian illuminated every section of the 9 lanterns on either side, radiating with unparalleled splendor. He was, in every sense, a true prodigy of cultivation. Those with sufficient power discerned what had transpired, their astonishment mingled with profound disbelief. The notion of a cultivation prodigy had always been considered mere legend. The world of cultivation was simply too vast for any being to achieve omniscience and omnipotence. Just moments ago at Luoshi, approximately 1/3 of the area had been illuminated, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. Tang Tian, truly an extraordinary being. Even the esteemed figures in the sky were momentarily rendered speechless by this brilliance. Could it be? Someone murmured, hinting at the possibility of an issue with the Dragon Gate. The immortal Lan Ting, wearing an expression of awe, shook his head in disbelief. The Dragon Gate could not possibly falter. It is the essence of the world's origin. In any case, this scenario could only yield one conclusion. Tang Tian is indeed an unparalleled genius in the realm of cultivation, a rarity unmatched throughout the ages. Overwhelmed by shock, he nearly let slip a secret. The matters concerning the Dragon Gate are among the most profound secrets of the heavenly capital. Yet, at this moment, no one paid heed to that. Their attention was wholly captivated by the commotion of the Dragon Gate. What magnificent display would Tang Tian, who had managed to illuminate all 18 celestial lanterns flanking the Dragon Gate, present in the end, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. An incredibly radiant light surged swiftly towards the pinnacle of the Dragon Gate. Chapter 288. The principle of the Dragon Gate. The resplendent radiance of the Dragon Gate illuminated the sky, enhancing its brightness significantly. Weaker disciples struggled to perceive the exact stage they had reached. However, this state of bewilderment did not endure for long. Soon, the light abruptly contracted, coalescing into a brilliant sphere, trailing a long tail as it surged upwards towards the 9 lamps at the pinnacle. Simultaneously, Tang Tian, situated within the confines of the Dragon Gate, became acutely aware of the unfolding changes. The illumination from the 9 lamps on either side had entirely dissipated, while the grand will above began its gradual descent. In an instant, the luminous sphere ascended to the topmost 9 lamps. The first lamp erupted with an extraordinary brilliance. Concurrently, Tang Tian distinctly sensed that the will above had drawn closer to him. The second lamp ignited, inching the will nearer still. As the number of lit Dragon Gate lamps increased, the grand will approached Tang Tian ever more closely. Tang Tian quickly discerned the workings of this segment of the Dragon Gate. The countless rays emanating from the 18 celestial lamps on either side functioned as meticulous tests of innate talent, intricately refined to encompass every aspect of the cultivation system. Upon completion of the assessment, the rays returned to the celestial lamps, bringing with them specific results, which manifested as varying degrees of brightness according to the feedback received. The entire process was automated, evoking a sense of an intelligent interface. The overarching processor of this system was undoubtedly the magnificent will above. Once the assessments from the 18 lamps were concluded, the gathered energy surged towards the 9 celestial lamps at the zenith. Provided there were no significant flaws, illuminating all lamps should pose no issue. The subsequent endeavor to strike the chaos bell was likely directly linked to that will. Tang Tian patiently awaited the outcome. Thanks to the formidable energy he had previously amassed, the pace at which the 9 lamps lit was remarkably swift. Within mere breaths, all radiance began to converge within the chaos bell, while the will above had fully descended. A gentle resonance of the Tao rippled forth from above, enveloping Tang Tian entirely. This resonance penetrated the depths of his soul, allowing him to perceive tiny specks of light merging with his essence. With a resonant dong, the expected bell toll echoed. A faint smile graced Tang Tian's lips as he comprehended the principle of this second segment. Overall, it bore a resemblance to the operational method of the first part, albeit one pertained to living beings while the other engaged with the soul, under the guidance of the Grand Will. This segment primarily assessed the degree of alignment between the soul and the celestial laws. As time progressed, the starlight gradually converged, and an increasing number of luminous points appeared beyond Tang Tian's soul. Dong. The second toll of the bell resonated, accompanied by the increasingly resplendent starlight. A vast river of stars slowly formed before his eyes. Dong. The third toll of the bell marked his ascendance to the status of a child of destiny. The river of stars burgeoned, and with the fourth toll, there were no surprises. Immediately followed was the fifth toll. As the starry river surged forth, the boundless cosmos unveiled itself before him. The sixth toll of the bell reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the blinding brilliance had subsided, and the onlookers fixated intently on the chaos bell above the Dragon Gate, eagerly awaiting the final outcome. Tang Tian did not disappoint them. The 6 tolls echoed successively in the sky, resonating with a frequency even swifter than that of Luo Shi before him. Soon, the 7th toll erupted thunderously. My goodness, Tang Tian is astonishingly formidable. At this rate, he may well at least match Luo Shi. Previously, some had claimed that Tang Tian bore innate deficiencies, asserting he would be limited to a mere 6 tolls. I wonder how they feel now. Enough said. I have perused the history of the Dragon Gate, and truly, those geniuses who enter from the outside rarely achieve beyond 6 tolls. Let us not pretend that we hadn't considered this. Even the senior figures of the sect would hardly have anticipated such an outcome. The crowd murmured in astonishment. The last disciple had not erred in his predictions. The prominent figures in the sky wore expressions of disbelief. An extraordinary talent indeed, though he had remedied some of his innate shortcomings within the moon-watching cave. Breaking through the boundary of 6 tolls already signified his exceptional nature. The prolonged chime of the bell is not beyond the realm of possibility, one immortal remarked. Indeed, and he is a truly versatile cultivator. Even if he ultimately fails to achieve the sustained tolling of the bell, the gap between him and Luo Shi is not substantial. He is undoubtedly a rare gem. Another immortal nodded in agreement. Most of the other dignitaries shared similar sentiments, with some already beginning to orchestrate plans to recruit disciples. For Tang Tian is unlike Luo Shi. He is a genuine free spirit. However, one individual wore a grim countenance. Tian Yuan Xianzun, his face darkened, He had previously devised a plan for dealing with Tang Tian upon his departure from the moonwatching cave. Yet, given the current circumstances, such a task would be far from simple. With the heightened attention from the higher-ups, any further schemes he might concoct would be exceedingly challenging. Besides Tian Yuan Xianzun, another person also displayed surprise. Zhu, is this the prowess you spoke of, built upon spirit jade? His performance far surpasses my own. The ethereal fairy Ling Rao cast a meaningful glance at Prince Yu. He cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and then remarked with a smile. I never anticipated he would conceal himself so adeptly. During his time at Qinghua Gate, he truly kept a low profile. Shall we attempt to engage with him once more? Suggested Prince Yu. Fairy Ling Rao replied languidly now. It may be too late. Those influential figures have likely already set their sights on him. Prince Yu rubbed his nose in acknowledgement. Indeed. What a pity, mused Fairy Ling Rao, narrowing her eyes at him. I can't shake the feeling that you previously intended to prevent me from approaching him. You are well aware of his background, aren't you? Prince Yu hesitated, then hastily retorted, how could that be possible? I merely. He trailed off, recognizing that he was an unpredictable variable, and expressed his primary concern that he might disrupt their plans. Fairy Ling Rao fell silent. They were indeed strategizing against Huang Daoxing, necessitating a careful approach. Introducing an uncertain element could pose unnecessary risks to their scheme. However, if Tang Tian exhibited such behavior, then those risks could be wholly disregarded. Why then, did Prince Yu obstruct her from engaging with Tang Tian? Either he harbored a grudge against Tang Tian, or perhaps he had a personal vendetta against her. Alternatively, it might be that Prince Yu's intentions extended beyond merely dealing with Huang Daoxing. Yet, there was no time for Fairy Ling Rao to ponder further. Below, the 9th chime of the bell had already resonated. The energy had yet to dissipate, and Tang Tian was striving to achieve the culmination of the bell's enduring sound. Fairy Ling Rao steeled her focus, deciding to temporarily set aside her concerns regarding Prince Yu. She would address it after witnessing the outcome of this Dragon Gate trial. Chapter 289. The chaotic bell malfunctions. Upon hearing the 9th toll of the bell, Tang Tian finally beheld the enigmatic and grand Will up close. It was a nebulous figure, standing amidst a peculiar realm that exuded an uncanny familiarity. It appeared to be beckoning Tang Tian gently. Is this the realm of rules? Tang Tian pondered, momentarily lost in thought. Previously, during his exchanges for the Child of the Heavenly Path and the Child of Chaos, he had ventured into a remarkably unique world, one defined solely by rules, devoid of all else. The mysterious will resided within this realm of rules. Reflecting on the visions he had encountered earlier, Tang Tian began to piece together the connections. The starlight corresponded to the primal child, the starry river to the child of destiny, the vast cosmos aligned with the holy child of destiny, and the primordial universe represented the divine child of destiny. This realm before him, embodying the laws of the heavenly path, if he could gain entry, should correspond to the child of the heavenly path, as the bell tolled resoundingly. But what, then, did the child of chaos correspond to? With a sense of curiosity, Tang Tian approached the figure within the realm of rules. After passing through an invisible barrier, he found himself once more in that extraordinary world. Simultaneously, the chaotic bell tolled again, resonating with a prolonged sound. As the 10th toll echoed, a wave of astonishment erupted among the onlookers. Good heavens, what day is it today? First, there was Luoshi achieving the ultimate, and now, Tang Tian appears. An elder had mentioned that the last individual to elicit such a prolonged toll had done so over 30 years ago, yet today, two had emerged. What a remarkable occasion, indeed. This is witnessing history. Even when old, I will regale my grandchildren with tales of today's events. The disciples were abuzz, and the previous doubts regarding Tang Tian had vanished entirely. Meanwhile, on the other side of Longmen, all the disciples who had completed the Longmen trials stood in unison. The young man in purple, steadfast and resolute, radiated an indomitable spirit. The maiden, Luo Shi, chuckled softly. I knew you were not so simple. Soon you shall enter the immortal cloud platform. We have ample time for profound exchanges. Her face was alight with excitement. At last, a worthy rival had emerged. As for the esteemed figures in the heavens, they were equally astounded. Incredible. Two peerless prodigies achieving the prolonged toll on the same day. Such a spectacle has rarely, if ever, graced the annals of Tianfu history. Who could doubt the judgment of the Lan Ting immortal now? Surely, he will have his place on the immortal cloud platform and amongst future holy sons. The murmurs of the crowd echoed through the air. Subsequently, a celestial sovereign inquired with a smile of the esteemed Lan Ting. Did Lord Qi foresee Tang Tian's extraordinary potential, thus arriving at his judgment? Lan Ting chuckled. Indeed, during the Nine Ridges trial, I discerned certain insights. At that time, he possessed merely the cultivation of a true immortal. Yet his techniques almost reached the zenith permitted by the rules. Therefore, I believed he was worthy of ascending the celestial cloud platform. However, I did not anticipate his performance would be so remarkable. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Indeed, prior to this day, even the most optimistic observers of Tang Tian could not have foreseen that he would achieve such ultimate success. Among the throng, Imo Xiaoxiao sighed softly, then remarked with a smile, I had been so concerned about his prospects following the Dragon Gate. I even exaggerated my intentions to recruit him into our Mo clan. It turns out he was well prepared all along. The tolling of the bell posed no challenge for him. Now, I can rest easy. Her words were imbued with a sense of relief and relaxation. Hearing her, the fifth celestial sovereign interjected, shouldn't you feel a sense of regret? Such an unparalleled prodigy. Not being drawn in during those circumstances will find it increasingly difficult moving forward. Those ancient monstrosities will not let him slip away. Imo Xiaoxiao shrugged nonchalantly. My primary aim in courting him was to ensure his protection. Now that he has evaded peril, he may go wherever he pleases. After all, I was among the first to befriend him. I have nothing to lose. The fifth celestial sovereign chuckled. You possess a remarkable level of detachment. However, some may find it hard to sleep tonight. His gaze shifted toward the distant Tian Yuan celestial sovereign, whose countenance had darkened to an extreme. The relentless tolling of the bell struck him like a series of sharp slaps across the face. For now, he could not act upon his previous bravado about easily subduing Tang Tian. The bell continued to resonate. Lan Ting, for the moment, refrained from taking action, for this was a time of glory befitting the apex prodigies. Yet, after a while, he furrowed his brow slightly. He had observed a hint of anomaly concerning the chaos bell at the pinnacle of the Dragon Gate. In the realm of rules, Tang Tian had anticipated that upon entry, he would unveil the true visage of the mysterious figure. Yet, to his surprise, the shadow remained at a considerable distance, as indistinct as before. Moreover, it seemed to be guiding him onward with its will. Tang Tian nodded silently. Indeed, the assessment was far from over. The child of heaven could only linger briefly within the realm of rules. Only the child of chaos possessed the capability to traverse freely within this domain. Very well. Let me behold what manner of existence you truly are. Tang Tian surged through the endless rules, racing toward that figure. In the outer world, Lord Qi, is it not time to conclude? A voice remarked. The chime had resonated for quite some time, and if it continued, it would disrupt the forthcoming proceedings. However, the esteemed immortal of Lanting remained silent, clutching a miniature version of the Chaos Bell. It was this very bell that had previously marked the end of the Longmen trial for Luo Shi. Yet, this occasion was fraught with unexpected developments. The Chaos Bell in his grasp inexplicably radiated an intense heat, something utterly unprecedented. What transpired within Longmen? The immortal of Lanting furrowed his brow, resolved to wait a moment longer. In the realm of rules, Tang Tian was unencumbered by any constraints, allowing him to advance with remarkable swiftness. In mere moments, he caught up to the enigmatic figure ahead. Ultimately, in a place where light converged, he beheld the true visage of that figure. A bell? Tang Tian exclaimed in surprise. He had anticipated a humanoid form, yet it turned out to be merely a bell, strikingly akin to the Chaos Bell atop Longmen. Nonetheless, this bell exuded a greater vitality, as if a grand will was concealed within. Come closer. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated in Tang Tian's ear. Immediately, the surface of the Chaos Bell emanated a gentle glow, its aura warm and inviting, beckoning him to approach. Unaware of any impending peril, Tang Tian stepped forward, arriving before the Chaos Bell. Its ancient bronze surface exuded a sense of timelessness, while the faint luminescence seemed to harbor boundless creation. Slowly, he extended his hand, touching its surface. Meanwhile, in the external world, the miniature Chaos Bell in the immortal of Lanting's grasp grew increasingly heated, to the point where even he, a powerful immortal, struggled to hold it steady. Could it be? A long-forgotten rumor suddenly resurfaced in his mind. To his astonishment, Two characters gradually materialized upon the surface of the small chaos bell. If interpreted through contemporary language, these characters represented a name, Tang Tian. The immortal of Lanting could hardly conceal his astonishment, his hand trembling involuntarily, fully aware of the significance of those two characters. Yet, just as he was overwhelmed with excitement, the chime abruptly ceased. In the next moment, a frenzied peal of bells echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Bang, bang, bang. The chaos bell erupted into a cacophony. Simultaneously, in the realm of rules, a colossal black hole manifested beside Tang Tian and the chaos bell, appearing out of thin air. Chapter 290. The primordial five treasures. The chaotic bell suddenly erupted in the sky with a thunderous clang. The previously deep and resonant sound had vanished, replaced by an urgent and tense screech, as if it were heralding an impending calamity. What is happening? A stunned silence enveloped everyone. In the annals of Tianfu, such an extraordinary occurrence had never been witnessed before. What could this signify? Was there a higher degree beyond the long reverberating chimes? No one had ever heard of such a thing, and the sound was painfully grating to the ears. What on earth transpired? What had Tang Tian done within the Dragon Gate? The crowd, bewildered, could not fathom the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the chaotic bell's toll intensified. Accompanied by its frenzied ringing, transparent ripples radiated from the pinnacle of the Dragon Gate, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. This is dire. Lan Ting, the celestial sovereign, roared as he sprang into action. A colossal manifestation of his law erupted forth, nearly obscuring half the sky. Gazing at the Dragon Gate, he extended his massive hand. An overwhelming aura surging skyward, firmly ensnaring those ripples within the confines of his palm space. His reaction was swift, yet it was still somewhat delayed. The initial waves of spatial ripples had already spread out, engulfing the combat arena below. What is this? The majority of disciples, still in a state of confusion, found the spatial ripples crashing upon them. Boom! The ripples surged forth instantaneously, and those caught in their wake were struck as if by an ancient behemoth, letting out muffled groans, blood spewing from their mouths, as they toppled backward. The entire combat arena was thrown into chaos. Soon, additional waves followed, and the disciples suffered yet again. Some of the weaker ones were severely injured, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. It was only then that the onlookers grasped the gravity of the situation, gazing in horror at the Dragon Gate, now ensnared by Lan Ting's manifestation. They realized that calamity had truly befallen them. Evacuate everyone at once. Lan Ting bellowed, his gaze fixed on the Dragon Gate, his eyes betraying profound alarm. As the one directly overseeing the Dragon Gate, he understood that this was no ordinary occurrence. What, indeed, had transpired within the Dragon Gate? Under Lan Ting's command, numerous administrators sprang into action. They too recognized that the Dragon Gate had encountered some uncontrollable upheaval. Swiftly, they began to protect and evacuate all the disciples from Dragon Island, particularly those who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. However, the sheer number of new disciples was overwhelming, and relocating them all would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Seeing this, the higher-ups in the sky immediately mobilized, joining the rescue efforts. If calamity truly struck today, everyone present would bear some measure of responsibility. In the face of significant moral dilemmas, the collective strength of the crowd remains remarkably robust. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, the pace of rescue efforts is still sluggish. It appears that the capabilities of the cultivators are somehow restricted on Dragon Island, preventing them from showcasing their true prowess. Moreover, with nearly 200,000 disciples present, no one had anticipated such an event, leading to a lack of prior preparations. Observing this situation, the revered Lan Ting furrowed his brow, his countenance etched with anxiety. The tremors of the chaotic bell were intensifying, and the energy emanating from it was growing ever more formidable. As he attempted to activate the small chaotic bell in his possession to exert control over the Dragon Gate, he realized it bore no effect. At that moment, he could not help but inwardly exclaim, "Tang Tian, what on earth have you done?" Within the realm of rules, Tang Tian was equally taken aback by the sudden emergence of the terrifying law black hole, which appeared beside him and the chaotic bell. Just moments ago, he had touched the chaotic bell and had indeed sensed an infinite force of creation emanating from its surface. If he could absorb all of that power, his cultivation would undoubtedly advance upon his return. However, before he could act, the law black hole appeared, silent, undetectable, and utterly bewildering. As soon as it manifested, an overwhelming gravitational force erupted, causing the laws surrounding him and the chaotic bell to descend into utter chaos. Perhaps due to his identity as a child of chaos, a portion of the laws desperately shielded him, ensuring he was not consumed by the black hole. The chaotic bell, however, did not enjoy such fortune. Under the all-consuming power, it inexorably began to drift toward the black hole. Despite its frantic quaking and all-out efforts to escape, it could not break free from that relentless pull. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, watching the unfolding scene. These events had transcended his comprehension, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. All he could do was watch as the bronze chaotic bell gradually descended into the black hole. Meanwhile, the surrounding laws urged him to flee the area as swiftly as possible, for otherwise, he too might be in peril. With no other choice, Tang Tian prepared to leave. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind, "Save me." This voice did not resemble that of any living being, nor was it articulated language. It was merely a pure transmission of information. Tang Tian abruptly turned to face the chaotic bell. The plea for help emanated from the grand will he had encountered earlier. He paused, contemplating whether he possessed the means to rescue the chaotic bell. Indeed, he did. At present, he was not far from the chaotic bell, a distance sufficient to draw it into his peculiar egg space. This independent realm, transcending the confines of the world, held a significant chance of saving the chaotic bell. Yet, Tang Tian hesitated to proceed with this course of action. That peculiar egg was his ultimate trump card. As long as it existed, he could even disregard the threat of death. Thus, it must be devoid of any flaws. Previously, the decision to permit its entry into the anomaly space was made only after Tang Tian possessed sufficient confidence. However, at this moment, whether it be the chaotic bell, the grand will, or this terrifying black hole of laws, all transcend his comprehension and elude his control. To unilaterally confine it within the anomaly space poses an exceedingly great risk. Tang Tian found himself engulfed in hesitation. Yet, as he pondered, the essence of the chaotic bell drew perilously close to the black hole. Distressing wails echoed faintly from that direction, perhaps a consequence of being torn by the black hole, or perhaps a reflection of the turmoil within Tang Tian's heart. Suddenly, a tumult of fragmented memories surged towards him, overwhelming him in an instant. In the next moment, Tang Tian discovered that he had been transported to a realm of cosmic expanse. Surrounding him was an endless chaos, devoid of anything else, as if he had arrived at the primordial domain of chaos. Abruptly, 5 radiant artifacts began to rise slowly from the chaos. Upon discerning their true forms, Tang Tian was left utterly astonished. They were indeed 5 distinct divine weapons: a golden longsword, a bronze cauldron, a circular jade mirror, and a square black seal. And the last one was none other than the chaotic bell. Chapter 291. The Dragon Gate explodes within the boundless chaos. Tang Tian beheld with his own eyes as 5 extraordinary treasures slowly ascended. Suddenly, a golden sword cleaved through the air, tearing apart the very fabric of chaos. The chaotic realm above began to rise, while that below sank gradually. A void of nothingness swiftly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it had grown infinitely vast. At this moment, a bronze cauldron soared upward, stabilizing the cosmos, while a black seal descended, suppressing the earth. Under the influence of these 2 artifacts, the expansion of the void finally came to a halt. Subsequently, the chaos bell ascended to the highest point of the sky, unlocking the essence of time and order. Meanwhile, a circular jade mirror melded into the void, illuminating time and bridging the ancient with the contemporary. As Tang Tian gazed at the unfolding scene, he found himself lost in thought. Could this indeed be the process of the world's birth? The chaos bell had a role in the very construction of existence. As he pondered, the imagery abruptly shifted. Time passed unnoticed, and a boundless continent solidified within the void. Furthermore, a bright moon hung high, sunlight bathed the land, and the stars danced in celestial harmony. The world itself began to manifest rules. A formidable will was gestating within. A faint realization dawned upon Tang Tian. This burgeoning will was likely the will of the world. Meanwhile, the 5 extraordinary treasures, including the chaos bell, continued to provide inexhaustible energy to this nascent realm. Again, time elapsed, and the scene transformed once more. This time, The will of the world had fully matured, and the heavenly laws were nearing completion. The continent had taken on its primordial shape. The sun, moon, stars, the world will, and the heavenly laws. These five supreme existences reflected upon one another, further refining the rules of this realm. As the years flowed by, when the next scene emerged, the world was replete with the essence of life. All beings coexisted in harmony, flourishing in vibrant splendor. Many strange ancient beasts roamed, exuding an aura capable of devouring mountains and rivers. Creatures Tang Tian had never even heard of. These beings seemed to possess an innate understanding of their own origins, reverently worshipping the supreme existences of their world. They erected grand sculptures and altars to commune with those exalted wills. During this era, all beings coexisted with the world in enduring harmony. Yet, as endless time flowed on, the diversity of life burgeoned, and their powers grew ever stronger. However, inevitably, conflicts arose among them. These disputes escalated into a cataclysm, culminating in a superstorm instigated by races that revered the 10 great aspirations as their creed. Countless beings perished in this world war, and numerous powerful races faced extinction. Perhaps weary and disheartened, or perhaps unwilling to witness such calamity unfold, the five primordial treasures gradually receded into obscurity. The bronze cauldron transformed into an ethereal shadow, merging seamlessly into the fabric of the world's laws. The black seal descended deep into the earth, concealing its every essence. The circular jade mirror dimmed its brilliance and drifted beyond the world, morphing into a long river that flowed languidly. The golden longsword departed from this realm entirely, soaring into the boundless chaos, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the chaos bell, which governed time and order, sealed its consciousness, acting solely by the rules, offering no response to the calls of its devotees. In this world, only the sun, moon, stars, the will of the world, and the heavenly path remained, five supreme entities maintaining the balance. With the chaos bell having withdrawn into itself, the narrative came to an abrupt halt. Yet, an indeterminate span of time later, a thunderous roar forcefully roused the chaos bell from its slumber. The ensuing scene left Tang Tian with a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. The once solid continent had shattered completely, fracturing into countless small pieces. Adrift in the cosmos, the will of the world suffered grievous wounds. The heavenly path lay in disarray, and the celestial bodies were preoccupied with their own survival. A group of extraordinarily powerful beings unearthed the black seal from the depths of the earth, rediscovered the bronze cauldron within the laws, and ultimately compelled the chaos bell to awaken. In pursuit of these primordial treasures, they clashed violently, shattering the continent, inflicting severe damage upon the will of the world, and plunging the heavenly order into utter chaos. Furious, the chaos bell, alongside the bronze cauldron and the black seal, engaged these formidable creatures in a cataclysmic battle. This confrontation obliterated over 90% of the world, the land crumbled, and countless beings perished in the aftermath. Nevertheless, the chaos bell emerged victorious against these entities, albeit bearing grave injuries. After expending its utmost power to stabilize the world, it was compelled to succumb to an extended slumber. The narrative was interrupted once more. Upon its second awakening, it encountered no visions whatsoever. A surge of terrifying energy assailed it, causing it to shatter into innumerable fragments, scattered across the realm. The will of the chaos bell fragmented, no longer whole. One of its shards traversed space, landing amidst a desolate ruin. Time passed, and a young boy, venturing into the mountains to hunt, stumbled upon the fragment. Subsequently, the boy harnessed the power of the chaos bell's shard, embarking on a path of cultivation, overcoming myriad challenges, and reaching the pinnacle of achievement. Upon ascending to the throne, the youth discovered an ancient celestial metal, which he used to reconstruct the form of the chaos bell. He then secured the fragmented will of the chaos bell within a floating island in the sky. Finally, he made modifications based on the chaos bell's ability to govern order, transforming it into a divine artifact for assessing the comprehensive talents of cultivators. Indeed, it was the Dragon Gate. All the aforementioned scenes were fragments of memory since the inception of the Dragon Gate. Tang Tian stood in a daze, fully aware of the extraordinary nature of the Dragon Gate, yet utterly astonished by its remarkable past. The original version of the chaotic bell was, astonishingly, one of the supreme wills that forged the entire world. This revelation was indeed extraordinary. After the fragments of memories came to an end, Tang Tian returned to the realm of rules. The magnificent will that once existed, the fractured will of the chaotic bell, had vanished. The terrifying black hole seemed to have consumed it entirely. The chaotic bell was now riddled with cracks, and a shard, roughly the size of a palm, emitted a dim glow. This should be the true remnant of the chaotic bell. As it appeared on the verge of being swallowed by the black hole, Tang Tian gritted his teeth. Enough was enough. Fortune favored the bold, while the timid met with demise. If such a treasure were to slip away, he would undoubtedly regret it in his dreams. Typically, he acted with utmost caution, yet at this moment, he could not afford to hesitate. Gazing into the abyss of the black hole, Tang Tian extended his hand, a unique aura enveloping the chaotic bell, distinct from that of the entire world. Just at that moment, the chaotic bell erupted. Meanwhile, outside of Longmen, a tense rescue operation continued. With the intervention of numerous celestial beings, a portion of the disciples had been safely evacuated from Long Island. However, the ringing grew increasingly urgent, and no one dared to let their guard down, hastening their efforts. Suddenly, the Lan Ting Celestial, tasked with restraining the chaotic bell, widened his eyes in horror and fear. He beheld countless intricate cracks suddenly appearing across the surface of the chaotic bell. The small chaotic bell in his grasp had grown so hot that it began to melt. In response, Lan Ting Celestial let out a desperate roar to the heavens. Quickly go to the heavenly pool and summon the Lord of the Mansion. The moment his words fell, the chaotic bell atop Long Men exploded. A terrifying energy instantaneously shattered Lan Ting Celestial's confinement, obliterating even his form into dust. Following this, before Lan Ting Celestial's terrified gaze, the enormous Long Men erupted from its very core. Instantly, countless massive fissures tore open from the center of the fighting arena, rapidly spreading outward. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion resounded, and the entire Long Island was obliterated. Chapter 292. Truly valued, a thunderous roar resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, heralding a cataclysmic earthquake in the vicinity of Dragon Island. Even hundreds of miles away, the terrifying sound of the explosion echoed clearly. A young man gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Was it not in the direction of Dragon Island? He murmured softly. Had Tang Tian been present, he would undoubtedly recognize the speaker as Luo Su, the steward of the Hidden Nine Hall, who had concealed his presence that day. Surely, nothing of grave consequence could have transpired? At that moment, Luo Su, clad in simple attire, appeared as if he were preparing for a journey. The high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Mansion were observing. What significant event could possibly unfold? Another disciple shook his head, dismissing the explosion as inconsequential. He turned to Luo Su and inquired, Steward Luo, are you truly departing the Heavenly Mansion for the outside world? Surely not. Even if Tang Tian had distinguished himself and garnered the attention of the higher-ups, could we not simply avoid him? It was unlikely he would pursue us to the Hidden Nine Hall, was it? Luo Su curled his lip and averted his gaze. One can never be too cautious. After all, he had effortlessly vanquished Zhang Ku of the Fighting Saint Pavilion. Who could predict how far Tang Tian might grow in the future? Should he ever recall the events of the Nine Ridge trial, I would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. It would be wise to depart first. My path of cultivation had nearly reached its end, and I might as well seek a life of leisure in the outside world. His mind was resolute. This decision had already received the approval of Hall Master Bai Nuyi, and his colleagues had merely expressed idle comments. Subsequently, Luo Su packed his belongings and turned to leave. Not far from him stood another young man, holding a white fan, gazing intently in the direction of Dragon Island. His expression remained impassive as he observed silently. After a lengthy pause, a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, no matter where you go, you remain an uncontrollable force. Ah, Tang Tian. At that moment, atop Dragon Island, the explosion of the chaos bell occurred with shocking abruptness, leaving no time for anyone to react. In a moment of dire urgency, Immortal Lan Ting swiftly gathered those disciples near the Dragon Gate, including Luo Shi, who had already passed the Dragon Gate trial, ensuring their safety. However, others were not so fortunate. As the Dragon Gate shattered, the entire Dragon Island erupted violently, sending countless fragments soaring through the air. Disciples who had not yet managed to evacuate were immediately flung away, and even the administrators and high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Mansion could not save them all. Particularly, those still engaged in combat in the arena succumbed to the terrifying energy storm, losing consciousness mid-air. Over 100,000 disciples, akin to ants, were propelled into the sky, mingling with soil, stone debris, and vegetation, utterly helpless in the chaos. Gazing upon the apocalyptic scene before him, the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun was consumed with urgency. However, having just suffered severe injuries from the explosion of the Chaos Bell, he found himself unable to act. He could only watch helplessly as his disciples scattered through the air like unanchored reeds. Lan Ting Xianzun's eyes brimmed with despair. If this continued, it was likely that half of the new disciples would perish in this catastrophe. No one could bear the weight of such dire consequences. Yet, in the midst of his profound anxiety, a figure materialized above Dragon Island. Upon lifting his gaze, Lan Ting Xianzun's expression brightened with rare joy. The newcomer was none other than the revered Star River Immortal Emperor, one of the lords of Tianfu. Observing the unfolding disaster, the Star River Immortal Emperor furrowed his brow, but did not linger. He extended his hand, and a presence akin to divine majesty descended, enveloping the entire space below. In an instant, the chaos was frozen in time. The anxious immortal, the panicked administrators, the wailing disciples, the unconscious injured, the cracked earth, and the splintering debris, all suspended mid-air. Even the immense energy unleashed from the Dragon Gate's explosion was thoroughly restrained. The might of the immortal emperor was terrifying indeed. Then, with a mere flick of his finger, a gentle radiance enveloped the tens of thousands of disciples and numerous administrators who had yet to evacuate Dragon Island. In unison, they vanished from sight, the power of space swirling around them. When they reappeared, they had safely distanced themselves from Dragon Island, arriving at a secure location. Subsequently, the Star River Immortal Emperor lifted his power, seemingly unable to halt the island's impending collapse. He could only allow it to disintegrate after rescuing all the disciples. The other high-ranking officials sensed the aura of the Immortal Emperor and, witnessing the disappearance of their disciples, felt a temporary relief wash over them. They then traversed the falling land back to their original positions. Under the watchful eyes of all, Dragon Island shattered completely, plummeting to the earth and triggering a violent earthquake, its dust billowing into a towering mushroom cloud. Within that cloud, the remnants of the Dragon Gate suddenly emitted intense spatial fluctuations. Moments later, a figure surged forth from the Dragon Gate. It was Tang Tian. Upon emerging and surveying the scene, Tang Tian was left in utter bewilderment. In that critical moment within the realm of rules, as chaos threatened to be entirely consumed by the black hole, he had activated the entrance to the egg space, drawing the chaos bell within. Alas, it was too late. The bell had already detonated, leaving only shards of the original chaos bell and fragments of celestial gold meant for repairs, all of which were ensconced in the egg space. The fractured will of the chaos bell seemed utterly devoured by the black hole. Realizing the danger, Tang Tian dared not linger. With the assistance of the rules, he escaped the vicinity of the black hole and subsequently departed the realm of rules. As he emerged from the confines of the space, he was immediately struck by the chaos that enveloped the outside world. The interior of Longmen had devolved into utter disarray, teetering on the brink of total collapse. Tang Tian hastily quickened his pace, bursting forth from the realm of Longmen. However, upon his arrival in the outside world, he was left utterly astonished. The entirety of Dragon Island lay in ruins. After the initial shock subsided, Tang Tian remained speechless, acutely aware that he had indeed stumbled into a grave predicament. Just as he had anticipated, mere moments after his appearance, a multitude of figures materialized around him, encircling him completely. Among them were the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun, Tian Yuan Xianzun, and Di Wu Xianzun, prominently leading the assembly. The other figures exuded an aura of strength, suggesting they were undoubtedly high-ranking officials from the Heavenly Mansion. The expressions of the gathered dignitaries varied, yet all bore a grave seriousness as they fixated intently on Tang Tian, who stood at the center of their attention. Sensing the weighty atmosphere, a fleeting distraction crossed Tang Tian's mind. Was it possible that he had garnered the attention of the Heavenly Mansion's elite? A resounding voice echoed from the heavens, declaring the need to investigate the upheaval within the day. Chapter 293. After the incident once soaring majestically in the sky, Dragon Island has now vanished without a trace. In its place lies a vast accumulation of shattered boulders, forming a colossal mound. The earth is left in utter disarray. Observing the scene, reminiscent of a desolate wasteland, the rescued disciples are filled with sheer terror. None could have anticipated such a calamitous event. Each of them narrowly escaped death amidst the recent catastrophe. What on earth transpired? A voice cried out in horror, tinged with profound dread. Could it be that the chaos bell malfunctioned? Yes, I recall it suddenly going haywire, ringing frantically. Shortly thereafter, it erupted alongside Dragon Island. The memories of the moments leading up to the disaster flooded back. Who was the last to enter the Dragon Gate? A name slowly surfaced in the hearts of the disciples. Would Tang Tian be unharmed? Gu Xiaoxue gazed at the swirling dust in the sky, her eyes brimming with endless worry. If the outside world is in such turmoil, one can scarcely imagine the horrors that unfolded within the Dragon Gate. And what of Tang Tian, who is trapped inside? I cannot say for certain, but I hold faith that he is a person of great fortune and destiny, surely capable of turning peril into safety. Li Hong also wore a concerned expression. This upheaval occurred far too abruptly. Just then, an idea struck him, and he produced a communication jade talisman. Moments later, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. The young master is currently safe. Gu Xiaoxue's eyes brightened instantly as she grasped Li Hong's arm, pressing him with questions. Is that truly the case? He wasn't injured, was he? Where is he now? Observing her eager demeanor, Li Hong replied, he should be unscathed. This is what Miss Mo informed me. However, it seems the young master may have found himself entangled in further troubles. The higher-ups of the heavenly mansion appear to have surrounded him, intent on thoroughly investigating this matter. In the sky, Tang Tian has been escorted away from the area by the likes of Lan Ting Xianzun and other high-ranking members of the heavenly mansion. Tian Yuan Xianzun, the fifth Xianzun, and Bai Nuyi, the leader of the Good Nine Hall, have also departed alongside them. As witnesses to this incident, their presence is imperative. Watching their retreating figures, Mo Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh. Her brother, Mo Jun, offered a wry smile, saying, "It is fortunate we did not draw Tang Tian into our family at that time. The explosion of Dragon Island is truly terrifying. Such a monumental upheaval has never occurred since the establishment of the heavenly mansion." Mo Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and remarked, "Do you also believe Tang Tian is responsible for this? He is merely a newly ascended Xian practitioner. Could he possess such formidable power?" Mo Jun shook his head, replying, "Does it truly matter? The events have transpired, and Tang Tian stands as the primary suspect. Even if he is not directly responsible, he remains inextricably linked to the situation. Should the investigation fail to uncover the truth, and a scapegoat is needed, Tang Tian will undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Regardless of his actual involvement, to placate the aggrieved disciples, punishment is inevitable." Mo Xiaoxiao fell into a contemplative silence. As the third young lady of the Mo family, she is acutely aware of the machinations at play among the higher echelons. Such a significant incident as this in Longmen cannot, even upon clarification of the facts, be disclosed to the general populace. Tang Tian is the quintessential scapegoat. "Take it easy," Mo Jun remarked with a smile. "At the very least, Tang Tian has genuinely captured the attention of all the high-ranking officials. The War God Hall will certainly refrain from any further underhanded maneuvers. When the time comes, we shall endeavor to speak on his behalf and strive for leniency." Mo Xiaoxiao remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. The ramifications of this incident are overwhelmingly severe, far beyond her capacity to manage. It seems prudent to adapt to circumstances as they unfold. Let us proceed. With that, she and Mo Jun hastened towards the main estate. Meanwhile, across the sky, the expressions of Wang Ziyu and the fairy Ling Luo were equally captivating. No one anticipated such a shocking turn of events on this day. "I am beginning to believe your words, fellow Taoist Ziyu," fairy Ling Luo sighed. "This Tang Tian is indeed enigmatic. The Dragon Island, standing for millennia, has inexplicably met its demise at his hands. If he were to join us and partake in our plans, I can scarcely imagine what may transpire." After speaking, fairy Ling Luo waited for a response, only to find Wang Ziyu seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to the situation. "Taoist Ziyu, Taoist Ziyu," she called out twice. Wang Ziyu finally awoke from his reverie, uttering a couple of non-committal sounds as he regarded fairy Ling Luo, his gaze filled with profound complexity. "What did you just say?" Fairy Ling Luo smiled. I mentioned that you possess remarkable foresight. Maintaining distance from Tang Tian is an exceedingly wise choice. Wang Ziyu's expression grew even more intricate. After a moment, he opened his mouth and hesitantly said, if I were to ask you to extend an invitation to Tang Tian, would you think me mad? Fairy Ling Luo was taken aback, her previously carefree demeanor gradually fading. The scrutinizing gaze she cast upon Wang Ziyu made him feel a chill run down his spine. I would think you are intentionally jesting at my expense. Fairy Ling Luo's tone turned frosty. Pray, consider the actions you have taken. When I wished to engage with Tang Tian, you dissuaded me. As Tang Tian continued to shine brightly, I brought it up again, and inexplicably, you advised against it once more. Now, with Tang Tian in trouble, I have meticulously analyzed your reasons for dissuasion. Yet, you now urge me to approach Tang Tian willingly. Such dissonance is unparalleled in its degree. Anger began to brew within Fairy Ling Luo. She is not one to be easily manipulated. No matter how formidable your background, Prince Yu, she would not remain silent after repeated provocations. Sensing Fairy Ling Luo's displeasure, Prince Yu hastily interjected, listen to me. In truth, I genuinely do not wish to casually dismiss Tang Tian, as you have just witnessed his capacity for chaos. However, I find myself with no alternative. Someone has issued me an order, compelling me to find a way to connect with him. I cannot defy that person's command, Prince Yu explained. Nevertheless, Fairy Ling Luo continued to regard him coldly, clearly unable to accept his justification. Observing this, Prince Yu sighed deeply. Haven't you always been curious about my background? Very well, I shall reveal it to you. Furthermore, I assure you that once this matter is resolved, you will be able to visit that place. With that, Prince Yu produced a luminous orb and placed it before Fairy Ling Luo. As she gazed into the orb, a flicker of astonishment flashed in her eyes, quickly followed by a dawning realization. No wonder you possess such immense energy within the heavenly realm, able to command the enforcement hall and maintain a close relationship with the head of the Xiaoyao family. Fairy Ling Luo regarded Prince Yu once more, regaining her composure. Very well, I accept your terms. Chapter 294. The trial of Tang Tian. Within a magnificent hall, the esteemed Master Lanting occupied the principal seat. Surrounding him in a circular formation were the celestial dignitaries, Master Tian Yuan, the fifth celestial, Elder Meng from the residual path hall, and the head of the Xiaoyao family. Xiaoyao Qiu, alongside other high-ranking members of the heavenly mansion. Bai Nui, Fairy Ling Luo, Prince Yu, and Mo Xiaoxiao were seated in the rear. Every individual present at the Longmen venue was accounted for. Additionally, several other high-ranking celestial beings had also arrived. The explosion at Long Island represented the most significant upheaval since the establishment of the Heavenly Mansion, an event that demanded their utmost attention. In the very center of the hall stood Tang Tian, isolated and subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of all assembled. Such gravity in their demeanor, Tang Tian reflected, realizing the purpose of his summons. Having obliterated the crucial facility used for assessing disciples' talents, it was only natural for them to interrogate him. Nonetheless, he had already formulated a general defense. He would adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Once all were gathered, a palpable pressure descended upon Tang Tian. For an ordinary disciple, this oppressive force might have induced sheer terror, causing them to divulge everything in a panic. However, Tang Tian remained composed. Compared to the shattered will of the chaos bell and the terrifying black hole, this authority felt negligible. With a resonant echo, the trial against Tang Tian officially commenced. Tang Tian, boomed the grand voice of Master Lanting from above. I shall inquire, what transpired within the Longmen? Without hesitation, Tang Tian replied, I did nothing. I merely entered the Longmen and underwent the talent assessment. During the evaluation, the space within the Longmen suddenly transformed, and I was forcibly expelled. He spoke the truth. The chaos was the work of the black hole, and he bore no responsibility for it. However, as his words fell, a furious voice erupted from across the hall. Preposterous. It was Master Tian Yuan, who harbored grievances against Tang Tian. With your capabilities, you could not possibly cause the bell to resonate for so long. In fact, you wouldn't even reach the 9th toll. You must have employed some other means to bring about such calamity. Speak the truth at once. The wrathful tone reverberated throughout the hall. Tang Tian recognized the speaker and narrowed his eyes. This individual sought to leverage the situation to discredit even the results of his talent assessment. Truly insidious, seizing every opportunity to bring about his downfall. However, before he could voice a rebuttal, another voice slowly interjected, "Heavenly Yuan Immortal, why the haste?" Whether this is the doing of Tang Tian or what transpired within the Dragon Gate will surely be clarified today. To hastily reach a conclusion on him renders this trial meaningless. You might as well take Lord Qi's position. The speaker was none other than the fifth immortal of the Mo family. Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. In such a predicament, the Mo family still chose to speak in his favor. They truly were a steadfast ally. This also underscored the Mo family's considerable influence. Unperturbed even in the face of adversity, Heavenly Yuan Immortal furrowed his brow, preparing to admonish. However, Immortal Lanting intervened to halt their dispute. The trial has scarcely commenced. Let us not rush to conclusions. Most are well aware of the nature of Dragon Island. Even immortals are constrained there. So to claim this incident is solely Tang Tian's doing is illogical. We should first ascertain the facts. Many of the high-ranking officials were cognizant of Dragon Island's general conditions, which was forged from an exceedingly formidable artifact. Even immortals could not inflict damage upon it, their powers significantly curtailed, which was the direct reason for the arduous task of relocating over 100,000 disciples. Tang Tian, please recount the events that transpired upon entering the Dragon Gate. Spare no detail. There must be no concealment, instructed Immortal Lanting. Tang Tian nodded, then spoke softly, "Allow me to begin from the very start. Upon entering the Dragon Gate, I found myself in a different dimension. After taking a small step forward, the Dragon Gate began to activate, and the 18 Dragon Gate lanterns on either side started to rotate slowly. Next, Tang Tian recounted everything that happened within the Dragon Gate in meticulous detail. He even disclosed his perception of that grand will, which drew closer as the lanterns illuminated. The surrounding high-ranking officials listened intently, their expressions revealing no particular reaction, as if it were all anticipated. Then what transpired? Continued Immortal Lanting. Tang Tian pondered briefly and replied, "Then, I beheld a wondrous world, wherein stood an enigmatic figure that seemed to guide my progression. Following this guidance, I entered that extraordinary realm. Shortly thereafter, I heard the chaos bell toll for the 10th time. The high-ranking officials began to react. For what Tang Tian described aligned precisely with the occurrences expected during the prolonged ringing of the bell. When inquiring with other talented disciples previously, they had described it in the same manner, with no discrepancies. And then, Immortal Lanting pressed further. Tang Tian reflected for a moment and said, "Then, that mysterious figure continued to guide my path. Thus, I followed it, advancing further into that peculiar realm. After a while, I finally discerned its true form. It was not a living being, but rather a bell, identical to the chaotic bell from the outside world. Subsequently, it began to emit a soft glow, beckoning me closer. As I approached, I extended my hand. However, just as Tang Tian was about to continue his tale, the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzuan interjected, halting him. "Wait," he commanded, interrupting Tang Tian's narrative. The other high-ranking officials cast him puzzled glances, for this moment could very well be the crux of the upheaval at Longmen. Moreover, they had never heard of such a sequence of events occurring after entering that world. "What is it, Lord Qi?" inquired one of the senior officials. Lan Ting Xianzuan fell silent for a moment before rising to his feet. "The situation ahead is rather unique. I need to speak with Tang Tian in private. This is the directive from the Lord of the Mansion. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to consult the Xinghe Xian Emperor personally." With that, he disregarded the other high officials, extending a great hand to envelop Tang Tian within. Subsequently, they vanished from the Grand Hall. Chapter 295. Assigning responsibility in a dimly lit chamber. Under the influence of the esteemed Lanting Xianzuan, Tang Tian was abruptly transported from the Grand Hall to this secluded space. Within the room, only Tang Tian and Lanting Xianzuan sat opposite each other. "Have you touched the chaos bell?" Lanting Xianzuan inquired, gazing intently at Tang Tian. Uncertain of the purpose behind this sudden summons, Tang Tian nonetheless nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have made contact with it. The radiance emanating from it is imbued with a remarkable transformative power. I believe this may be a form of acknowledgement for my arrival in that realm," he articulated candidly. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Lanting Xianzuan sighed deeply. That is indeed the case. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon Tang Tian and posed another question. "Do you comprehend the significance of touching the chaos bell?" Tang Tian shook his head, genuinely perplexed by the implications of this encounter. Lanting Xianzuan chuckled softly. It is perfectly understandable that you do not. In fact, within the entire Tianfu, those who are aware of this matter number fewer than 10. He continued, such an occurrence has never transpired since the establishment of Tianfu. Through Lanting Xianzuan's exposition, Tang Tian gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. The Dragon Gate assessment, beyond the resounding toll of the bell, heralded an even loftier achievement, chaos manifestation. While the toll signifies that the practitioner is destined to ascend beyond the realm of the immortal emperor, the manifestation of chaos signifies that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the practitioner is poised to reach the pinnacle of all beings, becoming an unparalleled force that commands respect. As for the nature of this realm, even Lanting Xianzuan could not elucidate it clearly. In his own words, I am not yet qualified to engage with such exalted entities. Remarkably, Tang Tian had attained this ultimate achievement. At least, from Tang Tian's account, it appeared that no mishap had occurred throughout this process. Then, where had the issue arisen? After your encounter with the Chaos Bell, did anything else transpire? Lanting Xianzuan probed further. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, I cannot say. After touching the Chaos Bell, I found myself enveloped by that transformative power. As the force permeated my being, my spirit and physique were nourished splendidly. Yet, before I could fully absorb the transformative energy, an unforeseen calamity struck. I was violently hurled away by a terrifying force, ejected from that extraordinary realm, only to witness the internal space of the Dragon Gate collapsing. Subsequently, I hastily made my escape. Tang Tian spoke slowly, his words a mixture of truth and uncertainty. At that moment, he indeed felt the transformative power, which, while enveloping him, severed all connections to the outside world. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the black hole, he would not have been compelled to interrupt this process. If one were to disregard his entire experience of witnessing the black hole, then what he articulated would indeed align with what ought to transpire under normal circumstances. Upon concluding his statement, the revered Lan Ting fell once again into a contemplative silence. It was uncertain whether he was pondering if Tang Tian had concealed anything or engaged in some other reflection. After a prolonged pause, he spoke, Tang Tian, you must comprehend the immense repercussions this incident has wrought. The Dragon Gate and Dragon Island, steadfast for millennia, have been utterly obliterated. Over 100,000 disciples nearly met their demise due to your actions. Even though they were ultimately rescued, many remain grievously injured. Furthermore, they will be unable to participate in the Dragon Gate trials henceforth. Tang Tian nodded gently, having grasped the gravity of the situation at that time. Indeed, it was dire. It is worth noting that Gu Xiaoxue and her companions were also amidst the arena during that tumult. Thus, irrespective of the final verdict, your punishment is undoubtedly inevitable. I hope you can understand this. Lan Ting continued. However, should it be conclusively determined that this matter bears no relation to you, I shall endeavor to advocate for a lenient sentence on your behalf. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that even if this colossal event bore no direct connection to him, he would still bear a portion of the responsibility. Otherwise, it would be impossible to silence the multitude. Nevertheless, if the punishment falls within his capacity for acceptance, then all would be well. If it exceeds reasonable bounds, he would have no choice but to seek another place for cultivation. Very well, you may return now. Do not fret overly much. The heavenly mansion will not sever a person's path to survival, Lan Ting declared. With a wave of his hand, the forces of space surged, and Tang Tian's form vanished from the room. Once Tang Tian departed, another figure gradually materialized within the chamber. Lord of the Star River, Lan Ting stood, bowing respectfully. This individual was none other than the Star River Immortal Emperor, one of the 3 esteemed rulers of the heavenly mansion. The Star River Immortal Emperor responded with a soft utterance. Lord Qi, are you certain that Tang Tian's name appeared upon the Lesser Chaos Bell? Lan Ting affirmed, indeed. It is so. The events that transpired were precisely as you described. The Lesser Chaos Bell gradually grew warm, and 2 divine inscriptions emerged, Tang Tian's name. However, complications soon arose. The Chaos Bell above the Dragon Gate suddenly erupted with a rapid humming sound, and the powerful fluctuations unleashed were the primary cause of the disciples' injuries. Subsequently, the Lesser Chaos Bell became increasingly hot, and just as the Dragon Gate was on the verge of explosion, it completely melted away. The Star River Immortal Emperor fell into silence for a moment before he finally spoke. Then let it be thus. The origins of the chaotic bell are well understood. It is not something that a mere celestial being can sway. Even with the most extraordinary abilities at their disposal, such an endeavor remains unattainable. The circumstances surrounding this matter are peculiar, potentially entangled with formidable secrets. For now, let us exercise caution. I shall confer with the other two lords regarding the subsequent actions, declared the celestial emperor of the Starry River. The celestial venerable of Lanting nodded in acknowledgement, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "What of Tang Tian? It appears he may indeed have no connection to this affair." The Starry River Emperor waved his hand, saying, "You may deliberate among yourselves. In any case, we must confine the repercussions of this incident within manageable bounds. The Dragon Gate holds significant influence, and the external realm is far from tranquil. We must strive to prevent the swift dissemination of this information." The Celestial Venerable of Lanting acquiesced with a nod. After some time, the figure of the Celestial Venerable of Lanting re-emerged within the Grand Hall. The assembly promptly directed their gazes toward him, for they sensed that the gravity of this situation exceeded their initial expectations. Tang Tian stood at the center of the hall, patiently awaiting the final verdict. Once seated, the Celestial Venerable of Lanting regarded Tang Tian below and began to speak. Following thorough inquiries, research, and deliberation with the Lord of the Starry River, we have arrived at a preliminary conclusion. Tang Tian bears no primary responsibility in this incident. As these words echoed in the hall, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Chapter 296, A Debt of 100 Billion. Lord Qi, is such a judgment not a tad hasty? Indeed, the mere word of Tang Tian carries little persuasive power. Even if the Lord of the Star River participated in the review process, the responsibility must ultimately be determined through our deliberations. Otherwise, what purpose do we serve here? Many have raised objections to this. The rules of the Heavenly Court are comprehensive, and there is no room for unilateral decisions. Even with the judgment of the Star River Lord, a complete procedure must be adhered to. Furthermore, there are individuals among us who do not wish to see Tang Tian prosper. Notably, the celestial sovereign Tian Yuan became agitated upon hearing the verdict and voiced his strong opposition. In light of this situation, the celestial sovereign Lanting slowly raised his hand and said with resignation, "We have merely arrived at a provisional conclusion. It does not equate to a definitive determination. Moreover, Tang Tian is only absolved of primary responsibility." An elder celestial sovereign spoke softly. "You must provide us with evidence to substantiate Tang Tian's innocence. Only then will it align with our judicial process." Lanting nodded. "That is only natural. However, this matter pertains to certain secrets. Thus, I can only provide you with critical information. Examine it first. Should there be further objections, we shall have to invite the Lord of the Mansion to make a personal decision." With that, he flicked his fingers lightly, and dozens of luminous orbs flew forth, landing before the high-ranking attendees. Even the Celestial Sovereign Tian Yuan and the Fifth Celestial Sovereign received a copy. These orbs contained the circumstances as described by Tang Tian, the factual situation, and comparisons with the operational mechanisms of the Dragon Gate. "Take a good look," Lanting instructed. Upon hearing this, the assembly began to scrutinize the contents meticulously. Within the luminous orbs, aside from some deliberately omitted information, there were indeed no issues that could establish a direct connection between Tang Tian and the explosion at Long Island. It appeared to be merely an unfortunate accident. Most remained silent. If this were the case, it could not be straightforwardly attributed to Tang Tian. However, some were still unwilling to let him off easily, as it was but Tang Tian's account. The celestial sovereign Tian Yuan asserted, "What if he lies? I believe it is best to conduct a soul search on Tang Tian. After the soul search, the truth will naturally come to light." His voice echoed with authority. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes, casting a glance toward the celestial sovereign Tian Yuan. This fellow truly sought to disrupt his peace. If it came to a soul search, he would have no choice but to forsake the Cloud Summit Mansion and seek refuge elsewhere. Fortunately, this was not a domain governed solely by the celestial sovereign Tian Yuan. As his words fell, the Fifth Celestial Sovereign interjected, "Tian Yuan, that is excessive. The act of soul searching is a grave taboo for cultivators. How can one proceed indiscriminately without ascertaining culpability? Should this lead to any form of damage, such an outstanding talent could be irrevocably ruined." At this juncture, Immortal Lan Ting interjected, stating, Tang Tian is a disciple of our heavenly mansion, not some malevolent outsider. How can one engage in soul-searching so casually? The previous interrogation was conducted partly here and partly in collaboration with the Lord of the Star River. Do you believe we are incapable of discerning whether Tang Tian is lying? His tone conveyed displeasure. Immortal Tian Yuan hastily replied, "That was not my intention. Regardless, the initial source of this calamity is indeed Tang Tian. The ramifications are unprecedented. Given these circumstances, I find it entirely reasonable to conduct a soul search to uncover the truth." He remained steadfast in his perspective. Moreover, among the high-ranking officials present, there were those who concurred with Immortal Tian Yuan's viewpoint. These individuals were indifferent to the potential downfall of a yet-to-mature disciple. Their primary concern was whether they could mitigate their own responsibilities in the wake of this disaster. Consequently, a degree of discord arose regarding the proposal for soul-searching. However, at that moment, an elder spoke slowly. "I oppose the soul-searching of Tang Tian." No reason given. The crowd turned to see who had spoken, only to be taken aback upon recognizing the speaker, Su Yao Qiu, the head of the Su Yao clan. This leader of the foremost faction of the Heavenly Mansion had never before expressed an opinion on such matters. Yet this time, he not only articulated his stance clearly, but did so with unwavering conviction. This sudden declaration left them somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Tang Tian had some connection to the Su Yao family? While they might disregard the pressures from the Mo family, they could not afford to overlook this ancient figure. Furthermore, the Mo family and the Su Yao family now stood united. Below, Tang Tian turned his gaze upon hearing the words. Although he did not recognize the elder, he etched the figure into his memory. No matter the motive behind this support, he would remember this act of assistance. Witnessing Su Yao Qiu's open declaration, Immortal Lan Ting felt a resolution forming within. Very well. Let us hold a vote on the matter of whether to conduct a soul search on Tang Tian. Who is in favor? As her words fell, Immortal Tian Yuan immediately raised his hand. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he realized that not a single individual joined him. Those who had previously supported his argument were now exchanging hesitant glances, caught in uncertainty. Immortal Tian Yuan clenched his teeth in silence. The intimidation wielded by Su Yao Qiu was indeed formidable. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the esteemed Lan Ting smiled faintly and inquired, "So, who opposes the soul-searching of Tang Tian?" With that, he promptly raised his hand. Subsequently, the fifth celestial sovereign and the carefree prisoner also raised their hands in agreement. Observing this, the other high-ranking officials gradually followed suit. Except for a few individuals who harbored a strong aversion towards Tang Tian, the majority acquiesced to the proposal. Lan Ting, with a smile, lowered his hand and remarked, "It seems that the consensus is quite clear. I hereby announce that the final verdict of this trial remains unchanged. Tang Tian shall not bear the principal responsibility." After stating this, he glanced at the celestial sovereign of Tian Yuan and added, "However, the Lord of Tian Yuan has a point. The entire incident did indeed originate from Tang Tian. Therefore, he must face some form of punishment to provide an explanation for all." They proceeded to deliberate on the specifics of the penalty. Following a series of lengthy discussions, they ultimately reached two key judgments. First, due to the anomalies at Longmen, Tang Tian's performance within Longmen cannot be deemed as the final verdict. The tolling of the bell is rendered void. Consequently, Tang Tian shall secure a position as a peak disciple based on a performance equivalent to 9 bell tolls. Second, the destruction of Long Island was indeed instigated by Tang Tian. Therefore, he is held accountable for the damages incurred by Long Island, which have been appraised at a staggering 100 billion innate Dao Jade. Tang Tian must repay the Tianfu 1 billion Dao Jade. Otherwise, he shall remain bound to the Cloud Summit Tianfu for eternity. These two penalties, while seemingly severe, are in reality rather inconsequential. The first merely signifies the loss of a singular opportunity to directly ascend to the immortal cloud platform, without precluding Tang Tian from future endeavors. The second penalty is practically equivalent to no punishment at all. As long as Tang Tian remains in Tianfu, it becomes merely an inconsequential figure. He may continue his pursuits without hindrance. In essence, these two penalties serve only as a superficial resolution for those who have suffered. However, upon hearing this, Tang Tian could not help but stroke his chin, pondering whether repaying the debt might trigger the system. Chapter 297. The arrival of the celestial maiden, the judgment of Tang Tian, has reached a conclusion. The two penalties imposed neither inflicted any substantial harm upon him nor silenced certain individuals. I have already levied a fine of 100 billion in 8 Dao upon him. What more do you desire? Yet, it is evident to any discerning eye that this punishment is merely symbolic. No one truly believes that the heavenly department would demand such a sum from Tang Tian, nor does anyone imagine that he could possibly repay such a staggering amount. Regardless, this verdict was passed by a collective decision of the upper echelons of the heavenly department, with even the Star River Immortal Emperor participating. Thus, no one dares to voice dissent. Even the vengeful Tian Yuan Immortal Sovereign, who is eager to see Tang Tian suffer, must acquiesce to this outcome. Under these circumstances, any future attempts to deal with Tang Tian will be all the more challenging. After all, he could be considered the most indebted individual in the history of the heavenly department. If you bring him down, who will repay the 100 billion Dao you owed to the heavenly department? As for the result of the punishment, Tang Tian harbored no significant objections. It was impossible to be without fault. Furthermore, while the destruction of the Dragon Gate was not directly attributable to him, the fragments of the primordial chaos bell and a trove of shattered celestial gold do reside within his peculiar space. Following the conclusion of the judgment, the upper echelons would deliberate on the subsequent handling of this upheaval. After all, the Dragon Gate had been obliterated, and over 100,000 disciples had yet to undergo talent assessment. Determining how to proceed with evaluations and allocations posed a considerable dilemma. However, these matters were now of no concern to Tang Tian. Under the guidance of a high-ranking official, Tang Tian was led to a chamber adjacent to the Grand Hall. Unlike the previous dark confinement, this was a normal room. Though simple, it did not convey an oppressive atmosphere. Please wait here for a while. After the meeting concludes, Lord Qi wishes to speak with you, the benevolent immortal sovereign informed Tang Tian. You need not fret. Since the judgment has been rendered, no further changes will occur. I hope you can comprehend the actions of the heavenly department. The ramifications of this matter are exceedingly significant. Tang Tian nodded in understanding. After a few more words of caution from the immortal sovereign, he departed, leaving Tang Tian in the now tranquil surroundings. He exhaled deeply, relieved. This upheaval had indeed been entirely unforeseen. In truth, based on his earlier speculations, Tang Tian had envisioned himself ascending the Dragon Gate in a display of unparalleled grandeur. The sound of the bell resonating, thereby establishing a legendary tale for the heavenly department. The high-ranking officials, vying to recruit him as a disciple, would have disregarded their dignities, competing fervently, even resorting to physical altercations. However, while he had anticipated the beginning, he had failed to foresee the conclusion. No one had anticipated that the terrifying black hole of the law would inexplicably manifest beside him and the Chaos Bell, as if it had been precisely pinpointed. Subsequently, the Chaos Bell shattered, and the Dragon Gate exploded, leading to the entire Dragon Island sinking into ruins. The higher-ups indeed arrived, but they merely escorted him to the Hall of Justice for his trial. Moreover, this cataclysmic event would surely leave behind a legendary tale in the heavenly mansion. Viewed in this light, one could say that his vision had, after all, been realized. Tang Tian maintained a positive mindset, and regardless of the circumstances, he had not endured any intolerable punishment. Being demoted to a peak disciple was of little consequence, having no significant impact. Furthermore, the debt of 100 billion Dao you owed to the heavenly mansion. Tang Tian glanced at his system. During his absence from the Qinghua sect, the expansion of the Global Commerce Association had merely slowed, never truly halting. Thanks to Wang Gang's efforts, over the course of a few months, more than 6 million in 8 Dao had already been returned to Tang Tian. Once stability was achieved and the association could flourish within the heavenly mansion, the rate of increase would only accelerate. 100 billion was not an unattainable goal. Moreover, if the system acknowledged this debt as a normal expenditure, a smile involuntarily crept across Tang Tian's lips. After establishing stability in the heavenly mansion, he would attempt to repay 1 million as a trial. If it were indeed feasible, it would be a remarkable turn of fortune, akin to a pie falling from the heavens. Tang Tian waited quietly, making no other moves. The original Chaos Bell, scattered fragments of celestial gold, and the previously acquired powers of creation could all be addressed upon his return. However, he did not wait too long before a sudden knock echoed on the door. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, Such high-level meetings typically lasted a considerable duration, so why had it concluded so swiftly? Furthermore, knocking on the door was rather courteous. With a sense of curiosity, Tang Tian rose and opened the door. A stunningly beautiful woman stood outside. You are. Tang Tian did not recognize her. However, the aura emanating from her made him instinctively wary. At the very least, she was a celestial king. Upon seeing Tang Tian, the woman smiled gently and said, Young Master Tang, do not worry. I have come with the permission of the higher-ups. As for my identity, my name is Lin Cai, but you are likely more familiar with my other title, Fairy Ling Luo. Tang Tian was instantly taken aback. This was indeed the legendary Fairy Ling Luo, whom he had only heard tales of but never seen. During his time at the Qinghua sect, he had heard various legends about her and even purchased a piece of her intimate apparel at an auction, which he later discarded upon learning of her ascension to celestial sovereignty. After ascending the celestial ladder, a celestial king named Jing Wenxing, under Fairy Ling Luo's command, had even extended an olive branch to him. However, the demeanor of that individual was excessively lofty, disinclined to engage in the treacherous intrigues of others, declined the proposal outright. Subsequently, there was no further interaction between the parties. Yet now, the illustrious Fairy Ling Luo has unexpectedly come to seek him out. What could her intentions be? Observing the momentary bewilderment on Tang Tian's face, Fairy Ling Luo chuckled softly. Are you not going to invite me in? Regaining his composure, Tang Tian swiftly stepped aside and replied, Of course, please do come in. Setting aside their shared history, he felt it necessary to extend her the courtesy befitting her exalted status as a celestial being. Moments later, they sat facing each other. May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed Fairy Ling Luo? Tang Tian ventured directly into the matter at hand. Fairy Ling Luo smiled gently and responded, There is no need for such formality. After all, we both hail from the Qinghua sect. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and replied, You are correct. However, prior to my arrival here, Elder Xian had specifically advised me that upon entering the Tianfu, I would become one of its disciples, thus shedding my previous identity. He subtly conveyed his stance. Fairy Ling Luo, perceptive to his meaning, sighed softly and said, I understand your perspective. I had already gleaned your thoughts from Jing Wenxing. However, some matters are not as simplistic as they may appear on the surface. To be frank, the purpose of my visit today is to invite you to join us, to contribute your strength to the development of our Qinghua sect disciples within the Tianfu. Additionally, a friend of mine shares this same desire. As she spoke, she produced an exquisite small box. This friend, whom you also know, is currently unable to present himself for certain reasons. This is a gift he entrusted me to deliver to you. He said that upon seeing it, you would understand who he is, Fairy Ling Luo elaborated. Chapter 298. Another rejection. Gazing at the small box placed before him, Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Friends? His acquaintances within the Tianfu were indeed few and far between. Those who could reach the level of the Ling Luo fairy were even rarer. Firstly, Mo Xiaoxiao would certainly not be an option. Even if she had her reasons for wanting him to join the Ling Luo fairy's side, she would never resort to such an inexplicable method. So, who else could it be? Two figures surfaced in his mind, Lu Chang'e and Wang Ziyu. One was fond of mystery, while the other delighted in clever tricks. Both had ample opportunity to engage with the Ling Luo fairy, and perhaps there was a genuine possibility of collaboration. Yet, why not make a direct appearance? Tang Tian remained silent for a moment before turning to the Ling Luo fairy and spoke. I find this quite perplexing. I recall that before the Longmen incident, you allowed only your subordinates to make contact with me once. Even when I ranked second on the Tianbang, you never entertained such an idea. Why then? Have you approached me now? Are you unaware of the chaos I unleashed at Longmen? Indeed, Tang Tian struggled to comprehend this. Logically speaking, if the Ling Luo fairy truly wished for him to join, the optimal moment would have been when he had just risen to prominence, securing the second position on the Tianbang. Now, having destroyed Long Island and faced judgment from the Tianfu as higher-ups, he bore a monumental debt. Tangled in a web of trouble, anyone with rational thought would typically seek to distance themselves from such a predicament. Yet the Ling Luo fairy was the first to reach out. This situation reeked of inconsistency. I understand your doubts, the Ling Luo fairy explained softly. You are an astute individual, and I shall refrain from uttering any grandiloquent platitudes. In truth, I have harbored the intention of recruiting you ever since you emerged on the scene. However, due to certain circumstances, time slipped away. By the time I considered it again, you had already become the focal point of many, complicating matters significantly. However, in light of the Longmen incident, I believe few would dare to draw you into their fold now. Thus, this is the most opportune moment. Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. While this explanation seemed somewhat reasonable, it was riddled with flaws. If the situation was too challenging, why abandon it entirely? Others might hesitate to involve him, but you would? This reasoning did not convince Tang Tian. Are you not concerned about the troubles that accompany me? Tang Tian asked directly. The Ling Luo fairy smiled and replied, to be candid, I do harbor some concerns. Setting aside the matter of Long Island, your conflict with the war god S. Hull gives me pause. Tian Yuan Xianzuan is not an easy adversary. Moreover, since your arrival in Tianfu, the various actions you have taken have led many to harbor hostility towards you. My own days are far from easy, and it would be quite troublesome to introduce all those complications. Nonetheless, we hail from the same origin, and your esteemed friend has assured me of certain matters. You may not fully grasp the extent of your friend's influence. Listening to the words of the fairy Ling Luo, Tang Tian slightly furrowed his brow. Despite the agreement to refrain from grandiloquent speech, such rhetoric still emerged. What does it matter that we share the same roots? Are you attempting to bind me through such means? After a moment of silence, Tang Tian slowly shook his head. I apologize, but I have no inclination towards such matters. If that so-called friend truly wishes for me to undertake this endeavor, then let him come forth in person. He reiterated his refusal. Sensing Tang Tian's attitude becoming somewhat rigid, the fairy Ling Luo gently sighed, saying, the identity of that friend is rather unique, making it inconvenient for him to appear in person. The reasons elude me as well. However, should you consent to this matter, he would naturally explain it to you face to face. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. So, this is your sincerity? His words carried a hint of derision. The fairy Ling Luo readily discerned this and quickly waved her hand with a smile. Certainly not. I have heard that you possess some enterprises at Qinghua sect, correct? Now that you have arrived in Tianfu, it must be quite challenging for you to manage the business affairs at Qinghua sect. If you were to join us, I could offer sufficient assistance to facilitate the transfer of your business to Tianfu for continued development. I would do my utmost to resolve any issues encountered during this process. You may consider this our sincerity. After hearing this, Tang Tian fell into silence. She even knows about the Tianxia Commerce Association? It stands to reason, as the association is no longer a secret, easily discernible with a bit of inquiry. Moreover, if that so-called friend is indeed one of the two, he would know the true owner of the Tianxia Commerce Association. The condition proposed by the fairy Ling Luo possesses a certain allure, though regrettably, it is insufficient. Fairy Ling Luo, you are quite well informed. Tang Tian spoke softly. You must also be aware of my relationship with the Mo family, yes? The fairy Ling Luo paused slightly, then nodded. I have learned a bit. Your connection with the third miss of the Mo family, Mo Xiaoxiao, seems to be quite close. Tang Tian replied. It cannot be said that our relationship is particularly close, but at the very least, she is a trustworthy friend. Thus, who do you believe would be a better partner for the development of the Commerce Association in Tianfu? The celestial fairy, Ling Luo, immediately grasped Tang Tian's intentions. When it comes to heritage and influence, she and the Mo family were worlds apart, existing on entirely different tiers. Facilitating the establishment of a sizable commercial association in Tianfu would require her to expend considerable time and effort. However, for the Mo family, it would merely be a matter of a single command. Furthermore, the connection between her and Tang Tian, aside from their shared origins in Qinghua sect, was virtually non-existent. That friend remained enigmatic and elusive. As for Mo Xiaoxiao, Tang Tian had already declared her a trustworthy companion. Unless one were to act irrationally, any sane individual would naturally choose Mo Xiaoxiao as their subsequent partner in collaboration. Observing Tang Tian's indifferent gaze, Ling Luo understood that further discussion on this matter was futile. She had initially anticipated that after the upheaval at Longmen, Tang Tian would falter, making it easier to win him over. Yet, the composure he exhibited surpassed her expectations. To think that someone burdened with a debt of 100 billion jade could remain so unflustered, realizing that the situation was beyond salvage. Ling Luo let out a soft sigh and rose to her feet. Given the circumstances, I shall not impose further. However, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. The gates of Qinghua Mansion will always remain open for you. Ling Luo was not one to linger unnecessarily and took her leave without hesitation. Please take this gift with you, Tang Tian remarked. Since this friend preferred to remain concealed, he too wished to remain unaware of their identity until an agreement was reached. After all, a gentleman's friendship is as insipid as water. Moments later, Tang Tian bid farewell to Ling Luo and returned to his chamber, savoring a cup of silvery, celestial brew as it flowed smoothly down his throat. Chapter 299. The remarkable nature of humanity in a garden. Beneath a pavilion, the figure of the enchanting Ling Luo fairy approached gracefully. There awaited another, who had been there for some time, rising promptly upon her arrival. How did it go? This individual was none other than Prince Yu. As Ling Luo fairy entered the pavilion, the two took their seats beside a stone table. Observing the slightly anxious gaze of Prince Yu, Ling Luo fairy slowly shook her head. The negotiations have collapsed. Tang Tian exhibited neither fear in light of the upheaval at Longmen nor a loss of composure. Indeed, he seemed untouched by the situation. The sincerity we presented was utterly insufficient. Thus, he once again declined my invitation. Upon hearing this, Prince Yu let out a soft sigh of relief. He then smiled and remarked, "Truly impressive, Tang Tian, to reject an invitation from a stunning beauty such as yourself. It reminds me of that day in the imperial city when I encountered him in Yanhua Alley. Can you believe he was there looking for me, showing no interest in the lovely company around him?" As Prince Yu spoke jovially, Ling Luo fairy narrowed her eyes and said, "You appear quite pleased. Did you anticipate that this recruitment would end in failure?" Prince Yu stiffened momentarily, then coughed lightly, responding with a smile, "Perhaps I had an inkling." Tang Tian is a person of remarkable composure, seemingly unfazed by any circumstance. Moreover, he possesses his own set of principles for navigating challenges. The sincerity we offered was indeed inadequate. Ling Luo fairy bit her lip. "Then why did you still send me? Are you intentionally putting me in a difficult position?" Prince Yu quickly waved his hand. "Of course not." He sighed and continued, "In truth, I genuinely do not wish for Tang Tian to be involved in our plans. You have witnessed the formidable destruction he is capable of. However, I have no choice. The higher-ups have spoken, and I must take some action to account for it. As I cannot meet with Tang Tian at present, this task must fall to you." Ling Luo fairy remained silent. Had this been in the past, she would have left in indignation at Prince Yu's audacity. Yet, upon learning of his true identity, she refrained from expressing her displeasure. After all, many matters can be compromised when weighed against the future. "I wish to understand why such an entity would take interest in Tang Tian," she inquired after a moment. Prince Yu shrugged, "Who knows? However, the situation at Longmen bears a greater significance than you might imagine, entangled as it is with certain profound secrets. I believe this is why they have chosen to focus on Tang Tian." The celestial fairy Ling Luo nodded and inquired once more, "What shall we do now?" "In my estimation, the likelihood of Tang Tian joining us has become exceedingly slim." Prince Yu nonchalantly replied, "It matters not. I have already fulfilled my obligations to them. As for future matters, we shall address them in due course. I can meet Tang Tian in any capacity, save for that of a collaborator." How truly frightening. Ling Luo mused inwardly as she observed Prince Yu's countenance, which was marred by trepidation. Despite the myriad events that had transpired, she could not fathom why Prince Yu, in his esteemed position, harbored such apprehension towards Tang Tian, unless there existed a far-reaching scheme at play. Within the room, after consuming several cups of moon immortal wine, Tang Tian remained remarkably composed. The sudden appearance of the celestial fairy was indeed unexpected. As for the enigmatic friend, Tang Tian had yet to ascertain their identity. Regardless, he was averse to entangling himself in any bewildering plots. Would it not be preferable for everyone to cultivate in harmony? Why insist on engaging in trivialities? Once one firmly establishes themselves at the pinnacle, achieving certain aspirations would merely be a matter of uttering a few words. If Ling Luo were to ascend as the head of the manor, figures such as Huang Daosheng would pale in comparison. The Qinghua manor, exclusive to the Qinghua sect, could be established in no time. Was there truly a need to expend so much effort? Tang Tian smirked, sensing that she was squandering too much energy on matters devoid of significance. Yet he understood that, barring dire necessity, no one wished to tread this path. Who would not desire to stand atop the pinnacle, commanding the winds and clouds? If being the manor head were that effortless, there would be no such chaos to contend with. Ling Luo was indeed exceptional, but had yet to reach such heights. Amidst the disarray of thoughts, Time drifted slowly. After a considerable span, the door creaked open once more, this time without a knock. The immortal Master Lanting entered from outside. Tang Tian set aside his wine cup and rose to greet him. What is that scent? The immortal Master Lanting delicately inhaled, seemingly detecting an extraordinary aura. Yet that sensation vanished as swiftly as it had come, akin to an illusion. Tang Tian remained silent. During this period, he had seemingly developed an addiction, with the wine seldom leaving his grasp. It seemed prudent to be wary of this issue, for the wine sourced from the Moon Immortal was undoubtedly extraordinary, and it might attract the attention of certain entities. Unable to locate the origin of the aura, Immortal Master Lanting shook his head and addressed Tang Tian. You have been waiting long. Let us sit and converse. After a brief moment, Tang Tian and Immortal Master Lanting sat opposite each other. Tang Tian, I am aware that you harbor grievances. Though it was not your doing, you have been subjected to punishment, and the severity of it is quite disproportionate. In my own words, I might express my frustration quite vehemently. However, I must convey my hope that you comprehend the rationale behind the actions of the heavenly mansion. Subsequently, the esteemed Lanting Xinzuan, in an effort to ease Tang Tian's concerns, expounded upon the intricate implications surrounding the matter of Longmen. The ramifications are undeniably profound. The imposition of penalties upon him serves as a veiled form of protection. Otherwise, resentment may brew among some, leading to insidious machinations in the shadows. From a logical standpoint, an unconnected individual like Tang Tian would struggle to withstand the barrage of both overt and covert attacks. This is not a matter of right or wrong. It is merely the nature of human affairs. Tang Tian nodded in understanding, yet his primary concern remained the monumental sum of 100 billion. You needn't dwell on that, Lanting Xinzuan chuckled. I am merely the overseer and executor of your punishment. 100 billion jade is but a numerical value. As long as you remain loyal to the heavenly mansion, none shall truly demand it from you. Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. Lanting Xinzuan was indeed forthright and amiable. Nevertheless, Tang Tian genuinely wished to repay the debt. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Lord Qi's magnanimity. However, given the considerable losses incurred by the heavenly mansion, he felt compelled to take action to atone for his missteps. Coincidentally, he had accumulated a modest amount of spiritual jade through his business endeavors over the years, so he proposed to repay a portion, if only a little. Lanting Xinzuan laughed heartily. You are quite considerate. I truly wish to show those fellows what accountability entails. Nevertheless, it is best to refrain. You are currently in a phase of rapid growth, and spiritual jade is indeed vital for you. Keep it for yourself. Tang Tian, feeling a sense of urgency, protested. Why can't I give away what I wish to offer? After a moment of reflection, he persisted, Lord Qi, please allow me to repay a portion. Due to this unforeseen upheaval, many disciples have suffered unwarranted misfortune. If I do not take some action, I would feel restless. Observing Tang Tian's steadfast determination to repay, Lanting Xinzuan could not help but admire him. This disciple truly possessed a commendable character. The heavenly mansion greatly needed such responsible disciples. Very well, he conceded. If you insist, I shall grant your request. I will also explain this matter to the other disciples. Lanting Xinzuan then inquired, how much do you intend to repay? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian replied, 5 million jade. Lanting Xinzuan nodded in acknowledgement, but suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Moments later, he turned abruptly. What? Chapter 300. His kindness knows no bounds. How much? The Lanting celestial sovereign widened his eyes, momentarily doubting the accuracy of his hearing. Upon first hearing the figure of 5 million, he thought Tang Tian was jesting. 5 million spirit jades, even if they were of the highest quality, equated to merely 5 pieces of innate Dao jades. In the wake of the losses suffered by Dragon Island, this sum was not just negligible. It was akin to a mere puff of air. However, 5 million Dao jades represented a different matter altogether. While it would undoubtedly fall short of compensating for Dragon Island's losses, it would be more than sufficient to comfort the disciples who had been affected. But could Tang Tian truly produce such a substantial amount of innate Dao jades at once? Sensing the skepticism in the Lanting celestial sovereign's gaze, Tang Tian reiterated, 5 million innate Dao jades. I understand that this amount pales in comparison to the value of Dragon Island, akin to a drop in the ocean. Yet, it is a small token of my sincerity. Tang Tian did not overstate his intentions. Should this debt fail to gain recognition from the system, he would not foolishly attempt to repay the staggering sum of 100 billion. If it were acknowledged well, one could only say it would be a mutually beneficial transaction. Receiving a confirmed response, the Lanting celestial sovereign took a deep breath, contemplating the staggering sum of 5 million Dao jades. As a high-ranking official overseeing all disciples in the heavenly mansion, he was no stranger to wealth. The monthly expenses for nurturing disciples amounted to astronomical figures, quite daunting indeed. Yet, he had rarely encountered anyone capable of producing 5 million Dao jades. Such financial prowess certainly existed within the heavenly mansion. Prominent families like the Xiaoyao and Mo clans, as well as powerful factions such as the War God Palace and the White Emperor Palace, possessed such capabilities. However, could a mere Xianxian, a newcomer who had recently entered the heavenly mansion, truly compare in wealth to those long-standing forces? Did he come from a lineage with celestial minds? Tang Tian. This is not a matter to be taken lightly, the Lanting celestial sovereign remarked seriously, harboring doubts that Tang Tian was merely indulging in grandiose claims. However, Tang Tian's next statement swiftly dispelled his concerns. Rest assured, I would not jest. He continued calmly, if you agree, I can present it to you immediately. As for the subsequent debts, we shall address those circumstances later. The Lanting celestial sovereign inhaled once more. While 5 million spirit jades could be disregarded, 5 million Dao jades were not to be trifled with. After all, they could genuinely resolve certain pressing issues. Very well. The Lanting celestial sovereign nodded. Once he received affirmation, Tang Tian promptly retrieved 5 million innate Dao jades from the system, encasing them within a Shumi ring, and presented it to the Lanting celestial sovereign. Upon opening it, a dazzling array of Dao jades shimmered brightly. Tang Tian truly possessed such wealth. The Lanting celestial sovereign gazed at Tang Tian, his eyes filled with astonishment. How did you amass such a substantial amount of jade? It is not my intention to pry into your secrets, but rather a matter of curiosity. Generally speaking, even the scions of prominent families and powerful factions cannot carry such immense wealth. High-quality celestial artifacts or superior celestial techniques typically amount to merely tens of thousands of jade. 5 million is more than sufficient to cultivate an exceptionally talented individual from start to finish. In response to the inquiry from the esteemed Lanting Xianzun, Tang Tian smiled and replied, this is hardly a secret. I have some enterprises over at Qingyu Men, which include several commendable commercial associations, enabling me to accumulate a modest fortune. Lanting Xianzun waved his hand dismissively, stating, your fortune is hardly modest. Are these commercial associations truly that lucrative? You've piqued my interest. I am inclined to try my hand at it. Perhaps you might consider guiding me? Tang Tian replied. It would be my honor to have your esteemed presence, revered Xianzun. Coincidentally, I harbor aspirations of bringing these commercial associations to develop in Tianfu. If you wish to partake, I assure you will find satisfaction. He tactfully sought to elevate his position, recognizing that securing the support of Lanting Xianzun would undoubtedly facilitate the flourishing development of the Tianxia Tong Commercial Association. With a smile, Lanting Xianzun responded, you may simply refer to me as Lord Qi. As for participation, let us discuss that later, as I am often quite occupied and concerned about my capacity to manage additional commitments. However, rest assured, any legitimate business will be welcomed in Tianfu. Money must circulate to create greater value. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Although he did not succeed in enlisting Lanting Xianzun's partnership, his words alone sufficed. He planned to consult with Mo Xiao regarding the prospects of the commercial association in Tianfu, believing that success would come easily. Subsequently, Lanting Xianzun, representing Tianfu, accepted Tang Tian's repayment of debt. He solemnly drafted an agreement to certify that this sum was indeed repaid personally by Tang Tian. Upon the completion of the transaction, a long-awaited system notification resonated in Tang Tian's mind. Transaction completed. He successfully activated the consumption increasing system, receiving 10 million innate jade. The successful transaction also granted him 500 trillion consumption points. Observing the increase in jade and consumption points within the system, Tang Tian could not help but smile. Indeed, his gamble had paid off. Now, viewing the 1 billion in debt felt akin to cherishing a treasured possession. He even contemplated that the valuation of Long Island was too low. If it were to increase by several hundred times, he would likely never again worry about jade and consumption points throughout his lifetime. The only regret was that he had already exchanged all the talents and physical qualities within the infinite consumption system. However, he could still exchange for enlightenment opportunities to further enhance the path of myriad laws. The remaining items, however, required an exorbitant amount of consumption points. A world of fortune, 100 quintillion consumption points. A source of the world, 100 quintillion consumption points. A law of the world, 100 quintillion consumption points. A chaotic fortune, 10 trillion quintillion consumption points. A chaotic source, 10 trillion quintillion consumption points. A chaotic law, 10 trillion quintillion consumption points. Although Tang Tian remains unaware of their true significance, it is certain that products of the system are anything but ordinary, merely judging by their names. They promise to be extraordinary. However, once he has repaid his debts in full, the true nature of these entities shall be unveiled. With this thought, Tang Tian felt an urge to commence repaying his dues. Yet, after some contemplation, he restrained this impulse. The 5 million jade had already astonished the esteemed Lanting Xinzuan. An additional 10 million would be difficult to justify. Moreover, he had previously stated that he would first repay this amount and assess the situation thereafter. Thus, it would be prudent to wait for future opportunities. Patience is a virtue, after all. Tang Tian's demeanor left Lanting Xinzuan perplexed. How could this individual be smiling? Despite incurring such a significant loss, he still managed to smile. Does he truly not feel any regret? Unable to fathom this, Lanting Xinzuan ultimately concluded that perhaps Tang Tian's heart was simply too kind. Chapter 301. Arrival at Tongxing Mountain after repaying a debt of 5 million. Tang Tian and the esteemed Lanting Xinzun conversed on various matters. The arrangements for the new disciples would likely take about a month to finalize. Soothing their concerns, assessing their talents, and establishing distribution standards all required careful recalibration. However, your placement has already been confirmed. I will secure accommodations for you at Tongxing Mountain, specifically within the area designated for peak disciples. Should you have any requests, feel free to convey them. I shall endeavor to accommodate you within the bounds of our regulations. Lanting Xinzun stated. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and replied, I have no other particular demands. The sole concern is that I have brought several attendants with me to Tianfu. If permissible, I would like them to accompany me. Lanting Xinzun smiled naturally. However, I am aware that there is a young girl named Gu Xiaoxue by your side, who entered as a disciple. If you wish to bring her along, she will no longer be eligible for the forthcoming disciple allocation. What is your decision? Tang Tian contemplated for a while before responding. I would prefer for her to accompany me. As you know, many do not hold me in high regard at present, and they are rather displeased with my method of punishment. I worry that leaving her alone outside may lead to unfortunate circumstances. Lanting Xinzun nodded. I share your concern. The situation in Tianfu is intricate. No matter how comprehensive your rules, there will always be those who find ways to circumvent them. However, you must understand that by doing this, Gu Xiaoxue will forfeit the benefits afforded to Tianfu disciples. Tang Tian smiled and said, in the face of personal safety, nothing else bears importance. Let her accompany me. I will take responsibility for her future cultivation needs. Prior to this, Tang Tian had genuinely hoped that Gu Xiaoxue would showcase her talents and strength, carving out her own path. Yet after their heart-to-heart conversation and the subsequent upheaval, it seemed imprudent to allow her to develop independently. Moreover, Xiaoxue's circumstances remain questionable. Her involvement could be significant. It is better to keep her close. Very well. Lanting Xinzun replied. Since you have made your intentions clear, I shall arrange it accordingly. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face. But I must offer you a word of caution. Peak disciples are no trifling matter. Once you arrive at Tongxing Mountain, there will undoubtedly be individuals who seek to test your mettle. Those matters are beyond my control. It will depend on your own capabilities. I hope you can withstand the pressure. I am still awaiting the repayment of your remaining debts. Haha. Tang Tian chuckled. Thank you, esteemed Qi, for the warning. Rest assured, I will handle it myself. Lanting Xinzun nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two engaged in further conversation before the esteemed Lanting took his leave. Shortly thereafter, the amiable elder who had previously accompanied Tang Tian returned. He was tasked with guiding Tang Tian to Tongxing Mountain for his accommodation. Through their dialogue, Tang Tian learned that his name was Ming Guang. He was not affiliated with any particular faction, but was an elder nurtured by the main estate, currently serving under Lord Qi, responsible for overseeing the mundane affairs of the Pinnacle disciples. Let us proceed, he suggested. Under Ming Guang's guidance, Tang Tian finally departed from the chamber. Upon stepping outside, he beheld the grandeur of the hall in its entirety. The structure, entirely black, emanated an imposing weight. It seemed to serve as a venue for adjudicating significant matters, akin to the enforcement hall of Qingyu sect. After leaving, Tang Tian encountered Gu Xiaoxue and Li Hong. Among others, Ming Guang had already brought them here in advance. Upon seeing Tang Tian emerge unscathed, a collective sigh of relief escaped them, and their anxious expressions visibly eased. Particularly Gu Xiaoxue, whose eyes were brimming with tears. I'm unscathed, he reassured, introducing Ming Guang. This is Elder Ming Guang, and we shall proceed to our new residence with him. With a gentle smile, he ruffled Xiaoxue's hair, adding, You nearly frightened me to death. Xiaoxue, with her head lowered, clutched the hem of Tang Tian's garment, resolutely unwilling to let go. After a brief pause, the group set off. They soared over majestic mountains, traversed the ruins of Dragon Island, and navigated through vast forests and lakes. Soon, a colossal peak loomed before them. This mountain was not steep. Ethereal mists enveloped it, seemingly harboring a remarkable force of nature, and even from a distance, one could sense the extraordinary essence of the land. That was Tongxing Mountain. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Ming Guang enveloped Tang Tian and the others, swiftly propelling them forward. In mere moments, they arrived atop the mountain. This area was relatively gentle, with pavilions and towers nestled among the verdant foliage and cascading waterfalls, seamlessly blending with the natural surroundings, creating an exquisitely elegant environment. The concentration and quality of celestial and spiritual energy here were remarkably high. Merely residing in this place could subtly enhance one's cultivation and physique, far surpassing the confines of the moonlit cave. This locale was specifically designated for the newly elevated Pinnacle disciples this year. Ming Guang elucidated. It is estimated that there are around 200 new disciples and approximately 300 who have ascended from formal disciples. Altogether, that amounts to 500. Including guards and attendants, the area can comfortably accommodate up to 1,000. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. 500 newcomers a year. That would total 5,000 in 10 years. According to the information previously gathered by Li Hong, the peak disciples will automatically relinquish their titles upon becoming immortal kings or after 2 decades of cultivation, thereafter assuming positions in the heavenly mansion. Additionally, there exist other circumstances under which some may graduate early. Therefore, it is estimated that approximately 30,000 peak disciples reside in the Tongxing Mountain. Moments later, the esteemed Ming Guang Xinzuan escorted Tang Tian and several others to a grove of willows, where several elegant courtyards were nestled amid the foliage. Upon reaching one of the courtyards, Ming Guang Xinzuan remarked, You shall dwell here. He continued, As the other disciples have yet to settle in, I advise you not to wander beyond this area for the time being. Should any significant matters arise, please inform me in advance. After imparting some essential guidelines for their stay, Ming Guang Xinzuan bestowed upon Tang Tian a communication jade talisman before taking flight. As a multitude of pressing affairs awaited his attention on Dragon Island, gazing at the courtyard before him, Tang Tian let out a soft sigh. At last, he had found a semblance of stability. The abode in Wangyue Dantian could scarcely be regarded as anything more than a transient inn. Here, he believed, would be his enduring residence within the heavenly mansion. Let us proceed to explore our new home. Tang Tian smiled, subsequently activating the formation and stepping inside. Chapter 302. The first visitor. This courtyard is even more expansive than the purple bamboo courtyard. It boasts a master bedroom and 6 guest rooms, along with a tranquil cultivation room, an alchemy chamber, a weapon crafting studio, and much more, everything one might desire. The facilities and arrangements within are of the highest quality, adorned with celestial treasures, exuding a luxury that far surpasses any external sect. Even if one were to simply cultivate within this courtyard, the environment is utterly comparable to an ordinary cultivation secret realm, indicative of the treatment afforded to peak disciples. In addition, there is a vast garden outside, with willows casting shade, while the interior is cultivated with spiritual herbs and fruits that promote serenity and rejuvenation. A crystal-clear stream flows through the courtyard, converging into a small pond at its center, where one can observe schools of small fish frolicking in playful abandon. This place is truly an exquisite and idyllic residence. Feeling quite pleased, Tang Tian smiled and remarked, "For the foreseeable future, we shall reside here. Feel free to select your rooms, just as you did in the purple bamboo courtyard. There are ample rooms, more than sufficient for their comfortable accommodation." Subsequently, Tang Tian settled beside the small pond in the courtyard. Li Hong and the Lan sisters busily attended to their tasks, having just arrived. They needed to choose their rooms and thoroughly inspect and tidy up the entire estate. However, Gu Xiaoxue, the little girl, continued to cling to Tang Tian's sleeve, silent and unwilling to let go. This state of affairs had persisted since their initial meeting. Observing her reticence, Tang Tian inquired with a smile, "What is the matter?" It seemed that everything was fine now. Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment before softly saying, "When you were taken away, I had an ominous premonition. It felt as if something incredibly important was about to leave me, never to return." Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. This unfortunate girl seemed to be acting as if she had experienced a profound loss, a sense of separation as if death had intervened. "But I'm perfectly fine," he thought. With a resigned smile, he gently tousled her hair and reassured her, "Do not worry, even if surrounded by a host of celestial emperors. I possess the capability to escape unharmed. In the future, regardless of what occurs, you need not fret about me. Just ensure your own safety." Gu Xiaoxue nodded. After a brief silence, she suddenly lifted her head and asked, "You won't abandon me, will you?" Tang Tian was taken aback. Why do girls always pose such seemingly trivial questions? "Of course not," he replied, lightly tapping her forehead. "Your cooking is too delicious for me to let go of you. Don't overthink it. This place is far more comfortable than Wangyue Cave Heaven. Just take some time to rest." Gu Xiaoxue smiled faintly, finally releasing her grip on Tang Tian's sleeve, and then nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will go assist Brother Li and the others." With that, she swiftly sought out Li Hong and his companions, joining them in the bustling task of tidying up the courtyard. It felt as though they had returned to their former selves. However, Tang Tian couldn't shake an inexplicable sensation, as if Gu Xiaoxue had truly sensed something. Yet, that feeling was too elusive, remaining just beyond his grasp. Ultimately, he shook his head. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. After a span of half a day, Li Hong and the others had thoroughly organized the entire residence. They even meticulously tended to the spiritual herbs within the courtyard, arranging them according to Tang Tian's preferences. Gradually, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Xiaoxue emerged with a feast, setting a bountiful spread upon the table. The five of them gathered together, savoring the comforting flavors of home-cooked dishes, reminiscent of their days at the Zizhu courtyard in Qingwei Gate. "You must be on the verge of ascension, right?" After the meal, Tang Tian inquired of Li Hong and the others. Indeed, during their time in Wangyue Cave, their growth had been remarkably swift, placing them among the elite of the outer disciples. With ample support from the Lioli pearls, they had no concerns regarding their spiritual energy. "It shouldn't be long now," Li Hong responded. "I am currently at the 6th layer of feathering, while Xiao Lan and Xiao El have reached the 8th layer. In another month or two, we should be ready to prepare for ascension." Tang Tian nodded. Just then, Mingguang Xianzuan had instructed them to remain here for the time being. During this period, focus on your cultivation and strive for breakthroughs. As for other matters, we shall address them later. The distinction between the immortal realm and the mortal realm is akin to that between clouds and mud. Once you achieve ascension, many tasks will become significantly more manageable. The group nodded in agreement. "How have things been at the Chamber of Commerce lately?" Tang Tian inquired once more. Upon entering Tianfu, he had entrusted all affairs to Li Hong, with the exception of particularly significant matters, which were generally deliberated and decided upon by Li Hong and the Lan sisters. He merely needed to be informed of the outcomes. "The situation has stabilized considerably," Li Hong stated. "After our departure, Wang Gang initiated a bold reform, targeting the internal structure and purging nearly half of the inadequate upper management. Subsequently, he promoted several individuals from the newly joined members. Under his leadership, the Chamber of Commerce now operates like a fortified stronghold. Furthermore, it continues to expand steadily, having assimilated numerous smaller associations, thereby becoming the largest commercial organization in that region." Tang Tian nodded slightly. Wang Gang is an exceptionally capable individual, as evidenced by his adept handling of the Du Yuanqing incident. had it not been for his unwavering efforts. It is likely that the Tungyun Chamber of Commerce would have faced utter annihilation amidst that turmoil. With the presence of the formidable financier Tang Tian, along with the backing of the Qingyue sect and the Yunding Tianfu, Wang Gang now possesses an expansive stage upon which to exert his influence. The sole concern at present is that the scope of the chamber's expansion is nearing its limits. Li Hong continued, noting that due to environmental constraints, it will be increasingly challenging for Wang Gang to extend his reach further afield. Consequently, any future growth may gradually decelerate. Tang Tian acknowledged this with a nod, recognizing that such circumstances were anticipated. The capacity of a society or a given territory is inherently finite. Under the prevailing external conditions, no matter how one strives for progress, the outcomes remain constrained. It is prudent to first solidify their foundation. I have already broached this matter with the upper echelons of the Tianfu, and they do not oppose the introduction of the Chamber of Commerce. I will contemplate the specifics of this endeavor further, Tang Tian remarked, asserting the necessity of relocating the Tianxia Commerce Chamber to the Tianfu, as this pertains to the sustainability of his assets and points of consumption. It is unfeasible to rely solely on repaying debts for sustenance. Subsequently, they engaged in casual conversation, their previously tense dispositions now relaxed. However, at that moment, the external formation was triggered by an intruder. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, surprised that visitors had arrived on the very first day of their arrival. Chapter 303. Conversation in the courtyard. At Tang Tian's behest, Li Hong activated the formation. A familiar figure emerged before the crowd. "Oh, it seems I have come at an inopportune time. The feast is already over," remarked the first visitor, Mo Xiao, an old friend of Tang Tian. She had arrived alone, and, upon seeing the table strewn with remnants of the meal, teased lightly. Tang Tian, recognizing her, relaxed. "I thought someone would be eager to confront me upon my arrival. You could have given me a heads up, otherwise, I would have waited for you to join." He rose to invite Mo Xiao to take a seat. Li Hong and the Lan sisters, understanding the situation, discreetly excused themselves, while Gu Xiaoxue tidied up the remnants on the table. "How do you find the environment here, Brother Tang? Are you adjusting well?" Mo Xiao inquired. Tang Tian shrugged. "So far, I feel quite good. It is certainly an improvement over the Moonlight Cave. At least this resembles a place for habitation." Mo Xiao smiled. "That is only natural. The Moonlight Cave is merely a sanctuary for cultivation, devoid of any semblance of life. This place is quite comparable to your purple bamboo courtyard, equipped with all necessary amenities." She then glanced at Gu Xiaoxue, who was busy cleaning, and lowered her voice. "I must say, Brother Tang, this young lady Xiaoxue is a talented disciple in her own right. Why have you relegated her to the role of a mere cook? With her gifts and abilities, she surely deserves a place within the heavenly realm." Tang Tian paused briefly, then shook his head. "I wish it were so. However, reality does not permit it. Given the magnitude of the recent turmoil, do you think she could thrive in the heavenly realm on her own?" Mo Xiao nodded slowly. "That is indeed a valid point. The matters concerning Long Island may be more extensive than you realize. In the aftermath of this incident, countless individuals will likely be held accountable, and many covert interests will undoubtedly suffer. They will surely attribute all these burdens to you," Tang Tian remarked, producing a wine jug to pour himself and Mo Xiao a cup. With a nonchalant air, he continued, "Let them calculate what they will. What difference does it make? I currently owe the heavenly realm a sum of 100 billion Daoyu. Anyone who dares to challenge me might as well shoulder my debts, provided they are capable of doing so." As he raised his cup to Mo Xiao, he added, "Do taste this. It is a divine brew I recently acquired, quite delightful." Mo Xiao accepted the cup, smiling as she replied, "You possess a remarkable perspective. Indeed, 100 billion Daoyu is no trifling sum. Not even the foremost family in the heavenly realm, the Xiaoyao clan, could likely produce such an amount at once. Enormous debts, in a sense, serve as a form of veiled protection. One cannot help but observe the ordinary individuals navigating the labyrinthine regulations at the bank, where every step is fraught with difficulty. Now, imagine a person burdened with debts amounting to billions. The bank president would surely take it upon himself to assist, personally brewing tea and reassuring him, 'There is no need to rush. Take your time.' What alternative is there to such a predicament? Since circumstances have unfolded as they have, it is perhaps wiser to relinquish one's worries and embrace joy in life. Tang raised his cup in a gesture of camaraderie and downed the contents with gusto. Brother Tang's words are imbued with great wisdom, he remarked. Mo Xiao Xiao also lifted her cup, pouring the silvery elixir into her mouth. However, she soon furrowed her brow slightly. What troubles you? Tang, perceptive as ever, noticed her reaction and recalled the earlier incident with Gu Xiaoxua, who had vomited immediately after drinking, leaving the girl in tears. Could Mo Xiao Xiao be experiencing something similar? Was this wine unsuitable for women? Yet, the reality was far from Tang's assumptions. Mo Xiao Xiao slowly set down her cup and stated, Brother Tang, do you perhaps harbor a misunderstanding about fine wine? This drink possesses no flavor whatsoever. It lacks even the essence of water. Consuming it feels akin to sipping on nothingness, which is quite peculiar. Tang was taken aback. Was this truly the sensation it evoked? He personally found it delightful. Otherwise, how could one become so enamored with it? Did the Moon Fairy wine evoke varied sensations and effects in different individuals? Perhaps you should offer me something else. I simply cannot appreciate your taste, Mo Xiao Xiao chuckled. Very well, Tang sighed inwardly. Having wished to share something delightful, but finding the situation quite the opposite. He then opted for tea instead. After some light conversation, they transitioned to the matter at hand. The gravity of the incident was undeniable. Even the Mo family could not sway the outcome. Thus, no leniency could be afforded in terms of consequences. Mo Xiao Xiao stated, it is essential to acknowledge that. Tang waved his hand dismissively. Let us not speak so grimly. I have witnessed the fifth-day sovereign advocating for me in the enforcement hall. I am grateful that, under these circumstances, you still stand by my side. Mo Xiao Xiao replied earnestly, having chosen to forge an alliance with you, we shall not abandon our commitment. This is the principle that governs the Mo family's actions. Tang couldn't help but smile. Am I truly worthy of being called an ally, given my lack of connections? Mo Xiao Xiao shook her head, Brother Tang. There is no need for such self-deprecation in my presence. I am aware of your capabilities and recognize that you are not alone. Whether it stems from personal camaraderie or future interests, I shall consistently align with you. This forthright fellow, who always spoke his mind, left Tang at a loss for jest. After a moment's pause, Tang redirected the conversation, by the way. Previously, within the Hall of Justice, who was that venerable elder who distinctly opposed the idea of probing my soul? He appeared to possess a considerable aura of authority. Upon his utterance, many who contemplated extracting information from Tang Tian promptly withdrew, leaving only the Tian Yuan Xianzuan to stand alone against the tide. That elder was none other than the head of the illustrious Xiaoyao family, known as Xiaoyao Qiu, and referred to as the Resplendent Immortal. Mo Xiao Xiao remarked, he is one of the most venerable Xianzuan in the Tianfu. His prowess is unfathomable. The Xiaoyao family is a formidable force within the Tianfu, one that even the governor must regard with utmost respect. Thus, his intervention is what expedited the resolution of your predicament. Lowering her voice, Mo Xiao Xiao inquired, I am also curious, Tang brother, have you had any prior encounters with him? Tang Tian shook his head. I am quite certain this is my first encounter with the head of the Xiaoyao family. Mo Xiao Xiao responded with an O, and continued, that is rather peculiar. The head of the Xiaoyao family seldom takes the initiative in such matters. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, uncertain of why this esteemed figure had suddenly spoken on his behalf. Nevertheless, he understood that this incident would undoubtedly have further implications. Such high-ranking individuals do not speak frivolously based on personal whims. After a brief silence, Mo Xiao Xiao waved her hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that for now. I came today primarily to discuss something important with you. Her gaze locked onto Tang Tian's, and she spoke softly. Regarding the celestial summit you inquired about previously, I have managed to gather some information for you. Tang Tian's eyebrows arched in intrigue. Chapter 304. Pinnacle of the Sky. Under the narration of Mo Xiao Xiao, Tang Tian finally comprehended what the pinnacle of the sky truly is. To be precise, it is not merely an object, but rather an entirely different realm. Much like the relationship between Tianfu and Qingwei Gate, the pinnacle of the sky represents a higher echelon of existence. It can be articulated that this place is the ultimate zenith of the entire world. Thus, reaching such a destination is far from effortless. Uncle Wu mentioned that, although the reasons remain unclear, the realm we currently inhabit is fundamentally flawed. Mo Xiao Xiao elaborated, stating that the defect resembles the disparity between the external world and Tianfu. For an ordinary cultivator, The difficulty of achieving ascension in a world devoid of celestial power is immense, as you can surely appreciate. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. While the external realm is rich in spiritual energy, it is starkly deficient in celestial force. Moreover, it seems that the regulations governing ascension are not particularly refined. Consequently, for most cultivators, the path to immortality is fraught with challenges. Take for instance Qi Yuan, who, when journeying from Tianfu to Qingwei Gate, had already attained the tribulation stage. Yet, after several centuries, he remains on the cusp of becoming a half-immortal, perpetually just shy of the final breakthrough. The several celestial beings within Qingwei Gate also originated from Tianfu, rather than having cultivated in the external realm. Only by discovering certain unique secret realms or acquiring formidable celestial artifacts can one hope to transcend these limitations. Of course, possessing extraordinarily exceptional talent can also suffice. For instance, Tang Tian, upon his ascension, encountered no extraordinary difficulties and completed the process with remarkable ease. If the limitations of the external world are defined by immortals, then the constraints of this side of Yunding Tianfu are characterized by celestial emperors. To gain entry to the pinnacle of the sky, there exist but two pathways. Mo Xiaoxiao continued, stating, the first is to ascend to celestial emperor status through fortunate encounters, divine artifacts, or one's own capabilities. In this flawed realm, one may still rise to surpass celestial emperors, at which point the gates of the pinnacle of the sky shall open willingly to welcome them. The second method is to become the divine son of Tianfu. Tang Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, Divine son? I have never heard of such a title before. Mo Xiaoxiao smiled, saying, not only have you not heard of it, but were it not for Uncle Wu's revelations, I too would remain oblivious to its existence despite having lived in Tianfu for many years. The divine son, above celestial emperors, is a secret of the highest order within Tianfu. So, Tang Tian, filled with curiosity, asked, how did you come to know about it, Brother Tang? Tang Tian stroked his chin, responding thoughtfully, shall I say that it was the Moon Immortal who informed me? Would you believe it? Mo Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Are you referring to the legend of the Moon Immortal that descended upon the night of the waning moon after the celestial palace appeared? Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. She conversed with me for a while, revealing that if I wished to find her true self, I should venture to the pinnacle of the firmament. By the way, the celestial wine I had you taste earlier was bestowed upon me by the Moon Fairy. Observing Tang Tian's earnest demeanor, Mo Xiaoxiao couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Do refrain from such jesting, Brother Tang. My curiosity is purely innocent. I harbor no intent to pry into your secrets. Yet, she conceded a point he had made. If the Moon Fairy indeed exists, it stands to reason that one must journey to a place as exalted as the pinnacle of the firmament to encounter her. It was evident that Mo Xiaoxiao was skeptical of Tang Tian's assertions, dismissing them as mere banter. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words, feeling that his honesty often led to misunderstanding. He truly was a straightforward individual. Regarding the position of the divine son, how might one attain it? Tang Tian inquired, shifting the conversation. The celestial emperor is still a distant goal. The most attainable opportunity appears to be that of the divine son. Mo Xiaoxiao smiled. It seems, Brother Tang, you are quite taken with the idea? Tang Tian responded with a thoughtful hum. You mentioned it is a realm that can unlock greater possibilities and reach higher summits. If given the chance, would it not be a lifelong regret to forego such an experience? Mo Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, Brother Tang. However, the circumstances surrounding the divine son are among the highest secrets of the celestial realm. Even my uncle is not fully informed. Yet, it is certain that the divine son is positioned above the holy son. Thus, one must first attain the status of holy son. Tang Tian understood. He had some knowledge of the holy son, who was the most esteemed disciple within the celestial realm, aside from the enigmatic divine son. The pinnacle disciple was merely a stepping stone, while the celestial cloud platform served as a backup. This illustrated the formidable challenge of becoming a holy son. Given my current situation, do I possess any potential or pathways to become a holy son? Tang Tian queried. Mo Xiaoxiao smiled gently. Indeed, there is hope. Every disciple in the celestial realm has the opportunity to earn a seat as holy son, provided their talent and strength are sufficient. You are currently a pinnacle disciple, which is classified into 3 distinct tiers: the Golden Quarters Academy, the the Purple Micro Academy, and the Guqin Academy. Each year, the Tongxing Mountain hosts a Tongxing Conference, where the most outstanding individuals will have the chance to enter the Celestial Cloud platform. However, only disciples from the Guqin Academy are eligible to participate in the conference. Therefore, you must first succeed in entering the Guqin Academy. After hearing this, Tang Tian fell into contemplative silence. The pinnacle of the firmament seemed far more challenging than he had anticipated. The Divine Sun, the Holy Sun, the Celestial Cloud platform, the Golden Quarters Academy, the Purple Micro Academy, the Guqin Academy, 6 steps, each requiring careful ascent. It was only under the circumstances of his becoming a peak disciple that there were merely 6 steps. If he were just a formal disciple, it is hard to imagine how many barriers he would have to overcome. The audience was already weary of the situation. So, how does one enter the Guqin Academy? Tang Tian inquired once more. Mo Xiaoxiao replied, this is not particularly difficult. According to past management practices, new peak disciples ascending the mountain will undergo an initial allocation at the outset. Every year, some are granted direct entry into the Guqin Academy. Even if one is not selected, there is an annual assessment conducted by Tongsheng Mountain at the end of each year, where those of outstanding capability have the opportunity for advancement. I am confident that with your talent and strength, Brother Tang, there will be no issues. Tang Tian shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Mo Xiaoxiao's assertion. If that is the case, it would indeed be a relief. Gaining direct entry into the Guqin Academy is akin to leaping over 3 steps at once. It is certainly preferable to save some effort. When is the so-called Tongsheng Conference held? Tang Tian asked. Mo Xiaoxiao responded, it is also held at the end of every year. Then, with a smile, she added, Brother Tang, judging by your demeanor, are you planning to participate in the Tongxing Conference this year? Do not underestimate the peak disciples. Those who can enter the Guqin Academy are not to be trifled with. Every year, those who successfully reach the Xianyan platform are invariably great Luo Jingxian, or even on the verge of becoming Xian Wang. Tang Tian nodded. Great Luo Jingxian, indeed. That is something worth trying. Chapter 305. The Storm Brewing in the Courtyard. Tang Tian engaged in an extensive conversation with Mo Xiaoxiao. Through her narration, Tang Tian gleaned a wealth of information regarding the peak disciples, encompassing various aspects such as benefits, secret realms, and resource locations. He also discovered that among the peak disciples, factions existed. The 2 most prominent factions were the Main House faction and the Power faction. Their relationship mirrored that of the pure disciples and honorary disciples of the Qinghua sect. However, unlike those distinctions, Tianfu treated both factions equally, ensuring no preferential treatment. Strength was the sole criterion here. If one was powerful, one was esteemed. This time, Tang Tian belonged to the pure disciples faction, albeit not entirely pure. After all, the Mo family had publicly supported him, and it was likely that some would regard him as part of the Power faction. Nevertheless, such perceptions mattered little to him. His purpose in this place was not to form alliances. He had but one goal, to enter the Guqin Academy, participate in the Tongxing Conference, and ascend the Xianyan platform. By the way, there is one matter in which I may need your assistance, Tang Tian remarked. Mo Xiaoxiao replied, please, Tang brother, feel free to speak. I shall do my utmost to assist you within my capabilities. Tang Tian nodded and continued, I trust you are already aware of my management of the Commerce Association? Mo Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, smiling, indeed, I am aware. I truly did not expect this. After the Du Yuanqing incident, Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, and I calculated and schemed. Yet in the end, you emerged as the greatest beneficiary. Not only did you secure a position within the Qinghua sect, but you also covertly appropriated the Tingyun Commerce Association. Had it not been for the association's rebranding to Tianxia Tong and its rapid expansion, I would have never guessed that the mastermind behind it was you, Tang brother. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a matter of fate. To be honest, throughout that tumultuous period, I was primarily a passive participant and did not take many proactive measures. Perhaps I was just fortunate. Mo Xiaoxiao chuckled. I believe that you, Tang brother, are indeed a person of great fortune. However, there is no need for such humility. Being the ultimate victor cannot be solely attributed to luck. Returning to the main topic, Mo Xiaoxiao inquired, Tang brother, are you considering expanding your Tianxiatong Commerce Association into Tianfu? Tang Tian nodded with a smile. You truly possess keen insight. Indeed, there is little room for development on the Qinghua sect side. While the market in Tianfu, is virtually limitless. Thus, I intend to introduce the association here. However, lacking connections, I was hoping you could lend your support during the initial stages of its development. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded affirmatively. That poses no problem whatsoever. I am well aware of the current scale of the Tianxia Commerce Association. In truth, it is already on par with some of the medium-sized industries in Tianfu. If we could forge a partnership, it would indeed be a favorable development for the Mo family. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. With Mo Xiaoxiao's involvement, he felt a sense of reassurance regarding the collaboration with the Mo family. Furthermore, with their backing, coupled with the consent of the esteemed Lan Ting Xinzuan, the association's prospects in Tianfu would undoubtedly flourish. I entrust this matter to you. I shall remember this assistance with gratitude, Tang Tian remarked. Mo Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively, stating, among friends, such formalities are unnecessary. It is merely a trivial matter. Tang Tian smiled, raising his glass to clink with hers. This resolute and formidable woman was indeed one of the most trustworthy friends he had ever made. In contrast, another individual who claimed to be a friend regarded the association as a mere bargaining chip to entice him into joining, without even showing his face. This is not to denigrate such behavior. However, when compared, it is evident that most would prefer and trust a friend like Mo Xiaoxiao. The two conversed until dusk, at which point Mo Xiaoxiao rose to her feet. All right, let us conclude our discussion for today. I merely came to check on your situation, to see if you were overwhelmed by that astronomical sum of 100 billion. Mo Xiaoxiao said with a smile, but seeing you appear so carefree, I am relieved. The reason I chose to emerge from seclusion was due to my concern that you might struggle to adapt to this new environment upon your arrival in Tianfu. Yet now, you have already broken through to the Xianxian realm. It is truly astonishing. It is time for me to return and resume my meditation, to withdraw the savings I have accumulated over the years. Tang Tian also stood, smiling as he said, I wish you all the best. The profound heritage of the Mo family is unimaginable. In fact, Tang Tian was quite astonished that Mo Xiaoxiao could ascend through multiple levels in such a short span of time. He was curious about the methods she had employed. I also wish for you to realize your dreams soon, Mo Xiaoxiao replied. Then, her tone shifted as she continued. By the way, there is another matter. The influence of the War God Hall on Tongxing Mountain should not be underestimated. Disciples, managers, and elders all have their people in place. Be vigilant in your dealings. Do not allow them to undermine you. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. I will be cautious. However, those who wish to scheme against me rarely encounter favorable outcomes. Mo Xiaoxiao laughed at this. I can see that as well. Well then, I have taken enough of your time. I must take my leave. This upcoming period of seclusion will likely last around 6 months. Should you wish to arrange for the Tianxia Commerce Association to come sooner, simply contact my elder brother, and I shall inform him. Hope, when I emerge from the confines, I shall behold your figure within the halls of Gochun. Farewell. Mo Xiaoxiao bid her goodbye with a respectful gesture. Tang Tian mirrored her gesture, escorting her from his courtyard. Subsequently, he returned to his stone table and resumed his seat. After numerous tribulations, matters had finally returned to a semblance of order. He had now clearly defined his aspirations. As for the remaining chaotic affairs, they were of little consequence. When the soldier comes, let him be met. When the water arrives, let the earth provide shelter. For now, he shall relish this phase of his discipleship. The upheaval on Dragon Island had caused considerable disarray within the Tianfu, yet, under the adept management of the higher echelons, the turmoil was swiftly quelled. The injured disciples received the care and compensation they deserved, and the increased workload was arranged with due diligence. Notably, this was funded by Tang Tian himself. The revered Lan Ting Xianzun ardently promoted this initiative, leading many disciples, who initially harbored grievances against Tang Tian, to soften their resentment. After all, Tang Tian not only incurred expenses but also faced severe punishment, an astronomical sum of 100 billion jade. Indeed, numerous individuals felt this penalty was excessively harsh. Nevertheless, some still held a profound resentment towards Tang Tian. The destruction of Longmen had rendered the assessment and distribution of the remaining disciples' talents reliant on conventional methods. Throughout this process, some disciples expressed their discontent. I was surely destined to become a core disciple, yet I fell just short. They lamented. My ancestral figure foretold that while my talents may not shine brightly, my strengths in other areas would ensure my ascent to the pinnacle. Alas, I can now only aspire to be a core disciple. My predicament mirrors yours. It is all Tang Tian's fault for dismantling Longmen. Yes, it is Tang Tian to blame. These cries grew increasingly fervent. After all, it is far easier to attribute one's shortcomings to another than to acknowledge one's own limitations, especially with the deliberate manipulation of certain individuals. Thus, a tempest targeting Tang Tian was inevitably brewing. Chapter 306. The escalation of conflict in the ensuing period. Tang Tian diligently immersed himself in quiet cultivation within his residence. A tranquil abode aptly named Qingshu Courtyard, situated in the serene region of Luan. Meanwhile, Li Hong and Lan Yu seized this moment of tranquility to make their bold efforts toward the celestial realms. However, unlike the peace of Qingshu Courtyard, the outside world was abuzz with fervor. The news of the Dragon Island explosion spread rapidly throughout the Tianfu, catapulting Tang Tian's name to unprecedented heights of notoriety. Everyone was astonished, pondering how a disciple at the Xianxian level could have obliterated an island impervious even to the might of celestial sovereigns. Despite Tianfu's attempts to clarify that Tang Tian was not the instigator of the incident, the public could not help but fixate on him. I initially believed his prowess was simply remarkable, only to realize it was but a mere fraction of his true capabilities. What outrageous claims are being made? Nevertheless, Tang Tian's abilities indeed transcended the comprehension of mere mortals. The Dragon Island incident would undoubtedly become a legendary tale within Tianfu. Indeed, regardless of how he is portrayed in legend, achieving eternal renown is a fulfillment in itself. Yet, let us not forget his assessment results from Longmen, which heralded a resounding success. Even if Tianfu ultimately rescinds this accolade, he remains a prodigious talent, resonating with the echoes of 9 chimes. The populace marveled at his journey. Since entering Tianfu, Tang Tian has been a whirlwind of activity. The initiation ceremony, ascending the celestial ladder, effortlessly defeating prodigies of the earth ranking, overpowering the monstrous talents of the heaven ranking, single-handedly subduing the golden immortals, and the explosive incident at Dragon Island. Even his triumph atop Wangyue Peak gradually became a topic of conversation. Each of these events, taken individually, would be a sensational subject of discussion. Yet now they all converged upon a single individual, an explosive phenomenon. Throughout the annals of Tianfu's history, few have created such a tumultuous uproar. A true exemplar of our generation. The crowd gasped in awe. Yet, there remained a faction harboring unabashed animosity towards Tang Tian. An exemplar? The resounding chimes? Humph, the Longmen incident was clearly flawed. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such an extraordinary feat? A moment's reflection reveals the impossibility of it. Furthermore, disciples entering Tianfu from the outside inherently possess innate deficiencies. Historically, the best performance could only yield 7 or 8 chimes. Now he claims 9. Tianfu has been exceedingly lenient with him. I too harbor doubts regarding his prowess. Even his victory over young Master Yu is shrouded in suspicion. I have heard whispers that he allegedly employed a formidable celestial artifact to secure his triumph. Should the opportunity arise, I shall personally unveil the truth. Some skeptics even questioned Tang Tian's past accomplishments. Yet, a voice quickly retorted, "What suspicion? I was present at the scene." Tang Tian, relying on his genuine prowess, decisively triumphed over young Master Yu. If you doubt it, why not confront him face to face? However, the man merely chuckled and replied, "I truly have such intentions. Coincidentally, this year, I have just ascended from a core disciple to a peak disciple. So there will undoubtedly be an opportunity for us to meet." He added with a hint of sarcasm, "I only hope that by then, Tang Tian won't be so frightened that he hides away, too afraid to face me." Last year, approximately 300 formal disciples successfully advanced to peak disciples. These individuals, having stood out among tens of thousands of competitors, are certainly not to be underestimated. Each possesses exceptional strength, with numerous being Xian immortals and golden immortals. Given Tang Tian's currently renowned status, they felt a deep-seated disdain, convinced that it was merely a fabrication by the masses. Meanwhile, certain opportunists continued to stoke the flames of discontent. "Oh, come now, senior brother, Tang Tian is indeed quite formidable. Be careful not to face a setback." Indeed, Tang Tian is exceedingly confident in his abilities. Otherwise, how could he have claimed that disciples from Tianfu do not understand how to fight? In just a few words, he incited the ire of the elder disciples. What? Tang Tian dares to speak so arrogantly? A disciple from the outer realms exclaimed. How outrageous for an outsider to defecate on our Tianfu. Very well, if he claims we do not know how to fight. I am truly eager to witness his combat prowess. Many elder disciples, newly promoted to peak status, were incensed and prepared to teach Tang Tian a lesson once they entered Tongxing Mountain. Others, who blamed their failures in talent assessments on Tang Tian, were also inciting further discord. In summary, amidst this brewing storm of emotions, it seems inevitable that an action against Tang Tian will unfold. The notion of cultivating peacefully in Tongxing Mountain is utterly unrealistic. I am curious to see how you will extricate yourself from this predicament, some whispered maliciously. Meanwhile, the instigator of this turmoil, Tang Tian, remained oblivious to the situation, diligently training in Qingshu courtyard. Time swiftly passed. After more than half a month of quiet cultivation, Tang Tian finally absorbed all the transformative power he had acquired from the surface of the chaos clock. Though the amount seemed modest, it was, in fact, profoundly concentrated. Merely resolving this energy propelled Tang Tian's cultivation from the early stage of Xian Immortal directly to the mid-stage. He was just one step away from entering the late stage of Xian Immortal. This was achieved with less than 30% of the power absorbed. Had he been able to absorb it all, it could have directly elevated him to the realm of Golden Immortal. Regrettably, the black hole had thwarted that possibility. Once he stabilized his cultivation level, Tang Tian began to meticulously examine the fragments of the chaos clock stored within the mysterious egg space. After enduring the tearing and crushing forces of the black hole, the residual will of the chaos clock had completely dissipated. Only a fragment of pure primordial chaos remained, along with a collection of unknown celestial relics. Naturally, had that will still existed, Tang Tian would have hesitated to place it within the bizarre egg space. After all, this egg was inextricably linked to his very existence. In the past, Tang Tian would not have even collected those fragments. It was only after witnessing the visions manifested by the fractured will that he resolved to temporarily retain them. This was likely tied to the highest secrets of this world. Furthermore, within those visions, he glimpsed the figure of the Moon Fairy. Perhaps from her, he might uncover some clues regarding the mysteries that surrounded him. If that were the case, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. Chapter 307. Tang Tian is here. Come if you dare. After a period of contemplation, Tang Tian let out a deep sigh. From the heap of fragments, he had found nothing of value. The sole merit lay in the extraordinary strength of the mysterious celestial gold, which was imbued with an exceptionally rich essence of rule power, enough to make anyone drool in awe. Although the fragment of the primordial chaotic bell had lost its will, its intrinsic attributes remained unaffected. An aura, reminiscent of rules yet distinctly different, permeated the fragment. This essence, Tang Tian had encountered in the memory shards of the fragmented will. It seemed to be referred to as order. Upon further examination, Tang Tian discovered that, if handled appropriately, he could transform this fragment into another dragon gate to assess the talents of cultivators. The essence of the chaotic bell's ability to detect talent was, in fact, inherent to this primordial fragment, rather than the shattered will. It could even be posited that, after losing that will, it had evolved into a more refined tool. Furthermore, with his enhanced mastery over rules, Tang Tian could edit it to manifest various other capabilities, such as management and analysis. Essentially, whatever command he issued would yield relevant responses. Thus, Tang Tian's earlier conjecture was correct. The Dragon Gate was indeed a grand intelligent brain. The primordial fragment of the chaotic bell constituted the very core of this extensive intellect. However, he had yet to devise a concrete method to utilize this core, necessitating its temporary concealment. It was imperative to safeguard it, for there was an individual who seemed to watch it incessantly, drooling profusely. Tanggu, Tangshu, Tangdiyi, in light of my assistance in guarding your treasure, how about granting me a small portion? Just a tiny bit will suffice, truly. His eyes sparkled with an almost gluttonous gleam. Yet, Tang Tian remained steadfast, isolating all those fragments within the monster egg space. Such items could not be kept close at hand, and thus he remained vigilant against the little one. It's not that I wish to refuse you. You must wait until I have thoroughly researched them, Tang Tian stated. The little one wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and pleaded, let me study it. My stomach is formidable. I could unearth its ancestral lineage. Just think of how much effort you would save. Tang Tian scoffed. his expression betraying his disbelief. This creature had merely caught the scent of the rich rule power emanating from the fragments and could hardly contain itself. Such petty intentions were obvious to anyone. Nevertheless, the little one's pitiful demeanor softened Tang Tian's heart. Ultimately, he bestowed upon it a piece of the mysterious celestial gold. As for the primordial chaotic bell fragment, it was singular in nature and likely beyond the little one's capacity to handle. Yoho! Little Xiao, filled with joy, eagerly consumed the entire celestial gold. However, after a while, it suddenly puffed up, displaying an expression of great discomfort. Tang Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you choking?" Little Xiao shook its head. "No, I am simply overstuffed. This thing is extraordinarily potent." Tang Tian internally sighed in exasperation. The power contained within the celestial gold was formidable even to him. It was hardly surprising that little Xiao would struggle to digest such an overwhelming amount. "Have you made any discoveries?" Tang Tian asked once more. Little Xiao held its breath, staring intently for a long moment before finally exhaling a statement. "After my meticulous research, this celestial gold should be classified as a raw, cold ingredient." Tang Tian rolled his eyes and decisively turned to exit the strange egg space. He truly felt he had lost his mind, harboring even the slightest hope regarding little Zhao's so-called research. It was nothing more than a glutton. He left it to digest in solitude. In the following days, Tang Tian continued his silent cultivation, striving towards the later stages of the mystic immortal realm. During this time, good news arrived from Xiaolon, Xiaolu, and Li Hong, who had all successfully broken through to the immortal realm. Their innate talents were not lacking, and with abundant resources at their disposal, achieving immortality was relatively straightforward. As for Gu Xiaoxue, she maintained her vigorous progress, having reached the late stage of true immortal, which was truly astonishing. Everything was steadily progressing in a positive direction. Days passed, and nearly a month had elapsed since Tang Tian arrived at Tongxing Mountain. One midday, the formation outside Qingshu Courtyard was suddenly triggered. Upon opening the formation, a youth of average height appeared. Tang Tian also rose to his feet. "You must be Tang Tian." The young man assessed Tang Tian from head to toe, then introduced himself. "I am the steward of this region. My surname is He. You may call me Steward He." Tang Tian cupped his hands in respect, saying, "What brings Steward He here?" Steward He waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. I prefer a more casual approach. I have two purposes for coming today. Firstly, I wish to inform you that the distribution of disciples outside has nearly concluded. In a couple of days, the peak disciples of this generation will begin to arrive one after another. Henceforth, you need not remain in Qingshu Courtyard at all times. Aside from certain restricted areas, you may roam freely." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing it was a notification of the lifting of restrictions. The second purpose was Steward He regarded Tang Tian with a peculiar gaze, smiling. "I specifically came to see you." Tang Tian was taken aback. "See me?" Steward He nodded. "Indeed, you are currently the most renowned figure within the heavenly mansion. I too wish to behold the nature of those individuals linked to the destruction of Dragon Island, to discern what extraordinary abilities they possess." Tang Tian could not help but fall into silence. The steward truly is rather tedious. "Is it indeed related to the matters concerning Dragon Island?" Tang Tian inquired. Steward He replied, "Yes, but purely out of curiosity. Rest assured, I have little connection to that affair and shall not covertly hinder you. However," he added, "others may not be so benign. Many are eager to test the mettle of one as renowned as yourself." There was a subtle hint of anticipation in his words. Tang Tian remained silent, wishing to inquire further, yet Steward He was disinclined to elaborate. He merely recounted the rules of Tongxing Mountain before gracefully departing. "Master, shall I investigate the situation?" Li Hong suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian nodded. It was indeed prudent to ascertain how the situation had evolved during this period of seclusion. "Very well," Tang Tian replied. Li Hong was remarkably efficient, returning hastily within half a day. He sought out Tang Tian and relayed all he had witnessed. "Master, the situation appears rather dire. Approximately 30% of the senior disciples have publicly declared their intent to trouble you upon arriving at Tongxing Mountain. I suspect someone is deliberately stirring the pot," Li Hong expressed, concern etched across his face. Tang Tian remained silent. It was evident that without any instigation, the matter could not have escalated to such an extent. Nevertheless, it had come to this. Would he once again endure a period of passive humiliation? Tang Tian shook his head. Such complications were unwelcome. This time, he would take the initiative. Li Hong, go and raise a grand banner outside Qingshu courtyard. Tang Tian instructed softly. Then, inscribe upon it a few bold characters. Tang Tian is here. Bring it on. Chapter 308. Astonishingly arrogant upon hearing Tang Tian's instructions, Li Hong could not help but widen his eyes. Young master, is it truly necessary to write it this way? He hesitantly inquired. Since entering the heavenly mansion, Tang Tian had transformed from his previously low-key demeanor to one of unabashed arrogance. Yet this level of audacity was unprecedented. Previously, Tang Tian's words and actions could be attributed to certain reasons and were somewhat veiled. However, this time it was a blatant and unadulterated provocation. Nevertheless, Tang Tian perceived no impropriety in his statement. What is it? Is there anything inappropriate? Tang Tian replied languidly. Li Hong chuckled awkwardly and responded, Young master, if you proceed in this manner, you will be directly opposing those disciples. Young people are naturally fiery, and your provocation will surely incite them to retaliate. Tang Tian, with a carefree smile, retorted, If they are so hot-headed, then let us temper their spirits. Do they truly believe I can be easily disparaged? Rather than enduring incessant provocations and schemes in the future, it is far better to confront them head-on and deliver a decisive blow. Instill fear in them, and it will significantly reduce future troubles. The situation had escalated to this point, and if it continued, an overwhelming tide of troubles would undoubtedly follow. At the very least, it would be akin to a younger sibling challenging an elder, or a son confronting his ancestors. Tang Tian had no affinity for complications. Therefore, when faced with inevitable troubles, he preferred to resolve them all at once. Listening to Tang Tian's words, Li Hong fell silent. Such domineering and audacious rhetoric could only emanate from Tang Tian himself, whose confidence in his own prowess was absolute. Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest. Li Hong responded with fervor. Moments later, a grand banner was erected before the entrance of Qingshu courtyard, fluttering in the breeze. Approximately a month had passed since the destruction of Longmen, and the assessment and allocation of this cohort of disciples in the heavenly mansion were finally completed. Although a significant upheaval had occurred during this period, under the coordination and arrangement of the higher echelons of the heavenly mansion, the process was relatively smooth. The individuals tasked with assessing talent were at least at the level of celestial kings, and few dared to question their judgments. Only a handful, begrudgingly, but too timid to blame the elders, ultimately attributed their failures to Tang Tian. It is all because of Tang Tian that I have suffered. This sentiment had almost become a common refrain. Yet, the companions or relatives of certain individuals believed this wholeheartedly. Rest assured, I have successfully entered Tong Sheng Mountain. I will surely find Tang Tian and avenge you. I merely did not emerge from seclusion for 2 months, and yet the second place on the heavenly ranking has been claimed by an outer disciple. This is utterly outrageous. I wish to make it clear that the top 10 on the celestial rankings are certainly not filled with mere frivolous individuals like Yu Gongzi. Many senior disciples, fueled by the desire to rise to fame through the heavens, are pushing themselves further ahead. Young disciples, hold your horses for a moment. I have my sights firmly set on Tang Tian, and no one can keep him from my grasp. Do not rush. Let me first assess his true capabilities, lest someone of inadequate strength falters and brings disgrace upon us. Conceal your ulterior motives. Whoever seizes Tang Tian shall claim him. The newly ascended peak disciples are all eagerly anticipating the chance to be the first to capture Tang Tian. Such opportunistic behavior is bound to occur in any realm. However, at that moment, someone voiced a thought. Do you think Tang Tian would be frightened enough to hide if he knew of our intentions? Upon hearing this, a profound silence fell over the crowd. Indeed, nearly half have already indicated their intention to use Tang Tian as a stepping stone. With such a formidable display, any wise individual would choose to conceal themselves. Tang Tian would undoubtedly do the same. Yet, soon after, someone scoffed dismissively. The holy mountain is not that vast. I refuse to believe he can hide forever. Indeed, after the new disciples ascend the mountain, there will be a distribution meeting. I doubt he can remain hidden then. Even if he becomes a turtle hiding its head, I will dig 3 feet into the ground to unearth him. The crowd clamored, though, despite their bravado, they were already secretly preparing. Once they reached the holy mountain, They will exhaust all efforts to locate Tang Tian. Whoever captures him first will have their name resound throughout the celestial realm. No disciple can resist such temptation. Amidst the anxious anticipation of all, the peak disciples finally began their ascent. Observing the excitement of the new and old disciples, Manager he wondered what this group was so thrilled about. Would Tang Tian truly hide? Well, if he had not seen that banner, he might have shared such a sentiment. However, he had indeed witnessed it, the golden banner. The bold red characters, the boundless pride, and the endless combat spirit. Upon discerning those large characters, he was taken aback. The youth of today are truly valiant. Upon ascending the mountain, all must strictly adhere to the rules of the holy mountain. Any transgression will be met with severe punishment. After Manager he recited the regulations to the disciples, he sternly declared. Yet, the thoughts of the disciples were evidently elsewhere. Sir, can we challenge other disciples on the holy mountain? Will it affect our search for Tang Tian and ultimately defeating him? Someone boldly inquired. Manager he shook his head in resignation. Healthy competition has always been strongly supported by the celestial realm. Aside from certain specific regulations, all that you could previously accomplish is equally attainable on Mount Tangshan. The disciples erupted in exuberant cheers, feeling as though their path beneath the heavens was now devoid of any obstacles. Observing their exuberance, Manager he chose to refrain from further remarks. Since they were no ordinary children, let them make their ruckus. He found it hard to believe that this group of youthful mischief makers could wreak havoc akin to that on Dragon Island and cause a similar explosion on Mount Tangshan. Being new here, you must still be unfamiliar with the intricacies of Mount Tangshan. Therefore, I shall grant you a day for free exploration. Dissolve. Manager he opted for a hands-off approach. The emotions that had long been pent up among the disciples burst forth like a storm. Off to find Tang Tian. I possess credible information that Tang Tian has already arrived at Mount Tangshan, and he must be hiding within the willows. I surmise he is concealed in a particularly obscure location, so let us not overlook any corner. Haha, splendid. Whoever finds him first lays claim. The crowd immediately commenced a thorough search among the willows. However, just as the search began, someone claimed to have discovered Tang Tian's residence. So soon? Haha. His hiding skills seem rather lacking. The excitement surged among the people as they rushed to the site of Tang Tian's supposed location. Yet, upon witnessing the large red characters emblazoned on the flag outside the estate, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What the heck? So audacious. Chapter 309. Tang Tian's anger. The grand banner fluttered in the wind, producing a resonant sound. The 8 striking red characters struck like a thunderbolt in the hearts of all present. Everyone stood frozen, astounded. Who claimed that Tang Tian would surely cower in fear? Is this what one calls fear? The faces of some individuals burned with a stinging heat. According to conventional logic, or rather, based on his usual demeanor, one would expect that in the face of such public outrage and hostility, he would at least bow his head in submission, if not hide away entirely. Yet, there stood Tang Tian, boldly before them all. Unconvinced? Then come and try? Such audacity is not something an ordinary person could muster. What gives him the right? After a moment of silence, fury erupted. How bold? Do they truly believe that there are no disciples in Tianfu? Some gritted their teeth in anger. By the heavens, I shall make him realize the depth of my wrath. Tang Tian, come forth to meet your demise. Tang Tian, step out. The clamor was deafening. Meanwhile, in Qingshu courtyard, Li Hong hurried towards the main hall, only to encounter Tang Tian emerging from within. Young master. Li Hong's expression bore a hint of urgency. However, Tang Tian raised his hand, interrupting him. I heard everything. There seemed to be quite a few of them. A grin spread across Tang Tian's face, revealing his pearly white teeth. As he stepped forward, he rolled up his sleeves. Li Hong was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed such a demeanor from Tang Tian. It seemed that he was genuinely angry. Young master, please, be cautious. Initially worried that Tang Tian might struggle to handle the situation, Li Hong now found himself increasingly concerned for the raucous disciples outside. It was indeed the first time he had seen Tang Tian openly display his anger, a clear indication that matters had escalated significantly. Be cautious, Tang Tian chuckled. It is precisely because I have held back too much that so many have dared to trample upon us. There is one advantage to being the antagonist. No matter how much others may oppose you, as long as your strength surpasses theirs, they dare not express their discontent, even if you tread upon their pride. Today, I shall fully embrace my role and perform this grand villain's act. With that, he strode confidently outwards. Li Hong opened his mouth, speechless. Ultimately, he shook his head with a sigh and followed suit. This was his master. Regardless of whether Tang Tian became a saint or a demon, he would remain steadfastly at his side. Amidst the cacophony of insults, the formation of Qingshu courtyard gradually opened. A tall figure emerged before the crowd. Tang Tian. It was indeed Tang Tian. Instantly, some recognized his true identity. All eyes instantaneously converged upon Tang Tian. Observing the hundreds of aggressive disciples, Tang Tian's expression remained impassive, a faint chill glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, one who is benevolent is often taken advantage of, while a noble steed is easily ridden. Regardless of whether there are unseen hands orchestrating this affair, the intentions of these disciples were unmistakably etched upon their faces. They genuinely wished to use him as a stepping stone for their own futures. Arrogant fool, one individual, quick of wit, stepped forward first. Pray tell, what do the words emblazoned upon your banner signify? He demanded, his voice laced with ire. Tang Tian, with arms crossed behind his back, looked down upon him with an indifferent tone, the literal meaning. Is it not true that some harbor grievances against me? Then let us dispense with idle banter. I stand here. If you possess courage, come forth directly. His haughty words once again stirred the emotions of the crowd. An elder disciple, embodying a semblance of composure, approached and solemnly remarked, Tang Tian, it has come to my attention that you once declared that the disciples of Tianfu are nothing but a bunch of inept fools who know not the art of combat. Is this assertion accurate? Tang Tian replied coolly, indeed, that is approximately the sentiment I conveyed. However, I have come to realize my error. You not only lack martial prowess, but are also a group easily incited, devoid of any capacity for independent judgment. Tang Tian was indeed somewhat angered. Yet, the root of his displeasure lay not solely in the clamoring of these individuals. More so, it was their inability to discern the manipulations of those with ulterior motives, their failure to investigate the truth, and their readiness to become mere tools in the hands of others. A modicum of inquiry into the truth would reveal that they are certainly not mere pawns to be molded at will. At the very least, those who have not even attained the realm of Xianxian would never venture forth to meet their demise. However, they cared only for the sensational, disregarding the veracity of the matter at hand. Tang Tian's forthright declaration ignited the emotions of the disciples completely. Even the elder disciple, who appeared somewhat composed, wore a grim countenance, his fury palpable. He sought to voice further objections, but Tang Tian abruptly interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Enough with the verbal sparring. My disdain is not directed at any one individual. Rather, I hold contempt for each and every one of you present. Discontented? Then come forth directly. Tang Tian spoke in a frigid tone. I can no longer endure this. A disciple bellowed to the heavens, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a peak celestial being. Today, I shall make this arrogant fool understand that the talents of the outside world cannot be compared to those of the Tianfu disciples. Tang Tian, prepare to meet your end. With that, he charged forward. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, two colossal phantoms, a tiger and a leopard, materialized at his sides. They both roared in unison as they lunged towards Tang Tian. It was the embodiment of the tiger-leopard physique, a ninth-tier constitution. No wonder he was able to successfully enter the Tongxing mountain with his peak celestial cultivation. It is said that Tang Tian is quite proficient in physical techniques. Thus, let us observe whether he can withstand the formidable tiger-leopard body of the great achievement. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the disciples swiftly approached Tang Tian. With a single punch unleashed, the spectral image of a tiger and leopard simultaneously struck out its claws, merging with his fist and delivering an overwhelming force that crashed toward Tang Tian. Tang Tian's gaze sharpened. Today, he harbored no intention of testing his own strength. Confronted with this unparalleled blow, he resolutely retaliated with his own fist, meeting his opponent's strike head-on. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, accompanied by a chilling sound of bones fracturing. Pain and terror instantly spread across the disciple's face. He screamed, helplessly witnessing his once invincible fist forced to retract. His hand bones were shattered, and his arm was rendered useless. The massive spectral images of the tiger and leopard on either side were instantly reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. However, after delivering his punch, Tang Tian did not relent. He swiftly seized the disciple by the collar, yanking him back forcefully. Following this, a flurry of punches rained down upon him. The crackling of bones echoed continuously, sending shivers down the spine. In the blink of an eye, the disciple's once formidable body was mercilessly crumpled by Tang Tian and carelessly tossed into the sky, hanging from the fluttering flag above. In an instant, the disciple, who had previously boasted with reckless abandon, was left dazed, unable even to emit a scream. Who else? Come forth, Tang Tian declared coldly. Chapter 310. The dull blade of a heavy sword, a bucket of icy water cascaded over the heads of the disciples, momentarily dousing their fervent spirits. Was the tiger leopard body truly so feeble before Tang Tian? They had presumed that although this challenger was slightly weaker in cultivation, his fully realized ninth-grade physique would allow him to exchange a few blows with Tang Tian, probing his depths. However, the reality was far from their expectations. The fully realized tiger leopard body was toyed with like a mere plaything before Tang Tian. The wretched state of that individual rang alarm bells in the minds of all present. It seemed that Tang Tian was not merely a name to be feared, but indeed possessed genuine prowess. Who else dares? Step forward. Tang Tian's voice was icy, revealing his utter disregard for this group. Yet, in this moment, the disciples who had just been filled with righteous indignation instinctively chose to retreat. No one dared to respond directly to Tang Tian's provocation. Yet, this sudden bout of cowardice only ignited the fury of some. Tang Tian, do not presume yourself invincible. This place is teeming with talent. Your arrogance will not be tolerated. Surely, you have expended your full strength to intimidate us. Let us not be deceived. Some, enraged and ashamed, stirred the pot. Thus, the emotions that had just been extinguished by cold water were reignited. I shall take my turn. A youth bearing a massive sword approached with solemnity. As he stepped forward, his aura ascended, ultimately reaching the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. He fixed his gaze upon Tang Tian and spoke softly. I do not seek justice. I merely wish to demonstrate that the disciples of Tianfu are far from worthless. In battle, we are undoubtedly more adept than those from the outside world. With that, he unsheathed the colossal sword from his back, letting it crash to the ground with a thunderous sound, its weight no less than 1,000 pounds. Yet, Tang Tian's expression remained unchanged as he merely replied, Is that so? If you are so skilled in combat, why do you stand before me? Do you not inquire about your opponent before choosing to engage in battle? When it comes to sheer fighting ability, the disciples of Tianfu are indeed commendable. But where do they falter? They are blinded by their own arrogance. In a true life-and-death struggle, regardless of the disparity in cultivation, it is these haughty Tianfu disciples who will ultimately meet their demise. Enough words, they serve no purpose. If you wish to fight, then let it begin. With that, he extended his hand backward. Li Hong immediately understood and handed his long sword to Tang Tian. This action drew the attention of the other disciples. He too would wield a sword? Abandoning his own strengths to adopt a different method was hardly a wise decision. With a chuckle, the disciples remarked on the arrogance and lack of combat understanding displayed by others, suggesting that perhaps the one they spoke of was indeed the least knowledgeable among them. The young swordsman, wielding a heavy blade, sensed the disdain emanating from Tang Tian. You are truly this confident? He inquired, his voice low and steady. Tang Tian casually flicked his sword in hand, replying, Come at me then. However, you shall have only one opportunity to strike. The young swordsman narrowed his eyes. Recently elevated to the rank of core disciple, he had faced opponents far more formidable than himself throughout his training. Yet, he had never encountered anyone as brazen and dismissive as Tang Tian. Human temperament has its limits. Subjected to repeated scorn, the young man resolved to give it his all. You claim I have but one chance to strike. Very well. Prepare yourself to witness the terror of my blow. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a torrent of sword intent that surged skyward, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, as a formidable pressure began to coalesce in the heavens. Charging up, it did not take long for the onlookers to comprehend the implications of his actions. This buildup of energy signified his ultimate move, a testament to his mastery of a mid-grade celestial technique. It was no wonder he stood out among core disciples. If he successfully completed this accumulation, even a golden immortal would likely need to retreat from his brilliance. Tang Tian had been overly confident. The elite disciples present swiftly analyzed the unfolding situation. Yet Tang Tian remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm as he awaited the completion of his opponent's preparation. Soon, the pressure above the young swordsman reached an alarming magnitude, as a colossal phantom of a heavy sword began to materialize in the sky. Exhaling slowly, he intoned, "Tang Tian, are you ready?" Tang Tian, with a gentle flourish of his sword, replied nonchalantly, "Hurry up, or I might fall asleep." The young man's gaze sharpened as he firmly gripped the elongated hilt, unleashing a thunderous cry as he swung fiercely towards Tang Tian. The heavy sword, devoid of any sharp edge, embodied the principle of effortless mastery. Flash! With the force of his furious shout, the amassed power erupted, merging with the massive sword phantom above. A tremendous sword, measuring several meters in width and dozens of meters in length, materialized in the sky. This gigantic blade, imbued with overwhelming might, descended ruthlessly upon Tang Tian. Such terrifying force caused rubble and dust from the ground to levitate. The disciples collectively held their breath, wondering if Tang Tian could truly withstand such a formidable assault. Yet, when they turned to look at him, they found him still composed. As the enormous sword bore down from above, Tang Tian simply lifted his own sword and casually swiped it forward. Darkness descended. A colossal sword, towering and formidable, cast a vast shadow over all those beneath it, enveloping their heads and hearts in darkness. What is that? Is it truly a technique wielded by an immortal? The onlookers' hair stood on end. In stark contrast to the terrifying giant sword, they felt as insignificant as ants crawling upon the earth, trembling in fear, awaiting their demise. The young man was equally bewildered. Prior to this moment, he had sought information regarding Tang Tian, believing his strength lay predominantly in his physical prowess, perhaps augmented by geomagnetic forces. Yet, this terrifying magnitude, so similar yet so vastly superior, left him confounded. As the gazes of the crowd grew vacant, the two giant swords collided in the heavens. The impact failed to create significant turbulence. Compared to Tang Tian's massive blade, the young man's sword, which he had summoned with great anticipation, appeared as fragile as one crafted from foam, shattering upon contact and dissipating into the sky. Meanwhile, Tang Tian's spectral sword, imbued with celestial might, descended upon the young man. A surge of dread coursed through the young man's body, instilling a profound terror within him. The sensation of confronting such divine authority rendered him paralyzed with fear. Instinctively, he sought to evade the impending strike, only to discover that he lacked both the strength and courage to move his feet. Helplessly watching as the enormous sword loomed larger in his vision, with a thunderous roar, the earth quaked. Although Tang Tian had retracted much of his power at the last moment, the earlier strike wrought catastrophic destruction, leaving a broad chasm in its wake. The heavy sword wielder lay deeply embedded within the ravine, blood spilling from his lips, his life hanging in the balance. His own sword had been reduced to fragments, scattered around the crevice. The scene was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that the drop of a pin would echo. Observing the disciples, each displaying a visage of terror, Tang Tian spoke slowly, "Continue." Next, Chapter 311. The majestic aura, a profound chasm appeared upon the once flat earth. A sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. The earlier scene, reminiscent of divine wrath capable of annihilating worlds, eclipsed the prior ease with which Tang Tian had vanquished the tiger leopard's form by several magnitudes of terror. Indeed, Tang Tian possessed a fearsome prowess beyond reckoning. In the face of Tang Tian's continued summons, the disciples found themselves genuinely hesitant. They were acutely aware of their own limitations. Even the youth wielding the heavy sword might falter against him. Thus, one could only ponder the extent of Tang Tian's strength, who had effortlessly crushed the sword-wielding lad. While the youth were often impulsive and easily swayed by the fervor of others, they were not devoid of sense. To charge forth after grasping the disparity in strength would be tantamount to courting death. Consequently, not a single individual dared to engage him directly. Observing the retreating disciples, a sardonic smile crept across Tang Tian's face. "Weren't you all so valiant? Did you not boast loudly just moments ago? What are you afraid of? 2 mere skirmishes had instilled such dread in your hearts. I am truly disheartened. It appears I have overestimated the disciples of Tianfu. Not only do you lack combat experience, but you also seem bereft of the courage to fight." Tang Tian's words dripped with mockery. This group had genuinely managed to incite his ire. If he did not administer a proper reprimand, He feared that more deluded souls would follow suit in the future. It would be far better to resolve all matters in one fell swoop today. As Tang Tian's scornful remarks echoed, the disciples began to stir once more. What a humiliation! Just days prior, they had boasted grandly, each vying to belittle Tang Tian. Yet now, merely 2 battles had shattered their bravado. If word of this spread, the disciples of Tianfu would surely ridicule them. This incident would be forever etched in infamy. He must not be allowed to revel in this triumph. At last, someone shouted out. But swiftly, another retorted, easier said than done. Why don't you step up? Tang Tian had dispatched the earlier disciple with alarming swiftness. Who was to say what other skills he had yet to reveal? To approach recklessly would simply be an invitation to death. The disciples fell silent once more. However, it was not long before another voice rang out. What of those senior brothers who have just ascended to core disciple status? You have trained longer. Surely you can handle Tang Tian. The challenge was cast toward the older disciples. Indeed, were you not the most vocal before? Why the sudden timidity? Did you not vow to demonstrate the brilliance of Tianfu's talents to Tang Tian? Hurry up. I am not jesting. The honor of Tianfu's disciples rests in your hands. This challenge was initiated by you. Do not waver at such a crucial moment. The pressure was directly placed upon the senior disciples. This group of disciples, having assumed that their years of experience would grant them an advantage over the newly initiated, found themselves unexpectedly in a precarious position. To retreat would mean utter humiliation. Yet they harbored little confidence in their ability to completely vanquish Tang Tian. However, amidst the growing chorus of voices urging action, one individual could no longer contain himself. What is he but a new disciple from the outside world? I refuse to believe he can turn the tide. A tall, slender youth stepped forward. I am from the esteemed lineage of the main house, and nothing irks me more than being overshadowed by an outsider. Today, I shall demonstrate what true orthodoxy is, and who the genuine founders of the heavenly mansion are. With a flourish of his sleeve, he radiated the majestic aura of a golden immortal. Tang Tian observed him quietly. This individual seemed akin to Wen Xiao from the Moonwatch Cave, both exuding self-proclaimed legitimacy and foundational prowess. One might mistakenly think he had personally contributed to the initial construction of the heavenly mansion. Tang Tian felt no affinity towards such a person. Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to engage, then do so promptly, he said, his impatience evident. The tall youth frowned immediately and coldly retorted, very well. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, he brought his fingers together and touched his forehead. In the next instant, as he withdrew his hand, a vertical eye suddenly appeared. The Wheel of Cycles? A member of the Dong Wang family? He was indeed a disciple from one of the original families of the heavenly mansion. Regrettably, the Dong Wang family had faced many tribulations, and true prodigies were exceedingly rare among them. Thus, despite their involvement in the founding of the heavenly mansion, their strength had stagnated, relegating them to a middling status. Soon, other disciples recognized his true identity. Yet Tang Tian paid no heed to his background. He had already formed a deep enmity with the Battle God Hall. What did he care for a mere member of the Dong Wang family? As long as he stood before him, he was an adversary. What was a mere divine ability to him? With the chaos body, every organ in his being was a manifestation of divine power. Tang Tian, the tall youth proclaimed, releasing the vertical eye and looking down upon him with cold disdain. To be defeated beneath the Wheel of Cycles is the greatest blessing of your life. Yield. Upon uttering these words, the vertical eye on his forehead abruptly opened wide. A brilliant beam of light surged through the fabric of space, directly aimed at Tang Tian. Within that radiance lay a formidable aura of destruction, seemingly intent on casting Tang Tian into the abyss of eternal reincarnation. Yet, regrettably for him, Tang Tian remained entirely unperturbed. As the resplendent light approached, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Moments later, 2 even more dazzling beams of light shot forth from his eyes, colliding head-on with the Wheel of Cycles. There was no semblance of balance. As soon as they made contact, the Wheel of Cycles disintegrated in an instant. In the next moment, the tall and slender youth was abruptly struck head-on, completely engulfed by a dazzling radiance. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. When the brilliance dissipated, the youth lay on the ground, his breath faint. With crimson blood trickling from the wheel-like mark on his forehead, a sight both shocking and tragic. Goodness! The onlookers were left utterly stunned. Once again, it was a complete and utter annihilation. The wheel mark truly signified a decline. No, it was merely that Tang Tian was overwhelmingly powerful. The orthodox path, huh? Is this what he wishes us to witness? Indeed, I have witnessed the orthodox, yet it pales in comparison to my own prowess. The crowd murmured among themselves. Perhaps due to the disdainful nature of individuals like the tall youth, many wore expressions of schadenfreude. However, after their jests, they could not help but express their awe. Just how many terrifying techniques does Tang Tian possess? Next, proceed. Tang Tian remained composed, speaking with a dispassionate tone. Either come forth to battle, or in the future, steer clear of my path and keep your distance. In the face of such arrogance, some could not restrain themselves. Another senior disciple, possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal, stepped forward. His emergence instantly captured Tang Tian's attention, for in his hand, he wielded a small yet potent flag, radiating an intense force of regulation. In that instant, Tang Tian discerned its significance. At the very least, it was a weapon of the immortal sovereign grade. Chapter 312. The Celestial Sovereign commands soldiers Han Jingyan. The appearance of this disciple immediately elicited gasps from those around him. He was a scion of the prestigious Han family, one of the foremost powers in Tianfu. I had heard of him. Last year during the Longmen trials, Han Jingyan nearly achieved 6 chimes of the bell, thereby ascending to the rank of a peak disciple. Indeed, his innate talent was undeniably sufficient, yet he fell short due to his age and other performances. Nonetheless, his prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. It was undeniable, otherwise. He could not have risen from a core disciple to the ranks of the peak in just 1 year. The crowd buzzed with conversation. I recalled that the Han family typically maintained a low profile. Why had he decided to join the fray today? Could it be that he could no longer tolerate Tang Tian's arrogance? One person posed this question, but another swiftly clarified, "You may not be aware, but Tang Tian has made an enemy of the War God Palace, while the Han family has always been on amicable terms with them. So, you understand." Within the throng, there were indeed those well-informed, who quickly pieced together the events at hand. Tang Tian overheard their analysis. The Han family, which he had heard Mu Muqin mention before, was indeed a formidable force comparable to the War God Palace and the Mo family. However, he held no particular concern regarding this matter. To him, regardless of who stood before him, they were merely opponents, at most, adversaries requiring a thorough exchange of views. "Do not blame me, Tang Tian," Han Jingyan remarked, standing firm as he spoke with measured calm. "I am merely acting on behalf of another. If blame is to be assigned, it must be directed at you for offending those you ought not to have." Tang Tian smiled faintly. "I harbor no interest in your circumstances. Should you stand before me, be prepared to face the consequences." The flagpole, the chasm, and the impeccably smooth orthodox all solemnly illustrated the nature of the consequences Tang Tian spoke of. Yet, Han Jingyan appeared utterly unfazed. Suddenly, he grinned widely, revealing a row of yellowed teeth, and declared, "No need. I believe I shall not bear such consequences." A wave of confidence emanated from him. Tang Tian shrugged. "Very well. Let us commence." The smile on Han Jingyan's face turned increasingly sinister. He suddenly gestured grandly, and a black star materialized behind him. This star was pitch dark, slowly spinning, surrounded by a dense shroud of black mist, resembling a haunted house from the depths of hell. Faintly, a cacophony of howls emerged from within, sending chills down the spines of all who heard, accompanied by the wails of the damned. An ominous aura engulfed the hearts of everyone present. "What is that? It feels so malevolent. I have seldom witnessed such a technique," the crowd exclaimed. The dark star indeed exuded an aura of profound evil and corruption, though the Tianfu sect does not explicitly proclaim itself as a prestigious lineage. It remains largely untainted by such influences. It occurs to me that this might be a secret technique of the Han family. No wonder they have maintained such a low profile. Were they to be too ostentatious, it would likely incite widespread panic. This technique is rather sinister. I can feel a chill creeping over me just by standing here. Can Tang Tian still uphold his previous dominance? The disciples gazed intently in his direction. To their astonishment, even in the face of the Han family's enigmatic technique, Tang Tian remained unchanged, his demeanor as serene as ever. "Tang Tian, are you not adept at defeating others by employing their own methods?" Han Jingyan scoffed coldly. "But can you truly replicate my techniques? If you possess the capability, then let me witness your prowess." Observing Han Jingyan, who appeared to be utterly confident, Tang Tian slowly replied, Very well, as you wish. With that, he raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. In an instant, a grand scroll unfurled behind him. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. The scroll depicted a vast cosmic expanse. Countless stars, both large and small, floated serenely within it. The profundity of the universe seemed to unveil an entirely magnificent realm. The spectators were left dumbfounded. You truly can summon a similar technique. In comparison to the cosmic vista, the solitary star behind Han Jingyan appeared minuscule, akin to a mere grain of sand, eliciting laughter. Well, it seems you've been forced to reveal your hand. Some shook their heads in resignation. Gazing at the celestial panorama, Han Jingyan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Tang Tian possessed such a plethora of methods. How had he achieved this? Yet, despite his astonishment, he could not allow it to show. Humph, he snorted disdainfully. A mere spectacle for attention, an empty display. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the disparity of our foundations. With that, he pointed decisively at Tang Tian. In the next moment, the black star behind him erupted with boundless black mist. Accompanied by a roar reminiscent of a primal beast, countless malevolent spirits surged forward, thronging toward Tang Tian. An aura of utmost wickedness descended like a tempest. Tang Tian observed the approaching apparitions with an unwavering gaze. Foundations? He mused. What a jest. No matter how formidable the technique, it ultimately hinges on the wielder. And you, my friend, fall woefully short. As the torrent of malevolent spirits surged forth, Tang Tian extended his index finger toward them. Instantly, the cosmic scroll behind him burst forth with resplendent radiance. An infinite brilliance swiftly converged, forming a river of starlight that surged forward, crashing headlong into the oncoming darkness. Like a flood sweeping away all in its path, the river swiftly engulfed the black mist. The momentum of the light remained undiminished as it barreled toward Han Jingyan. In an instant, Han Jingyan's body was enveloped by a chilling sense of crisis, as a wave of unprecedented dread coursed through him. Confronted with Tang Tian's terrifying methods, he felt the palpable presence of death for the first time. It was undeniably real. He sought to escape the range of the river's assault, only to discover that the very laws surrounding him had been entirely sealed. No matter how fervently he struggled, he found himself unable to budge an inch. This sensation filled him with profound despair. As the starlit river loomed before him, on the brink of catastrophe, Han Jingyan let out a bizarre cry, and a black banner soared into the sky, standing resolutely in front of him. A surge of law's power emanated forth. In the next moment, the tumultuous river collided with the black banner. However, the anticipated clash never materialized. Upon contact, the banner released a veil of nebulous black mist. This mist was more sinister and frigid than that which Han Jingyan had previously unleashed. Subsequently, the black mist devoured the resplendent starlight entirely. Without even a hint of a splash, the black banner swelled with the wind, rapidly transforming into a shroud that obscured the heavens. Accompanied by a chilling wail, the great flag enveloped Tang Tian completely. It was the soul-devouring banner, a legacy of the Han family, wielded by the celestial venerable. Han Jingyan had indeed summoned such a formidable artifact. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Chapter 3:13. A grand feast. The tumultuous battle unfolding in the arena left the surrounding disciples utterly astonished. Initially, Han Jingyan's secret techniques opened their eyes to a world of wonder. The terrifying aura emanating from him sparked curiosity about whether Tang Tian could possibly contend against such power. However, the subsequent unveiling of Tang Tian's celestial scroll left them utterly speechless. It was unimaginable that such a transcendent ability could be wielded by a mere Xianxian. As the confrontation escalated, Han Jingyan's techniques crumbled before Tang Tian's prowess, vanishing almost instantaneously beneath a cascade of resplendent starlight. It seemed as though Tang Tian was on the verge of replicating his earlier, overwhelming victories. Yet, at that moment, Han Jingyan revealed the Celestial Lord's armament. Unlike ordinary celestial weapons, the Celestial Lord's armament is a formidable creation, meticulously forged through immense dedication, possessing unparalleled might, and typically reserved for the transmission of legacy. Faced with such an extraordinary artifact, even a celestial king would likely retreat in deference to its brilliance. Was this not a form of cheating? This was merely a challenge among disciples, and the introduction of a celestial lord's armament fundamentally disrupted the equilibrium. Indeed, Every formal combat scenario prohibits the use of external forces that vastly exceed one's control. Some disciples voiced their concerns, yet others quickly countered, questioning the very notion of balance. Shouldn't any eventuality in battle be deemed possible? After all, had not Tang Tian previously asserted that comprehending one's opponent was an indispensable part of combat? Oh, since he dares to make such a claim, he must possess a means to counter the Celestial Lord's armament. If not, he would be merely slapping his own face. Inviting his own downfall, they sneered. A silence fell over the disciples. Countering a Celestial Lord's armament? That was a jest. Simply put, until one ascends to the rank of Celestial King, they remain just disciples. Not to mention the Celestial Lord's armament. Even a common king-level weapon is beyond the capabilities of a mere Xianxian to contend with. It was an overwhelming disparity in realms rather than mere strength. While Tang Tian may possess certain skills, facing such an extraordinary celestial artifact would likely render him powerless. Observing Tang Tian, now entirely encircled by the black flags, they had already predicted the inevitable outcome. Inside the confines of the black flags, Tang Tian stood undaunted, one hand stroking his chin, observing his surroundings with keen interest. 9 crimson eyes, representing 9 formidable souls, gazed coldly at him. An ominous, sinister aura enveloped him. Had he not utilized the myriad methods to create a barrier around himself, his body and soul would have begun to succumb to corruption. Was this artifact forged from the souls of 9 celestial lord-level demons? Quite intriguing. Tang Tian swiftly discerned the true essence of the soul-devouring banner. It is a lethal artifact crafted through a specific formation, utilizing the powerful souls of various entities. Some of these souls hail from demonic beasts, others from ethereal spirits, some from ghostly beings, and others from malevolent creatures. There was also one soul whose fluctuations were exceedingly obscure, likely originating from a human. It is safe to say that this is a formidable yet profoundly sinister object. Reflecting on the secret techniques inherited from Han Jingyan, Tang Tian surmised that the Han family is perhaps dedicated to the intricate study of soul-related arts. The Cloud Summit Heaven truly embodies the concept of inclusivity. Tang Tian sighed, recognizing both the merits and drawbacks of this situation. The advantage lies in the fact that every disciple within the heaven can discover and cultivate their own strengths, ultimately leading to a constellation of brilliance. Conversely, the challenge is the complexity of management, as many arts are fundamentally antagonistic to one another. It is no wonder that the forces within the heaven are so intricately intertwined, with frequent hostilities arising. However, for Tang Tian, this had little impact. His sole desire was to cultivate diligently, ascend steadily, and ultimately reach the zenith of the heavens. Anyone who dared obstruct his path would undoubtedly be eliminated. The soul-devouring banner was indeed formidable, endowed with potent laws and accompanied by 9 souls of celestial sovereigns, all poised to strike. Yet, for Tang Tian, who possessed the domain of all laws, it posed no threat whatsoever. Within this domain, he wielded absolute control. If a celestial sovereign in their true form were to confront him, it might present a challenge, but a mere artifact wielded by a celestial sovereign was far from sufficient. Sensing the increasingly potent aura of decay from the outside world, Tang Tian flicked his fingers, instantly expanding an invisible domain. In the next moment, all the powers of law and the decaying aura, including the 9 celestial sovereign souls, were confined by Tang Tian, unable to move an inch. Even the soul-devouring banner itself was immobilized. This was not a place it could enter or exit at will. Nevertheless, being an artifact of a celestial sovereign, Tang Tian could seal it, but could not destroy it or seize control in a brief time. Once the restrictions were lifted, it could depart freely and protect Han Jingyan from harm, a scenario Tang Tian did not wish to entertain. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian smiled slightly. A soul of celestial sovereign caliber, coupled with an artifact brimming with law power, Little must surely find this delightful. With that thought, he summoned Little from the peculiar egg space. Little, who had been sleeping, appeared bewildered upon being pulled out, but upon witnessing the external scene, it let out an ecstatic cry. "Wow, a feast!" it exclaimed, excitement radiating from its wide grin. Tang Tian shook his head and asked, "Have you finished digesting that fragment of celestial gold from before?" At the mention of this, Little's ears drooped instantly. That object is exceedingly tough and remarkably difficult to digest. Consequently, I have voluntarily succumbed to slumber for several days, yet I have managed to digest only a fraction of it. Nevertheless, this does not deter me from indulging in other culinary delights. Perhaps this delectable feast will aid me in further digestion. A true gourmet absolutely cannot allow exquisite dishes to slip away from their sight. Tang Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, curled his lips and remarked, "Very well, you may proceed. I have imprisoned them all." The little ears perked up once more, as it rubbed its tiny paws together and soared toward the soul-devouring banner. Keek. It resembled a nefarious villain of the highest order. The soul-devouring banner seemed to sense its impending doom, desperately striving to escape Tang Tian's grasp, while the 9 souls screamed in furious outrage. Alas, all efforts were in vain. Within the realm of myriad laws, they could not stir even a ripple. They could only watch helplessly as the little creature bared its tiny fangs and swallowed them whole. Meanwhile, in the outside world, upon observing the banner's prolonged stillness, someone murmured, "Tang Tian, could it be that he has already perished?" Chapter 314. A new ace. Observing Tang Tian, who remained motionless, a portion of the disciples began to feel a twinge of concern. "Brother Han, how is the situation progressing? It should be nearing conclusion, right? We merely intended to teach Tang Tian a lesson, but let us not escalate it to the point of fatality. Indeed, if Tang Tian were to perish here, all present would likely face repercussions." Someone exclaimed anxiously. The rules of the Tianfu were exceedingly stringent, particularly regarding the lives of disciples, which were held in the highest regard. Although the higher-ups encouraged challenges among disciples, there existed a fundamental line that must not be crossed. One must not jeopardize life. As long as life was preserved, regardless of the severity of the injuries, Tianfu could facilitate recovery. However, homicide was a grave offense. Should Han Jingyan truly kill Tang Tian, every disciple present at Qingshu Courtyard would be implicated and inevitably punished. This was certainly not a favorable outcome for those who had just ascended to the pinnacle of discipleship. Yet, some scheming individuals continued to stoke the flames of chaos. So what? Isn't he just an outsider disciple? Brother Han, feel free to act without restraint. If anything goes awry, we shall bear the consequences together. Yes, the law does not penalize the masses. At most, we might only incur a minor resource penalty. It's hardly a matter of great concern. These individuals, reveling in the potential turmoil, were clearly intent on bringing about Tang Tian's demise. Upon hearing their shouts, Han Jingyan, who had previously felt a hint of tension, took a deep breath. Indeed, what is the big deal? As a direct descendant of the Han family, even if I were to kill Tang Tian, the Tianfu would surely exercise discretion in their handling of the matter. Most crucially, he realized he could not simply halt his actions. After all, the soul-devouring banner was under the command of a celestial sovereign. How could he, a mere golden immortal, hope to fully control such a powerful entity? Tang Tian's prior attack had already triggered the autonomous offensive array of the soul-devouring banner. At this moment, the banner operated independently, rendering him incapable of intervening. With so many supporters rallying behind him, he decided to conceal this aspect. Regardless, once Tang Tian was dead, the blame would be distributed among everyone present. As for whether Tang Tian would survive, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Han Jingyan's lips. Such a possibility was utterly non-existent. Unless Tang Tian possessed a celestial sovereign's weapon to counterbalance the soul-devouring banner, he would have no hope of survival. However, for someone of Tang Tian's humble origins to wield such power was akin to a fool's dream. Han Jingyan thought this way, and he was not alone. Nearly everyone present, save for Li Hong, shared similar sentiments. If Han Jingyan did not relent, Tang Tian was undoubtedly doomed. Time ticked away, each second feeling more agonizing than the last. Just as anticipation reached a fever pitch, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. A tremendous tempest arose, and the colossal soul-devouring banner was enveloped in a swirling black mist, quaking violently. All eyes turned toward it. Was this finally the conclusion? Tang Tian, what is the truth? Yet, unbeknownst to the onlookers, Han Jingyan's face was etched with astonishment. He could distinctly sense the faintest flickers of emotion emanating from the soul-devouring banner. That emotion was, astonishingly, fear. The soul-devouring banner was engulfed in terror and despair. But why? What justified such feelings? Han Jingyan could not fathom it. As he observed the increasingly rapid quivering of the banner, the weight of despair intensified. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated, shaking the very heavens. An endless black mist surged into the sky, instantly obscuring the entire expanse above. Yet, in the next moment, it abruptly contracted, returning to its original form. When the people finally discerned the situation, their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Tang Tian appeared unscathed in their midst, utterly unharmed. And the terrifying soul-devouring banner, the weapon of the Han family's celestial master, astonishingly rested in Tang Tian's grasp, rolling effortlessly across his fingertips as if it had been tamed. "My goodness, I must be seeing things," someone screamed, their voice trembling with shock. A transcendent being had not only escaped the onslaught of the celestial master's weapon, but had also managed to subdue it. What did this signify? Never had anyone heard of such a phenomenon, nor could they find any reference to it in the ancient texts. How could this be possible? It defied all logic and reason. The disciples present felt their once solid worldview crumbling rapidly. Tang Tian's power was unfathomable, surpassing the limits of their comprehension. Their minds echoed with disbelief. Observing the stunned disciples around him, Tang Tian exhaled softly. Indeed, the celestial master's weapon was formidable. The 9 celestial souls were far stronger than he had anticipated. Even though Tang Tian had confined them within the realm of all laws, it was still an arduous task to consume them. The two had to collaborate extensively before finally vanquishing all 9 souls. However, the remaining essence of the soul-devouring banner was beyond their capacity to absorb. Ultimately, he could only temporarily consume the will of the banner, reserving its physical form for future endeavors. Tang Tian would not recklessly utilize such an artifact. It would serve as nourishment for his growth. Notably, during this battle, Tang Tian unexpectedly unlocked another powerful technique. The realm of all laws was astonishingly potent, yet it had one limitation: against celestial masters or formidable celestial kings. Tang Tian could only impose restrictions without posing a genuine threat. However, his companion was different. As a spirit of a world, it had feasted alongside Tang Tian, and its abilities had now escalated to a truly terrifying level. It possessed an inherent advantage over celestial kings and celestial masters who began to comprehend the power of rules. Thus, its existence perfectly compensated for the deficiencies of the realm of all laws. Tang Tian skillfully controlled the situation, perfectly collaborating with Xiao Budo. The scene was truly magnificent. Before Tang Tian ascended to the rank of immortal king, this would become his most formidable weapon. After playing with the soul-devouring banner for a while, he cast it directly into the monster egg space. In no time, it would find its way into the belly of the creature, disappearing entirely from this world. He then gazed at Han Jingyan, stepping forward to confront him directly. "Tang Tian, what do you intend to do? I must inform you that I am a direct descendant of the Han family. If you go too far, the Han family will undoubtedly seek retribution. Truly, I am not deceiving you. Spare me." Having lost the soul-devouring banner, Han Jingyan was utterly petrified. As Tang Tian approached, he trembled uncontrollably, his words faltering. Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed. "I have made it clear. Since you have chosen to stand before me, be prepared to bear the consequences." With that, Tang Tian gave no further opportunity for speech. He pointed a finger, and a beam of light instantaneously pierced through Han Jingyan's dantian, simultaneously annihilating the sea of celestial energy within. Following this, Tang Tian unleashed a powerful punch, sending Han Jingyan's body soaring away like a kite severed from its string. With meridians shattered and blood staining the sky, any ordinary cultivator would be rendered utterly incapacitated for life. However, Tang Tian was aware that, given the resources of the Han family, they would surely restore Han Jingyan to his former self. Yet, the agony and despair he now faced were consequences he must endure. Having accomplished this, Tang Tian turned his attention to the remaining disciples. "It is your turn now." Chapter 3:15. Punishment and warning. As Tang Tian's gaze swept over them, the disciples instinctively took several steps back. There was no denying it. His aura was overwhelmingly intimidating. Han Jingyan had been defeated. Even the esteemed celestial sovereign, who commanded the forces, had been rendered powerless by Tang Tian's mysterious methods. Such prowess far exceeded their initial expectations, bordering on incomprehensibility. Who would dare to step forward now? They were not truly foolish. It was evident that Tang Tian was irate. The 4 individuals who had just engaged him were gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. Anyone with a semblance of rationality would not wish to endure such a dire fate. Consequently, no one dared to emerge this time. Observing the thoroughly intimidated disciples, Tang Tian scoffed derisively. Is this all you are capable of? What happened to your earlier righteous indignation? The disciples were left abashed. They had initially believed this would be an opportune moment to make a name for themselves. Even if they could not best Tang Tian, they hoped to gain some advantage from the collective confrontation. Yet, who could have anticipated that not only would they gain nothing, but they would also find themselves in a predicament with no clear escape? Advancing was futile, and retreat would likely render them the subject of ridicule for eternity. After a brief moment, someone finally mustered the courage to speak up. Tang Tian, I acknowledge my impulsiveness this time. Please, let bygones be bygones. Astonishingly, he capitulated outright. With the first person yielding, the floodgates opened, and soon the disciples were bowing in apology, pledging never to disturb him again. In the past, Tang Tian might have considered letting it go, but today was different. Today, he was the quintessential villain. When has a villain ever spared their adversaries upon their capitulation? With the disciples regaining their composure, Tang Tian broke into a grin. Coughing lightly, he continued, do you truly believe I, Tang Tian, am so benevolent that I can be easily trifled with? You came to provoke me and expect to leave unscathed? Do you think such fortune exists? The expressions of the crowd shifted as they realized Tang Tian's words signified he had no intention of letting them off lightly. Yet, there were still over 100 of them. Could he truly deal with each one individually? As this thought crossed their minds, one disciple boldly exclaimed, Tang Tian, do not be so unreasonable. We have all admitted our faults. What more do you want? Tang Tian replied coldly, if admitting faults were sufficient, what need would there be for the law enforcement hall? And besides, he added, you are well aware that I am in the right. With that, he swiftly reached out, seizing the vocal disciple from the crowd. Without further ado, a beam of celestial light enveloped the disciple, who then spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the disciples began to stir restlessly. Subsequently, one of them spoke up, Tang Tian, do not overstep your bounds. Do you intend to keep everyone present here? He attempted to leverage the numbers to intimidate Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian merely laughed. How do you know that is not precisely what I desire? He chuckled. You orcs, emboldened by numbers, come forth to berate me, eager to trample me beneath your feet. Now, sensing the tide has turned, you wish to retreat safely. Such favorable circumstances do not exist in this world. I have already warned you, having chosen to challenge me. You must be prepared to bear the consequences. Therefore, whatever you say now is too late. With that, Tang Tian's gaze sharpened as he extended his hand forward. In the next moment, a terrifying authority descended from the heavens. The crowd lifted their heads, instantaneously feeling a prickling sensation on their scalps, fear coursing from their heads to their heels. For in their sight, the sky was collapsing. In an instant, that dreadful power loomed above them. Over 100 disciples screamed in terror, exerting every ounce of strength to escape. Yet, their efforts were futile. An invisible force bore down upon them with great ferocity. Regardless of their cultivation or strength, they were forced to bow, kneeling before the might. After a brief moment, all the disciples were kneeling in unison. Each one of them was taut with tension, gritting their teeth, struggling against the pressure descending upon them, even deprived of the opportunity to speak, fearing that any show of weakness would lead to their immediate collapse. At the very least, this way, they would not suffer any tangible harm. Observing the scene before him, Tang Tian remained indifferent. This punishment was necessary, otherwise, countless inexplicable individuals would come seeking trouble in the future. After today, such incidents would surely diminish. After standing quietly for a moment, Tang Tian turned to leave. A day's time was a rule he had long established. However, just as he prepared to return to Qingshu Courtyard, a voice called out from behind him, Tang Tian. That should suffice. Tang Tian turned to see a familiar figure, his brow furrowing slightly. The speaker was none other than He Guanshi, the steward of Lu Lin, also known as He Xian Wang. He observed the multitude of kneeling disciples, some of whom had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his expression a complex mix of emotions. He had long recognized that Tang Tian was not easily dealt with, and this group of disciples was likely to face dire consequences. Yet, he had not anticipated such a catastrophic failure. Tang Tian's strength had far surpassed theirs by several levels. This was an unequivocal rout. Nonetheless, as the steward of Lu Lin, He was reluctant to witness such a situation unfold. I shall refrain from preaching any grand philosophies. Today, you have released them. From this point onward in the willow forest, apart from myself, you hold the reins. He, the steward, directly laid forth his conditions. Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. He estimated that he would need to reside in the willow forest for at least half a year. If he could possess sufficient authority, it would indeed be a favorable circumstance. However, it was imperative to administer punishment and warnings to these individuals. A half-day, Tang Tian declared. After half a day, they would be free to depart at will. The steward tentatively extended a finger, then bent it, suggesting, "What about half an hour?" Tang Tian regarded him quietly. "A half-day? An hour? A half-day? 3 hours? A half-day? 6 hours?" Tang Tian replied, "Very well, let it be 6 hours." With that, he turned and departed. The steward chuckled softly, shrugging his shoulders. Although the time remained unchanged, at least he had heeded my counsel. He then cast his gaze upon the disciples below, displaying a mixture of pity and disdain. Without the long men, the quality of the disciples was somewhat inconsistent. It was hard to ascertain how many would be directly assigned to the Gochin courtyard. Alas, this year's performance appeared challenging. He hoped Tang Tian would provide something substantial. Then he would truly be enamored. Having said this, he paid no further attention to the disciples below and soared away. For him, the peak disciples were merely disciples. After all, Chapter 3:16, the alliance of 100 sects with over 100 disciples kneeling at the entrance of Qingshu courtyard. The turmoil directed at Tang Tian has finally come to an end. Tongxing Mountain, though modest in size, quickly disseminated the news throughout the core disciple community. People have gained a more intuitive understanding of Tang Tian's prowess. It seems the 9 resounding bells were not mere fabrications. To single-handedly suppress over 100 prodigies is no small feat, even for those who have just entered Tongxing Mountain. It appears that Tang Tian's admission into the Gochin courtyard is a foregone conclusion. However, it remains uncertain whether he possesses the capability to challenge those esteemed individuals. The senior disciples engaged in fervent discussions. It is difficult to say. Those individuals have already achieved great Luo status. Although Tang Tian is powerful, he is still somewhat youthful. There lies a significant disparity between the realms of Xianxian and Deluo. Moreover, those few are indeed dragons among men, exceptional talents in their own right. It is uncertain if Tang Tian can gain any advantage over them. Some express the belief that due to his age, Tang Tian might still lag behind the very pinnacle of talent. Yet, others voiced differing opinions. Please, Tang Tian has silenced many with his prowess. He excels at creating miracles. I firmly believe he will have his chance. I share your sentiment. With over half a year until the Tongxing conference, no one can predict how far Tang Tian might progress. If he could ascend the Xianyun platform within his first year at Tongxing Mountain, it would indeed be a monumental miracle. Opinions varied, yet all were eager to witness Tang Tian's forthcoming performance at Tongxing Mountain. After all, a young disciple who continually stirs up significant commotion is a source of great entertainment for them. Most preferred to revel in the spectacle. Simultaneously, some harbored ulterior motives. At the peak of Tongxing Mountain, a place reserved exclusively for the disciples of Gochin courtyard, 3 powerful figures sat across from one another in an elegant garden beneath a gazebo. 2 men and a woman, each adorned in distinct attire. If Tang Tian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the garments resembling those of disciples from the Baidi sect, Ziyang sect, and Xinyan sect. "Have you heard?" inquired the young man from Ziyang sect, his demeanor somewhat nonchalant. The recent rise to fame of that Tang Tian, who was responsible for the destruction of Long Men, appears to be one of our external disciples. The woman from Xinyan sect, resembling a refined lady, smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, I have heard. I have been following him since the days of Wangyue Cave Heaven. I anticipated his entry into Tongxing Mountain, yet I did not foresee the magnitude of his disruption." The youth from Baidi sect, exhibiting a more mature demeanor, nodded in agreement. "I have also heard of him. The disciple from Qingwei Gate is indeed quite unexpected." The young man from Ziyang chuckled and remarked, "Indeed. Who could have anticipated that he would incite such a tremendous uproar? Nevertheless, this individual possesses considerable strength. I heard that just a couple of days ago, when over 100 disciples besieged him, a scion of the Han family actually wielded the Celestial Lord's command. Yet, he still succumbed to Tang Tian." The woman from Xianyun displayed an expression of astonishment. "Is that true? Are you certain it was the Celestial Lord's command? If that is the case, how could Tang Tian possibly escape unscathed? They were quite familiar with the formidable nature of the Celestial Lord's command. Even the young man from the White Emperor Gate furrowed his brow. Did he possess a similar artifact? The young man from Xiang shook his head and replied, "No one knows how he achieved that. However, it is indeed a fact, for there was a disciple from our Xiang Hall present at the scene. He merely went over to witness the spectacle, yet he was suppressed by Tang Tian and ended up kneeling there for 6 hours. When I found him and asked him to describe Tang Tian's performance, he stuttered for a long time before finally uttering 2 words, 'Invincible.' The other 2 fell into silence. Such an evaluation is indeed quite profound. However, based on the information from their respective channels, Tang Tian's performance could indeed be described by those 2 words. After a moment, the young man from the White Emperor Gate spoke softly. Is there a chance to recruit him into our alliance of 100 sects? He is also a part of the 100 sects. The young man from Xiang replied, that is uncertain. Tang Tian prefers to act independently. Moreover, he has publicly stated on multiple occasions that upon arriving in Tianfu, he intends to become part of the main lineage of Tianfu. Therefore, his original identity should not confine him. The woman from Xianyun chuckled gently. He wishes to join the main lineage, but it is not guaranteed that they will accept him. After all, he comes with a label. The young man from the White Emperor Gate nodded. Tang Tian has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the dynamics here, so any notions he may have are understandable. However, we must adhere to the common agreement of the alliance of 100 sects and ensure he is not exploited by those with ulterior motives. There are many who wish to see him falter. The young man from Xiang smiled. I share the same sentiment. We are already in a precarious position, with scarce resources allocated to us. If Tang Tian truly possesses such strength, it would be quite beneficial for us. The woman from Xianyun concurred, stating, at the very least, we should extend a gesture of goodwill towards him. Regardless of how he ultimately chooses, we shall not be his adversaries. This needs to be made clear to him. The 3 nodded in agreement, reaching a consensus. Within the Qingshu courtyard, 3 days have elapsed since the disciples came to provoke, and those individuals have long since departed. A few severely injured individuals were taken away for healing. They appeared gravely wounded, some even with their foundations shattered. However, in light of the profound reserves of the heavenly mansion, these injuries are not insurmountable. Recovery is merely a matter of time. Following this incident, no one dared to disturb the Qingshu courtyard. Not even those seeking to form amicable relations dared approach. The disparity between the 2 sides is far too great, and establishing rapport requires substantial conditions. Tang Tian welcomed this newfound tranquility. His recent battle with the Celestial Sovereign had yielded significant gains. After several days of quiet cultivation, he steadily advanced, successfully reaching the later stages of the profound immortal realm. With a bit more time, he anticipated stepping officially into the golden immortal stage. However, he discovered that as he neared the golden immortal realm, the amount of celestial power required increased almost exponentially. Even without constraints, the pace of his advancement would inevitably slow. Fortunately, his recent meals had been exceptionally nourishing, and the celestial energy emanating from the mysterious ancient jade had increased significantly. Otherwise, Tang Tian feared he would find himself in a predicament akin to that he faced during his time in the Ascension realm. With still over half a year ahead, he resolved to take his time. Tang Tian's gaze was contemplative. Moments later, Li Hong rushed in with an air of urgency. Young master, there is an important matter. The 100 Clans Alliance has extended an invitation to you. Chapter 317. The Summit Stargazing Conference since the lifting of the restrictions at Qingshu Academy. Li Hong and his companions have resumed their previous duties, diligently gathering information about Tongxing Mountain for Tang Tian. Having successfully entered the realm of immortals, and with an abundant supply of spirit jade, their quest for intelligence has proceeded rather smoothly. For instance, the area of Lulin serves merely as their temporary base, while the subsequent developments will depend on the specific allocation among the 3 academies. The allocation itself is set to be finalized within 5 days. There is little doubt that Tang Tian's entry into the Goqing Academy is a foregone conclusion. It is there that he will truly embark on his cultivation journey on Tongxing Mountain, gradually engaging in a series of disciple routines such as listening to teachings, practicing cultivation, and undergoing trials. In addition to these activities, numerous other matters await him, including the operations of Tongxing Mountain, several precious secret realms, and the circumstances surrounding the disciples. In every corner, there exists a tendency for factions to form alliances. On Tongxing Mountain, the overall structure is divided into three distinct major groups: the Jiuxiong Association, the Baizong Alliance, and the Main House Lineage. The Jiuxiong Association, led by the 9 most powerful forces within the celestial domain, encompasses almost all the influential factions, known as the Power Factions. These factions include the Tai Alliance, Xianyue Pool, War God Palace, Lingshao Valley, Mu Family, Han Family, Mo Family, Xinyu Pavilion, and the Good and Evil Hall. Each of these holds a prominent position within the celestial domain, renowned for their significance. Though they may be at odds with one another, even hostile, they unite in the face of common external pressures, making them a force to be reckoned with. The Baizong Alliance, as its name implies, is composed of the hundreds of affiliated sects within the celestial domain. At its helm are the 3 most powerful factions, the Baidi Palace, Xiang Hall, and Xianyun Tower, which serve as the leaders of the alliance. While the Baizong Alliance appears to boast the largest number of members, it actually possesses the fewest individuals and the weakest overall strength. Nevertheless, they are remarkably united and experience minimal direct conflict with the other 2 major groups, allowing them to thrive in their niche. For an ordinary outer disciple, joining the Baizong Alliance is an endeavor fraught with benefits and devoid of detriments. As for the Main House Lineage, it stands as the most pure and powerful faction. Even combined, the Jiuxiong Association and the Baizong Alliance struggle to rival it, given its status as the core of the celestial domain. Beyond these 3 major groups, there exist a few entities that remain entirely independent, avoiding entanglement with other forces. The Xiaoyao family exemplifies this. From the moment Tang Tian entered the celestial domain, he aspired to be a simple disciple, seeking to join the Main House Lineage and distance himself from the meaningless disputes and intrigues. Yet deep down, he understands that he arrived with a label. The various encounters during this period have indicated that the disciples of the celestial domain hold an inherent bias against outer disciples like himself. Integrating into the Main House Lineage may not prove as seamless as he had envisioned. However, it must be said that Tang Tian is not particularly fixated on this matter. If joining the main house proves to be more troublesome than other paths, he would undoubtedly choose an alternative route. In any case, it is best to wait until he actually arrives at the Gochin Academy before making any decisions. What he did not anticipate, however, was that the alliance of 100 sects had extended an invitation to him ahead of time. This was their most formal invitation, bearing the joint signatures of the 3 alliance leaders. Li Hong remarked, the Lord Ming of the White Emperor Palace, Yin Shaohua of the Xiang Hall, and Mu Shuwan of the Xianyun Tower have all conveyed the same goodwill. They invite you to attend the Stargazing Conference in 10 days. This is a gathering to which only disciples of the Gochin Academy are eligible. Tang Tian could not help but chuckle, saying, I am still in the Willow Forest, and they have already sent such an invitation. Could it be that they have already concluded that I will enter the Gochin Academy? Li Hong smiled and replied, the events of the past few days have largely circulated through Tongxing Mountain. Unless something unexpected occurs, you will undoubtedly gain entry to the Gochin Academy. I believe they are aware of this as well. Tang Tian nodded, then pondered for a moment before inquiring, what do you think their purpose is in extending this invitation? Li Hong furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head, saying, it's hard to say. You are originally a disciple from the outer sect of the 100 schools. It is quite reasonable for them to extend the invitation first. However, the alliance of 100 sects has always been weak, and it seems that their situation has been deteriorating. They might be seeking to recruit you. Regardless, they genuinely harbor goodwill in this invitation. Tang Tian nodded gently. While he aspired to become part of the main house, he did not wish to completely sever ties with others. To put it plainly, he simply desired some tranquility, along with the chance to experience the life of an ordinary disciple. He had no intention of insisting on joining the main house. Would he really beg to be accepted if they looked down on him? Such a notion was unfathomable. Thus, he would respond with kindness to those who approached him with goodwill. By the way, are you familiar with the Stargazing Conference? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong contemplated for a moment before replying. I have gathered some information about it. It is an exclusive high-end gathering for the disciples of the Gochin Academy, attended by leaders of the 9 Heroes Conference and prominent figures from the main house. Many attendees are outstanding prodigies who have a chance to participate in the year-end Tongxing Conference. During the Stargazing Conference, participants present rare treasures for exchange. I have also heard that this conference has significant ties to one of our 3 house leaders, the Lord of the Galaxy House. Tang Tian lightly tapped his fingers on the table. He had participated in many such gatherings during his time at the Qingyu sect. He could largely envision what to expect. In the past, he had eagerly anticipated the auction segment of these gatherings, as it allowed for the accumulation of spiritual jade and consumption points. However, at present, the sense of anticipation has diminished considerably, for his current wealth is rather formidable. Such auctions no longer create much of a stir. Nevertheless, Tang Tian harbors a modicum of interest in the Starry River Immortal Emperor. I wonder what connection this gathering has with him. After a brief moment, Tang Tian nodded and said, "Very well. You may respond on my behalf, indicating my consent." It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Moreover, he cannot remain cooped up at home, engaged in monotonous cultivation indefinitely. Li Hong, after all, has his limitations. There are certain more clandestine matters that require personal engagement. Understood, Li Hong replied respectfully. At the pinnacle of a tower, 2 powerful figures stood before the window. One of them was indeed the Heavenly Origin Immortal Sovereign. "How is my esteemed nephew faring?" The Heavenly Origin Immortal Sovereign inquired gently. The other figure, clad in a black robe that concealed his face beneath a hood, was difficult to discern. "He is recovering," he replied in a raspy voice, reminiscent of stones scraping against one another, creating an uncomfortable sound. "That young man is rather ruthless. He destroyed his Dantian and all his meridians. I have aided in his restoration, yet the shadow Tang Tian has cast upon him will likely remain for a lifetime." The Heavenly Origin Immortal Sovereign's gaze shifted subtly, followed by a sigh. "It was my oversight. I did not anticipate that Tang Tian could contend even with the Immortal Sovereign in command of troops." The figure in the black robe suddenly turned his head, and from the depths of the shadowy hood, it seemed as if a venomous serpent was coldly observing the Heavenly Origin Immortal Sovereign. "You did not foresee this? Surely, you had foreknowledge," he spoke coldly. The Heavenly Origin Immortal Sovereign frowned slightly, preparing to offer an explanation, but the figure in the black robe waved his sleeve, silencing him. "Only you truly know the particulars. All I wish to convey is that after this incident, the Han family's debts to you will be fully settled. Should you attempt to leverage that matter against us again, we shall perish together." The corners of the Heavenly Origin Immortal Sovereign's eyes twitched. Yet he ultimately responded in a calm tone, "Of course not. Everything shall proceed as you say." The figure in the black robe snorted coldly and suddenly transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing from the tower. The Heavenly Origin Immortal Sovereign gazed out the window, where the distant Tongxing mountain loomed, partially obscured by clouds. "Tang Tian, the protective talisman bestowed upon my offspring has indeed been destroyed by you. You cannot escape this. That thing beside you cannot remain hidden either. Once I summon the time and space immortal mirror, it will be your moment of utter demise." The Heavenly Origin Immortal Sovereign narrowed his eyes. Chapter 318. Entering the Goqing today marks the day when new disciples are assigned to their respective academies. Over 500 newly ascended peak disciples will undergo a series of competitions to select 30 who will enter the Ziwei Academy, and 3 who will join the Goqing Academy. Traditionally, the ratio of selections has been somewhat more favorable. However, due to the collapse of the Dragon Gate, the caliber of this cohort has, to some extent, diminished. Consequently, the number of advancement spots has been suitably reduced. Surprisingly, not a single disciple openly expressed dissatisfaction regarding this matter. Of course, there may have been some who felt this way, yet none dared to voice their grievances. This hesitance stems from the fact that the root cause of the Dragon Gate's downfall is Tang Tian, an individual who commands a level of respect that none would dare to offend. Thus, the competition for the academy assignments commenced as per usual. Manager he presided over the proceedings personally, accompanied by several esteemed elders from Tongxing Mountain, who came to oversee the events. Naturally, Tang Tian was also present. However, as he prepared to make his way to the preparation area, Manager he politely intercepted him. "Tang Tian, perhaps you need not go over there?" Manager he said with a beaming smile. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "What is the matter? I believe I am entitled to participate in the assignment, am I not?" Although he had been demoted to Tongxing Mountain, he retained all fundamental rights. Was Manager he attempting to undermine this process? However, it soon became clear that he had misunderstood. Manager he continued with a smile. "Of course, no one can revoke your qualification. Just a few days ago, you demonstrated your prowess and earned the recognition of several elders. Therefore, you have already secured a position in the Goching Academy. Participating in this assignment battle would hold little significance for you now. Tang Tian suddenly understood. He had been promoted ahead of time. This was indeed a relief, as it spared him from some troublesome affairs. At this moment, he found himself devoid of interest in battling alongside the other disciples. Come this way. At Manager He's invitation, Tang Tian took a seat beside him, joining the esteemed elders of Tongxing Mountain in observing the contests below. The elders welcomed his presence warmly, and many extended gestures of goodwill toward him. A few elders from the Goching Academy even engaged him in conversation. Focus diligently on your cultivation. Once you join the Goching Academy, feel free to approach me anytime should you have questions. Tang Tian responded with polite acknowledgement, gradually gaining insights. The Goching Academy, in essence, represents a title rather than a conventional classroom setting. It serves more as a symbol of identity and status, entailing various rights and privileges. Within the Goching Academy, different elders deliver teachings daily. If any disciple finds immense benefit from an elder's discourse, they may experience rapid advancement or even graduate ahead of time. Thus, this elder would also reap greater achievements as a result. Therefore, for a prodigy like Tang Tian, these elders would seek to cultivate a good rapport with him. This creates a mutually beneficial scenario. After becoming acquainted with several elders, the competition for academy distribution commenced. Upon learning that Tang Tian would not participate in this allocation, many disciples secretly breathed a sigh of relief. None of them wished to confront the formidable Tang Tian at such a critical juncture. With their minds eased, their performances were surprisingly commendable. The frequent battles unfolded in rapid succession, captivating the onlookers. Nearby Tang Tian, several elders expressed their sentiments. Although this selection of disciples did not undergo the Longmen trials, the disparity was not as vast as people had imagined. There remained many brilliant talents. For instance, the orthodox disciple, who had been stripped of his garments by Tang Tian, after recovering, wreaked havoc with great prowess, ultimately securing his place in the Ziwei Academy. Additionally, Han Jingyan from the Han family, despite suffering a severe blow from Tang Tian and still not fully recovered, managed to achieve a remarkably impressive performance, successfully entering the Ziwei Academy. Furthermore, there were other geniuses unknown to Tang Tian, some even surpassing the fully recuperated Han Jingyan. One such individual was a solemn youth wielding a broken celestial sword, his sword energy soaring into the heavens. In numerous battles, he emerged victorious without a single defeat, each triumph akin to a crushing victory, exuding an aura of invincibility. This youth had not appeared during the earlier siege of Qingshu Academy by the disciples. Ultimately, after deliberation among the elders, he became the second individual to enter the Goching Academy. Tang Tian, what are your thoughts on him? Once the quota was established, Manager He inquired of Tang Tian. Tang Tian nodded slightly and replied, "He is indeed formidable. His mastery of swordsmanship had reached a remarkably profound level. Moreover, there seemed to be a distinctive aura about him, as if he was missing something, yet that very absence rendered him even more perfect." It was a sensation Tang Tian had never encountered before. Manager He chuckled and remarked, "Your discernment is truly remarkable." This youth, named Gohong, was a disciple of the Residual Path Palace. The aura surrounding him was a result of the unique techniques exclusive to the Residual Path Palace. Tang Tian suddenly realized. So that was the case. However, Manager He's words reminded Tang Tian of another matter. Previously, in the Imperial City, during his entry into the Celestial Patrol realm, he had dealings with the Residual Path Palace of the Tianfu. In his backpack, there still lay a golden token from the Residual Path Palace, which permitted unrestricted access to any branch of the palace. Additionally, there was a communication jade talisman belonging to the palace's steward, Cui Shiying. After such a long time, he had nearly forgotten about this matter. In the future, should the opportunity arise, he could certainly engage with them. Those remnants imbued with the power of rules were indeed a source of great envy. As the conversation unfolded, the battle below persisted. 500 participants were neither too few nor too many. The third disciple to enter the Goching Academy was finally determined after the conclusion of the final battle. She was a female, recently promoted from core disciple status, much like Gohong. Her overall performance, while commendable, slightly paled in comparison to Gohang's. Nonetheless, no one surpassed her, securing her the coveted third spot. With this, all new disciples had been allocated to their respective academies. The elder judges rose in unison. Hailing from the Jin K Academy, Ziwei Academy, and Gochin Academy, they subsequently escorted their respective disciples for the forthcoming arrangements. On the Gochin Academy side, there were only 3 individuals. Tang Tian, let us depart, one elder said with a broad smile. Despite Gu Heng's exceptional performance, their eyes remained solely on Tang Tian, for he was truly extraordinary. Following the elders, Tang Tian advanced onward. Before long, a magnificent realm of immortals unfolded before everyone. This was indeed the location of the Gochin Academy. Chapter 319, an opportunity for free gains after a series of meticulous arrangements. Tang Tian finally completed the necessary procedures to enter the Gochin Institute. From this day forth, he would be a genuine disciple of the Gochin Institute. The institute comprises several pivotal locations, including the Technique Pavilion, the Armament Repository, the Heavenly Treasure Hall, the Task Hall, the Taoist Grounds, the Training Arena, the Alchemy Chamber, and the Lecture Platform, each holding significant importance within the institute. As a disciple, one enjoys unrestricted access to these sanctuaries. Every newly initiated disciple is entitled to select a treasure of superior quality within the Celestial Grade from the Technique Pavilion, Armament Repository, and Heavenly Treasure Hall. Furthermore, a monthly stipend is allocated to each disciple. An elder was articulating some fundamental matters regarding the Gochin Institute to Tang Tian and his companions. This year, in addition to the trio, there were 25 others who had recently ascended from the Ziwei Institute to the Gochin Institute, making a total of 28 disciples. Historically, the number has typically hovered around 30. Cumulatively, the total disciples of the Gochin Institute are scarcely 400. A remarkably meager figure when juxtaposed with the tens of thousands of elite disciples elsewhere. The Tongsheng Mountain exhibits a remarkable leniency towards the disciples of the Gochin Institute. The majority of the secret realms are freely accessible to them. Should any difficulties arise, feel free to approach any elder, and we shall endeavor to assist you in overcoming your challenges, the elder spoke kindly. Tang Tian nodded inwardly, realizing that Mo Xiaoxiao's assertions held true. In the realm of the Cloud Summit Divine Mansion, the higher one's status and identity, the more abundant the resources and privileges one acquires. The Divine Mansion spares no effort in nurturing disciples with promising futures. All right, let me guide you around, so you can familiarize yourselves with the surroundings, the elder continued. Subsequently, he escorted Tang Tian and his companions on a tour of the more significant areas of the Gochin Institute. After traversing the grounds, Tang Tian was left with a singular sensation: opulence. Compared to this environment, the Qingyu sect, let alone the Wangyu Cave Heaven, pales in comparison. Aside from the peak of Wangyu Mountain, there exists no basis for comparison. The Divine Mansion has exhaustively allocated resources, crafting an extraordinary cultivation sanctuary for its prodigious disciples. It is said that even if one were to usher a mere pig into such an environment, it would not be long before it evolves into a formidable spirit beast, or even, through sheer transformation, ascends to become a celestial spirit. Tang Tian could not help but marvel. Choosing to come to the Cloud Summit Divine Mansion was undoubtedly a profoundly wise decision. Cultivating in such a place guarantees extraordinary efficiency. Even in the absence of the mysterious ancient jade and the moon fairy pendant, he harbored ample confidence that within half a year, he could transcend to the golden immortal stage and achieve the great Luo. The group continued their ascent, encountering several senior disciples from the Gochin Institute who cast curious glances their way. The arrival of newcomers always piques interest. Suddenly, Tang Tian halted, gazing distantly into the horizon. In that direction, amidst swirling celestial clouds, a towering statue pierced the heavens, vanishing into the ethereal mist. One could only vaguely discern a small portion of a figure standing resolutely upon the earth. You must have encountered it at Qingwei Gate, did you not? The elder's voice resonated beside Tang Tian. He nodded slightly. That statue, though grander than the one at Qingwei Gate, was still identifiable. It was indeed the urgent statue that loomed over the grounds. I am somewhat intrigued, Tang Tian spoke softly. However, the once amiable elder suddenly adopted a grave demeanor. Do not indulge your curiosity, he said in a low tone. In this world, there exists an abundance of matters beyond our comprehension and reach. Until you possess sufficient strength, regardless of the multitude of questions swirling within your mind, do not dare to seek them out. Otherwise, You may easily plunge into an abyss from which there is no return to the light. Tang Tian could not help but feel astonished. Even upon arriving at Tianfu, the taboo statue remained an unmentionable entity. If even an elder of the immortal king realm spoke so elliptically, what could that statue possibly be? Yet, ultimately, Tang Tian quelled his curiosity. He was one to heed advice, especially concerning matters of life and death. "Thank you for your warning, Elder," Tang Tian replied respectfully. The elder nodded and remarked, "Some truths will reveal themselves once you ascend to that height. I believe that with your talent, that time will inevitably come." Tang Tian nodded and continued to follow him through the Guochen courtyard. Moments later, they arrived before an ancient octagonal pavilion. This, the elder explained, was the Pavilion of Techniques. Within the Pavilion of Techniques lies an inexhaustible array of methods, encompassing all aspects of practice. Each individual can find a technique suited to their own abilities. He turned with a smile and added, "In a few days, you will come here to select your techniques alongside the disciples who are advancing to Guochen Courtyard this year. As I mentioned before, each person may choose one technique of upper-grade immortal quality. However, there is another rule. Regardless of the level of technique you choose, if you can comprehend it to the minor success stage within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, you may select another technique of the same level. Thus, you must carefully select according to your own circumstances." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This rule essentially tested the disciples' comprehension and their self-awareness, as well as their discerning eye for techniques. Finding a technique that perfectly aligns with oneself and grasping it within the time of a stick of incense was not an impossible feat yet. The higher the grade of the technique, the more challenging the comprehension became. An upper-grade immortal technique was nearly unattainable. It ultimately depended on the disciples' choices. However, for Tang Tian, there was no need for such convolutions. Gazing at the countless consumption points within the system, he suddenly felt an exhilarating sense of fortune. Uncertain of how to procure more high-quality celestial techniques to further enhance his mastery of the myriad paths, he found himself gazing at Tang Tian, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With meticulous observation and careful deliberation, the elder remarked, "Throughout the illustrious history of our Guochen Academy, there have been exceptional prodigies who have comprehended 3 superior celestial techniques to the level of minor achievement consecutively. I eagerly anticipate whether you too possess the capability to attain such a remarkable feat." As he spoke, the elder cast several lingering glances at Tang Tian, seemingly both encouraging and prodding him. Tang Tian sensed this, but chose to disregard it, for he was preoccupied with calculating the consumption points in his possession, pondering how many superior celestial techniques he could acquire without expenditure. A minor achievement required a staggering 400 trillion points. By this estimation, he could comprehend over 30 superior celestial techniques, which seemed rather modest. It appeared that he needed to find a timely opportunity to repay a portion of his debts to the Tianfu. Chapter 320. Contacting the Remnant Path Hall. After spending the better part of the day under the guidance of the elder, Tang Tian finally traversed the grounds of the Guochen courtyard. He became acquainted with the locations of several significant areas. You may each return and take a well-deserved rest. In about 5 or 6 days, once the other disciples who have ascended from the Ziwei courtyard have gathered, we shall ascend the mountain together, the elder instructed. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Only 4 days remained until the stargazing conference at the summit, and their schedules were perfectly aligned. Subsequently, the elder imparted additional instructions, and the 3 of them began their descent down the mountain. Along the way, the gaze of the female disciple remained fixed upon Tang Tian, as if she desired to approach him, yet hesitated out of apprehension. Throughout the day, she had maintained this demeanor. Tang Tian, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, came to a halt. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" he inquired, albeit with a slightly brusque tone. The female disciple appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Tang Tian's proactive inquiry, and momentarily felt the awkwardness of being caught off guard. After a brief pause, she spoke softly, "I was merely curious. Is it true that you single-handedly subdued over 100 disciples? They are not to be underestimated. After all." Tang Tian was internally exasperated. It turned out this was her sole inquiry. However, he had no intention of providing an explanation. "Do not be curious," he replied. "Some things are better left unknown." He relayed the elder's prior words back to her verbatim. The female disciple acknowledged with an "oh," grasping the implication of Tang Tian's response. Yet, After a moment's contemplation, she pressed on, but they also say you effortlessly destroyed the immortal monarch's weapon. Is this true? Tang Tian's expression reflected his resignation. This inquisitive individual was indeed a curious soul. Such matters could be easily uncovered through casual inquiry. However, before he could respond, the previously silent Gu Heng interjected quietly. Absolutely impossible. The immortal monarch's weapon was a treasure forged from the heart's blood of an immortal monarch. To contend with such an entity, one would need to be at least an immortal emperor, below the rank of a mortal king. Even possessing extraordinary treasures would not confer the ability to wield enough power to destroy the immortal monarch's weapon. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. It seemed this individual from the Remnant Path Hall possessed considerable insight. Indeed, were it not for the domain of all laws, even with assistance, he would not have been able to handle the soul-devouring banner. This was a pressure derived from the power of rules. However, the female disciple remained skeptical of Gu Heng's assertion, but many witnessed it. Could it be that over 100 people were mistaken? She queried, her voice tinged with doubt. Gu Heng fell silent for a moment. After what felt like an eternity, he replied, I was not present at the scene, so I cannot ascertain what truly transpired. However, based on my understanding of celestial artifacts, the truth is precisely as I have stated. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. The female disciple was left speechless. Given the authoritative assertion made by the other party, she found it difficult to pursue further inquiries. Tang Tian stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Gu Heng was merely a disciple of the residual path hall. How could he possibly have access to celestial artifacts wielded by celestial sovereigns? If that is indeed the case, it stands to reason that the residual path hall must harbor numerous artifacts of similar caliber. Otherwise, it would be improbable for an ordinary disciple to possess such profound knowledge of them. It appears that perhaps I should indeed seek to engage with them, without discussing transactions. The higher the grade of the celestial artifact, the greater the benefits it bestows. For this purpose, he felt compelled to make an attempt. Following a rather unpleasurable conversation, the trio fell into silence once more. After a brief moment, they parted ways, each returning to their own abodes. In the Qingshu courtyard, Li Hong and the others were absent, and Xiaoxua was nowhere to be found either. She must have accompanied Li Hong to gather and organize information. Ever since their last conversation, she had become exceedingly proactive, eager to involve herself in every matter, as if fearing that Tang Tian might discard her for being useless. Tang Tian did not intervene. Let her play as she wished, as long as she did not create unnecessary trouble. After sitting quietly for a while, he produced a small communication jade talisman. It was the unidirectional communication talisman from Cui Shiying, the steward of the residual path hall. Without further hesitation, he extended his consciousness and activated it. Within an ancient, grand hall, a young man clad in a long robe sat quietly beside a desk. Behind him loomed a massive shelf, segmented into numerous small compartments, each housing a glowing orb. The orbs varied in color, and within each orb lay an extraordinary object. Just from outward appearances, these objects were anything but ordinary. Alas, each item bore some degree of imperfection, significantly diminishing their value for cultivators. After a period of diligent activity, the young man reclined in a soft chair, letting out a deep sigh. Business was becoming increasingly difficult. He could not help but lament. As the steward of the residual path hall, he also served as the hall master of this branch, thus bearing the responsibility for various matters. The sales performance of the branch was also a crucial metric for his annual evaluations. In previous years, their business flourished. Many cash-strapped cultivators favored temporarily purchasing a residual weapon for transitional use. However, as the heavenly mansion progressed further, disciples found themselves with ever-increasing funds. Consequently, the number of those purchasing residual weapons dwindled. Moreover, the residual path hall adhered to a rather rigid policy. Regardless of market fluctuations, once a price was established, it would remain unchanged. This rigidity further exacerbated the downturn in their business. Despite his myriad attempts and various channels sought, even going so far as to lease a plot of land within the celestial realm, he found himself unable to reverse the tide of despair. If this continued, his position as the esteemed lord of the hall was in jeopardy. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, the young man let out a deep, resigned sigh. Suddenly, a figure sprang to mind. Several months prior, during his time in the celestial realm, a distinguished guest had arrived, promptly purchasing all their wares with extravagant flair. The lavish spending and wild consumption had left him in awe. In the end, he had provided this guest with his contact information, hoping for a continuation of their business relationship. Yet, months had elapsed without a word. It was likely nothing more than his own wishful thinking. Alas, he chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. With such exorbitantly priced remnants, where could a market exist? That individual who chose to make a purchase likely did so on a whim, merely seeking a fleeting amusement. How foolish of me to entertain the notion that such commerce could thrive. Shaking his head, he resolved to cast this matter aside and contemplate more pragmatic solutions. Just then, the communication jade talisman in his possession began to glow. Upon retrieving it and reading the message, he stood frozen in disbelief. No way. He truly has come. Chapter 321. Whose mind is unhinged. Manager Chui, I trust you are well. After establishing communication, Tang Tian greeted the other party with genuine warmth. However, Chui Shiying on the other end remained silent for an unusually long time. Just as Tang Tian began to feel puzzled, an excited voice suddenly erupted from across the line. I am well. Is that you, esteemed guest? Chui Shiying stammered with palpable excitement, almost as if his mind had momentarily faltered. Could it truly be so? Tang Tian replied, somewhat incredulously. Isn't this communication talisman specifically intended for me? Is that even a question? Chui Shiying quickly responded. Ah, yes. Esteemed guest, you have finally reached out to me. During this time, I have replenished my stock in the celestial realm, and the quantity and quality surpass anything from our previous dealings. There is surely something here that will pique your interest. His tone was filled with eager anticipation. Yet, Tang Tian simply replied, let us forego that. There is no need to visit the celestial realm. Chui Shiying's mood plummeted instantly, his voice turning somber. Oh, I see. Are you dissatisfied with the last shipment? Please, feel free to express any concerns. I assure you I will do my utmost to address them. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. The service at the Residual Path Pavilion was surprisingly commendable. Regrettably, all the items previously purchased had long been consumed by Xiao Dang's insatiable appetite for snacks. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to experience their after-sales service. I have no complaints. The items from our last transaction were quite satisfactory, Tang Tian said with a smile. When I said I wouldn't visit the celestial realm, it was simply unnecessary. I have now arrived at the Cloud Summit Mansion. We can conduct our transaction in person. Chui Shiying was momentarily taken aback, his joy reigniting with the fervor of a roller coaster ride. This time, his excitement was even greater, for the esteemed guest had personally graced the Cloud Summit Mansion with his presence. Is that truly the case? How splendid. Where are you located? I shall come to fetch you immediately. As your host, it is my honor to receive you properly. Chui Shiying extended an eager invitation. Tang Tian was somewhat astonished. The urgency in his tone suggested that business at the Residual Path Pavilion might not be thriving. Were they on the brink of closure? He shook his head and replied, there is no need for that. Just provide me with your location, and I will find my way to you. However, I must inform you of a matter beforehand. I am currently entangled in some difficulties within the mansion, and should this concern you. Before Tang Tian could finish his statement, Chui Shiying interjected loudly, rest assured. That is of no consequence. At the Residual Path Pavilion, we still hold a modicum of influence within the mansion. No one dares to speak ill of us. If it would not be too much trouble, please share your concerns with me. I am certain I can devise a solution. Chui Shiying's tone was resolute, seemingly imbued with unwavering confidence in the Candiodian. Tang Tian could not help but chuckle. The troubles he bore were likely beyond the scope of Chui Shiying's resolution. However, since the other party had expressed such assurance, he felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. After all, he had already issued a warning. Should any doubts arise later, that would be his own predicament. Very well, please share the location with me. If time permits, I shall make my way there immediately, Tang Tian remarked. Chui Shiying quickly responded, indeed, I have time. I shall eagerly await your esteemed presence. Moments later, Chui Shiying disclosed the whereabouts of the Candiodian to Tang Tian. Upon comparing it with the layout of Yunding Tianfu, Tang Tian discovered that the location was not far from Tongxing Mountain, essentially situated in the heart of the Tianfu. Establishing a base in such a prime area indeed signified that the Candiodian possessed considerable strength. All right, I shall set off at once, Tang Tian declared. After concluding the communication, he wasted no time and departed from Qingshu Courtyard. Meanwhile, Chui Shiying, having finished the transmission, continued to clutch the jade talisman tightly in his hand, reluctant to release it. His face radiated excitement and exhilaration. Truly, a glimmer of hope had emerged, just when he was prepared to give up. He had not anticipated that the other party would actively reach out and even come to the Tianfu in person. Chui Shiying thought to himself, chuckling inwardly. If he could secure a substantial order from the other party this time, it would undoubtedly breathe new life into his branch. As for the troubles mentioned by the other party, if it were a significant matter, the main office would have addressed it long ago. Since the main office had not intervened, the Candiotian would certainly be capable of handling it without concern. Chui Shiying's spirits soared. Moments later, he rose to tidy up the place in anticipation of the esteemed guest's arrival. Just then, a young man entered from outside. "Goheng, what brings you here?" Chui Shiying inquired, perplexed. The Candiotian was broadly divided into two sections, one concerned with external trade and the other focused on cultivating internal strength. He belonged to the former. Hence his interactions with the prodigies of his branch were infrequent. Goheng bowed respectfully to Chui Shiying and said, "Master Chui, I wish to consult you on a matter regarding celestial weapons." Chui Shiying responded with an "oh" and said, "Very well, proceed with your inquiry. I have a most important guest arriving shortly." Goheng was momentarily taken aback, for this was the first time he had witnessed such eagerness from Master Chui. What manner of guest could evoke such enthusiasm? "Understood," he replied, bowing once more. "Recently, I have come across some intriguing information. It is said that a transcendent being faced a complete celestial artifact wielded by a celestial lord, and not only did he not suffer defeat, but he also managed to obliterate the celestial artifact. Do you believe such an occurrence is feasible?" Chui Shiying was momentarily speechless. If anyone were to tell you such a tale, they must truly be out of their mind. What is this celestial artifact? It is far more formidable than a celestial lord's innate treasure. Below the celestial king, even if one were granted a treasure of unparalleled might, they would lack the ability to destroy it. After years of cultivation in the residual path hall, how can one be so naive as to be uncertain of such matters? Goheng quickly bowed, admitting, "It is my lack of skill." The rumors were indeed conveyed with great conviction, and many were present at the time, so. Chui Shiying waved his hand dismissively. "So what? Do not allow external rumors to cloud your judgment. This world does have miracles, but certainly not within these confines." Goheng promptly acknowledged his error. The interruption caused Chui Shiying to lose track of where he had begun, so he decided to enlist Goheng's assistance in meticulously organizing the celestial weapons on the rack and redecorating the grand hall with fine wines and teas. Just as they completed their tasks, a report came in. "Your esteemed guest has arrived. Quickly, please show him in." Chui Shiying exclaimed with palpable excitement. Goheng was even more curious about the identity of the guest who commanded such attention from Lord Chui. Not long after, a figure entered from outside. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Goheng gasped in astonishment. "It's you?" Chui Shiying, who was just rising to greet the guest, paused at Goheng's exclamation. "Do you know him?" Goheng nodded, his expression a complex mix as he regarded Tang Tian. "Yes, Lord Chui. He is the one I mentioned earlier, who, with his transcendent powers, destroyed the celestial artifact. You remarked that he must be out of his mind." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Chui Shiying opened his mouth, then turned to Goheng with utmost seriousness. "If this esteemed guest is indeed the one, then anything is possible. Consider it my folly. Let this matter not be mentioned again." After speaking, he immediately donned a cheerful countenance and addressed Tang Tian. "Welcome, esteemed guest. I truly did not anticipate you to be so youthful. You are indeed a remarkable young man, prosperous and accomplished." Tang Tian waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such formality, Manager Chui. My current identity is merely that of a disciple of the heavenly mansion. You may call me Tang Tian." Chui Shiying nodded with a smile, just about to express something when he suddenly gasped, "Who?" His eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 322 The Value of Broken Weapons. At the invitation of Chui Shiying, Tang Tian took a seat. Subsequently, Chui Shiying personally poured him a cup of hot tea. However, throughout this process, he maintained an odd expression while gazing at Tang Tian, as if he were on the verge of speaking yet hesitated. Observing his constipated demeanor, Tang Tian helplessly remarked, "If you have something to say, then speak." Chui Shiying paused momentarily, then awkwardly chuckled twice, saying, "I merely did not expect you to be so youthful. Are you truly the Tang Tian?" Tang Tian leisurely sipped his tea and responded, "What of it? Do the troubles I have attracted give you cause for concern?" Cui Shiying immediately shook his head, exclaiming, "Of course not. Our remnant path hall would never turn away esteemed guests over such trivial matters." However, he chuckled, "I am simply a bit curious. After all, the events at Longmen have already spread throughout the entire Tianfu." Tang Tian shrugged and set down his teacup. "Since that is the case, let us discuss matters of substance. My purpose for coming today is the same as during my previous visit to the celestial realm. I wish to procure some treasures to bring back." Cui Shiying's interest was piqued instantly. "Excellent. I have long prepared for your esteemed arrival, huh?" With that, he produced a glowing jade tablet and placed it before Tang Tian. "This contains the inventory list of our branch hall, featuring items both below and above the celestial grade. Please take a look and see if anything piques your interest," Cui Shiying said eagerly. Tang Tian nodded, not wasting any time, and began to peruse the jade tablet. Upon opening it, he was met with a dense array of items, likely numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, all these items impeccably aligned with the aesthetic of the Remnant Path Hall, consisting entirely of broken weapons. It was a mystery where they managed to acquire such an abundance of damaged arms. Skimming past the celestial grade inferior remnants, Tang Tian focused on the higher grade weaponry. Only those broken weapons above the mid-grade celestial rank carried some semblance of rule power. This was precisely what Tang Tian sought. Due to the varying degrees of damage to the weapons, the price disparities among them were substantial. However, in general comparison to intact weapons, the difference was stark. For instance, a Celestial King weapon that was roughly half damaged had long since lost its original might and could no longer function as a weapon, fetching a mere 100 pieces of innate Dao Jade. Conversely, a broken Celestial King weapon with retained potency, akin to the one previously used by Tian Yangsheng, would command a price exceeding 10,000. In contrast, a complete royal weapon would undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of an ordinary high-grade celestial weapon, easily reaching a price of 100,000. In light of this situation, Tang Tian felt a sense of relief. If he were to be overly particular, insisting only on acquiring intact celestial weapons, even if he could afford them, he would be reticent to purchase in bulk. Otherwise, one is certain to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. What purpose could there be in acquiring such an arsenal of formidable weapons? Is there an intention to rebel? Such matters are fraught with complexity. However, the purchase of these diminished relics, stripped of their former powers, poses no such concerns. After a cursory examination of the contents, Tang Tian's mind began to form a clear picture. The remnants of mid-grade immortal artifacts are priced at an average of 20 Dao Jade each, totaling around 100,000 pieces. The remnants of high-grade immortal artifacts average 80 Dao Jade each, amounting to approximately 20,000 pieces. The remnants of immortal kings are priced around 150 Dao Jade each, with a total of about 8,000 pieces. The remnants of immortal sovereigns hold the highest value, averaging 3,000 Dao Jade each, yet their quantity is exceedingly scarce, totaling less than 500 pieces. When all calculations are made, this amounts to roughly 6,800,000 innate Dao Jade. Gazing at his own balance in the tens of millions, Tang Tian couldn't help but smirk. It was utterly trivial. However, what puzzled him was the absence of remnants at the level of the immortal sovereign commanders. Given Gu Heng's understanding of such beings, it would be impossible for the remnant Dao Hall to lack such entities. Could it be that these items are not available for public sale? With a slight frown, Tang Tian set down the jade slip. Cui Shiying, who had been observing Tang Tian's expressions, immediately noticed this change, his heart sinking. "What is the matter?" he inquired tentatively. "Did young Master Tang fail to find a treasure to his liking?" Tang Tian nodded slightly, then propped his chin with one hand and spoke slowly. "Is the highest grade you have here merely the remnants of immortal sovereigns?" Cui Shiying was taken aback. Could it be that even the remnants of immortal sovereigns could not satisfy Tang Tian's needs? He suddenly recalled what Gu Heng had mentioned earlier. This individual was suspected to possess the capability to annihilate immortal sovereign commanders. Perhaps his ambitions truly soared even higher. After some contemplation, Cui Shiying replied, "Certainly, there is more beyond that. However, the next tier consists solely of immortal sovereign commanders and imperial artifacts. These treasures are exceedingly rare within the remnant Dao Hall and are generally not for sale." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Even imperial artifacts? Such entities? even if merely fragments stripped of their might, hold immense research value and are undoubtedly coveted by cultivators. What exactly is the origin of this remnant Dao Hall? You mentioned earlier that this is the general case? Tang Tian inquired. Cui Shiying nodded, explaining. What young Master Tang may not realize is that our remnant Dao Hall is divided into two parts, one for external dealings and one for internal operations. My role pertains to the external business, while geniuses like Gu Heng hail from the internal sector. Typically, items such as immortal sovereign commanders and imperial artifacts are managed and planned by the internal division. Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, I still have no means to procure them? Cui Shiying hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, to procure such rare treasures, one generally must navigate a labyrinth of intricate procedures and prerequisites. However, if young Master Tang expresses a genuine desire, I could make an exception for you. Yet, the selection available may not be as extensive as that offered to other remnants of the past. After all, we possess a limited quantity of items of this caliber. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. The specifics of the selection are inconsequential. I only require availability. Please, name your price. Cui Shiying was momentarily taken aback, as he had never encountered a buyer who inquired solely about the price without questioning the specific effects of the celestial weapons. Yet, it was not surprising. During Tang Tian's last purchase, his approach had been distinctly unconventional. For celestial weapons, each priced at 100,000 jade, I could secure 5 for you. As for imperial weapons, they are exceedingly rare, thus I can only procure one, priced at 1 million jade. Cui Shiying stated the price. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. In that case, the total amounts to over 8 million jade. Quite satisfactory. Chapter 323. The excited master of the hall as Cui Shiying contemplated the pricing for Tang Tian, a flicker of hesitation coursed through his mind. The mastery of the immortal sovereign over divine weapons and imperial arms is indeed of immense worth, exceedingly rare even within the halls of the remnant path. Numerous influential figures yearn to acquire them, yet lack the necessary connections. The price of 1 million is scarcely profitable. Nevertheless, in pursuit of securing Tang Tian as a significant client, he resolved to proceed. Should Tang Tian be pleased enough to procure some of their remaining stock, it would be worth the endeavor, for those items would yield pure profit upon sale. Young Master Tang, what are your thoughts? Cui Shiying inquired cautiously. After taking a sip from his teacup, Tang Tian responded in a measured tone. It is acceptable, though I would prefer a larger quantity. Cui Shiying found himself in a quandary. Young Master Tang, this truly is the limit. However, I believe that if we continue our collaboration, opportunities will undoubtedly multiply in the future. After all, the Heavenly Mansion is not solely represented by our branch. On one hand, he felt challenged by Tang Tian's demands. Yet on the other, exhilaration coursed through him. The fact that even 150,000 was insufficient hinted at the vastness of Tang Tian's financial resources. If he could secure this affluent patron, the days ahead would surely flourish. Observing Cui Shiying's conflicted expression, Tang Tian nodded and handed over the jade slip. Very well. These will suffice. Please package them all for me. Cui Shiying nodded in agreement. Certainly. Please take a seat while I prepare everything. Just as he stood to leave, Tang Tian swiftly interjected. Wait, I haven't yet informed you of all the items I desire. Don't pack everything just yet. Cui Shiying froze momentarily, puzzled. Aren't there 5 pieces of immortal sovereign arms and 1 imperial arm? He assumed Tang Tian's interest was limited. However, Tang Tian then pointed to the jade slip on the table. Cui Shiying was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly enlightened, his face alight with joy. Do you wish for the items within the jade slip as well? I certainly do. Otherwise, why would I seek you out? Tang Tian remarked, exasperated by Cui Shiying's astonishment. But I do not require many. I have no need for any remnants below the standard of low-grade celestial weapons. However, I desire all remnants that are of mid-grade celestial weapons and above, including the mid-grade celestial weapons themselves. Cui Shiying stood frozen, astonished. Not many? Is this what you consider not many? The total for those above mid-grade celestial weapons must amount to over 100,000 items. Their collective worth exceeds 5 million. Cui Shiying had faith in Tang Tian's financial prowess, yet he had never encountered anyone purchasing in such a manner. Young Master Tang, are you certain you wish for all of them? Cui Shiying inquired with a hint of disbelief, to which Tang Tian merely nodded gently. Indeed, Furthermore, there is another matter. Concerning the transaction I conducted today at the Kandan Hall, I hope Manager Chui can maintain confidentiality. After all, as you are aware, I am currently burdened with a substantial debt to Tianfu. Chui Shiying appeared momentarily stunned, still grappling with the shock. However, after a brief interval, this astonishment swiftly transformed into euphoric delight. If this were the case, not only would he excel in his performance this year, but he would also undoubtedly surpass all branches within the Tianfu realm, standing triumphant over the world. No longer would he have to fear the loss of his position. Rest assured, young Master Tang, there is absolutely no issue. Should any information leak, you need only to inquire of me, he declared emphatically, thumping his chest. Tang Tian could not help but feel astonished. Was such fervor truly necessary? It was merely a matter of over 8 million. After all, he was a celestial king. A branch master. Was his perspective so limited? Yet, unbeknownst to him, the sum of 8 million innate Dao Jades was indeed no trifling amount. His indifference stemmed from his lack of concern for monetary matters, compounded by the rapid influx of wealth, rendering the situation somewhat insignificant to him. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding the Kandan Hall were far more peculiar than those of an ordinary trading guild. Once the transaction was confirmed, Chui Shiying, brimming with excitement, hastily departed to procure the goods. Meanwhile, Tang Tian sat quietly, sipping tea and awaiting his return. With over 8 million in addition to the original sum exceeding 10 million, the total surpassed 20 million. The expenditure amounted to a staggering 20 trillion. With such resources, he could select 50 exquisite celestial techniques. However, Tang Tian's ambitions did not cease there. The opportunity to acquire superior celestial techniques without cost was rare and should not be squandered. Once today's transaction concluded, he would seek another occasion to continue repaying his debts to Tianfu. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Tang Tian's lips. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Kandan Hall, an intense dialogue unfolded. What? 5 pieces of celestial weapons and imperial artifacts? Absolutely impossible, an elderly celestial king declared sternly, addressing Chui Shiying. Regardless of the buyer, adherence to the Kandan Hall's regulations was imperative. They must possess sufficient qualifications. His tone was resolute, unwilling to relinquish such treasures so readily. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Chui Shiying stepped forward, seizing the collar of his robe. Listen to me. That esteemed guest has resolved our decade-long inventory issues. If you provoke his displeasure, do you believe I won't stuff every last item from that warehouse into your mouth and then demand payment? Chui Shiying bellowed, spitting fervently in the elderly celestial king's face. Upon hearing these words, the old immortal king widened his eyes, his gaze fixed in disbelief, momentarily disregarding the current disarray of Lord Chui Shiying. Is what you say truly the case? Who is that buyer? He inquired, unable to contain his astonishment. Chui Shiying let out a cold snort. That is not for you to concern yourself with. In any case, prepare the items for me post-haste. Otherwise, we shall have to seek an audience with Elder Meng. The old immortal king, fully aware of his responsibilities as the steward of this branch, could not afford to be negligent. Losing such a significant client would undoubtedly incur Elder Meng's displeasure. Moments later, he had prepared several items, even selecting a few of commendable quality. After inspecting them, Chui Shiying huffed and promptly turned to leave. In the reception hall, Chui Shiying meticulously arranged all the items within the Shumi ring and handed it to Tang Tian. Young Master Tang, please take a look. If there is anything unsatisfactory, I shall replace it immediately. Tang Tian glanced casually at the contents and nodded. It will suffice. No issues here. For me, as long as there is the power of regulation, the quality is of no consequence. Let us proceed with the transaction. Moments later, a notification chimed, indicating the successful completion of the trade. Tang Tian's balance surged by over 8 million, with his points reflecting a similar increase. With the transaction concluded, Chui Shiying's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly squinting with joy. It truly was a case of 3 years without a deal, and then feasting for 3 years. Had he not feared scaring away his esteemed guest, he would have eagerly pulled Tang Tian in for a celebratory embrace. Ah, there is one more matter. Tang Tian suddenly remarked. Please, speak freely. Chui Shiying gestured grandly, exuding confidence. Tang Tian pondered briefly before asking, do you happen to have an entrance to the Celestial Patrol realm? Chui Shiying nodded affirmatively. Indeed. We have a collaboration with the Celestial Patrol realm, and have specifically opened several entry qualifications. Do you wish to pay a visit? Tang Tian nodded. His curiosity about the workings of the Celestial Patrol realm had always lingered, and though he had previously hesitated, having only ventured there once, the time had now come to delve deeper into its mysteries. I appreciate your assistance, Tang Tian stated. Chapter 324. The head of the Celestial Patrol accompanied by Cui Shiying. Tang Tian arrived at the inner hall of the Residual Path Palace. Upon ascending to the top floor of a pavilion, Cui Shiying produced 2 exquisite jade plates. Tang Tian immediately recognized that these plates were identical to those he had seen in the Imperial City. They were adorned with over 100 intricate formations, serving as keys to enter the Celestial Patrol realm and as a medium for transactions between the two parties. It was truly remarkable. You should be familiar with their usage. Master Tang? Cui Shiying inquired with a smile. Tang Tian nodded. The method of using the jade plates was straightforward and had been etched in his memory after just one use. That is splendid. Cui Shiying then handed a jade plate to Tang Tian, saying, the exits of these formation plates are fixed at our shop within the Celestial Patrol realm. Shall we meet again shortly? Subsequently, Cui Shiying activated the formation plate before Tang Tian. The process required infusing a trace of one's spirit, a gesture that expressed trust. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Tian's spiritual strength had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to spare a fragment of his spirit to enter the Celestial Patrol realm without any adverse effects. Watching as Cui Shiying stepped through, Tang Tian did not hesitate, infused a portion of his spirit, and entered the jade plate. In the next moment, the familiar world of white mist reappeared before his eyes. Then came the selection of appearances, the few fixed forms. Even upon seeing them for the second time, Tang Tian could not suppress a smile. They were indeed quite rudimentary. He casually selected a young cultivator resembling his previous choice and entered the Celestial Patrol realm. As the scene shifted, he found himself in a small room. Beside him stood a middle-aged cultivator, grinning amiably at him. It was certainly Cui Shiying. What would you like to see, Master Tang? I will guide you, Cui Shiying replied. Tang Tian contemplated briefly and said, let us merely stroll around. He had no particular purpose for this visit. He simply wished to explore this wondrous place once more. Very well, please follow me. Cui Shiying then led Tang Tian out of the small room. Outside lay the shop of the Residual Path Palace within the Celestial Patrol realm. The attendant he had encountered last time was nowhere to be seen. It seemed the same figure was still present. Upon noticing someone entering from the back, the attendant, who had been dozing at the counter, promptly stood up. However, when he saw 2 individuals, he appeared perplexed, unsure of how to address them. It is I. Cui Shiying spoke up. Oh, greetings, Lord Cui. The attendant quickly offered a respectful salutation and then glanced curiously at the young cultivator standing beside Cui Shiying. Normally, few could enter this place so casually. However, Cui Shiying had no intention of making introductions and, in a stern voice, instructed, you may return now. The attendant momentarily froze, then anxiously exclaimed, Lord Cui, I am truly sorry. I assure you, I shall never make such a mistake again. It was merely that no guests had entered for quite some time, prompting me to rest for a moment. I truly did not intend any disrespect. He suddenly became flustered, fearing that Lord Cui Shiying might dismiss him. Cui Shiying could not help but shake his head and replied, what are you talking about? The exquisite treasures within the shop had been entirely purchased by a distinguished guest and required removal from display. As for the remaining items, there is no rush. Over these past years, you have dutifully managed your responsibilities in the Celestial Patrol realm. I shall grant you an extended leave to rest well. Do not worry. Your position is secure. Upon hearing this, the attendant was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that something most would scarcely glance at had indeed been entirely bought? Suddenly, he recalled the distinguished guest he had encountered months prior. Glancing once more at the unfamiliar figure beside Cui Shiying, he instantly understood. In this world, there truly are no impossibilities. Thank you, Lord Cui. The attendant bowed deeply, also offering a respectful nod to Tang Tian. He then swiftly logged off and departed, evidently having endured considerable hardship here. Watching him vanish, Tang Tian chuckled and remarked, he is quite astute. That bow was likely a realization that he himself was the distinguished guest who purchased the substantial inventory. Cui Shiying shrugged and smiled. If he weren't clever, I would not have placed him here. Initially, I held high hopes for the Celestial Patrol realm. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. And what of now? Cui Shiying sighed. You can see the state of the shop. On one hand, there are issues with our management approach. On the other hand, this place is indeed not as easy as the outside world. The promotional reach of the Celestial Patrol realm is rather limited, and I believe its practitioners are quite few. Thus, the flow of guests is minimal. Not only the Hall of the Remnant Path, but other shops as well, experience business that is neither thriving nor failing. Merely scraping by, Tang Tian fell silent at this revelation. Such a creative online trading method had faltered? It seems that identical offerings can yield varied outcomes across different lands. Of course, it might also be attributed to their management issues. Tang Tian pondered that if they had invested significantly in free promotions at the outset, akin to what Brother Ma did, they could have attracted a much better flow of customers. Come, let me show you around, Cui Shiying suggested. Under his guidance, Tang Tian took a tour of the floating island that belongs to the Cloud Summit Pavilion. He had explored it previously, but not in such detail, having only visited a few large stores. After today's excursion, he discovered that the resources available here were indeed quite abundant. Nearly everything one might desire was present. It is evident that the celestial merchants have indeed invested considerable effort into their enterprises. Regrettably, as Cui Shiying observed, the clientele remains scarce, leaving most establishments in a state of lethargy. When the representatives of the celestial merchants approached me, I found their innovative concept quite appealing. However, none could have foreseen the outcome that ensued. Cui Shiying sighed. As a seasoned businessman, he could still discern the potential within the celestial merchants. Otherwise, he would not have brought the remnants of Daodian along. Are the leaders of the celestial merchants also in Tianfu? Tang Tian inquired. Cui Shiying nodded and replied. In the commercial sphere, they are quite active. I surmise that merchants of all sizes in Tianfu have been approached by them. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and asked, so what exactly is the celestial merchants? Is it a force within Tianfu? His curiosity about this ethereal realm remained piqued. If he could uncover its origins, there might be an opportunity to comprehend its nature, or at the very least, to forge a collaboration. However, Cui Shiying shook his head and said, not quite. The celestial merchants are rather enigmatic. No one truly knows who their real master is. Yet, they have always adhered to the rules, which is why Tianfu has not delved deeper. Perhaps the higher-ups are aware, but for individuals like us, it remains a mystery. Tang Tian fell silent, surprised to learn such a revelation. Then who is their representative in Tianfu? He pressed on, unwilling to concede easily. Cui Shiying chuckled and said, does young Master Tang wish to engage with them? That is quite feasible. There are many representatives of the celestial merchants in Tianfu, all quite active. However, their overall leader is likely affiliated with the Hall of Good and Evil, specifically the Master of the Ninth Hall. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, you mean Bai Nui? Chapter 325. The Hall of Good and Evil. The development of the Hall of Good and Evil is heralded as the swiftest in the annals of Tianfu, akin to a miraculous phenomenon. Due to the influence of Lu Chang'e, Tang Tian had long instructed Li Hong to gather intelligence regarding the hall. It was established approximately 70 to 80 years ago, emerging as a fledgling entity that few took seriously at the time. However, to everyone's astonishment, within a mere span of a decade, the hall experienced an inexplicable surge in growth. Ultimately, during a confrontation among factions, they boldly vanquished an established mid-tier power, thus solidifying their presence in the public eye. This particular faction, known as the Dosheng Pavilion, was one with which Tang Tian had some prior grievances. Since that pivotal moment, the Hall of Good and Evil's expansion has been relentless, as if an unseen benefactor were propelling them forward. Their endeavors in forging alliances, recruiting members, and extending their influence have been remarkably seamless. To date, the hall boasts 18 branches, divided into 9 goods and 9 evils. The 9 evils are composed of elite warriors, fierce and formidable, while the 9 goods primarily manage external affairs, such as diplomatic relations and business operations. Previously, Tang Tian had heard from Qi Yuan that Lu Chang'e was also a hall master within the Hall of Good and Evil. However, after Li Hong's inquiries, this name proved elusive. Concerned, Tang Tian sought out portraits of each hall master, yet found no trace of him. It was only after consulting Mo Xiaoxiao that he learned Lu Chang'e was merely a minor hall master within the 5th hall, primarily responsible for trade. His youth, competence, and sharp intellect had led to his assignment at Qingwei Gate. Following Qi Yuan's descent into madness, Lu Chang'e had seemingly vanished, not returning to the 5th hall. leaving no one aware of his whereabouts, presumably in hiding. After all, he was just a minor character. If he were to return, I would not spare him for daring to scheme against me, Mo Xiaoxiao remarked. Tang Tian found her assessment credible, yet he did not consider Lu Chang'e to be an inconsequential minor character. The threat he posed lingered in Tang Tian's mind. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose not to pursue further investigation. Following their last conversation, he resolved to avoid engaging with Lu Chang'e again. Even concerning the Hall of Good and Evil, he preferred to maintain a distance. However, it seemed increasingly inevitable that he would have to confront this matter. To gain a deeper understanding of the Xuantian realm, they could not bypass Bai Nui, the overarching authority in Tianfu. Do you know Bai Nui? Cui Shiying inquired, visibly astonished. Tang Tian shook his head. Not quite. I've only met her once. Isn't she the master of the Ninth Hall? How has she become the head of the Xuantian realm? Cui Shiying chuckled. It appears you still do not fully comprehend the essence of the Good and Evil Hall. One of the paramount reasons for their rapid ascension to become one of the preeminent forces in Tianfu is their inclusiveness. Within the Good and Evil Hall, a diverse array of individuals congregates. They impose no restrictions as long as one does not violate the laws of Tianfu. Thus, the scope of the Good and Evil Hall's endeavors is exceedingly vast. The Shanjiam Hall, akin to their Shanwu Hall, primarily engages in external business operations. Bai Nui excels in this domain and serves as the chief representative of the Celestial Patrol in Tianfu, which is why she has been appointed as the head of the Shanjiam Hall. Otherwise, why would a mere celestial monarch hold such a prominent position in a top-tier force? Tang Tian fell into a thoughtful silence. He had indeed observed that the other 17 hall masters of the Good and Evil Hall were all renowned celestial sovereigns, with only Bai Nui being at the pinnacle of celestial monarchs. It became clear to him that it was the pre-existing head of the Celestial Patrol that had facilitated her ascension to this role. Are you also interested in engaging with the Celestial Patrol, young Master Tang? Cui Shiying inquired. Tang Tian nodded. Yes. I have some business of my own and wish to explore this new avenue. There was no need for concealment. The Commerce Association would inevitably establish its presence in Tianfu, and soon everyone would be aware of it. Even when faced with such bleak prospects, do you still wish to pursue this? Cui Shiying laughed. Tang Tian shrugged. The more paths one has, the greater the possibilities. I believe the model of the Celestial Patrol holds promise for future development. Cui Shiying nodded in agreement. Indeed. As the number of patrons increases, this place will surely flourish. If young Master Tang truly harbors such intentions, I can facilitate an introduction for you. After some contemplation, Tang Tian declined the offer. Let us not rush. We can discuss it further when the opportunity arises. The Commerce Association had not yet formally established itself. He lacked sufficient justification to seek out Bai Nui, which might reveal ulterior motives. Moreover, he needed to prepare thoroughly before engaging with the Good and Evil Hall. Very well then. When you have made your decision, simply inform me, and I shall make the introduction, Cui Shiying responded. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they conversed about various other topics before departing from the Celestial Patrol. Upon returning to the Remnant Path Hall, it was already late at night. Tang Tian chose not to linger, opting to take his leave. However, before departing, he requested a key to access the Celestial Patrol, specifically the white jade array plate. The intricate formations on the plate required time for him to study. Cui Shiying readily agreed, but cautioned Tang Tian that the entrance to the Celestial Patrol was subject to specific conditions and could not be accessed at any time or place. The intricate formations he possessed could only function properly atop that loft. Beyond that realm, entry was rendered impossible. A tedious spatial array, indeed. They must have been concerned that indiscriminate use would jeopardize the stability of the celestial realm, as Cui Shiying remarked. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. His sole intention was to delve into the structure of the formations. The ability to utilize them was of little consequence. Subsequently, under Cui Shiying's personal escort, Tang Tian departed from the Hall of Remnants. Upon returning to Qingshu Courtyard, he immediately entered the peculiar egg space. A veritable mountain of remnants had accumulated before him. Goodness! Exclaimed the little one. Brother, have you been out pillaging? Its eyes sparkled with excitement. It was not picky. Even though the efficacy of mid-grade celestial weapon remnants had diminished for it, even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. It realized that on its own, it could scarcely amass such an abundance of provisions. Truly, you are my long-lost brother. The little creature scurried onto Tang Tian's shoulder, nuzzling against his face. Tang Tian, wearing an expression of disdain, gently brushed it aside, saying, "For now, make do with these. In the future, I shall procure more and better offerings for you." He understood that the power of rules contained within the mid-grade celestial weapon remnants was rather limited. However, this was merely the beginning. There would be ample opportunities to engage with the Hall of Remnants in the days to come. Make do? Not at all, the little one declared. Having recently indulged in a feast, it was experiencing a slight bout of indigestion. These remnants would be just the remedy for that. It burrowed into the pile of remnants, its face alight with joy and contentment. Tang Tian shook his head, allowing it to revel in its mischief, and then turned to leave. Tomorrow, he would settle a debt. Chapter 326. The second repayment. The following day, after breakfast, Tang Tian directly contacted the esteemed Lanting Xinjuan. "Are you here to repay your debts once more?" Lanting Xinjuan's tone reflected a hint of surprise. Having previously conversed with Tang Tian, he had made it abundantly clear that this debt was merely a symbolic penalty, not an obligation that Tang Tian was required to settle. Last time, when Tang Tian presented 5 million all at once, it had left Lanting Xinjuan astounded. Now, after just over a month, he was returning to repay the debt again. Could it be that Tang Tian truly regarded it as a genuine obligation? "Tang Tian, you need not dwell on this matter incessantly. At present, your cultivation should be your utmost priority. Furthermore, Tianfu is not in dire need of those spirit jades," Lanting Xinjuan gently advised. However, his tone suggested he did not expect Tang Tian to produce a significant amount this time. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and replied, "Sir Qi is magnanimous. Yet, I am aware that the affairs of Long Men have caused considerable losses to Tianfu. Although I am far from compensating fully, repaying a little more would provide me with some solace." It was a jest. Without repaying the debt, how could he earn and spend? This debt he had resolved to repay, and no one could deter him. "You are truly earnest," Lanting Xinjuan sighed lightly. "If only the other disciples of Tianfu possessed your sense of responsibility, how could Tianfu not flourish? Very well, come to me. I am currently at Tongxing Mountain." Proceed directly to the Tongxing Grand Hall. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What could this esteemed figure be doing at Tongxing Mountain? Nonetheless, it was not a matter for him to ponder. After acknowledging the message, he made his way towards the mountain's summit. The Tongxing Grand Hall, situated atop Tongxing Mountain, served as the venue for the elders' meetings. After exploring the area with one of the elders the previous day, Tang Tian had memorized its location. Before long, he arrived at the Grand Hall's entrance. This area was devoid of other disciples, and at that moment, a familiar figure stood outside the hall, Mingguang Xinjuan. Upon seeing Tang Tian's arrival, Mingguang Xinjuan greeted him and led him in another direction. "Sir Qi awaits you over there," he mentioned. Moments later, following Mingguang Xinjuan, Tang Tian entered a refined garden. The garden was picturesque, imbued with celestial energy and a rich natural ambience. Additionally, Tang Tian sensed a remarkably unique aura, akin to a form of Tao rhythm, or perhaps a special power, enigmatic and profound. This aura felt strangely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Silently, he proceeded forward, and after navigating around several artificial hills, a pavilion came into view. Lanting Xinjuan, accompanied by another unfamiliar elder, sat beneath the pavilion. Upon noticing Tang Tian and Mingguang Xinjuan's approach, the elder immediately rose and departed from the pavilion. As he passed by Tang Tian, a knowing smile graced his lips. "You are indeed Tang Tian. I am aware of the events that transpired a few days ago. Well done. A portion of the disciples nowadays are exceedingly restless. It was high time for someone to impart a lesson to them. Continue your diligent efforts. I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performance at Tongxing Mountain." With that, he vanished from sight. Tang Tian, somewhat puzzled, wondered who this person was. Sensing Tang Tian's confusion, Mingguang Xinzuan chuckled. "As a peak disciple, how is it that you do not recognize him? That esteemed individual is the peak master of Tongxing Mountain, the Yao Xinzuan. His true palace is Yao, and he is often referred to as the palace master." Understanding dawned upon Tang Tian. He realized that this was indeed the authoritative figure of Tongxing Mountain, which explained his close conversations with Lanting Xinzuan. "All right, we must hurry. Lord Qi has many matters to attend to," Mingguang Xinzuan remarked. Subsequently, they arrived beneath a pavilion. Lanting Xinzuan invited Tang Tian to take a seat. while Mingguang Xianzuan gracefully withdrew, leaving the space for the two of them. I have heard that you made quite the stir on your first day as a peak disciple, Lan Ting Xianzuan said with a smile. This minor incident has even reached the higher echelons of Tianfu. Tang Tian felt a bit embarrassed as he replied, I did not intend for that to happen. Some fellow disciples were simply too impetuous, and with the instigation of certain individuals, it led to that incident. Lan Ting Xianzuan waved his hand dismissively. I understand that. You need not dwell on it excessively. As long as you do not violate the rules of Tianfu, you may act as you wish. Moreover, given the rapid development of Tianfu, some disciples' behaviors in recent years have indeed been disheartening. Your emergence to curb such undesirable trends is quite beneficial. The palace master just mentioned that he will focus on nurturing your potential in the future. Thus, seize this opportunity and devote yourself to diligent cultivation. Tang Tian nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the gravity of his words. The attitude of this influential figure towards him was truly commendable. Perhaps this was his way of handling matters, offering care to all outstanding disciples. Now, let us return to the main topic. Lan Ting Xianzuan inquired with a smile. How much do you intend to repay this time? After a brief pause, Tang Tian stated his amount directly, 20 million. Lan Ting Xianzuan's hand froze midair. Previously, when Tang Tian had presented 5 million in one go, he had already been astounded. Such a substantial sum, even for some mid-tier forces, was not easily accessible. Therefore, when Tang Tian mentioned continuing the repayments, he anticipated an amount closer to 100,000. He could hardly fathom that Tang Tian would declare such a staggering figure. How much? He asked, uncertainty lacing his voice as he sought confirmation once more. 20 million, the primordial Taoist jade. After Tang Tian spoke, he produced a Shumi ring and placed it before the esteemed Lan Ting. The latter casually opened it, revealing a dazzling display of primordial Taoist jade, which nearly formed a small mountain, radiating a vibrant luminescence. Lan Ting had certainly encountered wealth before. Managing such a grand estate entailed astronomical daily expenditures. In the realm he oversaw, the monthly outlay alone reached tens of billions. With over 100 million disciples in the estate, the financial flow seemed staggering. However, a significant portion of this expenditure would eventually return to the estate through various means. Thus, while the figures appeared daunting, a closer examination revealed a different reality. The 20 million in cash, if properly engaged, could sustain operations for more than half a month. Such a generous disbursement of primordial Taoist jade could only stem from the estate's elite factions. Could it be that Tang Tian was among them? Lan Ting exhaled softly. I initially intended to decline your repayment and impart some wisdom, urging you to focus on your cultivation. Even if you possess some savings, they should serve your training. Yet, with such an offer, I find it exceedingly difficult to refuse. He shook his head with a smile. Chapter 327. The Celestial Emperor Star Map. Had Tang Tian's repayment amount been merely in the range of hundreds of thousands or a million, the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun would have resolutely declined, intending to impart a lesson to him. The heavenly mansion truly did not lack such trifling sums. However, with an amount as substantial as 20 million, he found himself compelled to consider the potential benefits this sum could bestow upon the heavenly mansion. Is this? Lan Ting Xianzun inquired. The profit from your merchant association? Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. Not entirely. He had acquired a portion from the merchant association, while another segment belonged to him personally. Yet, certain aspects were rather inconvenient to disclose. He had long since prepared his explanation, for it was evident that the Universal Merchant Association was readily accessible for inquiry, and it would be implausible to produce 20 million in cash. Waving his hand, Lan Ting Xianzun remarked, if it is inconvenient, we shall let it be. The heavenly mansion does not pry into the fortunes of its disciples. My curiosity is merely piqued. So, he continued, are you truly determined to repay such a considerable sum? The value of so many Dao Jades, if invested in your personal development, could rival that of the most elite disciples of top-tier forces. He reiterated his inquiry. Nevertheless, Tang Tian's resolve remained unwavering. It's all right. I'm not pressed for time. I still have the Merchant Association. Resources are abundant. The primary issue was the brevity of the fundraising period. Otherwise, I could have repaid even more debt. He intended to secure a fallback for himself, laying the groundwork for the next repayment, which would approach a staggering 100 million, ensuring that Lan Ting Xianzun would be psychologically prepared. Listening to Tang Tian's words, Lan Tingxianzun shook his head, expressing his sentiments. You, oh you. Were it anyone else facing such an enormous debt, they would likely flee at the first opportunity, fearful of my pursuit. Yet you, on the contrary, seek me out, eager to settle your debts as soon as you acquire funds. Such a sense of responsibility far surpasses that of the disciples of the heavenly mansion, or those so-called orthodox practitioners. Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence, responding, "It is not solely a matter of responsibility. I have my own considerations." Despite his modesty, he felt a twinge of discomfort at being excessively lauded. However, Lan Tingxianzun seemed unconcerned by such matters. Who among us is devoid of self-interest? Even the sages are not exempt. There are penalties for misdeeds and rewards for merit. At least under my governance, that is the standard. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the manner in which Lan Tingxianzun conducted affairs was beyond reproach. Moments later, the familiar sound of a system notification echoed in his mind. Transaction successful. A staggering 40 million had been deposited into Tang Tian's account. His resource points had soared past 400 million, sufficient for him to continuously comprehend over 100 superior celestial techniques. One could only hope that the technique pavilion could withstand the influx. By the way, suddenly, the esteemed Lan Ting asked, "Are you aware of the star conference at Tongxing Mountain in a few days?" Tang Tian inquired, "Is it the summit stargazing event?" Lan Ting nodded, affirming, "Precisely. I have come today specifically for this matter." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Why would even the revered Lan Ting personally attend this so-called stargazing event? Was it not merely a gathering of disciples? The history of the star conference dates back over a century. Lan Ting recounted, "In those days, there was a peaked disciple, extraordinarily gifted, the brightest new star of Tongxing Mountain. He was immensely powerful, almost a tier above all other disciples, having reached an unfathomable realm. One day, while cultivating at the summit of Tongxing Mountain, he suddenly attained a profound understanding, his thoughts intertwining with the cosmic starry sky. Subsequently, he took up his brush and inscribed an enigmatic celestial map, revealing it to the universe. It was at that moment he successfully ascended to the realm of immortal kings. This individual is now one of the 3 lords of our Tianfu, the youngest among them, the Star River Immortal Emperor." Tang Tian could not help but remain silent. After the conclusion of the Longmen trials, he had learned that the person who initiated the trials was indeed the Star River Immortal Emperor. He had not anticipated such a deep connection to Tongxing Mountain. However, according to the information gathered by Li Hong, there was another, even more formidable figure in the era of the Star River Immortal Emperor, who always overshadowed him. That individual was the fabled fortunate one who received guidance from the Moon Immortal, Lu Ming. Yet, certain matters regarding Lu Ming seemed to implicate some secrets of Tianfu. Since Lan Ting had not mentioned them, Tang Tian refrained from probing further. After that, the Star River Lord departed from Tongxing Mountain. However, the celestial map remained preserved in that realm. Lan Ting continued, "The insights of the Star River Lord still possess unparalleled power." Later, upon ascending to the position of Immortal Emperor, he transformed the realm where the star map resided into a secret domain, designated for the enlightenment of peak disciples, which opens once a year. As time passed, this annual enlightenment evolved into the Star Conference, what you refer to as the Summit Stargazing event. As he spoke, Lan Ting turned to Tang Tian, smiling. "The Star Conference is an exceptional opportunity. Throughout the years, many disciples have benefited from it, thereby broadening their future paths. You would do well not to miss this chance." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. If that were the case, the Summit Stargazing event indeed held significant value for him. "Thank you for the reminder, Master Qi. I have already received an invitation from the 100 Sects Alliance." Upon hearing this, Lan Ting shook his head with a smile. The 100 Sects Alliance, the 9 Heroes Association, people nowadays are fond of such frivolous affairs. He then produced a purple gold token and handed it to Tang Tian. "Their invitation merely seeks to have you participate in a gathering of disciples. Even with the qualifications to observe the stars, one can merely catch a glimpse, failing to grasp the entirety of the matter. This token allows you to personally traverse that realm, enabling you to intimately experience the insights of the former master of the Star River. However, the extent of your understanding will depend on your own fortune." Tang Tian accepted the token with gratitude, hastily expressing his thanks. Had it not been for the benevolence of immortal Lan Ting, he would have remained oblivious to this opportunity. No need for thanks, Immortal Lan Ting remarked. Given your talent and strength, this is rightfully yours. He continued. Each year, during the Star Conference, Tongsheng Mountain selects 10 of its most capable disciples to closely observe the star maps. This quota is an additional allowance I secured from Gong Feng, who has also given his verbal consent. Therefore, do not feel any psychological pressure. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. The notion of psychological pressure was non-existent for him. As long as it could enhance his strength, he did not possess such thin skin. Afterward, they discussed various other matters before Immortal Lan Ting took his leave. Tang Tian also exited the garden, returning to the serene confines of Qing Su Courtyard. Chapter 328. Yin Xiaohua in the ensuing days. Tang Tian remained quietly within the Qingshu Courtyard, diligently cultivating in anticipation of the commencement of the Tianshang Star Observation Conference. His realm had firmly stabilized at the late stage of Xianxian. During this period, his sustenance had been exceptionally generous. First, he had indulged in the boundless moonlight of the Wangyue cave heaven, and subsequently consumed several fragments of celestial gold from the shattered chaos bell, along with the soul-devouring banner wielded by the celestial sovereign and a substantial collection of remnants from various celestial artifacts. His growth had been remarkably swift. Tang Tian could distinctly perceive the influx of celestial energy emanating from the mysterious ancient jade, with both its quality and quantity having escalated to several higher tiers. Coupled with the effects of the moon immortal jade pendant, his cultivation environment was by no means inferior to that of elite factions, even without a specialized secret realm. His rate of advancement remained astonishingly rapid, a pace that could indeed be quite alarming to the uninitiated. It was likely that he would soon make another breakthrough. The days passed swiftly, and the date of the Tianshang Star Observation Conference arrived. Early in the morning, Tang Tian called out to Gu Xiaoxue, urging her to emerge from her room. You can't just stay cooped up at home all day. Come out and explore with me. It's bound to be stifling otherwise, he remarked. Whereas the stifling? I've been making rapid progress and am on the verge of breaking through to the celestial immortal realm. Are you worried I might catch up to you? Gu Xiaoxue retorted, displaying her usual spirited demeanor. Tang Tian smirked. I actually hope you surpass me quickly so that you can protect me as you once did. Unfortunately, he mused, such a scenario might only remain a beautiful aspiration. While Gu Xiaoxue's rate of improvement was indeed extraordinary, his own prowess was equally formidable, and as it stood, the gap between them seemed destined to widen. Nevertheless, Gu Xiaoxue, upon hearing this, wore an expression of defiance, muttering about her determination to surpass him and challenging him to wait and see. After summoning Gu Xiaoxue, Tang Tian also called for Li Hong, as he intended to bring both of them along to the conference. Following breakfast, the sun began to ascend from the eastern horizon. Shortly thereafter, the formation outside was triggered, revealing several young disciples standing at the courtyard's entrance. Dressed uniformly in the attire of the Gaochen courtyard, they exuded an air of distinction. Among them, leading the group, was a young man clad in blue. As per Li Hong's prior introduction, Tang Tian recognized him as Yin Xiaohua, the leader of the Ziyang Hall within the 100 Sect Alliance, who had personally come to greet him. Tang Shidi, it is an honor to finally meet you, Yin Xiaohua said with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Thank you, Brother Yin, for your kindness in coming all this way, Tang Tian replied, returning the gesture with a respectful bow. Both individuals, disciples of the Gaochen Academy, naturally refer to one another as senior and junior brothers without any concerns. Moreover, Yin Xiaohua, as the leader of the Ziyang Hall and a prominent figure within the Gaochen Academy, possesses formidable strength. From the aura he inadvertently exudes, it is evident that he has likely attained the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and his cultivation level is certainly remarkable. There is no question of effort or lack thereof. Currently, the junior brother's reputation is widely recognized throughout Tongxing Mountain. I had to compete with those two fellows just to acquire the privilege of personally inviting you, Yin Xiaohua remarked with a smile. He appeared youthful, yet his demeanor and speech conveyed a sense of maturity. You flatter me, senior brother. Shall we proceed now? Tang Tian inquired. Yin Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under Yin Xiaohua's guidance, Tang Tian, accompanied by Li Hong and Gu Xiaoxue, ascended towards the mountain's peak. Along the way, Tang Tian and Yin Xiaohua engaged in casual conversation. Every year, Tongxing Mountain witnesses the emergence of several dazzling figures. However, It is exceedingly rare to find someone like the junior brother, whose fame precedes him even before his arrival. Yin Xiaohua remarked. In fact, it could be said that such individuals are virtually non-existent. Tang Tian chuckled and replied, "Are you referring to the incident at Longmen? If so, then indeed, it seems no one else has caused such a significant uproar as I have." Yin Xiaohua immediately shook his head, saying, "The troubles at Longmen have long been clarified by the Tianfu. This matter was never your fault, yet you suffered undeserved misfortune, which is quite unjust. Unfortunately, we are powerless to influence the decisions made by the higher-ups. What concerns me is your performance at Longmen and your recent feat of single-handedly suppressing over 100 disciples. We all believe that had it not been for the Longmen incident, you might have ascended directly to the Immortal Cloud platform, and we would never have had the chance to meet you," Yin Xiaohua said with a smile. Tang Tian quickly responded, "Senior brother, Yin is overly generous in his praise. The decisions of the sect have their own rationale, and I harbor no objections." This exchange served as a subtle probe of each other's attitudes. Both parties gleaned the answers they sought. For Tang Tian, the Bai Zongming side was reasonable, understanding that the Longmen incident was not his fault and recognizing that Tianfu would not trouble him on that account. For Yin Xiaohua, Tang Tian maintained decorum, at least refraining from directly questioning the decisions of the higher-ups at Tianfu. These aspects were sufficient for them to initiate further interactions. "I have heard that you hail from the Qingwei sect, junior brother?" Yin Xiaohua inquired. Tang Tian nodded, saying, "Indeed. I embarked on my cultivation journey at the Qingwei sect." He added. Yin Xiaohua acknowledged, "That is both a guiding light and a homeland. It is often said that upon arriving at Tianfu, one must forget their previous identity and embrace their role as a disciple of Tianfu. Yet how could one ever easily forget their homeland?" Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that this statement was likely a probe into his sentiments. Naturally, one cannot forsake their roots. However, when venturing into the world, it is imperative to pursue development in a manner most suited to oneself. Thus, one can better repay their home. "Brother Yin, do you not agree?" He delicately conveyed his stance. Yin Xiaohua certainly discerned his meaning but appeared to have anticipated this, offering no extraordinary reaction, only smiling as he replied, "What you say is indeed true." Subsequently, the two fell into contemplation for a moment, until Yin Xiaohua suddenly broke the silence and asked, "By the way, did you participate in the trial of the Glazed Secret Realm a year ago?" Tang Tian paused momentarily, unsure of why he had brought this up. However, he soon recalled that the location of the Glazed Secret Realm seemed to be under the jurisdiction of the Ziyang sect. Could it be that something there had gone awry? Chapter 329. The Stargazing Garden. Indeed, Tang Tian replied, nodding in response to Yin Xiaohua's inquiry. "That expedition into the secret realm was immensely beneficial to me. I must express my gratitude to the Ziyang sect." Yin Xiaohua shook her head, smiling gently. "The Liuli secret realm was inherently open to the public. You surely paid a considerable price to gain entry, so no thanks are necessary. However," she continued, "I wonder if you are aware that shortly after that opening, the secret realm mysteriously vanished. Even the esteemed celestial beings from Tianfu, who personally descended, could not uncover any trace of it. It seemed to have simply dissipated." Tang Tian paused internally. The Liuli secret realm had not truly disappeared. Its spirit was merely dozing within his personal space. Yet, he had heard in tales that when it ascended beyond the realm of immortals, it possessed the power to conceal itself from the world. Only a formidable entity that governed the rules could perhaps discern anything amiss. Surely, this disappearance was linked to the initial evolution that occurred in Baidi City. However, such matters were not to be disclosed openly. "I had not heard of that," he replied. "Yet, during my visit to the secret realm, several unusual occurrences did transpire. I wonder if they are connected." Yin Xiaohua nodded, unaware that the very culprit behind the disappearance of the grand secret realm stood beside her. The celestial being shared the same assessment, yet lacked definitive evidence. It was unfortunate, for the secret realm had provided significant assistance to cultivators. Its inexplicable vanishing would undoubtedly render the plight of practitioners in the outside world even more arduous. She sighed. Tang Tian, perplexed, questioned, "Is the impact truly that severe? After all, it is merely a secret realm." Yin Xiaohua shook her head with a sigh. "You remain unaware, junior brother. The cultivation environment in the outside world has been deteriorating year by year. Places akin to the Liuli secret realm were once plentiful, but they have either depleted or vanished altogether. Furthermore, No new secret realms have emerged to fill this void. Concurrently, the spiritual energy in the outside world is becoming increasingly scarce, making the search for suitable cultivation sites exceedingly difficult. This situation evokes a dismal sense. As if this realm is gradually succumbing to decay, Tang Tian fell silent. His time spent in cultivation was indeed too brief, and Qingyue's sect was too small to grasp the full extent of these mysteries. If what Yin Xiaohua stated was true, then the cultivation environment beyond was indeed growing more barren. Observing Tang Tian lost in thought, Yin Xiaohua suddenly smiled and remarked, "I may have spoken too much. Such matters are best left to those peak powers to address. Our concerns hold little weight. Seizing opportunities to enhance oneself is the true path." Upon arriving at the stargazing event, Tang Tian looked up and was momentarily taken aback. The location described by Yin Xiaohua was none other than the very garden where he had met with the esteemed Lanting Xianzuan a few days prior. It was not surprising, considering Lanting Xianzuan had mentioned his purpose for attending the stargazing event, naturally remaining at the venue. This was the stargazing garden. Yin Xiaohua elaborated, stating that it was generally not open to the public. Even the most exceptional disciples of the Goqing Academy could not gain entry. The cultivation environment within the stargazing garden was exquisite, imbued with a unique energy that subtly enhanced the overall strength of the cultivators. It could indeed be regarded as a small secret realm. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. When he had previously visited the stargazing garden, he had indeed sensed a distinctive aura. That power might be connected to the star chart of the Star River, Celestial Emperor. "Let us proceed. Those two have been waiting for you inside," Yin Xiaohua remarked with a smile. Subsequently, the group entered the stargazing garden. Although only disciples of the Goqing Academy were eligible to enter, they were permitted to bring a few attendants along, allowing Li Hong and Gu Xiaoxue to enter smoothly. At that moment, many disciples had already gathered within the stargazing garden. Each of them exuded an extraordinary presence, having emerged as the Xiarmi de la Xiarmi from over 1,000,000 disciples. The arrival of Yin Xiaohua and Tang Tian attracted several glances, as both were considered celebrities atop the Tongxing Mountain. They navigated through several winding paths towards an elegant pavilion. Beneath the pavilion, a young man and a woman were seated comfortably, none other than Du Ming from the Baidi Palace and Mu Shuwan from the Xianyun Tower. Like Yin Xiaohua, they were prominent figures in the current 100 Sect Alliance, distinguished members of the Goqing Academy. Upon seeing Tang Tian, the two rose to their feet, extending warm welcomes. Tang Tian greeted them in turn and then took a seat with them. "Might I inquire when you will formally join the Goqing Academy, junior brother Tang?" Mu Shuwan asked gently. This young woman resembled a refined lady from a prestigious family, yet the aura she emanated was even more formidable than that of Yin Xiaohua. "It should be soon," Tang Tian replied. "According to the elders, we are to await the disciples promoted from the Ziwei Academy before all entering the Goqing Academy together." Mu Shuwan nodded slightly. The Goqing Academy offers an excellent platform. It can provide all the cultivation environments you can imagine. I eagerly anticipate your future performances. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek us out. We will certainly lend our assistance within our capabilities. It seemed they had already conferred beforehand, thus refraining from discussing Tang Tian's potential joining of their group. In return for their goodwill, Tang Tian expressed his sincere gratitude. The group then engaged in casual conversation, devoid of any pretentious airs of superiority. This year's stargazing event has attracted a significantly larger crowd than in previous years. Mu Shuwan remarked softly while observing the throngs around her. Yin Xiaohua replied, "Indeed. Over the years, the number of disciples advancing to the Tianfu has notably increased, nearly doubling the count of the main residence's disciples. Meanwhile, the Jiuxiong Society has not been idle, extending its reach far and wide in pursuit of talent. It seems we are the only ones experiencing slow growth. If this continues, our 100 Sects Alliance may very well become an inconsequential entity." Mu Shuwan smiled, but remained silent. Do Ming then stated, "Regardless, we must not forget the original intent of the 100 Sects Alliance. The disciples of the myriad sects can only rely on ourselves within the Tianfu." Yin Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Listening to their conversation, Tang Tian gained a general understanding of the situation of the myriad sects disciples within the Tianfu. In summary, they find themselves in a precarious position, neither ascending nor descending. A marginalized group. The main residence does not accept them, particularly those who consider themselves orthodox. exhibiting a strong aversion to these outsiders. As for the Jiuxiong society, it is merely a trap. They would treat you as a mere tool rather than genuinely nurturing your growth. Consequently, they have no choice but to seek solace in each other. When the combined forces of the myriad sects unite, they can indeed stand in comparison with the most elite factions, at least possessing some degree of self-preservation. Tang Tian was uncertain how to evaluate this situation. He merely wished to cultivate in peace. Should he find himself with surplus energy, he would not refuse to assist the disciples of the myriad sections. After some idle chatter, the number of people in the stargazing garden continued to swell. Subsequently, Yin Xiaohua and the others began to introduce Tang Tian to the specific rules and procedures of the forthcoming stargazing event. Chapter 330. The Celestial Corridor. The star observation gathering atop the peak is, in fact, relatively free-spirited. Yin Xiaohua introduced to Tang Tian. In the first half of the event, everyone is at liberty to do as they please. Some engage in socializing, others engage in philosophical discussions, and some conduct business talks. There are also those who seek a secluded spot to practice in solitude. Tang Tian nodded slightly. On his way here, he had indeed observed certain disciples, solitary and quietly immersed in their cultivation. The unique Tao rhythm within the star observation garden is even rarer than the moonlight found in the moon viewing cave. As the time approached, they would transition to the next segment. The appraisal gathering, Yin Xiaohua continued, is essentially a way to pass the time. Participants will exchange treasures based on their individual needs. The leaders of the 9 heroes and our own sect will present some rather rare items for everyone to appreciate together. In essence, it is merely an entertainment activity. Upon hearing this, Mu Shuwan, who was nearby, smiled and said, "If you have your eye on any treasures, Tang Junior brother, please do not hesitate to let us know. Consider it a welcoming gift from us." Tang Tian waved his hand. "That is unnecessary. If he truly desired something, he would procure it himself. He has never been one to owe favors to others in this regard." However, Yin Xiaohua paused for a moment and remarked, Junior brother may not be aware. The treasures presented at the appraisal gathering are all at least of high-grade immortal weapon quality, and they hold considerable value. I do not doubt your financial means, but if you were to reveal your wealth here, it might not be well received back at Tianfu, would it? Tang Tian suddenly realized that their concern stemmed from his debt situation. Little did they know, he had already repaid a staggering 25 million. High-grade immortal weapons worth tens of thousands are merely trifles to him. The Lanting immortal sovereign would have no thoughts on the matter whatsoever. "No worries. I am well aware of my own circumstances," Tang Tian replied. Yin Xiaohua glanced at Mu Shuwan, but chose not to say anything further. They had already offered their warning, and if Tang Tian wished to proceed, they saw no need to hinder him. Subsequently, Yin Xiaohua continued her introduction, following the appraisal gathering. We will delve into the true essence of the star observation gathering. Some disciples from the Gochin Academy will enter a place known as the Celestial Corridor through a special entrance. There, our esteemed Lord of the Manor, the Master of the Star River, has personally arranged a secret realm. This is where the core opportunities of the star observation gathering lie. Tang Tian nodded gently. He had heard of this matter from the Lanting Immortal Sovereign a few days prior. The star map of the Star River Immortal Emperor exists beyond the confines of this world. The celestial corridor spoken of by Yin Xiaohua is likely a designated space arranged by the Celestial River Emperor for his disciples to comprehend the profound truths. However, from his words, it appears that not everyone possesses the privilege to enter this sanctuary. Only select disciples? Tang Tian inquired, puzzled. Yin Xiaohua nodded with a smile. Indeed, this is an extraordinarily precious place of transformation. Not every disciple is granted access. Typically, shortly after the new year, Tongsheng Mountain drafts a list of candidates. Subsequently, based on the disciples' performances, the remaining entry qualifications are distributed. As he spoke, Yin Xiaohua opened his palm, revealing a silver token that emitted a soft glow, resting quietly within his hand. This is a silver star token, a credential for entering the celestial corridor. Please do not refuse this token, my junior brother, he said, placing it before Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian did not accept it. Are there various types of such tokens? He asked. Previously, he had only seen a purple gold star token. Yin Xiaohua affirmed, indeed. The star tokens are categorized into 4 types, each corresponding to a distinct area within the celestial corridor. The bronze token allows one to perceive only within the first area, with no possibility of transcending it. The silver token permits passage beyond the first area, allowing a closer approach to the essence of the secret realm for deeper understanding. Beyond the silver token, there exist two additional types: the gold token, corresponding to the third area, and the formidable purple gold token, which grants access to the very heart of the source, enabling an immersive experience of the mysteries of the cosmos. He smiled gently and added, "However, both the gold and purple gold tokens are limited in quantity, their slots predetermined long ago. Otherwise, I would have certainly sought a higher grade token for you." Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of consideration, he accepted the silver token. Given the continuous goodwill from his counterpart, to refuse it would seem rather ungrateful. He resolved to find an opportunity to reciprocate this kindness in the future. "Thank you for your consideration." Tang Tian expressed his gratitude. Upon seeing Tang Tian accept the token, a smile graced Yan Xiaohua's face. The silver token is quite commendable. Only about 300 have successfully obtained it throughout the entire Gochen Academy. However, it is crucial to exercise caution and not to be overly ambitious by attempting to traverse into a higher region. The star token serves as both an entry credential and a protective charm. The celestial corridor resides within a uniquely special space, brimming with formidable and terrifying forces. Should one enter the area designated for gold tokens while holding a silver token, the protective efficacy would significantly diminish, leading to potential erosion by those overwhelming powers. There have been instances of individuals attempting this, and their outcomes were rather grim. Yan Xiaohua instructed. Tang Tian nodded, indicating his understanding. He possessed the Golden Order. Thus there were no such concerns. The Silver Order was given to Gu Xiaoxue, and he would remind her not to wander aimlessly later. Subsequently, the group engaged in casual conversation for a while longer before Ming, Mu Shuwan, and others departed in succession. As the leading figures of the 100 Clans Alliance, they had numerous matters to attend to. Moments later, Yan Xiaohua was also invited to leave, leaving Tang Tian alone, quietly seated beneath the pavilion, sipping wine. Gu Xiaoxue and Li Hong had already meandered off on their own. The area where Tang Tian resided had returned to tranquility. However, this serenity was soon disrupted by a voice tinged with surprise. "Tang Tian, what brings you here?" Turning around, Tang Tian beheld a familiar figure standing outside the pavilion, gazing at him with astonishment. It was none other than Jing Wenxing, a subordinate of the Fairy of Silk. Chapter 331. Loss of Sanity. Tang Tian harbored no fondness for Jing Wenxing. The arrogance and disdain displayed by the latter during their last encounter at the ascending immortal ladder had left him quite unsettled. Coupled with an unpleasant exchange during his previous meeting with Fairy Ling Luo, Tang Tian's distaste for Jing Wenxing had only intensified. "Why can't I be here?" he retorted, his tone brusque. Jing Wenxing, sensing Tang Tian's attitude, felt a flicker of malevolence flash across his eyes. However, he refrained from reacting outwardly, instead surveying their surroundings as he continued. "This is the gathering place of the 100 Sects Alliance, is it not? Have you been invited by them?" Tang Tian, disinterested, chose to indulge in another cup of Moon Fairy wine. Jing Wenxing gritted his teeth. Tang Tian's blatant disregard for him was immensely vexing. After all, he was a celestial king, somewhat renowned within the heavenly capital. How could a mere disciple of the profound immortal realm like Tang Tian afford to treat him with such disdain? In times past, he would have stormed off without a second thought. Yet today was different. After taking a deep breath, Jing Wenxing sought to quell the turmoil within him and approached the pavilion. "Tang Tian, I must admit my negligence in our previous encounter. Fairy Ling Luo was rather displeased with my attitude and has since criticized me. In consideration of her standing, let us put our minor grievances behind us." Jing Wenxing endeavored to soften his tone. Tang Tian took another sip of his drink, watching him with a languid gaze. This man, lowering himself so, was he seeking reconciliation? Surely, this was not his own intention. Did Fairy Ling Luo persist in her efforts to recruit him? Or did she harbor other, undisclosed motives? "You misunderstand," Tang Tian replied softly. "There are no grievances between us. I understand that your initial overtures were made with good intentions. However, I have no desire to engage in your disputes. I simply wish to focus on my own cultivation. I have reiterated this point numerous times. The more you press, the more it irritates me. My apologies," he continued, returning to his solitary revelry in the wine. Observing Tang Tian's serene demeanor, Jing Wenxing felt his anger nearing a boiling point. Were it not for Fairy Ling Luo's explicit command, He would never have lowered himself to such a degree, condescending to a mere disciple. Such incidents had not occurred since he ascended to Celestial King. I had thought you a discerning individual, capable of recognizing the larger picture. Jing Wenxing's patience finally waned in the face of Tang Tian's resolute obstinacy. Yet I find myself mistaken. You cannot even grasp the most fundamental of circumstances. The Longmen incident has burdened you with an insurmountable debt that will haunt you for a lifetime, and numerous powerful factions regard you as a thorn in their side. The War God's Hall would even relish the thought of flaying your skin. Under such dire circumstances, who would willingly embrace you? The esteemed Ling Luo Xianzi, recalling your shared camaraderie, has made repeated attempts to protect you, yet you remain obstinate and unyielding, utterly oblivious to the gravity of your situation. You are insufferably ignorant, exclaimed Jing Wenxing in exasperation. Tang Tian set his cup down and cast a sidelong glance at him, replying with a smile. Do you truly understand Ling Luo Xianzi? Do you genuinely believe she has undertaken so much solely out of loyalty to our sect? He sensed that Jing Wenxing's perception of Ling Luo Xianzi was excessively idealized. Since their last encounter, he had come to realize that this woman was far more complex and cunning than she appeared. Although he could not discern her true intentions, it was evident they were not as benevolent as Jing Wenxing had suggested. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Jing Wenxing's countenance darkened. Tang Tian, I warn you. You may say whatever you wish regarding me, but should you dare to speculate about Ling Luo Xianzi again, I shall not spare you. This is your final warning. His tone was ominous, and even the aura of a celestial king erupted from him, enveloping Tang Tian entirely. Observing Jing Wenxing's reaction, Tang Tian sighed inwardly. It turned out that this celestial king was rather hot-headed. There was little point in further discourse. In the eyes of such a person, any mention of beauty would surely strike a nerve, regardless of its validity. What more could he say? A sycophant who clings to the end is destined for nothingness. Whatever the outcome, it was of his own making. Very well, let us pretend I never spoke, he said, pouring himself another glass of wine. Gazing at the silvery celestial brew in his cup, Jing Wenxing felt an inexplicable surge of agitation. Ultimately, he waved his sleeve dismissively, stating, I have conveyed my message. The choice is yours to make. However, I must emphasize one point. Ling Luo Xianzi is selfless and cannot be casually judged by you. With that, he turned and departed. Watching Jing Wenxing's retreating figure, Tang Tian shook his head. Such a person was both pitiable and lamentable. One could only hope for a more favorable outcome for him. In the star observation garden, Jing Wenxing walked briskly, consumed by rage. He usually managed his emotions well. Even when Tang Tian spoke disrespectfully of Ling Luo Xianzi, he would not lose his composure. Yet today was peculiar. Especially after glimpsing the celestial brew in Tang Tian's cup, an inexplicable fury welled up within him, utterly uncontrollable. It felt as if another persona was incessantly disrupting his thoughts, fervently insisting that Tang Tian was indeed correct. This sensation is exceedingly peculiar, serving as the true source of his seething fury. At this moment, Jing Wenxing yearned to escape this place with utmost haste. However, having nearly lost his sanity, he failed to notice the individuals standing before him, colliding directly into one. Hey, what's the matter with you, little Jing? Did you leave your eyes at home? A teasing voice emerged from beside him. Jing Wenxing turned to glance, his expression growing even darker. Had Tang Tian been present, he would have recognized that the unfortunate soul whom Jing Wenxing had collided with was none other than his arch-rival, Tian Yu, a skilled subordinate of Huang Daoxing. Observing Jing Wenxing's strange demeanor, Tian Yu inquired, what is going on here? Has the fairy Ling Luo forsaken you? Jing Wenxing momentarily froze, then, as if possessed by madness, lunged forward and seized Tian Yu by the collar. What did you say? What right do you have to mention the fairy Ling Luo in my presence? Let me tell you, your end is nigh. You are all doomed. The sinner Huang Daoxing shall soon meet his demise. You cannot escape the consequences. Get lost. After bellowing this, Jing Wenxing forcefully shoved Tian Yu aside, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he soared beyond the stargazing garden. Tian Yu, left bewildered and drenched in inexplicable spittle, wore a look of utter confusion. Has this fellow lost his mind? Surely he hasn't truly been cast aside by the fairy Ling Luo? After a lengthy moment, he shook his head, pondering the strange stimulus Jing Wenxing had encountered. With your abilities, do you truly think you can contend with Lord Huang? Foolish words, he mused, dismissing Jing Wenxing's earlier proclamations, humming a little tune as he continued to meander about. Chapter 332. Starry Crystal. Tang Tian was unaware that a mere brief exchange could nearly drive Jing Wenxing to madness. As he indulged in cup after cup of moon fairy wine, each sip unveiled an exquisite taste, a sensation seemingly reserved solely for him. Upon first acquiring the moon fairy wine, he poured a cup for Gu Xiaoxue, which resulted in the poor girl bursting into tears, unable to cease her weeping. In contrast, Mo Xiaoxiao, after sampling it, remarked that it was utterly flavorless, devoid of any discernible taste. Moreover, he had allowed several others nearby to partake as well. Li Hong, upon finishing his drink, noted a faint bitterness, reminiscent of ordinary tea, with little else to report. The Lan Yu sisters shared a similar sentiment, expressing that it possessed a subtle floral aroma that they rather enjoyed. Finally, Tang Tian poured a small amount for Xiao. However, upon catching a whiff, her eyes widened in astonishment as she stammered, "Big brother, I promise to behave from now on. I will never cause trouble again. Please don't feed me poison. At least not so brazenly." In summary, each individual's experience with the moon fairy wine varied greatly. Tang Tian was uncertain of the precise reason behind this phenomenon. Yet he harbored a vague suspicion that it might be tied to the deep-seated memories or emotions of each person. It was quite enigmatic. Regardless, the moon fairy wine was undoubtedly a rare divine object, having originated from an entity of extraordinary caliber. Furthermore, its ability to enhance potential and physique was undeniably tangible. Thus, Tang Tian distributed portions to Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters, encouraging them to use it as an aid during their cultivation. As for Gu Xiaoxue, it was best she abstain, for she would surely weep upon drinking it. As for himself, he could already discern a slight advancement in his physique over this period. Being an entity beyond the chaos body, he pondered how far he could refine himself, leaving even him uncertain of the ultimate heights he might achieve. Lost in contemplation, Tang Tian continued to sip his wine leisurely. After some time, Li Hong and Gu Xiaoxue returned. The Star Observation Gathering was an assembly of the highest-ranking disciples of Tongsheng Mountain, brimming with valuable information to uncover. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Tang Tian handed the silver starry token to Gu Xiaoxue, advising her on pertinent matters. The event would be attended by the elite disciples of the Gochen Academy, likely all possessing at least the status of golden immortals. "Just behave yourself and focus on your insights," he instructed. "Absolutely," she replied. "I'll find a quiet corner to settle in." Regarding Tang Tian's words, she had always been obedient. Moments later, Dou Ming, Yin Xiaohua, and Mu Shuwan returned in succession. "Aren't you bored all alone here?" Yin Xiaohua laughed. "The treasure appraisal gathering is about to commence. Shall we head over?" Tang Tian nodded, intrigued to witness what treasures this rather prestigious appraisal gathering might unveil. Subsequently, accompanied by several disciples from the 100 Clans Alliance's Goching Institute, they arrived at a picturesque bamboo garden. Many disciples had already gathered, and a cursory glance revealed the assembly numbered in the thousands. Individuals conversed fervently, either alone or in clusters, while some had already commenced the exchange of treasures. This appraisal event differed significantly from those in the outside world, as it was devoid of stringent regulations. Apart from the artifacts specifically curated by the main estate for public appraisal, most transactions occurred discreetly. Yin Xiaohua elucidated this to Tang Tian, who nodded in understanding before mingling within the crowd. However, he found himself rather disheartened, as most disciples presented items of rather mediocre quality, predominantly confined to the realms of inferior and medium-grade celestial materials, with superior-grade ones being exceedingly rare. These offerings held little allure for Tang Tian, who possessed a plethora of such items in his spatial realm, leaving him at a loss for how to manage them. Unbeknownst to him, this was the typical exposure for the disciples, who among them would casually toss superior-grade celestial artifacts like mere bricks before attaining immortality. Even for disciples of the Goching Institute, superior-grade celestial materials remained precious and scarce. Regarding financial matters, Tang Tian's perspective had always been somewhat skewed. After a brief perusal, he lost interest and returned to his original position. "What's this, junior brother Tang? Have you not found anything to your liking?" Yin Xiaohua inquired. As the leaders, the trio maintained their dignity and refrained from wandering aimlessly. "Indeed, I have not," Tang Tian replied candidly. "The quality of those items simply does not suffice. Yin Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback before chuckling in realization. I almost forgot. Junior brother is the esteemed owner of a trading company. Mediocre celestial materials would hardly captivate your discerning eye. With that, he produced a jade tablet and handed it to Tang Tian. Take a look at this. It contains the list of treasures provided by the main estate for appraisal, all of which are of superior quality, including some exceptional items. Peruse it and see if anything piques your interest. Tang Tian nodded and accepted the jade tablet. As his consciousness delved within, a list unfurled before him. The items were not numerous, but, as Yin Xiaohua had indicated, their quality far surpassed what he had previously encountered. At the very least, they were all superior-grade celestial materials. Among them were quite a few commendable superior-grade celestial artifacts and techniques. Regrettably, their scarcity was a disappointment. Otherwise, Tang Tian would certainly have procured some exquisite treats for his friend. Among the treasures listed, the most precious artifact is an oddly shaped bell, which is said to possess the power to influence the souls of others, rendering it immensely formidable. This item is classified as an ordinary quasi-emperor weapon, valued at approximately several 100,000 jade. Additionally, there are two other entities that intriguingly surpass this quasi-emperor weapon: the Starry Sky Crystal and the Xianhuang Mother Gold. Unfortunately, Tang Tian is unaware of their specific functions. Indeed remarkable, Tang Tian remarked after returning the jade slip. Am I not correct? Yin Xiaohua replied with a smile. This appraisal event can be deemed the most generous display by the main house, as they have even presented a quasi-emperor weapon. Furthermore, the Starry Sky Crystal and the Xianhuang Mother Gold are unparalleled celestial treasures, utilized for crafting divine artifacts. It is anticipated that the majority of the prominent figures present are primarily drawn by these two items. The competition will undoubtedly be fierce, and the likelihood of the three of us securing anything is quite slim. Yin Xiaohua sighed, shaking her head. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you desire them as well? Yin Xiaohua nodded, setting aside the Xianhuang Mother Gold. The Starry Sky Crystal is precisely what the three of us require. Alas, our financial resources pale in comparison to those of the Nine Heroes Association. Tang Tian simply responded with an "oh" and remained silent. Given the circumstances, it might be an opportune moment to repay the favor owed to the Silver Star Command. Chapter 333. Tang Tian's consumption habits. Time swiftly passed. The private trade did not endure for long. With the chime of a clear bell, the treasure appraisal event entered its final segment, the main estate appraisal. The attendees found their places, either seated or standing. Subsequently, several elder celestial kings made their way to the heart of the bamboo grove. Without any lengthy speeches, the appraisal commenced. The first item presented was a high-quality celestial material, known for its remarkable ability to enhance physical strength. After a brief observation, the bidding commenced. 2,000 jade. 2,500 jade. I bid 2,006. Faced with such a treasure that could directly augment one's prowess, the calls for bids flowed incessantly. Tang Shidi, Yin Xiaohua addressed Tang Tian. If you see anything you desire, do not hesitate to inform us. We will ensure you acquire it. Tang Tian chuckled. Aren't you all still hoping to win the Starlight Crystal? Yin Xiaohua pursed her lips. That item holds little hope. It would be wiser to invest in more useful things. Tang Tian smiled and replied, very well. However, there is no need to trouble yourselves. I still possess some savings. Should I find something I truly fancy, I will bid myself. Yin Xiaohua nodded, ceasing her persuasion. The appraisal continued its course. Throughout the event, the 100 Clans Alliance made several bids. Some were successful, while others were claimed by competitors. As the appraisal progressed, Tang Tian observed that the most active and generous bidders were those from the Nine Heroes Association. Although the main estate had many participants, their wealth mirrored that of the pure disciples from the Qinghua sect, rather modest. In contrast, the Nine Heroes Association, backed by a top-tier force, displayed financial prowess without restraint. This treasure appraisal had nearly transformed into a one-sided showcase for them. As the number of treasures was limited, the event swiftly approached its concluding phase. The next item to be unveiled was a uniquely shaped quasi-emperor weapon, with a starting price of 300,000 jade. As Tang Tian had surmised, its value was indeed comparable to that of a celestial sovereign's weapon. Faced with such a staggering sum, both the main estate and the 100 Clans Alliance chose silence. Only the Nine Heroes Association remained fervent. 310,000. The first to bid was a representative from Lingxiao Valley. a youth in purple whose demeanor was strikingly elegant. However, his bid was quickly surpassed. 320,000. A young woman clad in blue from the Sienua Pond made her offer. 350,000. The representative from the Tai Alliance raised the price by 30,000, exuding an air of extravagance. After a brief pause, another bid emerged. 355,000 jade. This was from Tang Tian's old adversary, a representative of the War God Palace, a solemn youth in black, brandishing a long spear on his back. However, it was not long before another voice called out a higher price. This auction for the quasi-emperor weapon had transformed into a fierce contest within the Nine Heroes Association. The main house and the 100 Clans Alliance could only watch in anticipation. After a round of bidding, the price of the quasi-emperor weapon ultimately settled at 423,000 Dao Jade. This was represented by a young envoy from the Divine Jade Pavilion, one of the largest commercial forces in Tianfu, adorned in garments embroidered with golden patterns that exuded an air of opulence. Just as the crowd believed he had secured the quasi-emperor weapon, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the hall. 500,000, Tang Tian declared nonchalantly. He had yet to experience the quasi-emperor weapon. The moment his words fell, silence enveloped the room. The young envoy from the Divine Jade Pavilion glanced around, initially thinking it was someone from the Nine Heroes Association who had called out the price, only to realize it originated from the 100 Clans Alliance. Almost all gazes turned towards him. Yan Xiaohua stiffened momentarily and glanced at Tang Tian. No wonder he had previously dismissed those items. His appetite was evidently vast. 500,000 Dao Jade, he declared outright. Do not tell me that the modest savings he mentioned earlier amounted to this. Even the elder responsible for appraising the treasures was momentarily taken aback, then uncertainly inquired, Tang Tian, are you referring to 500,000 innate Dao Jade? He emphasized the term innate Dao Jade, seemingly worried that Tang Tian might misconstrue it as spiritual jade. However, Tang Tian merely nodded slightly. Indeed, 500,000 Dao Jade. The disciples erupted in astonishment. They had heard of Tang Tian's name recently, but they had never imagined that this newcomer possessed such financial prowess. The Nine Heroes Association was equally caught off guard. The young envoy from the Divine Jade Pavilion tempered his expression. Such occasions were typically their territory, and they could not allow the 100 Clans Alliance to steal the limelight, especially not from a newcomer. Looking at Tang Tian, he boldly raised the bid again. 600,000. When it came to financial strength, he had never yielded to anyone. Yet, scarcely had he finished his declaration when Tang Tian interjected, 1 million. The envoy from the Divine Jade Pavilion was momentarily speechless. The other disciples could not help but gasp in disbelief. Had Tang Tian lost his mind? That quasi-emperor weapon was merely the most ordinary type, even inferior to some exceptional immortal-grade artifacts. 1 million was an exorbitant overbid. Did he truly possess such wealth? The astonishment was vividly etched on their faces. Even Yan Xiaohua, seated beside Tang Tian, sat there in a daze, full of intrigue. He leaned closer to Mu Shuwan and whispered, how much did we prepare for this? Mu Shuwan replied, 566,732. Yan Xiaohua's eyelids twitched. Let's not even mention the decimals. He had originally intended to generously present a treasure akin to that of Tang Tian. Yet who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Had he foreseen this, he would have refrained from broaching the subject earlier. At that moment, Tang Tian must have been secretly chuckling, perhaps. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, the young man from the Divine Jade Pavilion couldn't help but grit his teeth. He remained unconvinced. Yet there was nothing he could do. Dissent was futile. The Divine Jade Pavilion was not his to command, and a sum exceeding 1 million was indeed beyond his means. Though he felt a pang of indignation, he could only sit down in resignation. Even the Divine Jade Pavilion chose to concede, and naturally, the others from the Nine Heroes Society lacked the strength to step forward. Ultimately, this quasi-imperial weapon smoothly fell into Tang Tian's possession. How amusing it was to witness the Nine Heroes Society suffer a setback for the first time. The 100 Clans Alliance was indeed impressive, having allied with such a financially robust benefactor. The Nine Heroes Society now had a rival. The disciples of the main house whispered among themselves, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Ahem, congratulations, young Master Tang, Yan Xiaohua remarked with a smile. No wonder you didn't allow us to intervene. It turns out you possess such financial strength. This quasi-imperial weapon is quite remarkable, sufficient for you to wield until reaching the immortal sovereign realm. He forced a conversation, but Tang Tian merely shook his head. I shall not use it. This is meant for feeding. Yin Xiaohua was instantly taken aback, pondering for quite some time, yet could not decipher the meaning behind Tang Tian's words. With the auction of the quasi-imperial weapon concluded, the next item was the starry crystal. The value of this crystal astonishingly surpassed that of the quasi-imperial weapon, starting at 400,000. Yin Xiaohua and the others rubbed their fists in anticipation, ready to make a move. The Nine Heroes Society was also preparing, seeking to reclaim their prestige this time. However, before they could utter a word, Tang Tian's voice resonated smoothly. 1 million. Once again, silence enveloped the crowd. The tension that had been brewing dissipated instantaneously. People gazed at the composed Tang Tian, inwardly exclaiming, "Is your usual spending habit always set at 1 million as a baseline? How can anyone else compete with this?" Chapter 334. Repaying a favor. Could it be that Tang Tian has aligned himself with a formidable power? After the initial shock, some speculated. However, immediate skepticism arose. Which great force would permit a newly inducted member to wield such immense wealth? Are you suggesting that the Nine Heroes Society is not considered a significant force? From what I understand, Tang Tian only has a slight acquaintance with the Mo family, which hardly constitutes a profound relationship. Moreover, a representative from the Mo family is present at the Nine Heroes Society. Among them, a woman clad in white sat quietly, representing the Mo family in the Goching Institute. Throughout the appraisal event, she had scarcely intervened and displayed no particular reaction to the discussions around her, leaving others unable to discern any information. In contrast, representatives from the War God Hall, the Han family, and the Divine Jade Pavilion appeared somewhat perturbed. If this has nothing to do with a superpower, how could Tang Tian possess such riches? The crowd was baffled. Suddenly, someone spoke up. By the way, didn't Tang Tian owe Tianfu 1,000 billion Daoyu? If that is the case, how can he afford to splurge here? Is he planning to default on his debt? This remark prompted many to recall the penalties imposed on Tang Tian due to the Longmen incident. While many understood that the punishment was merely symbolic, in this context, people couldn't help but think of it. You have money to squander, yet no means to repay? The glances directed at Tang Tian gradually shifted, infused with an unusual hue. Even Yin Xiaohua sensed the tense atmosphere. "Young Master Tang," he murmured, "isn't this a bit too ostentatious? I had warned you before that flaunting wealth might attract trouble. Perhaps we should reconsider?" Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed, maintaining an air of indifference towards the gossip swirling around him. What is ostentatious about this? Others are selling, and I am purchasing. Is that not a perfectly normal occurrence? As for other matters, rest assured, I am well aware of them, he replied calmly, having already repaid over 20 million. Even the esteemed Lanting Shinzuan had advised him to think twice. Spending a few million here posed no issue whatsoever. If anyone truly had objections, splendid. Let them continue to collect their debts. As time progressed, the murmurs grew louder. At last, a young man from the Divine Jade Pavilion could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Elder, may I inquire if Tang Tian's actions are indeed justifiable? 200 million Daoyu is no trifling sum." He deliberately emphasized his words, intending to remind the elders that Tang Tian was still burdened with the debts of Tianfu. However, what he did not anticipate was that the elder in charge of the appraisal meeting seemed to misunderstand, slowly stating, "What is unreasonable?" He merely placed a bid. "If you wish to compete with him, simply raise your offer." The young man from the Shenyuj was unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. 1 million was indeed beyond his means, and moreover, this starry crystal was hardly worth such a sum. Even if his financial resources were sufficient, he would not choose to increase his bid. Yet, unwilling to concede, he gritted his teeth and asserted, "But Tang Tian is burdened with enormous debts to the Tianfu. I believe his actions today are highly inappropriate. If one has money, one should first repay their debts." He made his point quite clear. Tang Tian cast a sidelong glance at him. Did this fellow truly seek to oppose him today simply because he had overshadowed him? Such pettiness was rather unbecoming. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the young man's remarks had some effect. Other disciples began to voice their opinions, insisting that Tang Tian should first settle the debts owed to the Tianfu. However, the elder overseeing the appraisal remained unfazed, even appearing to stifle a laugh. Once the disciples quieted, he slowly remarked, "You all seem quite capable. Have you begun to make decisions for the Tianfu's higher-ups?" Perhaps I should report this to Lord Qi and let you take his position? The blatant mockery rendered the disciples speechless. Those present were astute individuals. They understood the elder's implication all too well. They quickly fell silent, no longer daring to say anything further on the matter. The young man from Shenyuj was momentarily taken aback before bowing to the elder, saying, "I was reckless, and I hope for your forgiveness, esteemed elder." He felt a faint suspicion that the Tianfu's upper echelons had perhaps reached some agreement with Tang Tian. Upon witnessing the apology, the elder let out a soft hum. "Mind your own affairs, and keep your mouths in check. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you." With that, he concluded the debate. Tang Tian remained silent, indifferent to the outcome. Acquiring the starry crystal was merely to repay a favor. However, the manner in which the Tianfu's higher-ups conducted their affairs was commendable. This elder must have been briefed by either Immortal Lanting or Master Gong. This was indeed beneficial, as it spared them unnecessary troubles. After this brief interlude, everyone returned to the proceedings of the appraisal meeting. Yet, the price of 1 million was excessively inflated. Even if someone desired the starry crystal, they had to consider their potential losses. Ultimately, no one else raised their bid. The starry crystal was successfully acquired by Tang Tian. Upon obtaining the starry crystal, Tang Tian promptly handed it to Yin Xiaohua, who stood beside him. Yin Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What are you doing?" Tang Tian chuckled softly and responded, "Thank you for your invitation, as well as for the silver starry token. Consider this my token of gratitude. Please do not refuse. This item holds little significance for me. If you decline, I shall simply feed it to the void." The words Yin Xiaohua intended to express caught in his throat. With Tang Tian's insistence, further refusal seemed futile. He understood that Tang Tian's gesture was merely a means of repaying a favor, as he wished to avoid entangling their fates too deeply. Nonetheless, they genuinely required the starry crystal stone. Furthermore, a forced gift is seldom sweet. Thus, this arrangement was indeed the most favorable outcome for them. At the very least, the atmosphere between both parties remained amicable. "In that case, I shall graciously accept," Yin Xiaohua remarked with a smile as he received the starry crystal stone, feeling a warmth emanating from his palm. This was no ordinary starry crystal stone, but one procured with 1 million innate Dao jade, likely a unique specimen. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, genuinely disinclined to casually owe favors to others. The appraisal continued, leading to the final treasure. "Young Master Tang, will you bid on this item?" Yin Xiaohua inquired with a smile. Tang Tian grimaced slightly, replying, "Let us pass. Have you not noticed the discontent among the crowd? Moreover, weapons hold little value for me." Yin Xiaohua shrugged ambiguously. However, when the elder revealed the Xianhuang mother gold, Tang Tian was instantly astonished. The aura emitted by the Xianhuang mother gold bore an uncanny resemblance to the remnants of celestial gold that had shattered from the chaos bell.